Chapter 01 Nationwide Road Survival, My RV Will Devour Evolution. Global announcement: humanity has entered the era of nationwide road wasteland survival. This is a journey of escape for all humans, and also a journey of evolution for the strong. No matter what your identity was before, from today, you and everyone else will be completely equal. The road beneath your feet is the only clear safe zone. If you leave the road, no one can guarantee what kind of horrors are waiting for you ahead. Remember, the only thing you can rely on is your vehicle. Collect supplies and strengthen it, only then can you survive this great escape. Next, it's strengthen, evolve, or die, all completely depending on your choice. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a strange scene. His head was still a little dizzy. He shook it hard to make himself clear-headed quickly. I remember going to sleep after finishing a project plan. I shouldn't be in my room? At this moment, he was in a closed space, holding a strange steering wheel in both hands. That familiar feeling made it seem like the wheel was grown together with his hands. Outside was gray and dim, the air heavy and thick almost like water. Did I travel through road survival and vehicles and stuff? He turned around to look at the vehicle he was in. It was a broken-down RV. Only the cabin was relatively intact. The rest leaked everywhere, and many parts on the body were about to fall off. That cold voice sounded again. At the same time, several obvious words appeared on the RV windshield. Road Survival Handbook. 1. Your vehicle is your only safe zone. Unless the vehicle is destroyed, you are absolutely safe inside. Do not invite others into your vehicle casually. 2. Vehicles can be upgraded. Collect suitable materials to manually upgrade. If you have the ability, you can also rob others' vehicles directly. 3. Strange creatures exist in this world. Avoid them or make sure your vehicle is strong enough, otherwise you will become their food. 4. Driving off the road is extremely dangerous. You will get lost and encounter things you absolutely do not want to face. 5. Manage your mental state. Long-term negative emotions will make your sanity decrease. Below 50, self-awareness is weak. Below 30, madness sets in. Below 15, fall into the abyss and become strange. Do things that make you happy to restore sanity. 6. Resource supply boxes will be dropped irregularly in random areas. Pray you can find them. After reading, streams of information began to flow into Jiang Chen's mind, and finally a semi-transparent system projection panel appeared before his eyes. The chat messages scrolled rapidly. It seemed other travelers who had crossed over had also awakened. Damn it, where did I get thrown? Road survival? You gave me a unicycle to be a circus clown? Who will carry me for a ride? Forget it, my old man's fuel is almost gone. You at least don't have fuel anxiety. Attention, the world-ending black fog will arrive in 30 minutes. It will devour all life it touches. Your vehicle can barely resist it for a few seconds. What is this terrifying voice? I don't want to play any game. Let me go back. Whoa whoa. Oh no, I think I saw a monster. This is not a dream. There's no gas station. Tell me quickly. Accept reality, everyone. I'll go first. I dare not go. I don't know what's ahead. Is anyone teaming up? Take me with you. I'm so scared. Jang Chen poked his head out to look backward. In the distance, black fog stretched in lines, and several tornadoes raged within it. There was no time for him to slowly adapt. He quickly checked his own panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Special ability, none. Physique, 12 out of 100, note, body strength level, affects blood amount and strength. Intelligence, 9 out of 100, note, learning ability, affects brain skills and mastery of special skills. Spirit, 10 out of 100, note, mental strength, affects total sanity value and ability to resist sanity attacks. Sanity value, 94/100, slight panic. Ability rating, lowest level human, only a little stronger than a human infant, will die at one touch. Jiang Chen looked at the evaluation given by the system, feeling a bit awkward. He usually did not exercise much, did not expect his physique would be this unbearable. With a thought, the system panel quickly flipped a page. Vehicle, old RV. Status, rusted, broken windows, poor power. Strength, 20. Speed, 30 km per hour. Range, 60 km. Durability, 30%, whole body aging, recommended to upgrade as soon as possible. Fuel amount, 10%, estimated can travel 6 km. Rating, R level, the most ordinary car, when driving can still hear some noise. Fuel amount only enough to travel 6 km, with that kind of black fog moving speed, probably will soon be caught up and swallowed. Suddenly, several cars around Jiang Chen all accelerated and drove away, looking extremely impatient. Jiang Chen frowned tightly, opened the chat channel again, and found it already exploded. There is a gas station 5 kilometers ahead, everyone come quickly. Really or fake, so good. No need to come, people already filled up, no share for you. His pupils shocked, so that is it, 6 kilometers only enough for everyone to reach the first gas station, the highway he is on is probably also like this. The cruelty of this game is fully shown at the very beginning, those who do not dare to move forward at the first time, will not get gasoline, can only wait to die. Jang Chen did not feel discouraged, although he started late, but who said he must immediately line up? But just when he was about to start the vehicle, a sudden voice entered his mind. Different from the previous system mechanical voice, this voice is deep, hard to tell if male or female, human or object, it seems to come from an extremely distant place. Detected suitable host, now binding completed. Congratulations, you awakened Devouring evolution system, according to devoured items, obtain corresponding evolution points, also may obtain random abilities. Warning, binding object error, original designated host is human Jiang Chen, current binding object is vehicle old RV, ability system has been replaced. Jang Chen's mood instantly rose and fell, crossing he already accepted, getting a cheat system he longed for, but how did it bind to his car? Now issuing compensation 1, give vehicle owner, only Jiang Chen, co-evolution ability, when vehicle evolves, owner evolves together. Compensation 2, give vehicle owner and vehicle an initial golden ability, please choose. Chapter 02 Unlock Auto Endurance plus Devouring Evolution. In front of Jiang Chen instantly appeared a pile of golden text abilities, making his eyes dazzled, each one very tempting. But time does not wait, he did not hesitate much, directly chose one of them. Auto Endurance Ability. Ability granted completed. Effect 1, vehicle restores fuel amount at 50% speed per hour. Effect 2, fuel tank refurbished, fuel tank capacity increased by 100%. Vehicle restores fuel amount at 50% speed per hour, this means even if he steps on the accelerator until smoke comes out, he does not fear consuming all gasoline, this is simply infinite endurance. Even, when stopping, he can also save some gasoline to trade with others. The most outrageous thing is this is percentage restore, later if he upgrades fuel tank capacity again, then wouldn't that be? Ha! Jiang Chen thought of this, could not help laughing out loud, still grabbing what gasoline, does he need it? He leaned out to look around, within sight already no other vehicles, the rolling black fog behind becomes more and more obvious, the tornado inside twisted and thick, making scalp numb. He directly stepped the accelerator to the bottom, looking like he wanted to step the accelerator broken. That wonderful pushback feeling made him feel like ascending to immortality. Sanity value plus 3. At this time, the chat channel information is still lively. Is there any expert? What speed driving is most fuel saving? Let's see your top speed. Usually, going at 2/3 of maximum speed is better. A bunch of idiots, don't blame me for not warning you, take off all the wind blocking parts from the car that can be removed. Don't listen to him. Removing those will die faster, you should take out the passenger seat and stuff inside. I really need to pee on the roadside, the black fog won't catch me, right? Jang Chen shook his head and turned off the chat channel. The low and wild roar of the engine made the whole car shake slightly. The scenery outside the window stretched into blurry streaks from the speed, bushes and gravel flew backward, and the wind hit the window with a dull crash. This old RV that should have been scrapped seemed to be filled with a whole box of Red Bull, going completely crazy, racing forward on the empty road without caring about anything. Clang clang. The old RV's parts collided with clear sounds. People in the slow-moving cars ahead showed shocked expressions. What the hell is that sound? Is the black fog already here so fast? Someone quickly looked in the rearview mirror, a small dusty RV was rushing toward them like a cannonball. Whoosh, Jiang Chen overtook them fiercely, leaving a tail of exhaust. Holy shit! Driving this fast, does gas cost nothing? Hey! Driving like this, aren't you afraid the car will fall apart? Which big brother is helping a small brother here? I'm almost burning out my mountain bike, really tired. Jiang Chen couldn't hear the discussions behind him. He drove while leaning back in the seat, feeling the vibration from the engine, loosened his neck, and looked at the fuel gauge on the dashboard. In a short while, the fuel level had gone up a bit. While others worried about running out of fuel, he drove and the fuel kept increasing. Fear comes from not having enough fuel. This full sense of safety. Highway survival? This is the survival he wanted. Approaching gas station ahead. Hearing the system alert, Jiang Chen looked up. A small gas station was packed tightly with all kinds of vehicles. He had thought it would be simple, but in this situation, not even a fly could get in, let alone a car. Hey, you riding a broken two-wheeler, why are you trying to grab gas? Get lost. Mind your own business, I'm taking it to trade, isn't that okay? The crowd was noisy, and conflicts had even started in some places. Jiang Chen drove to the outskirts, seeing many removed parts on the road, his eyes gleamed. System, devour. the old RV became like a vacuum cleaner, sweeping away all the parts on the road as it passed. Durability plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Evolution points plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. With Devouring, the old RV quickly repaired itself. Leaky areas were sealed, loose parts reinforced, even the dirty body was cleaned. In a short while, the old RV's durability was full, the whole vehicle looked brand new. While others were struggling with wrenches, his vehicle could automatically renew just by devouring. Keep devouring. Even those stones, devour them all. There were still many parts outside, all precious evolution points. He didn't want to miss a drop, even wild stones he wanted to take. Obtains silver ability, small solar panel. Unexpectedly, there was a bonus. The RV could do more than drive, all its functions relied on fuel and electricity. Extra endurance, no reason not to take it. Install it. Ability granted, a small solar panel installed on the roof. Effect, absorbs sunlight and converts it into vehicle power. Evolution points plus 5, plus 12, plus 8 evolution points full, vehicle can evolve. Hearing the system's alert, Jiang Chen felt electric currents on his scalp, goosebumps all over. Woohoo! Awesome! Rationality plus 3. At this moment, he wanted to type in the chat channel, does anyone know how to write the words take off? I have a kindergarten certificate, I cannot read. But he still restrained this impulse. This fight for survival had just begun, there was plenty of time to play slowly. System, evolve me. Evolving, estimated time 10 seconds, evolution complete. Vehicle owner evolution complete, physical strength enhanced, gained human vehicle coexistence ability. He drove the car a bit farther forward, stopping specifically slightly off the road, then eagerly opened the system panel. Vehicle, C-Class RV top model. Status, 100% brand new. Strength, 100. Speed, 100 km per hour. Range, 500 km. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 27%, recovering continuously. Beds, 1 single bed, 1 double bed, new. Features, internal temperature circulation system, small kitchen, onboard washing machine, onboard TV, onboard game console, onboard refrigerator, small bathroom. Rating, SR, slightly impressive, should survive being hit by a beast. Hee. Looking at the full configuration list, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched a little. This RV setup could match the small rental he had before crossing over. He was about to check the personal panel when he saw a big green box fall from the sky not far ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wait, that can't be. He was ecstatic, and before anyone noticed, he hit the accelerator and sped straight for the green box. Honestly, the driving feel of the evolved RV was just good. He got out to check. The box was a cube, 1 meter on all sides. Picking up the heavy box, he didn't say a word and dragged it into the car. Such a big box, how many good things must be inside? Chapter 03 Outside freezing and starving? I eat well and drink well. The time had reached noon. The scorching sun shone straight down, and the temperature climbed to 37 degrees Celsius. Once the car door closed, the comfortable AC cold wind hit his face, making Jiang Chen feel tingling all over. He patted the big box in front of him and opened his personal panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Special ability, human vehicle coexistence, passive skill, triggers automatically before the owner receives a fatal hit, consumes 70% of vehicle durability to teleport the owner back to the vehicle, cannot activate if vehicle durability is insufficient. Although the cost was painful, it was a life-saving skill, and Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Apocalypse survival, the key is survival. Saving life is the first truth. Physique, 24/100. Intelligence, 9 out of 100. Spirit, 15 out of 100. Rationality, 150/150, very comfortable. Ability rating, stronger than normal humans, but does not look very smart. Jiang Chen felt full of energy, he could even kill a snail with one punch. Some vehicles had already refueled and left, the roaring sounds came to his ears from time to time. He squinted and looked at the endless road ahead. The vehicle problem is temporarily solved. Next is survival resources problem. Boxes like this, if I can find more. Jiang Chen opened the box, which was full of food and drinking water. He took a bottle of water and drank a few swigs, then put a few bottles in the fridge, and sat back in the driver's seat. It was not yet time to leisurely check supplies. Speed, max it. The evolved RV reached 100 km per hour, easily overtaking the vehicles ahead. What? What speed is that? What kind of car is that? So big and so fast, is there justice? Didn't they say everyone starts equal? Where is equality? Where is fairness? Who is everyone? Jiang Chen did not relax, judging by time, the black fog would arrive soon. He raced on, driving for 5 to 6 hours until the car body issued an overheating warning, then stopped to rest. He opened the fridge, took out a canned cola he had stored, and one gulp made his soul feel uplifted. At this time, the chat channel kept flashing. He opened it. The screen was full of distress signals. Someone come save me, the black fog is behind me, I don't want to die. I beg you, don't leave me, my car has no fuel, I cannot run. Woo woo. Help. The last voice was swallowed by the black mist halfway through, disappearing completely. Panic spread across the channel, and everyone instinctively pressed the accelerator. Going back to save them, don't joke about that. Regional announcement, survivors remaining 71,264,136, do not relax, continue along the road. Jiang Chen's pupil shrank, an invisible pressure falling on him. 30% of people were eliminated in this first round. This damn game is for real, those people said eliminated, they're not gone for good, right? Stop talking, just drive, far enough is safe. Jiang Chen stopped paying attention to the chat channel messages. To survive, he must keep moving forward. He casually threw the cola bottle out of the window, ready to keep driving. A withered bush hit by the bottle suddenly moved, and finally a zombie crawled out from under it. The bush was growing on its head. Zombies can disguise themselves too? Zombies were gradually emerging from roadside bushes. This area was not safe. Without hesitation, the evolved RV sped forward. He drove at full speed for another 2 hours until night fell completely, and his stomach growled, finally stopping to rest. Other vehicles were camping nearby, not surprising, RVs are not fast, some people's vehicles initially outpaced him. But for range and storage capacity, his was the clear winner. So hungry, who can share some food with me? Where are the resource boxes? Anyone see one, give a hint. Eat tree bark, dig for roots works too. You want me dead? I heard someone dug roots and a zombie came out, ate them on the spot. Hiss. So cold outside. Hot in the day, cold at night, can people survive like this? Complaints filled the screen, Jiang Chen could feel the hopelessness through it. He checked the temperature display, 5 degrees Celsius. This temperature, even healthy adults could not endure for a few nights. Waking up, body temperature might drop to 5 degrees Celsius. Close the car door tight at night to fight the cold, drive nonstop in the day. If speed isn't enough, there's no time to get off and collect supplies. Thinking like this, it was suffocating. But what did it matter to Jiang Chen? Fuel auto restored, car interior warm, not checking chat, he didn't even notice the outside was colder. Also, he looked at the resource boxes collected during the day. Time to organize them. Drinking water, 500 milliliters, 2 boxes. Cola, 300 milliliters, 12 bottles. Beer, 1 box. Instant noodles, 2 boxes. Compressed biscuits, 2 boxes. Chips, vacuum-packed, 2 bags. Charcoal, 1 bag. Jiang Chen counted carefully, confirming this resource box was for living supplies. From the chat, there were also armed, repair, and other types of supplies. Opening the chat again, help requests were already drowned in exchange messages. Anyone, I'm at D7X1 Road, willing to trade 2 packs of instant noodles for 2 liters of gasoline. Upstairs dreaming, I'll give 10 packs of noodles. Hey, who opened a cotton coat, give me 1, terms negotiable. Damn, only I got a bunch of weapons, useless, damn it. Be grateful, those of us who found nothing are the worst off. Is there any kind-hearted person giving food? I'm starving. I have some food, if you really have nothing to eat come to XX here. Good person. I'm coming. Me too. Good people, Jiang Chen didn't care, what others did he wouldn't manage, he wouldn't be a saint. This was not just a game. He switched to nearby channels, less information but still many trade requests. Fuel tank already full, gasoline is hard currency, but he didn't need any. Soon he exchanged for a bulletproof vest and a big machete. As for guns, extremely rare and require matching bullets. He didn't consider it for now. He even switched to some luxurious foods, like crab roe noodles, hot pot, and even a Michelin set meal. Things that others wouldn't dare to eat, he stood up and devoured. Outside, the cold wind was biting, but inside, it was steaming hot. One bite after another, the aroma filled the entire cabin, paired with a bottle of frozen beer. After eating, Jiang Chen shook his head and nodded repeatedly. After drinking and eating to his heart's content, he laid down on the big double bed. He had driven all day, so why not enjoy a little rest? Just as he was about to close his eyes, a loud bang startled him, causing him to jump up. Sanity -2. A clump of withered shrubs appeared beside the window, with a pair of dry hands pressed against the glass. Jiang Chen glanced sideways, squinting his eyes into a slit. Disturbing my peaceful dream? Die. Chapter 04, RV crushes and kills double, unlocking vegetable supply. Jiang Chen put on his bulletproof vest, tightly gripped the big machete in his hand, and grabbed an iron pot as a temporary shield with his other hand. The zombie outside moved slowly but was persistent, slapping the RV body again and again. Vehicle durability -1. The evolved RV has 100 points of defense, and it would only lose 1 durability point after 2 slaps. But he couldn't just let it attack like this. Jiang Chen quickly checked the monster's status panel. Monster information scan complete. Shrub zombie, level 1 mutant beast. Physique, 20. Strength, 20. Agility, 3. Traits, normally dormant, relying on the photosynthesis of the shrub on its head to maintain basic physiological functions. It will awaken when it detects the scent of humans. Jiang Chen checked his own status panel again. His physique was 24 points, so at least he could withstand one attack from it. This slow-moving monster was basically a free experience pack, and even if worse came to worst, there was still the coexistence with the vehicle skill as insurance. Jiang Chen decided to get out of the vehicle and deal with it. If he was afraid of such a clumsy monster, how could he face the upcoming dangers? As he opened the door to get out, a black shadow quickly slammed into his chest. He instinctively swung his knife to strike, and the blade collided with the monster, making his hand hurt from the impact. Everything happened too suddenly, and Jiang Chen quickly slammed the car door shut. Sanity -2. Scan monster information. Monster information scan complete. Bald zombie dog, level 1 mutant beast. Physique, 15. Strength, 25. Agility, 15. Traits, likes to hide in the dark and ambush prey. Its skull is very hard, be careful of its collision. There are differences even among level 1 mutant beasts. With 25 strength, no wonder that strike was so powerful. Pretending to nap, using that as bait, huh? Do you think my intelligence is only 9? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger. The 2 mutant beasts were already coordinating their attack. Bang! Bang! Their ambush failed, and the bald zombie dog also attacked the RV body. Vehicle durability -1. Vehicle durability -1. Jiang Chen glanced coldly outside the window and quickly rushed to the driver's seat. In that case, let you become my speed bump. He manipulated the RV, quickly reversed, then slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the engine roared angrily. The RV rushed at the 2 monsters at high speed. Vehicle durability -5. Vehicle durability -5. Before the 2 monsters could react, they were knocked flying by the several-ton heavy vehicle, crashing to the ground, their bodies twitching, unable to rise again. Not done yet, he drove the RV and ran over the 2 monsters' bodies. Whoosh! A satisfying release sound came from underneath the vehicle. Sanity +1. Devour them. The 2 monsters were swallowed by the RV, and the beautiful system notification sound followed. Vehicle durability +30, durability fully restored. Evolution points +50, +70. Obtains silver ability, vegetable supply. This sounded like a good thing. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen installed it immediately. Ability granted, the rear area of the cabin has been transformed into a small vegetable garden. Effect, 1 vegetable will automatically grow every week without the need for fertilization or watering. The type is random. Can be upgraded. Although only 1 vegetable can grow every week, it's fresh, and in the apocalypse, it's a luxury item among luxuries. If eaten, it can replenish vitamin C and prevent scurvy. Even if it's just for food, a large vegetable can last a person for several days. Jiang Chen keenly noticed the upgradable remark behind the effect. If he upgrades again, wouldn't that mean he's free from vegetables? This skill should be obtained by devouring the shrub zombie. I need to verify it when I get the chance. The night passed without any major incidents. Jiang Chen dared not sleep too deeply because the world-ending black mist was relentlessly chasing him day and night. He roughly calculated that to outrun the black mist, he needed to drive at full speed for at least 5 hours a day. This time wasn't absolute because there would be various unexpected events during the journey. In short, the more time spent driving each day, the better. The longer the distance traveled, the better. As a seasoned corporate slave, he only needed 6 hours of sleep a day. He planned to dedicate certain time each day to collect supplies, eat, and handle other miscellaneous tasks. The remaining time would be spent driving to cover more distance, making it safer overall. Also, I need to increase my speed as soon as possible. Jiang Chen, as usual, floored the gas pedal, and the vehicle sped to its maximum in 8 seconds. There was no more clang-clang sound. Driving the brand new RV was comfortable. On the road, he saw many other new vehicles, probably those whose owners had evolved their vehicles just like him. These were big shots with excellent manual skills because, without the devouring ability, they could only manually replace or upgrade critical parts of the vehicle to evolve it. Although those with vehicles automatically acquired knowledge of how to drive and understand the structure of the vehicle, the thought of tightening those screws made Jiang Chen feel exhausted. It was much more comfortable for him now, no need to dismantle or install anything, just devour the vehicle and let the evolution happen automatically. As usual, he opened the chat channel to avoid missing any important information. Help! Zombies are going to attack me, can anyone come save me? Does anyone know what this thing is? It's been lying on my hood all night, I'm too scared to touch it. Unlike yesterday, today most of the messages were about monsters. It seemed like everyone had encountered monsters head-on. Not only the speed and endurance of the vehicles, but from today onward, the defensive and offensive capabilities of the vehicles also became crucial. Rara rara rara. Someone started posting meaningless texts, which indicated their sanity was too low, and they were losing their mind. That string of meaningless words might have been their last distress signal. But staying around such people would only cause your sanity to drop as well, and before you knew it, you might be attacked by them. What should I do? Those men next to me are rolling their eyes and drooling, it's so disgusting. Sis, he's about to mutate and wants to eat you, you better run. But the ones in front are helping to kill zombies, I can't handle it alone. Turning off the chat channel, Jiang Chen drove the RV at full speed for 13 hours, resting a few times along the way, and even found another resource box. Inside, it was still full of various foods. At least for a month, he wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. He passed by a small supermarket, where there were many people, and he also saw quite a few zombies. He chose to bypass it directly because the priority was to distance himself from the black mist. Anyway, he didn't lack supplies for now. If he got injured while fighting for resources, it would be a loss. Along the way, there were some monster corpses and scrapped vehicles. He didn't hesitate and devoured them all. Unfortunately, no new skills were gained, but his evolution points increased a lot. The next evolution was close. The 5th chapter, motorcycle gang robbery? Straight up death. Another night passed. The sunlight shone through the car window onto Jiang Chen's face, and today, it was rare that it wasn't cloudy. The alarm clock rang, and he stretched lazily as he got up. It was already the 3rd day, and he slept better than the previous night, but still not perfectly. In this situation, sleeping too deeply was like tempting fate. He very luxuriously cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles, and added 2 eggs and 3 sticks of noodle companions. He opened the system to check. Survivors 69,637,546. Survivors 69,637,546. Another few million people had died. The number was so huge that he had no concept of it anymore. But this was also in his expectation. In the early stage people hadn't adapted yet, later the situation would be different. He slurped the noodles, very skillfully opened the chat channel. Come form a team, more people means more strength, can drive at night, not afraid of zombies. Wait for me, which road are you on? Can I join? Make way, all-female convoy recruiting people. Hello everyone, I just turned 18, my psychological gender is a cute girl, can give you moi, can you add me? Voices of team formation gradually appeared in the channel. Jang Chen also seriously thought about this problem. At night his vision was limited, even with car lights he didn't dare to continue driving. If he ran into an unbeatable monster, it would just take the meal directly. Even first-level monsters, if unlucky to meet in groups, would be hard to handle. The convoy didn't have this problem, dozens of cars with lights on together, even ghosts would doubt they went to the wrong shift. Also could exchange supplies anytime, as long as one person found fuel supply box, or a gas station, the whole convoy wouldn't lack gasoline. Because of this, his current progress was probably medium. He suddenly became curious about the last people, what kind of thrill it was to have black fog and tornadoes chasing from behind. What's happening? I just slept by the campfire, woke up my car is gone, supplies are gone, the people who said they'd team up last night? Is there any admin? Those damn people tore my car and ran, is there no law? Is there no justice? Enough, your anti-fraud awareness is bad luck for you, next life pay attention. Voices in the channel suffering from team formation were not few. This was also Jiang Chen's worry, if he met a group of unreliable people, he would always worry about teammates being stabbed. After a few days probably all sanity would be gone. Some also had to obey unified supply distribution, this was what he could accept the least. Moreover, as long as his vehicle upgraded again, these would be no problem. He hadn't really been idle the past 2 nights, for example, organizing collected supplies, and practicing with lone zombies by the roadside. Having numbers alone wasn't enough, needed skill and courage. Otherwise at key moments facing monsters he would get weakened legs, even couldn't hold the steering wheel properly, might press brake his gas, no matter how many numbers he had it would be useless. Jang Chen thought about what he currently lacked most, it was medical supplies. So today's goal was collect medical supplies, and continue devouring. With clear goals, he opened the car window and threw the noodle cup out. On the road. After driving continuously for 3 hours, the roadside bushes and stones made him a bit aesthetically tired. Rarely, he encountered a sparse forest ahead. He was about to get out to feel the wind and wake up. Suddenly a few biker gang members jumped out from the forest. They all rode motorcycles, shouting woohoo, faces crazy, looked like sanity was low. Jiang Chen quickly started his vehicle, but the motorcycle's speed was not slower than his, tightly following on both sides. Am I being robbed? He didn't expect to encounter this so quickly. Those motorcycles didn't look low-level. This was the advantage of small models. Materials needed for upgrade were few. Of course the cost was, except speed and endurance, other numbers were low, especially defense, compared to big cars, almost none. He looked at the biker gang attacking him on both sides. There is quite a feeling of an elephant being surrounded by ants. Afraid that if his car even brushed against them, it could destroy their car and kill them. The RV body rang with clang-clang sounds. After a while, the system prompt finally came. Vehicle durability -1. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, turned his head and looked carefully, and found they all held a homemade simple slingshot in their hands. Made with 2 strips of cloth and a small piece of leather, the projectiles were just roadside stones, really cheap and practical. But they couldn't get much force on the car, and their weapons were weak, so in the end, the damage was quite pathetic. So they are just a bunch of flies, tickling my vehicle? There is a zombie corpse ahead, should I let them hit it a little more before devouring it? Otherwise, the restored durability will overflow, that would be a bit wasteful. Jang Chen's expression became even more arrogant than theirs. Humming a little tune, he removed his hands from the steering wheel, and through the car windows on both sides, he raised his middle fingers at them with both hands. The stones in the biker gang's bags were almost gone, and after his provocation, a few of them approached his RV from the sides. It looked like they wanted to block his car. Jiang Chen shook his head. His car had full 100 defense and weighed several tons, better not make him laugh. Bang! 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 Get out of the car! A skilled biker slapped his car window while riding his motorcycle. Get out? What a joke! Jiang Chen faced him, tilted his head, spread his hands, and made a very mocking expression. Bang! 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 The man got angrier and hit the RV window even harder. Damn it, did you not hear me tell you to get out? Finally, he tried to yank the RV's side mirror, and Jiang Chen had to admire his driving skills. But did he really think he was soft like clay? Jiang Chen braced his heart, slammed the steering wheel, and crashed directly into the biker outside. Durability -10. The motorcycle instantly shattered, the rider flew 5 meters high, and then fell heavily. He never expected Jiang Chen to be so ruthless, directly taking his life. He thought he was dealing with a soft target, but it was actually a cactus. For some naive and soft-hearted car owners, this kind of bully tactic might work. But Jiang Chen didn't think of himself as a good man in the apocalypse. Evil people need evil to handle them, he didn't mind being the evil one. Devour. Vehicle durability fully restored. Evolution points +500. Could this not be considered a flawless kill? Bang bang bang. The windshield was hit by stones, and the remaining bikers parked their motorcycles in front of his car, blocking the way. You bastard! Get out of the car! They kept shouting, showing no sadness for their fallen comrades. They were a makeshift gang, no real feelings involved. It seemed they thought Jiang Chen had been scared and made a mistake in panic. Jiang Chen reversed his car, and they thought he was afraid, so they mounted their motorcycles to chase. Jiang Chen reversed just to get a better start. He floored the gas, the RV flew forward with a furious roar of the engine. A few quick-reacting bikers noticed his sudden acceleration and moved aside, but the two in the middle were not so lucky. Vehicle durability -20. Jiang Chen smirked slightly. Devour. Chapter 06 Unlock Evolution Branch, Evolve Again. Vehicle durability fully restored to 100%. Evolution points +500, +500. Evolution points full, vehicle can evolve, evolution branch unlocked. Please note, the choice of current evolution branch will directly affect all future evolution routes, choose carefully. Evolution Route 1, Speed Type, future evolutions focus on increasing speed, each evolution greatly improves speed and handling, slightly improves load and strength, developing towards agile vehicles. Evolution Route 2, Load Type. From now on, all evolution routes focus on increasing load capacity, with each evolution giving a large boost to load and strength, and a small boost to speed and handling, developing toward fortress-type vehicles. If you are not satisfied with the chosen route, you can choose to degenerate when the next evolution point is full, getting another chance to choose. Remember, you only have one chance to regret. The evolution branch really stumped Jiang Chen. Although there is a chance to redo, it costs a whole tube of evolution points, which is basically going back to the previous starting point. Everyone else keeps collecting resources to upgrade, but he is stuck in place. No matter how you think about it, it does not look good. This choice is crucial. Speed type, the first thing he thought of was that group of car thieves from earlier. Their vehicle speed is definitely above his, easily catching up to his car. They can also attack and harass while driving, this is a sign of good handling. On a vehicle like an RV, high-difficulty driving techniques like sharp turns and drifting would become smooth. The apocalypse black mist could catch up any time, it is always a sharp sword hanging over the head. The speed-type route could help him completely get rid of this threat, it is indeed tempting. But the drawbacks are obvious and deadly. The numbers are not enough. The further the monsters get stronger, if the vehicle's defense cannot be improved in time, he could only dodge by driving, even with handling as an aid. But Jiang Chen brushed his hair back. Where is the fun in just dodging straight away? Load capacity and space inside the car are also important, he has now collected some resources inside the car, plus the system has modified a small vegetable patch, space is already a bit tight. System, evolve. I choose load type. Evolving, estimated time 2 minutes evolution completed. Vehicle owner evolution completed, body strength enhanced, vehicle sync ability gained. Jang Chen shook his head, all fatigue swept away, fists clenched, feeling as if the muscles in his arms were about to explode. But in appearance he is still a well-proportioned young man, not a big bulky guy. At the same time, he felt a sudden clarity in his mind, like his brain capacity had expanded. Could it be? He excitedly opened the panel to check. Name, Jiang Chen. Special abilities. 1. Human vehicle coexistence. 2. Vehicle sync, active skill, once a day, replace own attributes with vehicle attributes for 5 seconds. Physique, 30/100. Agility, 12 out of 100, new. Intelligence, 10 out of 100, can learn +1 skill. Spirit, 16 out of 100. Sanity, 160/160, very relaxed. Ability rating, elite among humans, just bully the weakest beasts, if you act arrogant, this system will not collect your corpse. The new stats and skills left Jiang Chen stunned and wide-eyed. First is the new skill vehicle sync, replacing his own attributes with the vehicle's attributes. What does that even mean? He must know, vehicle stats are far higher than his. Even with only 5 seconds, whether to take attacks head-on or launch a fatal strike on an enemy, this time is more than enough. It is absolutely a trump card move. Agility was newly added, this must be the effect of the evolution branch. Also, intelligence rarely increased by 1, reaching 10. Only the notes afterwards left him puzzled. After understanding, he realized, the higher the intelligence, the easier it is to learn new skills, and the more skills he can have at the same time. Ordinary people can have at most 5 skills at once, but he initially can have up to 10 skills, now with intelligence boost, he can have 11 skills at once. Vehicle evolution gave 2 skills, this does not count as learning, meaning this real survival game actually has a way to learn skills. This makes sense, the further it goes, the harder it gets, ordinary people simply cannot survive. If he fills all 11 skill slots. Just imagining the scene is beautiful. Area notice, second-tier mutant beasts and the bazaar have appeared, do not turn back, keep moving forward. The chat channel exploded again, countless messages scrolling at a speed many times faster than usual. Jiang Chen was still immersed in the joy of leveling up, casually tapping the chat channel panel in front of him, the messages stopped scrolling, making it easier to check. What the hell? First tier ones were already hard to fight, now second tier are here, are you trying to kill me? I'll just go around anyway, whoever wants to fight can fight. Help! I'm surrounded by zombies and injured, I can't find medicine, what do I do? A huge number of monsters appeared in Mist-Hidden Village, watch out and go around. Second tier? Jiang Chen didn't care, continuing to check the vehicle panel. Vehicle, C-Type RV top model, evolution branch transition type, dot. Condition, 100% brand new. Strength, 130. Load capacity, 800 kilograms, added due to evolution branch. Speed, 110 kilometers per hour. Endurance, 500 kilometers, gasoline auto-regenerates, practically unlimited. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 100%, continuously refilling. Beds, 1 single bed, 1 double bed. Vehicle skills, auto-endurance, gold, small solar panel, silver, vegetable supply, silver. Configuration, interior temperature cycle system, small roof solar panel, small indoor garden, small kitchen, onboard washing machine, onboard TV, onboard game console, onboard fridge, small bathroom. Rating, SR plus grade, just okay. Jiang Chen weighed only 140 gene, this 800 kilograms load capacity was more than enough for people and supplies. The interior space was correspondingly wider. Speed didn't increase much, but strength reached 130, that damn sense of security. Could a second-tier mutant beast withstand a hit with 130 strength? According to the description, this model was just a transition version of the load-bearing branch, basically for experience. The next evolution would be the official debut of the load-bearing vehicle branch. Even so, the current numbers already made Jiang Chen praise it repeatedly. Let the world feel the charm of numbers. Jiang Chen opened the chat channel again, a few messages stood out. Mist Hidden Village is crazy, all of them are crazy, crazy. What Mist Hidden Village, why is it not on our road? I think he was just scared by the monsters, he's already out of his mind, ignore him. Jiang Chen finished reading and felt a jolt in his heart, frowning tightly at the panel. The person who sent that message was on the same road as him. It seemed that the upcoming stretch of road would not be peaceful. Chapter 07, Crystal Core upgrades weapon, medical supplies in hand. The wind carried the howls of the zombie horde, slapping against the car window, dull and piercing. On this stretch of road, groups of first-tier zombies had long become normal. Previous survivors had triggered them and walked away, leaving a mess for those behind. But to Jiang Chen, this was clearly a pile of evolution points. Jiang Chen calmly watched groups of zombies from a few to more than 10 outside, quietly turning off the engine. He propped his chin with one hand, not even lifting his eyes, and dozed off. BUP BUP BUP. Vehicle durability -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. Only when the intense slapping made the car shiver slightly did he slowly open his eyes. His calm came from the RV's ultra-high 130 strength. At this moment, his RV was already surrounded inside and out by zombies, not a single gap left. My God! I've never seen such a massive zombie horde. Was the guy in front breaking the rules of heaven? A survivor catching up from behind saw the shocking scene and peed his pants in fear. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Start. The engine roared, the RV suddenly moved, weaving back and forth, mercilessly hitting and crushing the surrounding zombies. Crackle! The crisp sound of bones breaking under the wheels kept coming, very satisfying. Jiang Chen closed his eyes again, listening carefully, raising both hands in front, fingers rhythmically flicking up and down. Like a conductor immersed in a symphony. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, followed by a corner of the RV collapsing quickly. He suddenly opened his eyes, a flat tire? Sure enough, the RV tire repeatedly ran over zombies on the road, crushing so many corpses and broken bones that it was eventually punctured. Not a big deal, system, devour. The zombie bodies near the RV were instantly consumed, disappearing without a trace. The survivor behind them stood frozen, rubbing his eyes hard, feeling like everything happening in front of him was as absurd as an unreal dream. Big brother, what kind of vehicle is this? This thing is amazing. Jiang Chen looked at him and noticed the man's Porsche sports car, originally a high-end model, but he had added a large box to the back, making it look out of place. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare even touch such luxury cars, but now, compared to the flashy sports car, his RV was far more practical and reliable. Bro, time waits for no one, you better leave quickly. The man understood and didn't ask more, quickly driving away, but tonight, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Evolution points plus 500. The delayed system prompt sounded. Now, the rewards for devouring first-tier monsters had greatly decreased, and such a large group only gave 500 evolution points. Just as Jiang Chen was about to continue on his way, a gray crystal stone suddenly popped out of the armrest box. The system prompt sounded in sync. Monster Crystal Core, unable to devour. Crystal Core? He carefully examined the crystal core, which was oval-shaped, about the size of a 1 yuan coin. Its surface was smooth, but its interior looked murky. Scan. First-tier crystal core, physical enhancement type, can be embedded into weapons or armor to increase strength. Jiang Chen immediately took out the large cleaver he had exchanged earlier and tried to press the crystal core onto the blade. Where the blade touched the crystal core, it melted like wax, and the core easily embedded itself, leaving only about 1/3 of it exposed. Item, Enhanced Cleaver. Attack power, 15. Durability, 98/100. Tier, First Tier. With a single boost, Jiang Chen raised the attack power of his starter weapon to 15 points, and he was satisfied as he put the cleaver away. He had wasted quite a bit of time here and needed to hurry on his journey. As night approached, Jiang Chen finally found a stretch of road with few monsters, a suitable place to rest for the night. A campfire could be seen not far away, where a group of about 20 people had gathered, survivors who had arrived before him. It seemed they were exchanging supplies. This was just what he needed. Jiang Chen pulled out a large barrel of gasoline from his RV, planning to trade it for some medical supplies. As he approached, a pungent smell hit him. In the apocalypse, water was scarce, and many people hadn't bathed for several days, so they already smelled. Jiang Chen himself wasn't any better. From the way everyone was sitting, it was clear that apart from two small groups, the rest were lone wolves like him. In the apocalypse, team-ups were always a matter of luck. The largest group had 7 members, with a 2-meter-tall, scar-faced man leading them. Just standing next to him, one could feel an invisible pressure. Hey, friend, what good stuff did you bring? The scar-faced man took the initiative to greet, his tone carrying some caution. Gasoline. 80 L. Jiang Chen lifted the gasoline container to show the people present, then slammed it down heavily on the ground. When the crowd first heard gasoline, they didn't react much, but when they heard the ADL, they immediately became restless. A few people who were sitting not far away also quietly gathered around. "Hey, I'll take half, what do you want in exchange?" "I only need 20 L. A short-haired girl in a JK uniform spoke, her tone cold and without any unnecessary words. Jiang Chen scanned the crowd and noticed that while the two small teams seemed uninterested, everyone else was eager to get some. It seemed that those who had formed teams weren't lacking in gasoline for now, but getting them to trade like Jiang Chen did was another story. It's impossible. He had a little bit of knowledge that teams like this usually distribute the supplies across each member's vehicle, ensuring each member's vehicle is fully loaded, not wasting a single bit of space. The more luxurious teams might recruit members with large capacity vehicles, like big trucks. These vehicles have ample space, able to store a massive amount of supplies. The downside is that they're slow, dragging down the overall speed, and the solution is to have faster vehicles pull them, giving them extra power. But Jiang Chen didn't need to bother with all that. He alone was equivalent to an entire convoy. "Sure, but I only want medical supplies." Jiang Chen spoke calmly. Without a word, the girl went back to her vehicle and brought over a box of medicine. "Here, a box of Yunnan Baiyao for 20 liters of gasoline, do you want it?" Jiang Chen said nothing, taking the box of medicine and raised his chin, signaling her to get the fuel herself. In the end, with the remaining 60 liters of gasoline, he exchanged for a box of amoxicillin and a box of ibuprofen, returning to his vehicle fully loaded. Perhaps because other survivors were gathered around, and there was no need to guard against monsters alone, Jiang Chen slept unusually soundly that night. When he woke up the next day, he realized the alarm had already gone off 3 times. He actually overslept. Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes and looked out the window, only to see a vast white expanse. Is it foggy? Before he could figure it out, the nearby chat channel was already flashing with messages. He quickly clicked to check. "Everyone, don't get out of the car, there's something weird about this fog. What should we do? I saw Ayen already opened the door and went out this morning." Jiang Chen focused, and indeed, there was a blurry figure in the fog. The person was walking slowly, swaying as if they were about to fall at any moment. That should be Ayen, as mentioned in the chat channel. This fog was indeed problematic. "Don't worry about him, maybe he's lucky, and the fog will clear up soon. He might still survive. Respect his fate, don't drag yourself into it." Jiang Chen was about to get up to drive when suddenly, a slender figure darted into the white fog, quickly reaching Ayen, and began slapping him several times to wake him up. Then, she supported Ayen and hurried back to his vehicle, then swiftly turned and ran back to her own car. The entire process was smooth and seamless, without even a second of delay. From her silhouette, it was the JK girl who had traded with him last night. Jiang Chen silently praised, "What quick reflexes." The nearby chat channel was still updating constantly, the tone filled with panic. "This isn't right. The fog is getting thicker, let's drive out quickly, it'll be too late if we don't leave now." Chapter 08, Killing the First Stage Anomaly. The sound of vehicle engines became muffled and distant in the thick fog as cars gradually drove away, leaving only Jiang Chen's solitary RV. He didn't hesitate, gripping the steering wheel tightly and followed right behind. The chat channel nearby was still updating constantly, words flashing on the screen, a slight hint of panic in every line. "I didn't mistake it, the fog-hidden village others mentioned, is this the same fog? The fog-hidden village can move? How is that possible? How did we end up here? I was planning to avoid that cursed place. Anything can happen in this cursed place, stay focused and keep an eye out." Gradually, the messages in the channel became fewer and fewer, and eventually, it fell silent completely, as if swallowed by the deathly stillness of the gray-white fog. Only then did Jiang Chen realize that without realizing it, he had lost track of the convoy. His vigilance shot up to the highest level, watching every slight movement around him. Surrounded by thick fog, his field of vision was reduced to just a few meters in front of the vehicle, as if trapped in a massive, gray-white cocoon. Staring at the fog for too long, even his eyes began to feel a sharp, aching sting. The edge of his vision started to blur. The priority right now is to break out of this strange fog area as quickly as possible. He blinked hard, trying to clear the discomfort. He then looked up at the sky, trying to figure out the direction by the position of the sun. But all he could see was a gray, foggy expanse, unable to discern anything. The light was completely blocked, and his sense of time got lost here. If only he had a compass. Normally, he would just drive along the clear, straight road without thinking about directions. He never had to worry about it. Now, when faced with a real problem, he realized how difficult it was. "Let's just drive forward for now. If I don't hit anything, I won't touch the steering wheel. Just need to make sure I stay on a straight path." He calmed himself and gave the simplest command. Jiang Chen kept the car in idle and moved slowly, afraid of crashing into something and damaging the RV. He drove for 30 minutes, but all around him was still an endless gray-white expanse, seemingly unchanged, like crashing into a ghost wall. The suffocating feeling of not seeing an end made him feel agitated and restless. Just thinking that he might have veered off the road made a trace of panic rise in his heart. Sanity -2. Fortunately, his sanity level was as high as 160 points, so this minor drop was bearable, but he needed to adjust his mindset quickly. So, facing this situation, I'm supposed to be genuinely happy, right? This damned death game, what kind of lunatics is it trying to select? He shook his head and couldn't help but complain. The sound he made was immediately absorbed by the surrounding fog, not echoing at all. He kept driving forward when suddenly a creepy, eerie sound drifted into his ears. The sound was coming from directly ahead. As he got closer, several tilted, broken-down houses, seemingly soaked in fog for a century, slowly began to emerge, blurry and distorted. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This place was most likely the fog-hidden village mentioned in the chat channel. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound grew clearer, like something was bubbling under the water. He slowed the car, carefully searching for the source of the sound, but the noise seemed to come from all directions, confusing his mind. Sanity -3. Jiang Chen suddenly twisted open a bottle of water, and the cold liquid poured down from his head, sending a chilling shock through his body. The water drenched his hair and face. He shook his head hard, trying to calm his restless mind and regain composure. At that moment, a figure slowly stood up on a roof. Though the details were unclear, he could tell that its head and shoulders were the same width, swollen like a round ball. That was definitely not human. On the roof, that's a problem. I don't have any long-range means right now. System, scan. Jang Chen muttered as he reversed the car, trying to keep a safe distance from the unknown creature. Monster information scan complete. Foghead Fogmother, Tier 1 abnormal. Mental, 25. Physique, 3. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Traits, creates fog and disperses eggs within it. Individuals with low sanity who inhale it will have the eggs rapidly hatch in their brains, eventually bursting out. Unlike beasts, abnormalities have a mental attribute. Jiang Chen's heart tightened as he read the information. This Tier 1 abnormality was far more sinister than those beasts that only knew how to charge with brute force. Even though the panel stats were weak, it could kill without making a sound. Most people wouldn't even know how they died. Being trapped in this fog for a while, combined with the disturbing sounds, would cause someone with weak willpower to experience a drastic drop in sanity. In the end, they would be silently parasitized without even a chance to fight back. The Foghead Fogmother's parasite, seeing Jiang Chen retreating, jumped down and slowly started walking towards him. He was about to retreat a few more steps to observe, when he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror. His heart tightened. Another Foghead Fogmother's parasite had silently reached the back of the car. Now, he could see it more clearly. The Foghead Fogmother crouched on the broken head of its parasite, and its semi-transparent body kept bubbling. Each bubble floating into the air. The surrounding fog thickened. Rationality -2. Vehicle durability -5. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Chen realized the car had been surrounded by fog without him noticing. Not good, too close. Their fog can seep in. But he quickly calmed down, recalling the poor fog mother's weak stats, letting out a small laugh. He pressed the accelerator, and the RV suddenly reversed. Splat! The parasite and the fog mother above it were instantly crushed into a puddle of mud by the wheels. Jiang Chen shifted gears again, flooring the accelerator, and charged toward the next one. You still dare to chase after showing your health bar? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? The RV crashed through, the outcome was without suspense. The fog inside the vehicle quickly dissipated, and the surrounding fog also lightened considerably. Jiang Chen opened his own panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Special ability, Human Vehicle Coexistence, Vehicle Synchronization. Physical Strength, 30/100. Agility, 12 out of 100. Intelligence, 10 out of 100, can learn skills +1. Mental Strength, 16/100. Rationality, 149/160, slight panic. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen grabbed the reinforced machete and directly got out of the car. His stats completely overwhelmed the Fogmother, he just needed to make sure his rationality didn't drop too much. He cautiously pushed open a small house, and sure enough, two were hiding inside. With a swift strike, he easily split the monster in half. Rationality -3. Inhaling the fog caused a drop in rationality, and it seemed to trigger every 5 minutes. But Jiang Chen didn't stop for a second. Next, he moved on to the next room. Like a whirlwind, he swept through over a dozen Fogmothers as if they were nothing. System, Devour. Evolution points +150. Silver ability acquired, mental shield. Ability grant completed. Effect, a shield forms around the vehicle's exterior, capable of blocking one mental attack, refreshed every 24 hours. Acquired first stage crystal core, mental enhancement, can be embedded in weapons/armor to enhance mental attack or defense. This was a huge win. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement, now was not the time to relax. At the end of the alley, there were a few more. The RV couldn't get through, so he parked the car and dashed forward without hesitation. Be careful. As soon as he stepped out of the alley, a figure suddenly tackled him. At the same time, a massive wave of water vapor hit the figure, grazing past his shoulder. Rationality -15. Jiang Chen's expression turned grim. It was a long-range mental attack. Just a grace took 15 points off his rationality. The person who had warned him earlier must have it worse after taking a full hit. He quickly checked the figure in his arms, the girl in a JK uniform with characteristic shoulder-length hair. It was the girl he had seen earlier. Her eyes were now confused and dazed, a clear sign of low rationality. Jiang Chen hurriedly moved her into the nearest house. What was even more surprising was that he could now see her stats. Is it because her rationality is too low? This was startling to him. Her stats were exposed, just like being seen naked. Name, Suin. Special ability, mastery of driving, skilled in all vehicle handling techniques. Physical strength, 22/100. Agility, 27/100. Intelligence, 15 out of 100, can learn skills +1. Mental strength, 11/100. Rationality, 47/110, weak self-awareness. She was actually someone with a special ability. But her panel was a bit higher than a normal person's. Jang Chen had the help of the Devour evolution system, but others didn't. The most troublesome part was her rationality, which had dropped below 50, and she was beginning to lose her mind. Without outside intervention, this situation would likely lead to death. Her self-awareness was nearly gone, and from here, her rationality would only continue to drop until she became one of the eerie beings. Danger! Get away! For a brief moment, she regained some clarity, shouting out, but soon fell back into confusion. Rationality, 44/110. Her rationality dropped again suddenly. In this strange fog, ordinary people couldn't last much longer. Jiang Chen checked his own rationality, still at 124 points, so he wasn't in immediate danger. The priority now was to eliminate the eerie being capable of long-range mental attacks. Jiang Chen peered out from behind cover, ready to act. System, scan. Monster information scan completed. Mutated parasite fog mother, first order abnormality. Mental, 35. Constitution, 5. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Trait, a mutated individual that can only be born by parasitizing powerful beings, capable of firing bubbles remotely, mental type attack, but it turned out to be a mutated individual. Jiang Chen observed the strange creature. Its body was red all over, having already detached from the host, floating in midair, with a sucker-like launcher growing on its body. At this moment, the launcher was aimed at him. Jiang Chen quickly shrank his body into the house, dodging the attack. With a mental power as high as 35, getting hit by it was no joke. However, looking at the panel, it was still an easy target with limited mobility. Jiang Chen had an idea. Taking advantage of the buildings on both sides for cover, he quickly moved towards it. Each time he dodged an attack, his heart raced uncontrollably. Finally, he was close enough. Taking advantage of the gap after the mutated parasite fog mother launched its attack, he dashed forward, leaping into the air, and struck the mutated parasite fog mother down. He quickly followed up with another strike and then swiftly dealt with the nearby normal parasite fog mothers. The surrounding white mist completely dispersed, and the sunlight shone on him. He exhaled a long breath, lifted his chin, and closed his eyes to feel the moment. The sense of redemption was incomparable. He finally had time to move Su Lin into his RV. For safety, he tightly bound Su Lin's hands and feet. Although Su Lin, in a way, turned into this to save him, now was not the time for mercy. Rationality 39/110. At this moment, Su Lin was sometimes quiet, sometimes restless. If her rationality dropped below 30, she would fall into madness, and who knew what action Su Lin might take then? He checked his own rationality again. With 120 points left, he still had 70 points of buffer. Indeed, numbers were the key to this game. Does anyone know how to help someone improve their rationality? Jiang Chen made an unprecedented inquiry in the regional chat channel. Feed her well and pray her rationality doesn't drop further. Are you an idiot? Stop trying to improve it. Just run. Jiang Chen closed the chat channel, wiped Su Lin's body briefly, adjusted her posture to make her more comfortable, and continued to bind her with stronger ropes. He drove through Misty Village, intending to wipe out the remaining parasite fog mothers. Along the way, he encountered 2 other survivors, but everyone was in bad shape. They exchanged glances in silence, waved to each other, and then passed by without a word. Finally, he found Suin's vehicle next to a ruined house. It was a military off-road vehicle. 3 parasite fog mothers parasites surrounded the vehicle. After such a long time, the off-road vehicle had been completely corroded by the mist and was now totally scrapped. System: Devour. Jiang Chen devoured all the parasite fog mothers. Vehicle durability +2, +5, +1, durability fully restored. Evolution points +700. Acquired vehicle silver ability, regenerative water source, small. Jiang Chen's pupils widened in shock, almost losing his breath in excitement. Regenerative water source. Install it directly. Ability granted, RV water tank transformed into a regenerative water tank, automatically generating 20 L of pure water daily. Rationality +5. 20 L of water was more than enough for daily drinking or bathing. Suin's mouth was blocked, and she was still struggling. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to her. He had already wasted too much time here and needed to get on the road quickly. He drove for 7 hours during the day and continued for another 3 hours into the night. Finally, he found a safe spot and parked the vehicle. After a battle during the day and a long time driving, Jiang Chen was completely exhausted. He took a nice hot shower, treated himself to a good meal, and comfortably lay down on the bed. Suin was already asleep, which made him feel much more at ease. He glanced at her rationality, only dropped a little. Only 38 left, luckily. Jang Chen planned to keep Suin under observation for one more night. If there was no improvement tomorrow, he could only say sorry. He wasn't exactly heartless, but now was the end of the world, and everything had to be based on his own safety. Today was really too exhausting. He closed his eyes and drifted into a heavy sleep. In the middle of the night, he was woken by a sudden "oh-oh-edit" sound. He woke up but not fully awake, his eyelids were too heavy to lift, his mind dull and foggy. Half asleep, system prompts kept sounding in his head. Rationality +1, +1, +1. The moment he raised his hand, it was pressed down tightly by someone. Who is pressing me? Jiang Chen opened his eyes and saw Suin's delicate face pressed close to his. Originally tied up, Suin had somehow broken free of the ropes and was now holding him down tightly. Her fallen hair brushed across his cheek, and the warm breath on his neck made his heart beat faster. Suin? Wake up! Do you know what you're doing? Chapter 10, Are you trying to survive in the end times? Suin sat quietly at the small dining table, her face slightly red. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead. He had been careless yesterday. He forgot Suin's physique was 22 points, by then she had already broken the ropes. Sorry, I wasn't clear-headed yesterday, I don't know why I acted like that. Jiang Chen naturally didn't mind, after all, he wasn't at a loss. Suin was probably acting on instinct to save herself, doing a pleasurable thing could restore rationality. Naturally, that kind of thing was the most direct and effective. After one night, his rationality skyrocketed by 30 points, terrifyingly so. Looking at Suin again, her attribute panel was gone, showing her rationality had recovered above 50 points. Jiang Chen poured her a glass of water. Your vehicle was scrapped yesterday, what are your plans from now on? Suin took the cup, and after a while, spoke, let's team up. You be the leader. She added, I've done military special training, can fight monsters, and can drive. She then pulled out 2 military knives and hammered them onto the small table. Each knife had 2 crystal cores embedded, looking especially striking. Jiang Chen seriously considered her proposal. One more person meant one more mouth to feed, increasing resource pressure. But for him, it was not a problem, his RV had heavy load capacity. Not just one more person, even several more, he could carry their supplies. And her combat ability. Jiang Chen remembered the attribute panel from yesterday, all her stats were good, especially speed, which was very outstanding. It could perfectly make up for his current weakness. Against monsters outside, the RV could just ram them, but in indoor places the RV couldn't reach, having such a helper would reduce pressure a lot. Moreover, she had driving expertise, so they could take turns driving, which was a big help for upcoming travels. Finally, Jiang Chen glanced at Suin's clean and pure face. Having such a beauty accompany on the long journey was really pleasant to the eyes. The only worry was that Suin seemed a bit saintly. Thinking this, Jiang Chen finally spoke. Okay, but all actions must follow my command, or I will kick you out immediately. No problem. Then, welcome aboard. Jiang Chen showed her around the RV, even she, cold as she was, couldn't hide her excitement. Kitchen, bathroom, bed, all kinds of life facilities, not luxurious, but in such an apocalypse, it was paradise. There was even an automatic oil tank, automatic water tank, solar panels on the roof, and even a vegetable garden. Sulin's questions in her mind popped up one after another, finally forming into one sentence. You are surviving? It wasn't over yet, since she was to be the driver. Jiang Chen decided to show her the vehicle's panel too. Vehicle, C-Type RV top configuration, evolution branch transition type. Status, 100% brand new. Strength, 130. Load capacity, 800 kilograms. Speed, 110 kilometers per hour. Range, 500 kilometers. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 100%, continuing recovery. Bedding, 1 single bed, 1 double bed. Vehicle skills, auto cruise, gold, small solar panel, silver, vegetable supply, silver, recycled water source, silver. Configuration, in-vehicle temperature circulation system, small rooftop solar panel, small indoor vegetable garden, recycled water tank, small kitchen, onboard washing machine, onboard TV, onboard game console, onboard fridge, small bathroom. Rating, SR plus level. Apart from speed, other aspects completely outshine her previous vehicle. Automatic oil production, infinite endurance, whether it's the air conditioning or kitchen stove, she can use them for as long as she wants, without any worries. Plus daily regenerated drinking water, and even fresh vegetables to eat. These were things Suin had never even dared to imagine before. What delighted her most was that she could also take a shower inside the vehicle, and aside from Sister Yu, no girl doesn't care about her looks. At night, there's a comfortable bed to lie on. She couldn't help but glance at the soft double bed, and subtly pouted. That was Jiang Chen's, while the bed assigned to her was the narrow, short single bed at the front of the vehicle. But still, it was much more comfortable than the times she used to sleep leaning against a car seat. Looking back now, what kind of life had she been living before? Let's eat something first. Jang Chen brought over the hot pot set he had exchanged. He used to think making it was too troublesome, and after 2 tries, he just stored it in the fridge and left it there without bothering. But today, with a new member joining, he figured he should at least make an effort to show something. Let me do it. Suin directly took over the task from Jiang Chen's hands, lighting the fire, cooking the vegetables, and mixing the sauces, not stopping for even a second. Jiang Chen rarely got to enjoy the experience of being fed. By the way, do you know how special abilities are gained? Jiang Chen was very curious about how Suin had powers without a devouring system. Suin, hearing this, didn't hesitate for a moment and directly showed Jiang Chen her attribute panel, being very open about it. I heard that when a vehicle evolves, the owner has a chance to gain something. But what I have was dropped by a second-tier mutated beast I killed. You killed a second-tier mutated beast alone? Suin shook her head. It was more like a lucky find. The previous group had already fought and worn it out. It turned out that when a vehicle evolved, other vehicle owners also had a chance to gain skills. But Jiang Chen didn't need to rely on luck, he was guaranteed to get them. Killing a second-tier mutated beast could even drop skills. It seemed that the higher-tier monsters would drop better things. In the past, when he killed monsters, he saved time by letting the vehicle devour them, never really caring about the dropped items. They woke up at 6, and by the time they finished eating, it was already past 8. Suin directly took the driver's seat. The handling of this RV made her reluctant to let go. No wonder Jiang Chen was a master driver, he quickly felt the difference. When he drove, seeing obstacles like rolling stones by the roadside, he had to carefully steer around them to avoid collisions. Suin, however, paid no mind, and when it looked like they were about to crash, she made a strange arc, brushing past the obstacle. Even this bulky RV, under her control, could weave in and out of mutated beast groups, moving freely. You don't need to be so careful, just crash right into it. Jiang Chen said boldly. Okay, as you say. Suin no longer avoided the mutated beasts, even adjusting her angle on purpose to crash into them. The RV hit and devoured at the same time, transforming into a ruthless evolution point harvester. It made her feel a bit like playing Snake. Area announcement, current number of survivors, 60,129,845 people. Friendly reminder, the black mist will gradually speed up, but don't worry, as long as you keep moving forward like this, it won't catch up. Survivors, keep moving forward and don't look back. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. As expected, the challenges like Hidden Mist Village must have been encountered on other roads too. In just a few days, another 10% of people had been eliminated. The black mist would continue to slowly accelerate, and Jiang Chen knew that from now on, driving at night was a must. This wouldn't have been much of a problem before, but now he had Suin. A mere night drive meant nothing in front of her driving proficiency skill. Chapter 11, Nighttime Driving, Killing a Second-Stage Beast. Suin drove for 4 straight hours. Thanks to her superb driving skills, Jiang Chen earned another 500 evolution points on this journey. When they passed a small gas station, they decided to stop and take a break. The gas station still had some fuel left, probably because the previous people's vehicles had limited capacity and couldn't take it all with them. Suin instinctively reached for the fuel pump, but halfway there, she realized this action was unnecessary. In the past, whenever they found a gas station, not only did the vehicle's gas tank need to be full, but the small fuel cans on board had to be filled as well, just in case they couldn't make it to the next station. Now, she didn't have to worry about running out of fuel anymore. This feeling was really strange. Jiang Chen watched her thoughtfully. Before crossing over, his physical condition had been very average. There were many people like Suin, who were trained and had superior physical attributes compared to him. If it weren't for the additional devouring system helping him, he would have probably been eliminated already. But so what? The fact was, he had the system now, and his physical condition had even surpassed many others. Luck was also a form of strength. Or perhaps there was some unknown trait about him that made the system choose him. Anyway, the result was that these were real advantages he now possessed. I'll drive from here. You can rest, and we'll switch tonight. Okay, I'll listen to you. Suin clearly felt a bit reluctant, she hadn't had enough fun driving yet. In the blink of an eye, night fell. For Suin, driving at night was no different from driving during the day. Her night vision ability was enhanced by her driving proficiency skill, and she could easily avoid road obstacles. Jiang Chen watched in awe, his mood lifted. Being able to drive for a few more hours at night meant that when they encountered monsters, they would have more time to fight them. Otherwise, if they were halfway through a battle and the black mist caught up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Be careful, there's something ahead. Suin called out, and without hesitation, slowed down, finally coming to a steady stop. Jang Chen quickly walked to the passenger seat to check, scanning the surroundings, but saw nothing but the empty road and barren wilderness on both sides. Suin saw his confusion and slowly moved the car forward a bit more. Finally, he saw it clearly. Several large holes had suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, forming a chain. The holes were so large they could swallow their RV whole. A sense of fear flashed in Jiang Chen's heart. If he had been the one driving tonight, he probably would have driven straight into the hole without time to brake, and whether they could escape would have been left to fate. Let's drive closer and take a look. Out of caution, Jiang Chen didn't dare to get out of the car directly. Suin slowly drove the car closer, and just when they were only a few meters away from the nearest hole, the change came suddenly. A loud sound of earth breaking came from behind the vehicle, and a giant monster suddenly erupted from the ground, violently slamming into the RV's rear. Vehicle durability -10. The system prompt sounded, and the RV was forced forward by the immense impact, heading straight for the hole in front. Luckily, Suin reacted quickly, instantly slamming the brakes and shifting into park, stabilizing the vehicle. System, scan. Monster information scan completed. Rock-armored mole, second stage beast. Physique, 45. Strength, 35. Agility, 20. Trait, likes to dig, high defense, skilled in underground ambushes, back armor as hard as rock. Suin looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. Should we get out of the car? Staying inside would put us at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen nodded decisively. This was his first encounter with a second stage beast, and its stats were a level above the first stage beasts. The two quickly opened the doors and got out of the car, sprinting toward the side of the road. Planning to lead this rock-armored mole away from the RV, to prevent the RV from being damaged again. That last collision, instead, left the rock-armored mole a bit stunned. The strength of this RV far exceeded its expectations. But it quickly regained its senses, flicked its body, and burrowed underground, disappearing in an instant. Jiang Chen and Suin immediately stood ready, back to back, scanning all around with vigilance. The faint night light put a lot of pressure on Jiang Chen's vision, but Suin, with her enhanced night vision, could still clearly catch every movement around. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from beneath their feet, tightening their hearts at the same time. It's coming! Before the words fell, the two leapt simultaneously, quickly clearing the ground beneath. The next second, the rock-armored mole shot out from where they had just stood, leaping more than 2 meters into the air before slowly stopping. When it landed, its body shook violently, shaking off all the dirt on its back shell. A pair of huge claws rubbed in front of it like two drill bits sharpening each other, the keratin claws gleaming coldly, looking harder than steel. Clearly, these claws had forcefully broken through the road surface. If they hit a human, cutting through the body would be even easier. Taking advantage of the moment the mole landed and was unstable, Suin reversed her grip on 2 daggers, stepped forward in one arrow step, and forcefully stabbed at its back shell. Clang! A dull collision sound rang out, the daggers rebounded sharply. No, its back is too hard, the belly is its weakness. Suin instantly judged, flashed her body, and quickly retreated, avoiding the mole's swinging claws. The mole, having lost, burrowed underground again. Suin immediately reunited with Jang Chen, and their eyes met with a plan already forming. The tremor underfoot came again, more intense than before. They quickly rolled apart, and rose swiftly the moment they hit the ground. The mole indeed shot out from where they had just stood. But this time, Jiang Chen and Suin were already prepared. In the air was the moment it could resist the least. Suin seized the timing, leapt up, and drove her daggers precisely into the mole's soft belly, grayish stinky liquid gushing out instantly. On the other side, Jiang Chen, holding the reinforced machete, rushed forward simultaneously. Due to angle limits, he could only hit the back, but with all his strength, he chopped down. The violent recoil numbed his hand and tired his arm, but it left a clear crack on the mole's back shell. Working together seamlessly, they inflicted considerable damage in one move. The injured mole fell into a panic state, curling into a ball, protecting its soft belly, exposing its hard back. Then, like a giant wheel, it rolled wildly across the open ground, smashing stones, kicking up dust, the heavy rolling sound mixed with the crackling of stones, terrifying in force. But Jiang Chen and Suin knew this was just its death struggle. However, pushed to the brink, the mole exhausted all its strength, rolling faster and faster. Suin, with her speed advantage, could still dodge flexibly, but Jiang Chen started to struggle, moving a half-beat slower. "Watch out!" Sulin's warning barely fell when the raging rolling mole reached Jiang Chen. He still could not completely dodge. Even so, no panic showed on Jiang Chen's face. Vehicle sync. With his low shout, the vehicle sync skill activated, his physique instantly soaring to 130 points. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, gathering all strength into his right hand, facing the rolling rock-armored mole. A powerful punch was thrown, colliding head-on with its hardback armor. Bang! After a loud sound, Jiang Chen's body shifted back a couple of steps, stabilizing himself. He then looked at the rock-armored beetle, whose already cracked back armor shattered completely. At this moment, it fell heavily to the ground, its belly facing up, its claws futilely thrashing a few times, before quickly going still. It was dead. Sulin's figure flashed, quickly rushing to Jiang Chen's side. Without a word, she quickly squeezed his arm and patted his body, carefully checking for any injuries. After confirming that he was unharmed, her calm expression completely shattered, filled with disbelief. "Your physical condition. Are you even human?" Jiang Chen gave a faint smile, not offering much explanation. He hadn't fully trusted Suin yet, some things didn't need to be made too clear. "Alright, stop dazing, let's go collect our loot." Chapter 12, New Drops. Suin only took a few materials. According to her, these materials would help improve her physical condition. Jiang Chen didn't ask much about how to refine or use them. His method of strengthening was completely different from others. No complicated steps or complex formulas were needed. All he had to do was simply devour everything, turning it all into his own power. Vehicle durability plus 20, durability fully restored. Evolution points plus 1000. Acquired vehicle silver ability, physical shield. Ability granting complete. Effect, vehicle gains a close-fitting shield. When it takes a single attack that exceeds 50% of durability, the shield shatters, making the damage immune. It regenerates every 24 hours. Acquired second stage crystal core, physical strengthening type. Inlaid into weapons or armor, it can increase physical attack or defense by 10 points. A series of system notifications put Jiang Chen in a good mood. The rewards for killing a second stage beast were definitely incomparable to those of a first stage beast. Especially the second stage crystal core. The drop rate was incredibly low. Even some small teams, hunting one to the death, might not get one. Jiang Chen looked at Suin beside him. She had shown no greed for the crystal core from the start to the finish. No greed, knowing the limits, understanding when to advance and retreat. Such a teammate was rarer than rare materials in the apocalypse. He picked up the second stage crystal core, without any hesitation, directly inlaying it into the bulletproof vest on him. With the vehicle synchronization ability as his burst skill, he didn't lack attack power in the short term. But daily defense was a real life-saving attribute. The higher it was, the more at ease he felt. Feeling the slight increase from the bulletproof vest, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the newly obtained physical shield, he felt even more that this was a huge win. Being able to directly negate one fatal blow was equivalent to giving the RV an extra life. What excited him even more was the gain in evolution points. A second stage beast directly gave 1000 evolution points. Before, when he killed a group of first stage beasts, he only got 500 points. The difference between the two was obvious. Current evolution progress, 2400/10,000. At this rate, as long as he hunted a few more second stage beasts, his RV would undergo another round of evolution. The second stage beasts, which others avoided, had already become mobile evolution supply packs in Jiang Chen's eyes. He even started actively planning where to find more second stage beasts. Across the entire Apocalypse Road, very few people had this kind of courage. Most survivors, when encountering a second stage beast, would immediately scatter and flee. Even if someone temporarily formed a team, they were often just a scattered mess, and in the end, fights would break out over unequal loot distribution. They relied on sheer numbers for victories. Each battle came with casualties, and no one knew who would be the next to die. Jiang Chen didn't need to worry about any of this. With Suin, he was more than enough. The advantage of speed was fully embodied in Suin. In battle, she could always instinctively dodge most attacks. Quick to react, accurate in judgment, agile in action. Jang Chen did not need to worry about her safety at all, only focus on the frontal fight. A teammate so reliable and strong is simply the most precious treasure in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen returned to the car. Suin was already quietly sitting in the driver's seat waiting. Looking at the road full of huge holes front and back, Jiang Chen could not help slapping his head, feeling a headache. So many pits, if they fell into one by chance, it would take them a long time to struggle out. "How is it, can we drive out?" Jiang Chen asked with some uncertainty. A faint confidence appeared on Suin's face. "No problem." After she spoke, she held the steering wheel steadily with both hands, gently controlling the accelerator with her feet. Under her control, the RV moved as if it had life, shifting forward and backward with extreme precision, each move small yet perfect. The heavy body adjusted its direction bit by bit, finally turning 90 degrees in place, the vehicle crossing the gap steadily. The whole action was smooth like flowing water, without any hesitation. "Woohoo! Suin, you can do it." Successfully escaping, Jiang Chen was in high spirits, generously giving her a thumbs up. Suin's face slightly flushed at his praise, lowering her head without saying much, concentrating on the steering wheel. "By the way, this is for you." Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and threw the previously obtained first-level mental enhancement crystal core to her. Suin's current mental power was only 11 points, obviously weak in defense against the strange. Compared to him, she needed the crystal core more. Suin did not refuse, reaching out to take the crystal core, glanced at it, and directly embedded it into her JK uniform. Only then did Jiang Chen realize her neat-looking uniform was also a piece of armor. The RV continued to drive smoothly through the night. Jiang Chen clearly felt that Suin's tense expression relaxed a lot, her side profile softened, and the corners of her mouth even held a faint smile. Time quickly reached 11 o'clock at night. Suin found a relatively safe open space and parked the car. The two took turns enjoying a hot shower, washing away all their fatigue. Suin lay on the soft clean single bed, scrolling through the regional chat channel, feeling more relaxed than ever. 2 days ago, she was squeezed in a broken SUV, hungry, scared, and worried. But now, she had a warm and safe RV, stable water and food, no need to worry about fuel, and a reliable, strong teammate. The contrast was like a different world. She turned over, looking at Jiang Chen not far away, also lying on the bed scrolling chat, hesitated a moment, and for the first time actively sent him a message. Jiang Chen casually opened it. The screen only had 2 simple words. "Thank you." A bit confused, not thinking much, he simply closed it. At the same time, the originally gloomy chat channel became lively. "Did you hear? Someone hunted a second-level beast and got a skill they can use themselves." "Really? I saw a second-level beast and just went around it." "Not just skills, there's also body enhancement materials. I only knew about it after it dropped." "Go all in. If we don't fight now, later it's almost certain death." "I can't beat it alone, please let me join a team, I will give all my supplies." "Yeah, lone wolves are too hard, please take me in, I will follow orders unconditionally." I have a healer skill, is there any big shot willing to take me?" This sentence instantly pushed the channel to the peak. Healers immediately became the object every team scrambled for. "Healer? Come to our team, terms are open. Sisters, come to our all-girl team, girl help girl." "What, no one wants my male healer?" Yes. "We, the Chengdu convoy, welcome you." Jiang Chen turned off the chat channel and closed his eyes, deep in thought. Although the number of survivors was now only half of what it used to be, the competition had become even fiercer. Evolutionary vehicles, strengthening oneself, upgrading skills, everything required resources. Jiang Chen knew very well that many had already passed him and gained the advantage of being ahead. But he wasn't worried at all. Others needed precisely matched materials to evolve their vehicles. If one material was missing, they couldn't proceed. He didn't need that. Everything could be devoured, any material could be used to evolve. Those who ran ahead were merely using their lives to scout for him. Every piece of information in the chat channel had been bought with the lives of many. Only 7,600 evolution points left. Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute. He didn't need to be the first to take the lead, but the resources he gathered would definitely surpass everyone else. His vehicle would always be the strongest on this apocalyptic highway. Chapter 13, Discovering Clothing Supplies, Danger in the Supermarket. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was already up. Suin was still sleeping soundly, and he didn't wake her. After a quick wash and breakfast, 20 minutes later, he started the RV. The bump of the vehicle woke Suin, and she grabbed a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water, sitting in the passenger seat to eat on her own. These compressed biscuits were dry and hard, with a very bland taste, barely filling the stomach and lacking any flavor. Jiang Chen really admired how Suin could eat them so happily. He personally couldn't stand them. The survivors they encountered on the road became fewer and fewer. He opened the nearby channels but heard no one speaking, probably because everyone had discovered a resource point along the roadside and had gone there to gather supplies. "Wait, there's a supply box." Suin suddenly spoke up, and Jiang Chen slowed the vehicle, following her gaze. He squinted hard, searching, and finally spotted the corner of a supply box behind a mound of dirt. "Your eyesight is incredible." Jiang Chen wasn't sure if it was her natural good vision or if the driving expertise skill had such a huge effect. Either way, without her pointing it out, Jiang Chen was sure he would never have noticed the supply box. Suin got out of the vehicle and, without any help, carried the supply box inside. Opening it, both of them were overjoyed. It was actually a clothing supply box. Inside, there were both summer and winter clothes, all in one size, perfect for both of them. Even in the apocalypse, what girl wouldn't want a few sets of nice clothes? Suin picked through them, and before long, she was holding a stack of clothes in her arms, looking at Jiang Chen with questioning eyes. Jiang Chen couldn't stand being stared at by those sparkling eyes and waved his hand, telling her to take whatever she wanted. She took mostly women's clothing, which he had no use for anyway. Unlike Suin, Jiang Chen was more focused on the practicality of the clothes. System message: clothing from the supply box can be used as basic armor, supporting core crystal embedding, which will provide corresponding attribute bonuses after embedding. The system's prompt confirmed Jiang Chen's guess. Just like Sulin's JK uniform, these clothes could be strengthened into armor. What he had gotten was not just a box of clothes, but a whole box of armor that could be enhanced. Ahead, a small supermarket is about to be reached. The long-forgotten system prompt echoed again, causing Jiang Chen's heart to skip a beat. The system's proactive alert meant that this resource point still had plenty of uncollected supplies. He parked the RV steadily in front of the supermarket, and both he and Suin got out fully armed. "Something's off, it's too quiet." Suin frowned and spoke, her tone filled with caution. There were several other survivors' vehicles parked in front of the supermarket, which meant someone had already gone inside to loot. Looking inside, the supermarket was dimly lit, and the deeper areas were covered in shadow, leaving them unsure of what was happening. Day. As Jiang Chen and the other person just reached the door, clear footsteps sounded from the second floor, the rhythm steady, unlike the panicked steps of ordinary survivors. "Be careful." Jiang Chen's expression tightened, and he moved forward, slowly pushing open the supermarket's glass door. Creak. The glass door emitted a chilling screech that echoed through the silent supermarket. What met their eyes were rows of shelves. The first few rows of snacks and bottled water had been completely raided, leaving only empty shelves and scattered wrappers. As they walked further inside, the scene grew more chaotic. Some shelves had been toppled, their contents scattered on the floor, while others remained untouched, obviously not yet looted. "Someone's here." Jiang Chen and Suin stopped simultaneously, their eyes locking on the staircase leading to the second floor, where two bloated corpses lay. The corpses' faces were twisted, full of pain, their limbs and abdomen swollen to the point of almost bursting, their skin a sickly purple, an eerie sight to behold. They should be survivors who came earlier. "Want to check the second floor?" Suin asked in a low voice, her hands already gripping the knife at her waist. "No need. I'll guard the stairs. You move the supplies to the car." Jiang Chen calmly instructed, his grip tightening on the enhanced machete, eyes fixed on the dim staircase, his body tense, alert to any movement there. He had made up his mind that securing the supplies was the priority. It would be a huge loss if something unexpected happened and they ended up with nothing. Suin said nothing, nodding, bending down to pick up a few boxes of unopened instant noodles, and turned to head outside. Day. Suddenly, the footsteps upstairs grew frantic, and judging by the sound, the thing was moving across the ceiling, heading toward Sulin's direction. Suin reacted swiftly, instantly sensing the danger above her. She no longer cared about the instant noodles in her arms, tossing them aside and leaping to the side. Almost simultaneously, a slender, tube-like object broke through the ceiling and struck the spot where Suin had just been standing, leaving a small black hole in the ground. Had she not dodged in time, she would have been pierced by the thing, suffering severe injury. A surge of anger welled up in Jiang Chen's heart. He hadn't expected the thing to be so insidious, capable of hiding and launching a sneak attack through the ceiling. He flashed forward and swung his machete forcefully at the strange tube-like object. In the next second, the thing rapidly retracted and disappeared in an instant. The sound rang out again, and it seemed like the thing was scurrying around wildly. "You go first, I'll check upstairs." Jiang Chen shouted quickly at Suin, while rushing toward the stair entrance. There was no ceiling here to block his view, allowing him to observe his surroundings more clearly and stay safer. He climbed the stairs, his enhanced machete guarding his chest, his steps light, his breathing slow, always alert to every tiny sound around him. What was strange, however, was that when he reached the second floor and peeked inside, aside from a few more bloated corpses, everything else was silent, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Something's wrong, there are crawling marks on the floor. Jiang Chen's gaze darkened as he looked down at the ground. There were small black scratches and wet water stains on the floor, clearly something had been lurking here just moments ago. Suddenly, he had a thought, and jerked his head up. Before him, a giant monster, covered in black fur, was crouched against the wall right beside him, its body pressed tightly against it, almost blending with the shadows. The monster looked like an oversized flea, magnified dozens of times. Its front two legs gleamed with cold, silver metallic light, resembling two thick steel rods full of explosive power. Its four hind legs were furry, stepping lightly on the wall, making not a single sound, highly concealed. The most terrifying thing was its mouthparts. Thin as a steel needle, its tip flashing a ghostly blue cold light. It was exactly the tubular thing seen earlier on the first floor, used for ambush. This monster had actually been hiding here all along, waiting for Jiang Chen to walk into its trap. The moment Jiang Chen looked up, the monster launched its attack, its sharp mouthpart stabbing straight at his head. At the critical moment, with a crisp crash, the glass of the second floor window was shattered by a fierce kick, as Suin jumped in directly from the outside window of the supermarket. Witnessing the thrilling scene before her, she instantly made a decision, throwing the two daggers in her hands at the same time. When the monster's mouthpart was less than 10 centimeters from Jiang Chen's head, the two daggers struck it precisely, making a crisp clang. The monster recoiled in pain, suddenly pulling back its mouthpart, and Jiang Chen dodged to the side, narrowly escaping, cold sweat breaking out on his back. System, scan. Jiang Chen steadied himself and immediately ordered a scan of the monster's information. Monster information scan completed. Furry giant flea, second tier abnormal beast. Constitution, 30. Strength, 27. Agility, 45. Traits, moves quickly, can locate by sound, skilled at hiding on building walls/ceilings, ambushing passing targets with mouthparts. It was an agility-type abnormal beast. No wonder it was so fast and skilled at hidden ambushes. Suin rushed over, picked up the rebounding dagger, planning to attack together with Jiang Chen while the monster was in pain and moving slowly, to finish it off. But the furry giant flea reacted extremely fast, leaping suddenly, its body turning into a black shadow, instantly jumping to another corner, easily dodging the two-person ambush. Then, it let out a sharp, piercing scream, the sound so strong it hurt the eardrums. With the scream, the swollen corpses on the ground burst open, countless small, fist-sized fleas crawling out, so dense it made the scalp tingle. At the same time, countless tiny crawling sounds came from below the stairs, and numerous small fleas swarmed up, completely blocking the stairway, trapping Jiang Chen and Suin on the second floor. Chapter 14, Big Gain in the Supermarket. Those small fleas were extremely fast, crawling up both of Jiang Chen's thighs in the blink of an eye. He could feel them crawling on him, some scratching, some even piercing his skin, sucking his blood. Thanks to his extraordinary constitution stats, the damage from these small fleas was very limited. But in numbers, they could still overwhelm him if allowed to continue. He shook his thighs hard, flinging off the fleas, while swinging his machete, each strike cutting down several at once. Their numbers were too many, as some were flung off, others quickly replaced them. That wasn't the main problem. Normally, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind playing with them a bit. But now, the black furry giant flea was watching like a tiger, changing positions several times, looking for the perfect moment to strike a deadly blow. Meanwhile, Suin was in even more trouble. On one hand, she didn't have Jiang Chen's high constitution to take it all, on the other, she had a strong physical aversion to these filthy things crawling out of corpses. She swung her daggers frantically, cutting down the small fleas trying to get close, but some always slipped through. And if she kept attacking at this high rate, her strength would soon be exhausted. Jiang Chen saw this, feeling anxious. Unfortunately, his vehicle sync skill was still on cooldown, or things would have been much easier. But at this moment, he already had a plan in mind. Get on! Suin understood his meaning, pushing off with her legs and lightly leaping onto his shoulders. First, we take out the big one, this time I'll support you. Jiang Chen said, holding tightly onto Sulin's feet, charged toward the black velvet giant flea. With every step, one or two small fleas were crushed into mush under his feet, spraying juice that soaked his pants legs. Suin seized the moment and threw a dagger first, and the black velvet giant flea easily leapt aside. She had already predicted this, and threw another dagger at the spot it would land. This time the black velvet giant flea was not so calm, it had to dodge before it could stand, leaping with much less distance than usual. Even worse, by now Jiang Chen had already rushed in front of it, giving it no chance to breathe. The black velvet giant flea jumped in panic, but its feet slipped, barely jumping 3 meters. Use this. Suin took the enhanced chopping knife Jiang Chen handed her, pushed off his shoulder, and launched herself toward the black velvet giant flea. She held the knife with both hands in the air, striking straight down at the tiny head of the black velvet giant flea. The strike was heavy and powerful, making the black velvet giant flea dizzy, falling to the ground and thrashing wildly. Jiang Chen took the chance, rushing over and punching its head repeatedly, making it scream in pain, spraying juice all over Jiang Chen's face. Finally, Suin ended it by chopping off its head with a fully powered strike. The remaining small fleas were much less of a threat, and together Jiang Chen and Suin cleared them in less than 10 minutes. They sat back to back on the ground, gasping for air. It was not just from exhaustion. The sudden attack by the black velvet giant flea had caught them completely off guard, keeping them tense the whole time, and now they could finally relax. Suin, thanks to you this time, otherwise he might have had to use the human vehicle coexistence trump card for the first time. Likewise. After a short rest, they joyfully checked their spoils from the fight. Acquired personal skill, hearing enhancement. Jiang Chen and Suin could hardly believe it, they really got a personal skill. Hearing enhancement, passive skill, can catch very tiny sounds, expand the range of audible frequencies, hear sounds normal people cannot detect. Since Suin killed it, she received this skill. Including her previous driving mastery skill, Suin now had 2 skills. Her vision was already far beyond normal people, and now her hearing was enhanced, likely making her perception of danger even sharper. Anyone trying to ambush her would be like reaching the sky. Acquired second-tier crystal core, agility enhancement, can be embedded in weapons or armor, increases agility by 10 points. After recent battles, Jiang Chen deeply realized the importance of the agility attribute. It was not weaker than attack or defense. But he knew clearly, this crystal core would be most effective for Suin. If he used it himself, his agility would only rise to 22 points, still at a disadvantage against second-tier agility-type beasts. But for Suin, it could make a qualitative difference. For example, in the fight with the black velvet giant flea, if Suin's agility was higher, she could even solo this second-tier beast. Suin took the crystal core and embedded it into her small white shoes, though now already dirty. She no longer held anything back from Jiang Chen, her attribute panel completely open for him to check anytime. Name, Suin. Special abilities, 2 out of 6. 1. Driving mastery, passive skill, skilled in all vehicle driving, night driving gets night vision bonus. 2. Hearing enhancement, passive skill, can catch very tiny sounds, expand the range of audible frequencies. Physique, 22/100. Agility, 27, plus 10/100, armor bonus. Intelligence, 15 out of 100, can learn plus 1 skill. Spirit, 11, plus 1/100, armor bonus. Sanity, 89 out of 120, mildly uneasy. Ability rating, human elite. Suin's current attributes. It could provide Jiang Chen with some significant help, even subtly bring him some pressure. After all, Suin's starting panel was much higher than his when she first crossed over. The corpse of the black furry giant flea was fed to the RV, earning a total of 1,100 evolution points. Current evolution progress, 3,500/10,000. Finally, the two of them began to move the supplies from the supermarket into the RV in a grand way. Practical food, instant noodles, drinking water, rice, noodles. High-energy food, chocolate, Snickers, beef jerky, honey. Snacks for the greedy, potato chips, dry noodles, spicy strips, nuts. Other practical tools/medicines, lighters, body wash, shampoo, digestive tablets. Various categories, various flavors, they carried as much as they could. Until the RV was completely packed, leaving only a narrow walkway, the two finally stopped, satisfied with their work. Even then, many supplies still remained in the supermarket, and Jiang Chen realized just how difficult it was to empty an entire supermarket. It seems like the RV space has to be expanded. Back in the car, looking at the abundant haul, the two exchanged a smile. This trip was definitely worth it. Chapter 15, Second Stage Zombies? A zombie on the side of the road. Almost forgot about you guys, system, devour. Several vehicles parked outside the supermarket were also devoured by the RV. Unfortunately, these vehicles were all of a low level and small in size, so they could only be considered a small surprise. Evolution points plus 300, plus 500, plus 200. Total of 1,600 evolution points gained. Current evolution progress, 5,100/10,000. Jiang Chen felt a secret joy in his heart. This supermarket trip was not in vain. Back in the car, Suin was still meticulously organizing various supplies, busy like a happy little hamster with a full harvest. Jiang Chen was happy to see this. After she classified, stacked, and neatly stored everything, the RV actually had more space, and moving around wasn't as cramped. The car started, and they were back on the road again. Along the way, Jiang Chen noticed subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Though the area was still wild terrain, there were now green plants along the roadside that they had never seen before, and the grass on the ground seemed greener. All this indicated that they were in a transitional terrain zone, and a brand new landscape awaited them ahead. Suin sat back in the passenger seat to rest for a moment, her excitement not yet completely gone. At that moment, a new chat message suddenly popped up on the nearby channel. Jiang Chen raised his hand to operate and projected the system information onto the windshield, making it easier for both of them to view. Second stage zombies detected ahead, anyone want to team up? We need someone who can take some damage up front, we have guns. Take damage? Jiang Chen's lips curled up. He could take a lot of damage. But as for teaming up, that was unnecessary. The only reason they were in a bit of a mess in the supermarket was because vehicles couldn't be used inside, and they were ambushed. But now they were on the highway, just a second stage zombie on the side of the road. Suin, it's time for some action. MHM. Suin immediately focused her attention, using her enhanced hearing and vision to quickly search for the presence of living people and zombies. After a moment, she spoke with certainty. Ahead, at the 1 o'clock position, there are 2 people. Jang Chen quickly adjusted the direction of the vehicle and soon saw 2 small cars parked by the side of the road. Standing by the cars were a man and a woman. The woman was holding binoculars, cautiously watching ahead. The man was holding a rifle, squinting his eyes, aiming in a certain direction but hesitating, not daring to shoot. The RV slowly approached, immediately catching their attention. Hey, bro, want to team up? The man shouted at Jiang Chen from a distance. Jang Chen glanced at their rifles without showing any reaction, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. He didn't drive too close, keeping a distance of about 10 meters, and shouted at them. Where's the zombie? It's just ahead, about 200 meters. Don't act rashly alone. The man warned, afraid Jiang Chen might impulsively rush forward. Jiang Chen looked up, following the direction they indicated. Sure enough, he saw a slowly moving black spot. Thanks. He did not waste any more words, lightly pressed the gas with his foot, and drove straight toward that zombie. Hey, why don't you listen to advice? The man looked at the RV driving away, helplessly shouting. Jiang Chen didn't care about the complaints of the 2 behind him at all. With Suin helping him watch the surroundings, he could be completely at ease. The rifles in the hands of those 2 could threaten him, but now he was inside the RV, fully advantaged. If those 2 dared to misbehave, he wouldn't mind turning them into speed bumps. Monster information scan completed. General Zombie, second tier abnormal beast. Physique, 40. Strength, 35. Agility, 25. Traits, wears armor, holds a sharp sword, combines attack and defense. As the distance closed, the appearance of the General Zombie became clearer. It was 2 meters tall, wearing old patchy armor, holding a broken shield in one hand, and a rusty one-handed sword in the other. On its head was no longer dry bush, but a cluster of green small trees, very recognizable. Behind it, a small squad of first-tier zombies followed. It had originally been wandering aimlessly in the wilderness, but when it sensed the RV approaching, it immediately abandoned wandering, took heavy steps, and roared as it ran toward Jiang Chen. The first-tier zombie squad behind could not keep up with its speed, soon being left far behind, becoming irrelevant baggage. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, these zombies really were brainless creatures. The black velvet giant fleas encountered in the supermarket at least knew how to hide, ambush, and avoid attacks, but this general zombie, on the other hand, delivered itself straight to him. Since that was the case, he would not be polite. Jiang Chen's eyes hardened, he suddenly pressed the gas, and the RV sped up like a steel monster out of control, heading straight to the general zombie. Bang! A deafening crash echoed, the armor on the general zombie was smashed to pieces, its whole body like a cannonball shot out, flying heavily and landing on the wilderness grass, lifeless. The RV only shook slightly. Jiang Chen continued pressing the gas, scattering and crushing the small squad of first-tier zombies ahead, simple and clean, without any mess. Evolution points plus 1000. Obtained vehicle gold skill, vegetable supply, large. Warning, current vehicle space insufficient, please clear space before installing. Listening to the system's consecutive beeps, Jiang Chen was ecstatic. After several days, he finally obtained a gold skill for the vehicle again. Vegetable supply, large grows 3 vegetables every day, type depends on the environment. Satisfied, very satisfied. The previous silver quality vegetable supply skill only grew 1 in 7 days, now it grew 3 every day at once. As for the space issue, that was easy to handle. The only flaw was that this second-tier general zombie did not drop a crystal core. Meanwhile, the man and woman who had suggested teaming up before saw Jiang Chen's move, their jaws almost dropped, faces full of disbelief. Since when did hunting second-tier abnormal beasts become so easy? Just drive straight at it, and it's done? They had hesitated at the roadside for a long time, thinking whether to risk shooting, to ambush the general zombie's head. But they feared a miss would fully enrage it, then the second-tier general zombie would charge, and with their strength, survival would be uncertain. Now in comparison, their earlier caution seemed ridiculous. If they had known driving straight-ahead would solve it, they could have risked it. The two instinctively turned to look at their small, fragile car beside them, shivering, immediately abandoning the idea. Soon, Jiang Chen received a message from the nearby channel. "Brother, did that second-tier abnormal beast drop anything good just now? Are you interested in making a trade?" Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. In this area, besides him and Suin, there were only the two people who had given directions earlier. It seemed like they wanted to make a deal with him. "Sure, what do you want to trade?" he casually replied. The two people's eyes instantly lit up with excitement when they saw Jiang Chen's reply. Without a second thought, they responded. "Crystal cores. We want crystal cores. Whether it's first or second level, we want them." Chapter 16, Guns in Hand, Let Loose for Once. Jiang Chen let out a light chuckle. These two sure dared to think big. He himself was short on crystal cores, so how could he easily trade them to them? "I don't have any crystal cores, but I have some living supplies. Do you want them? If not, forget it." That works. The two quickly agreed. They added, "I've put the gun away. Let's talk face to face. We don't mean any harm, just want to trade some supplies for an emergency." Jiang Chen nodded and slowly backed up the RV. As he got closer, he saw that the two had indeed already put the rifles into their backpacks. Their expressions were honest, and they didn't seem to be up to any tricks. He preferred to deal with honest people, as long as they were up front first. When Jiang Chen got out of the car, the two finally noticed that a beautiful woman was following behind him. She held a pair of daggers tightly in both hands, her gaze sharp, her expression alert, staring at them, radiating an aura that made it clear, "Stay away." It was as if, should they make even the slightest wrong move, those two sharp daggers would be plunged straight into their throats in the next second. Jiang Chen didn't waste any pleasantries, going straight to the point, "I want a gun." This was the core reason why he was willing to take the risk and make a deal with the two. Since the two had rifles in hand, they might have picked up a weapons supply box and could possibly trade for even more useful weapons. The man was stunned for a moment, then nodded and subconsciously glanced at the woman beside him. The woman's face was pale, one hand tightly clutching her stomach, her brows furrowed, looking in poor condition. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "Okay, I'll take compressed food, and a box of digestive tablets." After a pause, he added, "In exchange, I'll give you a handgun and an assault rifle, with some bullets too." Jiang Chen didn't agree right away. He turned to Suin and softly asked for her opinion. Suin had been a soldier, more familiar with firearms and weapons, knowing which ones were more practical. She took a step forward, her gaze calm as she looked at the two, speaking directly. "No need for the assault rifle, just one handgun and a sniper rifle." The two instantly looked troubled, hesitating with a conflicted expression. The sniper rifle had been their trump card in the early stages. But now, the woman was in poor health and urgently needed digestive tablets, and the food in the car was running low. They didn't know when the next supply station would appear. They couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. After a moment of silence, the two finally gritted their teeth, making a tough decision. "All right. But the food you promised needs to be doubled. Also, the sniper rifle only has 5 rounds left. Once those are used up, you'll have to figure it out on your own. We don't have any more." Jiang Chen and Suin exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the reasoning behind it. This sniper rifle was likely their last resort. They were only parting with it now because the bullets were running low. But Jiang Chen and Suin had just returned from the supermarket with plenty of supplies, so the amount of food wasn't even an issue. Trading some unimportant living supplies for a sniper rifle and a handgun was incredibly worthwhile. It was a blood profit, no loss. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile, his tone firm, "Deal." The two immediately looked at the food, their eyes wide. They hurriedly handed over a spare handgun and a sleek black sniper rifle, along with the bullets. Suin reached out to take the guns, her fingers tightening slightly. The muscle memory from years of handling firearms instantly kicked in. She skillfully checked the gun's body. Scope, magazine, actions crisp and decisive, full of heroic spirit. In his usually cold eyes, a faint light flashed. By night, Jang Chen indulged himself fiercely. He laid out all kinds of food, piled full on the table. Braised duck neck, braised chicken feet, soy sauce beef, salted chicken, braised pork, all steaming after heating, fragrance straight to the nose. Beside them, a few cans of chilled soda, the cans covered with fine white mist, giving bursts of coolness. Even rarer, 2 boxes of heated rice, soft and fragrant, mixed with meat and braising aroma, instantly filling the RV with smell. The warm, homely fireworks smell spread everywhere. Now the supplies in the car were extremely rich, just sitting took up space. Jang Chen was always casual, and he would never let himself feel wronged when it was time to enjoy. Suin was a little hesitant, seeing this lavish meal before her, her brows slightly furrowed, a faint unnoticed ache flashing in her eyes. Before traveling, even in the army, she always restrained herself, kept regular meals, never wasted, never indulged like today. No need to get so much, the two of us can't finish it. Jiang Chen twisted open a can of drink, laughed heartily at her words, handed another can to her casually. Don't worry, we got so much on this trip, eat freely. Saying that, he first picked up a piece of soy sauce beef and bit a big mouthful, juice spilling, eyes squinting in satisfaction. Suin took the drink, fingers touching the cold can, paused slightly, tilted her head back, imitating Jiang Chen, gulping a big mouthful. The sweet bubbles burst on her tongue, a taste she rarely had. She looked at the food before her, swallowing hard. Jiang Chen saw it, smile on his lips growing, pushed a braised chicken leg to her. Eat this. Suin looked up at him, didn't refuse, picked up the braised chicken leg, biting down hard. Fresh tender juice burst in her teeth, rich braising aroma, her chewing crisp and direct, no hesitation, all restraint gone. After finishing a bite, she didn't pause, reached for a piece of braised pork, the fat and lean meat melted in her mouth, sauce wrapped the meat, making her show a small trace of satisfaction. Jiang Chen chewed a braised duck neck, laughing at her. That's right, we have enough supplies in the car. No extra words in the RV, only chewing sounds and occasional PSH from opening a can, warm fireworks smell mixed with food aroma. Outside the window was the dark, desolate end-of-world wilderness, wind sometimes brushing the window, inside warm lights and steaming smell. Two people depending on each other in the end of the world, through this luxurious dinner, slightly let down their guard and fatigue, only their tacit understanding quietly warming in the homely smell. Elsewhere, a huge convoy moved orderly in the night. The 20-plus meter wide road was arrogantly filled by them, leaving no space for other vehicles. This convoy, formed only a few days ago, coordinated exceptionally well. People on the outside did not complain about danger, people inside did not race, causing unnecessary collisions. It gave the feeling of a well-trained army. Boss, no information on Suin, she should not be on our path. The middle-aged man called Boss exhaled smoke, his strong body full of power. Keep moving, send out the message, if she sees it, she will come. Chapter 17 Sniper Rifle Debut, Jiang Chen shocks surroundings. Noon, the sun was scorching. Reflected light from the road made Jiang Chen squint. The RV sped along, he bored, pressing the steering wheel. Along the way, the number of survivors hunting beasts by the roadside grew. Everyone's mindset was quietly changing. At first, under the pressure of the apocalyptic black fog, everyone instinctively wanted to escape. Run as far away as possible. But after suffering monster attacks, everyone also slowly woke up. If you do not make yourself stronger, the faster you run, the faster you die. The strengthening materials and skills dropped by monsters are extremely important. Is there still anyone forming a team? We found one second-rank zombie general, with 10 first-rank zombies behind it. We found one second-rank howling groundhog. We need someone fast. We found an unknown flying second-rank strange beast. We need a few people with good shooting. We provide the bullets. The nearby chat channel in this area was especially lively. Most of it was information related to forming teams and hunting. Without anyone noticing, crystal cores replaced fuel and food, and became hard money. The last two were still important, but if you were lucky and found a supply station, you could get more. But crystal cores could only be obtained by hunting strange beasts and strange things. But crystal cores were not all powerful. The drop rate was low, and at the same time, the type that dropped could not be controlled. And every piece of armor could only hold 2 crystal cores, and they could not be taken down. Once the armor was broken, the bonus brought by the armor would disappear at once, and the crystal cores would also break with it. Most important of all, every hunt was a life-risking act. Forming a team became the best choice for many survivors, and could greatly raise the success rate. The weakness was very clear. The things each person could get were very limited. Once a crystal core dropped, it was even possible for people to start fighting on the spot. People like Jang Chen and Suin, who could hunt a second-rank strange beast with only 2 people or even 1 person, were extremely rare. Now, second-rank strange beasts could not threaten Jiang Chen at all. The hard thing was how to find where they were. He gave this matter completely to Suin. At the 10 o'clock direction, a strange beast has appeared. Jiang Chen did not waste words. He turned the steering wheel and drove toward the 10 o'clock direction. This area was full of broken rocks. They would scrape the chassis, making him have to drive more slowly. Please have mercy. Give us something to eat. There were a few injured people sitting on the ground ahead, begging. Jiang Chen was stunned. In this end of the world, there were even beggars? Looking at them, they should have been hurt while hunting strange beasts. One of them had even lost a leg, and the wound had only been simply wrapped. Please, just give us something to eat. Suin stared at them, her face full of struggle. Jiang Chen saw what she was thinking. Give them a little. Only then did her face relax. She got out of the car and gave them a few biscuits and some drinking water. After returning to the passenger seat, she looked straight ahead and did not look at those people again. She knew that she was not alone now. She had to put the interests of their little two-person team first. Helping a little was only to make herself feel at peace. She had no duty to be responsible for strangers to the end. Thank you. After we get our strength back in a while, we will return to our own car. You two also came for that second-rank strange beast over there, right? That beast can dig into the ground, and its big claws are very sharp. Be careful. For injured people like them, it was fine if there was a healer in the convoy. If not, their ending would probably not be very good. But these things had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. He remembered their warning, slowed the car even more, and searched for the trail of that second-rank strange beast. Suddenly, a mound of dirt suddenly rose from the ground ahead. A wandering first-rank zombie stepped onto it. The next second, a pair of giant claws, red so dark they looked black, stretched out from the ground. With one sharp crack, they cut that zombie into two pieces. Right after that, a strange creature drilled out from the ground and began to bite and eat the zombie's body. That monster had a pair of giant claws as tall as a person, raised high in the air. When the claws opened and closed, they looked like a huge pair of scissors. At the same time, its body was only the size of a basketball. It looked extremely strange. System, scan. The system's current useful scan distance was 100 meters. Jang Chen was exactly at the limit. Monster information scan completed. Giant claw mole cricket, second rank strange beast. Constitution, 20. Strength, 50. Agility, 30. Trait, its front limbs have changed into giant claws. By nature it is careful and cowardly. It only attacks prey when it has absolute confidence. The giant claws were incredibly hard, but its body was short and fragile. A strength of 50 points truly matched its terrifying giant claws. But the fact that it could dig into the ground made Jiang Chen troubled. With the RV driving over, making such a big noise, that thing had already been scared into the ground. Jiang Chen, I'll try. Suin had already pulled out the sniper rifle, the body shining bright. She looked at the giant clawed mole through the scope, ready to fire. She hadn't fired for a while and wanted to see if her aim was still good. Good. Suin quickly climbed onto the roof of the vehicle and aimed at the target again. The 7.62mm bullet was loaded, her fingertip gently pressing the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot through the air, hitting the target precisely. The giant clawed mole's body instantly exploded into pieces, body fluid and fragments splashing, turning into a cloud of gray dust. A kill in one hit. Yeah. Inside the car, Jiang Chen watched with blood boiling, shouting out. When they drove up, only a pair of big claws remained at the scene. Roar! Before they could look carefully, a general zombie in the distance spotted them, roaring as it charged. Suin's amazing performance just now stirred Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. He did not retreat but moved forward straight. When the man and the beast were about to meet, Jiang Chen pulled out his pistol, aiming at the general zombie's forehead and pulled the trigger. The general zombie's head lost a corner, and its movement suddenly paused. Jiang Chen seized the gap, swung his knife, spun 360 degrees in the air, and the blade cut fiercely into its neck. Even though the general zombie's neck had armor, Jiang Chen's fierce strike still cut 2/3 deep. Jiang Chen sneered, using both hands to pull the knife sharply again. The remaining neck of the general zombie was completely cut off. The zombie's head hung crooked on its shoulder. If it weren't connected by armor, it would have fallen to the ground. A second-tier general zombie, killed alone. The first-tier zombie team, arriving late, was stopped by Suin. Sharp daggers flew across the field, and the zombies soon became pools of blood and flesh on the ground. Their performance attracted the attention of other survivors. Did I see that right? He just killed a second-tier monster alone? Close combat, who is this brave man, not afraid of death? Jiang Chen, still not satisfied, actively charged toward another zombie squad further away. Soon, another general zombie died at his hands. 2 kills in a row. Is he even human? I wonder if this big shot is recruiting. No, his start must be cheating. I need to check. Quick, tell the brothers in the convoy, next time you see this person, stay as far as possible. Suin drove to catch up with him, bringing the corpses of the other 2 second-tier monsters to pile on the ground together. Jiang Chen looked at the loot in front of him, ran his hands through his hair, feeling completely relaxed and full of pride. Suin gazed at his confident side, slightly lost in thought. Many survivors cast envious and greedy glances in this direction. A few people gathered together, itching to act. Jiang Chen ignored them and spoke calmly. Now, it's time to count the gains. Chapter 18, Who Still Dares to Rob Jiang Chen? Vehicle durability has fully recovered. Evolution points plus 1,100, plus 1,000, plus 1,300. Current evolution progress, 8,500/10,000. Obtain second-tier crystal core, physical enhancement type, can be embedded in weapons/armor, increasing physical attack/defense by 10 points. Jiang Chen directly embedded the newly obtained crystal core into his handheld machete. The attack power of this enhanced machete reached an astonishing 25 points. Suin also gained a lot this time. She took a small piece of the giant claw's blade, and also took several materials from the general zombie, storing them carefully. Just as they were about to return to the car, someone, driven by greed, finally couldn't help but jump out. Stop right there. It was a 5-person team, each holding a weapon. They had been hunting the general zombie that Jiang Chen had killed later. These 5 people each harbored their own secret thoughts, and none were willing to step forward to fight the general zombie, creating opportunities for the others. After busying themselves for a long time with nothing gained, they turned their heads to see the target they had aimed for easily picked by Jiang Chen. Watching all this from not far away, their hearts were completely unsettled, the difference in numbers giving them unrealistic confidence. Friend, that was just what we first saw. It's not right for you to take it all alone. I suggest you take the materials in your car and divide them equally. What do you think? Those people spoke as they approached, looking like they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Jiang Chen glanced at them, coldly smiling and shaking his head. These people were clearly blinded by greed, not knowing their own limits. He and Suin ignored them, getting straight into the car and closing the doors tightly. They didn't have the bad habit of stopping just because someone shouted, still wanting to talk? They could say it to the front of his RV. Once Jiang Chen got in, he immediately started the vehicle, wildly turning the steering wheel to aim the front at the 5 troublemakers. Woohoo! The excitement from killing the second-level beast had not faded, and he couldn't help shouting, then looking at the 5 in front of him with a mocking face. Without hesitation, he pressed the gas pedal, and the RV roared forward, charging straight at the 5. 3 figures flew back, hitting the ground hard. The remaining 2, who barely escaped, turned pale with fear. Before they could catch their breath, the RV window slid open, and Suin's fresh face appeared before them. In the next moment, Suin extended her gun out the window. 2 shots rang out, and the 2 were gone. Her kindness was only for the innocent, for evildoers trying to kill and steal, she showed no mercy at all. What happened in just a few seconds shocked everyone present. Many people instinctively stepped back, pressing down the greed in their hearts. Jiang Chen drove away, and this time no one dared to stand in his way. He just thought the 5 were laughably stupid. If they had brought a vehicle, maybe they could have posed some threat. People who cannot control their emotions and greed will not survive long in such an apocalypse. Soon, the regional chat channel was flooded with messages. Shocking. A god solo killed 2 second-level zombies. Really? Are the gaps between people really this big? The one above is bragging without preparation. I even solo killed 3. It's real, 1 slash and dead. Many people there saw it. Talkers, if you have guts, come to C3 of 5 Road and meet our boss? Meet my butt. Your boss would need half a team for 1 second-level beast, he solos 2. Who are you? Don't get wild over there. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, some people can fix you. The one bragging about solo killing 3, dare to give coordinates? Don't hide in the channel pretending to be big. Unlike the noisy chat channel, the RV was calm and harmonious, the bumps from the moving car acting as background music. Jiang Chen drove, while Suin carefully maintained her pair of countless kill daggers, Jiang Chen's big machete also placed beside her. The dagger blades already had a few small chips, showing that their durability had taken quite a hit. Jiang Chen's big machete was in a similar condition. Both their weapons were embedded with 2 crystal cores, truly scrapping them would be a pity. If only there was a way to repair the weapons, Suin thought. They had been driving a long time over the past 2 days, leaving the black fog far behind, giving them plenty of time to explore supply stations or hunt beasts. Jiang Chen noticed the weeds along the road increasing, and looked up. He could even see a stretch of green in the distance. This eased the tired look on his face a lot. There's a river ahead. Really? I feel like crying. Great. Finally, we can have a proper bath. The chat channel exploded with shocking news, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first river he had seen since arriving here, and it felt unreal. After driving for another 10 minutes, he finally saw the small river. The riverbank was crowded with survivors, some even setting up camp in the nearby clearing, probably arriving here early. Many people jumped straight into the water to wash away days of fatigue, both men and women. In the apocalypse, dignity had become a luxury, some things no longer mattered much. Jiang Chen got out of the car directly, his eyes widening involuntarily as he scanned the many figures in the river. There were many beautiful women there, with curvy bodies that naturally drew his gaze. Before he traveled here, he never had the chance to see such magnificent beauty, and it made his blood rush and his spirit soar. It wasn't until a faint chill came from beside him that he regained his clarity. Turning his head, he saw Suin looking up at the sky, only her ear tips slightly red, nothing else unusual. The chill could not be coming from her, it must be an illusion. Jiang Chen suddenly thought Sulin's eyesight was excellent, so what she saw must be in high definition. The men in the river really disgrace elegance. Luckily, Suin quickly moved her gaze away. The strange chill interrupted Jiang Chen, and he lost interest for a moment, returning to the car with Suin. He looked at the river in front of him, about 10 meters wide, and a very practical question appeared. The road ended here. People could swim across, but how would their car cross the river? Night fell, and everyone returned to the shore to spend the night. Jiang Chen couldn't think of an answer and planned to look along the riverbank in the morning for a shallow crossing. Just as he was about to sleep, the system alert suddenly sounded. Received mental attack, mental shield automatically activated, negating this attack. He jumped up sharply, expression grave. Receiving a mental attack meant only one thing. Something strange was coming. Chapter 19, A Whole River of Strange Creatures. Jiang Chen quickly woke Suin. Through the car window, they saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. The once calm river now constantly had strange creatures crawling onto the shore. The entire riverbank was densely packed with them. The whole area was filled with their sticky sobbing. These creatures had only upper bodies, completely blue, faces twisted, looking like drowned people. They crawled quickly with their hands, rushing toward the survivors on shore. The people who bathed in the river during the day were relaxed, immersed in sweet dreams, completely unaware that danger had approached. Their companions urgently tried to wake them, those who couldn't wake were never waking again. Suin drove the RV backward urgently, while Jiang Chen scanned the strange creatures with the system. Monster information scan completed. Half-body water ghost, level 1 strange creature. Mental, 10. Constitution, 5. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Traits, numerous, usually sleeping at the riverbed, awaken when enough humans enter the water, act at night, only upper body normally, grow lower body after devouring humans, attributes increase accordingly. Other car owners also reacted, the sheer number of strange creatures made them feel helpless, all driving back in panic. Don't retreat. Drive forward. At this, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. Though puzzled, Suin didn't hesitate and drove straight ahead, crushing many half-body water ghosts along the way. Finally, they stopped steadily at the riverbank. At that moment, a loud crash of vehicles came from behind, one after another, and she turned to look. What she saw was a large number of vehicles colliding from behind, completely blocking the road they had come on. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out, as finally a vehicle could not withstand the rear-end collisions and blew up. This was like lighting the fuse of firecrackers, and other vehicles exploded one after another like firecrackers, unstoppable. In the end, all the vehicles there were swallowed by fire, and for the people inside, their fate was already sealed. Besides wailing while waiting for death and being burned to charcoals by the fire, there was no other possibility. Sanity -1, -1, -1. Surrounded by such a massive strange group, even without being attacked, sanity would continue to decrease. The remaining survivors knew the back road was blocked and could only move along the riverbank, needing to find a gap to retreat. But the half-body water ghosts on the ground greatly slowed their progress, each collision making their vehicles jolt and the speed drop. The owners of smaller cars were in even worse situations. Normal half-body water ghosts did little damage to the vehicle body, but hitting full-body water ghosts that had devoured humans was different. This was a double test of sanity and vehicle durability. Jang Chen had the same thought, his RV moving along the right side of the riverbank under Sulin's driving. Single water ghosts under the wheels were fine, but a group piled together was like speed bumps. The car could not speed up, moving only at turtle pace. Sanity -1, -2, -1. Sanity continued to drop, with a wall of fire on one side and endless water ghosts coming ashore on the other. In times like this, staying calm was even more important. A few full-body water ghosts blocked the way ahead. Jiang Chen jumped onto the hood, using the blade of the enhanced machete to push them aside, clearing the path. The wheels crushed the half-body water ghost group on the ground, the whole vehicle bouncing up and down, Jiang Chen moving with it. Luckily, the slow speed allowed Jiang Chen to barely maintain his balance. At this moment, a few full-body water ghosts nearby noticed Jiang Chen, turning their heads and whipping them hard, their black, sticky hair stretching toward him. Watch out! Suin shouted a warning, and Jiang Chen remained calm, cutting the flying hair at the right moment. Another round, several attacked at once. He could not stop all of them, and his left shoulder was hit by a cluster of hair. The hair's attack force was weak, not even breaking his defense, but the key was never physical, it was mental. Sanity -5. Go on. Jiang Chen took the handgun Suin handed him, no longer sparing bullets, taking out the full-body water ghosts that were farther away. The closer full-body water ghosts could be handled with his machete. Sanity -1, -1, -2. Sanity kept dropping, and panic began spreading among the survivors. A heavy truck came up from behind, moving to Jiang Chen's right side, parallel with his RV, easing some pressure. This truck usually moved slowly, but today, in this situation, that disadvantage was completely gone. The truck driver looked terrified, sincerely admiring Jiang Chen for daring to go outside the vehicle. He even treated Jiang Chen as a mental pillar, feeling a bit safe being close to him. Brother, what do we do? He was so scared his tongue twisted. Jiang Chen gave him a look and ignored him, having no time to comfort anyone. Sanity -1, -2, -1. The constant system alert sounds made Jiang Chen feel irritated. He steadied his mind, calmly calculating the current situation. Judging from the length of the firewall ahead, if he advanced another 100 meters or so, he could reach the edge of the firewall, where the escape gap was. But could he hold on at the current speed until then? Jiang Chen opened the panel and quickly checked. Name, Suin. Sanity, 74/120. Name, Jiang Chen. Sanity, 104/160. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Or should we abandon the vehicle and go first? He quickly dismissed the idea himself. Once the vehicle stopped or lost control, it could easily be surrounded and destroyed. The consequences would be unimaginable. More and more water ghosts climbed ashore, covering the road along the shore, even raising it. Wait. Jiang Chen finally discovered the key point. If the water ghosts were numerous enough to cover the road, then the river they were originally on must have lowered. This was the way to cross the river. He did not deny that in some spots the vehicles got lucky and found shallow areas to cross early. But for the river sections without shallow spots, this was probably one of the few ways. This broken game forced survivors to keep moving forward from the very beginning. Suin, move back. You, keep going forward. The truck owner did not know why he obeyed Jiang Chen, but he really did as told. One moved back, one moved forward, and soon the two vehicles were separated by a certain distance. Jiang Chen showed a resolute smile, eyes firm, and waved his big hand. Now, turn left to cross the river. Chapter 20, Killing the Second Level Weird. Cross the river? The truck driver froze, a flash of hesitation in his eyes. He stared hard at the river full of ghostly shadows, his palms sweaty on the steering wheel. Cross the river? Wasn't that suicide? But when he quickly scanned the river, he saw the water level had suddenly dropped by more than half, exposing the previously submerged riverbank, forming a seemingly passable path. His heart hardened. In an instant, he made up his mind, gripping the steering wheel tightly. While he was stunned, Suin had already adjusted the direction, heading toward the other side of the river. After so much, she completely trusted Jiang Chen. She believed his judgment. Jiang Chen leaned back against the cold car door, breathing heavily. The moments of giving commands had kept his mind extremely tense. Only now relaxing did he feel a wave of exhaustion. The original 10-meter-wide river had 3 meters in front densely packed with water ghosts, then only 4 meters of water, and 3 meters of riverbank on the other side. As long as they passed the first 3 meters, the rest would be open and free. Sanity -2, -1, -2, the cold system prompt sounded like a death notice in the survivors' minds. Other survivors noticed Jiang Chen and the others acting unusually. More people began to understand and followed their lead. Soon, these vehicles, slowly realizing, also started moving toward the other side of the river. Gradually, a large scale formed, a grand convoy all crossing the river together. Sanity decreased faster, and the vehicles at the front were almost pushing through the water ghost mass. The tires crushed the wet, sticky riverbed, making a disgusting squelching sound. But it was only a 3-meter distance, not enough to block them for long. Soon, some vehicles crossed successfully, and those behind had a smoother path thanks to the ones in front. Even on the other side, they dared not relax. Engines roared under strain, racing forward until far away before daring to stop. Jang Chen and his group, as the first batch, had long left the riverbank. The RV slowly stopped, and he let out a long breath, finally relaxing his tense nerves. During the moment of crossing, his heart nearly jumped into his throat. Those few seconds felt stretched into a century, ears filled with the water ghost's screams, the vehicle's roar, and his own drumming heartbeat. He never expected sanity would drop so dramatically along that path. He looked at Suin and saw that her face, though still pale from fear, showed more of an excitement from surviving the ordeal. She leaned back in her chair, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Only now, she could truly relax. View panel. Name, Jang Chen. Mental value, 86/160. Name, Suin. Mental value, 56/120. Sulin's mental value was just 6 points away from dropping below the dangerous line of 50. That red line hung above her head like the sword of Damocles. Once it fell below, she would slip into an uncontrollable state. Jiang Chen silently sighed. It was so close. Really, it was too dangerous. Before Jiang Chen could remind Suin to rest well, the familiar system prompt sound suddenly exploded in his mind again. Mental value -1. Jiang Chen frowned, his whole body suddenly turning cold. His previously relaxed muscles tensed up again. He exchanged a glance with Suin and saw the same confusion in her eyes as his. That look asked, why? Danger had not disappeared at all. The mental value -1 prompt rang coldly and ruthlessly, hammering into their tense nerves again. Jiang Chen, what's this? Something's wrong. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He forced himself to calm down and analyze. We've already completely left the riverbank, and there are no signs of water ghosts around. The mental value shouldn't still be dropping. Suin immediately tightened her grip on the sniper rifle, her fingers quickly chambering around with a sharp click. Her eyes instantly became sharp. It was as if her previous weakness had been a mere illusion. The hunter's instinct had taken over once again. The rifle's muzzle moved with her gaze, not missing a single rustling leaf or gust of wind. Mental value -1. It dropped again. This was no illusion. It was a very real threat. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a deadly crisis. I know what's wrong. Jang Chen suddenly realized, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, his tone turning urgent. At the very beginning, our RV triggered the shield with a mental attack. At that time, the water ghost swarm hadn't come in full force yet. It definitely couldn't have been the work of water ghosts. So, the attack on us came from something else strange. This conclusion made his heart sink. A hidden snake is more terrifying than a visible beast. He looked up at Suin. Can you lock onto the anomaly's location? Suin showed a pained expression. I'm sorry, my mental value is too low right now. My mind is a mess, full of chaotic sounds. She pressed her temples in agony, the whispers and screams disrupting her senses. Wait, I think I heard, ah. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed into her mind. Suin hugged her head, her face twisted in pain. Mental value -1, the loss of mental stability made it even harder for her to concentrate. Don't think about it. I'll go check outside. In a hurry, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, grabbing a machete and a handgun. With a bang, he opened the door and rushed out of the vehicle. He looked around, his eyes scanning the overgrown grass, scattered rocks, and the wreckage of abandoned vehicles. No abnormalities. Until he suddenly looked up at the top of the RV. A huge white butterfly, somehow, had quietly perched on the back half of the vehicle's roof, motionless. Its enormous wingspan almost covered half the roof, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. The moonlight fell on it, giving it a strange, sacred feeling, a stark contrast to the desolation around it, making it even more eerie. Creak! The moment Jiang Chen spotted it, the butterfly instantly went into a rage, letting out a sharp, piercing scream. A circle of invisible sound waves exploded outward, rushing straight for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly sidestepped, but the speed of the sound waves was too fast. It still grazed the bottom of his foot. Mental value -27. A violent dizziness and countless twisted illusions immediately assaulted his consciousness. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The white butterfly fell from the roof of the RV with a thud. Its massive body hit the ground like a speck of dust, making an almost imperceptible sound. It was Suin who had followed him out and, at the most critical moment, fired, hitting the butterfly's head with perfect precision. Jiang Chen rushed forward, taking advantage of the fact that it had not yet gotten up. He swung the machete down fiercely. After a few strikes, the bizarre creature completely lost its life. System, scan. Monster information scan completed. Moonlight butterfly, second stage bizarre creature. Mental strength, 47. Physique, 27. Strength, 5. Agility, 30. Traits: the body appears large but is actually weightless, silent in flight, likes to stealthily cling to the backs of its prey and slowly drain their sanity, often going unnoticed until the prey dies, suffering endless torment while alive. So it was you, this ghostly thing. Jang Chen looked at the dead moonlight butterfly on the ground, his voice cold. The mental strength decrease notification finally stopped. He let out a long breath, his whole body feeling drained. His legs softened, and he simply sat down right there. The exhaustion from the intense tension flooded him like a tide. When the moonlight butterfly hit him, his mental strength dropped to 59, the first time it had ever fallen below 60. That number was a glaring reminder of just how dangerous it had been. The eerie, fragmented sounds that Suin had mentioned began to echo in his ears. Whispers, cries, sinister laughter, as if trapped in a madhouse. Gibberish, it's so noisy, shut up, he growled irritably. The sound seemed to have a special magic, actually suppressing the voices in his head, and his mind became clear again. Jiang Chen, are you alright? Suin quickly walked over, her face filled with concern. I'm fine. Jiang Chen braced himself on his knees and stood up. He ordered the RV to devour the moonlight butterfly's corpse. Evolution points plus 1,300. Silver ability gained, sanity recovery aura. Effect, people inside the vehicle automatically recover mental strength slowly. Tonight had been far too perilous. Swarming first stage bizarre creatures, plus the second stage bizarre creature that had specifically ambushed him. Wave after wave, with almost no breathing space. But he knew in his heart that despite this seemingly desperate river crossing trial, not only had he made it through, but he also reaped great rewards. Vehicle evolution points maxed. The system's prompt sound was like music to his ears. Jiang Chen grinned, this was the moment he had been waiting for. Fatigue was replaced with great anticipation and excitement, and without hesitation, he gave the command. System, evolve. Chapter 21, SSR rank. The real RV. Evolving, estimated time, 15 minutes. Evolution complete. Vehicle owner's evolution complete, physical attributes fully enhanced, gained control over team members. The next moment, the entire vehicle dramatically transformed. The originally narrow corridor instantly expanded into a spacious and transparent central hall, with the view opening up completely. The bathroom, shower, and kitchen had all been magnified, the space was bright, and each corner exuded a minimalist luxury vibe. The most shocking change was that the 2 old beds had completely disappeared, replaced by 4 exquisite bedrooms, neat and grand. A storage warehouse had also appeared in the corner, where they could easily store more materials and spoils in the future. Jang Chen stared blankly at everything before him. This was no longer a modified RV. This was clearly a luxurious 200 square meter mobile mansion with 4 bedrooms and a living room. Space, privacy, functionality, and prestige. All pushed to their limits at once. From the outside, the thick steel armor tightly wrapped the vehicle, still looking like a rectangular steel box, maintaining the RV shape, but its size was ridiculously large. Isn't the point of an RV to move a house onto a vehicle? This is the true RV. Suin, come look at your new room. Suin stood frozen, staring blankly at the drastic change before her, stunned and wide-eyed. Could this massive vehicle still be considered a mere transport? By the way, where are our supplies? Her first thought was actually the supplies, which made Jiang Chen chuckle. Over there, in the warehouse. Suin immediately rushed over. She was an organization fanatic, a typical hoarder-type player. Jiang Chen raised his hand and opened the panel. System, check attributes. Vehicle, Model ARV Mansion Edition. Status, 100% new. Strength, 13300. Load capacity, 800 kilograms 14 tons, weight, 28 tons. Speed, 110 kilometers per hour 150 kilometers per hour. Endurance, 500 kilometers 750 kilometers, automatic gas regeneration, nearly unlimited. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 100%, auto-recovering. Rooms, master bedroom ×1, guest bedrooms ×3, kitchen ×1, bathroom ×1. Warehouse ×1, each bedroom comes with an independent bathroom. Vehicle skills, auto navigation, gold, vegetable supply, gold, small solar panel, silver, regenerative water source, silver, mental shield, silver, physical shield, silver. Configuration, in-car temperature circulation system, small solar panels on the roof, medium indoor vegetable garden, regenerative water tank. Rating, SSR level. A real RV should be like this, anything made by this system is guaranteed premium. Jiang Chen felt only one thought in his heart. No wonder this is the heavy-duty, fortress-type evolution route, these solid numbers make the sense of safety max out instantly. With this A-class RV weighing 28 tons in its size, encountering river sections full of water monsters, it could probably crush them directly. Choosing this evolution path was absolutely right. At the same time, a violent energy surged into his body, and all his attributes skyrocketed. Jiang Chen immediately opened his personal panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Physique, 69/100. Agility, 35 out of 100. Intelligence, 15 out of 100, skill slots +1. Spirit, 30 out of 100. Rationality, 300/300, status, comfortable. Special abilities, 3/11. 1. Human-vehicle coexistence, passive automatically triggers before the owner takes a fatal hit, consuming 70% of vehicle durability to teleport the user back into the vehicle, cannot trigger if durability is insufficient. 2. Vehicle sync, active once a day, replace own attributes with vehicle attributes for 5 seconds. 3. Team member domination, active sign a mental contract with onboard team members, they cannot generate harmful intentions, and the host can issue any command forcibly. Ability rating, exceptional among humans. A monster has appeared among humanity, but I won't tell you who. Feeling the surging power inside, Jiang Chen for the first time had the illusion of being unstoppable. His overall attributes nearly doubled, compared to the previous transitional evolution, it felt like child's play. This is true evolution. Especially with his physique soaring to 69 points, looking at current humans, few would dare to take a punch from him head-on. If combined with vehicle sync, the scene would be nothing short of perfect. As for the newly unlocked team member domination, it was worth studying. Signing a mental contract guarantees absolute loyalty, removing the worry of team members betraying him. In this treacherous apocalypse, it is undoubtedly an excellent way to consolidate subordinates. The C-Class RV evolved into an SSR-level A-Class luxury RV, with space expanding several times. Managing it alone with Suin would indeed be troublesome. It seems that if possible, he could consider recruiting a batch of absolutely loyal subordinates. Before long, Suin came out of the warehouse and immediately noticed the change in Jiang Chen. She felt that his aura was far stronger than yesterday. The hall had a projection screen dedicated to chat channel messages, which were still updating frantically. Thanks to the river crossing master from yesterday for the reminder. Amazing. How did he even think of crossing the river directly? From now on, anyone who goes against the river crossing master is going against me. No more words, Zhao Ritian owes you a favor. Only Suin knew all of this was thanks to Jiang Chen. By the way, these are the crystal cores we collected yesterday. Suin carried out a large basket of crystal cores, all first tier. Last night, the number of water monsters Jiang Chen's RV crushed and devoured was astonishing. The crystal cores piled up into a small hill. But now Jiang Chen no longer cared about first-tier crystal cores. His target was third-tier, fourth-tier, or even stronger beings. He waved his hand casually, "You just keep them." Suin did not refuse, taking a mental enhancement crystal core and embedding it into her armor. She planned to keep the rest as reserve, for trading with other survivors later. Almost forgot about that moonlight butterfly. Jiang Chen slapped his thigh. Mainly because last night's battle, although dangerous, was extremely rewarding, leaving Jiang Chen overwhelmed upon waking. I remember I got some skill? System, install it for me. You have obtained Rationality Recovery Aura, Silver. Skill installation complete, high-end panoramic car audio installed. Effect 1, people inside the vehicle automatically and slowly recover their sanity. Effect 2, a set of sound system is provided, which, combined with the right music, accelerates the recovery speed of sanity. Suin actively sat in the driver's seat, awkwardly turned on the music player, and a powerful tune started blasting, energizing anyone who heard it. Now, the interior of the cockpit was more luxurious, the seats more comfortable, and the top speed had been upgraded to 150 km per hour. With the added music function, driving became an absolute pleasure. Regional announcement, welcome to the Silent Grasslands. Tier 3 beasts and anomalies have appeared. Survivors, don't slack off, keep moving forward. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his face showing excitement. Tier 3, just in time. Chapter 22, the A-type RV dominates the grasslands. Beyond the river lay the silent grasslands. What greeted the eye was a vast, yellowish-brown wasteland. A gust of wind blew, and the entire land let out a rustling, eerie howl. The road Jiang Chen was on was straight and open, completely exposed in the vast, empty wilderness. The road had been expanded from 20 meters to 100 meters in width, allowing vehicles to race freely. However, it also made it easy to expose oneself and become a target for the monsters. For others, this was true, but Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. With his A-type RV, 10 meters wide and 20 meters long, driving on this road, he was the uncrowned king of this land. Any monster that dares to provoke him, he was always ready. System announcement, current survivor count, 52,129,845. Friendly reminder, the black mist will gradually increase in speed. No matter how good the supply points are by the roadside, don't linger too long, and don't think about settling down. Lastly, good luck to you all. Jiang Chen's RV top speed had been upgraded to 150 km per hour. The black mist? It no longer posed any threat to him. As long as he didn't stay too long in one place, he had no worries about being caught by the black mist. Suin, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked over. The new big bed was too comfortable. She had originally just wanted to experience it but ended up falling asleep. At that moment, the regional chat channel was buzzing with discussions about the new environment's effects. Has anyone found a supply station? This cursed place, even the grass is withered and black. If there's no supply, we'll starve to death sooner or later. Only weaklings rely on supply stations. I'll just kill beasts for meat, eating better than anyone else. Come at me if you dare. Heh, what are you boasting about? A tier 3 beast is hanging around me. I barely took a glance and nearly peed myself. You want to kill one and show me? Don't you think this road feels way too empty? There's no place to hide, it's so unsafe. That's because you suck. Once my helicopter evolves into a passenger jet, this whole 100-meter wide road will be my private runway. Wake up, dude. Stop dreaming. Suddenly, Suin noticed a constant stream of messages, and her brows furrowed, her expression becoming serious. Jiang Chen noticed her unusual reaction and leaned over to take a look. Military God Squad, recruits only soldiers, anyone who sees it, please return immediately? That was the unit I used to belong to. Suin nodded heavily and explained. Oh, are you going back? Suin looked up at Jiang Chen, smiled, and shook her head without hesitation. No. She had everything here: food, drink, and even her own exclusive housing. It didn't feel like an apocalypse at all, it was just too comfortable, wasn't it? More importantly, Jiang Chen had saved her life. If not for him, she would have been dead long ago. Thinking of this, she stopped paying attention to the chat channel messages and started to stay alert to her surroundings. There's movement ahead. Jiang Chen immediately became alert. Then he saw a bus and an SUV driving towards him in the wrong direction. When the two people saw the steel beast Jiang Chen was driving, they were stunned. What kind of outrageous size was this? Was this a bunch of heavy trucks welded together? Bro, the anomalies are coming, better run. The anomalies that appeared in the daytime had caught Jiang Chen's interest. The newly evolved RV gave him full confidence, others were afraid, but he was not. Before long, the strange things the two of them had mentioned appeared. It was a group of small blue dots floating in midair. When they flew closer, Jiang Chen could finally see that they were a swarm of semi-transparent blue bees. Ghost bees, first-tier strange beings. They launched a suicidal attack towards Jiang Chen's RV. A large group of bees crashed into the RV one after another, then dissipated. Their collisions couldn't even make the steel giant let out a muffled sound. The upgraded A-type RV, thanks to its thick steel walls, also had a significant reduction in mental attack damage. About every 10 ghost bees impacts could reduce the sanity of the people inside a little. Sanity 1-1-1. At the same time, the vehicle's sanity recovery aura was activated. Sanity +1, +1, +1. Beside them, Suin silently pressed the button to play music. A cheerful tune began to play, only because you were so beautiful. Sanity +2, +2, +2. The sanity lost by these ghost bees hadn't even been fully recovered yet. At present, first-tier strange beings were completely harmless. Jiang Chen was about to drive the RV directly through, but another creature appeared ahead, a rhinoceros, all black. It had 3 horns on its head, arranged in a vertical line, the further toward the nose, the longer the horns were. Seeing the steel beast driven by Jiang Chen, it shook its head and immediately charged. System, scan. Monster information scan complete. Triangle black rhino, second-tier mutant beast. Physique, 50. Strength, 41. Agility, 25. Traits, body tank, likes to wrestle with things that seem strong. Only second tier? Can you wrestle with my A-type RV? Jiang Chen couldn't help but mock. The second-tier mutant beast, which seemed terrifying to others, now looked a bit silly to him. Evolution points +600. In one face-off, this second-tier mutant beast was flattened into a meat pancake and then ruthlessly devoured, turning into evolution points for the RV. Now, first-tier strange beings and second-tier mutant beasts were all just delivering groceries when they met Jiang Chen. Suin didn't even pay attention to the battle result. She was busy with weapon maintenance beside him. Her dagger and Jiang Chen's reinforced machete had suffered considerable wear. If forced to use them, they might just break. These were their main weapons, crucial to enhancing their combat strength. She had tried repairing them, but unfortunately, she lacked the necessary knowledge for it. Approaching a convenience store, please be alert. A convenience store meant there were other supply stations, and that was definitely good news for Jiang Chen. Since it was the first supply station on this road, many people had already gathered, and vehicles were parked all over. He wasn't particularly interested in the few supplies at the store. What truly caught his attention were the many survivors who had spontaneously set up stalls at the entrance. Jiang Chen and Suin went straight to a stall run by a middle-aged woman. She was holding a baby doll in her arms, occasionally patting it to comfort it. When she saw Jiang Chen and Suin approach, she didn't even raise her eyelids. Jiang Chen glanced over, noticing that the weapons at her stall appeared to be of higher quality than his machete. How do you trade these weapons? Quack. Suddenly, the baby doll in her arms spoke, its voice metallic and cold, making Jiang Chen jump in surprise. It says, 2 second-tier crystal cores for 1 weapon. Suin was confused, it says? The middle-aged woman's expression softened. Yes, my iron treasure is amazing, it made all these weapons. Her gaze remained fixed on the doll the entire time, never once looking up at Jiang Chen or Suin. Jiang Chen and Suin exchanged glances, and the same word popped into their minds, crazy. Can I trade something else instead? Finally, the middle-aged woman looked up, her hair a mess. Her right hand was propped up on the weapon display stand. Clenching her fingers into a fist, the muscles in her arms swelled violently, looking more exaggerated than an ordinary adult man's. Okay, let's see if you can beat me with strength first. I'll go. Suin volunteered, but she quickly lost, and her physique was already a solid 22 points. Careful, her strength is very big. Strength contest? Jiang Chen looked at his own 69-point physique and almost laughed out loud. Come. Chapter 23, Blacksmith team members get on the vehicle. The scene shifted, and the middle-aged woman slammed her thigh hard. She never expected to lose so cleanly and decisively. The earlier lazy and casual feeling completely disappeared. The gaze she gave Jiang Chen now held a clear respect mixed with fear. I lost. Help me go get something, these weapons, all of them are yours. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. Tell me, what thing? Her next words made Jiang Chen and Su Lin's spirits lift immediately. Tungsten steel, I know an abandoned military factory, it's there. Military factory. For Jiang Chen, this was like heaven-sent good news. He was not only lacking handy cold weapons, but hot weapons were in even bigger shortage. These killers that could harvest from a distance, naturally, the more the better. No problem, lead the way. But the middle-aged woman now hesitated, showing no intention of moving. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. The nearby grassland was all yellow, without any landmark buildings, so if no one guided him, where would he go? Then give us coordinates, we will go ourselves. Su Lin's interest in this military factory was no less than Jiang Chen's. Seeing the other hesitating, she was a bit anxious. The middle-aged woman glanced at the baby doll in her arms and shook her head. I can only sense the rough direction, I don't know the exact coordinates. Noticing Jiang Chen's face looking a little unpleasant, wary of his strength, she added. It's not that I don't want to go, it's that I cannot go. You'll see once you look. The next second, she boldly displayed her attribute panel to Jiang Chen and Su Lin. Name, Chen Shui. Physique, 37/100. Agility, 17 out of 100. Intelligence, 12 out of 100. Spirit, 12 out of 100. Sanity, 56 120ths, about to lose self. A physique of 37 surprised Jiang Chen. No wonder she had been so confident before, though she ran into a stat monster like him. But the truly strange thing was her sanity kept flickering between 56 and 57, finally settling at 56. This number was already on the edge of danger. At the same time, Jiang Chen heard the system notification sound. Sanity -1. He and Su Lin exchanged a glance, seeing the same puzzlement in each other's eyes. When did the anomaly get close? They hadn't noticed at all. You also saw it, the factory is far from the road. With my current sanity, if the anomaly ambushes on the way, this life will end on the grassland. What's happening? Why is even our sanity dropping? Chen Shui hesitated for a moment, then finally let out, it's because of Tai Bang. When I cluelessly came to this ghost place, Tai Bang was on the baby carriage next to me. The system said black fog was coming. I felt sorry for it, so I brought it along. As you saw later, its sanity dropped too low and it turned into an anomaly. Jiang Chen immediately became alert. A human turning into an anomaly, and it's still a baby, was truly rare. Chen Shui saw his concern and continued to explain, don't worry, it's still a child, very good, won't hurt anyone. Su Lin asked with some doubt, it's like this, and you still don't leave it behind? Chen Shui gave a bitter smile, it's my hope to survive in this world. Without it, I don't want to live. She said, gently rubbing the patch on Tiabong's clothes, eyes reddening. Also, as long as I get the tungsten steel, I can evolve again, then my sanity can last a bit longer. Jiang Chen, should we? Su Lin didn't finish, Jiang Chen had already nodded. In fact, he had already made his plan in his heart. This Chen Shui had the ability to forge weapons. Repairing weapons is naturally a piece of cake, and it's exactly the kind of talent they need right now. And her problem with constantly losing rationality, Jiang Chen's RV has a function to continuously restore rationality, which can just counteract it, or even help her rationality go up. The only thing to pay attention to is the strange creature named Iron Treasure in her arms, which needs to be observed more carefully. Since that's the case, this powerful team member who came to them on its own, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite. Chen Shui, right? I'll just call you Aunt Chen, you wouldn't want your rationality to keep dropping like this, would you? Chen Shui became cautious, what do you mean? Jiang Chen grinned, don't be nervous, I have a way to fix the rationality problem, but the condition is that you need to become my team member. Don't worry, Iron Treasure can come along. Is what you're saying true? A moment later. Chen Shui stood inside Jiang Chen's RV, shocked and speechless for a long time. The spacious interior of the RV, its cozy decoration, was in stark contrast to the harsh outside environment. Who could have known that while people like her were struggling to survive in the outside world, Jiang Chen and his team were living comfortably inside this RV? Now that she was on Jiang Chen's vehicle, neither she nor the Iron Treasure in her arms had to worry about survival anymore. This place was like a paradise in the apocalypse. If she didn't seize this opportunity, she might as well throw away her brain. Have you decided? Jiang Chen asked again for confirmation. I've decided. I'm willing to get on your vehicle. I accept the mental contract. A wave of energy pulled something from Chen Shuyi's mind and sent it into Jiang Chen's mind. Team member control skill activated. Team member contract has been formed. Inside the vehicle, the team member must not harbor any intention of harming the host and must fully obey the host's orders. Detected that the team member holds a vehicle, it has been transformed into the host's attached vehicle. The host has complete control over it. The same contract was signed without hesitation by Suin earlier. Chen Shuyi's vehicle was an armored car, which she had modified to be lighter. When parked, it could be disassembled and reassembled into a blacksmith's workbench. During the time she had been on the vehicle, her rationality had indeed stopped decreasing, and she was once again amazed by the magic of this RV. In fact, only she knew that Iron Treasure was in sync with her heart and had no intention of harming her, so with Iron Treasure's intentional suppression, her rationality hadn't decreased quickly, but over time, it had been unbearable. Now, the rationality recovery halo effect inside the RV was more than enough for her. Her rationality was slowly recovering. In the end, she felt undeserving of such a good deal and didn't accept the room Jiang Chen had arranged for her. Instead, she set up the blacksmith's workbench in a corner of the living room and made it her new residence. Compared to her previous living conditions, this was already a million times better, and she was extremely satisfied. Suin, watching her excited expression, thought back to the time when she first entered Jiang Chen's RV. The excitement in her heart was no less than hers. Jiang Chen saw that she had adapted well and decided it was time to get to business. Chen, can you repair these two weapons? Jiang Chen handed her his machete and Suin's dagger, while Suin quietly watched from the side. I can repair them. If there's suitable material, I can even upgrade the weapons for you. Upgrade them. But right now, there was something more important. Go to the abandoned military factory and raid it thoroughly. Chapter 24, The Emperor Zombie Legion. The sound of hammering echoed through the RV. The rhythm was steady and orderly, and rather than being noisy, it gave a sense of calm that was oddly comforting. Chen's little blacksmith station inside the RV was complete with a bellows, an anvil, a quenching tank, and a toolbox. The red-hot iron sparks fell onto the iron plate, sizzling loudly. While she worked, the Iron Treasure sat quietly on her shoulder, obedient as can be. With a bent blade, a chipped edge, and internal cracks, this would be the last tough battle for the machete Jiang Chen gave her. However, repairing such a low-tier weapon was no challenge for her. Soon, both Jiang Chen and Suin had their weapons repaired, looking as good as new. Weapons like these still needed to be useful, so the two of them weren't planning on switching to new ones for now. The regional chat channel was still buzzing non-stop, with various news about third-tier mutated beasts flooding the screen. It's too big. That thing is bigger than my car. One claw could tear the roof off. It's definitely not something a human can fight. If anyone can slay a third-tier mutated beast, they'd definitely be the toughest person on the prairie. I'd kneel and call them boss. Stop dreaming, just stay far away. Your life is the most important. Jiang Chen felt a bit frustrated. He actually wanted to fight a third-tier beast, but he just couldn't find one. Bang! Occasionally, some careless second-tier mutated beasts would wander onto the road, confused. Jiang Chen couldn't even be bothered to turn on the system scanner. He just drove the RV straight into them, turning the mutated beast into minced meat, getting some free evolution points. It was effortless the entire time. Left turn ahead. Chen, in the RV's lounge, kept an eye on the vehicle's path, speaking through the intercom to give directions. How far are we? Chen closed her eyes and felt around for a moment. The Iron Treasure on her shoulder emitted a faint blue light. We're almost there. Jiang Chen's RV was too eye-catching. With such a massive size on the road, it was hard not to attract attention. Jiang Chen sharply turned the steering wheel, driving off the road. However, what he didn't know was that a jeep behind him was watching his RV with ill intentions. Boss, I spotted a big one. It must have a lot of supplies inside. Good, keep your eyes on this fat sheep. Stay far back, don't let them spot us. He deliberately slowed down, keeping several hundred meters behind Jiang Chen's RV, now tracking it with binoculars. After leaving the road, the number of mutated beasts around them clearly increased. This only made Jiang Chen more excited. Movement ahead to the right. As Suin spoke, a half-human-sized groundhog burst out from the ground in that direction. When it saw a giant steel box coming toward it, it quickly burrowed back underground. But things were different on the other side. Jiang Chen spotted a tree with green leaves ahead on the route, standing out in this dead, silent plain. Under the tree, there were a few small shrubs. Before he could examine it closely, the tree trunk suddenly shook violently, shedding a lot of leaves. Then, to his surprise, a dry, withered head emerged from the ground, lifting the tree and making it float. Upon closer inspection, the tree was actually growing from that head. When the underground monster fully revealed itself, Jiang Chen realized it was an old acquaintance, a zombie-mutated beast. This zombie stood nearly 3 meters tall, and with the tree on its head, it reached a height of 5 meters, clearly a giant beast. The small shrubs around it also burst from the ground, totaling 4, and they were the second-tier general zombies Jiang Chen had encountered before. Suin tensed up, while Aunt Chen, watching through the lounge's projection, saw this towering mutated beast for the first time. The sight was indeed quite shocking. Jiang Chen's face lit up with excitement. System, scan. Monster information scan complete. Emperor Zombie, 3rd tier mutated beast. Physique, 75. Strength, 70. Agility, 42. Traits, gain some intelligence, capable of commanding lower tier zombies to exhaust prey, and entering the scene to finish the hunt. Indeed, a 3rd tier mutated beast. Jiang Chen grinned, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. With his A-tier RV providing solid protection, he had nothing to fear, not even from this 3rd-tier zombie. Even if a few more came, he would be fearless. For 2nd-tier general zombies appeared, and on the ground around them, a large number of 1st-tier zombies began to emerge one after another. Eventually the total number of zombies exceeded 100. Such a magnificent lineup was like a small army. The Emperor Zombie pointed its sword at Jiang Chen's RV and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. The 4 tall general zombies immediately led the charge, running with long strides, each step shaking the ground. Over 100 first-tier zombies followed closely, dense and overwhelming, roaring crazily as they rushed toward the RV. The yellowed wild grass was trampled flat, dust flew into the sky, the dark horde of corpses came like a landslide, crushing forward with fierce force. Jiang Chen casually picked at his ear with his pinky, then brought it to his mouth and blew lightly. Then, he shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator, all in one smooth motion. The RV's engine roared violently, the sound no weaker than the zombie's charge. The steel giant shot forward like an arrow from a bow straight into the horde. Jiang Chen accelerated, knocking 2 general zombies flying. The RV's momentum did not decrease, continuing to smash into the rear of the 1st-tier zombie group. Large groups of zombies fell like wheat in the wind, falling in waves. Corpses lay everywhere, the stench of decay spread around. Vehicle durability minus 0.5. Thanks to the extraordinary defense of the steel armor, collisions with these low-tier zombies caused almost no damage to the RV. One full charge barely reduced durability by 1 point. Jiang Chen turned the RV and continued harvesting the zombie groups. Evolution point notifications rang out wildly. Evolution points plus 400, plus 11, plus 14, plus 13. In less than 10 minutes, the 4 general zombies and most of the 1st-tier zombies were swallowed by the RV. Jiang Chen also collected 2 2nd-tier crystal cores. Maybe it was an illusion, the crystal drop rate from monsters was sometimes high and sometimes low, but overall, it was much higher than others. Only the last big 3rd-tier one remains. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands and started the RV straight toward the Emperor Zombie. The Emperor Zombie lifted its great sword, bent its legs, and leapt into the air, striking down hard at the oncoming RV with the sword. Jiang Chen didn't even dodge, still drove straight at full speed toward the Emperor Zombie. With a loud clang, the RV shook slightly, but the Emperor Zombie recoiled, its body leaning back, the greatsword flying out of its hands. Bang! The 3-meter-high RV hit the Emperor Zombie at a terrifying speed of 150 km per hour. Its half-body vanished instantly, the remaining half collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Chen had the habit of finishing off enemies. He turned the RV toward the zombie's head, ending it completely. Throughout the process, the damage the zombies caused to the RV was far less than the recoil damage from the RV hitting them. Suin sat in the co-driver's seat, at first reacting a bit, but gradually became numb. Neither Jiang Chen nor his RV could be judged by normal standards, they gave her too many surprises. Inside the RV, Aunt Chen was stunned, even dropping her blacksmith hammer without noticing. System, Devour. Vehicle durability plus 15, fully restored. Evolution points plus 3000. Obtained 3rd-tier crystal core, physical enhancement type. Obtained personal skill, omnidirectional command. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank sharply, staring hard at the last system message, his casual expression instantly replaced by wild joy. He actually obtained a personal skill. Chapter 25, Clearing the Field. Jiang Chen quickly opened the panel to check. Omnidirectional command can command your team members to fight in specific styles, such as full assault, assisting others, or self-preservation, can also command vehicles to drive automatically in a specific mode. The moment he clearly saw the skill description, a glimmer appeared in his eyes, and a slow, smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was fixed firmly on the words auto-driving behind him from the very beginning. He wasn't mistaken, it really was auto-driving. This meant that for long-distance trips ahead, he would finally be able to completely free his hands. Whenever obstacles became too numerous or the terrain too complicated, he could hand it over to Suin. Its practicality was at full capacity. Plus, the daily driving hours would reach a truly astonishing number, allowing him to finally catch his breath in the pursuit of the Black Mist. As for commanding the team in battle, Jiang Chen wouldn't need it for now. Currently, the only member available for battle was Suin, and with her combat skills and experience, it was best to let her act freely and adapt on the spot. And there was Aunt Shen. Although her physical attributes were decent, her special skill was in crafting equipment, making her unsuitable for the battlefield. She would stay as logistical support, helping to repair and upgrade equipment inside the vehicle. But in the future, when the team grew, things would be different. Even the weakest team member, under his command, would be able to maximize their potential and never be a burden. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out 2 second-tier crystal cores and 1 third-tier crystal core. He pondered for a moment, put away the third-tier crystal core, and then pressed both second-tier crystal cores into the embedding slots of the machete. The first-tier crystal core embedded in the blade flickered briefly and then melted away. In the next second, 2 bright beams of light spread along the blade, and the cold, sharp blade buzzed, its power surging exponentially. Machete attack power, 30. A full 30 points of attack. A powerful, fierce aura radiated from the blade. Holding it felt heavy yet exceptionally easy to handle, and its lethality had climbed to a whole new level. Jiang Chen weighed the machete in his hand, its feel, sharpness, and explosive power all completely refreshed. Soon, Jiang Chen and the others found the entrance to the abandoned military factory Aunt Chen had mentioned. Contrary to the massive factory they had imagined, what appeared before them was only a steel structure the size of a small house. 3 iron walls and 1 iron door on the front, all in a dull gray-black color. It was nearly impossible to notice unless you got up close. At the entrance, a few gray humanoid creatures were crouched motionless on the ground, covered in a thick layer of dust, like abandoned statues. But as soon as Jiang Chen and the others' presence drew near, they slowly activated. Dust shook off from their bodies, their stiff heads slowly lifted, their numbed bodies began to stretch and straighten. The figures of these monsters turned to face Jiang Chen and the others, and within their hollow eye sockets, a bloodthirsty murderous light shone. System, scan. Monster information scan completed. Mutated zombie, first-tier mutant beast. Physique, 15. Strength, 15. Agility, 17. Traits, zombies mutated due to radiation, their speed is much faster than that of normal zombies. Almost as soon as the system's notification sound echoed, the mutated zombies let out hoarse screams and quickly charged toward Jiang Chen and the others. Suin proactively stepped forward, nimbly dodging the attacks of the mutated zombies, and with a swift movement, plunged her dagger into their throats, ripping half of their necks apart. Some of the zombies didn't immediately die but fell to the ground, struggling to get back up. Jiang Chen slowly walked over, stomping on their heads with a single foot, crushing their brains and splattering foul brain fluid all over the place. In just a moment, Suin had cleaned up all the mutated zombies. It's inside here. Aunt Chen in the RV called out through the window, her tone certain. Jiang Chen raised his hand, pressing his palm against the heavy, cold iron door, exerting a slight force and slowly pushing it open. The iron door, rusted and worn, screeched loudly as the hinges emitted a sharp sound, breaking the eerie silence of the surroundings. The weighty metallic sensation came through, and with each inch the door moved, Jiang Chen could feel an unknown aura lurking behind it. Content is blocked. Careful! Sulin's warning voice suddenly rang out, urgent in tone. Jiang Chen reacted very fast, immediately dodging to the side, seeing several withered gray hands suddenly stretch out from the iron gate gaps, carrying a stench of rot, reaching for his arm. He drew the reinforced machete from his back with a reverse motion and struck hard, cutting off all the zombie arms in one swing, like chopping green onions. The terrifying bonus of 30 points attack on the machete was fully displayed in this strike. Suin was slightly surprised, said nothing more, exchanging a glance with Jiang Chen, and together each kicked the iron gate hard. The gate opened, and several mutated zombies blocked the way. They were the ones who just launched the ambush, and Jiang Chen and Suin easily dealt with them together. With no zombies blocking the view, a staircase leading deep into the dark underground appeared suddenly before them. Jiang Chen peeked down, seeing only blackness, nothing visible. A long sealed air surged up from below, hitting his face, cold with a hint of rust. It's quiet inside. Suin reported the situation in time. Hearing this, Jiang Chen wiped the blood off his blade, flicking it casually. The stains instantly flew off, the edge still sharp and cold. Are you all okay? Aunt Chen shouted from the RV through the compartment. Jiang Chen waved his hand, entered the steel building, carefully inspecting the stairs leading into the underground darkness. It seemed this abandoned military factory was built underground. It was far from the road, the entrance so hidden, without Aunt Chen's strange ability to sense metal materials, no ordinary person could find it. As an important supply point in the apocalypse, the underground factory's resources were beyond imagination: various guns, ammo, tungsten steel and other reinforced materials Aunt Chen mentioned, even other valuable stuff. The zombie minions at the entrance were just appetizers, not shaking Jiang Chen's determination to explore and scavenge. The underground was hard for light to reach, pitch black. Jiang Chen and Suin had to go back to the car to get lighting tools before going down. "Aunt Chen, stay in the car and watch it. Notify me immediately if anything unusual happens." Before going down, a low hoarse roar came suddenly from deep underground. It was not like a mutant zombie's rasp, but carried a heavy oppressive feeling, making the eardrums tremble slightly. This was definitely not an ordinary first-level beast. It seemed the true owner inside probably sensed their presence. A playful smile flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, without any fear. He turned on the head-mounted spotlight and decisively walked down, Suin following closely, alert at all times. Chapter 26, Discovering the Weapon Room. The stairs were covered with dust and rubble, each step cracking underfoot, especially sharp in the deathly quiet underground. Jiang Chen and Suin felt as if the stairs could collapse at any moment. The beam of Jiang Chen's spotlight stretched straight forward, piercing the darkness, illuminating the passage ahead. The passage walls were covered in black stains, faintly showing bullet holes and scratches. Easy to imagine fierce fights had happened here. Suin stayed half a step behind Jiang Chen, fully focused, carefully inspecting everything, afraid to miss any abnormality. After walking about 100 meters, the passage gradually widened, darkness still thick, where the spotlight could not reach, countless unknown dangers seemed hidden. No movement, there should be no monsters here. Using her hearing enhancement ability, Suin listened carefully, speaking to Jiang Chen with certainty. "Deeper there seems to be something, still a distance away from us. It won't come for now, we can explore safely." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, eyes scanning the surroundings. The reinforced machete in his hand remained tightly gripped, his vigilance not reduced in the slightest. Although he was no longer afraid of ordinary monsters, having multiple precautions never hurt, just in case disaster lurked in the shadows. He rotated the flashlight, its beam sweeping back and forth along the corridor, trying to find any useful supplies. "Here!" Suin suddenly shouted with excitement, a joy she could not hide in her voice. Jiang Chen followed the sound, and his eyes instantly lit up. A room with a plaque reading armory suddenly appeared before them, the plaque worn but still striking. Armory. This was exactly one of the main goals of their journey. Suin quickly stepped forward, pressing her ear tightly against the armory door, holding her breath as she listened for a long while. After confirming no sound or monster presence behind the door, she immediately turned and gave Jiang Chen a safe glance. A hint of impatience flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Unwilling to slowly open the door, he kicked it fiercely. Bang! A huge crash echoed, the iron door flew open, hitting the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. The flashlight beam in Jiang Chen's hand instantly swept into the room, and the scene inside made their pupils shrink in shock, their excitement instantly full. The room was not very big, but it was packed full with guns and ammunition, leaving almost no extra space. Shelves lined the walls neatly, filled with all kinds of weapons, rifles, pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, even 2 light machine guns quietly resting in the corner. Boxes under the shelves were filled with crates of bullets, scattered loose bullets piled like small mountains, grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades stacked neatly, and a few cold, gleaming military knives and entrenching tools, shining without rust. Unlike the brokenness outside, most of the weapons here were well preserved, only a few rifles had slight rust, easily fixed with a quick wipe. In this apocalypse filled with beasts and scarce supplies, a room full of weapons like this could drive any survivor crazy. Calling it a miraculous haul was no exaggeration. Amazing, so many. Suin could not help whispering, her eyes overflowing with excitement, rushing forward, her hands moving swiftly to start counting. Her movements were skilled, fingers flying as she flipped through items, clearly reciting aloud, her voice full of thrill. 20 rifles, 35 pistols, all top quality. 3 submachine guns, 2 sniper rifles, and 2 light machine guns. More than 2,000 bullets, boxed ones unopened. 8 grenades, 4 flashbangs, 6 smoke grenades, 8 signal flares. And over 10 military knives and 5 entrenching tools, all usable fine gear. With each item counted, their excitement grew. This haul instantly maxed out their gun supply reserves. Jiang Chen also put away his casual stance, walking slowly to the shelves, picking up a rifle to weigh it in his hand. It felt heavy and solid, the barrel cool, only a little surface rust, smooth and intact, clearly a barely used top-quality rifle. He casually returned the rifle to the shelf, a faint sneer tugging at his lips. For him, the reinforced machete with 30 attack points in close combat was handier than any gun. However, he had yet to test if a gun could be embedded with a crystal core. With so many weapons, keeping them as backups or giving them to other members was an excellent choice. At that moment, Suin picked a finely made pistol from a pile, walked over to Jiang Chen, and tossed it to him. "Jiang Chen, this one is large caliber, more powerful than a normal pistol, you take it." Jiang Chen raised his hand to catch it, cold and smooth in his palm, the compact body fit perfectly, the lines clear, truly a rare top-quality pistol. He casually holstered the pistol at his waist and nodded lightly, "Good." Suin immediately turned, choosing 2 equally fine pistols for herself, holstering one on each side of her waist. She stuffed 5 more clips of bullets into her backpack, wishing she could take all the good things with her. Finally, she grabbed 2 military knives, sharp and cold like gleaming ice, attaching them to her legs, fully armed and prepared for any unexpected situation. The two of them stayed in the weapon room for about 10 minutes. Suin checked every gun and bullet carefully, marking them clearly. With so much stuff, it couldn't all be moved at once. They planned to explore the entire underground factory and then come back to move all these precious supplies to the RV, leaving nothing behind. At that moment, a faint noise suddenly echoed around them, as if something was crawling in the darkness or moving inside the walls. The sound wasn't loud, but in the dead silence of the underground, it was unusually clear. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the reinforced machete. He quickly stepped out of the weapon room, heading towards the source of the sound. Suin followed closely behind, her gun already loaded, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The searchlight swept across, but aside from the cold walls and scattered rubble, nothing was found. The faint sound vanished, as if it had been nothing more than a trick of his mind. Strange, there was definitely a sound just now? Suin frowned, puzzled. Something sneaky, be careful. Suin nodded, not thinking too much about it, and followed Jiang Chen back into the weapon room. The two searched carefully, counting the last batch of supplies. Unfortunately, they didn't find the tungsten steel Aunt Chen had mentioned. After some discussion, they decided to explore deeper into the underground factory. Aunt Chen and Jiang Chen shared a mental contract, with her being completely loyal to him. Helping Aunt Chen evolve would allow her to forge even higher-grade weapons, which was the same as helping himself. Moreover, besides the tungsten steel, the deeper areas would certainly have more valuable items. Since Jang Chen came down, he hadn't faced any real threats, just a few intimidating noises. He had felt little pressure. Just as they were about to turn and leave, Jiang Chen's machete accidentally brushed against the wall, making a hollow thud. The searchlight shone there, revealing that the wall was different from the others, darker in color and with fewer stains. The wall seemed a bit loose, not naturally formed. He stepped forward, knocked on the wall with his hand, and heard a hollow sound. It was definitely empty. Chapter 27, Exploring the Secret Room, the Mysterious Crystal Core. A trace of doubt flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he pushed the wall harder. The wall shook slightly, and a thin gap appeared. Suin, come over and take a look. Jiang Chen called to Suin. Suin walked over quickly, and seeing the gap in the wall, curiosity flickered in her eyes. Is it hollow here? Could it be a secret room? Jiang Chen didn't answer, instead grabbing the gap in the wall and gently pulling outward. The wall was slowly peeled away, revealing a hollow space. Inside, it was pitch black, and the searchlight only illuminated a few meters ahead. Beyond that was an endless darkness, with a faint, strange smell that was unlike rust or gunpowder. No one knew what was hidden inside. Suin immediately tensed, but even with her sharp vision and hearing, she could detect nothing. A trace of amusement and curiosity flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. This secret room was so well hidden, it must contain something extraordinary. Let's go, let's see what's inside. Jiang Chen stepped into the hollow space first, the searchlight's beam sweeping around, cautiously scanning everything around him. Suin followed closely, her pistol still loaded, her eyes sharp, always on guard for any potential danger. The secret room was larger than expected, about half the size of the weapon room. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust. It was clearly a place that hadn't been stepped on in a long time. The beam of light swept across, revealing a desk against the wall piled with several old iron boxes and a stack of yellowed papers, with a strange aura emanating from the area around the boxes and papers. Jiang Chen walked over slowly, kicking aside the clutter nearby, bending down to pick up the papers on the desk. The paper was already very fragile, with just a light touch causing flakes to fall off, covered in dense black ink that was mostly faded. He patiently flipped through, most of it were inconsequential experiment records, until he reached the last few pages, where the writing began to gradually become clearer. Radiation Transformation of Human Bodies Research? Jiang Chen softly read out the title, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Suin also leaned over, her gaze falling on the papers, her expression gradually becoming serious. The record stated that this had once been a secret research base, where researchers attempted to use underground radiation to transform human genes, creating mutated soldiers with extraordinary combat abilities. But the experiment failed. The subjects turned into mindless monsters, attacking the researchers in a frenzy, and ultimately, the base fell, forcing the termination of the research. The records became more and more sloppy, the last few lines twisted, revealing the researchers' despair at the time, with no further content. So this underground military factory was actually a secret research base. Suin frowned, her voice carrying a trace of fear. Jiang Chen casually tossed the papers aside, his face showing little emotion. To him, these failed research records were of no use, and the people involved had nothing to do with him. He cared more about whether there were any useful items to obtain, and his gaze shifted to the iron boxes. He bent down and opened one of the iron boxes. Inside, there were no precious items, only some common experimental tools. He opened 2 more iron boxes, both with the same result, until he reached the smallest, yet most exquisite box. A faint purple glow caught his eye. In the center of the box, a stone the size of a goose egg lay quietly. The stone was dark purple all over, smooth on the surface, and slightly cloudy inside, emitting a faint purple glow. The strange aura was coming from this stone. Jiang Chen reached out and picked up the stone. It was warm to the touch, unlike ordinary stones which were cold. A weak energy quickly flowed into his body from his palm. Jiang Chen quickly released his grip and placed the stone back, carefully checking his body, relieved that nothing seemed unusual. System, scan. Jiang Chen spoke tentatively. Item information scan completed. Purple Suin Jade, artificial crystal core. Effect, blocks surrounding nuclear radiation, suppresses genetic mutation. The system's prompt sounded, and a hint of joy flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He didn't expect the stone's information to be scanned. It was the mention of the artificial crystal core that confused him. Could this be something dropped by a monster, and there was an artificial version too? System, what level is this? No enhancement available, classified as garbage, no tier. What is this? Suin, seeing the joy on Jiang Chen's face, asked curiously. It blocks nuclear radiation. It might be useful soon, so I'll keep it. Jiang Chen said lightly, casually putting the purple Suin Jade into his backpack. He didn't plan on embedding it into a weapon, deciding to wait until they left the underground factory to find a safer place to make plans. The two searched the secret room again carefully, confirming there was nothing else useful before turning to leave. Jiang Chen casually pushed the peeled-off wall back into place, covering the hole, creating a simple barricade. Still haven't found the tungsten steel. Let's continue deeper. Jiang Chen took the lead, stepping toward the deeper part of the tunnel. Suin followed closely behind, her attention sharp, carefully scanning the surroundings for any movement. Leaving the weapons room, the tunnel once again became narrow. The surrounding darkness grew heavier, and the stench in the air became increasingly pungent. The spotlight swept across, revealing the bullet holes and scratches on the walls, becoming denser, while dried bloodstains could still be seen on the ground. Clearly, a fierce battle had once taken place here. After walking for about 50 meters, the passage suddenly opened up into a vast space, like an abandoned factory floor. Woo! At that moment, a murky low humming sound suddenly came from deep within the factory, like wind blowing through pipes, carrying an intense sense of oppression, much louder than any noise they had heard before. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, and he immediately gripped his enhanced machete tightly. He stopped in his tracks and warily looked toward the depths of the factory. Suin immediately tensed, aiming her pistol ahead, her body fully alert. It's here. Jiang Chen's expression was serious, but there was a hint of excitement beneath it. He had encountered only first-level zombies so far and was getting impatient. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. The sound drew closer, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness, coming into view. It was a giant without a head, its entire body pale gray, its size more than twice that of an average man, standing nearly 2 meters tall. The most striking feature was its neck, as wide as its shoulders, extending 2 to 3 meters upwards, at the end of which was a huge mouth. When it opened, large teeth could be seen dripping with disgusting saliva. The earlier sound had come from within its neck, making it incredibly unpleasant to hear. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, his gaze fixed tightly on the approaching monster. System, scan. Chapter 28, Killing the Third-Level Thick-Necked Monster. Monster information scan complete. Thick-Necked Monster, Third-Level Mutant Beast. Attributes, Mentality 5, Physique 63, Strength 57, Agility 7. Characteristics, a human mutated from high-intensity radiation, continuously emitting radiation. Burdened by its long and heavy neck, the monster moves sluggishly, but its neck is incredibly flexible, giving it a vast attack range. As the system panel refreshed, the massive pale gray figure dragged its heavy body slowly toward the two of them. It had no head, relying entirely on its torso to maintain its center of gravity. Each step was heavy and stiff, lacking the swift movement expected from a mutant beast. However, its neck, which was as thick as its shoulders and extended 2 to 3 meters, suddenly became violent as soon as it detected the presence of living humans. The neck, originally vertical, twisted and slithered forward like a giant snake moving through the air. The neck became more agitated, suddenly lunging forward, trying to bite Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen shielded Suin behind him, raising his enhanced machete in front, ready to block the attack. But the thick-necked monster, weighed down by its bulky body, could no longer advance after stretching its neck to 5 meters. In fact, due to its excessive force, its own body was pulled forward and collapsed onto the ground, struggling to get back up. At this moment, several mutated zombies in the distance were attracted by the noise and screamed as they rushed over. After tripping itself, the thick-necked monster entered a state of complete rage, wildly swinging its neck in all directions. Two mutated zombies that passed by were swallowed by its neck, turning into sludge that was spat out from its neck's end. The remaining first-level mutated zombies bypassed it and rushed straight to Jiang Chen. Bang! 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 Suin reacted quickly, raising her gun and firing. The gunshots echoed in the empty factory as several bullets accurately hit the zombies' skulls, quickly clearing out these weaklings. She then turned the gun and fired several shots at the thick-necked monster's body. But as soon as the bullets came close, they were all blocked by the wildly swinging neck. The bullets sank into its thick flesh as if they were plunging into a muddy swamp, only splashing a few drops of viscous, unknown fluid, before completely losing their momentum, unable to leave even a deep wound. Suin frowned slightly, regretting inside that he had not brought the sniper rifle. A small-caliber handgun was far too weak against a large-bodied strange beast. If it has radiation all over its body, then we can't get close easily. Jang Chen watched the situation on the field while recalling the data provided by the system. Suddenly, he remembered the purple Chen jade he had just obtained in his backpack. This thing could block radiation, so then he wouldn't have to worry about the monster's radiation. Thinking this, he rushed forward, raising his machete to charge at the thick-neck puppet, but the puppet's neck was indeed flexible. When it collided with the machete, a lot of flesh and blood was cut off, yet it successfully blocked Jiang Chen. Sanity -2, -1, -2. The sudden system alert made Jiang Chen pause, then he quickly remembered the 5-point mental value on the thick-necked puppet's panel. Only then did he realize that the puppet's attacks also carried mental attacks. However, the small mental attack seemed childish in front of Jiang Chen's high 300-point sanity. Jiang Chen, I will draw its attention. Suin's voice sounded from behind. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to respond, she rushed out, successfully pulling the puppet's hate onto herself. But she did not rush recklessly. Instead, she stepped with precise footwork, quickly circling around the puppet's heavy body. The puppet raged, its neck whipping like a whip, its huge mouth opening and closing beside Suin, teeth clashing with a chilling clack-clack sound. The strong, nauseating stench of blood hit her face. A few drops of filthy saliva splashed onto her arm, making her stomach churn. But no matter how hard the puppet struck, its neck always fell short, unable to touch Suin even slightly. Only because Suin deliberately kept a distance of over 5 meters, just outside the puppet's attack limit. For a time, that incredibly flexible neck was made to circle around its own body by Suin, like a moving clock hand. A flash of admiration appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Now! He seized the opening while the puppet was restrained, rushing like an arrow, instantly reaching behind the monster. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen used his arm strength, raising the reinforced machete high, bringing all his body power, and chopped violently at the connection between the neck and body. Shoo! The blade cut into flesh, dark green filthy blood gushed out. The thick-necked puppet let out a heart-rending howl, twisting its body madly, trying to pull back its neck to protect its vital part. But it was too late. Jiang Chen moved fast, without stopping, the blade chopping continuously. In an instant, that extremely thick neck was completely severed from the base. Dark green filthy blood sprayed from both the neck's base and the tail's large mouth. Without body support, it was soon losing strength. Yet it was like a dead but unyielding venomous snake, using the last bit of strength to vent all its resentment on Suin, suddenly leaping to strike her forehead. The attack was too sudden. Sulin's face turned pale, unable to dodge in time. Asking for death. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, grabbed the still wildly struggling severed neck, and slammed it hard onto the ground. 1, 2, 3 times. In just a few seconds, the neck was smashed into a bloody mess, completely lifeless, no longer moving. The last counterattack from the thick-necked puppet was indeed terrifying. Suin, still shaking, supported her knees, catching her breath for several moments before walking quickly to Jiang Chen's side. On the other side, Jiang Chen took a crystal core from the puppet's corpse. Obtained Tier 3 crystal core, agility enhancement type, can be embedded in armor or weapons, increasing agility by 15 points. Note, embedding agility in weapons can reduce weight burden and increase attack speed. Seeing Suin walking over, content is blocked. He casually tossed it, directly throwing the freshly made 3rd-tier crystal core to her. Take it. Suin instinctively caught it, feeling the warm energy in her palm, which caused her to momentarily lose focus. A 3rd-tier crystal core, enough to make countless survivors fight to the death outside, was handed to her so casually by Jiang Chen. She didn't hesitate, nodded, and immediately set the crystal core into the other little white shoe. With the double boost of a 2nd-tier agility crystal core and a 3rd-tier agility crystal core, Sulin's agility stat skyrocketed to 51 points, and her speed had far surpassed the human limit. Jiang Chen put away his weapon, preparing to continue searching for tungsten steel, but was stopped by Sulin's voice. Wait. She walked over to the crushed neck of the beast and bent down to take a small piece of special soft tissue, clutching it tightly in her hand. Under Jiang Chen's slightly surprised gaze, Suin turned to him and said excitedly. The materials are complete, I can evolve. Chapter 29, Suin evolves. Suin held the small piece of soft tissue she had taken from the coarse-necked beast, her fingertips trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but rather an anticipation for her evolution. In the apocalypse, only by continuously evolving could one face the increasingly harsh challenges. Go to the small workshop over there. I'll guard the outside. It was Jiang Chen's first time seeing someone else evolve, and he didn't know if it would be as easy as his own process, but in the current environment, caution was the best approach. Suin knew the environment was dangerous, and monsters might interrupt, but she still decided to evolve on the spot. First, she realized her current strength would be insufficient for the upcoming monsters. Second, she had used her enhanced hearing to check, and there were no monsters lingering nearby, so it was relatively safe. Jang Chen gave a slight nod, crossing his arms over his chest, leaning against the small workshop door, staying alert to the outside movements while keeping a watchful eye on Suin. Suin no longer hesitated and walked to a relatively clean corner of the workshop to squat down. She looked down at her thigh, without a trace of hesitation, pressed the soft tissue firmly into her flesh. Blood instantly seeped out. Jiang Chen, out of the corner of his eye, saw it and raised an eyebrow. This woman was tough on herself. But the next moment, a strange scene unfolded. The tissue from the third-tier beast seemed to have a life of its own, quickly merging into Sulin's body, and the bleeding wound healed, scabbed over, and peeled away at a visibly fast rate. In just 2 or 3 seconds, there wasn't even a mark left on her skin. A faint but distinct energy fluctuation began to spread from within Suin. Evolution started, estimated time 30 minutes. Suin had long given Jiang Chen full access, so her system notifications were all visible to him. Warning, radiation interference detected, evolution stability decreased. Due to radiation influence, the direction of this evolution may shift. The sudden system alert made Jiang Chen's gaze sharpen. He immediately thought of the fact that this deep area was filled with radiation, and the radiation intensity around those beasts was even greater. Suin was at her most vulnerable right now, and if the radiation interfered, it could cause her to evolve into a mutated form of those monsters. This was not good. Without a second thought, Jiang Chen reached into his backpack and pulled out the dark purple stone, the purple Suin jade. A man-made crystal core, with the system rating it as having no tier and no enhancement value. But its function, radiation shielding, mutation suppression, this was crucial right now. Jiang Chen walked up to Suin and gently placed the purple Suin jade in front of her. A strange scene occurred. As soon as the purple Suin jade got close, it automatically emitted a faint purple glow, like a thin protective shield, enveloping her. The surrounding restless, encroaching radiation energies melted away the instant they touched the purple light, like ice meeting fire. Radiation interference eliminated. Evolutionary stability restored. Jiang Chen exhaled a breath of relief. The trash the system mentioned could really save lives at critical moments, but its purpose as a crystal core, is it meant to be embedded in armor? Jiang Chen shook his head, seeing no need at all. Suin closed her eyes tightly, long eyelashes trembling lightly. She could clearly feel a pure force nurturing her limbs and bones, her body's quality slowly improving continuously. Muscles, bones, nerves, reaction speed, everything was being reshaped and strengthened. 30 minutes felt especially long in the unfamiliar environment. Finally, Suin suddenly opened her eyes. 2 bright lights flashed and vanished. She gently lifted her hand, fingers curling slightly, then relaxed. She tried running a few steps in the workshop, moving so fast she almost left after images. This feeling, Suin whispered, unable to hide the wild joy on her face. Jiang Chen spoke calmly, open the panel and check. Suin nodded, and the next moment, her attributes clearly appeared. Name, Suin. Special abilities, driving mastery, enhanced hearing. Physique, 43/100. Agility, 52, plus 25/100. Intelligence, 18 out of 100. Spirit, 18, plus 2/100. Rationality, 199/200, normal state. Ability rating, high quality human. With rationality reaching 200, next time facing strange things, she wouldn't be as terrified as before. Physique and agility had improved significantly, especially agility, which reached an astonishing 52. With the armor adding 25 points, her agility reached 77. Even Suin was shocked. 77 agility points, not just ordinary survivors, even many second or third tier beasts might not keep up with her speed. Although her overall attributes were slightly lower than third tier beasts, with weapons and armor, she could fight them head on. Thanks. Suin looked at Jiang Chen, speaking sincerely. Without guarding and without the purple chi jade blocking radiation, this evolution would not have gone so smoothly. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently and took back the purple chi jade. It's nothing, you got stronger, and can help me more in the future. Suin was smart, decisive, and didn't hold him back. He approved of her. Suin clenched her fists, feeling the surging power inside her, a smile creeping onto her lips. Since coming to this apocalypse, this was the first time she clearly felt she held the power to survive firmly. Unfortunately, this evolution did not awaken a personal skill, such things were probably just legends. Of course, monsters like Jiang Chen were exceptions. The two rested briefly. Jang Chen roughly searched the corpse of the thick-neck puppet. Apart from the removed third-tier crystal core, there were no special items. Let's keep moving forward. Suin stood first. After evolution, her movements were as light as a ghost, landing almost silently. Jiang Chen nodded and followed. They continued deeper into the white production workshop. Mechanical debris increased on the ground, and corrosion marks on the walls grew severe. The further they went, the narrower the path became. The originally open factory gradually shrank into a passage. Stains of blood appeared on the walls, along with blurred carvings, mostly desperate pleas for help. Many people had died here. At the end of the passage, darkness completely swallowed the light. Jiang Chen raised his head, shining the spotlight forward. Ahead was a long corridor, iron doors lining both sides. Door after door, rusty, each marked with a number. E1, E2, E3. As far as the eye could see. Inside the doors, scattered on the ground were various experimental tools and faded documents. No monsters, only dead silence. Suin whispered. This is probably not the production area, but the experiment area. Jang Chen crouched, picking up a piece of paper barely readable. Only one line of messy writing. They are all in the comprehensive experiment area, must not be released. Jang Chen lifted his head. Looking toward the laboratories on both sides of the corridor, he moved his steps. I really want to see what the hell you are doing? Chapter 30 The Buried Experiment. The searchlight in Jiang Chen's hand pierced the darkness. The beam of light slowly moved in the long corridor. The iron doors on both sides were tightly closed, the numbers lined from E1 all the way to the depths. The iron sheets were dented and twisted, claw marks were so deep that bone could be seen, the dark brown marks had long turned black, silently recording the catastrophe that once happened here. Suin followed behind Jiang Chen, her steps so light they were almost without sound. After evolution, her senses were far sharper than before, but the clearer it was, the more she could feel that suffocating presence deep in the corridor that pressed people until they could not breathe. Too quiet. She lowered her voice, even more wrong than the workshop just now. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his gaze never leaving the front. He raised the lamp to shine on door E34, the lock was twisted and broken, obviously forced open from the inside. Jiang Chen gently pushed, the dull friction sound was especially harsh in the silent corridor. Behind the door was a data observation room. All screens were shattered, large splattered marks were left on the walls. In the corner of the experiment table, there was a leather-covered notebook thrown there. Jiang Chen bent down to pick it up, slowly opened it. The first half was all incomprehensible experiment data, the further back, the more messy the handwriting, no one knew whether the recorder was too excited or too terrified at that time. Experiment subject E34, mutation occurred at the neck, one strike can make 5mm steel plate bend. The attack showed a decline in sanity value. Not afraid of handgun bullets. E34 succeeded, that thick neck, full of power, and the most critical mental attack. Not right, it is too slow, cannot catch up with people at all, and does not distinguish friend or enemy. Jang Chen flipped through with interest, this record should be the kind of thick-neck puppet they just killed. These people seem to want to create monsters that could cause mental attacks. Jang Chen closed the notebook, exited the room, and continued walking inward. After walking nearly 100 steps, he pushed open a lounge located in the middle of the corridor. Against the wall there was an old iron bed, the bedding was moldy, in the corner of the wall were several faded old work clothes, on the bedside table there was a notebook. Jiang Chen directly opened it to check. The outsiders have come, they are too strong, our guns cannot penetrate their armor. Mental attack, their weakness is mental attack. When will those useless experts finally develop it? The E34 experiment subject is completely useless, just a live target. The latest E34 lost control again, many people died. Our hope, experiment subject E63, must succeed. Please, those ghost things must not find me here, when will the guard team come? Outsiders? Is it referring to them who were forced to cross over? Does not seem like it, the time does not match at all. Jiang Chen and Suin looked at each other, both felt completely confused. This broken game would not have dug over a military factory from some spacetime, this place simply has no logic to speak of. The two did not stay longer, continued deeper, found the E63 iron door mentioned in the diary, pushed the door and entered. Guns and weapons were scattered all over the ground, blades were chipped, guns were deformed, the walls were full of sharp slash marks, obviously, a deadly battle had happened here. Beside a broken alloy long knife, there was an experiment notebook. The cover was stained with dark brown marks, page after page turned, the owner of the notebook first fell into wild joy, then fell into hell. Jiang Chen slowly opened it. E63 succeeded. Resistance to attack, attack power and agility, all exceeded expectations. And the mental attack is stronger than E34, this is a perfect experiment subject. Not right, why is it attacking its own people? Didn't we say this time we must focus on control? Those are former teammates, how dare E63 do this? An experiment subject even stronger than the thick-neck puppet? Jiang Chen felt a bit of pressure. But thinking of his body value as high as 69 points, and this did not even count the equipment bonus. This pressure instantly vanished. As for Suin, with 77 agility, her ability to survive might even surpass Jiang Chen's, still as reassuring as ever. Jiang Chen continued flipping through the next page. No one here can stop it, we can only hope the guard team returns quickly. Captain Lin Hun. Our highest-ranked warrior, he's finally back. He went in with the guard team, please, they must stop that monster. Moving forward, Jiang Chen's footsteps echoed in the empty laboratory. Finally, he saw a room with the guard team's name engraved on it. He stepped inside, the place was a mess, with a few scattered firearms, now crushed underfoot. On the table at the back, a quiet notebook lay there. Sorry, Captain, sorry everyone, forgive me for hiding. It's all full of radiation, and terrifying E63, I don't want to go in and die. The captain and the others have been inside for a day and night, what happened to them? They won. They actually won. But, why is only the captain normal? Everyone else has mutated. The captain lost control too, those were once our comrades. The experts said they developed the purple jade quickly, but where did they go? This base is finished, I need to escape. All the clues connected at that moment. This base had killed itself with human radiation mutation experiments. The roughneck puppet was a failed product. E63 was the final experiment body, but it failed too due to uncontrollability. And the Captain Lin Hun they spoke of led a guard team to eliminate the failed E63 experimental body. They succeeded, but the result didn't change. The entire guard team mutated, and after the Captain Lin Hun painfully killed all the mutated teammates, he couldn't withstand the mental pressure and radiation interference and eventually mutated himself. Roar! A beast's roar came again from the comprehensive laboratory at the end of the hallway, the same sound Jiang Chen and the others had heard outside. Was this a warning to them? Having searched every room, Jiang Chen knew that the tungsten steel they were looking for was inside. Not only that, but as the most important laboratory in this mysterious base, it probably hid other precious materials as well. As for the beast inside, Jiang Chen gripped the machete tightly in his hand, he still had his trump card to play, it was nothing to fear. The laboratory's main door was locked from the inside. Jiang Chen turned to look at Su Lin, saying only one word. Charge. Both of them bent their waists and exerted force. One hit, two hits. The heavy iron door cracked open with a loud crash. Behind the door, there was no light, only a deep, dark gloom. A towering figure as large as an iron tower stood motionless at the farthest end of the laboratory, like a statue that had crawled out of hell. A cold, violent, and oppressive aura instantly rushed towards them. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed, his voice cold as ice. System, scan. Chapter 31, The Curtain Falls. The moment the iron door cracked open, a decaying cold wind rushed towards them. In the center of the laboratory stood a giant alien stone, the residual radiation crystal from the experiment, emitting a faint light that barely illuminated the room. This was an unimaginably spacious integrated experimental space. Broken iron chains hung from the walls like dead snakes, and the floor, covered in dark brown bloodstains, had long since merged with the cement. But what made their hearts tighten the most was human bones scattered across the floor. Some were curled up on the ground, arms stretched forward, still maintaining a desperate crawling posture. Some remained in a half-squatting, shooting position, even in death. These were the guard team members who had failed to escape or were killed after mutating. And in the center of the bones, lay the huge and twisted skeleton of a fierce beast. It was gray-white, with bones as hard as iron, a long body full of explosive power. It was the E63 recorded in the notebook. It had already been slain. What truly made Jiang Chen and Su Lin's pupils contract was. It was the figure standing before the skeleton. Tall like a tower, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, muscles tense all over, like cast steel. A torn black captain's guard uniform hung on him, revealing a body covered in scars underneath. Chest, shoulders, waist, and belly, neck. All were dense with bullet hole scars, his whole body like a wasp's nest. He had not become a twisted monster like the coarse-neck puppet, still keeping a full human shape. But those slowly turning eyes held no trace of mind, only a pitch-black deathly stillness, and extreme repressed rage. Monster information scan complete. Guardian trace? Lin Hun, 3rd tier aberration. Spirit, 11. Physique, 85. Strength, 85. Agility, 70. Trait, very balanced, no obvious weakness. 3 meters tall, almost square-shaped body, like a moving high wall. Sulin's expression was serious, instinctively tightening her pistol, firing 2 shots at the mutated Lin Hun. The next second, the mutated Lin Hun vanished suddenly, moving faster than the eye could follow. So fast. Sulin's pupils shrank, and in a blink, the mutated Lin Hun was already attacking her, a huge fist carrying wild wind, heading straight for her temple. Suin focused, timing the punch, and jumped to dodge. The mutated Lin Hun followed immediately. Bang! A huge scarred fist slammed onto the ground where she had stood moments ago. The hard concrete cracked instantly, stones flying, shockwaves sweeping the area. Cold sweat ran down Sulin's back. Such power, just one hit could make someone lose the ability to fight. Powerful and fast, if it were her before evolution, one glance would probably make her fall. But now, with 77 points of agility, she was fearless. A missed hit, Lin Hun's body swayed, disappearing again. Sulin's eyes were sharp. Lin Hun's seemingly vanished figure was clear to her, enhanced hearing even letting her hear each step of Lin Hun's landing. This direction. Lin Hun's iron fist came as she predicted. She moved to dodge. Another large fist from behind collided directly with Lin Hun's iron fist. The shock from the fist collision blew her short hair, leaving her stunned in place. Suin turned, then smiled with relief, lightly stepping to the side. Jiang Chen had made the move. Jang Chen didn't hesitate, embedding a previously obtained 3rd-tier physical crystal core into the bulletproof vest he wore. Now was not the time for calculation. This vest had already embedded a 2nd-tier physical crystal core, total defense bonus now an astonishing 25 points. With Jiang Chen's 69-point physique, taking a punch from the mutated Lin Hun was no problem. Sanity -1. The physical attack was blocked, but the mental attack could not be fully avoided. This mutated Lin Hun also had mental power attributes. Jang Chen slammed a punch onto the mutated Lin Hun's forehead, forcing it to retreat several steps. But from its appearance, no real damage was visible. Really tough. Suin didn't stay idle. While Lin Hun was just pushed back by Jiang Chen, she boldly advanced, raising her gun again, bullets more powerful at close range. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out, bullets hit Lin Hun's body, but only penetrated halfway, unable to go deeper. Even this distance can't cause real damage? Jang Chen noticed Suin was about to leave the purple Qianyu's aura range, quickly warning her to return. Restricted by the strong surrounding nuclear radiation, Sulin's action range was limited near the purple Qianyu, greatly reducing her effectiveness. Thinking this, Jang Chen directly said, "You go out first. Then you be careful yourself." Suin nodded heavily toward him. Stepping out of this laboratory, he waited outside. The mutated forest spirit had already adjusted its state and attacked Jiang Chen again. The two fought closely, punch landing on punch, each taking several hits from the other. Sanity -1, -1, -2, -1. As the rounds continued, Jiang Chen's sanity kept dropping, but only by a small amount, not enough to threaten him soon. What troubled him was the mutated forest spirit's body was incredibly strong. Several punches landed on him, seeming to only give him minor surface wounds. Jiang Chen had no plan to play slowly. He drew the reinforced machete from his back, theoretically giving him up to 30 attack points. But the real effect depended on how he used his strength and his skill with the blade. Jiang Chen stepped forward, swinging the blade violently at the mutated forest spirit, the edge clashing with fists non-stop. Each collision shaved off pieces of flesh or left wounds. But the spirit's 70 points of agility were no joke. Its fists rained like a storm, blocking every swing and hitting back at Jiang Chen. Ignoring the pain, Jiang Chen continued to chop, breaking the spirit's knuckles, exposing even its palm bones. Jiang Chen felt it was still a bit slow. His target was the vital spot. A plan formed in his mind. Holding the knife in place to gather strength, he faced the spirit's iron fist without blocking or dodging, letting it strike his cheek. Jiang Chen endured the blow painfully. At the same time, he released the charged stab, plunging it straight into the mutated forest spirit's abdomen. The spirit spat out a mouthful of foul blood on the spot. It gripped the blade tightly, feeling no pain, trying to pull it out forcibly. The purple Chen jade kept emitting light to block radiation around, but when its glow hit the spirit, something different happened. The spirit's eyes seemed to shine. It continued to push with both hands, but this time upward, not outward. The blade pointed toward its own heart. I held one, not a single. This sudden turn stunned Jiang Chen for a moment, but he would not miss this rare chance, using the spirit's own force to lift the blade, piercing through the whole heart and slashing out diagonally from the shoulder. A terrifying wound appeared from the abdomen to the shoulder. The body trembled violently, voice struggling out. Thank you. Yet the spirit did not die. Instead, its consciousness completely vanished. Jiang Chen decided to give it a dignified exit. Synchronize the vehicle, go. His body surged to 300 points, delivering a full-force punch at the mutated forest spirit. With a thunderous crash, the huge body collapsed, completely lifeless. Jiang Chen rested briefly. He did not forget his original goal and headed straight to a small room deep inside the lab. Inside was only a small box. He opened it, eyes instantly shining. Tungsten steel lay inside, and also vibranium, orichalcum, cold iron, and other rare metals. Though each piece was only the size of a fist, each was priceless. A tiny box, worth like a mountain of gold. Just as Jiang Chen held the box to leave, his friend's chat channel brought Aunt Chen's call for help. Jiang Chen, 7 to 8 people outside surrounded the RV. They want to break in, come back fast. Jiang Chen's face darkened, gripping the box tighter. Chapter 32, Counting the Military Factory's Big Harvest. Suin had waited outside for a long time. Seeing Jiang Chen come out, she approached and asked, "Don?" Jiang Chen did not answer directly, patting the box in his hands, meaning clear. "Let's go out first, then." A few little bastards came, go meet them. Outside the RV. 7 or 8 men holding steel pipes, axes, even homemade spears, were surrounding that huge vehicle, shouting, "Old thing inside, come out. We want this car, get lost immediately, maybe we'll spare your life." Aunt Chen held a big iron hammer, hesitating whether to go out and fight. But she remembered Jiang Chen's instructions, and in the end, decided to stay obediently inside the car. Smash! Hit it hard. The bald leader gave the order. Steel pipes and axes slammed hard on the car body. Clang! Clang! The sharp metallic crashing sounds exploded. But what shocked everyone was, not to mention breaking through, the surface steel didn't even dent, only leaving a few shallow white scratches. Some didn't believe it, picked up a spear, ran a few steps, and threw it hard. Whoosh! The spear stabbed hard into the steel plate. Ting! A crisp sound, the spear tip bounced off, the shaft twisted and fell to the ground. Shit! What the hell is this thing? Can't break it. This shell is too hard. The bald leader didn't believe it, grabbed a rifle, aimed at the high RV window, and fired. The bullet bounced off, leaving only a white spot on the window. Such a top vehicle, I'll get it today. Guard the entrance tightly. Anyone comes out, I'll catch them. Now I don't believe the people inside won't open the door. Jiang Chen was still in the underground factory. From far away he heard the clanging metal sounds outside. Those people were smashing his RV, which made him a little annoyed. 2 survivors holding guns stood at the bright doorway, staring carefully at the dark steps below. Suin turned off the overhead searchlight in advance, quietly approached, and suddenly surged forward at the right distance. After evolution, her speed was not something normal people could match. The 2 guards only realized after Suin cut their throats, holding their necks in shock, pointing at Suin, unable to make a sound. At the same time, the RV's position was not far from the factory entrance. Jiang Chen directly used the all-purpose command skill, ordering the RV to drive straight at the troublemakers. 2 troublemakers close by couldn't dodge in time and were crushed into minced meat. Too bad, the RV had no space to speed up, otherwise it could have wiped out all 5 in one move. Aunt Chen on the RV was stunned to see it moving by itself and taking out 2 people. She had thought about driving the RV to scare them off, but Jiang Chen hadn't given her driving permission, and she didn't know how to drive such a complicated RV. The bald leader then realized the 2 guarding the factory entrance were already dead, sensed something was wrong, and ran toward his SUV to escape. The next second, a cold, flashing dagger pressed against his throat. He was shocked, who moved so fast. The dagger cut into the skin of his throat, giving real pain, and he dared not act rashly. The remaining 2 underlings were scared stiff, collapsing to the ground. Facing Jiang Chen slowly walking toward them, one finally couldn't bear the pressure. "I'll fight you." He grabbed a spear, shouting, charging at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was unconcerned, grabbed the spear shaft, lifted both man and spear with slight effort, stepped forward, and threw him beside the bald leader. The bald leader looked at his blood-spitting subordinate, then at Jiang Chen coming casually with twisted neck, swallowing hard. Jiang Chen looked at him playfully, kicked his knee, making him fall to his knees with a thud. Suin put away the dagger at the right moment. "Speak, how did you follow? What do you want?" The bald leader, face twisted in pain, showed his usual fierce arrogance. How could he stand being treated like that by others? It triggered the underlying code, and he immediately became defiant. "I am from the Wild Dog Gang. If you know what's good for you, let me go now, or you'll regret it later." Suin, who was standing beside him, saw that he still dared to be so arrogant. Her eyes flashed with coldness, and she drove a dagger straight into his shoulder. The pain made him scream out loud, and he immediately became obedient. I'll talk. I saw your car on the road, and on a whim, I called a few brothers from the gang to follow you. Nothing happened, please be merciful and let me go, just let me go like I'm nothing." Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. This Wild Dog Gang would not be forgotten. "Nothing happened and you'd let me go? How is that possible? They came knocking on their own to die, he could only show mercy and finish them off." System, Devour. Vehicle durability +5, fully restored. Evolution points +200, +1,500, +2,300. Jiang Chen accepted all 3 vehicles directly. The off-road vehicle was of a higher level, and he gave it 2,300 evolution points. An Chen, who was watching all of this inside the RV, was stunned. How did they deal with 7 people so easily? Jiang Chen waved for her to come out, and the 3 of them went down to the underground military factory, moving all the guns and ammunition from the weapons room into the RV. Because there was too much, Suin specially marked off an area in the RV's warehouse to stack everything. She worked hard, categorizing and neatly arranging all the firearms and ammunition. Everything was well organized. From time to time, she would pick up a sniper rifle and wipe it, unwilling to put it down. This area had clearly become her little paradise. With these supplies, they no longer needed to count bullets to get by. The guns and ammunition in the RV were more than enough. In the end, Jiang Chen certainly didn't forget about the tungsten steel. When Jiang Chen handed the tungsten steel to An Chen, all her emotions were overwhelmed by pure joy. This is tungsten steel. Wait, there's also orichalcum, vibranium, cold iron, mithril, and source gold. An Chen looked at the small box Jiang Chen brought out with excitement, trembling as she touched each piece of metal, not willing to let go. To Jiang Chen's surprise, An Chen wasn't giving the tungsten steel to herself. She took a small piece of tungsten steel and fed it to Iron Treasure, which opened its mouth and swallowed it directly. A strange energy flowed within it, and the metallic sheen on its body became more pronounced. After a moment, a tense atmosphere covered the area, and everyone present received a system notification that their rationality value had decreased. After more than 20 minutes, the oppressive aura finally dissipated, indicating that Iron Treasure had completed its evolution. So, the one who evolves is it, not you? Jiang Chen asked curiously. An Chen, in a good mood at the moment, smiled and answered. You could say that. From today, I can forge weapons and armor up to the 5th tier. If you have suitable materials, just come to me. After speaking, she turned and gently patted and shook Iron Treasure, as if calming it down. By the way, give me your weapons and armor. I have enough materials here to upgrade all of yours to 2nd tier. Chapter 33, Activate Autopilot, Upgrade to 2nd tier gear. Give me one night, and I guarantee you'll have brand new gear by the next day. An Chen, holding the now even gentler Iron Treasure, said with complete confidence. Jiang Chen naturally had no doubts, so he immediately took off his bulletproof vest and also removed the reinforced machete from his back, gently placing it on the table. After giving all the instructions, Jiang Chen turned and went back to his room. Lying on the bed, he began to study the all-purpose command skill. This skill, if used well, could achieve autopilot. Command 1, drive at maximum speed along the highway. Command 2, automatically avoid obstacles. Do not drive more than 10 meters off the road. Instruction 3, on the road, if you meet a 3rd rank or lower mutant beast, adjust direction to hit and automatically absorb it. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, feeling it was about right. Okay, start. In the next second, the giant RV parked outside the military factory shuddered sharply, the engine letting out a low, powerful roar. No one needed to control it, the tires turned slowly, driving smoothly onto the road ahead. Suin and An Chen in the hall were startled by the sudden noise, glancing at the driver's cabin to see no one there. Suin was first stunned, then thought of Jiang Chen's endless abilities, a look of understanding flashing in her eyes. She looked deeply at Jiang Chen's room, asked nothing more, and turned back to her own room to rest. The next morning, the first ray of light shone through the car window into the room. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretching his body and yawning. As he stretched, his bones cracked slightly one after another, and his muscles felt a clear ache. Only then did he realize that yesterday's fight with the mutant forest spirit still affected his body, but only a little. He eagerly opened the driving record. Lines of information appeared clearly on the screen. Last night's autopilot duration, 9 hours. Driving status, stable, no anomalies, no major damage. Successful kills, 3 2nd-ranked mutant beasts, 10 1st-ranked mutant beasts. Evolution points gained, 1,800 points. Vehicle durability slightly consumed, automatically repaired through absorption. Jiang Chen's mouth curved slightly upward, relieved, satisfied. Not only autopilot, it could also automatically fight monsters and collect evolution points. This was basically a small AFK system. Jiang Chen, come out to eat. Su Lin's voice came from the hall, calm, but with a rare homely warmth. Jiang Chen was slightly puzzled. In his impression, Su Lin was better at fighting than cooking. He pushed the door and stepped out. Instantly, a rich, tempting aroma of food hit him. The table was set, 3 dishes and a soup, bright in color, steaming hot. Jiang Chen sat down and asked, these were all An Chan's handiwork. Seeing that the RV even had a vegetable garden, with the greens left untended, she directly showed off her cooking skills. Food made from fresh ingredients was just different, not even close to the pre-made meals he scavenged from the supermarket. There were a few meat dishes Jiang Chen had specially left the RV from fully consuming, keeping some aside. He had seen in the chat channel that this could be eaten, so he thought to try. You have to admit, mutant meat was full of energy, and after Aunt Chen's cooking, the taste was pretty good. Here, your gear, all upgraded to second rank. Jiang Chen took the bulletproof vest and large knife, with slight changes in appearance, looking more refined, and checked the panel. Item, refined broadsword. Rank, second rank. Attack, 20, plus 10 plus 10. Durability, 100/100. The second rank broadsword added 10 attack points, with the crystal core bonus, total attack reached 40 points. Item, bulletproof vest. Rank, second rank. Defense, 10, plus 10 plus 15. Durability, 100/100. The second rank bulletproof vest's base defense reached 10 points, with total defense at 35 points. With both equipped, Jiang Chen's personal attributes were far ahead of others. Mainly, no one was as extravagant as him, all crystal cores embedded, mostly second and third rank. Suin's situation was similar, though her second rank dagger grew slightly longer. The three ate while keeping an eye on the latest chat channel messages. There's a gas station ahead, everyone come quickly. Damn. I fought hard to kill a second rank mutant beast, and 3 wild dog helpers just ran out and stole all the materials. Is there no justice? Howl stealing from you useless people. If you have the guts, come bite us. Survival of the fittest, this is the rule in the apocalypse. Want to live, want to enjoy delicious food and drinks, join our wild dog gang, meet every day. Who has antibiotics? I can trade bullets for them. Route D7 found an ancient tribe, no beasts, perfect for scavenging supplies. The words wild dog gang caught Jiang Chen's attention. He was planning to settle scores with them. Jang Chen added one of the wild dog gang members as a friend and tricked him into saying that he wanted to join the gang. The other party was completely unguarded, and Jiang Chen easily got some information from him. The wild dog gang had already developed over 100 members, relying on sheer numbers to overpower the few. They rarely took the initiative to hunt mutant beasts but specialized in ambushing survivors who had just killed mutant beasts and were exhausted, or picking off lone survivors. After all, this way, the casualty rate was extremely low, and the rewards were very rich, a classic bully in the nest group. Unfortunately, they had messed with the wrong person this time. Jiang Chen was never the kind of person who sought peace and avoided trouble. Now that he had just evolved, his RV's abilities had also been further enhanced. The equipment of everyone had also been upgraded to Tier 2, and they were at their peak fighting strength. Forget the wild dog gang, even stronger opponents, he wasn't afraid to fight them. From the information he had obtained, Jiang Chen also learned that the wild dog gang was not all gathered together, but divided into several smaller teams. They patrolled and robbed along different routes, staying in contact through chat channels. Perfect. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and he decided to strike at the nearest team to him and take some interest first. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, at a ruined base occupied by the wild dog gang, a few people were sitting around a modified truck, looking grim. The man at the head had a fierce expression, with a knife scar running from his brow to his jaw, exuding a violent air. He was the small leader of the wild dog gang. He impatiently knocked on the table and scolded his subordinates. That bald guy and his crew have been gone so long, why haven't they reported back? One of the underlings hurriedly shook his head, his face tense. No response. We've shouted ourselves hoarse in the channel, but no one's answering. They must have fallen outside. Useless. All of you are useless. The scarred man slammed the truck's cabin angrily, his fury blazing. It was just a robbery of an RV, dealing with a few nameless punks, how could it go wrong? In this apocalypse, our wild dog gang is king. Whoever dares to kill my people, ruin my plans, I'll make them pay the price. He suddenly looked up, his eyes cold as a wolf, and ordered in a sharp voice. Send the order, keep a close watch on all the nearby routes. I want to know every movement of that large RV, every single location, and I want to know it first. This time, I'll personally take action and make them understand the consequences of offending the wild dog gang. Chapter 34, Tracking the Wild Dog Gang Base. Brother, just drive 30 more kilometers ahead, we'll be here waiting for a few big fools, just come over, and we'll take you to eat and drink well. A wild dog gang member sent Jiang Chen a message, his tone full of boasting. He didn't think much of it, truly believing Jiang Chen was a desperate, down-and-out survivor, already imagining the other party being grateful and obedient. Little did he know, this invitation would bring a hunter capable of wiping out their entire small team. The countdown to the wild dog gang's small team's reckoning had already begun. Jiang Chen looked at the screen with a cold smile, closed the chat box, and turned to Suin, speaking in a deep voice. This next part is up to you. Don't worry, they won't escape. Suin swiftly took the driver's seat. The RV's engine roared, deep and full of power, the vehicle vibrating slightly as it sped along the gravel road. The desolate post-apocalyptic landscape raced by outside the window, with danger looming in every corner. After driving nearly 30 kilometers, Suin slowed down, his sharp gaze scanning the terrain ahead. Once he found the right spot, he parked the RV and immediately heightened his hearing and vision, alert and ready to catch any unusual movements around them. Moments later, Suin reported the situation to Jiang Chen. 500 meters to the front left, there's the sound of fighting and voices. It seems someone is hunting mutant beasts. There are also a few people lurking in the shadows. Their presence isn't pure. Jang Chen took out his binoculars, steadying the lens on the direction Suin pointed out, clearly seeing a three-person squad in fierce battle with several second-tier zombies. The glint of blades flashed, gunshots rang out sporadically, and both sides were locked in a stalemate. The squad members were fully focused, their faces tense, drenched in sweat, completely unaware of the figures behind the ruins, crouching low and stealthily approaching their three vehicles. Suin noticed the movement of the group ahead. Is it them? Jiang Chen nodded lightly, his gaze fixed on the front. They should just be a few small fry. Before long, several old motorcycles and two small cars raced toward them, with 7 or 8 men disembarking, all dressed in ragged clothes, their eyes fierce. Together with the hidden ones, there were over 10 people, crowding around a middle-aged man walking to the vehicles, his eyes filled with greed. This man had a sparse little mustache, greasy face, a scar by his eye, and a slightly plump build. He was none other than Zhang Yuzi, the leader of the Wild Dog Gang's small squad. He was ruthless, spoke with authority, and his subordinates were just like him, greedy, boundless, and vicious like wild dogs. "Boss, give me that Benz, I'm so tired of my old motorcycle." A young man with yellow hair came up, trying to flatter him. Zhang Yuzi impatiently shoved him aside and scolded, "Get lost. Does the newbie not know the rules? I'll deal with my old brothers first, then it'll be your turn. If you talk again, I'll break your arm." The young man dared not argue, retreating awkwardly to the side. Zhang Yuzi stroked his mustache and asked the tall, skinny subordinate, "Where's that guy who's supposed to join us? Why isn't he here yet? Taking so long, it's delaying everything." The tall, skinny man quickly responded, "Report, boss, he said he's on the road and should have been delayed by a mutant beast. So slow." Zhang Yuzi spat, "When he gets here, I'll have a good talk with him, let him know the rules of the Wild Dog Gang." Then he waved his hand, ordering, "Hurry up, smash the car windows, take all the supplies, leave nothing." "Yes, boss." Several subordinates, who could no longer hold back, immediately excitedly responded, grabbing hammers and axes and rushing forward, their faces twisted with cruel delight as they smashed the car windows. Bang bang, the sound of glass breaking rang out, as the Wild Dog Gang members acted brutally, quickly shattering the windows. They rummaged through the vehicles, emptying the supplies inside. Several cans, bottles of murky water, some scattered ammunition, a few old clothes, all stuffed messily into backpacks. Each of them was wearing a grin full of greed and satisfaction. In the distance, the three-person squad received system warnings that their vehicles were damaged. The three's faces changed dramatically, turning to see the supplies being stolen, their fury rising, but they were completely entangled by the zombies, unable to break free, only able to watch as their supplies were stolen. Their survival vehicles were smashed beyond recognition, their hard-earned efforts were being pillaged. An immense feeling of despair filled them. Inside the RV, Jiang Chen quietly watched, sneering. The Wild Dog Gang is truly living up to its name, taking advantage of others' misfortune, and not lifting a finger to help. They're nothing but wild dogs. A short, chubby subordinate squeezed in front of Zhang Yuzi, his face clearly showing disappointment and dissatisfaction. He shrugged helplessly and said, "Boss, there are only ordinary supplies inside, not even a regular crystal core. This was a huge loss, there's not enough to share with the brothers." Zhang Yuzi became furious, throwing the backpack on the ground. He looked toward the distant squad still struggling to hold on, and growled, "Since that's the case, use their cars as compensation. Kill those three, take the car." "Yes, boss." His subordinates shouted in unison, their faces filled with cruel excitement, raising their guns and aiming at the three in the distance. At this point, the three-person squad no longer cared about the threat of the zombies. If the Wild Dog Gang destroyed their vehicles, it would be as if they were already dead. The three of them quickly turned and ran toward the vehicle, with a few second-level zombies right behind them, howling furiously. The members of the Wild Dog Gang wore mocking grins, watching as the three rushed forward, making things easier for them. The three saw the guns aimed at them, their faces turned pale with fear, trapped in a dilemma, only left with despair. Bang! 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 The sharp and cruel sounds of gunshots suddenly tore through the air. The three of them collapsed to the ground, soon devoured by the approaching zombies, leaving only bloodstains and torn clothes behind. The vehicles of the three small convoy became abandoned property, now open to anyone who wanted to take them. The members of the Wild Dog Gang wasted no time, jumping straight into the vehicles, starting them up, and following Zhang Yuzi as they drove off. The tall, skinny man sat in the passenger seat, looking back at the path they came from and asked again. "Boss, that guy still hasn't come, do you think something went wrong?" Zhang Yuzi, sitting in the back seat, fiddling with a newly stolen dagger, didn't even lift his head, disdainfully replying. "Who cares? Let him come or not. One less useless person doesn't change our plan to grab the next haul." Drive faster. They had no idea that Jiang Chen and Suin had already arrived, observing everything from the RV. After the Wild Dog Gang convoy set off, Suin started the RV and kept a distance of 200 meters, trailing far behind. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, the Wild Dog Gang convoy stopped in front of an abandoned factory, which served as their temporary base. The factory's entrance was dilapidated, with 2 underlings standing guard at the gate. Suin parked the vehicle behind some ruins at a distance and said to Jang Chen, "There are about 20 people inside, along with several vehicles. There are only 2 sentries at the gate, the defense isn't tight." Jang Chen, through the binoculars, saw that after the Wild Dog Gang members returned to the base, they gathered to distribute supplies. 3 of the younger members got new cars, while the old ones were dismantled for parts to be used as enhancement materials. Zhang Yuzi urged, "Hurry up, distribute the supplies, check the weapons. We leave for the next place in an hour to grab more loot." "Yes, boss," the underlings replied in unison, their faces full of excitement. Hiding in the shadows, Jang Chen's eyes were cold as he whispered, "You want to leave and grab supplies? Not today. You all stay here." Suin gripped the sniper rifle tightly, keeping her focus on the sentries, and nodded at Jang Chen. "Ready, we can strike at any moment. Not one of them will get away." Jang Chen stood up, habitually cracking his knuckles, the sound barely audible. Then, he summoned his personal panel, and the eerie blue light screen unfolded before him. His gaze scanned the key data. 69 strength, with an additional 35 points of defense from the bulletproof vest, making his total defense exceed 100 points. Ordinary pistol bullets couldn't even touch him. He calmly clicked on the chat channel and sent a message to the Wild Dog Gang member who had been in contact with him, a cold smirk forming on his lips once again. "I'm at your base entrance. Where are you guys?" Chapter 35, Jiang Chen wipes them all out. "I'm at your base entrance. Come out and greet me." The moment the message popped up, the tall, skinny underling froze, his fingers sliding repeatedly on the screen, tilting his head in confusion. He walked up to Zhang Yuzi and truthfully reported, "Boss. The new guy's acting strange. He says he's at the base entrance, but I never told him the location." Zhang Yuzi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, the veins on his greasy face bulging in anger. He stared at the chat message, his eyes filled with confusion and fury. "Then how did this kid find it? Sneaky and provocative, huh?" He nodded slightly, signaling that it was time to move. Bang! A gunshot suddenly erupted, shattering the silence. The thug at the front, who had just raised his modified pistol, was shot. His head had a huge hole in it, and his body fell straight back, the gun slipping from his hand and hitting the ground with a loud clang, instantly lifeless. In the shadows, Suin changed the magazine with smooth, flowing movements, his eyes locked on the movements at the factory entrance, not a single unnecessary motion. The people from the Wild Dog Gang froze in their tracks. The arrogance and viciousness on their faces were completely replaced by sudden fear. They looked at each other, not daring to breathe. "It's an ambush," someone shouted, causing the crowd to stir. The previously arrogant atmosphere instantly shrank by half. Zhang Yuzi also suddenly stopped, instinctively taking a step back. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly covered by a fierce expression. He swung his machete and yelled angrily, "What are you afraid of? It's just some coward hiding in the shadows. Come out and face me head on. Anyone who dares to retreat another step, I'll kill them first." At his roar, 2 of the bolder thugs exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and each raised a steel pipe, charging at Jiang Chen from the left and right. Looking for death, the thug on the left shouted, his steel pipe whistling as it swung toward Jiang Chen's head. The thug on the right aimed for Jiang Chen's waist, trying to encircle him from both sides. Jiang Chen didn't dodge, his left hand grabbing the steel pipe coming from the left. His right hand formed a fist and smashed it hard against the steel pipe on the right. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the steel pipe in the right thug's hand was bent and knocked away. He clutched his numb hand in shock, stepping back a few steps before finally standing firm. The thug on the left desperately tried to pull back the steel pipe but found Jiang Chen's grip as strong as a vice. No matter how hard he tried, the pipe didn't budge. His arrogant expression turned to astonishment. Bare-handedly bending steel pipes, is he even human? The surrounding thugs couldn't help but mutter in shock, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Jiang Chen. Even Zhang Yuzi frowned, his expression becoming more serious. Jiang Chen lifted his foot and kicked the thug in the chest with incredible force. The thug flew backward as if struck by a sledgehammer, crashing into the factory's iron gate, coughing up blood, and never rising again. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as Suin fired again. A thug trying to sneak up from behind fell, his head blasted apart by the bullet's impact. With 2 men dead and Jiang Chen's terrifying strength on full display, the Wild Dog Gang's psychological defense completely collapsed. No one dared to step forward anymore. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Someone shouted, and the remaining gang members no longer dared to stay. They scrambled and crawled back into the factory. At this moment, Zhang Yuzi had lost his former arrogance. His face was pale, his breathing quickened. He tried to maintain composure, shouting, "What's the panic? It's just 2 people. Once they come in, we'll concentrate our fire and kill them." Trying to run? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, his figure flashing as he charged into the factory. The finely crafted machete in his hand gleamed with a cold light, and a murderous aura surrounded him. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to enter, a few people rushed forward with axes and steel pipes. Jiang Chen showed no fear. His machete swung out, each strike aimed at vital points. In just a few minutes, 5 or 6 gang members lay on the ground, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. "Boss! We can't hold on anymore. Please do something." The thugs screamed, begging for mercy. Zhang Yuzi huddled behind the control desk, his face as white as paper. His hands trembled as he gripped the pistol, not daring to show his face. He kept muttering, "How is this possible? How is he so strong?" A gang member quietly aimed at Jiang Chen's back and fired. The bullet hit Jiang Chen's bulletproof vest and bounced off. Immediately after, Jiang Chen aimed his pistol at him and pulled the trigger. The sneak attacker's forehead was struck, and he died instantly. Jiang Chen continued his rampage, unstoppable by anyone. Zhang Yuzi watched as his men kept falling, knowing the end was near. He quietly got up, intending to escape through the back door, but was instantly blocked by Jiang Chen. The machete was pressed directly against his neck. Zhang Yuzi instantly went limp, repeatedly bowing his head to beg for mercy, his forehead bleeding from hitting the ground. "Big brother, spare my life. I was wrong, all the supplies and vehicles are yours, please let me live." There was not a trace left of his boss-like demeanor. Jiang Chen just found it amusing. This kind of person relied on numbers and power to act arrogant, but in truth had no real ability. When faced with someone ruthless, he would kneel faster than anyone. His eyes were icy cold. With a forceful twist of his wrist, Zhang Yuzi's scream stopped abruptly, his small mustache stained red with blood. 10 minutes later, the factory was completely silent. Suin walked to Jiang Chen's side. "No survivors." Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the iron boxes in the corner and the vehicles in the backyard, a flicker of delight in his eyes. The iron boxes were open, packed high with compressed rations, canned food, bottled water, along with many enhancement materials and a few crystal cores. "Before, I didn't bother you when you robbed others, but if you dared to target me, then taking from you better not upset you." In the backyard, 3 freshly stolen cars stood neatly alongside 5 modified vehicles, plus over 10 motorcycles, all solid gains. This round of reckoning was a complete profit. The supplies they collected at the supermarket last time were barely touched, and now another large batch filled the warehouse. They couldn't possibly use it all, no way. "Load them onto the vehicles," Jiang Chen ordered. They split tasks. Suin counted and carried the supplies, while Jiang Chen fed the confiscated vehicles into the RV one by one. Evolution points plus 500, plus 2,500, plus 400, plus 2,000 total evolution points gain 24,000. Evolution progress 32, 600/100,000. Jiang Chen glanced at the messy factory, turned, and got into the vehicle. "Let's go." The moment the door closed, he called up the system panel, sliding quickly to the regional chat channel, wanting to see if any wild dog gang members were still making noise. The louder they barked now, the worse it would be when Jiang Chen came knocking. Zhang Yuzi's group was just a small squad, yet they dared to run wild here. The main team behind them must be formidable. A cold trace curled at Jiang Chen's lips. He wanted to see just how strong this so-called wild dog gang main team really was. Chapter 36, The Disobedient Suin. An Chen watched Jiang Chen and Suin carrying supplies into the vehicle box by box, her shock never ceasing. Whose old nest had they just raided? The things in the RV kept growing, how could anyone argue with that? It was Sulin's busy and happy time again. Jiang Chen had handed over full management of the supplies to her, acting as a hands-off manager himself. The supplies that entered the RV became part of Sulin's large warehouse under her control. She seemed calm on the outside, but inside she was thrilled. There was nothing unusual nearby, and the RV was on autopilot. "Jiang Chen, I clearly saw you get shot, how come nothing happened?" Suin curiously studied him, her eyes like she was looking at a monster. Jiang Chen scoffed, "With my body, a mere bullet is nothing." "I don't believe it, let me see." Sulin's curiosity was piqued. If a beast could take a bullet, fine, but why could a human like him do it too? Jiang Chen had never shown her his personal attribute panel, so she didn't know his true strength. She had seen it clearly, at such close range, even with body armor, it was impossible to remain completely unharmed. Not to mention stray bullets hit his thigh, which had no protection, yet he acted like nothing had happened. Jiang Chen wouldn't indulge her. Did he not care about showing her? One tried to pull off his clothes, the other refused, and suddenly they started fighting. Fists and kicks clashed, air force swirled, shaking the dining table, speed leaving afterimages, looking truly frightening. Suin's palm strike cut through the air aimed at Jiang Chen's chest, but he sidestepped cleanly. With a quick block, the wooden floor creaked loudly. Jang Chen, however, was effortless, each dodge like a playful dance. But to them, this was merely a unique way to release tension in the stressful post-apocalyptic world, nothing serious. Aunt Chen could no longer bear to watch. Enough, stop it. If you want to fight, go do it in your room. Suin stopped first, stomping Jiang Chen hard under the table, though it couldn't break his defense. She still wore a cold expression toward everyone, but when facing Jiang Chen, emotions started to slip through unintentional. Have you noticed something? Suin returned to her usual demeanor, putting on a serious face as if about to discuss something important. What is it? Jiang Chen replied lazily, feeling that this woman had a talent for changing her expression quickly. Aunt Chen leaned in to listen, looking puzzled. Usually, at this time, it's already completely dark outside, but there's still some light now. Jiang Chen looked out of the car window. The orange-red light spread like a delayed curtain, tinting the wilderness with a warm hue, the horizon blurred in the distance, as if time itself had stretched. Indeed, as she said, the night that should have arrived on the earth was still holding on to the remnants of the sunset. To be more specific, the arrival of night has been delayed by a full 2 hours. I suspect that the further we go, the shorter the night will get, even. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, understanding her meaning. You mean, there will be no more night? Suin nodded heavily. No night, only day. What would the temperature even reach? Aunt Chen felt a chill at the thought, imagining the scorching sun endlessly hanging above, her skin burning with pain, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her shirt. After all, the highest temperature during the day had already reached 40 degrees Celsius, so Aunt Chen's concern was not without reason. Suin completely understood Aunt Chen's worry, because by then, even ordinary people staying outside for too long would probably be turned into dried corpses. The only option would be to stay inside the vehicle, relying on the air conditioning to survive, which would undoubtedly test the fuel consumption. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at them. What did the rising temperature have to do with him? He wasn't worried one bit. Why worry? Our car has enough fuel in the tank. And the bigger the sun, the better the solar panel on the roof. We don't need to worry about range or air conditioning. We also have a renewable water tank. At night, Suin couldn't make sense of Jiang Chen's ability to withstand bullets and had to see it for herself. She was always action-driven. If she couldn't see it, she'd make sure to see it herself, so she quietly slipped into Jiang Chen's room. The moonlight poured through the car window onto the bedside. She stared at the sleeping Jiang Chen, her fingertips slightly hesitating. She recalled the first time something happened with Jiang Chen in this RV, her cheeks turning slightly red as an unkind smile spread across her face. Jiang Chen, who had been sleeping soundly, was woken up by her and felt irritated. This woman was getting bolder, daring to sneak into his room. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she might really think he was afraid of her. With a sudden move, he flipped over and grabbed Suin's somewhat inappropriate hand, pinning her against the wall. Their warm breaths mixed abruptly. Suin's previously stubborn gaze instantly turned to panic, her ears turning red at a visible speed, and a faint pink blush spread over her neck. She instinctively tried to break free, but Jiang Chen's grip was like an iron clamp, strong enough to keep her completely still. The confident and powerful air she had earlier in the living room had now completely vanished. Got guts? Still daring to sneak into my room at night? Jiang Chen lowered his head, his voice deep, filled with sleepiness, but his eyes held a mocking smile. Suin was about to speak, but before she could, Jiang Chen domineeringly kissed her. The moment their lips met, she froze completely, every bit of stubbornness and curiosity crashing down. The brain was completely blank, even the rhythm of breathing was forgotten. In the end, she unexpectedly and inexplicably cooperated, her hand that had been pressing against his chest slowly losing strength, her fingertips unconsciously gripping his clothes. The RV swayed slightly in autodrive, the cool and bright moonlight outside the window shining through, casting ambiguous and mottled shadows on the two of them. In the enclosed small space, only the interwoven warm breaths, erratic heartbeats, and the unique, boiling yet restrained, lingering tension of the post-apocalyptic wasteland remained. All vigilance and danger were temporarily thrown outside the car at that moment. On the other side, Zhao Yi, the leader of the Wild Dog Gang, finally received news about the giant RV. But this news made him unable to feel happy at all. You're telling me Zhang Yuzi and the others were wiped out by 2 people? These 2 are the same ones who wiped out the bald guy before? Yes, boss, that's what the news from over there says. Zhao Yi's face twisted, looking somewhat frantic. Stop talking nonsense. 2 people fighting against 20, Zhang Yuzi and the others even had guns. Tell me how they could win. The subordinate was trembling in fear, sweat dripping down from his forehead. He shrank his neck, like a frightened quail, afraid that Zhao Yi would take out his anger on him when his emotions flared. It's true. Their RV is at a high level, the bullets can't penetrate it. They must have driven the RV and crashed into Zhang Yuzi and the others. Zhao Yi relaxed upon hearing this. So that's how it is. He stroked the 2 second-tier crystal cores embedded in his jacket, a trace of a contemptuous smile appearing on his face. An RV that can take bullets head-on, he said, his eyes gleaming, not hiding his greed. He looked at the trembling subordinate in front of him and asked. Tell me, which is stronger, my tank or that RV? I want to hear the truth. The subordinate immediately broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing. How could he know which was stronger? He only drove a broken tricycle. However, thinking about it differently, he knew what his boss liked to hear. Heh, boss, of course the tank is stronger, there's no comparison at all. Zhao Yi laughed heartily. Well said, the RV can just be a mobile warehouse. But the next second, a longing look appeared in his eyes. Once I open the box, I'll move into that RV, never again suffering in this metal junk. But boss, the tank was stolen from the God Alliance. If they come looking. Zhao Yi waved his hand to interrupt him. A small team, the main team isn't on our road, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, if we really crash into them, who knows who will win? Yes, the boss is mighty. Should we turn around and find that RV, then rob it? The subordinate's expression grew fiercer as he spoke, clenching his fists at the end. It was as if the RV was already in their pocket. He licked his cracked lips, thinking that once it was stolen, they might even get some leftovers. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them. Once we get that RV, it'll be much easier for us to stockpile and transport supplies. For now, let's focus on gathering resources. The climate is heating up, and the terrain mentioned in the notes is coming. Chapter 37, Golden Autodrive. It was just dawn, and the morning mist still clung to the windows, not yet dissipating. Suin was already quietly sitting at the dining table. She still had the cold and distant look, as if she were a stranger, but the blush on her face had yet to fade. Jiang Chen looked at her, puzzled, unsure whether she should speak to her. She wondered if Suin had gone out to exercise early in the morning. At this moment, Jiang Chen was comfortably lying on the spacious and comfortable bed, leisurely flipping through the autodrive records of the car's system from last night. Yesterday's autodrive duration, 21 hours. Driving status, overall stable, no abnormalities, slight scratches and collision marks on the body. Successful kills, 3-tier beast. 3 second-tier mutated beasts, 7 first-tier mutated beasts. Evolution points gained, 4,800 points. Gained a second-tier crystal core, agility type 1 piece. Gained a vehicle golden skill, radar detection. The vehicle's durability has slightly decreased, but it has been automatically repaired through the devouring function. Seeing the prompt of 3rd-tier mutated beast, Jang Chen was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect that the RV, while on autopilot, could silently crush a 3rd-tier mutated beast. To think about it, 3rd-tier mutated beasts are incredibly powerful in today's apocalyptic world. Even a normal survivor team, even if 5 or 6 fully armed people team up, would barely be able to take one down. In the end, it often takes heavy casualties, or even the complete annihilation of the team. But here he was, lying in bed, taking a nap, doing nothing, relying solely on the RV's autopilot to effortlessly take down a 3rd-tier mutated beast. The efficiency was simply crushing all other survivors. If this got out, it would make everyone else green with envy. And the golden skill that was unlocked this time, there's no doubt it came from that 3rd-tier mutated beast. The power of 3rd-tier mutated beasts was indeed extraordinary, dropping a rare golden skill upon death. Radar detection, gold detects all targets within a 10-kilometer radius, including mutated beasts, vehicles, humans, supplies, etc. Full coverage with no dead spots, real-time sync to the RV control panel. The value of golden skills never disappoints. It can detect up to 10 kilometers, and with full coverage and real-time visual synchronization, it's simply the ultimate tool for exploring in the apocalypse. In the past, every time they went out, they needed to bring Suin along. Her sharp eyes and perception ability were crucial for the team's early warning system. Suin usually had to stay fully alert, observing everything around her, unable to even take a deep breath. Maintaining this level of concentration for long periods was extremely draining on the mind. But now, with this skill, any movement within 10 kilometers, whether it's a lurking mutated beast or a hostile survivor convoy, won't escape Jiang Chen's control. It's like giving the RV a pair of all-weather eyes that can see 1,000 miles away. However, Jiang Chen stared at the skill description for a couple more seconds. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he muttered silently in his mind, "This skill seems to be made specifically to lighten Suin's workload, doesn't it? That woman can't be left idle. Free team members naturally need to work more, and besides, her energy is too strong, it's not good to let her slack off." In addition, he also obtained a second-tier agility-type crystal core, which Jiang Chen casually embedded into his marching boots. The moment the crystal core touched the special groove on the boot surface, it quickly fused into it. Jiang Chen felt his feet lighten, and his mobility increased even more. "Jiang Chen, come here and take a look, what's going on?" Su Lin's cold voice came from the hall, with a hint of barely detectable surprise. Jiang Chen got up and walked out of the bedroom, only to see a radar real-time monitoring image appearing on the RV's projection screen in the hall. It was densely packed with various light spots and symbols. Green triangles represented their side, while scattered red dots represented various targets, with varying shades to indicate the energy density of different substances. There were also contour lines representing the terrain, making the information incredibly detailed. Su Lin and An Chen both looked at him with puzzled expressions, clearly waiting for an explanation. "It's nothing, the RV just unlocked a new feature, radar detection." Jiang Chen spoke calmly, as if he were discussing something trivial. Su Lin and An Chen exchanged a glance and wore expressions of figured as much, seeming to have become numb to the endless new tricks of this magical RV. They didn't ask any more questions and continued eating breakfast. However, Su Lin couldn't help but steal a glance at the constantly changing radar screen out of the corner of her eye. The messages in the local chat channel continued to scroll rapidly, with noisy discussions constantly refreshing. What's going on? It's only early morning, and the temperature is already soaring to 32 degrees Celsius. By noon, won't it be pushing 42 degrees Celsius or higher? This crazy weather, is it still possible to live in this heat? Yesterday almost killed me, does anyone have water? I'll trade you gasoline for it. Pure water. Bottled water preferred. Don't pretend upstairs, keep the gasoline for driving and turning on the air conditioner. Gasoline isn't everywhere now. What nonsense. I drive a hand-crank tractor, where's the air conditioner? I'm almost baked into a dried-up person. Damn, you're tough, your tractor is still running? Isn't that supposed to be scrapped by now? By the way, have you guys noticed that the wild dog gang has been pretty quiet lately? What wild dog gang? If they dare come over here, I'll beat them so badly, they won't even recognize their own mother. Jiang Chen lightly tapped his fingers, paying attention to the messages about the wild dog gang in the chat log. But the gang had been especially quiet lately, with no taunting or provocations, as if they had vanished overnight. This left him a little disappointed. However, he was very clear that the main force of the wild dog gang's convoy was on the road ahead. At the current speed of the RV's autopilot, it wouldn't be long before they encountered them head-on. Jiang Chen, here's the list of materials I need for my next evolution. Su Lin handed him a note. Keep an eye out for these materials when the RV is consuming supplies. If you find them, keep them for me. Jiang Chen glanced at the list and couldn't help but click his tongue in his mind. The list was filled with materials from 3rd and even 4th tier mutated beasts, rare and difficult to obtain. For ordinary people, evolving once is not only hard but incredibly complicated. But not for him. With his devouring system, he could even let the RV automatically drive while gaining evolution points and materials. Evolution was a natural process for him. His efficiency was far beyond anyone else's. Jiang Chen casually put the list away and replied lightly, "Got it." Beep. 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 A sudden alarm rang inside the RV. A 3rd-tier mutated beast has been detected 10 kilometers ahead. The location has been automatically marked. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the golden radar skill would be so useful this quickly. A 3rd-tier mutated beast was one of the targets he had been looking for. Beep. 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 Nearby the 3rd-tier mutated beast, there are also 4 vehicles. It seems like others were also eyeing the 3rd-tier mutated beast. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. He had his own principles, if someone else had already killed the prey, he wouldn't steal it. But as long as the mutated beast was still alive, then sorry, if he saw it, it was his. Su Lin, get ready, it's time for action. Su Lin lightly raised her eyes, her fresh, pure face showing no expression. She immediately stood up, grabbed the sniper rifle next to her, and silently followed Jiang Chen toward the driver's seat, ready to observe the battle ahead. At this moment, a series of distress signals suddenly appeared in the nearby chat channel. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the radar screen, carefully checking the signals. Apart from the people inside their RV, the only others nearby were in those 4 vehicles ahead. Could the distress signals be coming from them? Chapter 38, The Lolita Girl. Jiang Chen sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, and for a moment, he felt a strange unfamiliarity. He shook his head and drove toward the location indicated by the radar. In the distance, he saw 3 heavy trucks traveling together. Their bulky models were surprisingly fast, likely belonging to the Agile Evolution branch. Hey! Big brother, it's me. As Jiang Chen passed one of the trucks, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned his head in confusion, recognizing the person vaguely but couldn't remember exactly who they were. Su Lin wiped her sniper rifle and glanced at the person as well. She knew who it was, but her gaze quickly returned to the front, no longer paying attention to them. Who are you? Jiang Chen pretended to scratch his head. He was just going through the motions, truly uninterested in the person's identity. "It's me, Old Wu. The night by the wild river, we fought side by side." Actually, it was all thanks to you, big brother." Mentioning the river, he had only encountered one river so far. Jiang Chen suddenly realized, this person was the driver of the heavy truck that had been on his right side that night. Jiang Chen sized him up. His hair had turned partly gray, his skin was tan from the sun, and he had a stubbled face. He looked to be almost 40. Someone of that age calling him big brother felt strangely bizarre. "Big brother, I really owe you one. If it weren't for you, my life would have been lost back there." Jiang Chen nodded, unsure if he had fully understood what Old Wu had said. His focus was now fixed on a third-tier mutant beast ahead. The mutant beast was over 3 meters long, its shoulder height roughly equal to that of an adult. It resembled an oversized hyena. But its head was disproportionately large, and it opened a massive mouth, revealing teeth that were incredibly hard. Its body was packed with muscle, exuding the sturdy and rugged nature typical of canines. System, scan. Monster information scan complete. Hyena tooth beast, third-tier mutant beast. Constitution, 89. Strength, 73. Agility, 69. Traits, tough hide, almost no pain sensation, once it bites its prey, it won't let go. At this moment, the hyena tooth beast was chasing a pink Wuling Hongguang mini, and it was dangerously close to catching up. It opened its mouth wide several times, attempting to bite, but the Wuling Hongguang mini, with its agility, narrowly avoided it by making sharp turns. "By the way, big brother, I don't know your full name yet? I owe you one, and I'll treat you to a good meal whenever I get the chance." Old Wu was the friendly type. Even though Jiang Chen didn't respond to him, he wasn't put off. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic, speaking with a smile. He even chose to ignore the cold gaze Suin shot his way. As the saying goes, you don't strike someone who's offering a friendly hand. Jiang Chen finally turned his gaze toward him briefly. "No need for the full name." After saying that, he returned to observing the situation ahead. The RV was getting closer to the hyena tooth beast running ahead. "Aha, I get it. I get it." Old Wu laughed, unbothered by the situation. "Big brother, you're watching that mutant beast ahead, right? That one's a tough one. We've been waiting behind for a long time, and it still hasn't left the road. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll go once it leaves." Hey, big brother, wait for me." Jiang Chen didn't respond to Old Wu again, as his attention was drawn to the sudden change in the situation ahead. He saw the hyena tooth beast catch up with the Wuling Hongguang mini again, but this time, the people inside weren't so lucky. It bit down on the car body, its sharp canine teeth piercing through the roof and the undercarriage, holding on tightly. It stopped, shaking its head violently as it did when tearing into its other prey. With a loud crack, the Wuling Hongguang mini was torn in half, one half flying off while the other remained in the beast's mouth. It spit out the half it had in its mouth and lunged at the other half of the car. What a chance! Jiang Chen predicted where it would land and turned the vehicle toward it at full speed. The hyena tooth beast opened its mouth to bite, but it suddenly felt the massive sound of the RV coming and jumped with great force. It narrowly avoided the attack. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. This hyena tooth beast was too agile in this open space. At the same time, Suin pushed open the window, her eyes locked on the beast's movements. She decisively fired a shot. Bang! The hyena tooth beast spun around, avoiding the fatal shot, but the bullet struck its tail, blowing it apart in the middle and causing a section to fall off. This made its eyes flare with even more fury, entering an enraged state. Jiang Chen analyzed the situation on the field. The RV was fast, but it needed time to accelerate. It was now unlikely to collide with the hyena tooth beast. He simply got out of the car, using himself as bait, and directly fought the hyena-like beast. At that moment, he noticed movement coming from the half-body of the car behind him. A girl with long twin ponytails, dressed in a Lolita dress, struggled to crawl out from inside. Her face, slightly chubby, was now completely pale. Seeing Jiang Chen standing before her, she showed gratitude, then patted her chest with her hand, her face showing the fear of barely escaping death. Did she survive all this? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. The hyena-like beast's vicious bite, followed by the head-shaking attacks. No normal person could possibly survive that, right? Jiang Chen noticed her torn skirt revealing her thighs, covered with blood, yet the wounds had already healed. He immediately made a judgment, this girl was definitely not simple. Before Jiang Chen could think further, the enraged hyena-like beast lunged at him frantically. Its huge mouth opened wider than Jiang Chen's height, trying to swallow him in one bite. But in the next second, Jiang Chen pressed its upper and lower jaws tightly with both hands, preventing it from biting. The stinking saliva from the beast's teeth dripped down his arms. Jiang Chen stared into its blood-red mouth, a strong sour stench rushing from its dark throat, making his eyes sting. The girl behind him widened her eyes, forgetting to stand up. One man and one beast were fighting barehanded right before her, shocking her mind. Was this man a god? Jiang Chen, unable to bear the stench any longer, pushed the huge beast several meters away. Then drew his knife and stepped forward, slashing at the beast's body. After a few strikes, the beast's front limbs and back were already wounded. But it felt no pain, growing fiercer, jumping and attacking Jiang Chen with evasive moves. Jiang Chen didn't give it a chance to distance itself, closely following, soon moving out of the highway area. Suin searched in the car for the right moment, ready to support Jiang Chen with her sniper rifle. Meanwhile, several vehicles arrived from behind, their passengers showing surprise upon seeing Jiang Chen's distinctive RV. The giant steel box RV, this must be what the boss wants us to watch, right? Lower your voices. I heard Zhang Yuzi was already taken down by him. Let's quietly report the news. Wait. Isn't that Luo Xingmian from the J Guild over there? It is. The one all the major guilds fought over before. She's alone. Quickly capture her and take her to the boss. They moved skillfully, got out, captured her, loaded her in the car, and drove off in one go. The girl didn't even have time to make a sound. Old Wu, parked on a heavy truck nearby, watched the entire scene with his own eyes. Chapter 39, Target, Wild Dog Gang Gathering Place. With Jiang Chen's final knife thrusting fiercely into the beast's throat, the massive hyena-like creature, its fur soaked in blood, fell violently, twitching a few times before completely dying. Not far away, Su Lin drove the RV slowly over to support him. The wheels rolled over the roadside gravel, making a faint sound. She stopped steadily beside Jiang Chen, rolled down the window, her gaze falling on him with subtle concern. Are you okay? Jiang Chen shook his head, casually wiping the blood off his knife. In a flat tone he said, System, devour. In the next second, the cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Evolution points plus 3,900. Obtained third stage crystal core, physical type. Obtained vehicle golden skill, physical shield. Jiang Chen held the newly acquired third stage crystal core in his hand, still slightly warm, containing immense physical energy. Without hesitation, he embedded the core directly into his bulletproof vest. A pale golden energy pattern flickered briefly on the surface of the vest. The second-tier crystal core originally embedded in the bulletproof vest instantly lost its shine, turning into dust and vanishing, completing the replacement. Now both crystal cores embedded in Jiang Chen's second-tier bulletproof vest are third-tier. The defense bonus immediately soared to 40 points. Ordinary beast claws and regular bullets cannot break through the defense at all. This is definitely the top armor among all the survivors. The newly acquired golden quality physical shield skill replaced the original silver quality physical shield skill. Physical shield, gold when attacked with a single hit exceeding 30% durability, the shield breaks and nullifies the damage, refreshes once every 24 hours. This is not just a skill, it is the ultimate life-saving divine skill. Even if a missile comes head-on, the RV can take it without a scratch. In special cases, this skill can even return blood for blood against the opponent's vehicle. Even some heavy vehicles, if Jiang Chen's RV crashes at full speed, the result is only the RV unharmed, while the other vehicle is heavily damaged. Of course, if the durability damage of one hit happens to be exactly 29%, it would be a bit awkward. Jiang Chen and Su Lin returned to the highway. Looking up, the Lolita girl from before was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen raised his brow slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. He saved her, although it was casual and unintentional, but saving is still saving. At least a little reward is deserved, right? Jiang Chen had long adapted to the rules of survival in this apocalypse, talk less, give more real benefits. Besides, he was extremely interested in the secret of the girl's wounds healing so fast. Old Wu saw through his curiosity at a glance and hurried over, still casual and cheerful, smiling warmly. Big brother, I know where the girl went. Just now, some sneaky people directly kidnapped her. Human traffickers? Jiang Chen looked strange, wondering that such things still existed in the apocalypse. Doesn't seem like it. Old Wu lowered his voice, judging by the way they acted, most likely they are from the Wild Dog Gang. The Wild Dog Gang again. Jiang Chen laughed angrily. These annoying scums really picked a fight with him. Exactly, only they would do such low, dirty things. Old Wu spat. After kidnapping, they either extort ransom or force people to serve them. Since the girl was targeted by them, she must either be important or extremely capable. In short, she is definitely not ordinary. Jiang Chen looked at him unexpectedly. You are quite well informed. Old Wu chuckled and waved his hand. This is all what my friends said. We usually just talk about whatever comes up. While saying this, he waved to the drivers of the other two trucks parked nearby. By the way, big brother, my friends and I are planning to form a new guild. We all drive heavy trucks or buses, to watch out for each other. If you want to join, apart from leaving the president spot for a senior, you can choose any other position freely. Jiang Chen felt a slight stir in his heart. Being able to gather such a truck guild, Old Wu had far more connections than he appeared to. However, he never had interest in joining any organization. Managing people is troublesome, being managed is more frustrating. How could it compare to traveling alone with one car? Suin quietly stepped forward, staying close to Jiang Chen, quietly waiting for his decision. Jiang Chen glanced at her and smiled lightly. I have no plans for that now, maybe later. Old Wu laughed heartily. I understand. Strong people all like to go alone. His tone suddenly lowered, voice even softer. By the way, big brother, if you really want to find the Wild Dog Gang, I have some news to warn you. There is a large hospital ahead. We originally planned to go there, but just got news it has already been occupied by the Wild Dog Gang. I heard over 30 people have gathered there, their leader is inside. More members are continuously rushing toward that direction. Big brother, if you're passing by there, I suggest, avoid it for now. Jiang Chen listened, and his eyebrows didn't even twitch. But the curve of his mouth slowly rose. He casually twirled his machete with his fingers, the blade leaving shallow marks on the ground. More than 30 people? All gathered in one place? Perfect, time to catch them all. The Wild Dog's gang's debt needs to be paid, the scarce medical supplies need to be taken, and that girl's secret needs to be dug up. This hospital, there's no reason for me to miss it. Jiang Chen? Su Lin just opened her mouth, but upon seeing that familiar sharpness in his eyes, she immediately closed her mouth, replaced it with a shallow smile. Her fingers tightened around the sniper rifle, and her eyes instantly became resolute. Jiang Chen turned around and directly got into the car. The door slammed shut, leaving only a confident sentence floating in the wind. The hospital, I've got it covered. Old Wu stood still, his face turning pale, staring blankly for a long time before letting out a long breath and shaking his head with a bitter smile. That's Jiang Chen. A monster who isn't afraid of even entire fields of weirdness. Old Wu. Who's that big shot? Introduce us. Ghost, one person fighting a third-tier mutant beast? If he joins our guild, I'll follow him right away. Old Wu's two friends were startled, not daring to even breathe earlier. Now they slowly approached. Old Wu spoke with irritation. Don't even think about it, my big brother isn't someone you can just get close to. Let's go, hurry and meet up, don't make everyone wait too long. Meanwhile, inside the hospital. Luo Xingnian was tightly bound in place, struggling desperately but not moving a single inch, but her mouth didn't show mercy. You trash, you bugs, let go of me, miss. Zhao Yi sneered, casually shoving a piece of rag into her mouth, cutting off her curses. His gaze burned as he stared at the girl in front of him, as if eyeing a rare treasure. One of his subordinates hurried over. Boss, should we contact the Zhou Mei Guild? This woman can definitely be exchanged for a huge amount of supplies. Zhao Yi kicked him in the leg and scolded harshly. Idiot. What do you know? A talent like her, of course, we keep her to serve me. Her value alone equals the whole hospital. Chapter 40, Infiltrating the Hospital. The abandoned hospital stood alone on the dry prairie, its tall building very noticeable. Broken glass windows let the wind in, faintly carrying the sound of scolding from inside the building. Jang Chen parked the RV 300 meters away in a dense patch of grass. The vehicle was tall, unable to fully conceal itself. But from a distance, it was only a blurry black dot, not easily noticeable. At this distance, Jiang Chen could activate his full command skills at any time. He could make the RV drive to the hospital to pick him up. The two of them swiftly got out of the car. Jiang Chen tucked his machete securely, his bulletproof vest firmly on, exuding real security. Su Lin, on the other hand, held a second-tier dagger in each hand, two pistols strapped to her waist, her gaze sharp like an eagle, already in a state of alert. The hospital entrance was unusually lax. Most of the Wild Dog's gang's main forces were likely inside busy looting medical supplies, leaving only two armed guards outside. At this moment, an unaware survivor caught sight of the hospital from afar, and it seemed like they saw a life-saving straw, rushing joyfully toward the gate in a small car. As soon as the car door opened, before he could take a step, two gunshots rang out, and the person fell to the ground, breathless. Jiang Chen coldly watched the scene, not at all surprised. In the apocalypse, greed and recklessness have always been deadly. He wasn't afraid of these two small fry, but he didn't want to alert the others. Although the Wild Dog's gang wasn't considered a strong enemy in his eyes, he had to pay attention to tactics. What if the enemy had some unexpected power? A flip could happen in an instant, although the possibility was very, very small. But in this cruel apocalypse, every life only gets one shot. Capture the leader first, that's the easiest way. Take out their boss first, and the rest of the group will be headless. Two in the west corner, one at the east main door, all ordinary guns, just a few people on the first floor. Suin whispered the report, eyes scanning the hospital's outer wall, then fixed on the second floor. The second floor is noisy, footsteps moving often, there are more people there. She paused, the third floor is about the same. Jiang Chen instantly understood, the first floor's supplies were likely already plundered, leaving only a few to clean up. The main force was concentrated on the second and third floors, busy grabbing the remaining medical supplies. Let's go to the second floor first. He nodded slightly, voice sharp, then bypassed the guards at the door, quickly heading to the hospital side. Using the withered vines on the outer wall for cover, he pressed close to the cold wall and moved fast, soon reaching a second-floor window. He peeked quickly down the corridor, confirmed no one passed, leapt in, landing steadily inside the room. Suin followed closely, landing without a single sound. Voices came from the far end of the corridor. Jiang Chen and Suin slipped into a hospital room, door slightly ajar, watching outside. So damn boring, the boss locked that woman up and doesn't care, leaving us to do hard labor. Who says not? The beauty enjoys herself, we get the dirty work. The strange one on the third floor killed 7 of our brothers, never showed his face, next time it might be us. Quiet, you don't want to live? What to fear, he's not here, can he eat me? There were 3 people in the corridor, 2 walking ahead chatting. One fell behind, head down, seemed focused on checking something. Next second, a shadow flashed, Sulin's dagger sliced his neck precisely, a thin red line appeared instantly. He didn't even hum, body went soft, falling down. Who? The 2 ahead were startled by the fall, turned sharply, before seeing clearly, felt a chill on their necks. A cold dagger and a sharp cleaver pressed on their throats, the cold drilled straight into their bones. Shut up, move and die. Sulin's voice was cold, fingers on the dagger, eyes calm. If they made a single move, she would act without hesitation. Jang Chen nodded to the empty room next to them, go in. He dragged the fallen body inside. Next, I ask, you answer. No nonsense, no tricks. Nod if you understand. The man nodded rapidly, eyes dropping, showing a glint of cunning and cruelty. Suin pushed the dagger slightly away from his throat, he grasped it like a lifeline, trying to rise and call for help, go. Before he could finish, Suin ended him. The other wild dog gang member peed in fright, the stench spreading. In this end of the world, they always bullied others with numbers, deciding life and death. Never thought one day they'd have a knife at their throat, unable to resist. Your turn, behave or same end as him. Why yes. I'll say everything. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. He shook like a leaf, stuttering. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, to him it was scarier than a devil. Your boss's name, his strength? He's Zhao Yi, very strong, even 3 or 5 of us can't beat him, his gear is the best among us. The man sneaked a glance at Jiang Chen. Meeting Jiang Chen's cold gaze, he quickly lowered his head, heart racing. He felt Jiang Chen's aura was even 3 parts more terrifying than Zhao Yi. Where is he now? On this floor, if you go out, turn, the room at the end is his. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, paused, and then asked again. The woman you mentioned just now, where is she now? She is right next to the boss, very close to him. The boss specifically ordered, no one is allowed near. I've said everything I should, don't kill me, please don't kill me, I'll do anything you say. Realizing something, he began to panic and beg. Suin tightened his grip on the wrist, decisively sending him to reunite with his companions. Jiang Chen and Suin walked out of the ward, turned along the corridor, and reached the room at the end, gently pushing the door open. Inside the room were piles of looted supplies and an old, broken bed, but Zhao Yi was nowhere to be seen. The 2 quickly searched the room but found nothing useful. Just then, voices from the wild dog gang came from outside the door. A man holding a box of supplies whistled, and the next second Jiang Chen grabbed his neck and dragged him into the room. You who are you? The man stopped his casual whistling, his eyes full of terror. Where is Zhao Yi? Speak or die. I'll tell. Someone nearby found a supply box, the boss took a few elites to grab it. Don't. Before he could finish, he was completely silent. Jiang Chen rubbed his brow, already making a judgment in his mind. Zhao Yi had gone out and he didn't know when he would return. Dealing with him would have to wait for now. The 2 turned and walked out, arriving at the room next door, gently pushing the door open. The Lolita girl they had seen on the road was tied tightly to a chair, a piece of torn cloth stuffed in her mouth. Seeing them come in, her eyes opened wide, making oh-oh sounds, reacting intensely. Chapter 41, The Stubborn Tsundere Lady. Jiang Chen stepped forward, pulled the cloth from her mouth, and made a shushing gesture. As soon as the cloth left her lips, her sharp voice exploded in the small, cramped ward, with a hint of spoiled tone. It's you? Come untie me, now. Impatience flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, his tone cooling as he forcibly suppressed the urge to slap her, saying coldly, keep your voice down if you don't want to die. It wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't dare to hit her, but he knew a slap would make her cry for a long time, wasting precious time. Almost as soon as the girl's scream rang out, Suin moved swiftly to the ward door, pressed against the wall on guard, his aura instantly sharp. Fortunately, no one from the Wild Dog gang was passing the corridor, a narrow escape without danger. With his enhanced superhuman hearing, Suin could clearly hear that dozens of people were looting supplies at the other end of this floor. The clashing of objects and chaotic curses mixed together, covering the girl's sharp shout. It seemed no one noticed anything unusual here. She leaned against the door, still holding a second-level dagger in each hand, her eyes scanning the corridor, confirming no danger, then slowly looked at the two inside the ward, silently signaling Jiang Chen that it was temporarily safe. Inside the ward, the girl was intimidated by Jiang Chen's cold tone but still refused to yield. She puffed her cheeks, her face flushed, turned her head, and snorted. "Humph. Don't think that saving me before means you can boss me around." Though her words were tough, her voice subconsciously lowered, clearly aware of the situation and not daring to be too wild. Jang Chen looked at her stubborn face and could not help but laugh, his tone laced with mockery. "All right, young lady, now tell me, why should I save you?" The girl froze, then her features scrunched together. Tilting her head, she stared at Jiang Chen in confusion. After a long while, she finally spat out a sentence, "Who asked you to save me?" "You can save me or not, I have plenty of people to save me." Jiang Chen felt his headache and couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Communicating with this kind of person was really exhausting. "Suin, let's go." Suin didn't hesitate at all, nodded lightly, and was about to leave. The girl panicked, "Wait, I was just joking. Why are you so petty?" Jiang Chen didn't stop walking and was about to leave the room. The girl became completely frantic, struggling to stand up from the chair, moving like a grasshopper on a hot pan. If her hands and feet weren't tied, she would have rushed over to grab Jiang Chen's clothes. Hey. It's just a reward, I have plenty of that, stop right there." Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and showed her a mocking smile, slowly walking toward her. "Say it, I'm not a patient person. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be left here to fend for yourself." The girl snorted, "My car was bitten by a beast, now. I don't have anything to give you." Jiang Chen truly couldn't stand it anymore, his palm as big as a cooking pot was already raised in the air. "Nothing, huh? Who are you trying to fool?" Jiang Chen knew her identity wasn't ordinary. If an ordinary person saved her, it would be just a good deed, but now that she had the means to pay and still didn't give him anything, that was a whole different story. She was treating him as free labor, and he had no habit of helping an ingrate. The girl shrank her body, leaning to the side, trying to move her head away from the raised palm. She had seen Jiang Chen's strength before, and with a single slap, she knew she would be flattened. But she still refused to give in. "What are you in such a hurry for? I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you." Jiang Chen retracted his palm, his impatience now very obvious in his tone, "Spit it out." The girl straightened up, lifted her chin, and looked very pleased with herself. "I'm from the J Guild, you send me back, and my big sister will reward you." "Really?" Jiang Chen glanced at her sideways, making her feel a little uneasy. "When have I ever lied?" She forced herself to remain calm, raising her chin in defiance. "Tell me, why would they help you pay the reward?" The girl gritted her teeth and trembled in anger. "I am Luo Xingmian, do you think I would owe you a small debt like this? I'll have my big sister give you 5 boxes of instant noodles, okay? You probably haven't seen so many instant noodles in your life, huh?" The more Luo Xingmian spoke, the prouder she became, unaware that Jiang Chen was already cursing in his heart. Damn, poor guild. All right. Jiang Chen couldn't listen anymore, he raised his hand to interrupt her words, no longer interested in the reward she could offer. Now, what he was concerned about was why she was so special that both the Wild Dog Gang and the J Guild valued her. Next question, do you have any special abilities? Upon hearing Jiang Chen ask this question, Luo Xingmian believed that he truly hadn't heard of her famous name. "I'm a healer." After saying that, she raised her chin proudly, eagerly waiting for Jiang Chen's shocked or flattering expression. But to her disappointment, Jiang Chen's reaction was very flat, with no sign of surprise on his face, as if he had just heard the most ordinary thing. At this moment, Jiang Chen thought to himself, a healer, that seems to make sense. Healers are indeed rare talents in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, because medicine is so rare, sometimes even a simple wound infection could cost someone's life. But if there was a healer in the team, it would be a whole different story. Jiang Chen's team was in need of such a role, and if there was a chance, he would definitely recruit a healer. However, he didn't like Luo Xingmian's personality at all, just the thought of working with her felt miserable, and besides, she had already joined another guild. Luo Xingmian noticed his indifferent reaction, snorted, and unwillingly added, "My healing skills are really impressive." She glanced at Jiang Chen secretly after speaking. "Jiang Chen, someone is coming," Suin reminded. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. He stood up and coldly warned Luo Xingmian, "It's not convenient to take you now. Stay here quietly, we'll come back to get you later. After saying that, he shoved the rag back into Luo Xingmian's mouth, and immediately the muffled sobbing sound filled the room again. At that moment, voices came from the hallway outside. Strange, where did the fat guys go to slack off? They've been gone for ages. Forget about them. Most of the stuff has been moved, let's find a quiet spot and take a nap. Has the boss not come back yet? This place feels creepy, I really don't want to stay here overnight. Jiang Chen and Suin exchanged a glance, then immediately opened the door and rushed out, swiftly and decisively taking care of two wild dog gang members passing by. They then dragged the bodies into the room where Luo Xingmian was, and slammed the door shut tightly. The two made up their minds, since Zhao Yu wasn't back yet, they would first clean up these small fry. And, the medical supplies here, they were thankful for the wild dog gang helping to gather them. Now, they were theirs. Chapter 42, Clearing the Second Floor, Stealing the House. Jiang Chen and Su Lin crept along the wall. The hallway was very dim, and when the wind blew, a sharp smell of medicine and disinfectant filled the air. They moved carefully, even keeping their breathing low, hiding in the shadows, silently searching for prey. There are two on the left side of the stairs. Their footsteps are heavy, they should be moving boxes, walking slowly. Su Lin's voice was crisp and calm. After a brief pause, he continued, on the right side of the stairs, there are two unarmed ones, they're heading this way, they'll be at the door in 30 seconds. Their steps are relaxed, their vigilance is low. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Take care of the right side first. His voice was low, only Su Lin could clearly hear it, with no extra emotions, just firm and unquestionable determination. Understood. Su Lin quickly shrank back, immediately hiding in the shadow beside the door. Two daggers were tightly gripped in his hands, their cold gleam subdued, his entire body poised like a beast ready to pounce, perfectly still. Soon, the dragging footsteps grew louder and closer. Why hasn't the boss returned yet? This lousy hospital looks like it's about to collapse at any moment, when are we leaving? Stop talking, after we finish eating, go back to move the supplies, there's only a little left. What do you think the boss wants with that weird corpse? Hey, you new guy, you itchy or something? Who do you think you are, asking about the boss's business? The two had just reached the door and were about to push it open. Su Lin moved suddenly. He was so fast, there was just a shadow, and the dagger flashed, the first person didn't even make a sound, collapsing immediately. The other person was startled, not even having time to turn around. Jiang Chen emerged from behind the door, covering the person's mouth with one hand, and struck the back of his neck with a knife. Clean, swift, without a sound. The two exchanged a glance, no words needed, they continued to move forward. Shadows, corners, blind spots, they used them all to their advantage. Su Lin led, listening and positioning, while Jiang Chen followed, delivering the final blow when needed. Their coordination was flawless, as if they had been working together for years. The small fry dropped one by one, not even having the chance to sound the alarm. A few minutes later, the second floor was completely silent. The loud talking, the cursing, the clashing of boxes, all had disappeared. In the empty corridor, there were only scattered wooden boxes, a few pools of dark red blood, and a deathly silence. Even the sound of the wind brushing against the windows was unnervingly clear. The second floor was cleared. This floor is done. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Su Lin responded with a quiet his eyes glancing toward the stairwell. No more words were needed, they both understood. Following the signs of movement, they headed up. The third floor was where the real goods were hidden. The stairwell was even darker than the second floor, almost pitch black. They took each step carefully, as light as two cats. The higher they went, the stronger the smell of disinfectant became, sharp and pungent, covering all other smells. There were still quite a few members of the wild dog gang on the third floor, completely unaware that their allies on the second floor had all been wiped out. A few clustered together chatting and joking, while others leaned against the walls, dozing off, utterly relaxed. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately fixed on the operating room at the very end of the corridor, right across from the stairs. He and Su Lin lowered their bodies and quietly crept forward without a sound. The operating room door wasn't shut tight, leaving only a narrow crack. Jiang Chen gently pushed it, and when the door opened, both of them paused and drew a sharp breath. Inside, it was no longer an operating room at all, it was clearly a large storage room packed full. Boxes of medicine were stacked neatly, bandages and gauze piled like small hills, disinfectants, antibiotics, fever medicine, all were there, and in the corner were a few boxes of medical equipment. The quantity far exceeded their expectations. In a world where supplies were extremely scarce and even a bit of medicine could save a life, this place was undoubtedly an incredibly precious vault, enough to drive any survivor team crazy. Now, our RVs might not even hold all of this. Su Lin was already imagining moving all this into the RV, her great work managing supplies would get an impressive new chapter. Even more unexpectedly, several wide strips of reinforced cloth hung outside the operating room window. Once straightened, these strips could be used as a simple transmission slide. It was clearly a fast transfer path for supplies prepared in advance by the Wild Dog Gang. Jiang Chen chuckled quietly in his heart. These people were considerate, gathering the supplies for him and even setting up the transport path. They had at least done something right for once. At that moment, a sudden series of harsh engine roars sounded outside the hospital. A dozen or so vehicles of all kinds stopped at the hospital entrance, and more than 20 people got out one after another, exuding aggression. At the front was the Wild Dog Gang leader Zhao Yi. Besides the few elites he had first taken out, the rest had been sent from other routes to join them. As soon as he entered the hospital, Zhao Yi sharply sensed a trace of blood in the air. Something's wrong. Why is the second floor so quiet? His heart tightened, and without a word, he dashed up to the second floor. But the scene before him made his eyes bulge instantly, his whole body trembling with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, bleeding without him noticing. Finally, he punched the nearby wall. The huge impact echoed across the empty second floor of the hospital. It was fine before leaving, and now just a short while out, someone had stolen from their home base. Who did this? He ground his teeth in hatred. How dare they come into my Wild Dog Gang territory and act wild? Others on the first floor rushed up, seeing their allies on the second floor lying in disorder, their faces pale, fear rising in their hearts. Such silent methods, could it be a strange attack? Zhao Yi reached out, pressed on one subordinate's face, tapped twice lightly, then suddenly slapped him hard, sending him staggering. Are you blind? Can't you see the wounds on them? Ignoring the others, he rushed straight to the room where Luo Xingmian was kept. Seeing him still alive, he finally exhaled in relief. But the next second, his expression changed drastically, his heart tightening sharply. Damn! The supplies! He dashed madly toward the third floor, with the others following closely behind. Jang Chen and Suin were just coming out of the operating room filled with medical supplies. The two groups collided head-on like this. Because they had already cleared the second floor, Jiang Chen now faced the entire Wild Dog Gang with much less pressure. He held the knife at his waist, a faint smile on his face, his eyes calm and steady. Zhao Yi looked at the two strangers, a man and a woman, walking out from his most cherished resource vault. A wave of anger, like his home had been ransacked by thieves, surged to his head, and his pupils shrank sharply, murderous intent soaring in an instant. On one side stood Zhao Yi, surrounded by a large group of his subordinates, while on the other side, only Su Lin stood behind Jiang Chen. The air, in this moment, was completely frozen. Chapter 43, Jiang Chen is a monster. Zhao Yi, filled with anger but still rational, spoke without losing his composure. You two, barging into my Wild Dog Gang's territory, have you thought about how you want to die? Jiang Chen's face was calm, not responding to his question, but instead, he slowly walked toward him. Zhao Yi's eyes sharpened, signaling two of his subordinates. You two, go. The gruesome scene on the second floor still vivid in their minds, Jiang Chen unknowingly exuded immense pressure on everyone present. The two subordinates Zhao Yi pointed out, sweat beading on their foreheads, their shoulders stiffened, and they could barely hold onto their fire axes. Hurry up! Zhao Yi urged them. Behind them, those with ill intentions pushed them forward. The two licked their lips, swallowed hard, glanced back at the large number of subordinates behind them, then looked at their axes, and with a steely resolve, charged toward Jiang Chen. They put all their strength into it, swinging their axes in a wide arc aimed directly at Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he tracked the movement of the axes. He raised both hands gently, grasping the axe handles with ease. The two attackers looked up, only to be met with Jiang Chen's playful smile. A cold shiver ran down their spines, and they hurriedly tried to pull the axes from his grip. Every hair on their bodies stood on end, their veins bulging, teeth gritted, their faces turning red. But the axes were as if welded into Jiang Chen's hands, not moving an inch. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of disdain as he lifted his legs and kicked each of them flying with a single, casual motion. The two landed on the ground, clutching their stomachs in pain, completely powerless to fight back. The onlookers watched in shock, their hearts pounding, and the crowd erupted in discussion. This is insane, even two people together can't beat him. I knew something was off about this guy, I don't want to fight him. Zhao Yi's expression darkened as he turned his head to glance at his subordinates behind him. Without a word, his mere presence was enough to silence them into submission. Speak another word, and I'll rip out your tongues. He then pointed to a few of them and gave a brief order to the person beside him. The few nodded and rushed downstairs immediately. At that moment, 7 people charged out from the crowd, all elites under Zhao Yi's command. Their gear and weapons were clearly much better than those of the others. Their courage was also far greater than the average gang member, and without hesitation, they shouted as they charged toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face hardened, and he grew serious, drawing a machete from his back and walking toward them. Behind him, Su Lin already had 2 handguns in hand, her gaze sharp, keeping a close eye on the Wild Dog Gang members, ready for any sudden move. As soon as they clashed, one of the attackers fell under Jiang Chen's blade, weapon and body sliced clean in half. No matter how good their weapons were, they were no match for Jiang Chen's strength. Within a few breaths, only 3 of the 7 attackers were still standing, all wounded. As they were pushed back by Jiang Chen, they became furious, drawing their guns without thinking. In the underworld, drawing a gun first was a clear admission of being inferior in skill. Bang! 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 The 3 of them fired simultaneously, but the shocking scene that unfolded made their pupils widen in disbelief. The bullets hit Jiang Chen's body but were deflected and bounced off. A monster, this is definitely a monster. Who can withstand bullets with their body? He's not human, he's a human-shaped beast. Jiang Chen's performance sent waves of panic among the Wild Dog gang members. If they could see his stats, they'd realize that their sanity points were all dropping drastically. Shut up! Zhao Yi shouted violently. The gang members around immediately went silent, except for 2 who were holding their heads, trembling. They suddenly looked up and shouted at Zhao Yi. It's all your fault. Why don't you go yourself? You're the real trash. Their state was obviously off. Last night, they had just taken part in a strange siege inside the hospital, their sanity already low. And now under the double pressure of Jiang Chen and Zhao Yi, they finally couldn't hold on, their sanity dropping below 50. At this moment, their minds were no longer under their own control. Or rather, they had broken through their disguise, showing the thoughts deep in their hearts. Zhao Yi was not surprised by this, but every time it made him very angry. This time, in front of everyone, it deeply insulted him. Blood rushed to his head. What nonsense are you 2 trash-talking? Then in rage, 2 punches sent them flying. The gang members watched this cruel scene, trembling with fear, yet feeling a strange relief. They almost forgot that their boss Zhao Yi was not an ordinary person. With him there, they had no need to fear Jiang Chen. After several tests and observations, Zhao Yi had already judged Jiang Chen's strength. This man was indeed skilled, but compared to him, still lacking. As for the earlier scene of taking bullets, it was just a trick to fool people. He had long seen that the seemingly ordinary clothes Jiang Chen wore were actually a bulletproof vest. But compared to his special jacket with 2 second-level crystal cores, it was like heaven and earth. Not even in the same class. Thinking of this, Zhao Ye's eyes flashed with killing intent, no longer hesitating. He pulled a huge axe from behind, holding it with both hands, majestic and terrifying. Kid, I admit you have some skill, but remember, there's always someone stronger. Today I'll teach you this lesson. The cheers of the gang behind him only fueled Zhao Ye's morale. Dragging the giant axe on the ground, he rushed toward Jiang Chen. From just 1 body length away, the axe lifted from below, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's lower body. Such a vicious move. But too slow. Jiang Chen saw that Zhao Yi was a strength-type fighter, not very agile. He easily dodged and counterattacked with a swing. Zhao Yi raised the axe to block. The numbness through his hands made Zhao Yi a bit dazed, but it only stirred his bloodlust more. This time he raised the axe high above his head with both hands. Like a raging beast, chopping heavily toward Jiang Chen's forehead. This time Jiang Chen did not dodge or avoid. From their earlier clash, he already knew Zhao Ye's true strength. In terms of power, with his 69-point physique, he could completely crush his opponent. Jiang Chen's face hardened, he held the knife with both hands from below, meeting the falling giant axe head-on. Clang! Zhao Ye's axe was directly shaken from his hands, flying backward. Jiang Chen stepped forward, slashing at Zhao Yi, who was now unarmed. Zhao Yi instinctively tried to escape, but exposed his back to Jiang Chen. A knife struck down, blood gushing from his back, leaving a terrifying wound. His whole body fell forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The Wild Dog gang members quickly caught him. Zhao Yi now stared wide-eyed, unable to even blink, his whole body stiff. How could this be? The strength he was proud of was easily crushed by Jiang Chen. The armor he was confident in was broken in a single strike. Boss, the stuff is here. The few who had been ordered to fetch the items returned. They brought a machine gun, several submachine guns, and a mysterious black box. Seeing these items, Zhao Ye's pale face from blood loss finally regained a bit of color. Quick, stop the bleeding, and also. The Wild Dog gang all turned their gun barrels, aiming together at Jang Chen and Suin. Shoot them both into a sieve. Seeing this, Jang Chen's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Shoot him into a sieve? With them alone? He slowly raised his hand. Fingers moved slightly. Vehicle sync, start. Chapter 44, Wild Dog Gang totally defeated. At Zhao Ye's command, the Wild Dog Gang opened fire all at once. Rat-tat-tat. Submachine gun and machine gun bullets poured onto Jiang Chen without holding back, especially that machine gun, its muzzle spitting blue fire. Hundreds of bullets hit Jiang Chen every second, bouncing off his super strong body with only dull thuds. Suin, seeing this, dodged to Jiang Chen's side, behind him. With such dense bullets, she had no chance to stick out her head and shoot. She couldn't help but sweat for Jiang Chen, but now she could only trust him, leaving everything to him. Submachine gun bullets scraped Jiang Chen's body but only lightly, yet the machine gun fire was fiercer, its bullets hitting him already caused some pain. A single ant can't hurt an elephant, but thousands of ants attacking at once are different. On the other side, the wild dog gang were shocked, mouths open, unable to close, stunned that so many bullets could hit Jiang Chen without damage. What kind of monster is this? Invisible fear hung over their hearts. What was happening was beyond their imagination. Many were so scared their courage broke, pulling triggers by instinct. Zhao Ye's brows furrowed tightly, he clenched the black box in his hand, hesitating whether to open it. Countless stray bullets filled the corridor. Jiang Chen looked at the dense bullet rain ahead, no longer underestimating it. Vehicle sync, go. Jiang Chen's aura instantly surged, his body stats shooting up to 300 points. Bullets that once caused him itching or pain now hit him with no effect at all. Not only that, his speed synced with the RV, reaching up to 150 km per hour. At this moment, he was an unstoppable road tyrant. Vroom vroom vroom. Engine seemed to roar in his head, he leaned forward slightly, aiming at the densest part of the wild dog gang. Boom! He stepped heavily, his body like a cannon, moving instantly. Those with submachine guns, machine guns, and even small pistols were all slammed into the air, only bouncing down after hitting the ceiling. Over 20 people were thrown, many were broken apart, the corridor instantly raining human bodies. Ghosts. Monsters. Run. Those left saw this shocking scene, scared out of their wits. Except for those collapsed on the ground, uselessly flailing, the rest of the wild dog gang scattered like birds and beasts, screaming as they fled downstairs. Suin took the chance to shoot the fleeing, after several gunshots killing more. Zhao Ye's face turned iron pale, corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. What kind of demon had he provoked? He stopped hesitating, opened the black box, took out a huge snake gall, the strong stench instantly filled the air. He grinned cruelly, gripping the gall, and hurled it at Jiang Chen. Die! The huge snake gall hit Jiang Chen's back, its foul bile exploding instantly. Jiang Chen straightened, frozen for a moment, then heard the system's alert tone. Sanity minus 100. This snake gall was from the weird creature. If it were anyone else, their sanity would be almost gone, their mind in chaos, cut down easily. But Jiang Chen was different. His sanity was a full 300 points. Even taking another hit would be fine. Seeing Jang Chen recover so fast, Zhao Ye's smile vanished immediately. His lips pale, heartbeat skipping, goosebumps rising all over. Impossible? How is it possible? He couldn't beat him in close combat, bullets couldn't kill, even the weird creature's mental attacks couldn't touch him. What kind of being is he? Zhao Ye glanced deeply at the supplies in the operating room. His eyes were full of deep unwillingness. Then he hardened his heart, pulled up the two subordinates on the ground, pushed them toward Jiang Chen, and took the chance to escape downstairs himself. Passing by the room on the second floor where Luo Xingmian was imprisoned, an even greater, deeper unwillingness surged into his heart, almost making him rush in recklessly to take Luo Xingmian along. But he did not let greed cloud his mind, knowing that if he took Luo Xingmian, he could never escape, forcing himself to turn his head and continue fleeing to the first floor. The convoy, the medical supplies, and the top-tier healer, he had already possessed all of this, yet in the blink of an eye, he lost everything. But as long as he was alive, everything could be taken back. After going down to the first floor, he ran toward his tank with the fastest speed of his life, entered it, accelerated to the max, and fled. But Jiang Chen did not want to let him go just like that. Cut the grass, and the spring wind will make it grow again. He summoned the RV, with Su Lin as the driver. Take this. Su Lin threw the sniper rifle to him, focusing fully on planning the optimal pursuit route. The SUV at the very back planned to drive away from the road, taking a different escape route than the others. Su Lin directly drove the RV toward it. Jiang Chen. Got it. Jiang Chen loaded the sniper rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out, hitting the grass next to the SUV. This moving target was a bit too difficult for Jiang Chen. He changed bullets, quickly fired again, and missed again. Jiang Chen, can you do it or not? Seeing the SUV moving further from the road, Su Lin teased him. Don't worry, this shot will definitely hit. Bang! The third shot hit the SUV's tire. The tire instantly exploded, the car body tilted violently, lost control, slid hard to the side, and then flipped with a loud crash. Su Lin drove up, made a beautiful turn and drift, using the rear of the RV to crush the flipped SUV, immediately swallowing it. And at this moment, the RV completed the turn smoothly, not wasting a second, heading back toward the road to continue chasing the next target. The system prompt arrived a little late. Vehicle durability -5. Swallowed, evolution points plus 5,500. Obtain Su Lin evolution material number 4, preserved. Vehicle durability plus 10, fully restored. Zhao Ye's tank was at the very front of the road, but a few other vehicles still blocked Jiang Chen's RV. These were probably forced there by Zhao Yi as buffers. Perfect, Jiang Chen didn't plan to let them go either. The sniper rifle loaded, this time he aimed at an SUV directly in front. A straight target was much simpler, the first bullet hit the SUV's rear wheel directly. The SUV spun crazily on the road, soon caught by the RV, crushed, and swallowed. Evolution points plus 7,200. Jiang Chen's sniper skill got better and better, at most, no more than 2 shots could take down an enemy vehicle. System prompts arrived one after another. Evolution points plus 6,200. Evolution points plus 8,400. Evolution points plus 5,000. Vehicle evolution progress, 67100/100000. Obtain Suin evolution material number 7, preserved. Vehicle durability fully restored. Jang Chen not only felt amazed, these evolved high-level vehicles gave evolution points very generously. All vehicles of the Wild Dog Gang in front were destroyed by Jiang Chen, leaving only Zhao Ye's tank less than 5 kilometers ahead. Zhao Yi knew the situation was hopeless, with no other vehicles behind to interfere with the RV, he would be caught by Jiang Chen sooner or later. And during the escape, the wound on his back had already split open, at this rate, he couldn't hold on much longer. Now he could only risk it, betting that the tank's cannon fire could smash through the RV's iron body. At this distance, he only had one chance. He placed all his hope on this single cannon shot. Suin, driving, saw the tank turning its cannon toward them, her heart shocked, she knew better than anyone the terrible power of a tank's cannon. Her lips were a little pale, she did not expect that this tank still had shells left. The shells of this kind of tank were extremely precious, using one meant there was one less. Jiang Chen, we should avoid its sharp edge first. Jiang Chen's eyes were firm, he spoke calmly, no need, just crash straight at it. Jiang Chen. This is not a joke. Suin rarely lost her temper. I know, trust me, crash straight at it. Chapter 45, face the tank head-on, Wild Dog Gang expelled. Heat waves rolled over the highway. Suin drove the RV at high speed, the scenery around flew past rapidly. Her heart was struggling, whether to stop and turn to avoid, or keep moving forward. In hesitation, the tank's barrel had fully turned. It aimed at the RV she was in. She glanced at Jiang Chen with some blame, he was still calm as usual. As if the danger ahead had nothing to do with him. She slammed the already pressed to the bottom accelerator even harder. Fine, just trust him one more time. The RV rushed straight toward the tank ahead. Inside the tank, Zhao Yi was controlling the interface, aiming at the RV behind. He worried about missing and delayed pressing the fire button, waiting for the perfect moment. Who would have thought the RV was going straight at him as if it had no fear of death? The last shell, extremely precious, though it hurt him to use it, compared to his life, it was nothing. He steeled his heart, his face harsh, and pressed the fire button. Whoosh! The tank jolted backward, the last shell fired out with a huge rushing sound, roaring toward the RV where Jiang Chen was. Suin's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her chest heaving violently. Watching the shell from a distant point, becoming clearer, in a blink, it was right in front of her. She simply closed her eyes, but never released the accelerator. Boom! The shell hit the RV head-on, the huge impact made the RV jolt violently. Thick smoke rose instantly, covering the RV's shape. Zhao Ye's eyes exploded with joy, hit. Finally hit. But when the smoke cleared, his smile froze on his face. The RV was only colored by the explosion dust, otherwise. Not a scratch. Suin slowly opened her eyes, the smoke in front gradually dispersed. The RV and she were fine. She widened her eyes, blinked, put her right hand on her chest, took deep breaths, and looked at Jiang Chen, who was giving her a playful smile. She realized Jiang Chen had some trump card he hadn't told her. Making her experience walking through the gates of death for nothing. Suin grumbled in her heart, the body that could take bullets, the strange yet powerful RV, Jiang Chen really refused to reveal any secrets. Tonight she would dig deeper into Jiang Chen's secrets. Jiang Chen naturally stayed calm the whole time, with the golden physical shield skill, he could block one strong attack aimed at the vehicle. The RV was completely fearless of this shell. But now. Jiang Chen showed Suin a sign, she immediately understood. Pressed the accelerator hard, the RV restarted. The engine roared like an out-of-control steel beast, crashing toward the tank 300 meters ahead. With all his cards out, Zhao Yi was completely desperate, he only wanted to survive, running with all his might. But the tank's speed could not match Jiang Chen's evolved RV. Bang! Vehicle durability minus 15. System prompt sounded with the huge collision. The tank, hit by the RV, had its barrel broken, tracks snapped, body pushed aside several meters, with a huge dent at the impact. After a long while, smoke cleared, the top hatch of the tank opened, Zhao Yi climbed out with difficulty. His head was bleeding, most of his face covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. Jiang Chen and Su Lin got out of the vehicle. Su Lin aimed his pistol at Zhao Yi. "Alright, anything else you want to say?" Jiang Chen relaxed his posture, speaking calmly, his tone very casual. Zhao Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head, his insides ruptured, bleeding heavily. Looking weak, ready to collapse at any moment, completely different from his arrogant posture when Jiang Chen first met him. "Why are you chasing me so relentlessly? To deliver justice for those people? It's the end of the world, there is no right or wrong, we are all just trying to survive." Jiang Chen interlaced his fingers behind his head, leaned his head back, half closed his eyes, a faint curve on the corner of his mouth. "For others, maybe a little, but I mainly want personal revenge. Those who offend me, I won't let them live comfortably." Hearing this, Zhao Yi laughed loudly 3 times toward the sky, then bent his legs and knelt down. He did not kneel toward Jiang Chen nor Su Lin, but toward the road he came from. He knelt for his once arrogant past and for everything he had lost. Finally, he lowered his head and completely stopped breathing. The Wild Dog Gang was erased from the records. Su Lin walked over, looking at the wrecked tank with some regret. If it hadn't been damaged, she could have tried driving it. Jiang Chen didn't care, he had an RV, he had everything he needed, only others could envy his vehicles. System, Devour. Devour completed. Vehicle durability plus 30, fully restored. Evolution points plus 30,000. Evolution progress 100000/100000. Progress full, evolution can start. Obtained a mysterious notebook. Jiang Chen grinned, a strong sense of satisfaction rising from his heart. The RV could evolve again. This time, what kind of surprise would it bring? How terrifyingly strong would his body become this time? System, evolve. Evolving, estimated time 1 hour. A mysterious energy shrouded the RV, slowly causing changes to appear bit by bit. During the RV's evolution, Jiang Chen looked at the mysterious notebook obtained from devouring the tank. The notebook cover was gray-yellow leather, rough and hard to touch, the pages long yellowed, edges full of uneven missing parts. It seemed treated with oil, although much content was lost, some parts resisted the erosion of time, preserved. Especially the large, eye-catching words on the cover made Jiang Chen's heart stir. Doomsday Survival Guide. It seemed to be a notebook written by people from the past, recording various practical survival skills. Previously, Zhao Ye's use of bizarre organs as an attack left a deep impression on Jiang Chen. Now it seemed he had learned that method from this notebook. Using these strange organs as projectiles was indeed very bold, and the effect was outstanding. If Jiang Chen's rationality had not been far above normal, Zhao Ye's attack could have caused him serious trouble. But the difficult part was how to preserve the strange organs. If preserved poorly, the strange aura would leak, and carelessness could cost his life, even endanger others around. Jiang Chen quickly flipped through a few pages, the recorded skills benefited him greatly, and the corner of his mouth could not help but lift. He did not know who passed down this notebook, but without doubt, its value was priceless. Next to him, Su Lin watched the RV evolve automatically, amazed again and again. Such a steel giant, slowly expanding and strengthening before her eyes, various external parts assembling in order in the void. The scene was so magical, she unconsciously watched for a whole hour. Until a system prompt sounded clearly in Jiang Chen's mind. Evolution completed. Chapter 46, XSR Class. Heavy Armed RV. Vehicle evolution completed. The mysterious energy surrounding the RV slowly dissipated, a streak of flowing light ran over it, evolution officially finished. This brand new steel beast finally revealed its full form. The massive body, 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 8 meters high, was covered with a layer of cold, hard, high-strength alloy, shining with a chilling metallic gleam under the sunlight. What is this, if not a motorhome? It's simply a steel blue whale that has come ashore. It should be said that even 2 or 3 blue whales side by side wouldn't give the same overwhelming feeling as this one. Anyone standing in front of it would unconsciously feel a deep sense of awe. This is not just a vehicle, and it is far from being a simple fortress, it is a true mobile, charging, and crushing steel mountain. Looking up at it, you can only feel the sky and sun covered, heavy, steady, and unshakable, as if even shells would only leave an insignificant white mark on it. After its evolution, the motorhome also added a complete defensive and offensive system. The outer body is covered with sharp alloy spines, and right at the center of the front, there extends a massive alloy drilling head for assault. On the roof, there are 2 heavy machine guns, and between them stands an even more exaggerated laser cannon, its barrel exuding a cold, ominous gleam. Su Lin's breath caught, her eyes wide with shock. Is this still a motorhome? It is clearly a land-based mobile fortress for the apocalypse. She dove into the motorhome, eager to see how spacious the upgraded warehouse would be. Jiang Chen's shock was no less than hers. The heavy-duty evolutionary path was so amazing that if it kept evolving, it might truly become a moving steel city. His heart surged with excitement as he eagerly opened the system panel. Vehicle, heavy armed motorhome. Strength, 300,500. Load capacity, 14 tons 150 tons, self-weight 300 tons. Speed, 150 km/h 200 km/h. Range, 750 km 1500 km. Durability, 100%. Fuel, 100%, continuously recovering. Rooms, Master Bedroom X1, Guest Bedroom X7, Kitchen X1, Bathroom X2, Warehouse X1, Refrigerator X1, Entertainment Hall X1, Power Room X1, Weapon Room X1, each bedroom has its own bathroom. Vehicle skills. Configuration. Rating, XSR level. Looking at the new weapon system, Jiang Chen couldn't be more thrilled. Now, the motorhome is no longer just mindlessly charging with its body. With the assault drill head charging up close, alloy spikes for defense all around, no one would dare to get close enough to be crushed directly. From a distance, machine guns spray and suppress, and the laser cannon can change the course of a battle with one shot. Maximum output. It can attack at a distance and defend up close, it's simply all-purpose. What tanks and cannons can compare with his heavy-armed motorhome? Vehicle owner's evolution complete, physical attributes greatly enhanced, obtains dominant power ability. The improvements from the motorhome's evolution finally reflected in Jiang Chen's body. A warm, powerful energy surged through his limbs and bones, washing through every inch of muscle and every drop of blood. He felt incredibly comfortable, his already strong muscles growing even firmer. Power, defense, speed, reflexes, all the body stats were soaring wildly, a strong feeling of controlling everything shot from his heart to his head. Even some aspects of endurance had become far beyond before. From an ordinary person struggling to survive in the apocalypse, to now sitting in an armed RV, himself transformed into a strong one. This moment of growth made him truly feel. All the fights, all the adventures, were worth it. Unprecedented sense of achievement and safety tightly wrapped around him. System, check attributes. Name, Jiang Chen. Physique, 100/100, overflow. Agility, 100, plus 10/100, overflow physique points compensated into agility. Intelligence, 19 out of 100, skill learning +1. Spirit, 45 out of 100. Sanity, 450/450, stayed calm. Special abilities, April 11th. 1. Human vehicle coexistence, passive automatically triggers before the owner takes fatal damage, consumes 70% vehicle durability, teleports self back to vehicle, cannot trigger if durability insufficient. 2. Vehicle synchronization, active once per day, 4-5 second zone attributes replace vehicle attributes. 3. A team domination, active sign a mental contract with teammates in the vehicle, inside the vehicle, the other cannot have harmful thoughts, the host can force any command. 4. Strong aura, active consume 100 sanity, one thought can make targets within 300 meters mentally collapse, full body paralyzed, only works on targets with attributes below 1/3 of host. Ability rating, max level human, system warm tip, further evolution and you are no longer human. Physique points were maxed out directly, completely beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. Even more surprising, the overflow physique points could all transfer to agility. Seeing both physique and agility full, Jiang Chen felt blood rushing wildly in his veins, unable to hold back, he tilted his head and laughed out loud. So this is what Suin said before, feels like the whole world slowed down. He moved lightly in place, running back and forth, fully enjoying the extreme reflexes and speed from high agility, every muscle cheering. Only now did he truly understand why agility could be called a core attribute with physique. This control over the body, faster than instinct, was so thrilling. There was also a newly awakened ability, strong aura. With just one thought, he could intimidate and clear a whole group of weak enemies, utterly domineering. As for the weak fear, opposite sex attraction effect attached to the ability, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention. At that moment, an excited shout came. Jiang Chen! Let's hurry back to the hospital to move supplies. Suin stood at the RV door, eyes shining, clearly satisfied to the extreme with the upgraded super-large space warehouse. She could not wait to fill the warehouse with supplies, fully enjoying the joy of hoarding. Meanwhile, on the hospital's second floor. In Luo Xingmian's imprisoned ward, the sky had completely darkened. The night wind passed through the broken hallway, making the whole hospital emit eerie whistling sounds. She curled in a corner, staring at two cold corpses in the room. The more she looked, the more scared, feeling like the next second they would crawl up. Finally, fear crushed all stubbornness, she cried out, "Wah!" Inner shout. Big liar. Why are you not back yet? This lady will never believe you again. Chapter 47 New skills unleashed, instantly kill packs of beasts. As soon as Jiang Chen heard about returning to the hospital, he immediately thought of the valuable supplies stacked on the third floor. And the therapist girl he left on the second floor. Those were all treasures. Go! Let's go back now. Night fell, a large number of night beasts moved quietly in the darkness. In the grass by the highway, a sudden rustle, a sharp squeak exploded. A basin-sized rat, covered in thumb-thick sharp spines, suddenly dashed out, running wildly toward the road. After that, countless spiny rats poured out, instantly forming a long dark line, crawling on the ground like a black python. At the end of the team, a huge rat, as tall as a human, followed closely. The corpses of wild dogs killed by Jiang Chen during the day were abandoned by the roadside, becoming food for this tide of rats. Suddenly, the road trembled slightly. A rumbling sound came from far away, growing closer. They looked up and saw a steel beast, covered in spikes like them, heading straight for them. The rats began to scream, trying to scare the steel beast. Jang Chen, on the vehicle, frowned at the shrill screams from far away. He looked down and thought for a moment, a small smile appearing on his lips. Perfect, just the right chance to test the power of this new weapon on these little things. He climbed up the armored RV roof with a thump thump thump. Holding a machine gun, he began to fire crazily at the approaching rat swarm. The violent gunfire tore the air instantly, bullets raining down like a storm. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere among the rats. Bullets swept across, clearing a bloody path straight ahead. The power of the new weapon was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen noticed that the sand rats hit by bullets would instantly shoot out the spikes on their bodies. Strangely, the spikes did no harm to other rats, but pierced the corpses by the roadside differently. Soon, the corpses were turned into porcupines, showing signs of corrosion. System, scan. Spiked sand rat, Tier 1 abnormal beast. Physique 11, Strength 9, Agility 14. Traits, body covered in spikes, when hit, spikes shoot out, poisonous, adult individuals can evolve into Tier 2 abnormal beasts. Jiang Chen found no Tier 2 individuals, but noticed that these sand rats almost completely occupied the road, forming a line stretching all the way to the hospital. Jiang Chen, our medical supplies are still at the hospital. Suin realized this too and called out a reminder. Full speed ahead. The armored RV ran over the rat swarm, spikes piercing its thick alloy body without making a sound. The wheels, made of high-strength synthetic rubber, were not afraid of the spikes at all. The armored RV crushed through, devouring and absorbing, replenishing some of the bullets consumed from the machine gun. These were all Tier 1 beasts, offering very few evolution points now. At this moment, in the hospital they were rushing to, Luo Xingnian was facing an unprecedented crisis. In her hospital room, Luo Xingnian noticed movement at the window behind her and struggled to turn her head to look. As she turned, a sound of shattering glass rang out, shards flying and cutting her cheek. Outside the window, a shriveled big face appeared. At the same time, something scratched at the hospital door outside, growing louder, and it was more than one creature. Outside were giant monsters, at the door unknown beasts. She shivered in fear, trying desperately to free herself from the ropes, but it was useless. The sounds outside grew louder, changing from scratching to banging on the door. Bang! Bang! It felt like the monsters outside would break in the next second. Rumble! Another sound rang out, this time the roar of a vehicle engine. Jiang Chen finally arrived near the hospital. The scene at the hospital entrance was spectacular. 2 Tier 3 Emperor zombies led their zombie armies in front of the hospital. Over 200 zombies surrounded the hospital entrance tightly. Some unlucky survivors who had just arrived by car were trapped by the zombie horde before they could turn, soon becoming lost souls. One Emperor zombie was even prying at a second-floor window, sticking a finger inside to grab something. Meanwhile, the sand rats they tracked were fighting some zombies, while others rushed into the hospital. If you damage my medical supplies, I won't forgive you. Suin cursed angrily in her heart. In the past, facing such a huge group of strange beasts, even if they could win, it would take a lot of time. But now, Jiang Chen had awakened a new ability. To solve all this, only one thought was needed. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and 100 sanity points were deducted. New skill, Dominant Aura of the Strong, activate. The deducted sanity transformed into a faint wave of light, spreading instantly over a 300-meter radius. All first-level zombies and spiked sand rats within the range felt as if their heads were hit by a heavy hammer, their minds instantly blank, collapsing to the ground, completely losing the ability to move. In just a moment, hundreds of first-level strange beasts were suppressed. Suin drove the armed RV toward the remaining 2 king zombies and a few second-level zombies. The head assault alloy drill roared to life, easily crushing and swallowing them. The previously overwhelming tide of strange beasts, under the joint effort of Jiang Chen and Suin, was completely silent in less than 3 minutes. Quick, go check the 3rd floor. Suin had always worried about the medical supplies on the 3rd floor. Just reaching the 3rd floor, they saw a huge spiked sand rat gnawing on the corpses of wild dog gang members. It noticed Jiang Chen and the other, and immediately became alert. Different from the first-level spiked sand rats. This second-level sand rat, as tall as a human, actively shot out its spikes. Unfortunately, it met Jiang Chen. Spikes of this level did not hurt Jiang Chen at all, he simply walked over and cut it down with one strike. Luckily, the giant rat's target was the corpses, the medical supplies in the operating room were not damaged. Did we forget something? Suin suddenly spoke. Both fell silent, and after a few seconds, they looked at each other, both showing an awkward smile. Quick, go to the second floor. Second floor ward. Luo Xingmian finally relaxed when the noise outside stopped. Suddenly, the sound of a doorknob turning made her heart leap into her throat. When she saw Jiang Chen entering, all the pent-up grievances flooded her heart. She pressed her lips tightly, trying hard not to cry. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and hurried to untie her. But the next moment, Luo Xingmian suddenly leapt into his arms, wrapping him tightly. A strange touch came from her chest, huge, soft, and warm, making Jiang Chen slightly stunned, his cheeks blushing lightly. But he quickly reacted and pushed her away. Luo Xingmian sat on the ground, crying out extremely aggrieved, the sound exploding in the ward. Woo, you big liar, why did you come only now? Woo. After a while, Luo Xingmian calmed down and stopped crying. She slowly stood up, and her gaze accidentally caught Su Lin at the door, her face instantly turning serious. Chapter 48 shocked Luo Xingmian for a whole year. 5 bullet wounds on your body, the wounds are inflamed and poisoned. If not treated, there may be lasting effects. Let me treat you. Without waiting for Su Lin to answer, she quickly walked in front of him, her fingertips instantly glowing with warm and clear white light. The gunshot wounds, originally red, swollen, and oozing black-purple poison, visibly healed. The inflammation quickly faded, the rotting flesh healed and scabbed, and the poison inside the wound was slowly forced out by the light, turning into wisps of black air that vanished. Each gunshot wound was treated one by one, and in just a few breaths, the terrible wounds became faint marks. Su Lin's previously pale face quickly regained color, and his tense body completely relaxed. There was no pain at all, only warm life wrapping the whole body. In just a moment, all of Su Lin's injuries were completely healed. So easily healed? Su Lin felt that, to some degree, the healer was also a terrifying existence. Even Jiang Chen watched nearby in amazement and said, "You are somewhat useful." I am sleepy, this young lady is going to rest first. Quick, take me back to the car to rest. Jiang Chen gently tapped the back of her head, causing her to cry out in pain while clutching her head. Miss, is it? Come with us. 5 minutes later. Luo Xingmian stood in front of the heavily armed RV. She was stunned, her mouth hanging open at the sight of this so-called RV, which was like a steel fortress, so large that it almost blocked all the light in front of her. Her eyes widened, and her heart was in turmoil. No, it must be the wrong way of looking at it. She looked down, rubbed her eyes hard, then looked up again. It was still there. This wasn't a dream. This ridiculously large vehicle had truly appeared before her. What? Stunned? Jiang Chen smirked, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Luo Xingmian forced herself to tear her gaze away from the RV, blushing as she said, I wasn't stunned. Let me make this clear, if you want to stay the night, you must sign a mental contract. Otherwise, before bed, I'll throw you off the car. Luo Xingmian pouted unhappily, speaking in a muffled voice. Who would want to sign that kind of contract? Who knows if you have some evil thoughts about me? Jiang Chen sneered and walked ahead with Su Lin, not even bothering to look at Luo Xingmian's high-handed attitude. Inside the RV, after the latest upgrade, the space had been vastly expanded. Not only was there an extra level, but each level was also wider and larger than before. Entertainment hall, bedrooms, kitchen, bathrooms. There was even a refrigerator, cold storage, warehouse, and even a weapons room. Rooms were displayed on both the first and second floors, leaving Luo Xingmian dazzled by the sheer number of them. The decoration even gave off a sense of high class. Outside was a pressuring alloy shell, but inside it felt like a warm, luxurious hotel. The Wuling Hongguang Mini she used to drive seemed utterly worthless in comparison to this RV. Ding ding dong dong, the rhythmic sound of hammering iron came from a corner of the hall. Luo Xingmian turned her gaze, surprised to see a blacksmith's shop. Was someone still forging iron? The blacksmith's shop used to be a vegetable patch, and what was above it? Fresh vegetables. Bright green leaves stretched out under the soft light, and the plump fruits exuded the breath of life. Luo Xingmian quickly inhaled a sharp breath, covering her mouth with her hand as if she had seen some rare treasure. Jiang Chen, Aunt Chen, I'm going to take a shower first. Luo Xingmian slowly shook her head. Did she just hear something? Take a shower? They could actually take a shower. Didn't they know how precious water resources were now? She could even imagine the luxurious feeling of clear water washing over her body, something that was simply a fantasy in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen saw that Luo Xingmian's mouth was wide open, saliva almost dripping out, looking like a silly rich girl from a wealthy family. He waved his hand in front of her eyes, teasing her with a playful intent. Hey, stop staring, hurry up and get down. Luo Xingmian puffed up her cheeks and placed her hands on her waist. Why should I? This isn't just yours, I'll go find Sister Suin, she definitely won't let me leave. Jiang Chen directly blocked her way, spreading out his hand to stop her steps. Why? Because this is my car. If you don't sign the contract, get out. Luo Xingmian's face turned bright red, lowering her head as she grasped the hem of her dress and rubbed it nervously. That contract is too embarrassing. What does it mean that I must obey all your orders? Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, filled with heavy embarrassment. Jiang Chen didn't care and gently shook his head, laughing softly. If you want to get on my car, you have to listen to me. Besides, you can stay for just 2 days. Once we catch up with that J Guild, you'll have to get off. If you don't sign the mental contract, get off the car now. Luo Xingmian unwillingly scanned the interior of the RV again, her eyes unintentionally lighting up, licking her lips. As if she wanted to carve this luxurious and comfortable environment into her mind. Then she secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, her face reddening slightly. Who said I wouldn't sign? I'll sign that broken contract. Her tone still carried a hint of arrogance, like a young lady used to being spoiled. But clearly lacked confidence. I warn you, don't have any improper thoughts about me, or if my elder sister finds out, you'll regret it. Jang Chen activated the team member domination skill, a faintly glowing contract filled with binding power entered Luo Xingmian's mind. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Luo Xingmian almost without hesitation signed the moment the contract appeared, not a hint of doubt. It was completely different from the unwilling look she had shown just now. Truly a person whose words and heart do not match. Oh right, 1 day's rent is a box of instant noodles, plus the 3 times I saved you before, each counted as 10 boxes of noodles. Now you owe me 31 boxes of noodles in total. Luo Xingmian's eyes widened, fists clenched tightly, her face full of disbelief. What did you say? Wasn't it supposed to be 5 boxes? Are you treating me like a fool? She was so angry she almost jumped, her voice rising 8 notes. Jiang Chen laughed at her reaction, but he had no intention of giving her a discount. It's always been this price. If you dare cheat, just try. Saying that, Jiang Chen raised his fist in front of her, and Luo Xingmian instinctively stepped back, her face showing fear mixed with disdain. Fine, take it, it won't kill you. She ground her teeth and squeezed out the words. Then she headed straight to the public bath in the hall. Her steps changed from restrained at first to uncontrollable happy leaps. Carefree, she didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Jiang Chen silently opened Luo Xingmian's attribute panel. The team member domination skill allowed him to check any team member's system panel and information at any time. Jiang Chen had casually scanned the panel, but when his eyes fell on the core values in the attribute section, he froze instantly. The teasing smile on his face vanished abruptly, replaced by rare shock. He stared at the lines of information popping up on the panel, his pupils shrinking slightly, as if seeing something unbelievable. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, a massive wave rising in his heart. What kind of monster did I just bring on board? Chapter 49, Luo Xingmian, Top-Level Healer. Jiang Chen's fingers moved slightly, carefully flipping through Luo Xingmian's attribute panel. He had initially scanned it with curiosity, but when his eyes landed on the first few numbers, he froze suddenly. Name, Luo Xingmian. Physique, 33/100. Strength, 5/100, new. Agility, 17 out of 100. Intelligence, 57 out of 100, skill learning +5. Spirit, 25 out of 100. Rationality, 217/250, mildly shocked. Special abilities, 5 out of 10. Ability rating, Sage. Scrolling through each line made Jiang Chen's heart race, waves of excitement rising higher and higher. Goodness! 57 intelligence points? Ordinary people only have about 10 points of intelligence. Even at full human evolution, his intelligence barely reached 19. Looking at this delicate young lady, it shot straight to 57. Even more outrageous, she unlocked 5 special abilities. One more than the number of skills he himself had. Jiang Chen immediately understood. This girl was taking the extreme intelligence evolution route. Completely different dimension from the regular physical evolution route he and Suin were on. Looking further at the skills, Jiang Chen instinctively lightened his breathing. This was a flawless, all-dimensional healing system with no weak points. Close-range remote emergency healing. Firearms convert to long-range healing bullets, chanting wide-area group healing. Even herself has passive rapid healing and physique enhancement. From single-target fallback to group endurance, covering both near and far scenarios, almost no blind spots. Not to mention the core passive healing mastery. The higher the intelligence, the stronger the healing effect. A solid ceiling-level healer. Placed outside, she would definitely be fought over by all the major guilds. At this moment, the newly added strength attribute on the panel instantly grabbed Jiang Chen's attention. Is it the effect of evolving into a max-level human himself? Or did the system unlock new observation rights after noticing Luo Xingnian's special evolution path? Anyway, now he could check other people's strength attributes. Looking at Luo Xingnian's attributes, Jang Chen was genuinely tempted. With such a top healer, both he and Suin practically had an extra life. Maybe keeping Luo Xingnian was also a good choice. But only if she herself wanted it. After all, forced things are never sweet. Jiang Chen's own strength was enough, he didn't absolutely need anyone. Time to eat. An Chen brought over the fragrant dishes, the smell pierced Jiang Chen's nose. Luo Xingnian came out of Su Lin's room, holding Su Lin's arm. Looking very intimate. Her own dress had been taken to wash, now she wore Su Lin's spare clothes. Su Lin's outfit fit neatly and sharply on him, but on her it felt a little tight. Especially the chest was fully filled, creating a strong contrast. An Chen, your food is too delicious. Luo Xingnian took a bite, her face immediately overflowing with happiness. An Chen, come to our guild. I'll triple your pay myself. Snap. Su Lin acted before Jiang Chen, lightly hitting the back of Luo Xingnian's head. Joking, trying to poach someone in front of them. If An Chen left, who would cook for her in Jiang Chen? Not to mention she could also make and repair equipment. Ouch. Luo Xingnian touched the back of her head, shrinking her neck. Su Lin, I was wrong, don't hit me. Then she pouted, took a few bites, and reluctantly served Su Lin a dish. Jiang Chen shook his head at her carefree attitude. Hard to connect her to 57 intelligence points. Honestly, Luo Xingnian's personality was not very suited for survival in the apocalypse, too naive. But in some way, her non-conflict nature actually fit the apocalypse quite well. It wasn't contradictory. Naive and non-conflict traits made her rationality not easily drop when facing bad things. Being easily satisfied also let her rationality recover faster than ordinary people. It complemented the skills that consumed her rationality. The next morning, Luo Xingnian came out of Su Lin's room. She had planned to sleep with Su Lin, but Su Lin got up in the middle of the night and didn't return. Now seeing Su Lin and Jiang Chen coming out of the master bedroom together, she felt puzzled. Su Lin, why are you going to Jiang Chen's room so early? Su Lin's face was slightly red, looking away and not answering. Ding ding ding. Her phone suddenly rang. Luo Xingnian hesitated but opened it. It was her older sister calling through the system as a friend call. She quickly hid in the bathroom to answer the call. The voice on the other end was anxious. Jiu Mei, where are you now? Why are you just picking up? Luo Xingnian stammered. Big sister, it's okay now, very safe. That's good. If it's fine, hurry back to the convoy. It's dangerous alone outside. Should I send someone to pick you up? Luo Xingnian tightened her clothes, her expression strange. Big sister, and no need. I have some things, I'll go back myself later. Nonsense. That wild dog gang got wiped out. If you meet that kind of pervert, I might not be able to protect you. Cough, it's fine even if I meet one, it's okay. The last sentence she muttered, almost inaudibly, to the other end of the line. What did you say? Never mind, there's something else. Seven's strange illness has acted up again. Only you can help her now. At the same time, a beast-like growl came from the other side of the phone. When Luo Xingnian heard this topic, she got a bit annoyed. She pursed her lips and hit her thigh lightly. Big sis, I've told you all before. You can't worship any god of unknown origin. I can't do anything for seventh sister in this situation. What nonsense are you talking about? The voice on the other end suddenly erupted with fury, shouting loudly. Don't be disrespectful to the gods. Without the protection of K, we would have collapsed long ago. And, K has always favored you the most. Luo Xingnian wasn't hearing this for the first time. She was already used to it. Got it. She replied, but inside, she was clearly dissatisfied. By the way, what about second sister? Didn't she go out with you? Second sister went after the crazy god clan. She's probably on a different road by now. Luo Xingnian wasn't worried about her second sister. She had full confidence in her second sister's strength. The attitude on the other side softened. Then do as you wish. I'll wait for you ahead. Get back to the team sooner, understood? Oh. What Luo Xingnian didn't know was that every word she spoke to her big sister was heard by Jiang Chen. Inside this RV, Luo Xingmian had no secrets from Jiang Chen. If he wasn't absolutely certain, Jiang Chen would never let anyone board the vehicle. He had an intrigued look on his face. The Nine Rose Guild, interesting. Let's see them up ahead. At the same time, a cold system prompt suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Regional announcement: the desert area is approaching, and 4th-tier mutated beasts have appeared. Reminder: starting today, all supply drops will be suspended. Good luck, survivors. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately sharpened. Suspended supply drops? 4th-tier mutated beasts? The system was clearly forcing all survivors on this road to a dead end. Chapter 50, A New Area, the Eternal Day Desert. Jiang Chen's fingers traced his chin, still pondering over the oddities of the Nine Rose Guild and the approaching desert area and 4th-tier beasts. Just then, the message alert on the RV's projection screen went wild, breaking the silence inside the cabin. Suin, Luo Xingmian, and An Chen were all lying on the couch, opening the regional chat channel. The chat was full of idle chatter and exclamations from other survivors and small factions on the road. The main topic wasn't the new desert area but something else. The Wild Dog Gang had been wiped out. Holy shit! Did you hear? The Wild Dog Gang's hideout was destroyed. The whole gang, dozens of people, not a single one left alive. Is that true? The Wild Dog Gang had machine guns and tanks, with so many members. Who could do something like that? I don't know. Some people saw it clash with an RV, and after that, the Wild Dog Gang went silent. Maybe it was those guys. Stop talking nonsense. How could an RV clash with a tank? Are you stupid? Maybe it was the Nine Rose Guild. Those two factions have always been enemies. Believe it or not, I'll just avoid RVs from now on. Life's more important. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at his lips. He didn't expect that the Wild Dog Gang he had casually wiped out would become a hot topic on the road. Suin originally wanted to get some news about the new area from the chat, but instead, news of her and Jiang Chen wiping out the Wild Dog Gang was all over the screen. She found it both funny and helpless. Hey, Jiang Chen. Big Sis said we need to prepare enough water resources before entering the desert area. Have you prepared it? I don't want to suffer with you. Luo Xingmian said these things, and Jiang Chen, of course, knew. But in his armed RV, water resources regenerated automatically every day. Was it really something he needed to worry about? He also learned from the mysterious notebook that there is no night in the desert region. The temperature can reach unbearably high levels. But, he has a freezer. And air conditioning in the whole vehicle. On the other side, in the middle of the Jiumei Guild's convoy, a luxurious coach stood out. The interior space had been greatly expanded, with seats replaced by luxurious leather sofas. From the outside, it looked like the size of a small house, and walking inside felt like entering a lavish private room. Clearly, it was the result of multiple rounds of evolution. At the front of the vehicle, there was a statue of a ram-headed humanoid figure, and 4 people were having a discussion inside. The leader, although a bit older, still maintained her charm, graceful and dignified in her movements. She was the guild leader, the eldest sister, Lu Jinfeng. 5th sister, have you found out who wiped out the Wild Dog Gang? A person in jeans, with short hair, neither looking obviously male nor female, respectfully answered. I found out, it was a man and a woman, driving an evolved RV. Did just a man and a woman really wipe out the Wild Dog Gang? Lu Jinfeng couldn't quite believe this conclusion. Big sister, it's just the Wild Dog Gang, what's so special about them? The one speaking was a short girl, under 1.4 meters tall, with sharp fangs and a wild expression. 6th sister, the Wild Dog Gang has many members and is armed with guns, even a small squad from the Military God Alliance was defeated by them. Their strength isn't weak. The short girl, called 6th sister, clearly wasn't happy. If 2nd sister and 3rd sister had made a move, they could have wiped them out easily. At the back of the vehicle, a tall figure let out a beastly growl, which made her even more irritable. 7th brother is like this, why isn't that fool back yet? Lu Jinfeng's tone turned cold, and her face became serious. Alright, stop talking. It's time for today's prayer ceremony. 2 days later. The survivors who had gradually entered the desert area finally noticed something was wrong. Why hasn't the sun set yet? Are we going to roast to death? Help, my water bottle is empty, if we keep baking in the sun, we'll turn to dust. Stop yelling. The more I look, the thirstier I get. I only brought 3 days of water, and 2 days have already passed, where's the supply station? Still looking for a supply station? Didn't you see the area announcement? It says there's no supply, and no more supplies are being released in this area. What did you say? It's all stopped? So what are we going to eat and drink? We can't just die of thirst and hunger in the desert, can we? What else can we do? Eat mutant beast meat, drink mutant beast blood. Unless you have a better idea? No, is it really safe to eat that stuff? I heard someone ate mutated beast meat and went mad, biting anyone they saw. By the way, half of the road here is already buried by sand. How are you guys even sure about the direction? The outside temperature had already reached a terrifying 47 degrees Celsius. Survivors who hadn't evolved through at least 1 or 2 rounds simply couldn't survive. This was the system enforcing a brutal screening process. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen and the others were in an armed RV, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping cold drinks, with ice cubes luxuriously added to their beverages. Ah, this is just too comfortable. Luo Xingnian took a sip of ice-cold cola and lay back on the sofa, closing her eyes. Xingnian, did you secretly take ice cubes from the freezer again? Faced with Su Lin's question, Luo Xingnian sat up, feeling guilty. I just took a little bit, okay? Su Lin, I won't do it again next time. Good, just remember that. Don't do it again. Su Lin said, lightly tapping her forehead with a finger as a warning. Luo Xingnian changed her tone completely when speaking to Jiang Chen. Hey! Jiang Chen, I order you to go and bring my big sisters over here. Jiang Chen gave her a look. I think you're itching for a fight. I don't keep idle people here. Go clean the first and second floors. Luo Xingnian immediately flared up, blowing her nose and blaring. What? You actually dare to make me do such dirty work? Aunt Chen frowned slightly at the words, and even Taibao on her shoulder let out a small sound of discontent. In her view, these house chores were nothing dirty or tiring. Compared to Jiang Chen and Su Lin fighting for their lives outside, this was completely trivial. She immediately spoke, young lady, hold the broom well, you clean today, I'll take over tomorrow. At that moment, the RV suddenly stopped. Jiang Chen pulled up the camera feed and saw that a small convoy of cars was blocking the front of their RV. Who would dare try to rob him? Unexpectedly, in the next second, the people in that convoy all got out and knelt in front of the RV, bowing their heads to the ground. Jiang Chen understood immediately it must be that their water supply had run out. Jiang Chen and Su Lin appeared on the roof of the RV, and the people saw the ice-cold drinks in their hands and swallowed with envy. Without a word, Su Lin threw them a box of drinking water, enough to last them another 2 or 3 days. As for what happens after 2 or 3 days, who could care about that? This little water meant nothing to Jiang Chen, he would help if he could, but not more than necessary. The RV drove away, and the people knelt facing the direction it left for more than 10 minutes before finally leaving. At this moment, Jiang Chen was their god. Back inside the RV, Jiang Chen felt a few faint strands of energy drifting into his body. His body seemed slightly strengthened. As Jiang Chen focused to trace the source of this energy, the entire RV suddenly shook violently, as if the world was turning upside down. Bang! The vehicle trembled with a loud crash. Then, a roar filled with rage and bloodlust pierced through the RV's soundproofing, making everyone's eardrums ache. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, such force. It was a 4th-tier mutant beast attack. Chapter 51 4th-tier beast? What weak humans and an RV have to do? Jiang Chen quickly rushed to the driver's cabin. On the 360-degree panoramic monitor, there was a nearly 20-meter-long 2-headed desert worm. Its upper body bore a main head, with a huge blood-red mouth opening and closing to reveal dense circular fangs, directly connected to a thick 3-meter-diameter body. On its underside hid a secondary head, half the size of the main one, connected to a long flexible neck that could strike in any direction. The 2 heads twisted wildly as the body wriggled, swinging left and right in chaotic motion. System, scan. Monster scan complete. Name, 2-headed sandworm. Tier, 4th-tier beast. Constitution, 150. Strength, 100. Agility, 130. Trait, lives underground in sand year-round, attacks triggered by surface vibrations. Jiang Chen understood clearly, it seemed the RV's driving vibrations had drawn out this mutant. Even he could not help twitch slightly at these stats. He had evolved to max human level, with body and agility pushed to the human limit of 100, standing at the top of the human pyramid, yet before this 4th-tier mutant, his core attributes still fell short. Clearly, a 4th-tier beast had already reached a qualitative change. Its massive size and overwhelming stats alone could make ordinary survivors feel utterly powerless. But Jiang Chen remained calm. His greatest reliance was never his own evolution, but this armored RV, upgraded many times and far beyond the limits of the beast's power. If necessary, he could synchronize with the vehicle and, even alone, hunt this giant steadily. Before Jiang Chen could act, several small convoys had already surrounded the beast frantically. Their target was obviously this massive 2-headed sandworm. After surviving 2 days in the eternal desert, these people had faced reality, the system had stopped all supply. To survive, they had to risk their lives hunting the beast. The meat of the mutant could serve as food. The blood of strange beasts can quench thirst, as for whether eating it will cause mutation, they could not care, surviving today was the first priority. A strange beast the size of a double-headed sandworm, if successfully hunted, could sustain a small team for several days. Not to mention, the sandworm had just smashed into Jiang Chen's armored vehicle, already pierced by several defensive spikes on the body. In the eyes of these survivors, it was a rare lucky find. Everyone inside the vehicle had greed shining in their eyes, their gaze wishing they could tear this sandworm apart alive. Several convoys circled the double-headed sandworm wildly, pulling out all the guns they had on the vehicles, pouring firepower crazily onto the sandworm. A few braver survivors even drove their cars right beside the sandworm, swinging axes and chopping. Unfortunately, they had completely chosen the wrong opponent. The small-caliber guns in the hands of these survivors could not pierce the thick skin of the double-headed sandworm, bullets bounced off as they hit. Even the axes swung with all their strength could only scrape a little of the surface, not even drawing blood. The double-headed sandworm was utterly enraged, swinging its thick tail violently. Instantly several vehicles along with the survivors inside were rolled up into iron discs of flesh. Then its enormous body sank suddenly, drilling directly beneath the sand, leaving only violent tremors coming from underground. Jiang Chen watched all this coldly. In front of high-level strange beasts, the smallness of humans was shown vividly. People are valuable for self-awareness. These convoys, if they teamed up to hunt second or third-level strange beasts, the success rate would not be low. But foolishly challenging a fourth-level beast was no different from courting death. Of course, it could also be that they had no way out. This endless daylight desert was vast. Some people endured 2 days without encountering any low-level strange beasts, water and food completely exhausted. Death was inevitable either way. Facing this fourth-level strange beast, they could only gamble for a chance to live. At this moment, Suin and Luo Xingmian also arrived at the cabin. The two stared at the radar display. On the screen, the double-headed sandworm's trace was marked clearly. It was moving rapidly underground, locking tightly onto the trace of a survivor on the surface. The very person who had swung an axe and then ran away moments ago. That survivor drove at full speed, circling crazily, but the tremors from the ground grew closer and more violent. This suffocating feeling of being hunted by death, yet unable to see the enemy, threw him into extreme panic. The double-headed sandworm did not show itself, instead increasing the psychological pressure. He even considered stopping the car and giving up resisting. Like a person standing at the edge of a high cliff, unable to control the impulse to jump down. Finally, he slowed slightly while turning a corner. Boom! Sand flew everywhere. The double-headed sandworm suddenly burst from underground, opening its bloody mouth, swallowing both man and car in one gulp. The survivor had expected this, leaping out of the car at the life-or-death moment, barely avoiding the main head's bite. But before he could relax, the secondary head beneath the main head sprang out suddenly, moving so fast it was just a blur. Before he could react, the secondary head clamped tightly onto his body, chewed twice, and a living human was swallowed alive. The surrounding survivors showed only slight changes in expression. In the apocalypse, seeing life and death often, those who dare not fight are still on the path to death. They continued driving around the double-headed sandworm, launching attacks recklessly. A survivor with awakened power talent threw a poison spear hard, piercing precisely into the blood hole on the sandworm, causing it to let out a deafening cry of pain. In an instant, everyone found a way to break the deadlock. Focus attacks on the blood holes caused by the spikes. Su Lin, itching with excitement, without a word, climbed onto the roof of the car. They set up the vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns and joined the hunt directly. Jiang Chen shouted from the driver's cabin. He could control the weapons on the roof from inside, no need to risk going up himself. But seeing how excited the two of them were, he said no more and let them go. Sister Su Lin, I want to join too. Usually delicate and soft, Luo Xingmian now touched the gun, and the playful look on her face vanished instantly, leaving only pure seriousness. Her target was oddly the same as Su Lin's, not the blood holes on the sandworm, but its agile and cunning secondary head. Da. The two vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns roared simultaneously, bullets far more powerful than normal guns, raining down on the sandworm's secondary head, exploding blood flowers instantly. Hundreds, even thousands of bullets hit continuously, stiffening the sandworm, its massive body collapsing as the secondary head was shredded. It's that giant RV. The big shot is in action. Holy crap. Awesome. Big shot is awesome. Everyone spread out. Don't block the big shot, don't get hit by mistake. The surrounding convoy cheered instantly, instinctively giving space for the two on the roof to shoot. With a thunderous crash, the sandworm's secondary head was completely blown apart, its massive body crashing onto the sand, kicking up a storm of yellow dust. Some bold survivors immediately tried to drive forward to check. But in the next second, something strange happened. The spot where the head was blown off suddenly sprouted a new head, visible to the naked eye. The new head swung violently and bit the nearest small car in half, gasoline mixed with blood splashing onto the yellow sand. Watch out. This monster can regenerate. Suin's pupils shrank instantly. She lifted her gun to shoot again, but the sandworm suddenly changed direction, both heads opening wide bloody mouths, aiming directly at her and Luo Xingmian on the roof. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, fingers pressing the fire button immediately. Looking for death. Chapter 52, Laser instantly kills 4th level beast, gains new skill. Su Lin and Luo Xingmian hadn't expected the monster could regenerate. They set up the machine guns to continue shooting. At this moment, the vehicle-mounted laser cannon in the center of the roof slowly turned, aiming precisely at the writhing sandworm. It was Jiang Chen controlling it from the cabin. The next second, the cannon glowed bright blue, energy gathering insanely. A blinding beam shot out, like a hot knife cutting through butter, slicing the massive sandworm cleanly in half from the upper middle. But it wasn't over. The beam traced a sharp inverted V in the air, returning to pierce both halves of the sandworm again, cutting it into 3 equal sections. The 3 sections of the sandworm twisted weakly on the sand, then went completely still. The convoy around was stunned. After all their effort, they had barely scraped the monster's skin, yet the mysterious big shot in the RV instantly killed a 4th level beast. Everyone wildly speculated about the RV owner's identity. The regional chat was flooded with praise and awe for Jiang Chen and the others. But just as everyone relaxed, from the destroyed secondary head's remains, a small bright red sandworm emerged, the very head it had become. Immediately, several identical small sandworms crawled out from the 3-sectioned remains. The moment they hit the ground, they shot forward like arrows, charging at the careless survivors. Seeing this, Su Lin and Luo Xingmian immediately aimed down, sweeping the small sandworms with gunfire. The others quickly reacted too. A few survivors who had awakened their physical talents suddenly grew bigger, blocking the small sandworms' charge. The rest took advantage of the small sandworms being restrained, and stabbed their weapons hard into the bodies of the worms, ending their lives. Everyone worked together smoothly and quickly cleared this batch of small sandworms. Only 1 or 2 people died unfortunately during the process. After the storm, the time had already reached 10 p.m. But the surroundings were still as bright as daylight, and the ground temperature was still hot enough to burn feet. The sun was not directly overhead, but tilted slightly to one side, yet it still hung high without any sign of sinking. Day and night were like this, unmoving. The name Everyday Desert was truly well deserved. Everyone had just finished a fierce battle and began to rest on the spot. Jang Chen did not rush to start devouring, giving these survivors some time to cut some flesh and blood from the sandworm corpses to eat and save as rations. But compared to the nearly 20-meter-long double-headed sandworms, the small amount of flesh and blood they took was nothing. 15 minutes later, Jiang Chen gave the devour command. Devouring completed. Obtained vehicle golden skill, auto recovery. Obtained 4th tier crystal core, healing type can be embedded in weapons or armor, automatically restores 5% health per minute, consumes a small amount of stamina to trigger. Machine gun bullets fully replenished. Vehicle durability plus 20, fully restored. Evolution points plus 6,500. Obtained evolution materials number 1 and number 2 required for Su Lin. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and a new vehicle golden skill unexpectedly appeared. System, install the skill. Skill granted completed. Effect 1, automatically and slowly restore vehicle durability. Effect 2, automatically keep the inside of the vehicle clean. Automatic durability restoration. Although the armored RV could normally restore durability by devouring monsters, in this vast desert it was not possible to find monsters anytime. Daily driving of the RV consumes a small amount of durability, and in this everyday desert with swirling sand, the durability loss was multiplied. If the durability dropped to the warning line and there was no material to devour and repair, an ambush from monsters or other survivors could be disastrous. Now with this skill, the RV could always be in full condition, completely solving his worry. Even the skill's automatic cleaning feature was especially practical. It was truly a real lazy god skill, never needing to bother cleaning dust and debris inside the vehicle. Besides, there was another unexpected surprise. This newly obtained 4th tier crystal core was rare and healing type. Restoring 5% health per minute, a perfect tool for long battles. Not to mention the tiny stamina it consumed, which was nothing compared to Jiang Chen's maxed 100-point super physical strength. Instead, his high physique gave him strong defense, ordinary attacks could hardly harm him. Imagine, others barely injuring Jiang Chen, but he instantly auto-recovers and returns to full status. How desperate that would make the enemy. The marching boots had a slot, and Jiang Chen did not hesitate to equip it. The big boss of the giant RV is too strong. Who knows the name of this boss? One move kills a 4th tier monster. This is human ceiling. Next time we see this RV, we must detour and pay respect. Anyone who dares to provoke the boss is seeking death. Thank you, boss, for not killing us. Thank you for giving us some meat. Boss, come out and accept our worship. Jiang Chen ignored the voices outside, while Luo Xingmian listened excitedly and wanted to show off, but Jiang Chen pulled him back. Luo Xingmian, where did you say that J Guild is? Cough cough, I. I don't know, the big sister and the others should be ahead. The road was covered with sand and dust, making many people like headless flies, wandering in the desert, sooner or later to be worn out to death. This problem also gave Jiang Chen a bit of a headache. At the current speed of Jiang Chen's RV in the daily driving time, he should have met the Jomei Guild convoy by now. Now it seemed either they were lost, or the Jomei Guild convoy was lost. The road was gone, autopilot could not work, continuing like this was not a solution. He picked up the mysterious notebook named Doomsday Survival Guide to see if there were any clues. After checking, there really were relevant records. Jiang Chen felt wild joy in his heart. Here, this cup of honey water is for you. Luo Xingmian rarely offered water to Jiang Chen, he accepted it without hesitation and took a sip, cold and refreshing. He continued flipping through the notebook. According to the records in the notebook, leaving this desert was actually simple, just walk in the direction of the sun. Jiang Chen brought up the system panel, modified the autopilot command, and set it to drive toward the sun. The moment the command took effect, the RV started smoothly, driving into the vast yellow sand along the set direction. Autopilot resumed, Jiang Chen collapsed onto the sofa, hands spread. Done, he could start the happy AFK mode again. Just as he squinted his eyes to rest a bit, urgent shouts from Suin and Luo Xingmian came from the roof. Jiang Chen! Come up quickly! Jiang Chen's heart jolted, he flipped over and climbed to the roof instantly. The moment he looked up, his breath suddenly stopped. In the endless yellow sand ahead, a clear lake spread out. The lake's surface shimmered, reflecting the countless stars in the sky. The fresh scent of grass and trees mixed with water vapor hit his face, sweeping away the scorching heat of the sun. This scene made his tightly stretched nerves relax instantly, even his consciousness seemed to float. Rationality -10. The cold system alert sounded, Jiang Chen shivered, instantly returning to reality. Not right. Just now it was blazing sun, where did all the stars come from? Turning his head, Suin and Luo Xingmian had somehow gotten off the car and were staring blankly at the lake. Chapter 53, The Strange Tribe That Persuades People to Drink Water. Jiang Chen hurriedly got off the car, took a few steps, and reached behind Suin and Luo Xingmian, grabbing them. Cover your noses. At Jiang Chen's order, the three of them covered their noses together. The darkness, the lake, and the stars in front of them gradually disappeared. What appeared was a primitive tribe built with animal skins and logs, strange tribal patterns drawn on the earthen walls. The air was filled with a mix of old animal skins, damp soil, and some indescribable sweet and fishy smell, making people feel sick. As soon as he spoke, the wooden gate at the tribe's entrance creaked open. An old woman wrapped in a gray cloth headscarf, only her cloudy eyes visible, slowly walked over carrying a chipped wooden bucket. Her steps were light, making no sound on the grass, stopping in front of the three of them. She spoke with a hoarse and wind-leaking voice. Young people from afar, you came to ask for water, right? Drink, after drinking it will not be hot. Her voice was extremely hoarse, as if she had not spoken for many years. She scooped a ladle of murky water from the wooden bucket and handed it to Jiang Chen. The water had mud and stones, giving off a smell of riverbed silt. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, he stepped back half a step to avoid the ladle, slightly shaking his head to refuse. The old woman was not angry, just gently shook her head, a meaningful and almost pitying light flashing in her cloudy eyes. Her gaze swept over the three of them, like looking at prey destined to fall into a trap. She withdrew the ladle and slowly turned back to the tribe, her figure soon disappearing into the shadow of the wooden houses. Jiang Chen had no mind for her, the urgent task was to find the RV first. He still did not understand the situation, the surroundings suddenly changed as soon as he got out of the car. Are you two okay? Luo Xingmian and Su Lin finally regained their senses. The former, frightened, shrank behind Jiang Chen, while the latter immediately drew the dagger from her leg, her gaze scanning the surroundings warily. What's going on? Where's the lake from earlier? Where are we? Jiang Chen spoke in a deep voice, I don't know, let's just move forward and take it step by step. His expression was serious, before getting off the vehicle, he had clearly heard the system's prompt about the decrease in sanity. This meant that there was likely something strange in this place. I remember our vehicle was behind us. Su Lin and Luo Xingmian nodded, and the three turned around. What they saw, however, was not the familiar steel beast, but an oasis dotted with a few twisted, dead trees, and more tribal houses with strange patterns painted on them. It must be an illusion, let's go. The three of them walked down the narrow path between the huts for several dozen steps, but the further they went, the more wrong it felt. The wooden houses around them had their doors and windows tightly shut, and the only sound in the desolate silence was their footsteps on the muddy ground, echoing in the emptiness, making it feel unusually lonely and abrupt. The air seemed to have frozen, with a heavy, oppressive feeling hanging in it. Hey, Jiang Chen, we've been walking for so long. Shouldn't we have reached by now? Luo Xingmian's voice trembled clearly, and her breathing had become hurried. She clung tightly to Jiang Chen, this place was so weird that it made people uneasy. Jiang Chen tried to focus his senses to locate the armored RV, but he could only vaguely sense a distant direction. Although he no longer heard the system's sanity decrease prompt, Jiang Chen still felt no sense of relief. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Jiang Chen knew that the priority was to return to the RV, that was their only truly safe place. This way, he decisively pointed toward the vague location of the RV in his senses. Along the way, people began to stick their heads out of the wooden houses on both sides, watching them. The tribal residents had skin that was sunken and waxy yellow, dressed in simple animal skins. They wore overly enthusiastic smiles on their faces, constantly calling to the three of them in hoarse voices. "Guests, come inside, take a rest. You must be hungry, we have good meat. Thirsty, right? Have some water, refreshing." What had been eerily silent earlier now felt like a bustling market, with their voices rising and falling, making it unbearably annoying. Jiang Chen could see clearly that their smiles were stiff, as though carved on their faces, their eyes hollow and lifeless. He kept his gaze straight ahead, treating those tempting invitations as the wind, directly ignoring them, and kept walking without slowing down. But just as they passed the central square of the tribe, the strongest wooden house in the center suddenly opened. A priest, dressed in white animal skins with white patterns painted on his face, came out, leaning on a staff embedded with animal bones. He walked unsteadily, but exuded undeniable authority. As soon as he appeared, the noisy residents around him instantly quieted down, all lowering their heads as if in worship of a god. Then, dozens of residents walked out of the surrounding houses, forming a fan-shaped formation led by the priest, blocking Jiang Chen and the others' path. "Guests from afar, you must have had a long journey." The priest's voice had a peculiar echo, holding a sizzling piece of roasted meat in one hand and a bowl of clear water in the other. "You must be hungry, eat something, drink some water, and rest a bit before you go." The rich aroma of the meat instantly filled Jiang Chen's nostrils, but he immediately sensed that something was wrong. This smell was entirely different from the fresh scent of the lake mist earlier, but it carried the same kind of mental interference. At first, it made people feel relaxed, but in reality, it was quietly breaking down their mental defenses. Luo Xingmian had been frightened earlier, now both thirsty and hungry. As soon as she smelled the fragrance, her gaze went vacant, and she instinctively reached out to grab the roasted meat. "Don't touch it!" Jiang Chen barked sharply, like a thunderclap, and quickly raised his hand, slapping the plate of roasted meat and the bowl of water to the ground with a loud crack. Greasy chunks of meat and clear water splashed everywhere, dirtying the priest's white animal skin. Just as Luo Xingmian was about to get angry, Suin pulled her behind him, his gaze cold as he quickly whispered. "Forget almost walking into the lake just now? Don't touch anything here." The nearby villagers' faces instantly changed, their stiff smiles disappearing, replaced by fierce anger, as they grabbed stone spears and bone knives and surrounded the three of them. "Desecrating food given by the gods, death is deserved." The white patterns on the priest's face lit up instantly, and he shouted in rage. "Drink the water of atonement, or don't expect to leave the tribe alive." The voice carried a strong mental force, making ears ring with a buzzing sound. He rushed forward in a few steps, roughly pushing a clay bowl filled with clear liquid violently to Jiang Chen's lips. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, unable to bear it any longer. The long knife on his back instantly drew out, a flash of cold light streaking, the sharp blade decisively slicing off the priest's head. Scalding blood splattered everywhere, the heavy stench of blood immediately filling the air, and the surrounding villagers froze in fear. Someone screamed, then the others panicked and scattered in all directions. Finally, they all hid inside wooden huts and shut the doors, not daring to show their heads. But in the next second, something strange happened. The priest's head, rolling on the ground, suddenly gushed a large amount of clear liquid from the neck, winding around his body as if alive, the broken neck flesh writhing wildly. In just a few seconds, the head reattached to the body, leaving not even a scar, perfectly whole. The resurrected priest's face no longer held the earlier ferocity, only extreme terror, and he scrambled back into his wooden hut, slamming the door shut with a bang. Jiang Chen frowned, slowly walking to the hut window, peeking through the cracks. He saw the priest respectfully holding a bowl of water, gulping it down in a few swallows, the weakness from being beheaded completely gone, quickly returning to his previous hollow, numb expression. Just as Jiang Chen was about to turn and continue on, a sudden frenzy of banging came from nearby. Dozens of tribal villagers were surrounding a hut reinforced with thick wooden boards, wildly chopping and ramming the door. Their eyes full of greedy red light, as if something inside was driving them insane. The wooden hut shook with each hit, yet remained unusually strong, never breaking open. Luo Xingmian suddenly tugged Jiang Chen's sleeve, her voice low but with an impossible certainty. "Jiang Chen, there's someone inside, badly hurt, their life force is leaking, they won't last long." Bang! 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 The frenzied banging echoed sharply in the eerie tribe, instantly drowning out the surrounding silence. In front of them were more than 10 tall tribal villagers, wildly hitting and ramming a hut reinforced with thick planks. These people were taller than ordinary survivors, fat and bulky, but their bulging muscles under the animal skins gave a sense of immense strength, like a group of sumo wrestlers. Their skin was dark brown, wrapped in tattered animal skins, their faces expressionless, only their eyes glowing an eerie red. Swinging their fists, each hit on the wooden door made the hut shake violently, splinters flying. The force of their hits was so strong that Jiang Chen felt the ground beneath him tremble with every strike. Suin pricked his ears and slowly said, "There is indeed someone inside." Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, stopping and shouting in a low voice, "Stop!" But the tall villagers seemed not to hear, continuing to frenziedly smash the door, their movements mechanical and ruthless. Whether it was an illusion or not. The huge fists of these tall tribe members smashed against the wooden door, and Jiang Chen and the others could faintly hear the dull metallic clang sound. Suin acted first, pulling out a pistol and firing 3 shots at one of them. The bullets hit his thigh, splashing 3 thick drops of blood. He turned his head in pain to look at Suin, black-red blood oozing from the wound. Then he tilted his head back and let out an inhuman long howl, and the other tall ones around, hearing his roar, all turned their heads, their blood-red eyes staring directly at Jiang Chen and the group. Their gaze was fierce, completely different from the cowardly and sneaky look of ordinary tribe members. Several tall ones pulled out huge wooden sticks as thick as an adult's thigh, holding them with both hands high on their shoulders, leaning back and lifting a foot. Seeing the distance was not enough, they clumsily but quickly hopped forward with the supporting foot to stand in front of Suin. Their bodies leaned forward, and the high-raised wooden stick fell, striking Suin hard. The huge wooden stick carried a piercing whoosh as it came down, and before the stick reached, the strong wind hit Sulin's cheek, making her eardrums buzz. Suin, being a highly agile warrior, lightly stepped to the side and slid away, the stick scraping her clothes and hitting the ground. Boom! A dull sound shook her body slightly. Another person chased after, raising a wooden stick high over his head and smashing down, missing Suin but hitting the ground, raising choking dust and small stones that hurt when they hit. Jang Chen saw this and drew his machete, the blade flashing coldly, slicing precisely the wrist of a tall one, crack, the sound crisp, the hand cut off. The raised wooden stick froze in midair and then fell with his hand to the ground, blood gushing out. "Watch out!" Luoxing Neon shouted sharply from behind. Jiang Chen looked up to see a stone as big as a water jar tearing through the air, crashing toward him. The huge rock slammed down with a rumble, spraying mud and stones, shaking the ground, with small rocks brushing past his ankles. Only then did Jiang Chen notice that a few tall ones were holding thick hemp ropes with rough big stones tied at the ends, heavy and obviously deadly. While Jiang Chen was entangled, several tall tribe members roared and circled around him like hyenas smelling blood, targeting Luoxing Neon. For Luoxing Neon, dealing with them was not so easy. She did not have the sharp reflexes or strong body of Suin or Jiang Chen, and after dodging several times in a messy way, she gradually felt exhausted, her steps slowing. Several times she narrowly avoided the wooden sticks, her clothes torn, and her arms scraped with burning blood marks. At this moment, a tall tribe member holding a thick rope and swinging a giant stone through the air also focused on Luoxing Neon. He threw it forcefully forward with both hands, the giant stone whistling sharply toward Luoxing Neon. Jang Chen quickly swung his machete to push back the nearby tall tribe members, the blade chopping one's arm, and with the force leapt forward in one arrow-like step to Luoxing Neon, pulling her aside. Luoxing Neon narrowly escaped, staggering to stand firmly, but the giant stone brushed past Jiang Chen's arm, leaving a bruise, the wound seeping blood. Suin also retreated to Jiang Chen's side, back to back, preventing a sneak attack, dagger drawn, slashing backward at the approaching tall one, forcing him back. "Are you okay?" Luoxing Neon's face was pale, her fingers cold as she held Jiang Chen's clothes, her voice trembling. "Don't get distracted." Jiang Chen patted her shoulder, quickly scanning around, noticing a wooden house nearby with a higher roof, just enough to take shelter. "I'll get you to the rooftop, stay there and don't come down. Remote support us." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Chen bent down, hoisting Luoxing Neon onto his shoulder. Taking advantage of another wave of boulders attacking, he quickly rushed to the wooden house, leaped, and firmly placed Luoxing Neon on the roof. "Hold on tight, don't move." At the same time, other tall residents waved giant stones. A dozen shadows broke through the air, and countless boulders, accompanied by a spine-chilling whoosh, attacked Jiang Chen and Suin from all directions. Luoxing Neon stayed on the roof, temporarily safe, gasping with lingering fear. She immediately took out her gun and fired a healing bullet to support Jiang Chen. The white light fell on the wound on his arm, and the bruising quickly faded, leaving only faint red marks. If she knew Jiang Chen's physical strength, she would know that this healing bullet was somewhat wasted. Jiang Chen's gaze remained calm, his steps light as he dodged, each time narrowly avoiding the boulders' attacks. His machete occasionally swung out, forcing back the enemies who came too close. He even managed to observe the attack patterns of these tall residents as he dodged. Suin was also determined not to fall behind. While dodging, she kept firing, the bullets densely hitting the tall residents. The bullets struck their torsos, splattering blood, but they only temporarily halted their steps, like hitting tough leather, failing to cause fatal damage. These tall residents coordinated their long-range stone-throwing and close-range club-swinging attacks seamlessly, one throwing stones to restrict movement, the other closing in with a club, causing great trouble for Jiang Chen and Suin. However, after a fierce battle, a few tall residents were struck at vital points by Jiang Chen's machete or hit in the head by Suin's concentrated gunfire. They fell beside the nearby houses, twitching a few times before falling silent. Seeing the situation improve, it seemed only a little longer before they could take down these dozen or so towering, berserk residents. Suddenly, a strange white light appeared around them. The injured tall residents' wounds began healing rapidly, and their broken arms grew flesh at an observable rate. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. He faced the incoming boulders, sweeping his blade, directly decapitating a few of them, their heads rolling as black-red blood splattered everywhere, preventing them from healing. These red-eyed tall residents were not a significant threat to Jiang Chen and Suin individually. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and they had begun to cooperate with each other, even possessing a strange recovery ability. Jang Chen frowned slightly, thinking of a way to break the deadlock. But he didn't notice that in the shadow of a nearby wooden house, a hunchbacked figure was quietly watching the battlefield, his murky eyes gleaming with an eerie light, and a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. That person was the tribe's shaman, who had just been resurrected. Chapter 55, The Secret of the Undying Tribe. As Jiang Chen had expected, the tall residents whose heads were severed stopped healing. However, just like the previous shaman, their severed heads, as well as their necks, began secreting large amounts of transparent liquid, wrapping around their bodies as if alive, and the flesh grew wildly. This was a sign of resurrection, but the process was obviously slower than the previous shamans. It would take some time for their heads to reattach to their bodies. Jiang Chen immediately kicked the nearest head far away, then continued charging toward the remaining tall residents. Before those previously killed tall residents could revive, it was enough time for him to take down a few more. At that moment, the tribe's shaman, hiding behind a small house in the distance, began chanting. Mysterious runes appeared on the ground beneath him, and within less than 20 seconds, the runes were fully formed. A semi-transparent white light screen descended onto the battlefield where Jiang Chen and the tall residents were fighting. In a miraculous turn, the injured tall residents' wounds began healing rapidly. Those tall residents who had died also sped up their resurrection. Even the head that Jiang Chen had kicked away seemed to grow legs, quickly running back to its body. Jiang Chen's expression was heavy. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. These residents, or rather monsters would be a better term, were not top tier in stats, but their recovery was extremely fast and they could resurrect, making them very troublesome. Actually, Jiang Chen had just embedded a recovery-type crystal core, which also had automatic recovery abilities, some minor injuries healed by themselves after a while. Not to mention that there was the top-tier healer Luo Xingmian providing support. He didn't believe these residents could really recover and resurrect infinitely. If it came to a long attrition battle, he wouldn't be afraid. The problem was that no one knew how long it would take, and he had no time to slowly wear them down. Jiang Chen, someone is healing them. Luo Xingmian on the rooftop spoke to warn him. She was very familiar with the aura of this kind of healing spell surrounding them. Jiang Chen blocked the attacks of the remaining tall residents, while Suin took the chance to search around and finally found a sneaky tribal priest casting a spell in a corner. There! Suin said, and directly fired her gun to interrupt the priest's chant. Luo Xingmian looked in the direction Suin pointed. Indeed, the priest's body was radiating the aura of a healing spell. She took out the sniper rifle from her backpack and assembled it. The sniper rifle had been in the car before, and she had begged Suin to let her have it. The large caliber bullets of the sniper could carry more healing energy, and the long attack range meant a long healing range. For a healer like her who had learned long-range healing, the bonus was huge. But now, she only wanted the sniper rifle to perform its most basic function, sniping. Luo Xingmian gritted her teeth, leapt agilely onto the roof of another house, approaching the priest's location, and shouted to Jiang Chen. I'll take care of him. At this moment, Jiang Chen faced 7 or 8 tall residents attacking him, and the fallen tall residents kept resurrecting, leaving him no time to pay attention to Luo Xingmian. With just a glance, Suin understood Jiang Chen's meaning. At this moment, killing the tribal priest was the key. Suin didn't hesitate, leaving the current battlefield, pushing off the ground with her feet, and quickly heading toward the priest's hiding place. Seeing this, the tribal priest quickly curled up tighter, almost forming a ball, and let out a strange shriek, Woola! The tribal residents, who had been hiding in the house, swarmed out like a tide, howling in chaos, surrounding the priest's mud hut tightly, blocking Suin's advance. The priest hid behind the house like a sly old mouse, occasionally peeking out to check the situation on the battlefield. These ordinary residents were weak, but numerous. Suin was blocked by them and couldn't approach the priest immediately. She danced her dagger in hand, the cold light flashing, and many tribal residents fell one by one. However, as she advanced a bit, the residents who had fallen behind resurrected again, surrounding her instead. Under the siege, she also took quite a few injuries. Fortunately, Luo Xingmian was on the rooftop providing healing support. Luo Xingmian took out a pistol, and without even looking, precisely shot healing bullets into Suin, instantly restoring much of her condition, sweeping away fatigue, allowing her to continue attracting the attention of many ordinary residents. Luo Xingmian could sense the aura of patience and injured, and didn't need to deliberately aim with her eyes. At this moment, all her attention was on the tribal priest. The priest was very cautious, using many ordinary residents in the house as cover, and still did not expose himself easily. Even when he peeked out to check, he quickly withdrew, giving Luo Xingmian no time to properly aim. But Luo Xingmian knew he was about to lose patience. Because ordinary residents cannot resurrect endlessly. She could feel the aura of those resurrected residents weakening clearly after each death. Sure enough, the priest finally could not resist crouching down and chanting a healing spell, and Luo Xingmian knew the chance had come. She risked jumping from the roof onto a small water tank below, the tank wobbled, and she barely kept her balance. From here, she could bypass the earthen house and many ordinary tribe residents to get a clear shooting angle. Several nearby residents noticed her and shouted as they rushed toward her. But it was already too late, the cold gun muzzle had locked onto the target, the sniper rifle aimed at the priest's head. Bang! The bullet left the barrel with a sharp whistling sound, hitting the target perfectly. The priest's head exploded into pieces, red and white mixed with transparent liquid splashing everywhere. The surrounding residents instantly scattered, screaming in terror, fleeing back to their own houses in fright. Well done! Suin praised, quickly adjusted his breathing, and together with Luo Xingmian cautiously checked the priest's condition. Strangely, even with the head blown apart, the priest was not completely dead. A large amount of transparent liquid flowed again from the neck, and the head fragments slowly wriggled, trying to reassemble. Suin focused his gaze, eyes like flames, and finally found the clue in the center of the wriggling, semi-transparent viscous liquid. Inside the transparent mass was a small transparent-bodied worm. This little thing was almost invisible without careful observation. She did not hesitate, adjusted her aim, and one shot ended the worm, the priest instantly losing all signs of life. Sanity 10. The system alert suddenly sounded, accompanied by a slight dizzy feeling. But this also indirectly confirmed her thought: these people could resurrect because of the worms in their bodies. And judging by how aged their bodies had become, this resurrection cost their life energy. Suin and Luo Xingmian went back to support Jiang Chen, quickly dealing with a dozen tall residents, killing the worms inside their bodies as well. As the worms died, the tall residents' bodies quickly aged, muscles shrank, skin wrinkled, finally becoming no different from ordinary residents. The job of killing the worms was left to Jiang Chen. His mental strength greatly reduced the sanity damage, and his total sanity was high. Finally, the surroundings became quiet, only the wind wailing through broken houses. The three hurried to check the house that had been besieged earlier, to see who was inside and whether they could provide useful clues. Jiang Chen knocked lightly on the door. The person inside was very alert and did not open immediately. "Is anyone inside?" Luo Xingmian cautiously called out. The door surprisingly creaked open, the hinges screeching. Inside, the person was covered in dried blood, barely alive. At the moment she saw who was inside, Luo Xingmian's eyes widened in shock. She shouted out, "Fourth sister? How is it you? How did you get trapped here alone?" The person inside could not answer, too weak. Pushing herself to this moment was already the limit. Just as she was about to collapse, Luo Xingmian stepped forward quickly to support her, letting her sit against the wall, then raised her hands to cast a short-range healing spell. Luo Xingmian opened both palms toward fourth sister, pale green energy drifting from her hands, slowly entering her body. A magical scene followed. The once dying person visibly recovered rapidly. The wounds stopped bleeding and slowly began to heal. The pale color on her face faded little by little, gradually regaining blood color. Sweat beaded finally on Luo Xingmian's forehead. Short-distance healing itself consumes a lot of energy, and saving someone who was seriously injured and on the brink of death back to normal is no small drain on her stamina. Finally, with a soft, muffled groan from the other party, Luo Xingmian forcefully pulled her back from the gates of death. The moment Lu Xiaotang saw Luo Xingmian, her expression tensed, and she quickly pulled her to her side. "Xingmian, is it really you? It's dangerous outside, come inside quickly." Luo Xingmian rolled her eyes, shook her body, broke free from her embrace, and dragged out her words, saying, "Fourth sister, the monsters outside have all been dealt with, you don't need to worry." "You all?" Lu Xiaotang looked up, only then realizing Jiang Chen and Suin were also there. She gave a slightly awkward nod as a gesture. "Xingmian, who is this?" Suin asked. Jiang Chen stood silently observing, secretly checking if the stranger posed any threat. "Oh, this is my fourth sister, Lu Xiaotang, also a member of our Jiomei Guild." Lu Xiaotang shyly nodded, looking timid and weak, appearing harmless. Jiang Chen stepped forward, the aura around him making Lu Xiaotang feel pressured, and she instinctively shrank back. "Lu Xiaotang, right? Tell me, what exactly happened?" "Yeah, fourth sister, how did you end up here alone?" Jiang Chen's words carried an unspoken pressure that made Lu Xiaotang subconsciously feel like she should obey. With Luo Xingmian beside her, she no longer hid anything and slowly began to recount her experience. I dozed off while driving a few days ago, and when I woke up, I found the convoy was gone. I got lost and just kept driving until I ended up in this desert. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic toward the president of the J Guild. Luo Xingnian was like this, and now Lu Xiaotang as well, disappearing without a word, and no one could find them when searching. But Luo Xingnian remained calm, clearly having expected Lu Xiaotang's behavior. Fourth sister, then what happened? Lu Xiaotang fell into her memories, her expression somewhat dazed. Later, I found a large convoy, and being scared alone, I decided to follow them and try to blend in. But it seemed like they didn't even notice me. When they were distributing food and water, I didn't get any, so I went to grab some myself. Luo Xingnian nodded, recalling how weak Lu Xiaotang's presence was in the J Guild. What she said made sense. Then, after 2 days of traveling in the desert, the water in the convoy's vehicles started running low. Some people couldn't get any water anymore, and everyone grew anxious, desperately trying to find a water source. At that moment, someone found a bottle buried in the sand. That person excitedly ran back to the convoy and showed it to everyone. A bottle in the sand? Jiang Chen immediately became interested. What kind of bottle was it? It was, Lu Xiaotang became flustered when Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Hey! Fourth sister, quickly tell us, what kind of bottle was it? Luo Xingnian grabbed her hands and shook them, this action making Lu Xiaotang feel much more at ease. It was a very magical bottle. It was about the size of a regular flower vase, with a wooden cork sealing the opening. When the cork was pulled off, water would automatically pour out. Suin furrowed his brows. There's no such miraculous bottle that can pour out water on its own, is there? But remembering the regenerative water tank in Jiang Chen's RV, it wasn't entirely impossible to understand. Jiang Chen, however, didn't believe in such a thing falling from the sky. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. He was about to ask more questions when suddenly, a calm knocking sound came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the door was the old woman they had first encountered, still holding the cracked wooden bucket. The door wasn't closed, but she stood outside without entering. The old woman scooped a ladle of water and called out to Lu Xiaotang. Little girl, are you here to ask for water too? Drink, drink, you won't be thirsty anymore once you drink. As she spoke, she raised the water in her hand, signaling for Lu Xiaotang to take it. Luo Xingnian, having learned from past mistakes, knew that nothing here should be touched carelessly. Immediately, Lu Xiaotang refused for Luo Xingnian. No need, old lady, we don't need it. The old woman, however, ignored Luo Xingnian's words, her gaze fixed firmly on Lu Xiaotang, as if waiting for her response, clearly expecting something. No, it's fine, Lu Xiaotang chose to trust Luo Xingnian, quickly waving her hand to decline. Sigh, the old woman sighed softly, pouring the water back into the wooden barrel, not forcing anyone to drink like the other villagers. She hunched her back, lifted the barrel, and slowly walked away from the doorway of the small house. Jiang Chen ignored this small incident, his gaze returning to Lu Xiaotang, and then? When it came to the next part, Lu Xiaotang's face paled a little, her heart still filled with lingering fear. Then everyone drank from the bottle, one by one, drinking until their stomachs were round and full. They still didn't pay attention to me. I waited until everyone finished drinking, and I was the last one to go over. I was really thirsty, just about to bring the bottle to my lips to drink, when I saw the people from the convoy, all with red eyes, rushing towards me. Luo Xingnian's brows furrowed as she listened, reaching out to pat Lu Xiaotang's back to comfort her. Lu Xiaotang's emotions eased slightly, and she continued, they surrounded me, all trying to force me to drink. I refused, and they started attacking me. I ran desperately back to the car and locked the door. Later, I couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Lu Xiaotang looked around, her expression still carrying some fear. When I woke up again, I was already in this house. I don't know what happened. Jang Chen carefully processed the information in her words. Then, what about the people who were chasing you? At his words, Lu Xiaotang's gaze slowly fell on the several corpses of the villagers outside, and the meaning was clear without saying a word. You mean, they were the people from the convoy before? Lu Xiaotang nodded, it should be. At that time, they were the only ones around here. Jiang Chen, there's something wrong with the water. Su Lin spoke solemnly, giving his judgment. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, not just the water, the bottle holding the water is also problematic. We should find that bottle first. Once we do, we'll be able to figure out all the tricks. Do you remember where the bottle is? Lu Xiaotang slowly stood up and walked outside the house. The scene before her made her slightly dazed, but she quickly steadied herself, her gaze firmly pointing to a spot deep in the sandy area. I remember. If no one has touched it since, the bottle should be there. Jiang Chen and the others followed her direction and looked. In the distant yellow sand, there was vaguely a sunken sandpit, and in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible, eerie aura seemed to linger. Chapter 57, Exploding the Guardian, Shocking Lu Xiaotang. The eerie aura drifted with the wind, mixing with the coarse yellow sand, sticking to their skin, bringing a strange chill. Jiang Chen was unaffected and immediately walked towards the sunken sandpit. His steps were steady, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding sand dunes, not missing any signs of abnormalities. As they got closer, a dark green water bottle stood out prominently in the sandpit. Water was slowly flowing out of the bottle's mouth, and a small puddle of water had already gathered below it. There was no other sound around, but the soft trickle of water only made the heart uneasy. Big liar, be careful. Luo Xingmian and Lu Xiaotang huddled together, instinctively uneasy about the object in front of them. Xingmian, is he okay? Should we just forget about it? Lu Xiaotang had no concept of Jiang Chen's abilities, and now she was starting to worry. He should be fine, right? She said this, but her expression grew even more serious. Jiang Chen appeared relaxed. Now that he knew the source, things would be easier. Bang! Suin directly fired his gun, aiming straight at the dark green water bottle. The bullet was about to hit the dark green bottle when clang! A large sword suddenly shot up from the ground in front of the dark green water bottle, blocking the bullet. Then, everyone felt a massive pressure coming down from the sky as a burly man, over 2 meters tall, landed in front of the dark green bottle. The impact of his landing kicked up a cloud of sand, blinding Luo Xingmian and the others for a moment. When the wind and sand settled, that big man appeared straight before everyone, holding a large knife, eyes closed. Lu Xiaotang stared, heart shocked, inner terror rising. The person before her was exactly the captain of the large convoy she had secretly followed before. With just a long knife and 2 elite subordinates, he could fight a third-rank beast back and forth fiercely. Luo Xingmian saw her face change suddenly and felt that something was wrong. Fourth sister, what's wrong with you? Xingmian, tell that big brother to run fast, we are no match for that person. What? Jiang Chen is also very strong, it should be fine, right? Though she said this, the expression on her face grew more serious. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all, slowly stepped forward, arriving in front of the big man holding the knife. The big man was huge, muscles twisted, body far beyond normal, clearly evolved through physical strength. But what really worried Jiang Chen was the circle around his neck, where a group of pale blue transparent bugs kept popping up and swaying in the wind. This person was clearly no longer normal. Suin also noticed, raised his gun and shot, aiming not at the big man's neck, but at the bugs around it. But the bugs suddenly shrank their heads and went inside the big man, avoiding the bullets. After a while, they popped out again. The big man suddenly opened his eyes, crimson gaze locking on Suin, aura surging violently. The big knife in his hand whistled through the air, slashing straight at Suin. Before the knife wind arrived, the fierce killing intent already hit them in the face. Lu Xiaotang screamed in fear, instinctively closing her eyes. Luo Xingmian's heart shrank, just about to shoot to help, when a shadow flashed before his eyes. Clang! The loud clash of metal made ears ache. Jang Chen, at some unknown moment, had already blocked in front of Suin, holding the big knife with one hand, forcefully stopping the powerful strike of the big man. The big man's arm veins bulged, pressing down with all his strength, but the blade did not move an inch. Jiang Chen's face was calm, tone indifferent. Only this much strength? After the words fell, he slightly twisted his wrist, a huge force shaking down the knife. The big man staggered back from the heavy hit, huge body retreating several steps, blood leaking from the palm. Oh, how is this possible? Lu Xiaotang's eyes widened, full of disbelief. He actually blocked the captain's knife with one hand? Luo Xingmian was also stunned, then relaxed, corners of mouth lifting. I told you, the big liar is really strong. The big man roared, swinging the knife in a furious assault again, blade shadows dense, each strike deadly. But Jiang Chen moved lightly, dodging calmly, each block effortless. The big man's storm-like attacks could not even touch his clothes. Suin observed calmly, did not shoot rashly, patiently waiting for the chance. In the fierce fight, the pale blue transparent bugs on the big man's neck popped out again, swinging wildly. Now! Sulin's eyes sharpened, lifted his hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger, all in one smooth motion. Bang! The bullet pierced one bug precisely. The bug instantly turned into a puddle of transparent liquid. The big man's body stiffened suddenly, movement frozen for a moment. Jiang Chen seized the chance, swung his knife horizontally at the big man's neck. A few bugs couldn't dodge and fell to the ground, the knife embedding into the big man's neck. The big man reacted, pushed Jiang Chen's knife aside with his big knife. Then he flipped a few times back, and when he stood firm, the terrifying wound on his neck had already been fully healed by the bugs. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, unsurprised. The big man held more bugs than the previous monster, his recovery speed naturally terrifying. Small skirmishes could not settle him, only a full-force strike could break the situation completely. Vehicle sink, go. A low murmur fell, a massive power from the armored RV suddenly surged into Jiang Chen. His bones crackled lightly, strength and speed instantly soaring to the peak. His aura surged dozens of times, even the yellow sand under his feet was shaken outward. Lu Xiaotang was stunned, her mouth opening wide enough to fit an egg. What kind of power is this? The knife-wielding man felt a deadly threat, roaring as he lunged with his blade, the edge charged with full strength, aiming straight at Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen did not dodge or retreat, twisting his wrist, raising his cleaver over his shoulder, and boldly chopping down against the blade. No fancy moves, only pure, ultimate strength crushing everything. Clang boom. A huge noise erupted, the big knife in the man's hands cracked instantly, the blade bending from the force. Jiang Chen's cleaver followed through, carrying the absolute force synchronized with his vehicle, striking hard at the man's chest. Pooh! Blood spurted out, the massive man's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the sand. His body split in half from the chest. Oh my god, he won with just one move? Lu Xiaotang's legs went weak, her face full of shock. Luo Xingnian, stunned, placed her hands on her hips, chin raised, as if she had one herself. A few transparent bugs flowed out from the man's wound, trying to repair it, but a larger number of bugs realized the situation could not be reversed and scattered away. Jiang Chen sheathed his blade, the vehicle synchronized force slowly fading, his chest rising and falling slightly. Clearly this strike took a lot out of him. Jiang Chen. Luo Xingnian stepped forward, her hands glowing with pale green healing energy, gently covering the tiny scratches on Jiang Chen's arms, the wounds rapidly closing as the energy flowed. Suin stabbed the remaining transparent bugs one by one with a dagger, until the last bug turned into liquid, the man's body finally losing all life, quickly withering and aging. Lu Xiaotang, still shaken, followed along, looking at the chaos on the ground, her face full of lingering fear. Just as everyone thought everything was over, a sound came from the back of the tribe. It was the bugs that had fled earlier, burrowing into the primitive tribe. Everyone turned to look, their scalps tingling instantly. The doors of the originally closed wooden houses all opened at once, and all the tribe members crawled out, hunched over, with varying numbers of bugs moving on their bodies, slowly entering inside them. Then they tilted their faces back, grabbing the waist of the person in front, connecting head to tail. Forming a dense, twisted human centipede, 50 to 60 meters long, wriggling slowly on the sand. The eyes of the leader fixed on Jiang Chen and the others, tilting its head, its twisted mouth open, crawling rapidly toward them. Chapter 58, Desperate Counterattack, one move clears the field. Ugh! Lu Xiaotang looked at the twisted, wriggling human centipede, unable to hold back anymore, bending over to gag. Those tribe members had bloodshot eyes, drool at the corners of their mouths, their bodies twisted in impossible positions, connected head to tail. Dozens of legs crawling on the ground, mixed with low growls, made everyone's skin crawl. Jiang Chen calmly observed the situation. These ordinary tribe members had average physical strength, though the human centipede looked terrifying, fighting it should be manageable. In the blink of an eye, the human centipede had reached in front of Jiang Chen. The back half lifted the front high, a human pillar over 20 meters tall stood before Jiang Chen and the others. Equivalent to the height of 9 floors, blocking the sky and sun, the light in front of them darkened. Under Jiang Chen's command, Luo Xingnian and Lu Xiaotang retreated far away, the centipede's size was too shocking, staying here would only tie Jiang Chen and Suin down. The lower half of the centipede still moved, like a head-raised venomous snake, ready to strike. As it approached, the 20-plus meter human pillar fell straight toward Jiang Chen and Sulin's position. Suin leapt to the side to dodge, while Jiang Chen raised his cleaver in front, planning to take the hit with his superhuman body. The human pillar crashed down with a thunderous roar. Jiang Chen took a step forward, the flash of a knife cut through the air, and he bent his knee to land firmly ahead. Blood splattered on his face as he gripped the sharp blade in his hand, its cold light radiating. Looking at the human centipede, a diagonal, 45-degree knife mark suddenly appeared on the fallen body. Then, the mark exploded, and blood surged out, cutting the human centipede into 2 parts. And Jiang Chen, he remained unharmed. Mental value -2. But there was a price. As long as the blade struck the insects inside the residents' bodies up close, the insect fluid splattering onto him would consume a certain amount of mental value. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the human centipede didn't choose to heal, but instead, it transformed into 2 new human centipedes, each over 20 meters long, quickly crawling on the ground and charging at Jiang Chen. Suin immediately fired shots, hitting several people on the human centipede, causing blood and flesh to splatter, but it was still ineffective. This time, it was the insects inside the residents' bodies that took control of the actions. They treated these connected residents as mere tools, not caring about their lives or deaths, even abandoning the idea of healing. As long as the insects remained in their bodies, they could continue to act. The leader of the centipede flailed his hands in the air, his body twisting wildly, rapidly crawling toward Jiang Chen. From a distance, Luo Xingnian seized the opportunity, pulling the trigger at the leader. The head exploded, and his movements instantly halted. Jiang Chen seized the chance, striking him down with a single slash, cutting him in half. The person behind immediately let go, abandoning the shattered head, and became the new leader. Then, the new leader led the centipedes to circle around Jiang Chen, the circle shrinking tighter and tighter, clearly intending to strangle Jiang Chen. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen swung his knife for a double strike, once again cutting the human centipede into two parts, and he jumped out of the encircling attack. Mental value -1, -2. Now, 3 human centipedes appeared on the scene, 1 long and 2 short, all crawling toward Jiang Chen. Luo Xingnian and Lu Xiaotang, watching from behind, were filled with terror, tightly sweating for Jiang Chen. Suin continued to shoot from the side, firing at the 3 creatures, but the effect was minimal. They didn't care about the damage on their bodies, all they wanted was to eliminate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen swung his knife to block, each strike landing on the human centipedes, with every strike causing his mental value to decrease. What was worse, each section of the human centipede cut off could quickly regenerate into a new small centipede. In no time, the scene was filled with 7 or 8 human centipedes, of varying lengths, surrounding Jiang Chen. The sound of their crawling filled the air around him. Jiang Chen! Watch out behind you! Luo Xingnian shouted from afar, her voice filled with urgency. She kept firing with her sniper rifle but could only temporarily slow the small centipede's advance. Lu Xiaotang was already stunned, her hands tightly covering her mouth, not daring to even breathe loudly. She had seen Jiang Chen's power when he killed the team leader in an instant, but she had never seen him in such a desperate situation. 7 or 8 eerie human centipedes surrounded him, even a god would probably struggle to survive, right? Su Lin also realized the severity of the situation. Her figure flashed to Jiang Chen's side, and her dagger spun as she killed the approaching small centipedes, her voice deep. Jiang Chen, we can't keep going like this. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He almost forgot that his newly mastered move was perfect for this moment. What others saw as a dead end, he could solve with just a thought. Powerful domineering, activate. With a low growl, 100 mental value points rapidly drained from Jiang Chen's body, exploding into a pale white halo that instantly expanded to cover the entire field, the air around them seemingly freezing. Buzz! The 7 or 8 human centipedes on the field instantly froze in place, their crawling motions coming to a complete stop. The pale blue insects hidden within the residents' bodies burst out under the impact of the domineering force. Then, their bodies froze and died instantly. There was no earth-shattering flash of a blade, no dense gunfire. Just the explosion of aura, it completed a kill in an instant. All the tribe members forming the human centipedes instantly lost their strength, falling to the ground, unable to rise again. Those evil insects, all turned into a puddle of clear water, quickly evaporating into the air. The aura faded, the desert returned to calm, leaving only lifeless residents on the ground and a faint smell of blood. Jiang Chen stopped, his chest rising and falling slightly, the rapid loss of sanity making his face a bit pale, yet his eyes remained sharp. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face, expression calm, as if it was not him who had killed 7 or 8 human centipedes in an instant. In the distance, Luo Xingmian and Lu Xiaotang were already dumbfounded. Lu Xiaotang's legs went weak, almost collapsing, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, eyes full of extreme shock, unable to speak for a long time. That aura, just watching from afar, made her whole body cold and unable to move. This power, she had never seen in the J Guild, even the strongest second and third sisters did not have such shocking means. Killing all monsters at once? This was no longer strong, but nearly godlike power. The man in front of them seemed to be from a different dimension than them. Luo Xingnian also lowered the sniper rifle, eyes full of shock, with a faint trace of admiration. Following Jiang Chen these days, she knew he was strong, but never imagined he had such a terrifying hidden power. One move killed the whole battlefield, not giving the enemy even a hint of resistance. Then rushing to Jiang Chen, though she sensed no serious injuries, she still cast several healing spells on him. Su Lin also walked to Jiang Chen, looking at his pale face, voice carrying a trace of concern. Are you okay? Jiang Chen shook his head, frowning relaxed. Nothing, just my sanity drained too fast, a short rest will fix it. At that moment, a few slightly larger insects did not die immediately, instead struggling toward the dark green water bottle. Su Lin immediately shot at the bottle, but the expected shattering did not happen, the bullets bounced off the bottle instead. Jiang Chen quickly walked over, lifted the bottle, and poured all the water out at once. The insects had nowhere to hide and were stomped to death one by Jiang Chen. As the poured water touched the hot sand, a cloud of steam instantly rose. As the water evaporated, the surrounding scene slowly changed. The oasis gradually disappeared, the tribe houses turned into one vehicle after another. Chapter 59, Illusion Shattered, Giant Insects Gnawing RVs. The illusionary oasis and tribe vanished, replaced by endless yellow sand. The burning sun scorched the skin with no cover, heat waves twisting the air, layer upon layer hitting the face, even inhaled air burned the lungs. The sand underfoot felt like red-hot iron grains, each step sending burning pain through the soles. The heat returned to everyone's body, skin feeling like it would split apart. Thirst was like a dull knife, slowly cutting the throat. Jiang Chen and the others' lips turned pale and cracked, a sudden intense craving for water surged. Before, the illusion had fooled them, ignoring the body's signals. Now it was gone, and the instinctive need could no longer be suppressed. Everyone looked around. Besides yellow sand, there were vehicles one after another, not a sign of water anywhere. Jiang Chen weighed the dark green water bottle in his hand, confirming it was real. The bottle was heavier than it looked, ceramic surface delicate and smooth, indeed a good container for water, though the water inside before was not good. Jiang Chen, where's the car? I'm about to die of thirst. Luo Xingnian's body went soft, like bones were pulled out. The whole person leaned on Lu Xiaotang. Lu Xiaotang's body condition was already not good. She was hit by her and staggered, gave a muffled groan, then stepped back several steps, using all strength barely held her up. Luo Xingnian's delicate brows tightly locked, let out a kitten-like whimper. Water, want water. Looking again at Luo Xingnian's complexion, it was far not as exaggerated as she showed. She just simply cannot bear even a little hardship. Suin untied the military water bottle at her waist, took a small mouthful herself. That small mouth of clear water sliding through the throat's cool feeling made her tight nerves also relax a little. Carrying a water bottle was a habit she formed in the army. Almost every soldier would do this, just like her pistol and dagger never leave her body. Then Su Lin threw the water bottle to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not be polite, fiercely gulped a mouthful. In the previous big battle he contributed the most, his physical strength consumption was also the greatest. The clear liquid like sweet rain instantly moistened the dry burning esophagus, drove away the dryness and heat between lungs and organs. One mouth of clear water went into the stomach. Jiang Chen felt the cells inside his body all woke up, instantly had spirit. The water in the bottle still had half left. Luo Xingnian looked at it eagerly, her gaze tightly followed the water bottle, until Jiang Chen threw the water bottle to her, only then bloomed a smile. At that moment, she almost snatched it over. She and Lu Xiaotang both like obtained treasure, tightly held the water bottle, you one mouth I one mouth sharing it. The two drank in small mouthfuls, every drop of water treasured extremely, happy like two children, temporarily forgot the surrounding burning yellow sand hell. System, scan. Jiang Chen looked at the strange water bottle in his hand, started the scan. Item information scan completed. This item is a water storage bottle, ancient human creation. Good guy. Jiang Chen really wanted to complain one sentence, he himself cannot see that this is a water storage bottle? But the ancient human creation mentioned by the system made him a little surprised. The warm smooth touch of the bottle body at this moment also seemed to carry a trace of ancient mysterious meaning. Ancient human? Could it be the original residents here before? The answer cannot be known. The only thing clear is, this water bottle can withstand bullet shooting, its firmness far beyond imagination, absolutely not an ordinary thing. First put it away then talk. After drinking water to temporarily relieve thirst, everyone began to check the surrounding situation. The previous tried mud houses and wooden houses all disappeared. What entered the eyes were vehicles one after another. They tilted and sank in the sand ground, like stranded dead steel giant beasts. This is that convoys. Lu Xiaotang recognized the source of these vehicles, opened mouth to explain. Jiang Chen looked at more than 30 vehicles in front, from off-road cars to heavy trucks, many types, can imagine how huge that convoy originally was. Unfortunately, actually was wiped out by one water bottle. Beside the vehicles were survivor corpses. Those corpses had different postures, some curled in the driver's seat, some fell beside the car, faces froze with painful and frightened expressions. Jiang Chen looked at the mess on the ground, guessed the general situation. Inside this dark green water bottle indeed contained water, but like in the illusion pouring out water in big mouthfuls, no matter how think it is not very possible, probably is human illusion. The production of illusion should be caused by inhaling evaporated water vapor. But when Jiang Chen and them came over, the hallucinogenic substance inside had already almost evaporated. So it did not completely confuse their consciousness, only made them produce illusion of surrounding environment change. The most deadly thing is, inside this water hides strange bugs. The fatal trap hides inside the seemingly life-saving sweet spring. From the moment of drinking the water, these convoy survivors were already sentenced to death. Being drilled into the stomach by monsters, no matter how strong the evolver, also cannot resist the terror bursting from inside, no matter how strong your outside is. Even that's useless. Among them, there are even a few survivors with considerable levels of evolution. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over a particularly strong corpse, next to which a heavy large knife had fallen. This means that even the caravan captain holding the big knife was among them. It's a pity, this strong person couldn't escape either. Jiang Chen didn't dwell on this and looked at the abandoned vehicles scattered around. His heart secretly rejoiced. These vehicles were his evolution points. Finally, it wasn't a wasted trip. Jiang Chen, come look. Su Lin stood next to a large truck, her voice heavy, calling Jiang Chen over. When Jiang Chen approached, the scene before him was shocking. The large truck was tipped over on its side, and the roof had been violently torn open by something, leaving the truck bed empty. The supplies inside were either consumed by the caravan itself or looted by something. This wasn't an isolated case. As Jiang Chen and the others continued their search, they found that 2 other storage trucks had also suffered the same gutting fate. Jiang Chen, what's going on here? Why does it look so terrifying? By the way, fourth sister, do you know what happened? Lu Xiaotang suddenly shook her head. I didn't hear anything at all. Before I passed out, the caravan hadn't been attacked by anything. Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart and immediately became wary of the surroundings. Suin, seeing Jiang Chen's concern, used her enhanced vision and hearing to scan the area. After a moment, her expression relaxed. There's nothing unusual nearby. The group relaxed slightly and continued to search the area for clues and suspicious items. Jang Chen felt something under his foot, picked it up, and saw that it was a wooden cork, about the size of a bowl, with a notch on it. He placed the cork onto the mouth of his dark green water bottle, and it fit perfectly. It was a matching pair. Fourth sister, isn't that your vehicle? At this moment, Luo Xingnian suddenly shouted, pulling Lu Xiaotang quickly toward an armored small car not far away. The shell of the armored vehicle had been pocked with many small dents, clearly not in great condition. Lu Xiaotang happily opened the slightly deformed door and climbed into the driver's seat, trying to start the vehicle. She tried starting the engine several times. At first, it coughed, then suddenly roared to life, successfully starting. Jiang Chen watched this girl, who was even more delicate than Luo Xingnian, drive a rugged armored car. Her slender figure in stark contrast to the coarse steel vehicle, the scene felt oddly mismatched. But without this rugged armored vehicle to protect her, she would have long been at the mercy of those out-of-control survivors. This iron lump was her life-saving fortress. After finishing the search, Jiang Chen sensed the RV's location again, but it was already beyond his remote control range. They would have to walk in the scorching sun. The blistering sand once again became a torment. Jiang Chen and Su Lin led the way, while Lu Xiaotang carried Luo Xingnian, idling beside them. They walked about 600 meters before Jiang Chen finally saw the RV, where a giant, blue-brown creature was sprawled on top. The creature seemed to be wriggling. He rushed forward, and the sight before him made his scalp tingle. A cold chill immediately overtook the desert heat. A 20-meter-long multi-legged giant insect was lying on top of the armored RV, twisting its body. Its countless sharp limbs, like steel spears, were tightly hooked into the vehicle's spines. Its massive body nearly covered half the roof of the vehicle. Its side-like mandibles opened and closed, flashing with a cold light, crazily gnawing at the roof's storage area, emitting a grating creak. After gnawing for a while, it finally snapped off a spine, which fell heavily into the yellow sand with a clatter. Both Jiang Chen and Su Lin's expressions darkened. The spot where the giant insect was biting was precisely the RV's storage area. Chapter 60, 4th Tier Strange Creature, Dream Illusion Millipede. Jiang Chen immediately recognized that this giant insect was the same species as the small bugs he had seen earlier in the primitive tribe, but this one was countless times bigger. Its head was equipped with long antennae and sharp, hard mandibles, while its body was covered in translucent, slender, long legs. Like the small bug, this giant insect also had a light blue, semi-transparent body, giving it a plump, water-filled appearance. Jiang Chen even had the illusion that if he cut it open, a large amount of clear water would gush out from the wound. This was simply a moving water tank. The only difference was that its back was covered with black shells, one piece after another, and the sunlight shining on them seemed to be absorbed completely. System, scan it. Monster information scan complete. Dream Illusion Millipede, 4th Tier Strange Creature. Mental, 130. Physique, 85. Strength, 90. Agility, 75. Traits, greedy, extremely fond of water, highly sensitive to water sources, will lay eggs near water, can create illusions. Legend says that following it can help find water sources in the desert, and some even claim it itself as a water source. 4th Tier Strange Creature. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Based on his previous experience, creatures of the same tier were far more troublesome than exotic beasts. From the information about this Dream Illusion Millipede, it was easy to deduce that the cargo truck of the previous convoy had been torn apart by it, and the supplies inside had long been consumed by it. Now, it had set its sights on the food and water resources inside Jiang Chen's armed RV. The supplies in Jiang Chen's RV were extremely abundant, making it a fatal attraction for this monster. No wonder it hadn't attacked Jiang Chen and the others. It had intentionally lured them away, heading straight for the RV. But Jiang Chen wouldn't let it succeed. He immediately gave the RV instructions, and it sped up, swerving and taking sharp turns in an attempt to shake off the Dream Illusion Millipede. However, Jiang Chen had underestimated it. The millipede's dozens of pairs of legs clung tightly to the RV's spikes, as if they had grown into the vehicle itself. No matter how fast the RV sped up, how sharp the turns, or how hard it tried to shake it off, the millipede wouldn't let go. Jiang Chen, what's happening? The RV's violent movement woke Aunt Chen, who had been sleeping inside. As soon as she woke up, she noticed her sanity had dropped significantly and immediately sensed something was wrong. She quickly informed Jiang Chen. There's a strange creature attacking the RV, stay inside for now, don't come out, it might focus on you. Although staying inside the RV would also be affected by the strange creature's aura and the sanity would still continue to drop, the RV's sanity recovery aura would offset it, keeping the decline at a manageable pace. But if she rushed out and was noticed by the dream illusion millipede, and it launched an attack, that would be catastrophic. The RV stopped in front of Jiang Chen, and just as he was about to jump onto the roof to fight, he heard the sound of a gunshot. Bang! It was Suin, who had taken over Luo Xingmian's sniper rifle, firing a test shot. The bullet struck one of the millipede's legs, and it snapped off with a sharp crack. Light blue body fluid splattered out. A few drops splashed onto Jiang Chen, and he froze for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed into an illusion of an oasis again. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Sanity -5. Jiang Chen had already been prepared for this. He knew that what he was seeing was just an illusion. He quickly pinched his own thigh hard, snapping out of the illusion and returning to his senses. Jiang Chen, how is it? It's fine, keep shooting, I'll go meet it. Jiang Chen knew exactly what to do. He climbed up to the roof of the RV using its spikes, ready to face the dream illusion millipede directly. The RV's machine gun and laser cannon had already been destroyed by the millipede, which made Jiang Chen burn with rage. How dare it casually destroy his RV? It would have to pay with its life. He drew his knife and slashed directly at the dream illusion millipede, intending to attack its head, but its head kept swaying in the air, making it impossible to strike. Then he would go for the legs first. Jiang Chen quickly changed tactics, chopping off one of its legs. At the same time, Suin's sniper rifle fired again, taking out another leg. The millipede's body fluid poured over Jiang Chen, soaking him completely. He lost his focus again, frozen in place. The phantom centipede flew into a rage, seizing the chance to bite Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen! Luo Xingmian watched below, heart pounding with fear. Being bitten by this giant insect's mouthparts, even if not fatal, would take half a life, something an ordinary person could not endure. Lu Xiaotang gripped Luo Xingmian's arm tightly, nervous to the extreme. But Jiang Chen was no ordinary person. A sharp pain surged through him, yet his mind cleared instantly. This was exactly what he planned. The phantom centipede's 90 points of strength were terrifying, but he could endure it, using the sharp pain to break the illusion it created. Immediately, a gentle energy flowed into his body, and the pain faded quickly. Jiang Chen knew Luo Xingmian was casting remote healing for him. He opened his panel and quickly checked his sanity points. Sanity, 268/450. In the previous battle at the primitive tribe, he had already lost much sanity, and now every time the phantom centipede's fluid splashed on him, he lost another 10 to 20 points. He had to change tactics, using agility to avoid being splashed by its fluids as much as possible. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Suin struck again, aiming at the centipede's hind legs. From a distance, the splashing fluids did not hit Jiang Chen. In that case, Jiang Chen moved, dodging the centipede's snapping jaws, cutting another leg in the motion, then quickly stepped back, avoiding the fluids flying from the broken limb. This works. Even with thorns obstructing around him, Jiang Chen could skillfully dodge the phantom centipede's attacks, cooperating with Suin to continuously sever its legs. The centipede, furious at its failures, launched a sweeping attack to trap Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen advanced instead of retreating, leaping to grab its side, easily avoiding the strike. Instead, the centipede crashed into the RV's thorns, its body slashed in multiple places, blue fluids gushing out wildly. Another gunshot, its last leg was broken. Now it was a bear worm, collapsed on the roof, unable to move. Jiang Chen quickly checked his sanity points. Despite avoiding splashes, occasional contact and the hallucinogenic fluid in the air still eroded his sanity. Sanity, 153/450. Fortunately, the remaining sanity was enough to finish off this fourth-level mutant. It was now a lamb ready to be slaughtered. Holding his machete, Jiang Chen slowly approached, receiving another boost from Luo Xingmian's remote healing, restoring some strength. As he raised the blade to strike the centipede's head, an unexpected change occurred. The phantom centipede curled tightly, its black shell glowing, the blue fluids inside boiling and bubbling under the light. It looked like a wound-up spring full of force. The next moment, massive blue fluid shot out from its mouth with steam. Using the recoil, its coiled body spun rapidly, spraying hallucinogenic fluids in a 360-degree frenzy. No escape. If hit continuously, Jiang Chen's remaining sanity would collapse instantly. Damn! Jiang Chen's face changed, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Almost at the same moment, Aunt Chen's sanity in the RV kept dropping. The iron treasure on her shoulder opened its eyes, red and fierce, and let out an aggressive roar toward the roof. Chapter 61, Double Golden Skills, Super Big Harvest. Jiang Chen acted decisively, leaping down. In just a moment, the phantom centipede had spun 2 full rotations, and Jiang Chen in midair was whipped twice by high-temperature fluid. The force of the lashes was strong, and the hot steam burned him directly. Sanity -30, -30. Run! Ignoring the pain, Jiang Chen landed and ran quickly, heading away from the RV. The water whip spun through the air, transforming into droplets that fell near the RV, covering a vast area, as if a small rainstorm had just fallen. At this moment, the area around the RV had become a restricted zone. If anyone dared to stay there, exposed to the rain of hallucination-inducing liquid from the dream-devouring centipede, their sanity would quickly vanish. Far off, Jiang Chen and the others watched as the water whip spun rapidly above the RV, and the dream-devouring centipede's body rapidly shrank. They understood that this was the last desperate counterattack from the dream-devouring centipede, and all they needed to do was wait quietly for the final victory of this battle. However, some couldn't wait. Inside the RV, Chen, despite the RV's high resistance to sanity attacks and its restorative effects, couldn't withstand the final crazed attack from the dream-devouring centipede. Watching her sanity drop to the critical point of 50, the iron treasure on her shoulder suddenly opened its eyes, a scarlet, fierce light flashing, and it let out a ferocious roar at the top of the RV. The roar pierced through the thick concrete and alloy walls of the armored RV, reaching the dream-devouring centipede's ears, but it didn't slow its movements by even a fraction. However, the alloy spikes near the top of the RV began to change. The spikes suddenly thinned, stretched, and stabbed into the body of the dream-devouring centipede, suspending it in the air, rendering it motionless. The remaining pale blue liquid from the dream-devouring centipede leaked out from multiple wounds, falling from the roof to the ground. The RV door opened, and Chen quickly ran out. As soon as she inhaled the surrounding water vapor, her body froze in place. Jang Chen and Suin hurried over, covering their noses, to pull her back, and the three of them quickly retreated to the safe zone. A large amount of water vapor rose around the RV, eventually forming a mist that enveloped the entire RV. Fortunately, this didn't last long. The desert's intense heat used less than 10 minutes to evaporate all the pale blue liquid on the ground. The dream-devouring centipede, suspended by the spikes, had already been fully dehydrated, leaving only a thin layer of dry skin. The fourth-level strange dream-devouring centipede was officially killed. System: Devour. As the dream-devouring centipede was consumed by the RV, the surrounding spikes returned to their original shape, and the broken ones grew back. The machine guns and laser cannons on the roof were also repaired, and the entire RV looked brand new. Inside the RV, everyone lay on the couch, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioning. The continuous battles in the scorching heat had exhausted everyone. Ah, life should be like this. Luo Xingmian closed her eyes and sighed, then remained still, quietly enjoying the peace of the moment. Chen's sanity dropped below 50, leaving her in a dazed state, but luckily the RV could automatically restore sanity, and she would recover after a while. Mr. Jiang Chen, thank you for your hospitality, I'll be leaving now. Lu Xiaotang stood up, bowed to Jiang Chen, and was about to return to her small armored vehicle. Unlike Luo Xingmian, she was shocked by the armored RV but had no intention of staying. No matter how good it was here, it was still an unfamiliar environment to her, and compared to this, she preferred to stay in the comfort of her own small armored vehicle. Ha! Fourth sister, you're leaving so soon? Luo Xingmian straightened up slightly, her relaxed posture becoming more serious. Xingmian, do you want to come with me? Luo Xingmian immediately shook her head when she thought of Lu Xiaotang's tendency to daydream, nap, and be bad with directions, then stood up and grabbed Lu Xiaotang. Fourth sister, do you know the way? Lu Xiaotang scratched her head. Not really. Oh no, fourth sister, just stay and keep me company. You see, Jang Chen, that bad guy, keeps bullying me. He made me clean such a big room all by myself. Lu Xiaotang looked confused. Mr. Jiang Chen doesn't seem like that kind of person. You don't understand, he's really bad. He even left me alone in a room full of monsters. Jiang Chen and Su Lin heard this, helplessly shook their heads, and continued to squint and rest. Lu Xiaotang lowered her voice, then Xingmian, you still come with me. Luo Xingmian's face blushed slightly, actually it's not that bad. Let's not talk about this, fourth sister, you don't know the way, how can you go? Stay here a few days and chat with me, when you meet first sister and the others, then go back. Lu Xiaotang lowered her head and thought for a while. Alright, but I will still drive my own car following you. Fine, I really don't know what's good about that little broken car of yours. Jiang Chen rested for a while, recovered, and directly called out the system panel. Devouring the illusion dream centipede successful. Rewards obtained as follows. Received 10 gene of edible meat. Received evolution materials needed by Su Lin, automatically stored in the warehouse. Received 4th level crystal core, mental type embedding in armor plus 7 mental value, embedding in weapon adds mental attack. It turned out to be a rare 4th level mental type crystal core. However, these previous rewards could only be called a small surprise. His eyes continued to scan down, the next line of the prompt made his pupils shrink. Received vehicle golden skill, solar panel. Skill effect, absorbs solar energy and converts it to vehicle power, high efficiency, can fully charge the laser cannon in one day. Golden skill. Jiang Chen's heart thumped hard. The laser cannon, as the strongest move of the RV, was powerful enough to seriously injure 4th-level monsters. Its only weakness was extremely slow energy storage and huge power consumption, never used except in life-or-death moments. Now with this skill, when facing high-level monsters, he could fire the laser cannon at will and directly suppress them. The surprises were far from over. The second line of dazzling golden prompt again exploded on the panel. Received vehicle golden skill, mental shield. Skill effect, can block up to 2 mental attacks, 1 shield refreshes every 12 hours, all targets inside the RV take 25% less mental attack damage. Another golden skill. Still the best counter to strange mental defenses. 2 layers of life-saving shield, plus 25% mental damage reduction, can stack with the RV's own defense. In the future, when facing mental invading monsters, the RV would be an absolute safe zone. Jang Chen took a deep breath. This round was truly pure profit. And it wasn't over. Jiang Chen had not forgotten the more than 30 vehicles, but was a huge wave of evolution points. Jang Chen drove directly, Lu Xiaotang's small armored car following closely. Less than a kilometer, the distance was reached in an instant. After Lu Xiaotang picked the materials needed to maintain and evolve her small armored car, Jiang Chen directly activated Devouring. Lu Xiaotang was dumbfounded. The RV slowly drove by, the surrounding vehicles disappeared one by one, like magic. Evolution points plus 3,000, plus 1,500, plus 6,000, plus 560. Total evolution points gained 72,400, current evolution progress 85900/150000. Received evolution materials needed by Suin, stored in warehouse. Received equipment evolution materials, stored in warehouse. Lu Xiaotang recalled the RV before. The illusion dream centipede's body disappeared in one moment, then the RV automatically repaired itself. Looking at the screwdriver and wrench in her hands, her mouth slightly opened, dazed. Jang Chen looked at the clean sand in front of him, in a great mood. Just then, the system suddenly sent a friend request notification. He was puzzled, opened the request. The note said, J Guild President Lu Jinfeng. Chapter 62. Jiang Chen was underestimated. Jang Chen looked at the friend requests flashing on the system panel, and directly clicked agree. Almost at the same second the friend was accepted, Lu Jinfeng initiated a friend call. Hello, Mr. Jiang Chen. Let me introduce myself, I am Lu Jinfeng, President of the J Guild. Jiang Chen was not a man to beat around the bush. With a slightly displeased tone, he asked directly. How did you know my personal ID? The other side chuckled lightly, with a calm and confident tone. It was that girl Xingmian who told me. I think we can be friends, what do you think? Jiang Chen's mind flashed with Luo Xingmian being stubborn yet cowardly, feeling a bit annoyed. Daring to leak his news, that guy clearly needed to be dealt with. Lu Jinfeng, don't beat around the bush. Say what you need to say. Hee, Mr. Jiang Chen, you really are a straightforward person. Then I won't waste words. My little sister is naive. Thank you for taking care of her this time. I will give you the corresponding reward. From the receiver came the crisp sound of cups tapping the table. Lu Jinfeng's voice suddenly deepened. I only hope that when we meet, that girl Xingmian can be safely returned. The last 4 words were heavy, like the tip of a knife coated in ice slowly scraping the eardrum. The call channel even carried the rhythmic tapping of her knuckles on the armrest. As for the 50 boxes of instant noodles you want, don't you think that's too much? I can give you at most 15 boxes. 15 boxes of instant noodles are enough for your convoy for a month. It's good for people that have desire, but take only as much as you have strength for. My J Guild is somewhat famous on this road. I believe your convoy wouldn't want to be our enemy. At the end, Lu Jinfeng directly invoked the name of the J Guild. The Wild Dog Gang had been wiped out. Now, the J Guild was the strongest overt convoy on this road. But if she knew the Wild Dog Gang was destroyed by Jiang Chen, her attitude probably wouldn't be like this. Jiang Chen, however, didn't understand. When did he ever say he wanted 50 boxes of instant noodles? It seemed that silly Luo Xingmian had exaggerated something in front of Lu Jinfeng. Trying to paint him as a greedy, insatiable villain? Deal with her, he must deal with her properly. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste words anymore. He now clearly knew Luo Xingmian's value. Trying to pacify him with 15 boxes of instant noodles? Did she really think he was a soft target? 30 boxes of instant noodles. Less and no deal. He hung up immediately without waiting for Lu Jinfeng to respond. If she could provide the 30 boxes, he would consider keeping the agreement. If not, even better. Getting a top healer for free, why not? Closing the system interface, Jiang Chen looked at Luo Xingmian happily eating at the table and walked over, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Bam! Luo Xingmian was eating when the back of her head suddenly got tapped. Pouting, she turned and saw Jiang Chen's slightly scary face. Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Apologize to me immediately. Jiang Chen sneered, was it you who told Lu Jinfeng our secret? Luo Xingmian's neck shrank suddenly, her chopsticks clattering on the bowl's edge. She slid half a step toward Su Lin like a frightened rabbit. Her eyes flickered, avoiding Jiang Chen, fingers unconsciously grabbing at her clothes. So what? Didn't you say you wanted to reward yourself? The quieter she spoke, the more swallowed the words were. I just mentioned it to Big Sister. Besides, Big Sister always asks where I am. I had no choice. Luo Xingmian's voice got smaller, clearly guilty. In the end, she gave up, hands on her hips, straightened up, and shouted. Humph, so what if I said it? Why are you such a petty man? You're just like Big Sister, both equally annoying. Jiang Chen was furious. She had the audacity to leak his information and tarnish his image outside. He only wanted 30 boxes of instant noodles. When did he ever say 50? Was he really that greedy? Alright, I'll tell you what's going on. Jiang Chen reached out and snapped her forehead hard with his finger. Bam! With a crisp sound, Luo Xingmian immediately clutched her forehead and crouched, eyes reddening, looking up full of anger. Jiang Chen! You big bastard! How dare you hit me, I'm going to tell my big sister. Boo-hoo! Seeing that she still dared to complain, Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. He reached out and gently knocked her on the head again. Ah! Luo Xingmian was scared now. She immediately rushed into Su Lin's arms, her red mark on her head quickly disappeared thanks to her powerful self-healing ability, but her expression was full of grievance. Boo-hoo-hoo! Su Lin, look, he's bullying me again. Su Lin patted her back, her gaze filled with indulgence. She really appreciated her little act of whining. Alright Jiang Chen, let's eat. Su Lin spoke, a faint and unclear smile on her face. Her tone was light, yet there was an imperceptible hint of urgency. Jiang Chen sat down beside her and looked into his bowl. He froze right on the spot. The white rice was piled high with vibrant, glistening chives, looking like a small provocative hill. The intense spicy scent rushed straight into his nose. He subconsciously glanced at the vegetable garden on the side of the hall, where a few small cabbages, a cactus, and a small patch of flourishing chives were growing. Jiang Chen swallowed, and immediately understood. This was clearly a message for him. He silently cursed in his heart, so, it's because she thinks I'm not proactive enough. On the surface, Su Lin appeared aloof and reserved, but only Jiang Chen knew she was getting more and more invested now that she had tasted some sweetness. Jiang Chen used to be afraid of her, but now with his upgraded human physique, it was time for her to see his current confidence. He glanced at his remaining sanity points, and figured it was just the right moment to recharge his status. That night, Jiang Chen knocked on Su Lin's bedroom door. The door opened almost immediately, and he walked straight in. The door closed behind him, and soon, sounds inappropriate for children could be heard from within. Luo Xingmian, sleeping lightly next door, was woken by the vague voices and sounds. Half asleep, she could still hear Jiang Chen's voice. As sleepiness hit her, she didn't think much of it and buried her head deeper into the blankets. It wasn't until the next morning that she poked her head out from the blankets, faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly showing she hadn't slept well. That damn Jiang Chen, what on earth is he doing? Before she could complain further, a call came in. It was from Lu Xiaotang, who also hadn't slept well last night. Jiang Chen's RV had an autopilot feature, but her small armored car didn't have that. Worried she would lose track of them, she had to force herself to drive through the night. Xingmian, can you stop for a bit? I can't keep up. Lu Xiaotang's voice was weak, and Luo Xingmian immediately became serious. She had subconsciously ignored Lu Xiaotang last night. After understanding the situation, she immediately went to discuss it with Jiang Chen and the others. In the end, Chen came up with the idea to chain Lu Xiaotang's small armored car to the back of the RV, and the problem was perfectly solved. At this time, Jiang Chen was feeling refreshed, his sanity points almost fully restored. He held the survival guide for the apocalypse in his hands, remembering that he had read something about this desert earlier. He began flipping through it again. Chapter 63, The Thirsty Souls Blocking the Way. Notes from the Survival Guide. Survival Guide for the Apocalypse, Rule 36, Unity and Mutual Aid are very important. Survival Guide for the Apocalypse, Rule 45, Precautions regarding the Black Fog. What is in the black fog? No one knows. All we know is that those who are swallowed by it never make it out alive. Never attempt to challenge the black fog. The black fog will accelerate slowly, but as long as you keep moving forward, it's not a big deal except for the final stage. In the final stage, the black fog will launch an unknown, drastic acceleration, and it will only target specific groups of people. The principle is unknown. The last sentence sounded a warning bell to Jang Chen. He originally thought that with the current speed of the armed RV and the autopilot, they would be able to leave the black fog far behind. But he didn't realize that their current situation was only temporarily safe. What exactly did the final stage mean? And at the point of drastic acceleration, how terrifying would the black fog become? Will he become the target of the black mist? He has no way of knowing. The only thing he knows for sure is that now is not the time to stop and rest. In order to deal with the unknown increase in speed of the black mist, he must continue to move forward at full speed. As for the unity and mutual help mentioned at the beginning of the notes, everyone understands this principle. In theory, it's true. If everyone unites, the survival rate will be higher. But who can fully trust others? Especially when betrayal, once it happens, spreads uncontrollably. Fragile trust is easily shattered. It's easy to talk about such things, but hard to do. He continues flipping through the notes. Doomsday Survival Guide Rule 41: when encountering a water source in desert areas, you can use a specially designed compression water bottle to store water. One water bottle's capacity is enough to support the drinking water needs of a medium-sized caravan for 3 to 5 days. When the caravan's water resources are sufficient, you can place the filled compression water bottles along the route for other caravans to pick up and use. It's said that some people have developed message bottles. Some mischievous individuals leave messages in the bottle caps, teasing the ones who pick up the bottle. This is not a supernatural phenomenon, so don't mind it. Jiang Chen immediately thought of the dark green water bottle he had found. If what the notes say is true, then when Lu Xiaotang said she saw the water bottle continuously spouting water, it probably wasn't a hallucination. Only, the bottle was full of dream eater larvae, and the caravan that found the bottle didn't get a pleasant surprise, but instead, they met their doom. Maybe it's been too long, and the dream eater larvae found the bottle, bit through the cap, and laid eggs inside. But to speculate maliciously, it's also possible that the person who threw the bottle did it intentionally. Jiang Chen had a rough guess in his heart. A long time ago, there must have been other survivors in this world, and they seem to be more united than the current group. This mysterious notebook in his hands was left by people from that time. He just didn't know if they eventually succeeded in escaping. Jiang Chen closed the notebook and was about to go out the door when the armored RV suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped. At the same time, a system prompt sounded suddenly in Jiang Chen's mind. The vehicle has been mentally attacked. The mental shield has automatically activated. More weirdness is coming? The vehicle has been mentally attacked. The mental shield has automatically activated. The system prompt sounded again. The strange entity had launched 2 mental attacks in a short time. It directly drained both of the valuable mental shields of the armored RV. Jiang Chen immediately rushed to the driver's seat. Suin and Luo Xingmian were already waiting there, both with serious expressions. Jiang Chen, it's those things. Jiang Chen followed the direction of Sulin's finger and saw one ghostly figure after another emerging halfway from the ground. These ghostly figures formed a path, and at the end of the path stood a giant ghostly figure over 2 meters tall. It was kneeling with its head bowed, holding a broken bowl with both hands, raised above its head. It looked like it was begging them for something? The ghostly figures with only half of their bodies above the sand treated the desert like a swimming pool, swimming toward the armored RV in freestyle. Whenever they made contact with the RV, the system would pop up a prompt saying that the sanity was decreasing. Sanity minus 0.1, minus 0.2, minus 0.1. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. These weak mental attacks from the ghostly figures were nothing in front of the armored RV with its upgraded golden mental shield. He quietly turned on the speakers, and a cheerful tune began to play, making the eerie attack outside seem even more ridiculous. Hey, Jiang Chen, you're still in the mood to listen to music? Luo Xingmian was anxious. In her eyes, a great enemy was at hand, but Jiang Chen still seemed so nonchalant. Su Lin, who knew the inside story, looked a little calmer but still kept a sharp eye on the huge ghostly figure kneeling and begging for water. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head gently. The attributes and skills of the armored RV. Only he knew. Su Lin and Luo Xingmian did not know how powerful an armed RV was now. It was understandable for them to react this way. Jiang Chen quietly considered whether to reveal some information about the RV to them. For Su Lin, after going through so much together, he could already trust her. He could selectively reveal some secrets about the RV, so she wouldn't be so startled by weak enemies. As for Luo Xingmian, this guy was closely connected to the J Guild, and also a big mouth. Not a single detail about the RV could be revealed to her. System, scan. Monster information scan complete. Beggar, 3rd tier weird. Spirit, 86. Constitution, 75. Strength, 52. Agility, 43. Trait, formed from the vengeful soul of a person dying of thirst, will ask passers-by for water and food, does not want trouble, best to give the items at once. After reading the description, Jiang Chen felt slightly disappointed. A mere 3rd tier weird dared to block the road. He started the RV and moved forward slowly. The tiny illusory figure ahead was easily crushed by the RV. The constant alert of dropping sanity points rang in the minds of everyone inside the vehicle. But the next second, the RV's sanity recovery aura activated, and the lost sanity instantly refilled. Under Jiang Chen's control, the RV stopped in front of the beggar. "Jiang Chen, are you okay? That is a third-tier weird, don't be reckless." Luo Xingnian hugged Suin tightly, scared. It was her first time so close to a third-tier weird. Jang Chen did not care, controlling the RV to move forward. The beggar in front still knelt with head down, opening and closing its mouth, the sound clearly reaching everyone's ears inside the vehicle. "Please give me some water. Please give me some water. Please give me some water." As the RV approached, the voice grew louder and more urgent. Jiang Chen, stop quickly, I am scared." Jiang Chen snorted, ignoring Luo Xingnian's fear. A mere third-tier weird dared to ask him for passage fees. In Luo Xingnian's terrified eyes, the armed RV charged straight at the beggar. The next second, the beggar, originally kneeling, suddenly sprang up, leaping onto the hood of the RV. It raised its hands high with a broken bowl, smashing it hard against the front windshield of the RV, shouting fiercely. "Why are you so selfish, not giving us water?" Before Jiang Chen could react, the roar of motorcycles erupted from both sides. 2 wire-tipped javelins flew through the air, piercing deep into the beggar. "You woo!" 2 rows of biker gang members instantly rushed to the front of the RV, forcibly pulling the beggar off the hood and dragging it wildly on the ground. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. The biker gang, not seen for a long time, dared to steal his prey right in front of him? Chapter 64, Biker Gang Gets Beaten. In front of the armed RV, a dozen motorcycles rushed wildly, running recklessly. Each bike was carefully modified and upgraded, equipped very well. Some even had machine guns mounted on the front, the cold barrels radiating lethal intent. The dragged beggar left chaotic bloodstains on the sand, its twisted path glaringly obvious. Occasionally, a biker ran over it, shouting arrogantly. "Yahoo!" echoing across the empty desert. More barbed javelins pierced its body one after another, violently pulling its limbs in different directions, stretched like tight strings. Finally, the third-tier weird was torn apart alive, broken into bloody fragments. The biker gang pulled back the javelins, bent down, and devoured the beggar's flesh greedily. Their actions rough and ravenous, showing the madness and savagery of the apocalypse. Brothers, this was satisfying. "Hey, did you see that big guy behind? So mighty." "Pfft, just a piece of iron sheet, my red hair is still the best." Jiang Chen watched quietly, a hint of amusement on his face. This was the first time he had seen a fleet efficiently hunt a third-tier weird. Long-range spear throwing, dragging to death, never directly confronting, yet left with no chance to fight back. As expected, the survivors who made it through the apocalypse aren't easy to deal with. Again, this annoying group of flies. Luo Xingnian couldn't help but complain, remembering how, when she was in the J Guild, she had been harassed by these motorcycle gangs before. Jang Chen, however, became interested and was about to follow them with his vehicle to observe these wild individuals. But unexpectedly, they quickly sped away, their speed conservatively estimated at over 300 kilometers per hour. Fast evolution, high speed, this is the advantage of small vehicles. However, not long after, Jiang Chen saw them again. 3 vehicle teams were working together to hunt a 4th-tier beast, and the motorcycle gang from earlier was among them. It was a 4-meter-tall cyclops, swinging a heavy wooden club, looking menacing. The motorcycle gang repeated their trick, thrusting spears into one of the cyclops' ankles. A dozen motorcycles revved together in the same direction, forcibly dragging the cyclops' foot backwards. The cyclops slipped and was dragged to one knee on the ground. Struggling, it tried to rise with its wooden club to support itself, but another vehicle team had already driven to its other foot. A dozen big men got out of the vehicles, holding various weapons, and began hacking and smashing at the standing ankle. Soon, blood splattered, and the cyclops' other foot gave way, causing its entire body to fall face-first to the ground. At that moment, the third truck team seized the opportunity. Their vehicle bodies, though not as exaggerated as Jiang Chen's RV, were much sturdier than ordinary vehicles. Taking advantage of the cyclops' fall and its inability to get up, the truck team drove straight into its head with a powerful crash. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of the crashes rang out continuously. The cyclops was battered, its face swollen, and eventually, its skull cracked from the impact. Seeing the cyclops on the brink of death, the 3 teams understood without words time to fight for the spoils of war. Survivors from each team got out of their vehicles, racing against time to collect the spoils. Everyone knew that the slower they were, the fewer things they would get. But the next second, the cyclops suddenly went wild. Although it was lying on the ground and unable to stand, it was flailing its arms and kicking its legs. Many eager survivors were too close and were suddenly scratched or hit by it. The crowd hurriedly retreated back into their vehicles for safety. Jiang Chen, however, calmly drove his vehicle forward, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. As his massive armored RV approached, the other survivors inside their vehicles felt a huge shadow cast over them. They all poked their heads out and gasped in surprise. It was the same kind of vehicle, but Jiang Chen's armored RV was far larger than they could have imagined. My god, what is that giant thing? Such a huge RV, I think I saw someone talk about it in the channels. I thought it was a rumor, but it's real. Yeah, I heard about it too. They say there's an RV expert who can instantly kill a fourth-tier beast. Could this be the one? No way, that would be too much of a coincidence. Jiang Chen didn't hear the survivors' discussions. His eyes locked onto the Cyclops as he pressed the horn button. Beep. The long horn blast resounded. Some of the fearless survivors near the Cyclops quickly turned around, and when they saw the massive size of the armored RV, they hurriedly backed their vehicles away. At this moment, the Cyclops also noticed the RV's approach. It lay on the ground, using one hand to grab its wooden club and sweeping it wildly, glaring with fury, desperately trying to stop the RV from advancing. Jiang Chen did exactly what it wanted, parking the armored RV less than 10 meters away from it. The next second, a massive light beam shot out from the top of the RV, directly sweeping across the Cyclops' body. It was split in half. At first, the brake emitted a red glow, and the molten chunks of flesh turned into a sticky liquid that slowly dripped down. After a moment, the red glow faded, and the brake turned into a charred, mushy mess. The surviving onlookers were all stunned, their mouths wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Is this the power of the RV boss? It's terrifying. When will my vehicle evolve to have such a weapon? I'm so envious. Only the group of motorcycle gang members had a completely different reaction. One of them leaned forward, shouting with all his might, "The monster's dead. Brothers, rush in, we'll miss it if we're late." As soon as the words left his mouth, a dozen motorcycles roared to life, the gang members howling, eager to fly over. The other survivors, their eyes red, rushed to open their car doors and pounced towards the Cyclops' body. Some even pulled out bags for materials in advance, each person desperately anxious, afraid that they would be too slow and get nothing. Jiang Chen ignored all of this, his lips slightly pressed together, his tone flat without a hint of emotion. System, devour. In the next moment, a faint white light appeared at the bottom of the RV, and the entire body of the Cyclops was instantly devoured by the armored RV. Not a drop of blood, not a scrap of residue was left behind, all that remained was a flat patch of sand. The few motorcycle gang members in the lead were caught off guard, tumbling straight onto the empty ground, causing a mess. The surviving onlookers froze in place, their expressions of excitement suddenly stiffened. In its place was a face full of bewilderment, staring helplessly at the empty ground. A few motorcycle gang members climbed to their feet, looking at the bare ground. Furious beyond measure, cursing non-stop as they slammed their fists onto the handlebars of their motorcycles. But there was nothing they could do. In the end, they could only spit angrily and drive away, grumbling all the way. Watching the motorcycle gang get a taste of defeat, Luo Xingmian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Jiang Chen, you're so cool. In her excitement, she hugged Jiang Chen and planted a kiss on his cheek. Jiang Chen quickly pushed her away, wiping his cheek in disgust, his gaze directly landing on the system panel's devouring rewards. Devoured the Cyclops successfully. The rewards are as follows. Gained 20 pounds of edible meat. Gained equipment upgrade materials, automatically stored in the warehouse. Gained evolution points plus 9,100, current evolution progress, 95,000/150000. Gained all the evolution materials required for Suin, all evolution materials have been collected. At the same time, Suin also received a system prompt. She smiled brightly, her excitement barely contained. Finally, she could evolve again. Chapter 65, Sulin's Evolution, the ability to modify firearms. Suin swallowed the last piece of evolution material. The next second, a warm, soft white light suddenly enveloped her inside the armored RV. The massive energy surged through her meridians, glimmering with tiny points of light. Luo Xingmian leaned in close, her eyes wide with excitement. Her gaze was brimming with anticipation, her voice full of uncontainable envy. Suin, sis. Is this what it looks like after evolution? You look so powerful, try seeing if there's any change. Sulin's lips curled into a faint smile, her voice calm, but her eyes couldn't hide the excitement. She turned to Jiang Chen and said, "It's done." Jiang Chen immediately noticed the change in her aura, his heart stirred as his fingers quickly tapped open the system panel. His eyes scanned over it, his pupils narrowing slightly, a rush of excitement flooding his chest. Name, Suin. Physique, 73/100. Strength, 73. Agility, 100, plus 25/100, equipment bonus. Intelligence, 22 out of 100, skill limit plus 2. Mentality, 22, plus 2/100, equipment bonus. Rationality, 240/240, status normal. Special skills, 3 out of 7. 1. Mastery of driving, passive skill, proficient in all vehicle driving techniques, with night vision ability when driving at night. 2. Enhanced hearing, passive skill, able to catch even the slightest sounds, expanding the frequency range of audible sounds. 3. Firearm modification, passive skill, you have the ability to modify and upgrade firearms. Ability rating, superhuman. Agility maxed out directly. Even more surprising to him, Suin actually awakened a new skill. Jiang Chen knew clearly, Suin had gone through 3 evolutions, this was the first time she awakened a skill after evolution. No wonder she had that expression just now, this woman was obviously showing off quietly. She just didn't know, every time Jiang Chen evolved he could awaken a new skill. This kind of surprise he had long been used to. Jiang Chen suppressed the smile in his heart, his tone full of sincere praise. Congratulations, you awakened a new skill. When Luo Xingmian heard this, she was even more excited than Su Lin herself, bouncing over and shaking her arm gently. Wow! Su Lin's sister, you are amazing. What is the new skill? Show me quickly. Su Lin smiled helplessly as she was shaken. Without explaining much, she took out 2 handguns she carried on her waist. Her fingers flying, disassembling, reassembling, adjusting, movements crisp and decisive. In just a short moment, the 2 handguns were transformed into one, the gun body glinting cold metal, the muzzle a bit thicker than before. She turned to push open the car window, wrist slightly raised, the gun muzzle steadily aimed at the sand not far away, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was deep and powerful, instantly a deep pit exploded in the sand, stones scattering. Luo Xingmian was shocked, covering her mouth, eyes wide open. My god! This power is at least several times stronger than ordinary handguns. Jang Chen stood aside, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged in his heart. This skill was like timely rain. Previously facing increasingly strong high-level beasts, the ordinary guns in the team had long been powerless, gradually becoming useless. But Su Lin's gun modification skill awakening was like directly coating the team's ranged power with gold. The originally weak guns could now play a big role again, even able to withstand the defense of high-level beasts. Combined with Su Lin's evolved attributes, she was definitely a great help. Seeing the reactions of the two, Su Lin's smile could no longer be hidden, she nodded lightly. From now on, the team's guns, leave them to me to upgrade. Do. At this moment, the radar suddenly sent an alarm. From the images on the radar, a large number of survivors and vehicles appeared ahead. What really caught Jiang Chen's attention was a red dot at the top right of the radar map, its color very deep, showing extremely high energy density. If it was a beast, its grade would already be far beyond 4th level. Water! No! What is that? Stay away from it, everyone run! The nearby chat channel was flooded with messages of panic. Jiang Chen looked up, tens of vehicles in front, now scrambling to turn and drive to the right. Before he could figure out the situation, he saw a yellow line sweeping across from afar. Where the yellow line passed, vehicles along with the survivors inside were all cut in half. With no time to dodge, the yellow line reached the armored RV. Jiang Chen finally saw clearly, it was a high-pressure water stream, mixed with sand. The water swept across the RV, bending a section of its spikes. A water stream that could cut ordinary vehicles in half could only cause some damage to the armored RV. The sand-mixed water came from a cone-shaped flesh tumor in the distance, exactly matching the deep red dot on the radar. What exactly is that thing? System, scan. But what the system reported made Jiang Chen a bit horrified. Unknown monster, not the main body, information cannot be obtained. The flesh tumor was not even the main body. The tumor's water stream swept 360 degrees, about to strike again. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed, turning right to move away from the terrible tumor in water. Who lied to me that there was water here if I hadn't run fast? Almost lost my life. Who told you to be so stupid? Stay away from that thing, and the water attacks won't be strong. Isn't it just taking water easily? Just like the person said in the chat channel, Jiang Chen drove the RV away from that tumor, and the force of the water whipping on the RV was clearly much weaker. A bit farther away, many people had stopped their cars, waiting to catch water when the stream came. At that distance, the water's force weakened to the extreme, it did not hurt, but instead became a gift. Many survivors were drawn by the commotion and rushed over. However, not only survivors were drawn here, but also monsters. Several third-level flying monsters circled in the air, occasionally diving down to snatch a survivor as food. Everyone, take down these flying monsters. Someone shouted from the crowd, and everyone took out guns to shoot at the monsters. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and the guns were too weak to have any effect. At this moment, a loud bang came from inside Jiang Chen's RV. Su Lin took the chance to modify the sniper rifle and fired. As the gunshot rang out, one flying monster fell from the sky. One shot killed a third-level flying monster. Jiang Chen admitted he had underestimated Suin's newly awakened gun modification skill. If she had stronger materials in the future, its power could be even greater, maybe reaching the top level. Hit! The crowd cheered. Which god did this? Suin focused fully, continuously aiming and firing. One shot, one kill, never missing. My god, all of them are down. This is too powerful. While people were still immersed in the joy of seeing the flying monsters fall, several third-level hyena beasts charged from behind. The hyena beasts opened their mouths and bit down, several survivors falling into their stomachs. The crowd realized too late and scattered in panic. At that moment, a motorcycle roared in from afar, targeting one hyena beast. The rider jumped off the bike, arms suddenly growing thick and muscular, covered in white monster-like hair. Then, in midair, a powerful punch smashed the hyena beast's raised head into the sand. After landing, several more heavy punches slammed the hyena beast's head. Soon, the hyena beast's head buried in sand was smashed into a bloody pulp. In a single encounter, a third-level monster was killed. That is. Someone in the crowd recognized him. It's Bai Wuxian from the J Guild. Chapter 66, Fighting Bai Wuxian Head-On. Bai Wuxian? One of J twin pillars, Bai Wuxian. The crowd erupted in astonishment, screams and gasps mixing together, clearly having heard of Bai Wuxian's terrifying reputation. The one called a human-like monster? No, she is scarier than monsters. Stay far away from her. The crowd spread out, while the remaining hyena beasts turned to attack the suddenly appearing Bai Wuxian. Watch your back. Someone warned from the crowd, but Bai Wuxian ignored it, not even raising her eyelids, as if the warning was just a meaningless breeze. Until one hyena beast lunged suddenly, its blood-filled mouth biting her arm hard. Sharp fangs pierced clothing, sinking deep into flesh, warm blood immediately flowing and dripping onto the ground. She only slowly turned her head, as if bitten by a mosquito, her gaze icy like polar ice. Her other hand's 5 fingers clenched into a fist and smashed straight at the hyena beast's nose without any flourish. The hyena beast's nose broke with a sickening crack, unable to close its mouth. Bai Wuxian pulled her arm back, the bloody fang mark shocking to see. However, the next second, soft white light glowed from the wound. He began to heal at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, the terrifying wound was reduced to a faint red scar. Jang Chen recognized this situation. When he first met Luo Xingnian, she had also shown this miraculous self-healing ability. It seems that Bai Wuxian might have also awakened a self-healing skill. Day. Jang Chen controlled the machine gun of the RV and cleared the remaining hyena beasts. Finally, the area was temporarily safe. But due to Bai Wuxian's intimidating presence, others seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, only daring to shrink back and watch from a distance, holding their breath, not daring to step forward. Bai Wuxian walked straight to the RV, blocking the way like an iron tower. Jiang Chen sized her up, silver-gray long hair hanging down, her face sharp and cold, her figure tall and upright, her shoulder and back lines sharp as if carved with a knife, her whole body exuding the pressure of a lurking beast, radiating a chilling oppressive aura. She stood there without speaking, her gaze fixed on the people inside the vehicle. Others were afraid of her, but Jiang Chen remained unaffected, no different. He exchanged a glance with Suin, then directly opened the door and got out of the vehicle, standing in front of it, wanting to see what Bai Wuxian would do. Is there something? Jiang Chen's gaze met Bai Wuxian's cold stare, and his aura also surged, sending a chill down the spine. Bai Wuxian seemed to ignore his question, instead precisely shifting her gaze behind Jiang Chen. Jiu Mei, come out. Finally, Bai Wuxian spoke, her voice hoarse and deep, carrying a strange texture, as if not coming from her throat. Luo Xingnian, at this moment, was hiding behind Jiang Chen like a frightened little animal. Upon hearing Bai Wuxian's call, her body visibly stiffened, before she slowly and reluctantly stepped out. Sister 3. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, trembling noticeably. Luo Xingnian no longer had the brilliance and liveliness she once had. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the subtle shivers coming from her back, indicating she was truly afraid from the bottom of her heart. Had enough fun? Come with me. Bai Wuxian's tone remained cold, without a hint of emotion, but her words carried an undeniable meaning. I won't go back. Luo Xingnian clung to Jiang Chen's arm like she was grabbing a lifeline, her whole body almost shrinking into his shadow. Bai Wuxian shook her head slightly, looking at Luo Xingnian as though she were an undisciplined child, with a clear expression of impatience on her face. She ignored Jiang Chen and walked directly up to Luo Xingnian, reaching out to pull her. In the next moment, her muscular arm was seized by Jiang Chen, frozen in midair, unable to move an inch. Bai Wuxian suddenly turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, a flash of cold light in her eyes. Who are you? Jiang Chen's lips curled into an unflinching smile, and he grinned, I'm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Bai Wuxian furrowed her brows slightly, then lowered her head, thinking for a moment, before looking up again, confirming that she had never heard that name before. This is an internal matter of our J Guild. If you know what's good for you, stay out of it. Jiang Chen exerted force in his wrist and shook off her arm. That's not going to happen. She's my team member now. Luo Xingnian nodded repeatedly and quickly shrank back behind Jiang Chen, still tightly holding onto his arm. Bai Wuxian's expression turned serious, and an invisible oppressive aura spread from her body. Jiu Mei, are you going to be a traitor too? I'm not. I've already told elder sister, she knows. Luo Xingnian defended herself with a voice that carried a trace of crying. Bai Wuxian's face darkened even more. She said, you must come back today. You have to come with me. I won't go. You have no say in this. Bai Wuxian's patience seemed to have been exhausted. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, and he shielded Luo Xingnian behind him. Bai Wuxian, enraged by his actions, suddenly threw a punch, her massive fist heading straight for Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen swung his fist to block. Bang! A loud, muffled sound echoed. Two fists collided forcefully, creating a gust of air that swept the dust on the ground in all directions. Jiang Chen felt a slight ache and tingling in his arm, a chill running down his spine. The opponent's strength was no less than his own. Who is that person? How could they take a punch from Bai Wuxian head-on and remain unharmed? Oh my god, incredible! Another powerful fighter has appeared. Whispers filled the crowd, all deeply shocked by Jiang Chen's performance. Bai Wuxian's eyes burned with fighting intent as she exerted force again. Her fists moved faster than thunder, striking like a violent storm, with shadows of her punches continuous like a machine gun's fire, accompanied by the whistling sound of breaking air, directly targeting Jiang Chen's vital spots. Jiang Chen responded effortlessly, his punches faster by 3 points than Bai Wuxian, striking first and intercepting her attacks with precision each time. Gradually, both of them began to fight seriously, and the crowd could only see two shadowy figures constantly crossing each other, suddenly merging and separating, before crashing together again. Suin pulled Luo Xingnian aside, her expression serious as she observed the battle. In the intense fight, droplets of blood splattered, occasionally landing on the faces of onlookers, making the battle seem even more brutal. Sweat had already begun to bead on Jiang Chen's forehead. Bai Wuxian, no doubt the top fighter of the J Guild, was truly difficult to deal with. But Jiang Chen's expression became even more relaxed, for he knew that, in this clash, he was ultimately gaining the upper hand. After the last exchange of punches, the two separated, and the crowd finally saw the situation clearly. Jiang Chen's face was excited, his fighting spirit high. Though his arm was sore, there was no serious issue overall. Looking at Bai Wuxian, however, her massive fist was a bloody mess. In the fierce battle just now, her fist had actually been defeated by Jiang Chen. Bai Wuxian looked down at her injured hand, a shock in her heart. She knew nothing about Jiang Chen before, and never expected to lose in a direct confrontation. The crowd gasped in awe. Who is this fierce person? I've never heard of him before. Real experts are usually low-key. From now on, when we hear the name Jiang Chen, we'll just avoid him. Bai Wuxian's arm once again radiated white light, and the injured fist quickly healed. She gritted her teeth, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light, and finally made up her mind, shouting out a mysterious incantation. The next moment, a beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping her body, and her momentum soared. I'll say it one last time, get out of the way. Bai Wuxian said, every word deliberate. Jiang Chen, be careful. Luo Xingnian hurriedly warned. Jiang Chen naturally sensed Bai Wuxian's change. She was about to use her ultimate move. However, Jiang Chen also had his trump card. If Bai Wuxian wanted to fight hard, he was more than happy to accompany her to the end. Stop talking. No one's taking her away today. That's what I said. The tension in the air was palpable, and their final confrontation was on the verge of breaking out. At that moment, a sudden phone call rang. It was from Lu Jinfeng to Bai Wuxian. The conversation seemed to bring some change, as Bai Wuxian's aura slowly dissipated, and the onlookers let out a collective sigh of relief. In the end, Bai Wuxian cast a deep glance at Luo Xingnian, stood still for a while, and then decided to turn and leave. Before leaving, she dropped a harsh word, Jiang Chen, I won't forget you. Wait. At that moment, Jiang Chen spoke out, stopping her. Chapter 67, Luo Xingnian's Dilemma. Did you forget someone? Jiang Chen thought to himself, as a core member of the J Guild, how can this Lu Xiaotong's presence be so low? First, Lu Jinfeng called, and not a word about her, then Bai Wuxian directly came to take someone, also without noticing her existence. According to Luo Xingnian, Lu Xiaotang was even Lu Jinfeng's younger sister. Still half asleep, Lu Xiaotang was awakened by Luo Xingnian and followed by Wuxian back in confusion. With the crisis averted, everyone kept their distance, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on the mysterious flesh lump shooting out water. According to radar detection, this thing's power far surpassed that of ordinary fourth-tier alien beasts. If he could destroy it and devour it, he was sure to gain a lot of valuable things. Considering the terrifying destructive power of the river, Jiang Chen pressed down the greed in his heart and finally decided not to take the risk. The group returned to the carriage. Clang, clang, clang. Chen stubbornly studied the ironsmithing techniques, the sound of hammering echoing through the hall. Jang Chen and Suin sat together, opposite Luo Xingyan, who turned her face to the side. Tell me, what happened? Jiang Chen spoke first. Today, the matter of Bai Wuxian coming to take someone felt strange everywhere. Tell what? I don't understand what you are saying. Luo Xingyan's heart pounded nervously, but she still spoke stubbornly. How did that Bai Wuxian know our location? Did you tell her? Impossible. Luo Xingyan sounded like her tail had been stepped on, her voice rising several degrees at once. I barely avoided her, how could I have told her? Jiang Chen watched Luo Xingyan's expression carefully. Indeed, she didn't seem to be lying. From her performance today, she was truly afraid of Bai Wuxian. It seemed that Bai Wuxian must have some method to locate Luo Xingyan's position. Jiang Chen, I believe her. Seeing Su Lin speak for her, Luo Xingyan almost wanted to throw herself into her arms for comfort, but Jiang Chen's glare stopped her. Fine, forget it. Next matter, you must tell me the truth. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely serious, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Luo Xingyan straightened her loose posture and clenched her fists. What is it? Tell me honestly, why don't you want to return to the Zhou Guild? Hearing this, Luo Xingyan's heart sank, her face turning bright red, yet she said nothing. Seeing this, Su Lin spoke to soothe her. Xingyan, just say it if you have something. Sister Su Lin, alright, I will say it. Luo Xingyan sat up straight, her expression serious. This was the first time Jiang Chen and Su Lin had seen her like this. Because, the Zhou Guild now is changed. The first sentence made Jiang Chen and Su Lin realize things were not simple. Our Zhou Guild has over 50 sisters, the core being the 9 strongest. I rank 9th using medical skills. At first, everyone loved each other, lived in harmony, and faced all difficulties together. But later. Su Lin listened quietly, noticing Luo Xingyan's tone growing more depressed, and sat beside her, gently patting her shoulder for comfort. Luo Xingyan glanced at her sadly and continued. Later, the monsters we met grew stronger, all kinds of difficulties came one after another. More and more people died, though new members joined, the total number still kept decreasing. The guild's atmosphere grew more depressing, everyone worried if they would be the one to die tomorrow. I tried my best to save everyone, my medical skills improved rapidly, yet it was useless. Many died on the spot, with no chance of treatment at all. By this point, tears filled Luo Xingyan's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Chen softened his tone, rarely offering comfort. It's okay, this is not your fault. Humph. Luo Xingyan pouted in response. Later, the eldest sisters found a god statue in an underground ruin. God statue? These things are all fake, right? Su Lin couldn't help but ask. No, it's a real god statue, there is really a god. Luo Xingyan said with absolute certainty. Jiang Chen and Su Lin exchanged a glance, full of doubt, yet completely unconvinced. Is there really a god in this world? Jiang Chen also asked. Yes. Luo Xingyan said resolutely, making Jiang Chen and Su Lin even more puzzled. Even Aunt Chen unconsciously put down her hammer, listening closely. As long as you sincerely worship K, you can gain K's power. Many sisters in the guild worshipped, and their physical strength became much better than before. Hunting monsters has become much easier than before. Jiang Chen listened to her speak confidently, and perhaps what she said really had some truth to it. After all, this world was never one to be understood by conventional logic. Isn't that a good thing? Luo Xingyan glanced at Jiang Chen and continued, on the surface, it seems so, but people have become more and more distant. The guild now has no warmth at all. Just like third sister, she was never this cold-hearted before. Jiang Chen thought of Bai Wuxian's appearance, and indeed, she no longer seemed very human. Only eldest sister and second sister still seemed normal. But now, second sister has gone to hunt down traitors, and eldest sister keeps telling me to focus on the big picture. Su Lin understood Luo Xingyan's situation. So you don't want to go back to the old guild now? Yeah, and third sister keeps telling me to go worship that statue, saying that the god favors me. That kind of thing sounds scary. I don't want to worship anything strange. I have a strong feeling that if I stay in the guild's team, something bad will happen sooner or later. Luo Xingyan wiped her tears as she looked up, quickly returning to her usual carefree self. So, it's better here. Luo Xingyan said this, then suddenly hugged Su Lin, followed by giving Jiang Chen a hug as well. Jiang Chen, thank you. If not for you, I would have been taken away by third sister today. Alright, stop it. Jiang Chen hurriedly pushed her away. Luo Xingyan's emotions changed faster than flipping pages, which was a bit too much for him to handle. But Luo Xingmian not going back was a huge good thing for him. But some things still needed to be said up front. Since that's the case, would you like to officially join my team? Oomph, you're dreaming. But, since you're sincerely inviting me, this lady will reluctantly agree. Luo Xingmian always spoke like this, and Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't argue with her. All he knew was that Luo Xingmian, the top-tier healer, was now officially under his command. Just so you know, if you join my team, you'll be mine from now on. If you change your mind and want to go back, I won't allow it. Oomph, I won't go back, I'm not your person. Stop thinking too highly of yourself. I want to stay with Suin, not with you. Jang Chen smiled and shook his head, but Luo Xingmian's words made him think about a few things. He checked his current ability rating. Ability rating, max level human, system reminder, if you evolve any further, you won't be human anymore. The second sentence, which he had previously thought was just the system's usual joke, suddenly hit him. He had now reached the limit of human evolution, and if he evolved further, wouldn't he no longer be human? What would he be then? Could it be a god? Thinking about this, Jiang Chen's smile grew wider. If that's the case, then he was really looking forward to this game more and more. Rather than seeking the so-called divine protection, why not become a god himself? Chapter 68, Glimmering Gold Skills, Infinite Warehouse. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up. The sun was still blinding, but he felt something was different. The sun seemed to have dropped a little. He came to the hall of the caravan, where Suin, Luo Xingmian, and Anchen had already gotten up early. He sat down beside Suin, while Luo Xingmian was resting her head on Sulin's lap, glancing at him briefly before continuing to watch the regional information on the projection screen. Yesterday's water came just in time. I almost thought I was going to die of thirst. Who's to say? Our team was about to fall apart, and then we filled up all the water. Sigh, does anyone know who the big shot was who clashed with Bai Wuxian yesterday? That was so amazing. What do you mean clashed? They clearly pushed Bai Wuxian back. Didn't you see Bai Wuxian running away in defeat? Is the big shots team recruiting people? I'll abandon my current team and join yours. I also want to follow the big boss. You guys didn't see it, but yesterday those few third-level beasts were wiped out instantly. Following the boss, we definitely won't have to worry about food or drink. Luo Xingmian saw this information and thought for a moment, counting on her fingers as if calculating something. Jiang Chen directly opened the autopilot log, and after turning on autopilot, this was the first time he checked the driving record, feeling a little excited inside. Autopilot duration, 43 hours. Driving status, overall stable with no abnormalities. Successfully killed, 1 4th-level beast, 5 3rd-level beasts, 10 2nd-level beasts, 33 1st-level beasts. Evolution points earned, 25,300 points, current vehicle evolution progress, 111-200/150,000. Obtained 2 3rd-level crystal cores, 4 2nd-level crystal cores, 13 1st-level crystal cores. Obtained 2nd-level equipment evolution materials, stored in the warehouse. Obtained 2 tons of edible meat, stored in the refrigerator. Obtained vehicle dazzling gold skill, compressed warehouse. Vehicle durability slightly consumed, automatically repaired through the devouring function. After driving in the desert for so many days, the frequency of beast appearances had clearly started to increase. However, this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted, because this way, the rewards from autopilot would only increase. Seeing 2 tons of beast meat, he thought there was a bug in the system, but only after seeing the new skill information below did he finally realize what had happened. Dazzling gold skill. A skill higher in rank than the golden skill. This was the first time it appeared, and these past few days of autopilot had truly given Jiang Chen a huge surprise. Hey, you stink, Jiang Chen, what's so funny? Jiang Chen's smile never faded from the corner of his mouth, ignoring Luo Xingmian's question, and impatiently clicked to view the skill. Vehicle skill, compressed warehouse. Skill quality, dazzling gold. Skill effect, a warehouse using special compression technology, the materials placed inside will be compressed, reducing both their size and mass. They will return to normal when taken out. Jiang Chen immediately thought of the compression water bottle in his notebook. The principles seemed quite similar. Not only does the volume get compressed, but even the mass reduces. This is no longer just simple compression, it likely contains some sort of spatial principle. Now, the RV's warehouse had likely expanded by countless times. Saying it had unlimited storage space would not be an exaggeration. Just the 2 tons of meat obtained from this autopilot alone, even if they ate it every day, every meal, they wouldn't know when they'd be able to finish it. Not to mention every time the RV devours a beast, the storage continues to increase. After a few more days, they'd practically have unlimited food. With this skill, there's no need to worry about inventory when devouring those beasts. Apart from some useless parts converted into evolution points, whatever is left, they just keep it. The efficiency is maximized. Jiang Chen? Suin also noticed Jiang Chen's unusual behavior and came over to take a look. The result. She laughed more wildly than Jiang Chen. This skill was tailor-made for players like her who hoard things. The only one left in the room, Luo Xingnian, had no idea what was going on, and she turned her head, grumbling unhappily, "What's so great about it? If you're not going to show it, then I won't look. I don't care." Warning, a 4th-level beast detected ahead. The laser cannon has already been used in autopilot today and is currently in charging mode. Do you wish to continue forward? At this moment, the system suddenly sent a warning, but to Jang Chen, this wasn't a warning at all, it was clearly just another surprise coming their way. Continue forward, activate the assault alloy drill. Received, continuing at full speed, assault alloy drill activated. The deep mechanical hum immediately drowned out the faint sounds inside the cabin, and the alloy drill at the front of the vehicle roared to life, flashing a dazzling arc under the scorching sun. Luo Xingnian, no longer sulking, rushed to the window, her eyes wide in disbelief. A 4th-level beast? Are you crazy? The laser cannon is charging. If we charge in, something bad will happen. Jiang Chen didn't look back, his eyes firmly locked on the red dot jumping on the radar, his fingers steady as they pressed on the control panel. The only one in trouble will be it. As soon as his words fell, the vehicle jolted violently. The next second, a deafening roar exploded from the front, quickly turning into a painful wail, which soon completely disappeared. A large amount of mutant beast blood and flesh splattered on the windshield, quickly being devoured by the RV. The mere body of a Tier 4 mutant beast dared to compete with the armored RV's alloy drill. This? Luo Xingnian was seeing another of the RV's secret weapons for the first time, stunned into silence for a moment. Jiang Chen raised his hand and closed her chin, preventing saliva from dripping down and dirtying the interior. It's nothing. Since you've officially joined us, it's time to let you see this. Disgusting Jiang Chen, always hiding things. Am I really not trustworthy enough for you? Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, simply saying, "System, devour." Successfully devoured Tier 4 mutant beast. Gained 200 kilograms of edible meat. Gained Tier 2 equipment upgrade materials, materials full. Gained Tier 4 crystal core, physical type. Gained vehicle skill, autocruise, shiny gold. Another shiny gold skill. Autocruise was Jiang Chen's first vehicle skill, which had a unique meaning for him, so he quickly opened it to check. Autocruise, shiny gold quality. Skill effect, gasoline transforms into universal fuel, recovering 100% per hour, fuel tank capacity increased by 200%. Recovery speed is faster, and capacity has increased again. For the armored RV itself, this endurance ability had already exceeded expectations. Gasoline has now turned into universal fuel, indicating that the RV's fuel tank, or rather the fuel chamber, is no longer just for the RV itself, but could easily supply several other vehicles as well. Jang Chen was still immersed in the joy of acquiring a new skill when the radar on the control panel suddenly popped up with a red warning. The vehicle shook slightly as if driving on soft quicksand. His heart sank slightly, and just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly lurched forward, almost losing his footing. Ah! Jiang Chen, what's going on? Luo Xingnian was nearly thrown from her seat by the jolt, quickly grabbing Su Lin's arm, her voice full of panic. Su Lin immediately shielded Luo Xingnian, while An Chen also gripped the hammer tightly in her hand, her eyes vigilantly scanning outside the vehicle. Warning, collapse detected in this area, vehicle about to fall, please prepare for impact. As the system's warning finished, the vehicle began to plummet violently. Jiang Chen immediately pressed the emergency brake and shouted, "Hold on." Everyone felt darkness overwhelm them, the roaring wind and the sound of sand and dirt scraping their ears. Then, the massive armored RV sank into the sand, vanishing from sight. Chapter 69, Falling Underground, Crisis Approaches. Jiang Chen and the others felt darkness around them, their bodies experiencing a clear sense of weightlessness. Jiang Chen! What's going on? Luo Xingnian screamed in panic, grabbing Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Su Lin realized something was wrong, and a pair of daggers appeared in his hands. His mind opened up, staying alert to the surrounding changes. An Chen also gripped a large hammer tightly, her ironclad eyes glowing with eerie red light. Jiang Chen knew the armored RV was falling, his expression serious, bracing for the massive impact when it hit the ground. Everyone be careful. The vehicle is about to crash to the ground, hold on to anything you can. At Jiang Chen's warning, everyone did as instructed. The sensation of weightlessness wrapped around the entire armored RV like a tide, lasting for 5 or 6 seconds, before a dull thud sounded. The RV crashed hard onto a solid rock surface, the furniture, supplies, and glassware inside scattered everywhere, the sound of breaking glass sharp and piercing. The surroundings were pitch black. Jiang Chen immediately commanded the system to turn on the car's interior lights. Many lamps had already been damaged by the violent impact of the fall, only 1 or 2 still gave off a faint light. Jiang Chen, where have we fallen? Luo Xingmian tightly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, looking deeply shaken. Suin and Anchen quickly came over, both with blood at the corners of their mouths. This sudden crash had caused them considerable injury. Jiang Chen was the same. The moment he hit the ground, his insides churned like a stormy sea, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Heal first, then see the situation. Jiang Chen immediately gave the order. Luo Xingmian, as a top healer, took less than half an hour to bring everyone almost fully back to peak condition, showing no trace of the fall's impact. Looking at herself, she was full of energy. This level of healing seemed like nothing to her. Around them was complete darkness, nothing could be seen. Jiang Chen turned on the car's front spotlight to illuminate the area. Anchen stayed in the car while Jiang Chen, Suin, and Luo Xingmian got out to see what was nearby. The armored RV's alloy walls slid open to the sides, and a steel ladder extended from the vehicle to the ground. The three of them walked out from it. As soon as they landed, Luo Xingmian felt something hard and round under her feet. Looking down, her face went pale with fear. Ah! Jiang Chen, there is a human skull. Jiang Chen picked up the skull. It was a normal human skull, dead for some time. He squeezed it with his hand until it broke, then threw it aside. Looking around, the ground was full of human and unknown beast bones. Broken ribs slanted in gray-white skull piles, crushed finger bones making tiny cracking sounds under boots. These were probably the remains of poor souls who had fallen like them before. Jiang Chen, look at this. On the other side, Suin had found something too. Jiang Chen went over to see. Outside this pile of bones was a dense mass of giant spider webs, many dried bones hanging from them, sending chills down the spine. The massive impact of the armored RV's fall had blown away the spider webs that were originally on the ground beneath them. The sticky remnants hung like tattered shrouds on the tips of the bone pile, trembling and swaying in the wind. Jiang Chen tore off some of the webs. They were sticky and cold to touch, threads winding around his fingers like living things, extremely tough, pulling off a large section at once. It looked like the place they fell into was a huge spider nest. What kind of monster could do something on such a scale? It could vaguely be seen that this was inside a rock cave, but the walls were covered with spider webs, all white and thick, making it impossible to tell direction. Jiang Chen tore off more webs, sticky and tough, pulling a big chunk at a time. Even so, the webs ahead were so thick that it was hard to see what was behind. Behind layers of gray-white threads, basketball-sized black shadows moved rhythmically. Jiang Chen, something is wrong here. Suin and Luo Xingmian finished exploring and gathered around Jiang Chen to discuss a plan. Hey, Jiang Chen, could this be a death trap? How do we get up? I don't want to be stuck here forever. Luo Xingmian, the most restless, spoke with a hint of panic. All three looked up. Above where they had fallen, a huge hollow appeared. Light shone in from there, but as soon as it entered this strange underground cave, it was quickly absorbed by the surrounding webs and disappeared. Jiang Chen roughly estimated the distance from here to the surface. It's already at least several meters high. His armed RV can't fly, so it's obviously impossible to just go up from here. What's worse, sand keeps pouring down from the giant hole above, and the entrance is gradually narrowing. In a little while, that entrance will be completely blocked. Jiang Chen still remained calm. There's always a way out. Complaints won't solve anything. The urgent task is to find a way out. Otherwise, no matter how abundant the supplies inside his armed RV are, being trapped in such a place will eventually lead to exhaustion. Let's all stay calm. We should look for other exits first. Jiang Chen said that, but when looking around at the thick spider webs, he didn't know where to start. Damn Jiang Chen, is there any exit in this crappy place? Luo Xingmian glanced around and directly gave up thinking. Jiang Chen looked at Suin, who was deep in thought with her head lowered, and asked. Suin, can you hear any air vents around here? Suin raised her head, her face suddenly stiffened, and her eyes widened. I didn't hear any air vents, but something is coming, a lot of them. Before Suin could finish her words, a sound came from one direction of the cave. Oh, at. The sound grew louder and louder, and the ground even started to tremble slightly. The three of them now clearly heard it. It was the sound of a large group of unknown creatures rushing toward them. Get in the vehicle. Jiang Chen made a quick decision and immediately returned to the RV. Soon, from the direction of the sound, the spider webs began to tremble, with the movements growing larger and larger. The sound of spider silk snapping, like popping beans, echoed loudly, and finally, a face appeared from the web. The face was pale and swollen, yet there was a stiff smile at the corners of its mouth, with wet black hair sticking to its forehead. Luo Xingmian gasped in fear and covered her mouth with her hand. Jiang Chen remained calm. The defensive power of the armed RV was absolutely reassuring. After the monster appeared, Jiang Chen wasn't as worried. He could observe carefully and then decide what to do. After a while, something behind the face used scythe-like pincers to tear open the entangled webs, and finally, a large spider with a human face emerged. Its 8 legs, covered in barbed spikes, sank deeply into the rocky ground, and the human face on its head twitched with each breath. After the first one came out, the spider webs at the entrance were completely torn apart, and from the crevices of the rock wall, shadows like tidal waves surged out. A huge army of spiders poured out of the entrance, surrounding the armed RV. Monster information scan completed. Human-faced spider, Tier 2 mutant beast. Physique, 30, Strength, 23, Agility, 27. Traits, social mutant beasts. It said that after eating humans, they changed their face to that of the person they ate. While Jiang Chen was pondering how to deal with them, Suin patted his shoulder. Jiang Chen turned around and met her confident smile. Jiang Chen, I have a good idea. What idea? Suin took out a lighter and said firmly, burn them with fire. Burn them with fire? Suin, can these strange spider webs even catch fire? Luo Xingmian looked puzzled. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, suddenly realized why he hadn't thought of it before. As for whether these spider webs could catch fire, it didn't matter, because he had plenty of ways to make them burn. The RV had just been upgraded with a flashy gold automatic cruising skill, and gasoline had turned into a universal fuel, with the fuel tank's capacity doubled. Jiang Chen now didn't need to be stingy with the use of fuel. With that thought, things became much simpler. Jiang Chen, completely calm, said. Sulin's right. We'll use fire attack. Everyone, let's pour the universal fuel on the spider webs around us. As the universal fuel was poured out from various directions inside the RV, a strong smell of gasoline soon filled the air. Looking around, the spider webs on the stone wall were all covered with fuel. Even many of the human-faced spiders were tainted with quite a bit. It's time. Suin, act. Suin, holding a simple Molotov cocktail, lit the cloth at the bottle's mouth and then threw it forcefully at a stone wall to the side. The Molotov bottle exploded with a loud bang, the blazing flames leaped towards the stone wall like an enraged beast, instantly consuming the entire rock face. The flames spread rapidly along the spider webs, turning the entire cave into a roiling sea of fire. The dense mass of human-faced spiders struggled desperately in the fire, their legs curling, their bodies snapping and popping under the intense heat. They became the best fuel for the flames, making the burn even fiercer. The charred flesh scent mixed with the acrid smell of gasoline, swirling and steaming in the scorching air. And all of this was completely blocked out by the thick alloy walls of the armored RV. Jiang Chen leaned against the RV seat, his fingertips lightly tapping on the control panel. The world outside the car had turned into a hellish inferno, the orange-red firelight twisted and danced on the windshield, but it couldn't penetrate a single bit. The electronic dashboard emitted a soft blue glow, and the air conditioning system maintained a constant temperature. It was as quiet as another world here. Only the occasional muffled explosions reminded them of what was happening outside. Jiang Chen looked at the shadows outside that turned into charred remains in the fire, and suddenly felt that sometimes, the distance between civilization and barbarism is nothing more than a layer of glass. The flames gradually dissipated, and the many human-faced spiders no longer moved. The spider webs on the rock wall were completely burned away, and a huge opening appeared before Jiang Chen. Great, it's the exit. Luo Xingnian cheered and jumped for joy, and Su Lin, influenced by her, relaxed his expression a lot. Jiang Chen looked at the opening, but he was a bit troubled. Although the opening wasn't too small, enough space for a few people to pass through, and even ordinary vehicles could get through without much issue. But the armored RV, after multiple evolutions, was too large. Based on visual estimation, it still seemed a bit difficult to fit through. If only people can pass but the vehicle can't, Jiang Chen thought, there's no point in that. Soon, he made up his mind. Just drill straight through. Now, the RV had enough fuel, and the front-end armored drill bit was ready to use. The armored RV devoured all the charred bodies of the human-faced spiders, and while the vehicle's durability nearly recovered completely, it also gathered a large batch of second-tier crystal cores. With a command from Jiang Chen, the drill bit at the front of the RV began spinning quickly, emitting a chilling roar. The drill bit plunged directly into the rock wall, instantly causing stones to fly. The incredibly hard rock wall could not resist the drill bit's power. Thus, the opening was continuously widened by the drill bit until it was large enough for the armored RV to pass through. What pleased Jiang Chen was that the further back they went, the wider the opening became. Eventually, they didn't even need the drill bit to work hard to widen it, the width was already sufficient to support the RV's passage. In the end, Jiang Chen and the others felt like they had stepped into a bright new world, having passed through the cave passage and arrived in a spacious cavern. Everyone got out of the RV to check the next direction of travel. However, the scene in front of them left them stunned, where the RV's searchlights illuminated a dense distribution of white egg sacs. The egg sacs were wrapped with circles upon circles of spider silk, sealing them completely. Some hung upside down in the air, while others stood directly on the ground. These should be the eggs of those human-faced spiders from earlier. Su Lin immediately made the judgment. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and was about to continue investigating if there were any other anomalies around. Suddenly, with a pff sound, One of the nearby human-faced spider egg sacs cracked open, and an unknown sticky liquid splashed onto Jiang Chen's cheek, mixed with a disgusting, fishy smell. Looking for death. Jiang Chen immediately drew the machete from his back, and while the human-faced spider that just hatched hadn't fully adapted to the outside world yet, it was finished with a single strike. At this moment, the sound of more and more egg sacs breaking echoed, bursting one after another in Jiang Chen and the others' ears. These small humanoid spiders were actually coming out all at once now. Get in the car, crush them all. The field was wide, and Jiang Chen decided to rely on the armored vehicle's strong body to push straight through. No matter how many there were, they would be crushed into pulp by the armored vehicle. No! Luo Xingmian suddenly spoke, her tone urgent. Xingmian, is there a problem? Suin asked while shooting a few humanoid spiders, speaking quickly. There are people inside. Luo Xingmian added. Some egg sacs have people inside. Jiang Chen understood her meaning, but he felt puzzled. Besides them, other living people had fallen here too? How did they get into the egg sacs? There was no time to think slowly, he decided immediately to save those people, and all questions would naturally be answered. Maybe they could even give clues to get out of here, he knew too little about this place. Then let's avoid the unhatched egg sacs and go all out. Jiang Chen said, leading by example, rushing into a pile of humanoid spiders. His machete flew in his hands, each strike taking a humanoid spider's life. Suin and Luo Xingmian stood back to back, each holding 2 pistols, shooting the rushing humanoid spiders non-stop. The pistols modified by Suin were unusually powerful, even when handled by Luo Xingmian, a single shot could kill a second-tier humanoid spider. Once Luo Xingmian entered battle, she changed completely from her usual gentle self, her expression serious, earning Suin's admiration. The two cooperated perfectly, killing humanoid spiders before they could get close. The advantage of pistols was fully revealed. Their efficiency was much faster than Jiang Chen's 1-by-1 slashes, becoming the main force in this battle. The gunfire in the spacious cave gradually stopped, signaling the end of the battle. Once a single second-tier monster could give many survivors huge trouble, now Jiang Chen and the others could easily handle a whole group. To be precise, it was an easy slaughter. After cleaning the battlefield, the 3 gathered again, looking playfully at the 5 remaining egg sacs. Jiang Chen stretched to relieve the fatigue from the fight, then approached one of the egg sacs. He lifted his sharp machete and lightly sliced vertically on the egg sac, instantly leaving a cut. Suin and Luo Xingmian stood on either side, swallowing nervously. The cut gradually opened, and a human figure fell out from inside. Chapter 71, Encountering Another Survivor Team. The person was a young man, covered in slime, giving off a disgusting fishy smell. His hair and skin showed signs of corrosion, and he was unconscious. Though his face was unrecognizable, Jiang Chen could tell he was a normal human. The other 4 egg sacs were also opened, revealing 3 men and 2 women, 5 humans in total in front of the 3 of them. They all looked near death. The worst one had fingers corroded by slime, exposing bones. Luo Xingmian quickly treated them. To save time, she used group healing this time. She bent her knees, half-kneeling, hands pressed together in front, chanting, and a huge circular rune spread out from her. Finally, she stood up, and a massive yet gentle energy descended on the scene. Not only were the injuries of the 5 people who had been rescued healing quickly, even the small wounds and fatigue on Jiang Chen and Suin vanished instantly. Moments later, the 5 gradually woke up, staring at Jiang Chen and the others with confused yet cautious eyes. You were trapped inside the spider egg sacs, we saved you. Jiang Chen briefly explained the situation, and after hearing it, the 5 held their heads, starting to recall what had happened before. In the end, all 5 suddenly knelt down, performing a deep bow to Jiang Chen and the others. Thank you, benefactor, I remember now, I almost lost my life. In the future, we are willing to work like oxen to repay you. The one leading them spoke solemnly, then began thumping his head repeatedly. Enough, Jiang Chen waved his hand, uninterested in chatting. Tell me, where is this place, and what happened to all of you? Yes, benefactor, we will speak without holding back. The leader paused, rubbed his head, organized his words, and continued speaking. Our captain is a psychic. He detected a large amount of supplies below, and under his command, we started digging on site. Who knew this place was hollow? Halfway through, the sand above collapsed into a huge whirlpool, and we were all swallowed, falling down below. Luckily, there was a spider web below to catch us, otherwise we would have been smashed to pulp on the spot. But we ran slowly, were captured by the spiders as reserve food. After that, I don't really know what happened. Jiang Chen listened thoughtfully. You mean you detected a large amount of supplies here? Yes, our captain awakened a supply detection skill, and it has never been wrong. According to him, there is an enormous amount of supplies here, the most he has detected since awakening his skill. Also, he said he detected a legendary level divine item. Luo Xingmian listened without much interest. What use is so many supplies in this broken place? You can't take them out anyway. Suin felt a bit excited inside. Supplies are never too few, especially now that the armed RV awakened the compressed warehouse skill. They could carry as much as they had, making her a little eager. Jiang Chen, Xingmian is right, but if there's a chance, I think we should still take these supplies. Jiang Chen and she exchanged a glance, and in a place others couldn't see, they suddenly smiled, clearly thinking the same thing. Since they were here, Jiang Chen would not let these supplies go. But Luo Xingmian was also right, the urgent task was to find a way out. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, do you know how to get out? The five looked up at the pitch-black sky and shook their heads in frustration. We don't know either, but we fell from that place. Jiang Chen followed the direction they pointed, seeing spider webs all around, in a place completely opposite from where they came. Let's go check it out. Jiang Chen and the others got into the RV and moved slowly forward, the rescued five closely following behind, marveling at the massive size of the armed RV. After a while, they came across a clearing filled with human-faced spider egg sacks. This time Luo Xingmian did not sense any living presence. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, letting the armed RV crush directly through. Countless human-faced spider egg sacks burst under the wheels of the RV, the five following behind watched in horror, the bursting sound like wailing ghosts and howling wolves to their ears. Suddenly, they felt off for Jiang Chen. These monsters that had toyed with them were like ants before him. What they didn't know was, the same sound felt extremely relieving to Jiang Chen, especially hearing the system notify wave after wave of evolution points coming in. Jiang Chen, there are people ahead. Su Lin suddenly shouted a warning. Jiang Chen's expression became a little serious. The radar function had been repaired, showing that there really was a group of survivors and many mutant beasts ahead. That group of survivors was probably the convoy of 5 people from before. Jiang Chen continued driving, getting closer and closer to the red dots shown on the radar. Until a large number of human-faced spiders appeared in front of him, he knew the destination had been reached. The noisy sounds of battle clearly entered Jiang Chen's ears, the gunfire and the shrill cries of human-faced spiders overlapping. A large number of human-faced spiders were surrounding something, and inside the circle came the commanding voice of an old man, full of energy. Do not relax, aim for their heads, do not waste bullets. Even though the human-faced spiders' voices were sharp and mournful, they did not cover the old man's voice. It's the captain. The 5 people following behind the RV recognized who was surrounded, both excited and worried. At this moment, the battle ahead was raging intensely. About 20 people surrounded an old man in the center, and more than 10 vehicles stopped outside as a temporary defense line. After long fighting, the people around showed signs of fatigue, but the old man held a rifle and kept shooting, still full of spirit. Captain, I can't hold on, there are just too many of them. Even if you can't hold on, you must keep going. Do you want to be eaten by those ghost things? Everyone, the number of these spiders has already decreased by more than half, hold on a little longer, victory will be ours. Captain, I. A strong man on the outside collapsed before finishing his words. He had several bleeding wounds from the initial clash with the human-faced spiders, now reaching his limit. The old man snatched his gun and forcefully gave it to a woman inside, his tone unyielding. You, if you do not want to die, hurry and take the front. The woman usually handled internal work and had no experience fighting monsters, but she understood the seriousness of the situation and took the gun without hesitation. However, the others were also at their limit. Each time the human-faced spiders charged, they left wounds, and more people fell. Those still holding on felt uncertain. Even the old man, the captain, had sweat on his forehead. They were about to break. Just as despair neared, a loud horn blared, mixed with the rat-a-tat of machine gun fire. Human-faced spiders fell in large numbers, and a huge steel RV appeared in front of them. Chapter 72, The Treasure Behind the Rock Wall. Under the RV's violent machine gun fire, the human-faced spiders were quickly wiped out. The surrounded convoy breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing the luck of surviving, gratefully looking at Jiang Chen and the others. A few who were more cautious still had subtle vigilance in their eyes. Thank you, young friend, for coming to save us. I am Old Lu, they all call me Old Lu, what should I call you? The convoy leader, Old Lu, walked toward Jiang Chen with a smiling face. Beneath his kind appearance, it was unclear what he was thinking. Jiang Chen sized him up, old skin but sharp eyes, a face that looked very calculating. He did not believe there were truly pure-hearted people in the end times, such people would have already been eaten to the bone. As for gratitude for saving a life, he did not think anyone really cared about it, especially in a group acting together. Old Lu? Do you know where the exit is? Jiang Chen did not waste words, asking the most important question directly. Old Lu looked at Jiang Chen's camp. Jiang Chen exuded a terrifying aura as he spoke. He looked like he was not to be messed with. Behind Jiang Chen, Su Lin's aura was not as mighty as Jiang Chen's, but compared to him, his strength was many times greater. Absolutely not someone you could fight head-on. Only Luo Xingmian looked harmless and gentle. The most terrifying thing was the armed RV Jiang Chen was driving. Its massive size was like a moving fortress. He saw clearly that just now it was the machine gun on this RV that fired the sweep. The man-faced spider swarm that had besieged them for so long, almost pushing their convoy to the brink, was easily wiped out. Even though Jiang Chen and the others were few, and had only one vehicle, in pure strength, they could completely crush the other convoy. The people in front could only be friends, not enemies. And any greed that shouldn't exist, even a little, had to be extinguished immediately. Old Lu was extremely experienced, just a simple glance around was enough to understand the purpose of communicating with Jiang Chen and the others. Young friend, we accidentally fell from above. I don't know if there is an exit, but I know which direction to go. Is that so? Tell me about it. Jiang Chen looked around at the bare yellow rock walls, with no cave openings like the previous one, and for a moment did not know which way to go. Young friend, to be honest, I awakened a material detecting ability. The more materials there are, the more precious, the more I can detect where they are. What does that have to do with us getting out? Young friend, please follow me. After saying that, old Lu closed his eyes, twirled his fingers in the air, fingertips trembling slightly as if catching invisible waves, then locked onto a direction and walked straight that way. The others followed closely until they reached a stiff rock wall. Captain, are you sure it's here? Yes. Old Lu, although you've never made a mistake before, doesn't this just look like a normal rock wall? Old Lu's face darkened slightly, the authority he had as captain spread out, and the teammates all fell silent. Xiaoguo, Old Jian, you two dig through this rock wall. The two named picked up their pickaxes and started chiseling at the wall with all their strength. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of metal hitting rock echoed in the empty underground cave. Each swing of the pick was accompanied by strained grunts, sparks flying as the tip hit the wall. The wall was harder than expected, their hands cracked and bled, blood dripping onto the dust, forming dark red patches, sweat pouring down, yet only a few flakes of loose rock fell. The thick rock wall stood in front of them, almost unmoved. Old Lu, this wall is too hard, we can't break it. Old Lu pulled a face, I always told you not to be lazy, and now you can't even handle this small thing. What's behind this? Luo Xingmian asked, curiosity obvious. Old Lu changed to a smile and respectfully explained to Jiang Chen and Luo Xingmian. Young friend, don't be fooled by this bare rock wall. I detected a large amount of materials hidden behind it. Where there are materials, there might be an exit. It's just that now, there is a small problem. Jiang Chen looked at the natural rock wall, wondering if there really were materials and an exit behind it. His knuckles tapped unconsciously on the RV's outer shell, making a dull thudding, weighing risks and rewards quickly in his mind. Are you sure? Old Lu patted his chest, voice full of certainty, I swear on my life, there is definitely something behind this. Jiang Chen fell into thought, currently they were in a closed natural cave. Unless the RV can fly straight out from the top, there's really no way forward. If what Old Lu said is true, the thing behind this stone wall is probably the key to breaking the deadlock. Jiang Chen, we can give it a try. Suin also gave his opinion, aligning with Jiang Chen's thoughts. The rock wall in front was helpless against Old Lu's convoy, but to Jiang Chen, it was hardly a problem. Because he had the RV's powerful drilling tool as a weapon. Everyone move aside, let me give it a shot. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, a flash of light appeared in Old Lu's eyes, and he quickly directed his team members to scatter. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen sat in the driver's seat and activated the RV's drilling tool. The high-speed rotating drill effortlessly embedded into the hard rock wall, the tip of the drill screeching as it scraped against the stone, like a beast roaring. A large amount of rubble flew out, hitting the RV's armor with a crackling sound, kicking up a cloud of choking dust and debris. The crowd had never witnessed such an outrageous armored RV, each person gasping like primitive people seeing something unbelievable. Wow, is this really a vehicle? This is insane. Compared to this, my little car should be thrown away. That machine gun fire was already terrifying, now it's got a drill that can drill through rock, is this even still a car? It's practically a monster. My god, if this thing drives out, who in the apocalypse could stop it? Look at their vehicle, then look at our shabby convoy. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Old Lu saw his team talking more and more wildly and quickly interrupted their chatter. I said you guys, shut up. At the same time, the screech of the drill and the sound of flying debris suddenly stopped, replaced by the deafening sound of the rock wall collapsing. The rumbling crash of falling boulders echoed through the underground space, making everyone's eardrums throb. It's broken through. Wait, what's that? The drill had created a large hole in the rock wall, but what appeared in front of them was not another cave as they expected. Instead, it was a giant building surrounded by steel walls on all sides. The cold metallic gleam reflected the RV's lights in the dimness behind the hole, exuding a stern and lifeless industrial-era vibe. And now, Jiang Chen and his team had passed through the large hole in the rock wall and directly entered the interior of this giant building. Chapter 73, Discovery of the Super Shelter. Old Lu rushed to the front, staring at the wide, long steel corridor ahead, his face full of excitement as he shouted. I was right, this is it. This is the place. Young friend, the supplies are just ahead. Jiang Chen was driving the RV in the front, and Old Lu's convoy was tightly following behind in their own vehicles. The road here was very clean, with no scattered rocks, and the air carried an old, decaying smell. It seemed this place had been sealed underground. Old Lu's convoy looked around at the steel walls, amazed, and began discussing excitedly. Old Lu, are there really supplies here? Humph, when have I ever lied to you? Then, if we really find the supplies, what about those people ahead? The person spoke quietly, his eyes fixed firmly on Jiang Chen's RV. Old Lu immediately saw through his thoughts and angrily scolded him. Wang Ergu, I don't care what you're thinking, keep it to yourself. Whatever we find later, they'll pick first, what's left will be ours. Do I make myself clear? Wang Ergu, however, wasn't too happy, his face darkening. Old Lu, it's easy for you to say, but their vehicle is so big, by the time they're done loading, will there be any left for us? Yeah. A few people agreed with Wang Ergu, murmuring their own thoughts. A hesitant look appeared on his face, and at that moment, he also spoke up. Hey, I'm telling you guys, you're really something else. They just saved our lives, and if you dare to be ungrateful, I'll be the first to oppose it. Someone with a more fiery temperament couldn't stand what Wang Ergu and the others were doing, and immediately spoke up in defense. That's right. It's already a blessing to get our lives back. And you guys are thinking of burning the bridge after crossing the river? Exactly, not to mention those people look tough, and their terrifying vehicle can crush us like it's nothing. I agree, if you guys want to die, don't drag us down with you. Wang Ergu spat and looked defiant. A bunch of cowards. We have so many people, why would we be afraid of just a few of them? They're only after some supplies, what's there to fear? Old Lu, you're the captain, what do you think we should do? Old Lu's face changed slightly but quickly returned to normal, his attitude firm. I'll say it again, we don't have the right to pick a fight with them. Wang Ergu, if you dare to act on your own, I'll be the first to shoot you. At the same time, inside the armed RV. Sister Suin, what do you think might be inside here? Having left the cave full of human-faced spiders, they had arrived at a human building, and at this moment, Luo Xingmian's nerves had finally relaxed. Su Lin rested her chin and thought for a moment, looking at the architecture, it seems like an underground bunker, probably full of military equipment. Ah? Just weapons and equipment? I thought there might be something good to eat. When Luo Xingmian heard Su Lin's judgment, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Su Lin saw this and gently tapped her nose, comforting her. There will definitely be food, but this place hasn't been visited for so long. Even if there is food, it should have expired and rotted by now. Hey, whatever you want to eat, I'll cook it for you tonight. Aunt Chen overheard the conversation about food and couldn't resist chiming in. Aunt Chen is the best. I want to eat roast meat, we'll eat it ourselves, no sharing with that stinky Jiang Chen. Jang Chen shot Luo Xingmian an eye roll and continued driving. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, and a very refreshing scent of grass and trees hit their faces, which felt incredibly out of place in the deserted underground bunker. That's a vegetable garden. Luo Xingmian exclaimed, and even the usually calm Aunt Chen rushed to the driver's seat to take a look. Jiang Chen focused and saw an incredibly spacious underground greenhouse ahead, with the vehicle's path extending forward, but 6 neat vegetable gardens appeared on both sides. The soil was moist and soft, with vibrant green vegetables, lettuce, and even a few tomato plants with fruits hanging from them. The vegetable garden glowed with life under the dim light, a stark contrast to the dead silence of the underground bunker outside. There were even a few glowing plants planted in the middle of the vegetable garden, providing the light. Old Lu's team had already gone into an uproar, and everyone could no longer contain their excitement. Captain, you're a genius. It's a vegetable garden, and there are even fresh vegetables. Oh my god. So many vegetables, this should last us for months. I don't care anymore, I'm getting out of the car to pick some vegetables right now. Old Lu's expression was also excited, but he was not blinded by greed. Everyone stop. The vegetable garden is great, but can you even carry it all? Why are you all getting so worked up? Besides, these vegetables will spoil in a few days, what's the use? Why don't you guys think with your pig brains for a second? Upon hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks, and upon further thought, they realized Old Lu had a point. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others also got out of the vehicle and walked straight toward one of the vegetable gardens. Luo Xingmian crouched down, carefully touching the dewdrops on the leaves, her eyes shining like stars. These are real vegetables, and they're so fresh. Sister Su Lin, you have to come see. Su Lin stood aside, her eyes scanning the entire greenhouse vigilantly. Fingertips lightly touched the weapon at his waist. Jiang Chen did not speak, he just bent down and picked a small bright red tomato, wiped it casually on his clothes, and bit into it. The sour-sweet juicy flesh melted in his mouth, the rich vitality sliding down his throat, loosening the tense nerves he had held for days. He then walked toward the nearest glowing plant, which looked like a dandelion from its appearance. A thin stem held a fluffy pale green light halo, the soft glow spread across the vegetable bed, giving the underground greenhouse a warm but unreal touch. Jiang Chen reached out and gently touched it, the leaf cool to the touch, without any sharp smell, instead giving off a fresh grassy scent, same as the vegetables. This is not an ordinary plant. Suin immediately caught up, eyes sharp and measuring. Young friend? While Jiang Chen was thinking, he heard old Lu calling his name. Then he saw old Lu quickly walking toward him. Young friend, this vegetable field is good, but it can't be taken. I checked ahead, that is where the supplies are stored. Let's keep moving first. Jiang Chen nodded, picking a few more small tomatoes and tossing them into his mouth. Everyone looked back at the vegetable fields reluctantly as they drove on, but soon, a larger hall appeared before them. When they went in, everyone gasped in shock. Inside, not only were there piles of supplies, but all kinds of supporting facilities. This was actually a complete underground shelter. Chapter 74, Supplies. Supplies beyond imagination. Everyone got out of the car, and the moment they stepped in, they were speechless from the scene before them. The center of the shelter was a very spacious hall, with a ceiling over 10 meters high. The walls around were made of strong concrete, inside were dozens of potted glowing dandelions, their light brightening the whole hall. The space was almost filled with massive amounts of supplies, as far as the eye could see. All kinds of supplies were stacked neatly, showing clear signs of careful human organization. Along one wall, dozens of sealed boxes of compressed biscuits and canned food were stacked. The metal cans had not a spot of rust, preserved extremely well. Next to them were bags of rice and flour, wrapped in thick waterproof cloth, without a trace of damp or mold. Further along were rows of drinking water, with medical first aid kits, disinfectant, bandages, and other medical supplies beside them. The labels on the boxes were a bit blurry, but the types were complete. Besides that, there were neatly arranged barrels of diesel and gasoline. Flashlights, batteries, warm blankets, cold weather clothes, simple tools, all the necessary survival items for the apocalypse were there. Most precious were a few boxes of unopened seeds and farming tools, quietly resting in the corner. Each one was a treasure impossible to replace in this end-of-the-world era. On the left and right of the hall, there were more than 10 separate rooms. Most doors were ajar, unlocked, and one glance could see inside. Each room was not small, besides a few living rooms, the rest were filled with supplies. Some rooms were full of daily necessities, toiletries, toilet paper, candles, lighters, all complete. Some rooms were full of clothes, both thin and thick. Other rooms were storage rooms, holding large amounts of dehydrated vegetables, dried goods, sugar, salt, and seasonings. There were even rooms with neatly arranged backup generators, water purifiers, small heating devices, all hardcore supplies to survive the apocalypse. Jiang Chen and Suin opened the innermost rooms and were stunned. Inside were whole rooms stacked with weapons and ammunition. There were even high-end weapons like mortars and missiles. So many supplies, Jiang Chen could only stare blankly before. No matter how big his RV was, its capacity was limited, just like when he ran into the supermarket before. The space inside the vehicle was full, and the remaining stuff could only stay there, impossible to take. Now it was completely different, his vehicle had awakened the compression warehouse skill, with almost infinite space. He could load as much as he had, without wasting a single bit. Everything here, he wanted it all. On the other side, old Lu and the team stood at the entrance of the hall, their eyes wide, mouths slightly open, speechless for a long time. Some couldn't help but pinch themselves, making sure they were not dreaming. Wang Ergu, who had been greedy before, now looked at the mountain of supplies, his face full of unbelievable joy. But since Jiang Chen and the others were nearby, he dared not act rashly, only clenching his fists tightly, eyes fixed on the food and water. Luo Xingmian covered her mouth, whispering in awe, so many things, now we won't worry about food and clothing anymore. Suin walked slowly to the pile of supplies, brushing the dust off the cans, checking the seals carefully, raising an eyebrow in doubt. Preserved better than expected, most supplies are still usable, this shelter is far more complete than imagined. Jiang Chen returned to the center of the hall, eyes scanning the supplies and rooms, fingers lightly tapping his palm. This underground fortress shelter was stocked beyond imagination, clearly a perfectly prepared refuge. But the more perfect it was, the heavier his doubts grew. Like Suin, he had long noticed the strange aspects here. The cans, grains, and water, after so many years, showed no signs of rot or spoilage. This was not normal. Very not normal. What made his heart sink even more was such a huge, complete, carefully maintained underground shelter, yet not a single person in sight. Where did the people who once lived here go? Jiang Chen, did you notice it's a bit cold here? Luo Xingmian came close, hugging his arm tightly for warmth. With her reminder, Jiang Chen also noticed the abnormal temperature, the deeper into the shelter, the colder it got. Above, the sun blazed, and an egg on the sand could almost cook directly. Below, a chilling cold pressed in, truly unusual. But Jiang Chen's body had reached the peak of human potential. This cold posed no threat for now. Suin found a fleece coat from the shelter's clothing room and draped it over Luo Xingyan, finally freeing the clingy girl from Jiang Chen. Young friend, how about we rest here a bit before finding the exit? Everyone just went through a tough fight, you see. Old Lu came over to ask Jiang Chen's opinion, knowing clearly he was the boss here. Do as you like. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Old Lu sighed in relief, then cautiously spoke. Young friend, look at all these supplies, can we take some with us? Jiang Chen glanced at the convoy's vehicles, their capacity was average, paying no attention, and lightly nodded. Except for weapons and seeds, take whatever you want. Old Lu quickly left the group, lowering his voice to pass the news back, unable to hide his excitement. Really? Some couldn't hold back shouting, then quickly covered their mouths, afraid of disturbing Jiang Chen nearby. Captain, he really let us take it? Except for weapons and seeds, anything we want? Old Lu nodded heavily, saying in a deep voice. He saved our lives, and generously gives us supplies, remember this favor. Move quickly later. Don't be greedy, and don't have thoughts you shouldn't have. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, Old Lu, won't spare them first. The crowd nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with the wild joy of surviving a disaster. But in the corner of the crowd, Wang Ergo and a few others stood, their mouths curled into a wicked smile, their eyes cold and sinister. He glanced at the tightly closed weapon storage room deep in the hall, then looked at Jiang Chen, who stood by the RV, calm and collected, his fingers quietly tightening around the short knife at his waist. So many supplies? Such powerful weapons. If they could take care of those few people, the whole shelter would be theirs. Besides, their small car could barely hold anything. If they could take that giant RV, it would truly be an invaluable treasure. And the two beautiful women beside Jiang Chen. Everyone came here to survive the apocalypse, why should he eat so well? The group exchanged glances and quietly crept toward the weapon room. They had seen clearly that there were handguns and handheld rocket launchers inside. As they moved, Old Lu kept a close eye on their actions, waving over a few trusted men. His gaze quickly flicked to Jiang Chen's side, a murderous coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 75, Betrayal? Child's Play. While others were resting, Wang Ergo and the others quietly sneaked along the wall, heading toward the depths of the shelter to the weapon storage. Ergo, do you think this will really work? What's there to be afraid of? We're all made of flesh, in front of a gun, no one is any different. Exactly. Those guys are just lucky. They drive a broken car and think they're the boss. The more they spoke, the fiercer they became, their fists tightening as if Jiang Chen and his group were their sworn enemies. The last two, walking behind, became more and more anxious, cold sweat soaking their collars, their steps beginning to tremble. But what about Old Lu? We'll still have to rely on him. Yeah, that Old Lu looks shady. We can't afford to mess with him. Wang Ergo suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the two, his teeth grinding with a crackling sound. Look at you two. Once we get the RV, the whole shelter will be ours. Does Old Lu dare to oppose us? The others nodded repeatedly, deeply agreeing. Ergo is right. I've never liked Old Lu. He's more cowardly than anyone when things happen, and we're stuck following him, drinking the wind of the Northwest. The last time we ran into the J Guild, he was alone, and he didn't even dare to act. And the previous squad, those people got injured, and he didn't even dare to take their stuff. Damn military god alliance, just hearing the name scares him out of his wits. Does he think we were raised to be frightened? As they spoke, they had already reached the door of the weapons room. Everything went smoother than expected. With a push, the strong stench of rust and gun oil mixed and hit them in the face, the sight of all the weapons making their eyes dizzy. The shelves were piled high with shotguns and assault rifles, magazines scattered on the floor, almost making them forget their original purpose. Their original weapons had long been collected by Old Lu, or else they wouldn't be risking this. Hurry up! Grab a gun, and while they haven't reacted, kill them all. Meanwhile, outside the weapons room, Jiang Chen and Suin were counting supplies, making records. Luo Xingyan trailed behind them like a little tail, impatiently kicking small stones on the ground. Stinky Jiang Chen, why are you recording all this? We can't even move at all, it's better to go back and eat. Jiang Chen and Suin exchanged a glance, both knowing what the other was thinking, but not showing it on their faces. The two had just finished counting one room and were about to push open the next door when a cold shout suddenly came from behind. Stop, don't move. Jiang Chen slowly turned around. His movements were as calm as if he were taking a stroll, in stark contrast to the tense gun barrels aimed directly at his chest. The leader was Wang Ergo. He licked his cracked lips, his face full of arrogance, his Adam's apple bobbing with excitement, looking like he had already won. Brother, thanks for saving us before. He dragged out his tone, full of mockery and ruthlessness. Now can you do us the trouble of dying? Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, only slightly frowning, a strange glint in his eyes. To him, these people holding handguns were no threat, clearly a group of clowns with toys, thinking they controlled everything. The only thing with some weight was the rocket launcher in Wang Ergu's arms. I told you not to move. As Su Lin moved to draw his gun, Wang Ergu's group panicked like startled birds, the gun barrel shaking violently, shouting sharply with excitement. The resting convoy members also noticed something wrong, looking over with shock and anger in their eyes. Is it Wang Ergu and them? Crazy. Truly a bunch of ungrateful dogs. Wang Ergu's face suddenly hardened, he quickly exchanged glances with the two beside him, and sharply ordered. Shoot. Leave the women, kill the men directly. The others didn't hesitate, gripping their guns tightly, aiming at Jiang Chen and pulling the triggers fiercely. Bang bang bang. The piercing gunfire exploded in the empty shelter, the clinking of bullet casings on the ground sounded especially harsh in the silence. But the expected scene of Jiang Chen getting shot and falling, Su Lin and Luo Xingnian panicking, never appeared. Su Lin showed no expression, Luo Xingnian even curled her lips, both looking at a group of fools, their eyes only faint pity and indifference. Everyone suddenly looked at Jiang Chen, instantly terrified. He stood in place, clothes neat, not a scratch or a drop of blood, only wisps of smoke drifting from his sleeves, as if the bullets had hit nothing but air. Ghost to ghost. Someone's legs gave way, urine ran down his pants, collapsing to the ground, trembling all over. Su Lin's eyes turned cold, movements fast and skilled, instantly drawing, aiming, and shooting in one smooth motion. Bang! Bang! Two crisp shots, bullets piercing the foreheads, the two in front fell straight down without even screaming. Wang Ergu bit his back teeth, knuckles cracking, veins on his forehead bulging, eyes blood-red with madness, suddenly lifting the rocket launcher, aiming it firmly at Jiang Chen's group. You forced me. Go die. Before the roar finished, the rocket launcher shot with a whistling sound straight at Jiang Chen's standing place. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the whole shelter, dust and smoke instantly filling the air, obscuring vision. The blast was so strong even Wang Ergu was thrown, crashing hard to the ground, coughing from choking. Ignoring his soreness, he struggled up, brushing off the dust. Looking at the rolling smoke ahead, a twisted smile curled his lips, chest heaving from extreme delight, heart filled with intense thrill. Oomph, no matter how strong, it's still blown to nothing. But the next second, his smile froze. As the smoke cleared, the scorched ground appeared, the place Jiang Chen's three had stood was empty, the supply room's iron door blown open, hanging crooked in the frame. His heart raced, a strong unease surged, intuition telling him it wasn't so simple. Wang Ergu frantically turned his head, bloodshot eyes full of fear, scanning around wildly for any abnormality. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly sounded from the left. Wang Ergu stiffened, snapping his head around. Beside him, an accomplice's head suddenly exploded, warm brains and blood splashing his face. He hurriedly wiped the filth from his face, finally seeing the situation clearly. Jiang Chen's three had silently moved to his side, Su Lin's gun. At this moment, it was steadily aimed at his forehead. Wang Ergu's heart sank instantly into the abyss, waves of regret flooding his mind. He hated his own greed, hated his own foolishness. If he had never had those forbidden thoughts, he wouldn't have fallen into this dangerous situation. A very clear voice in his heart told him, he was about to die. Su Lin's fingertip pressed lightly, ready to end Wang Ergu's life with a gunshot, when a sudden gunshot rang out first. Bang! The bullet pierced the temple from behind, Wang Ergu's head exploded with a sound, his body fell straight down, completely lifeless. Su Lin's eyebrows lifted slightly as she lowered her gun. Clearly, someone acted before her. Jiang Chen slowly turned his head and saw old Lu leading several trusted men, their faces filled with apologetic smiles, walking quickly toward them. Chapter 76, Big Cleanup, emptying the entire shelter. When old Lu passed by the corpses of Wang Ergu and others, he even deliberately spat, lowering his voice to curse angrily. A bunch of things that don't know their place, daring to act wild in front of the young friend, they deserve to die. Arriving in front of Jiang Chen, old Lu quickly cupped his hands, lowering his posture completely, his face full of apology. Young friend, I am truly sorry. I didn't properly watch over the people below, letting these trash disturb you. I will immediately make amends. Jiang Chen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes playfully fixed on him, saying nothing. Wang Ergu and the others secretly went to the armory, causing a lot of delay. With old Lu's mindset, it was impossible for him not to notice. Not early, not late, but he chose the moment when the outcome was already clear, the situation fully known. To appear just in time, even killing Wang Ergu first. This display of loyalty was overly deliberate. As for executing Wang Ergu, it clearly had a hypocritical feel. Perhaps he had been hiding in the shadows from the start, using Wang Ergu's actions to secretly observe their strength, planning how to present himself. But it must be said, such a clever person is exactly the kind who survives better in the end times. After the supplies were counted, Jiang Chen's group returned to the center of the shelter. Although every person in Old Lu's convoy tried to stuff the supplies into vehicles, the sheer quantity of supplies was too massive, what they took was just a tiny part. After resting, everyone looked at the piles of supplies, faces full of unwillingness. Damn it! So many things, we can only watch, can't take any, such a waste. But the next second, Jiang Chen's actions left them stunned. Jang Chen drove the armed RV through the shelter hall, countless supplies being sucked directly into the RV's internal storage. The hall, once piled full of supplies, was quickly cleaned out, not even a speck of dust left. It was not over. Jiang Chen continued driving the RV past the side supply rooms. And all the supplies inside were swallowed by the RV, directly transferred to its internal storage. Oh my god. So many supplies piled like mountains, just vanished into thin air? This isn't a vehicle, it's a bottomless pit, right? In all my life, I've never seen anything so ridiculous. One vehicle swallowing a whole warehouse? It's over, my mind is blank, I can't understand what I'm seeing. Jiang Chen calmly drove the RV, sweeping everything in his path, leaving a group of completely shocked onlookers, wildly discussing on the spot. Suin and Luo Xingmian rushed out from the warehouse, faces full of excitement. Jiang Chen! Amazing, so many supplies, all went into our warehouse. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, responding casually, basic operation, stay calm. Su Lin held down Luo Xingmian, who was jumping in place, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her. At this moment, her excitement inside was no less than that of Luo Xingmian. With so much supply, they probably won't be able to finish it in their lifetime. Once they leave, as the warehouse manager, she would happily be busy again for some time. Jiang Chen leisurely leaned back, resting his head against the seat. He never really took seriously the trouble caused by Wang Ergo and his group. They were just a few foolish ants, jumping around for no reason. At this moment, with supplies full and his confidence high, his heart felt relaxed, and his entire body was at ease. Suddenly, something crossed his mind, and he turned the car around, speeding toward the vegetable garden they had passed earlier. As soon as the RV stopped, he activated his devouring ability again. The entire vegetable garden seemed to be enveloped by an invisible large hand, with the lush green vegetables, crunchy cucumbers, plump tomatoes, and those glowing dandelions. All the vegetables, roots and leaves included, were wildly pulled by a furious suction force, gathering in the air into a green torrent, all devoured by the RV. In just a moment, the once vibrant vegetable garden was completely stripped, not a single leaf left behind. On the system panel, the inventory of the cold storage surged wildly, with fresh vegetables and edible plant storage increasing rapidly. A cold smile unconsciously curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. In this apocalypse, food is power, and fresh fruits and vegetables are hard currency. This round of harvesting completely filled his survival reserves, and in the future, when trading with others on the road, he would have a strong bargaining position, holding all the power in his hands. With supplies secured and safety guaranteed, the feeling of control over everything was incredibly satisfying. Speaking of which, the people in Old Lu's convoy were staring at the scene with red eyes, and some of them were so jealous they were about to go crazy. But after a glance at the cold corpses of Wang Ergo and the others, a cold bucket of water poured over their heads, waking them up immediately. He can even take all the vegetables from the field? Is there no justice? Someone stop me. I'm afraid I might rush over in a moment. I envy him so much, they'll never worry about food again, right? What if we join that big boss? As soon as the last person's words were spoken, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. Everyone in the convoy turned their eyes to Old Lu. Old Lu remained calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was cursing, "You bunch of hopeless fools, I know what you're thinking." Then, he spread his hands and sighed helplessly, saying, "Why are you looking at me? I also want to join him, but he might not want this old man. And don't blame me for not warning you all, don't think about things you shouldn't, or else you'll end up just like Wang Ergo." Though he said this, he was seriously considering the possibility of joining Jiang Chen's convoy. What he was after wasn't the vast amount of supplies in Jiang Chen's RV, but something even more important, something that was just as valuable as the supplies, if not more. Armed forces. In fact, from the moment Jiang Chen saved them, he had already started thinking about this issue. He had the ability to detect supplies, but his convoy lacked the hard strength to acquire them. This recent danger was the best example. And Jiang Chen's terrifyingly armed RV could fill that gap perfectly. With that thought, he walked straight towards Jiang Chen. No matter what, he had to give it a try. He just didn't know if the chips he had prepared would move this mysterious and powerful expert, Jiang Chen. Or perhaps... "Young friend, please wait." Jiang Chen and the others stopped when they heard the voice and turned around to see Old Lu running towards them. At that moment, the expression on Old Lu's face was serious, which made Jiang Chen feel a hint of doubt in his heart. "Is there something you need? Young friend, with your skills, you must not be an ordinary person. Can you tell the name to the little old man?" Jiang Chen stared at him in silence for a moment, then spoke, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Old Lu's heart jumped, it's him. No wonder, no wonder. He made a decision in his heart and slowly walked toward Jiang Chen. Suddenly he sneered, and his whole body erupted with energy. A hawk claw strike shot at Jiang Chen's face with lightning speed. Old Lu's small-looking body burst with incredible strength. The power of that hawk claw strike made Jiang Chen feel a full threat. This move was extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 77, Taming the Subordinate Convoy. Facing this sudden attack, Jiang Chen did not dare be careless, making his fingers into a fist, directly blocking Old Lu's rising strike. A slight tingling came from the back of his fist, surprising Jiang Chen at Old Lu's physical strength. Though he looked like an old man about to fall apart, when serious, his strength was no small matter. The two exchanged a dozen moves in an instant, and Jiang Chen's shock did not stop. His power was clearly far beyond Old Lu's, but every strike was strangely guided in a weird direction. Is this a skill to redirect force? Jiang Chen thought with doubt. He did not expect this frail old man to bring so many surprises. Just as he was getting into rhythm, ready to attack further, a crisp snapping sound of bone came from his ear. Ouch! Stop, stop! Old Lu held his waist and wailed exaggeratedly. The tense atmosphere instantly became a little ridiculous. Did he just twist his waist? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Humph. Old man, why did you attack us suddenly? Not clear, I'll make you pay. Luo Xingmin rushed up, very displeased with Old Lu's sudden attack. Suin already had her dual guns in hand, fully on guard. But Jiang Chen remained calm. From the earlier fight, he already knew Old Lu had no ill intent. This could also be seen from him coming alone. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I just felt like having a spar with young Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would not believe a word of this. The old man was too scheming. What felt like sparring? Clearly he came on purpose to test his skill. Old Lu, no need for roundabout words, just speak straight. Old Lu cleared his throat, straightened his back with effort, and after a while spoke slowly. Young Jiang Chen, it's like this, our convoy plans to join you. Saying this, Old Lu stared closely at Jiang Chen's face, not missing a single change. Not needed. Jiang Chen answered immediately, clean and decisive. Old Lu seemed to have expected this answer, showing no change. Young Jiang Chen, don't rush to refuse, listen to me first. We will follow you as leader, our convoy will just follow behind, obey your orders, and take nothing from you. Ha! You would be this kind? Hey, Jiang Chen, don't fall for this old man's trick. Hey! Little girl, don't talk so harsh. Taking nothing means taking nothing. Even if you gave me 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare scheme against you. Su Lin stepped forward, suspicious, then what do you really want? Old Lu touched his chin, raised his eyebrows, and replied. Nothing, just let us follow behind your convoy. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He did not believe it could be so simple. How does this benefit you? Benefit? Simple, it keeps us safe. Old Lu's voice rose suddenly, then quickly added, but you don't need to do anything, you can completely act as if we don't exist. Usually when hunting beasts. Whatever we cannot finish, we will directly offer to you. For you, it is completely an extra gain. Also, my ability to detect supplies can give you some intelligence. For example, the most precious thing in this shelter has not been taken yet, I can tell you its location. Young friend Jiang Chen, what do you think? Jiang Chen thought seriously about his proposal. If it really went as he said, he would have an extra subordinate convoy, just like having a new ornament. He would not need to worry about managing it, and from time to time it could bring him benefits. Especially the precious item mentioned by Old Lu. Jiang Chen was very interested. And he completely understood the other's request. Following behind his armed RV, their safety would be greatly guaranteed. This was a very fair deal. Seeing Jiang Chen not respond for a long time, Old Lu also became anxious, gritting his teeth and continuing to add more chips. How about this? I have a granddaughter, trained in ancient martial arts. If there's a chance to meet, I can arrange for you two to be together. How about that? As soon as Old Lu finished speaking, he felt too cold. Sharp gazes pierced into him, making his hair stand on end, as if he would fall into an abyss the next second. Cough, cough. Forget I said that, forget I said that. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked up, glanced at the people in Old Lu's convoy, and made up his mind. All right, deal. Hearing the word deal, Old Lu let out a long breath, as if a 1,000-pound burden was lifted from his shoulders. He immediately turned and shouted toward the convoy, what are you all standing there for? Come over. I have a big announcement. The convoy members heard the call and immediately gathered in small groups, their eyes full of expectation and anxiety. Captain, what happened? That big shot didn't give you trouble, right? Just now is your waist okay? Some joked quietly, but were pinched hard by others nearby and quickly shut up. Old Lu cleared his throat, straightened his stiff back, and showed a rare, real smile on his face. From today, our convoy officially belongs under the command of young friend Jiang Chen. The words were earth-shattering. The crowd around was stunned at first, then erupted in excitement. Belongs under his command? Is this real? So from now on, we follow the RV of Jiang Chen the big shot? Amid the exclamations, some trembled with excitement, their eyes red. Great, we are holding onto the big shot's leg. Those who were jealous of Jiang Chen's supplies just now felt only relief, jealousy gone. Wang Ergu's corpse was still not far away, a fresh lesson in front of them. With the power gap so clear, holding onto a big shot was stronger than anything. Among the crowd, someone choked up, "Captain, thank you, if not for you, we probably would have fed the desert beasts by now." Old Lu waved his hand, the smile fading, his expression turning serious. "Don't be happy too soon." His eyes swept the crowd, his tone heavy. "Young friend Jiang Chen taking us and gives us a lifeline, but it also means we must follow the rules. First, no more crooked ideas, all convoy actions must follow Jiang Chen's orders first. Second, beasts hunted, except for personal use, all extras must be handed in, no hiding. Third, control your mouth and hands, don't ask what shouldn't be asked, don't touch what shouldn't be touched. Anyone who breaks the rules, even without Jiang Chen acting, Old Lu will be the first not to forgive." These words made the crowd nod continuously, not daring to oppose at all. "Captain, don't worry. We all listen to you. From now on, Jiang Chen the big shot is our heaven." The spirited response echoed in the empty shelter. Along with it, strange energies began to rise from everyone, converging into Jiang Chen's body, making him feel his body filled with a strange and unique power. Old Lu nodded with satisfaction, then looked toward Jiang Chen, respectfully making a pleased gesture. "Young friend Jiang Chen, the convoy has been settled, ready to depart any time." He paused, then lowered his voice, leaning close to Jiang Chen's ear, whispering mysteriously, "As for that most precious thing, it lies deep ahead, I will take you there now." Chapter 78, Giant Square Wall Blocking the Way. The armored RV restarted, followed by a dozen vehicles. The massive convoy moved in unison, the roar of engines filling the corridors of the shelter, pushing out the original silence completely. After leaving the shelter hall, the corridor grew narrower, and the nearby temperature gradually dropped. Many people began to shiver, curling up. Old Lu, as usual, counted the people traveling together and noticed 2 missing. "Old Yen, why is your group missing 2 people?" Old Yen, a middle-aged man with a deep voice, replied carelessly. "They stayed in the hall just now, some cabinets still have plenty of supplies. Those 2 fools plan to live there permanently." Hearing this, Old Lu felt helpless, knowing the 2 were lured by temporary peace, unwilling to move forward. On this journey with an unknown destination, there are always people who cannot persist and want to get off early. Staying in the underground shelter just now, they might avoid being consumed by the black fog. And with large fields outside, they might even survive smoothly. But this is the most ideal situation, no one knows what awaits there. This is really betting one's life, only respecting personal choice can be said. Suin focused on driving, Jang Chen sat in the passenger seat, observing the surroundings. As they drove, suddenly small rocks fell from above, the sound under the car changed from bang bang on steel to rustle on sand. This showed they had left the steel shelter and were back on a sandy road. The steel walls on both sides turned into uneven rock walls, stretching into the dark ahead. Screech screech. Unknown creatures cried in the darkness, making everyone uneasy. Meanwhile, a 3-way fork appeared ahead, each path seeming to hide deadly danger. "Old Lu, which path should we take?" Jang Chen communicated with Old Lu through the squad channel. "Take the middle one, don't worry, my sensing won't be wrong." The convoy entered the middle path, the chirping sounds above grew louder, making people shiver. Jang Chen turned on all lights inside and outside the armored RV, instantly becoming a guiding light in the dark tunnel, calming much of the convoy's unease. Of course, more importantly, it prevented Luo Xingmian from clinging to Su Lin and showing fear, affecting Su Lin's driving. The RV continued for over half an hour, without encountering anything unusual. Until they faced a huge steel square wall, standing straight ahead of them. The wall's ends were embedded into the rock walls, tightly connected to the ground, completely blocking the way forward. Su Lin, following Jiang Chen's example, activated the assault alloy drill to carve through. Who knew the steel wall was extremely solid? After drilling for more than 10 minutes, only a small hole appeared on the surface, the wall remained unmoved. Meanwhile, the drill showed obvious wear. Everyone got off the car, looking at the huge square wall in front, feeling helpless. Since a frontal breakthrough was impossible, they decided to attack from the side. Under Jiang Chen's command, Su Lin used the assault drill to bore into the rock wall connected to the steel square wall. Who knew that the nearby rock walls were also unusually strong, although not as immovable as steel square walls? But drilling a hole big enough for an armed RV to pass through would take an unknown amount of time, maybe forever. Old Lu noticed Jiang Chen's awkward situation and suggested checking from below to see if they could dig through. All the team members were called to dig, and soon they saw the first signs of progress. They only dug down about half a meter before touching the edge of the steel square wall. But the thickness of the wall was beyond imagination, and they had to dig 2 meters forward to reach the other side. This meant the huge square wall was at least 2 meters thick. And this way of digging from below quickly showed its limits. After digging a width of about 5 meters, the sand and stones on both sides would automatically fill in, which was extremely frustrating. The current width and depth were just barely enough for ordinary vehicles to pass. But widening it enough for an armed RV to go through was almost impossible. The scene fell into a deadlock for a while. After a long time, the roar of an engine broke the silence. 2 team members made up their minds. And under everyone's angry eyes, they drove away through the hole from below without permission. Sorry, I don't want to be trapped in this place forever. Old Lou turned pale at the sight and fired a few shots at their retreating backs, but nothing happened except the echo in the corridor. He sighed deeply. Fine, if anyone else wants to leave, I won't stop you, but next time we meet, we won't be teammates anymore. After Old Lou's strong words, everyone whispered among themselves, but in the end, no one chose to leave first. This made him slightly relieved, after the betrayal of Wang Ergu, the comfort of the shelter, and the current trap situation. The dozen or so people who chose to stay were undoubtedly true, trustworthy teammates. Jiang Chen, let me take a look. Aunt Chen saw the RV had been stopped for a long time, so she got out to check the situation. This wall, see if you notice anything strange. Aunt Chen pressed her palm on the square wall, and a bone-chilling cold came, making her shrink her neck. Ignoring the cold, she continued to sense carefully, and the metal structure of the wall began to appear in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she opened them wide. Well? Everyone gathered around to ask. This square wall is controlled by a transmission mechanism, and the direction of the mechanism. Aunt Chen said while going to the right rock wall, tapping with a hammer left and right. Suddenly, the sound of a mechanism being triggered came, and a crack appeared in the rock wall somewhere, then the walls on both sides of the crack moved aside, revealing a hidden entrance. Found it, it's here. Jang Chen went to the entrance first to check. A long, narrow passage appeared, leading to an unknown place. A huge square wall made with massive steel and a hidden mechanism passage. What kind of terrifying monster had this shelter been defending against before? The past was now impossible to verify. To get out here, they had to risk going in to find the door mechanism. Jiang Chen, be careful. If you get hurt, I won't treat you. Luo Xingnian clutched her clothes, still speaking toughly, but worry could not hide in her eyes. Don't worry. Jiang Chen replied calmly, you and Aunt Chen stay in the car, Suin and I will go in and check. Old Lu also pointed out several trusted men to stay behind and guard the convoy, while the rest followed. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and stepped into the darkness. Deep in the passage, a chill far beyond imagination slowly approached them. Chapter 79, Fierce Battle with the 4th Level Ground Spider. Jiang Chen and the others moved forward in the passage, guided by the dim light of flashlights. Be careful. Su Lin suddenly warned, her dagger swinging backward with force, cutting off the thin limb of an unknown monster. At the same time, a team member was dragged away by a monster that attacked from above, their screams echoing for a while before abruptly cutting off. What was that just now? That was too terrifying. I need to stay closer to the boss. The sudden change threw the team into chaos, and murmurs of fragmented conversation spread behind. Everyone, be careful. Old Lu shouted, stabilizing the team's order. Jiang Chen tensed up, taking lighter steps. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stepped on something soft and squishy. With a pft sound, a rancid liquid splashed up from the bottom of his shoe. He quickly shone his flashlight down. On the ground, there was only a blurry pool of neat paste, unrecognizable from what it once was. The further he went, the more frequently he stepped on these things. The last time he stepped on it, Jiang Chen slipped, tumbling out of the passage and into a moderately sized artificial cave. The cave's surroundings were lined with both steel walls and natural rock faces, and 4 large medicine jars stood in the corners. In the center of the cave, there was a deep, bottomless pit, its entrance covered in white silk threads. Jiang Chen was about to continue inspecting the environment when he suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble. Instinctively, he quickly retreated, and the next second, a pair of giant mandibles shot out from the ground, snapping at where he had just been standing. Jiang Chen focused his gaze, seeing that it was a massive spider with 8 legs, its body a grayish-yellow, blending seamlessly with the sandy floor. Its head was surrounded by a ring of fist-sized compound eyes, capable of seeing everything from all directions. The spider missed its strike and quickly shot backward, releasing a giant web towards Jiang Chen's retreating position, trapping him directly. The others quickly drew their guns, shooting at the monster. Jiang Chen, however, pulled out his machete and swung it left and right, slicing the web into pieces. But after he broke free, when he looked around again, he found that the monster had already vanished. Jiang Chen, that thing has the ability to turn invisible. Su Lin reminded him just in time. It's behind us. Suin said, firing a shot directly at a patch of empty ground behind them. Sure enough, the monster was revealed. It had been crawling up behind a distracted team member. System, scan. Jiang Chen seized the rare opportunity and quickly scanned the monster's information. Monster information scan completed. Creeping spider, tier 4 beast. Constitution, 109, strength, 110, agility, 105. Traits, excellent at ambush, skin color changes with the environment, has strong concealment ability. This monster, about the size of an adult, was actually a tier 4 beast. Jiang Chen remained calm under pressure, staying alert to the changes around him, while others followed his lead, gripping their weapons tightly and waiting quietly for the spider to appear again. Suin perked up her ears, carefully listening. A faint sound of movement reached her ears. From the sound, the spider was hopping left and right, constantly changing positions. But every time Suin looked in that direction, she saw nothing. If it weren't for the occasional new dent appearing in the sand and gravel on the ground, she might have doubted her own hearing. However, soon the dents on the ground stopped increasing, and Suin's alarm bells went off in her mind. Her nerves were on edge, not daring to miss any slight sound. Under her keen hearing, the sound was getting closer, but there was still nothing visible in front of her. Jiang Chen, it's coming. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heartbeat quickened, and a strong sense of danger washed over him. He couldn't wait any longer. He took the initiative and swung his machete straight down into the empty sand in front of him. With a sharp clang, a piece of broken rock was split by the machete. The recoil made the blade tremble, emitting a low buzzing sound. Not here? Jiang Chen felt suspicion and fear. That strong sense of danger had not gone away. Suin's judgment had never been wrong. If it wasn't in front, then... Jiang Chen suddenly understood, supporting himself with one hand to stand and turn, while the other hand gripped the knife, striking upwards with full force. A huge force came, the blade was blocked by something, unable to move even half a step upward, and he felt his hand throbbing painfully. At the moment he fully turned, a strange face with shiny black eyes almost pressed against his own. This was the ambush of the ground spider. Its thick gray silk hung from its tail, still covered with sticky residue. Clearly descending from the cave ceiling to attack. Looking at its mouth, two terrifying giant jaws, one was cut by Jiang Chen's knife, the blade inserted 2/3 deep, a little more force and it would be severed. The ground spider screamed in pain from Jiang Chen's instinctive strike, spitting out sticky web from its mouth, directly wrapping the hand holding the knife. A burning pain spread along his arm. Jiang Chen realized the web was covered in venom. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain, gripping the knife with his other hand as well, and with both hands, slashed forward along the blade's direction. The giant jaw of the ground spider was cut off. A large amount of venom flowed from the broken jaw, splashing across the ground. Everyone stepped back quickly. Those splashed with venom felt a sharp sting on their skin. Bang bang! Suin reacted fast, dodging the splashes while shooting twice at the spider's hanging silk. The bullets hit the silk precisely, breaking it. The ground spider lost its support and fell to the ground, thrashing wildly. It had not yet recovered from the pain of its broken tooth. Naturally, no one missed this chance. They fired desperately at the spider. Bullets flew everywhere, some hit the soft part of its tail, even making big holes. A few brave ones lifted pickaxes and hammered at it. The attacks worked well. The spider cried out in pain continuously. Finally, the spider forced itself over, shooting webs from tail and mouth, instantly trapping everyone on the spot. It lifted its tail, shooting dense silk to the cave ceiling. Its 8 legs wrapped around the nearest team member, and the tail silk pulled the person up to the ceiling. Venom still dripped from its broken jaw from above. Drip, drip. Everyone looked up. The captured person was wrapped in silk like a dumpling, fixed to the ceiling. Not only that, many other silk dumplings hung from the ceiling, faintly showing animal skeletons inside. Even the team member who went missing in the corridor appeared there. But could only be recognized by his clothes. Most of his flesh turned into blood. Even more chilling, another larger ground spider quietly drank his blood. Next moment, under everyone's terrified gaze, it turned its head and vanished. Chapter 80, Killing the Ground Spider, Underground Passage Revealed. Everyone tried to act further, but the webs on their bodies held them like a swamp. The more they struggled, the tighter the cold, tough silk wrapped. Luckily, Suin was agile. 2 gleaming daggers flew in her delicate hands like butterflies, cutting the bindings with precise motions, making soft shh sounds. Soon, she herself freed from the web's surround. With her help, the others were also quickly rescued. One by one, gasping, hearts still trembling, they slapped at the sticky silk left on their bodies. Back into the corridor. Old Lu, experienced, eyes sharp like fire. He, judging from the shadows crawling on the cave roof and the dangerous air all around, immediately made the safest decision. Hearing him, the others felt as if pardoned, and all clumsily retreated back to the narrow corridor they came from. They leaned against the cold rock wall, while several flashlight beams nervously scanned the uneven roof above, spots shaking, trying hard to guard against a deadly ambush from above. Elsewhere, Jiang Chen, Suin, and Old Lu, like the anchor of the sea, stood straight in the center of the perilous cave, faces showing not a hint of fear. "Young friend Jiang Chen, this is for you," Old Lu said in a deep voice, moving quickly to pull a heavy glass bottle from his bulging backpack, the murky liquid inside swaying. He skillfully lit the cloth at the bottle's mouth with a lighter, the flame leaping instantly, lighting his wrinkled but resolute face, then steadily handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood immediately. Without hesitation, muscles tensing, he gathered all his strength and threw the burning bottle upward like a cannonball. The bottle exploded at the cave top, the spider silk bundles above instantly ignited, the top turning into a sea of fire. The whole cave quickly glowed bright with red light. In the crackling flames, burnt fragments and sticky liquid kept falling like rain. Until a clear human shape appeared in the fire, with burning residual silk, falling heavily downward. Old Lu acted fast, rushing forward in one step. Just as the person was about to smash the ground and be crushed, he caught them steadily, rolling on the ground to dissipate the force. It was the team member just captured, except for badly corroded skin, he was mostly fine. Meanwhile, from the heart of the fire, two sharp, piercing, painful roars sounded. Then, two huge burning black shapes could no longer bear the heat, thud. Thud. Falling heavily, kicking up dust. No doubt, they were the two ground spiders. Now the fire on the cave top was fierce, they could not stay there, not even hanging by silk tails. Now, they had no choice but to fight Jiang Chen and the others on the ground. The two ground spiders hit the ground and immediately activated stealth mode, moving side to side, constantly changing positions, to avoid being targeted by Jiang Chen and the others. However, their shadows stretched in the fire, fully revealing their positions. "Small one is yours, big one is mine," Jang Chen told Suin, both pushing off the ground, running straight to where the spider's shadows began. Jiang Chen moved like lightning, blade flashes striking in succession. Puk. Puk. Two muffled sounds of blade-piercing flesh, almost together. The large ground spider let out a shrill wail, its hard exoskeleton torn by the blade, dark green blood spraying. Pain and fear instantly destroyed its fighting spirit, it spun around frantically, 8 legs kicking, trying to escape the terrible blade, completely losing its will to fight. From this moment, hunter and prey had switched roles. This ambush monster could not match Jiang Chen in direct confrontation, the only troublesome web attacks gradually lost effect. Jiang Chen learned from experience, and each time sticky white web shot at him. He seized the right moment and split the spider web in two with his machete. The cut web lost its full stickiness and restraining power, greatly weakening the restriction on Jiang Chen's movement, often only hanging helplessly on his blade or drifting to the ground. Finally, the machete in Jiang Chen's hand, with the force of a thunderbolt, precisely stabbed into the gap at the vital point of the giant ground spider. The blade twisted, accompanied by a long and desperate wail, completely ending its life. Over on Su Lin's side, the task was completed just as easily. Everyone in the passage watched in constant amazement, their eyes wide open and never closing. Two fourth-tier strange beasts, still capable of spraying silk and venom, such powerful monsters. Jiang Chen and Su Lin, one each, killed them directly? Whose big leg have we grabbed onto? The man said, slapping the person next to him twice until his palms were hot and the other winced in pain, finally believing he was not dreaming. Hey, watch your words. What do you mean grabbing a big leg? We're following the masters, properly helping the masters. Someone quickly corrected with a laugh. Jiang Chen and Su Lin's performance completely won them over. Old Yen came over, slapped Old Lu's shoulder, his tone full of teasing. I say, Old Lu, those two are much fiercer than you. Why didn't I see you jumping just now? Old Lu was not angry, rubbing his chin with a smiling face. I'm old now, my legs and feet are not nimble. Back when I was young, my skills were no worse than theirs. Come on, just keep bragging. Everyone laughed loudly, completely dispelling the previous fear. The firelight at the top of the cave gradually faded, and everyone came out from the passage, gathering around the big hole in the middle of the cave. Old Lu directly set a fire, burning all the spider silk at the entrance and inside the hole, revealing a rusty steel pipe. The pipe went vertically into the ground, after 3 or 4 meters it bent 90 degrees and extended in one direction. I'll go down and take a look. Someone volunteered, tied a rope around their waist and was lowered down. After going down, the person turned a corner and crawled into the pipe, soon disappearing from view. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. 10 minutes later, footsteps came again from inside the pipe, slow and a little light. The other end of the rope felt a dragging force, those above quickly tightened it, pulling the person up. The person who came up looked normal on the outside, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? What's down there? The person seemed a bit dazed, someone shook him hard a few times before he regained focus. There are many transparent jars, the smell is very bad. I didn't see any monsters. When did you start speaking in pauses like that, kid? Ah, whatever. No monsters is enough. Jiang Chen, master, just say the word, and we'll go down to find that mechanism. Jiang Chen, however, vaguely sensed something wrong, especially with cold air occasionally coming from the pipe, affecting him considerably. You few wait at the cave entrance to support, old Lu, you go down with me. The rest, carry these 2 ground spiders outside. At the same time, he sent a message through the system chat channel to remind Luo Xingmian and Aunt Chen to stay in the car and not come out. On the other side, old Lu was instantly displeased at Jiang Chen's arrangement. Hey, Jiang Chen, kid, you really don't know how to respect the old and care for the young. It looks strange down there, and you want me, an old man, to go down with you? As Jiang Chen's strength became more apparent, old Lu increasingly recognized him, though his attitude became more casual. But though he said that, his body acted as if ready to go down at any moment. Jiang Chen knew he was teasing himself, and he did not care. Old Lu, stop wasting words, is that thing you mentioned before also under here? Old Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head, surprised by Jiang Chen's sharp intuition. Exactly, once we reach here, the sense is very clear, that thing is right under this. Jiang Chen, I will go with you. Jiang Chen looked at Su Lin and gently nodded. Whether it was the mechanism blocking the wall or the precious item old Lu mentioned, all clues pointed to the underground pipe in front of them. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, leaping directly into the pipe. Chapter 81 Poison Gas in Frozen Chamber. As the 3 of them jumped into the pipe, a bone-chilling cold hit them, and they could not help but tighten their bodies. At the bottom, another long pipe parallel to the ground appeared before them. The 3 continued along the direction of the pipe, each step echoing inside the steel pipe. The inner walls still had many spider webs, easily sticking to their shoulders and hair. Obviously those 2 ground spiders had visited here often. Just as they were about to reach the end of the pipe, Jiang Chen gripped his machete tightly, not daring to relax. However, there was no danger. After exiting the pipe, a spacious underground area came into view. On both sides, transparent cylindrical glass containers were neatly arranged. The containers were completely filled with a semi-transparent green liquid, tall enough to hold an adult body. Inside the liquid were humanoid creatures, but they were not ordinary people. Their skulls were abnormally swollen, giving a heavy head, light body feeling. 2 black eyes took up most of the face, unbelievably large. Overall, they looked less like humans and more like legendary aliens. At this moment, they all stood quietly inside the glass containers, as if their time had frozen. Jiang Chen cautiously placed his palm on the glass, and an icy chill instantly came through. Jiang Chen kid, these things must not be touched. Before old Lu finished speaking, the huge glass container Jiang Chen touched shattered with a crash. A large amount of green liquid spilled, and the unknown creature inside rushed out. As Jiang Chen prepared to strike, it only walked 2 steps forward, then froze in place while keeping its walking posture. Its skin was light green, and the large black eyes now had a white frost layer, looking frozen. Jiang Chen poked it twice with the machete, and it had no reaction, then boldly touched its body with his hand. It was icy cold, with no pulse, clearly a dead thing. Old Lu, do you recognize this thing? Old Lu raised his eyebrows, searching his memory, then shook his head helplessly. Never seen it, probably some humanoid monster. Su Lin instinctively felt uneasy, urging, Jiang Chen, we better leave quickly. Jiang Chen nodded, and the 3 continued deeper into the hall, constantly encountering creatures breaking out of jars, startling them several times. Each time they thought the creatures would attack, they quickly froze in place. It felt more like following some instinctive behavior from life. A large amount of green potion spilled, evaporating quickly, filling the entire hall. The potion had a complex mixed chemical smell, with the strongest being the smell of preservatives. The odor was very pungent. As time passed, the smoke made Jiang Chen and the others feel a bit dizzy. Jiang Chen, I need to rest for a bit. Su Lin suddenly spoke up, and Jiang Chen noticed her face had turned slightly pale. He himself wasn't feeling well either. The strange green liquid had probably been fermenting in the jar for who knows how long, and its toxicity was comparable to poison. Now that it was all released at once, any ordinary person would probably fall unconscious at the first whiff of it. It was a miracle that Jiang Chen and the others had lasted this long. Jiang Chen quickly helped Su Lin and moved to an open area ahead. It was farther from those drug containers, allowing them to take a brief rest. Now, the entire hall was filled with the toxic fumes from the evaporating liquid. The difference between the areas was just the concentration level. This made him think of Luo Xingmian. If she were here, with her skills, this level of poison would probably be solved in no time. However, this place was dangerous and unpredictable, so it wouldn't have been appropriate for her to follow them blindly. Just as Jiang Chen was considering whether to temporarily retreat and wait for the poison to dissipate, he glanced at old Lu, who seemed unaffected by the toxic fumes. He inwardly cursed, this old guy really isn't as simple as he looks. He must have a lot of hidden cards. As Jiang Chen observed, old Lu's breathing was steady, with the rise and fall of his chest slower than normal, which was quite strange. While Jiang Chen was inspecting him, old Lu was also looking at him and Su Lin with a mocking gaze. Stop looking. This is called turtle breathing technique. It takes at least 10 to 8 years to learn properly. I really can't stand you young people, so rash, daring to come down and explore. As he spoke, he leisurely opened his backpack and began searching through it. Jiang Chen casually took a glance at what was inside the backpack. Wow, it was practically a small treasure chest. It had all kinds of emergency supplies, especially first aid medicines, which were fully stocked. This old man, he's really a survival expert. He's prepared for anything. Compared to that, Jiang Chen's own preparation seemed rather hasty. Before long, old Lu pulled out 2 small gas masks from his backpack. His mouth twitched, and he handed them to Jiang Chen and Suin with some reluctance. As soon as they put them on, the dizziness symptoms lessened significantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that this old Lu was indeed full of surprises, and he couldn't help but admire him a little more. He even thought that if the previous convoy had been attacked by the human-faced spiders, even if he hadn't acted, old Lu probably had a backup plan to get them out of danger. It was just uncertain what kind of price it would have cost. Alright, let's move quickly. The filter in this mask won't last much longer. The 3 of them started moving again, picking up their pace. Along the way, green liquid continued to spill out of the broken cylindrical containers, but with the gas masks, it was hard for the toxins to pose a threat to Jiang Chen and the others. At the end of the hall, the walls on both sides suddenly moved towards the center, revealing a narrow passage. On either side of the passage were rows of tightly locked rooms. The passage wasn't long, and they could see the end from where they were standing. At the end was a sealed chamber. The door to the chamber was covered with layers of spider silk. The spider silk stretched all the way to the walls on both sides, even covering the doors of other rooms that were close to the chamber. From a distance, it looked like a giant cocoon had formed. But this cocoon wasn't for giving birth, it was for sealing something. It wasn't hard to guess that this was the work of the 2 ground spiders they had slain earlier. Were they afraid of what was inside the chamber getting out? At the same time, a tangible chill began to seep through the chamber door and the thick spider silk, penetrating into the outside. Jiang Chen, that thing is inside. Old Lu's expression turned serious as he spoke solemnly. The mechanism to open the door should also be inside. Su Lin added. Jiang Chen clenched the machete tightly with his 5 fingers, then gradually loosened his grip and slowly inserted the knife back into the sheath on his back. At this moment, his face was filled with both seriousness and excitement, which eventually turned entirely into calmness. With things having come to this point, the only choice was to keep moving forward. After a fire, the rusty secret room door was revealed to the light once more. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, firmly gripping the cold doorknob with both hands, and suddenly pushed it to one side with force. Creak! With the harsh friction sound of the heavy iron door sliding, a wave of chilling cold instantly hit their faces. And the long-sealed scene inside the secret room finally appeared before the 3 of them without any concealment. Chapter 82, Peak of 4th Level, Dual Guardians. The secret room was only the size of a basketball court, and white frost had formed on the surrounding walls. Without any extra hint, Jiang Chen could tell that this was the source of the cold. The scene inside the secret room immediately captured the attention of the 3. Against the innermost wall, there stood a massive giant, an enormous cylindrical medicine jar. It was similar in shape to the containers outside, also filled with strange green medicine liquid. But its size was several times larger than the ones outside, like a small isolated tower. Within the liquid, a tall human figure stood quietly. From Jiang Chen's angle, only a blurry black shadow could be seen. The surrounding silence was almost excessive, which made Jiang Chen and the others even more tense. Crack, crack, crack. As Jiang Chen stepped forward to look at the jar more closely, the sound of something cracking rang clearly in the quiet room. When he moved closer, he realized that the huge cylindrical jar's glass surface was covered with cracks without him noticing. With a crisp bang, a small piece of glass at the bottom of the jar flew out under hydraulic pressure, and a stream of green liquid spurted from the gap. Bang, bang, bang. More and more glass fragments flew out, and the bottom of the jar quickly became like a sieve, multiple streams of green liquid flowing out. The medicine liquid reached Jiang Chen's feet, seeping into his shoes, and the pungent smell pierced his nose again. Jiang Chen quickly stepped back a few steps, keeping a safe distance from the poisonous liquid. Just as he stabilized his stance, a loud explosion sounded in his ears. Crash! He looked up, and the huge jar in front of him shattered violently, pouring out a large amount of green liquid. The figure hidden in the jar was finally fully revealed to the 3 of them. It was a giant man over 2 meters tall, but less than 3 meters, kneeling halfway on the ground. His skin was blue-green, muscles hardened like iron lumps, sharp and defined. He was bare-chested, veins and infusion tubes bulging across his body, all converging somewhere on his back. And the strangest part was his head, completely submerged in a small cylindrical glass container. The container was also filled with medicine liquid, looking suffocating. Is that thing still alive? Old Lu looked at this extremely strange scene and swallowed with difficulty. As if responding to his question, the blue creature slowly stood up. He stiffly twisted his neck, and the jar on his head swayed with him, as if it had naturally grown there. Gurgle gurgle. The blue creature clenched his fists, looking down at his body, and as he spoke, bubbles rose in the container. He seemed to want to say something. Jiang Chen and the others felt an invisible pressure pressing down on them, too cautious to move, only silently on guard. Fragmented, unclear sounds came out from the creature's mouth with great difficulty. "I come back to life." The sound was just like speaking with water in his mouth, very hard to understand. Then, the speed at which he rotated his neck increased, and the stiffness quickly faded. His thick neck moved freely in all directions. Suddenly, he thrust both arms outward with all his strength. Crackling. The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed violently through the room. Jiang Chen. Suin already had both guns gripped firmly in her hands, waiting for Jiang Chen's next command. Hearing Sulin's voice, the eerie blue creature suddenly lifted its head, locking its gaze directly onto Jiang Chen and the others. Its expression, once blank, instantly transformed into a fierce, overwhelming fury. "Lowly, ants, how dare you, spy! System, scan." The sudden change caused Jiang Chen's heart to tense, and he dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately activating the system's scanning function. Monster information scan complete. Bipolar Guardian, Tier 4 Peak Beast. Physique, 150. Strength, 150. Agility, 110. Traits, both physique and strength are top tier among Tier 4 beasts. As soon as Jiang Chen saw the panel, his pupils constricted sharply. Tier 4 Peak. Before he could speak to warn them, the Bipolar Guardian suddenly turned, grabbing the massive iron hammer beside the wreckage of the medicine canister, a hammer as tall as him. The hammer was covered in rust, but as he swung it with both hands, it exuded a powerful and explosive force. "Be careful." As Jang Chen shouted the warning, the giant man had already taken a step forward, charging toward them. Each step caused the entire chamber to seem to shake. Boom! The hammer, with the force of a storm, smashed down from above. Suin instantly raised her gun, firing several shots in quick succession. The bullets hit the Bipolar Guardian's chest, sparking off with a shower of sparks, but not even scratching the surface. The giant was completely unfazed, and the hammer's assault showed no signs of slowing. Jiang Chen raised his sword to block. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing made their eardrums ache. A force far beyond his expectations surged along the blade of his sword. Jiang Chen's arm violently shook, his palm went numb, and he was forced back several steps, leaving 2 deep marks in the ground from his shoes. Old Lu leapt forward, positioning himself and throwing a crushing punch aimed at the creature's vulnerable joints. But when his fist landed on the creature, it was as if he had struck a thick wall. His arm went numb, his knuckles turned red, but the creature remained unscathed. The Bipolar Guardian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he swung his giant hammer in all directions. Old Lu's face changed, hurriedly retreating to defend himself, but still being forced back by the immense force, slamming into the wall and almost losing consciousness. In the short span of a few moments, the 3 of them were all knocked down. Jiang Chen silently cursed under his breath. In actual combat, they discovered that the Bipolar Guardian's strength was far beyond their expectations. The Bipolar Guardian, still gripping his giant hammer, slowly began to advance. In the glass container above his head, a pair of ice-cold eyes stared down at them. The oppressive feeling weighed down on them like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Suin, in the best condition, quickly moved behind the Bipolar Guardian, raised her gun, and aimed directly at the transparent container on his neck. Clang! Clang! The bullets hit the transparent container, but were easily deflected. The hardness of this container was far beyond the ordinary containers they had seen outside, far beyond what ordinary bullets could affect. The Bipolar Guardian was once again enraged by Sulin's actions, and bubbles began wildly rising from the container. The green liquid inside had already turned yellowish-green. He slowly turned around, locking his eyes on Suin, switching to holding the hammer with one hand, dragging it along the ground. His other hand maintained balance in front, and his pace gradually quickened. With each step, the floor of the chamber trembled. Barefoot, he ran faster and faster, his enormous body rushing through the air with a powerful gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Suin. The other hand swung forward with full force, sending the giant hammer flying through the air in a perfect arc, and then it slammed into the ground right where Suin was standing. Suin quickly retreated, barely avoiding the blow. The massive crash of the hammer against the ground made her ears ring in pain. The Bipolar Guardian, not showing mercy, kept swinging the giant hammer with one hand, hammering away in all directions, the range of attacks overwhelming. Suin was forced to retreat again and again. There was not even a gap to catch her breath. Her steps staggered, her back suddenly hitting the cold wall. Nowhere left to retreat. The huge hammer swept again with destructive power. Sulin's eyes flashed with resolve, quickly drawing the two daggers at her waist, hands gripping tightly, using all her strength to block in front of her. Clang! The daggers shattered instantly with a sharp sound, fragments flying in all directions. Sulin's body flew to the side like a kite with its string cut, just hitting Jiang Chen, who rushed over in time, ribs aching, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling out. This strike had hurt Suin badly. Jiang Chen slowly put her down. His gaze fixed on the twin guardians not far away. The aura around him suddenly turned cold, eyes revealing an undeniable viciousness. Chapter 83. Jiang Chen fights the twin guardians alone. You all stay back, I will handle him. Suin and old Lu heard this and did not argue, only understanding silently, and stepped back toward the door, finding a relatively safe corner to stand. This twin guardian's power was terrifying. The giant hammer it swung could make flesh fall off even by brushing or hitting. Their bodies were not like Jiang Chen's. Continuing to fight it would not help, but could easily cause accidents and drag him down. Suin did not just watch, she quickly took out her sniper rifle, stabilized it, muzzle locked on the twin guardian. Finger on the trigger, ready to support Jiang Chen. As soon as the enemy showed a flaw, she would pull immediately. Jiang Chen held the machete across his chest, stepping forward. Now his strength and body had both reached 100 points, plus the protection of his bulletproof vest and the machete. He was just able to match the twin guardian's base power level. But with that huge iron hammer, each swing carried an unstoppable force, extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing Jiang Chen move forward, the twin guardian let out a rough and violent low roar, the yellow-green liquid in the glass container on its head bubbling wildly, bubbles gurgling. It hesitated not at all, swinging the huge hammer with one hand, carrying a whistling wind, smashing down on Jiang Chen like Mount Tai crushing down. The hammer's wind made the air tremble, the broken glass and leftover green liquid on the ground scattered, even the frost on the wall fell down. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, knowing he could not clash with this brute force, his feet pushed hard, body moving like a ghost half a meter sideways, barely avoiding the deadly strike. Boom! The huge hammer smashed the ground heavily, instantly creating a deep pit, stones flying, shaking the whole chamber slightly, cracks appearing beneath Jiang Chen's feet. Before the hammer could fully recover, Jiang Chen seized the fleeting moment, leaping up, body twisting in the air, the machete carrying all his strength, slashing down at the twin guardian's abdomen and waist. The blade cut a line of blood on the guardian, the wound shallow, but it unleashed its ferocity. It bent down, hands gripping the hammer, after a brief pause, began wildly smashing the hammer in all directions. Its swings were chaotic, the hammer's path unpredictable, forming a deadly zone several meters wide around the twin guardian. Jiang Chen could not dodge in time, using the blade to block, a huge force transmitted through the weapon. He stepped back, avoiding the attack range. He shook his numb wrist, looking at the machete. A crack had appeared on the blade. Fear did not appear in Jiang Chen's eyes, instead growing colder, gaze locked on the twin guardian, mind rapidly replaying the fight, searching for its weakness. The next second, the bipolar guardian switched back to holding the hammer with one hand, raising it high and wildly swinging it, repeatedly drawing a horizontal H shape in the air. The sound of the hammer cutting through the air was terrifying to hear, and as it swung, it took step after step toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was serious. He simply could not get close to the bipolar guardian in this posture, let alone inflict any further damage on it. Clang! The giant hammer slammed onto Jiang Chen's axe, causing such a shock that blood began to ooze from his tiger's mouth. By all rights, such a forceful and heavy attack would require a brief adjustment after each strike to build up power again. But the bipolar guardian was completely different. The moment its giant hammer was blocked by Jiang Chen's axe, it did not slow down at all. Instead, it cleverly used the momentum of the collision to change direction and swung again toward Jiang Chen with full force. Clang! Clang clang! The sharp ringing of metal against metal echoed continuously, and Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, barely managing to block the strikes. The violent force surged through the axe, numbing his arms, and he couldn't even spare a hand to counterattack. His body was forced back, cornered against the wall with nowhere to retreat. One hammer, two hammers, three hammers. The bipolar guardian swung three hammers in a row, as though its strength were endless, with no sign of exhaustion. Jiang Chen's heart was storming. This was definitely the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced. Clang clang! Clang clang! After the third hammer, the fourth came right after, with every strike just as powerful as the first, even more violent. Even in such a dire situation, Jiang Chen showed no sign of panic. Instead, he was calm to the extreme, his eyes fixed on the hammer's swinging trajectory. He quickly realized that this monster, while seemingly recklessly swinging its hammer, was actually using a hammer technique of incredible precision. Each strike was not a waste of brute strength. Instead, it used the momentum of the previous strike to fuel the next one. Each blow was linked to the next, a continuous flow, and not only did the force not decrease, it actually grew stronger with every strike. After taking several hits head-on, the axe in Jiang Chen's hands was covered in cracks, the blade slightly twisted, about to shatter at any moment. So it's technique, so this is how it works. Jiang Chen's mind flashed with the power discharge technique that old Lu had used in their previous fight. Against a strong enemy, brute force was never the answer. He could do it too. Another heavy hammer came, wrapped in a violent gust of wind. The moment Jiang Chen blocked with his axe, his wrist suddenly surged with power. He skillfully tilted the blade to the right, letting the hammer's brute force slide off, avoiding a direct clash. It worked. Before he could even catch his breath, 3 more hammers came in quick succession. Using the power discharge technique he had just mastered, Jiang Chen's movements were still a bit awkward, but he barely managed to block these 3 waves of attacks. By now, the bipolar guardian had already swung 10 hammers, and the attack still showed no signs of stopping. Its blue iron-colored muscles were taut, gathering all of its strength. Then it furiously smashed down with the deadliest 11th hammer. Crack! The axe collided with the hammer and shattered into countless pieces. The giant hammer's momentum did not slow, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of Jiang Chen, sending shards of stone flying. It was only a few centimeters away from completely smashing his foot. Having been on the defensive for so long, Jiang Chen had already reached his limit. The recoil from the hammer was slowly eroding his insides. He could no longer hold on, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, staining the ground in front of him. The bipolar guardian let out a furious, low growl, its yellow-green liquid inside the glass container above its head churning violently. It suddenly turned into a murky dark yellow. It dragged the giant hammer, slowly advancing toward Jiang Chen. With every step, the floor of the chamber trembled slightly, its momentum overwhelming. Jiang Chen, half kneeling with the broken axe handle in his hand, was panting heavily, but he showed no signs of retreat. Bang! Suin seized the opportunity and fired a shot, hitting the back of the bipolar guardian's hand that gripped the hammer. The bullet was deflected, and a blood hole appeared in its hand, causing it to roar in pain, its actions momentarily faltering. This gave Jiang Chen a brief moment to catch his breath. Hold on, Jiang Chen. Old Lu beside Suin was already sweating heavily at this moment. Jiang Chen quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm, lifted his eyes, and in them, there was no despair, only a cold, desperate resolve. At this point, there was nothing else to do but use the trump card. Vehicle synchronization, activate. A low shout echoed in his heart, and a faint golden light suddenly burst out around Jiang Chen. The immense power from the RV's core surged throughout his body in an instant. His original 100 points of power instantly multiplied several times, and even the air was vibrating with a buzzing sound. He propped himself up on the ground, slowly standing, with exhaustion and pain completely suppressed by the violent energy. The dual-phase guardian howled fiercely, and before Jiang Chen could fully stabilize, it swung its giant hammer in a lethal smash. The force was even more terrifying than any of its previous strikes. But this time, Jiang Chen did not dodge. He gently raised his left hand and lightly blocked, stabilizing that earth-shattering blow right in midair. The power of the giant hammer vanished as if it had entered a bottomless ocean. The fury in the dual-phase guardian's eyes froze instantly, and for the first time, a look of astonishment appeared. Before it could react, Jiang Chen moved forward, his right fist tightening as all his strength gathered into one point, heading straight for the glass container on its neck. Chapter 84, The Mutation Resurges, a fifth-stage beast? This punch was aimed to completely smash the glass container on its neck, along with its head. The dual-phase guardian, enraged and frightened, suddenly twisted its neck, desperately trying to avoid this fatal blow. Seeing that his punch was about to miss, Jiang Chen's wrist suddenly sank, and his punch shifted downward, smashing violently toward the guardian's chest. Bang! A thunderous, deep sound exploded. Under the terrifying punch power granted by the vehicle synchronization, there was no reservation as it slammed into the dual-phase guardian's chest. Its iron-like blue skin instantly shattered, and its chest was directly pierced, blood and broken bones splattering everywhere. Its massive body flew like a broken kite, rolling several times on the ground before crashing to a stop. It lay face down, deeply buried in the earth, a horrifying hole exploded in its back, its arms dangling limply, completely drained of energy. The once vicious and ferocious fourth-stage peak beast was now lying motionless on the ground, having lost all resistance. Did we win? Old Lu walked over, his face full of astonishment. Suin, however, was immediately concerned about Jiang Chen's injuries. The battle just now had been perilously intense. Good boy, thank goodness you were here. As the vehicle synchronization effect faded, Jiang Chen was physically and mentally exhausted, with no energy to indulge in pleasantries with Old Lu. Old Lu, where is that thing you mentioned? Old Lu smacked his head. Oh, right, let me take a look. He began to close his eyes to sense, and finally turned his gaze to the dual-phase guardian, with suspicion in his eyes. If my sensing is correct, that thing is inside its body. Jiang Chen, the door mechanism is there. At this moment, Su Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Her sharp eyes quickly pinpointed the mechanism's location, and just as she was about to step forward, her ears twitched suddenly. Wait. Something's wrong. The three of them focused their gazes, and were horrified to discover. On the back of the dual-phase guardian's head, there was another human face. The face was weathered, covered in deep wrinkles, and was now showing a sinister smile. Jiang Chen and the others couldn't hear the laughter, but they could hear the bubbling sound of the medicinal liquid in the container. At the same time, they noticed a medicine jar strapped to the back of the dual-phase guardian, and the liquid level inside was rapidly dropping, with the medicine constantly being injected into its body via a tube. A bone-chilling cold spread suddenly, followed by an eerie rise in temperature around them. The next moment, a scene that made their scalps tingle occurred. The terrifying wound on the dual-phase guardian's chest was rapidly growing new flesh. The gaping hole that had been blown open was visibly healing, filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dual-phase guardian, which had just died, was now. It came back to life. It slowly stood up, its aura soaring wildly around it, and suddenly turned its head, bringing the face of the old man behind it to the front. With a deafening roar to the sky, the white frost on its body melted into water, and its bluish-gray skin gradually turned into a fierce, blood-red color. Even the medicinal liquid in the container around its neck turned into a thick, blood-like color. Warning! Warning! Monster attribute change detected, scanning again. Jiang Chen looked at the system page. The values of the bipolar watcher were wildly fluctuating, and a strong unease surged in his heart. He could clearly feel that the bipolar watcher's strength was skyrocketing, and it was completely out of their ability to fight. Run! He shouted at Su Lin and Old Lu, while positioning himself in front of the bipolar watcher, buying Su Lin and the others a chance to escape. Little girl, hurry up and go! Old Lu urged anxiously. Su Lin glanced at Jiang Chen with some reluctance, then her expression firmed as she turned and ran toward the door. She chose to trust Jiang Chen's judgment. Monster has completely unsealed, attribute information updated. Bipolar Watcher, 5th tier mutant beast. Constitution, 245. Strength, 245. Agility, 170. Jiang Chen watched as the bipolar watcher's tier slowly shifted from the 4th to the 5th tier, and he no longer had any hope left. No wonder this guy is so troublesome. It turns out to be a 5th tier mutant beast, but its power was sealed by something, temporarily falling to the 4th tier. Jiang Chen looked at Su Lin and the others disappearing into the distance, and his heart became calm. Now, he no longer had any concerns. Counting the time, we're almost at the exit. I just need to hold on for a little longer. The bipolar watcher, glowing red all over, didn't pay attention to the retreating Su Lin and the others. Its eyes were now only on Jiang Chen. It stepped forward heavily, the air around it burning with intense heat, each step making the ground slightly scorch. Jiang Chen, however, grinned, his face showing no fear, only a ruthless determination to go all in. He did not retreat but advanced, meeting the terrifying aura of the 5th tier mutant beast, and suddenly swung his fist to clash against it. Crack! A sharp sound of bone breaking rang out. With just one punch, Jiang Chen's arm twisted and deformed, the sharp pain rushing to his head. But he didn't even flinch. The bipolar watcher's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and its second punch, carrying the power to destroy everything, once again slammed towards Jiang Chen's head. If this blow landed, death was certain. Jiang Chen didn't dodge, only calmly closing his eyes. Just as the punch was about to crush him, his body suddenly became intangible, transforming into countless small golden light spots that flew away into the distance, vanishing into thin air. Jiang Chen's ultimate life-saving trump card, the Human Vehicle Coexistence skill, was activated. Human Vehicle Coexistence, passive automatically triggers before the driver suffers a fatal blow, consuming 70% of the vehicle's durability and teleporting the driver back into the vehicle. The bipolar watcher's punch missed, its tremendous force crashing into the ground, instantly creating a spiderweb-like crack. It looked around in confusion, trying to sense Jiang Chen's presence, and finally, in a fit of rage, it charged out. Meanwhile, Su Lin, who had already fled outside, entered the armored RV, her eyes staring out the window, full of worry. The next second, the grand armored RV suddenly became worn out, rusty, and on the verge of falling apart. What happened? Luo Xingmian and Anshan rushed over, staring in bewilderment at the RV's condition. Soon after, golden light spots gathered in the RV's hall, and after a moment, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Jiang Chen? The three of them quickly gathered around. Su Lin was the first to speak, her voice trembling slightly, wanting to say something, but stopping herself when the words were on the tip of her tongue. Jiang Chen, what happened to your arm? Luo Xingmian noticed the state of Jiang Chen's arm, her eyes filling with tears, her voice carrying a sob. Jiang Chen at this moment did not dare to relax even a little, his eyes staring fixedly at the cave entrance. No time to explain, get ready. As soon as his words fell, a monster with a red body and a transparent container on its head squeezed out from the cave. The bipolar guardian had come out to chase. Jiang Chen glanced at the broken-armed RV and the two fallen spider corpses next to it, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Dare to chase out, looking for death. Chapter 85, Killing a 5th level beast, obtaining a legendary item. What is that thing?
As soon as Luo Xingmian saw the bipolar guardian, he instinctively covered his mouth with his hand, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, while moving closer to Jiang Chen.
Everyone! Quickly get on the vehicle and be on guard.
Old Lu Tu now looked as if facing a deadly enemy, veins bulging on his forehead, fully aware of how terrifying this monster before them was.
Such a scary aura, it suffocates me. Is this really something we can fight? If we don't run, we'll die, right?
Some even felt the impulse to flee, their legs trembling slightly, but in the end, they suppressed the urge. They chose to trust Jiang Chen and old Lu Tu, gritting their teeth and aiming their weapons at the monster.
Gunfire rang out in bursts, bullets falling on the bipolar guardian like raindrops.
But it caused no real damage, leaving only tiny white marks and bouncing sparks.
Instead, it slammed its huge hammer onto the ground, boom.
The shockwave rose like a real impact wave, making everyone squint their eyes. That was not all, the bipolar guardian swept its hammer horizontally across the ground, with destructive brute force, instantly plowing a deep, terrifying trench. The violent power carried rocks and sand, striking a small vehicle, smashing it flat and pushing it sideways for several meters.
Powerful, terrifying, unmatched.
Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their hearts racing.
Jiang Chen looked around, seeing the RV's loose metal frame, understanding clearly.
The human-vehicle coexistence skill had used up 70% of the RV's durability. In its current state, it could not withstand the impact of a 5th-level bipolar guardian.
But system, devour.
The 2 spider corpses dragged out by everyone were now piled beside the RV.
The spider bodies were forcibly pulled and stretched, finally being completely absorbed into the RV.
The RV rapidly renewed and rebuilt itself.
Vehicle durability plus 20. Vehicle durability plus 25. The RV's durability instantly recovered to 75 points. Jiang Chen felt greatly relieved, this was enough. He dashed to the driver's cabin and immediately pressed the start button of the assault alloy drill. VRRRR boom.
The huge alloy drill spun at high speed, its tip turning into a blur of silver light, erupting with deafening mechanical roars, the powerful airflow lifting dust, the aura soaring. The previously pale-faced people suddenly seemed to grasp a core, their expressions lifted.
Jiang Chen is taking action. So strong is this the vehicle the boss controls? It's like a steel giant awakened.
Jang Chen turned the RV's front directly at the bipolar guardian just coming out of the cave. The bipolar guardian roared violently as it rushed out, its red eyes locked on Jiang Chen, lunging toward him. Jiang Chen would not give it that chance, pressing the accelerator, driving the RV straight at it, the high-speed assault drill aiming at its chest with unstoppable momentum. Old Lu Tu roared and ordered everyone to shoot. They all pulled the triggers, bullets densely hitting the monster's face and joints, the more vulnerable parts.
Though the shots did not break its defense, they successfully restrained its movements.
Facing the assault drill coming straight at it, the bipolar guardian violently raised its hammer across its chest to block. The drill and hammer handle crashed together with a thunderous sound, clang ssssh.
Dazzling sparks flew wildly, exploding densely like festival fireworks. The piercing screech of metal grinding made everyone's eardrums ache painfully.
The dual-phase guardian was shoved backward hard by the armored RV, its feet plowing deep furrows in the ground until its back slammed heavily against the rock wall, barely steadying itself. But the terrifying force of the assault drill did not stop. Its arm was slowly bent, muscles bulging and twisted, making unbearable creaking sounds. The giant hammer's handle, pushed relentlessly by the drill, slowly pressed toward its own chest. Finally, with a crisp, loud crack, the long handle of the hammer broke. The dual-phase guardian dropped the hammer and swung its palm at the assault drill, the giant fan-like hand cutting through the air, but it was violently struck by the spinning drill. The hard flesh was instantly torn open, flesh and bone shredded by the drill, a piercing scream echoing all around. It struggled desperately to escape, but the drill held it tight. Jiang Chen kept applying force, and the drill kept driving deeper, piercing through its chest. Its resistance grew weaker, its body shredded by the drill, until it collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud.
Completely lifeless. In terms of numbers, Jiang Chen's RV had never been afraid. The vehicle was his ultimate trump card. Jiang Chen released the steering wheel, leaned back in his seat, his chest still heaving violently, sweat beads forming on his forehead. When his wildly pounding heart gradually calmed, his Adam's apple rolled as he let out a low shout into the empty cockpit. Huff!
The voice carried a hoarse relief, also hiding a bit of joy from victory. The frustration from being suppressed earlier, with the dual-phase guardian defeated, was all released at this moment. Everyone stared at the fallen, completely lifeless dual-phase guardian, frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. The terrifying monster that had suffocated them just a moment ago
was now utterly crushed, leaving only overwhelming shock on the scene.
After a long time, people slowly woke from their daze, bursting into uncontrollable cheers, some hugged in excitement, some cried tears of joy.
It's dead? Such a terrifying vehicle. This kind of monster was crushed head-on. So satisfying. Is this the boss's power? We're not even in the same league. It's like a god descended. Old Lu watched the crowd's reaction, knowing clearly in his heart. In the convoy's view, Jiang Chen's prestige would soon surpass his own. And he wasn't sure if following Jiang Chen's lead was right or wrong. Finally, he looked toward Jiang Chen, nodding heavily to show his approval. Suin and Luo Xingmian arrived at the cockpit, both emotional, their eyes on Jiang Chen full of hidden worry. Suin stood silently, her gaze unconsciously slanting toward Jiang Chen. Let me see your hand. Luo Xingmian turned her face away, her ears slightly red, her voice stiff. I'm not caring for you, I just can't stand seeing anyone hurt. A soft light glimmered at her fingertips, warm and pure like moonlight, gently covering Jiang Chen's injured hand. The twisted, bruised arm healed rapidly before the eyes, and the sharp pain disappeared. After a moment, not only were the arm wounds healed, but even the hidden injuries left by the fight inside his body were completely cured. Though healed, the huge exhaustion from the battle was real and undeniable. Jang Chen ordered everyone to rest on the spot and began counting and organizing all the gains from the battle. System: Devour. The previously arrogant 5th-grade mutant beast now became nourishment for the armored RV. The beast's corpse was quickly swallowed entirely by the RV. Only a broken giant hammer remained on the spot, along with a heart-shaped crystal swirling with cold air. Chen immediately fixed her eyes on the broken hammer, a sharp light flashing in her eyes, and she quickly got off the car to pick it up, already calculating how to repair this weapon of high rank. Jiang Chen raised his hand to catch it, a white light flashing, and the heart-shaped crystal landed steadily in his palm. The crystal was clear and bright, inside as if a blue ice nebula was slowly spinning, sending out bone-chilling cold, containing massive and pure energy. The next second, the system prompt sounded clearly. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary item, Heart of the Glacier. Chapter 86 Harvest Summary. Heart of the Glacier, Legendary. Description: the most enduring ice core remaining from the Ice Age. Effect: lowers the surrounding temperature, huge range, can keep food from rotting, also keeps the body from decay, slows aging. Rumor says if used with self-healing ability, it may even revive the dead, though this is not confirmed. The moment the words legendary appeared, Jiang Chen knew this thing was not ordinary. Reading the effect description, he admitted. He had underestimated the value of these 3 words at first. The first effect was the most ordinary: food does not rot. With this thing, food basically had infinite shelf life. Used in the armed RV, it meant infinite storage plus infinite freshness, a perfect match. The other effect was even more amazing: it could slow aging. In other words, it could extend life. And it worked over a wide range, with no consumption, continuously. An item that could keep food fresh for the whole convoy and prolong everyone's life, a legendary item. This was not a tool, it was a true divine artifact. Jiang Chen held the heart of the glacier, feeling an indescribable joy rising in his heart. His fingertips trembled slightly with excitement, the cold from the ice core went through his palm to his heart, but could not suppress the boiling blood in his chest. As Jiang Chen carefully placed the heart of the glacier in the deepest part of the warehouse, the temperature inside the RV and around it dropped several degrees instantly. The cold spread like an invisible tide, metal walls condensed fine water droplets, and breath formed short white mist in the air. This was Jiang Chen controlling it on purpose. With the terrifying power of the heart of the glacier, if left unchecked, many would be frozen into ice statues on the spot. Feeling the sudden change of temperature inside the RV, Luo Xingmian frowned, crossed her arms and rubbed them, teeth lightly chattering. Finally, she glared at Jiang Chen unhappily. Stinky Jiang Chen, what are you up to again? Jiang Chen ignored her, instead leaning to whisper to Su Lin about the heart of the glacier, instructing her to guard this divine item carefully. Su Lin looked toward the deep part of the warehouse, a smile she could not hide curved her eyes like a crescent, her fingertips unconsciously brushing her clothes, as if foreseeing the convoy's future safety. Only Luo Xingmian, still in the dark, sulked and angrily punched the sofa. The sofa leather made a dull echo. She turned her face away, nose sniffing lightly. What's so great about it? Jiang Chen kid, seems you have already got that thing? Old Lu Tu settled the people in the convoy and came to talk. He bent his back, dry thin palms rubbed dust off his pants, eyes cloudy but shining with insight. Jiang Chen just smiled without answering, yet the other already understood. Enough, I'll go down and open the gate mechanism. After resting, we'll be back on the road. Old Lu Tu called 2 people to go with him to the cave entrance, their steps echoing in the corridor. Now there was no danger inside, so Jiang Chen no longer paid attention. He turned around, opened the system panel, and continued checking the rewards he hadn't had time to view earlier. Successfully devoured 2 4th-tier burrow spiders. Gained 40 pounds of edible meat. Acquired 4th-tier equipment upgrade materials, can be used to upgrade 3rd-tier equipment to 4th tier, stored in the warehouse. Obtained 4th-tier crystal core, physical type increases defense by +20 when embedded in armor, increases attack by +20 when embedded in weapons. Gained evolution points, 12,800. Vehicles current evolution progress, 137,000/150,000.
The rewards from devouring 2 4th-tier mutated beasts were fairly standard, but he was somewhat relieved to have obtained a 4th-tier crystal core. The 20-point attribute bonus was substantial, and it made him glance at it a bit longer.
Jiang Chen silently thought.
His machete and Su Lin's dagger had both been destroyed in the previous battle.
He wondered if Aunt Chen could still repair these weapons that had been completely destroyed.
Additionally, his equipment could already be upgraded to 3rd tier, so it was a good opportunity to hand it over to Aunt Chen for upgrading. With that thought in mind, he sent a message to Old Lu, asking him to help collect weapon scraps inside. Old Lu didn't say much and agreed readily.
He continued to check. Successfully devoured a 5th-tier dual-phase warden. Gained 4th-tier equipment upgrade materials, stored in the warehouse.
Acquired some of Su Lin and Luo Xingnian's evolution materials, stored in the warehouse. Gained evolution points, 22,000, vehicles current evolution progress, 150,000/150,000. Evolution points are full, evolution can now be completed. The rewards from devouring the 5th-tier dual-phase warden seemed plain, just a simple high amount of evolution points, but it was the most delightful surprise for Jiang Chen. Because the evolution points were full, his vehicle could evolve again.
System, evolve.
A golden light instantly enveloped the armored RV, the golden light flowing like liquid gold over the vehicle, making his pupils brighten. Before Jiang Chen could even rejoice, the golden light quickly faded, and the system's mechanical voice rang out at that moment.
Warning. Insufficient space, unable to complete evolution.
Please move to a wider area before proceeding with the evolution operation.
Jiang Chen froze in place, instinctively holding his breath. He looked around and confirmed the environment around the RV. Although the current corridor did feel a bit narrow for the armored RV, there was still quite a bit of space on both sides. The system's prompt about insufficient space could only mean one thing: the evolved armored RV would experience an unprecedented size increase, so large that it wouldn't even fit in this corridor. Hiss. Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingle and dared not think too deeply.
The inability to complete the evolution immediately didn't disappoint him, rather, it aroused his greater anticipation.
Boom!
Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, and the entire corridor shook, with rubble continuously falling from the ceiling. Everyone stuck their heads out to check, only to see the huge steel square wall ahead finally moving. The steel wall slowly moved sideways, the heavy metal friction producing a piercing sound, vibrating the entire corridor with a buzzing noise. The thick wall gradually contracted inward, slowly sinking into one side of the rock wall, kicking up dust and rubble that obscured everyone's view. Old Lu and 2 team members happened to be returning at this time and walked straight to the RV, with Old Lu raising his eyebrows at Jiang Chen.
The mechanism's activated. Here, this is the stuff you wanted, he said, tossing a pile of weapon scraps into Jiang Chen's RV window.
Jiang Chen's gaze remained locked on the front, his brow slightly furrowed, a trace of subtle surprise flashing in his eyes.
His previously calm expression now held a bit more solemnity.
He casually raised his chin, signaling to accept the scraps, but his attention never left the direction of the steel wall's movement. After a moment, the last piece of the steel wall completely disappeared into the rock wall, and the dust gradually settled. The scene behind the steel wall finally fully revealed itself to everyone. What appeared in front of them was a long passage. At the end, hidden in the darkness, it stretched endlessly. Unlike the soft sandy and stony ground under everyone's feet, the surface of the newly appeared passage was a layer of dark, dull, hard shell, covered in cracks of all sizes and directions, some even growing weeds,
and scattered broken stones in the potholes.
On both sides of the passage, a few rusted metal scraps were scattered, their outlines vaguely visible. Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn to the unique markings on the passage floor. Faint, faded white lines, broken and scattered, extending toward the dark end of the passage. A chill ran through Jiang Chen's heart. This was actually a road hidden beneath the desert, long abandoned and in disrepair.
Chapter 87, burst out of the ground.
Jiang Chen got out of the car and carefully examined the ancient road in front of him. The asphalt on the road had long turned to powder, grayish like it was covered with an old layer of dust. There were even road signs that looked like they were about to fall down on both sides of the road. Jiang Chen looked at the road, uncertain whether to feel happy or worried. While he was thinking, a light breeze blew from the other end of the road, filled with the scent of ancient dust and a hint of delicate moisture. This instantly relaxed Jiang Chen's mood, and he closed his eyes to enjoy the breeze. Beside him, Old Lu stroked his small beard, exaggeratedly grinning and showing his yellow teeth. Both of them knew that the wind meant the exit was near.
Everyone, get in the car and move forward.
Jiang Chen's car was at the front, giving off the feeling of a moving mountain, full of security. The road wasn't wide, and it stretched endlessly. The headlights of the armored RV only illuminated about 100 meters of road, beyond which was pitch black. There were occasional bends in the road, and fortunately, with Su Lin, an expert driver, they avoided scraping against the rock walls on both sides. The biggest problem was that the road occasionally collapsed, causing trouble for Jiang Chen's RV and the convoy behind.
The only lucky thing was that they hadn't encountered any monster attacks on this road. Otherwise, the convoy would have been forced to fight them head-on. However, the length of this underground road exceeded everyone's expectations. The convoy had been driving at full speed for an entire day and still hadn't seen the end. On both sides were bare rock walls, and ahead was an unchanging road surface and darkness. It made one wonder if they were actually moving forward, or if they were just going in circles. "Old Lou, is this road really the right way?" a more impatient team member asked in the team chat. Jiang Chen honestly wasn't sure either. Although he knew there was most likely an exit at the end. No one could say for sure how far they had to go or whether they were on the right track. The worst-case scenario was that they weren't heading away from the black mist, but actually driving straight into it. It was possible that as soon as the convoy emerged from the ground, the black mist would swallow them right there. This was why the team members were having doubts. But Jang Chen decided not to think too much about it. He knew this was the only path. Since there was no choice, he would accept it calmly. However, old Lou was much calmer. He stretched his hand out the car window, pinched his fingers in the air, and confidently said, "You guys just relax, the bag is not wrong. When have I ever been wrong in my judgment?" But soon, he slapped himself in the face. Suddenly, 3 forks appeared ahead, all about the same width, but leading in different directions. The middle one, when you looked ahead, was still a dark abyss, making one unwilling to proceed. On either side of the main road, there were also 2 more forks, both as deep and black, with no end in sight. Only above these 2 forked paths, there faintly shone a weak light. Looking closely, one could see that the rock layer at the top had split open a tiny crack, and light was slowly spilling through the gap. Along with the light, fine grains of sand and dust fell, floating gently in midair, forming a haze of dust. The light passed through, and due to the dolly effect, clear beams of light appeared. In the pitch-dark underground passage, it stood out especially, and it made everyone's tense hearts feel inexplicably calmer. Both sides have light, would it be better to go that way? I think so too, this path is too dark, it makes people shiver with fear. The convoy stopped at the intersection, and everyone talked in discussion. "Jiang Chen, which way should we go?" Facing Luo Xingmian's question, Jiang Chen and Suin both slightly lowered their heads, stroking their chins, lost in thought. After a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly raised one hand, a finger pointing straight at the dark main road ahead. Just as Luo Xingmian was about to speak, his finger suddenly moved sideways, slowly pointing to the left fork, then gently turned again, landing on the right side. Luo Xingmian blinked not once, leaning forward, her head following his finger swinging left and right, watching very carefully. But in the end, Jiang Chen just withdrew his hand, spread both hands, showing an innocent expression of "I don't know either." Luo Xingmian looked at his annoying face, rolled her eyes massively, her cheeks puffing up slightly in anger. "Old Lu, didn't you say your judgment was correct? Come see which path is right?" Jiang Chen decided to throw this hard problem to old Lu. Now the other really got into trouble, even getting out of the car to carefully observe all 3 intersections, yet still could not decide. "Jiang Chen boy, according to my experience, judging these 3 paths." Old Lu paused, wiped the dust from his face, his tone no longer as certain as before. "They should all be the right road." "You mean any path works?" Jiang Chen did not expect him to say this, confirming again. Old Lu nodded. "Should be, but I dare not guarantee, you make the decision. Whichever path we follow you." Jiang Chen smiled calmly, he was not a hesitant person. Then, continue on the middle road. The armored RV roared back to life, driving straight into the main road ahead. Seeing Jiang Chen already decided, no one doubted, all drove after him. The convoy moved steadily as before, but just when everyone thought everything was as usual, a sudden change occurred ahead. One side of the rock wall suddenly loosened, and in the next moment, it collapsed with a roar. Large rocks tumbled down, instantly blocking the entire road tightly. Luckily, the convoy reacted in time, slamming brakes and just stopping, avoiding the falling rocks. Jiang Chen looked at the pile of rocks blocking the way, expressionless, and without a word, pressed the start button of the assault drill. A piercing spinning sound erupted, the sharp drill charged forward wildly, crushing the giant stones layer by layer into smaller pieces, finally turning into powder on the ground. The massive armored RV became a heavy road roller, rolling straight over the rubble, instantly flattening the road. The people behind watched, and once again, a chorus of amazement arose. Jiang Chen's RV was simply all-powerful, carrying people and goods, fighting monsters, and even clearing obstacles casually. What is there that this vehicle cannot do? After clearing the obstacles, the convoy resumed the road, this time traveling continuously for 3 whole days and nights. Until the 4th day, a wind stronger than before blew head-on, carrying a clear wetness. Everyone instantly felt energized, all looking toward the end of the road. There, a faint light shone. Luo Xingmian rubbed her sleepy eyes, confirming again and again, then suddenly whitened her eyes. "Jiang Chen, there is light ahead." Jiang Chen made a low sound of agreement, the corners of his lips slightly lifted.
A scorching light lit up in his eyes, and his feet moved steadily forward. The light ahead grew brighter and brighter until the RV completely rushed into that brilliance, and the dazzling glare made him instinctively shut his eyes tight. When he slowly opened them, the space before him suddenly expanded clearly. On the horizon, the dying sun was like blood, slowly sinking down. The expected endless desert did not appear. Instead, it was a strange dead forest, the damp smell spreading through the air.
Woohoo! Finally out!
The convoy gradually drove out, and everyone couldn't help cheering loudly. Jiang Chen felt completely refreshed, every pore greedily breathing in the fresh air.
Out!
They had finally come out completely from that oppressive underground. He looked at the open dead forest and broken road ahead, a faint confident smile curling on his lips.
It was time. His vehicle could finally evolve. Chapter 88 Vehicle evolves again. UR Class Mobile Castle. Current vehicle meets evolution conditions, evolve immediately? Jiang Chen didn't even think, evolve immediately.
Evolving, estimated time 2 hours. Jiang Chen simply rested in place for 2 hours, this little time he could completely wait. A brilliant golden light completely enveloped the armored RV, the body outline becoming blurry and unreal. Even so, it was still clear that it was undergoing a violent transformation.
Its size expanded wildly in circles, stretching outward constantly. Its height also climbed visibly fast, with the naked eye.
2 hours passed quickly, and a brand new RV stood tall before Jiang Chen. To be precise, this thing barely had much to do with the word RV anymore. 60 meters long, 35 meters wide, 10 meters high. Covering an area of a shocking 2,100 square meters, as big as half a football field. Like a 3-story steel building rising from the ground. And like a micro-aircraft carrier compressed to the extreme. Just standing there, it blocked most of the sky. The sense of pressure hit strongly, making people automatically breathe lightly.
This was no longer something a vehicle could describe.
It was more like a small medieval castle, forcibly cast from massive steel. A place to live, store goods, cover with firepower from afar, crush any obstacle.
The ultimate mobile castle.
Around the head attack drill, a row of holes appeared, radiating cold chill. Several main cannons were added to the sides of the vehicle, black muzzle openings looking terrifying. The originally exposed spikes all retracted, only popping out when danger appeared. On the roof, besides the original machine guns and laser cannons, a giant vertical launcher appeared. It was obvious that whatever came out of here would be extremely terrifying in power. Another obvious change was a circular runway added outside the vehicle, 2 layers up and down. Or it could be called a parking lot, allowing small vehicles to drive or park on it. The nearby resting people noticed the change, their faces showing not only shock but deep confusion.
This huge thing before them completely exceeded their understanding. Jiang Chen could no longer hold back his excitement and directly opened the system panel. Vehicle, Mobile Castle, Hantian. Strength, 5001050. Load capacity, 150 tons 650 tons. Speed, 200 km/h 270 km/h. Endurance, infinity. Durability, 100%.
Rooms, master bedroom ×1, main hall ×1, guest room ×50, weapon room ×1, ordinary warehouse ×1, cold storage ×1, medical room ×1, training room ×1, other rooms several. Vehicle skills. Automatic endurance, shiny gold gas turns into universal fuel, recovers 100% per hour, fuel tank capacity increased 200%.
Compressed warehouse, shiny gold special compression technology modifies the warehouse, items inside are compressed, greatly increasing capacity. Physical shield, gold when receiving a single attack exceeding 30% durability, the shield breaks and ignores this damage. Spiritual shield, gold can withstand up to 2 mental attacks, and adds a layer of shield every 12 hours, the target inside the RV receives 25% less damage from mental attacks. Radar detection, gold detects targets within a 10-kilometer range. Small solar panel, gold absorbs solar energy and converts it into vehicle power, with high efficiency. Vegetable supply, gold grows 3 vegetables every day, types vary depending on the environment. Regenerative water source, gold automatically generates 500 liters of pure water every day. Configuration. Tough alloy drill bit, consumes 1% fuel per minute when activated, a powerful tool for breaking obstacles. Large machine gun, consumes corresponding ammunition from the weapon room, average power. Laser cannon, consumes 100% of the power to activate, powerful, power can only be replenished through solar panels, current charging efficiency can fully charge in 1 day. Cold emission device, new addition consumes internal cold air to activate, reduces the effect of the heart of the glacier for a short period after use. Side main cannon, new addition consumes ammunition from the weapon room to activate, with a strong power. Missile launcher, new addition consumes missiles from the weapon room to launch, currently storing 1 missile, with a diameter of 1 meter and a range of 800 kilometers, a strategic weapon. Sub-vehicle docking platform, new addition provides docking space for subsidiary vehicles, consumes parent vehicle's fuel and durability during operation, can replenish fuel and perform repairs on the docked sub-vehicle. Other configurations: vehicle's constant temperature circulation system, body spike defense system, small solar panel on top of the vehicle, vegetable garden inside, regenerative water tank. Rating: UR grade. Watching the dazzling new devices, Jiang Chen's chest heaved violently, and his eyes flashed with a fanatical gleam. From a heavily armored RV, it directly evolved into the UR-level mobile fortress, Cold Heaven. Strength, load capacity, and speed all surged dramatically. A long list of dazzling golden skills, paired with new main cannons, missile launchers, cold emission devices, double-layered sub-vehicle docking platforms. Each one proclaimed the terror and all-around capabilities of this vehicle. Jang Chen took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fists. An unprecedented sense of confidence and strength surged from his heart to his mind. With this Cold Heaven, he was fully confident to charge ahead without hesitation. Very good. He murmured 2 words, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. His smile carried the self-confidence and sharpness of someone who controlled everything. Well, what is this? Luo Xingmian had only taken a nap, but upon opening her eyes, she saw the interior of the RV completely transformed, leaving her stunned, thinking she was still dreaming. She subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, her eyes wide open, and her face full of disbelief. Sister Suin, come quickly and take a look. She ran upstairs, pulling Suin out of the bedroom with one swift motion. Suin, with her naturally calm demeanor, slightly raised her eyebrows, and even her usually serene eyes flashed with a faint trace of shock. The two leaned on the hallway railing and looked down. The once spacious RV had now completely expanded into a 3-story structure, with dozens of rooms arranged on each floor, brightly lit and neatly organized. The hall below was even more astonishingly spacious, stretching out to the horizon. Luo Xingmian covered her mouth with her small hand, her voice softening, but the excitement was still obvious. This is too exaggerated. The vehicles I've seen evolve didn't have anything like this. She took a sneaky glance at Jiang Chen, standing at the control console below, and said with some reproach. What on earth has this guy created? Su Lin's threshold for shock had long been raised during her time with Jiang Chen. Now, she was simply quietly observing the surroundings, and her cool voice carried an almost imperceptible trace of admiration. A 3-story structure, a weapon room expanded several times, a new training room, and overall, the space has increased a lot. After a pause, she looked at Luo Xingmian and softly said. That guy, his operations are always so stunning. Jiang Chen had not noticed Su Lin and Luo Xingmian upstairs. At this moment, he was enveloped by a burst of high-energy golden light. His body was filled with energy. The reward from the evolution of the vehicle finally reflected on him. He directly opened his personal attribute panel, wanting to see just how strong he had become now. However, the moment the panel unfolded, what he saw was not his own attribute data, but a prompt from the system. Please choose your evolution path. Chapter 89, Jiang Chen's Super Evolution, the Dimensional Riser. The system panel quietly floated before Jiang Chen. Name, Jiang Chen. Status, Evolvable. Evolution path options. 1. Beast, focus on comprehensive physical enhancement. 2. Strange, various attack methods, capable of mental attacks. Jiang Chen looked at these 2 options and fell into confusion. In fact, he had anticipated this beforehand. The breakthrough beyond human limits seemed to often be either a beast or a strange form. The problem was, he didn't want to turn into a monster. Humans, though weak, are the ones who understand enjoyment the most. If his body turned into a monster, a lot of pleasures would be directly lost. For example, eating all kinds of delicious food. Jiang Chen even specifically flipped through the mysterious notebook he had previously obtained, but unfortunately, the related records were missing. Just as he hesitated, not knowing which to choose, a burst of purple light suddenly shone, enveloping his body. Jiang Chen turned his head to look. It was the light from the purple Xianstone. This was the mysterious man-made crystal core he had obtained from the underground military factory, which had the function of shielding nuclear radiation and could suppress genetic mutations. Previously, when Su Lin underwent an evolutionary mutation, it was this purple Xianstone that saved him from danger. Jiang Chen was puzzled about why the purple Xianstone suddenly emitted light, but the system prompt quietly changed. Detected that the host's body stability meets the standards, unlocking a new evolution path. Evolution path, 1, Beast 2. Strange 3. Family, protected by a higher power, able to maintain human form, with abilities far beyond ordinary humans. Jiang Chen stared at the description of the family evolution path for a long time. To be honest, this path perfectly met Jiang Chen's requirements. It allowed him to have powerful strength while still maintaining his human form, not degenerating into a monster. But the word protection looked a bit jarring. The so-called protection meant that a powerful being would provide shelter to a weaker being.
Choosing this path meant acknowledging one's own weakness, which carried a sense of resignation, or even submission. However, there really wasn't a better choice at the moment, and just as Jiang Chen was about to choose the family evolution path, the system prompt changed again. Detected a faint power of belief within the host, unlocking a new evolution path. Evolution Path 1, Beast 2. Strange 3. Family 4. Dimensional Riser, half a dimension higher than normal humans, transcending the category of lower beings. The power of belief. Jiang Chen thought of something but wasn't sure. The urgent matter now was to complete the evolution. This time, he didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the fourth evolution path, Dimensional Riser. Evolution completed. Name, Jiang Chen. Physique, 100255. Strength, 100255. Agility, 100180. Intelligence, 19/10025/100, can learn skills +2. Mental, 45/10065/100. Rationality, 650/650. Jiang Chen closed the attribute panel and quickly reopened it. After confirming again, he made sure he wasn't seeing things. His physique and strength attributes had more than doubled, directly skyrocketing from the human limit of 100 points to 255 points. Previously, that 5th level dual phase warden was something Jiang Chen couldn't face head-on, and he had even been forced to use his life-saving trump card. Ultimately, it was the RV's drill that brought it down. Even so, that dual phase warden's physique and strength values were only 245 points, and now, Jiang Chen's numbers were 10 points higher than it. This meant that the entity that had previously forced Jiang Chen into a corner could now be countered by Jiang Chen with his basic physical attributes alone, without needing any other methods, and could even be killed. He never dreamed that this time's improvement would be this terrifying. But then again, it seems it's not completely impossible to understand. According to the system, right now, he only retains the human appearance and mental inertia, but in reality, he has evolved into a race different from humans. In a way, it's an existence from another dimension. Thinking this way, it makes perfect sense that the attribute values have increased so dramatically. Jiang Chen felt the power flowing inside his body. He threw a punch, and the fist cut through the air, making a sharp whooshing sound. He retracted his fist with satisfaction and continued checking his personal attribute panel. Special abilities, 5 out of 12. 1. Coexistence with the vehicle, passive triggered automatically before the owner suffers a fatal blow, consuming 70% of the vehicle's durability, teleporting the owner back into the vehicle. Cannot activate if durability is insufficient. 2. Vehicle synchronization, active once per day, within 5 seconds, the user's attributes are replaced with the vehicle's attributes. 3. Team member domination, active form a mental contract with a team member in the vehicle. Within the vehicle, the other party cannot harbor any harmful intentions, and the host can issue any command forcibly. 4. Dominance of the strong, active earn the respect of the weak. A single thought can cause mental collapse and full body paralysis. Ineffective for individuals whose attributes are more than 1/3 stronger than the host. 5. Attribute resistance, passive reduces 50% of the damage and effects caused by attribute attacks. Ability rating, Dimensional Ascendant. Just like in the previous evolutions, this time the awakening brought a new skill attribute resistance. Jiang Chen immediately thought of the poisonous gas and cold air he encountered in the underground shelter, especially the poisonous gas, which caused some interference at the time. As for the cold air, it was mostly used to seal the biphasic guardians. If it were used against him, the battle would certainly become even more severe. If he understood correctly, attribute attacks should refer to things like fire, freezing, poisonous gas, and so on. Unlike regular physical attacks, these types of attacks don't require the opponent to physically touch you. This time, the attribute resistance skill reduced 50% of attribute damage and effects. This makes Jiang Chen able to calmly deal with enemies who use attribute attacks. The upgrade was complete, and it was time to continue on the road. Before, he had been solely focused on the vehicle and his own evolution, but now Jiang Chen finally calmed down to carefully inspect his surroundings. He looked around, and all he saw were crooked trees on the verge of death, with only a few green leaves hanging on the branches, and most of them were completely bare. The tree trunks were gray-black, just like the increasingly dark environment around him. The ground was wet, and a shallow layer of water even spread onto the road beneath their feet. If a car were to drive by right now, it would definitely splash a large amount of water. Speaking of the road, Jiang Chen noticed that the road had expanded several times its original width. Although this road connected to the underground road, its maintenance was clearly much better than the underground one. Looking back, there was a huge sinkhole, which was where Jiang Chen and the others had emerged from. On the other side of the sinkhole, there was also a wide, well-maintained road. Clearly, the underground road was an accident, and the road on the surface was the main route. By some strange twist of fate, they had come to a new area. He opened the chat channel and took a look. When will this damn desert end? To the front convoy, give us a hint if you found any water source.
We're about to die of thirst. Didn't you notice the sun is already much lower? I think it's almost over. A strange expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. It seemed the other convoys were still in the desert. And yet, they not only had left the desert but had entered a new area. It seemed they had even taken a shortcut and arrived ahead of the others. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance, where several massive mushrooms stood against the dim sky, and further ahead, violent lightning flashes flickered. He shifted his gaze back to the steering wheel and decisively started the newly evolved vehicle, the Cold City. Chapter 90, The Attack of the Flying Mutant Beasts. Everyone, since you've decided to follow me, Jiang Chen, you must sign a spiritual contract with me. From now on, you will follow my orders. If you don't want to, feel free to leave. I will not stop you. The Cold City ship has parking spaces, allowing other attached vehicles to refuel and repair. Its fuel room can accommodate refueling for hundreds of small vehicles without issue. But Jiang Chen would never allow them to use it for free. They must truly submit to him. Only those who obey him would have the right to use it. On the other hand, looking at the evolution of the Cold City ship, it's bound to become larger and more powerful, and it's possible it could evolve into a moving city. The most core internal spaces are only accessible to Jiang Chen and Suin. However, the outer areas may need manpower to manage in the future. The team channel suddenly fell silent. Everyone had witnessed Jiang Chen's terrifying strength over the past few days and fully recognized his power. But to trust him completely, to the point of entrusting their lives and fortunes, honestly, they weren't there yet. A few straightforward characters were ready to agree immediately, but after seeing the silent chat channel, they thought twice and decided not to be the first to act. Old Lu, seeing this, knew he had to step up and set an example. He took a big puff of his cigarette and blew a large smoke ring out the car window. This smoke was what he exchanged with Jiang Chen. After a few days of understanding, he knew better than anyone how impressive Jiang Chen's material reserves were and how strong his own power was. Little brother Jiang Chen, I, Old Lu, will sign. As for the rest, if you still trust Old Lu, then stop hesitating. There's no free lunch in this world, and that's been true throughout history. Old Lu's words stirred up a storm. Those who had been wanting to act immediately signed the contract with Jiang Chen. The remaining people, influenced by this atmosphere, no longer hesitated and quickly signed the spiritual contract with Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen had absolute control over the entire convoy and everyone within it. However, he couldn't be bothered with managing it. This small team was still handed over to Old Lu to manage. If someone's vehicle ran out of fuel or was damaged, they could go to the parking spaces for refueling and repairs themselves. The key was full automation. He himself didn't need to put any effort into it. Soon, the team channel was once again filled with chat messages, and everyone chatted casually. Jiang Chen's attention, however, remained fixed ahead. This road was unlike any other. It seemed to have merged with the surrounding environment. The road surface often cracked, and withered trees grew out from the crevices. Caw-caw. A hoarse cry pulled Jiang Chen's attention from the ground back to the sky. He saw a large group of crows heading straight for Jiang Chen, their massive claws reaching through the windshield, ready to grab his face. Flying mutant beasts? Looking at the crow's size, which was far beyond normal, Jiang Chen immediately judged that these flying creatures were no ordinary birds. But could the Cold City ship's sturdy defenses be shaken by them? Their attack on Jiang Chen was no different from an egg hitting a rock. Thud. Soon, several crows were squashed into meat patties on the windshield. The remaining crows began circling above the Cold City ship, searching for a breakthrough. Occasionally, a few crows dove down, crashing into what they thought were weak points, but in reality, they were thick alloy car bodies. The result was obvious. Attracted by the commotion, another group of flying mutant beasts quickly flew out from the dead trees on both sides. They had sharp, long beaks and a pair of bird claws like suckers, able to firmly attach to the smooth body of the vehicle. Once they grasped the car body, they would start using their hard beaks to pry at it. Each strike felt like a powerful gunshot. A group of woodpeckers, but 100 times more terrifying than woodpeckers. Unfortunately, they encountered Jiang Chen's vehicle, and no matter how hard their tough beaks were, how could they compete with the ultra-high-strength alloys? As they kept pecking, they made themselves dizzy, and their usually invincible sharp beaks started to crack. Many of them froze, their minds short-circuited. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out from behind. Just because Jiang Chen wasn't afraid didn't mean others weren't. Under the sudden attack of the woodpecker-like beasts, the glass of the vehicles carrying ordinary team members quickly started cracking. The attack of these two large groups of flying beasts was still tricky for an average convoy. Under the command of Old Lu, the convoy started shooting back, and those beasts daring to crawl on the vehicles to destroy them were often struck down with an axe. If they fell behind the vehicles where the owners couldn't reach, the rear members would step in and shoot them down. Ha! What's making that noise? Luo Xingnian, yawning and stretching, walked over, and Su Lin followed her. Jiang Chen pointed with his chin. Luo Xingmian looked up and immediately lost all sleepiness.
The sky was filled with swirling, screeching flying beasts, their sharp beaks relentlessly pecking at the glass, making a piercing noise. She instantly became interested, a bit angry, and swiftly climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, grabbing a machine gun. "I'll teach you guys a lesson for disturbing my sleep." Suin sat down in the co-pilot seat, quietly watching Jiang Chen's side profile. Soon, the sound of machine gun fire rang out. Luo Xingmian stood on the vehicle roof, her delicate body facing the swarm of flying beasts, not scared at all, but more excited. Once she entered battle mode, she was quite reliable. Every time the machine gun fired, a large number of flying beasts fell, and the people in the back were filled with excitement.
"Miss Luo is awesome."
Luo Xingmian couldn't handle flattery, so she worked even harder to control the machine gun in fire. Soon, she attracted the attention of the remaining flying beasts, and they all turned to charge at her.
Seeing this, everyone immediately provided cover for her. Jiang Chen lightly pressed another machine gun's activation button, providing her with support.
With the violent firepower of the machine gun combined with the support fire from the rear, these flying beasts were hit by bullets before they could get close to Luo Xingmian, falling to the ground. Either they were devoured by the cold city ship, or collected by other convoy members. Just as Luo Xingmian's personal show was about to end, something unexpected happened. A glowing, winged cicada rushed from the front. It used the air as a springboard, jumping above Luo Xingmian's head, and looking at the way it moved, it was clearly on a different level compared to those swarming flying beasts.
Following it was a pale blue horse, the size of an ordinary horse, but with an aura of terrifying thunder power surrounding it. These two unexpected guests locked their gazes on Luo Xingmian at the same time. Jang Chen's expression also became serious. Chapter 91, Thunder Beast Qilin. The beast, pale blue and horse-like, gave off an immense sense of oppression. Its back was lined with sharp spikes, a long horn on its head, and lightning flashing around it. It simply stood in the air, and the remaining bird-like beasts were struck by thunder, falling down in smoke. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and swallowed them all.
Luo Xingmian quickly adjusted her gun, aiming at these two peculiar beasts.
Bullets poured out, but the two beasts moved extremely fast in the air, easily dodging the attacks. "Xingmian, come back." Suin called out to Luo Xingmian to return to the vehicle.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen completed the monster's information scan. Thunder Beast Qilin, 5th level beast.
Physique, 199. Strength, 175. Agility, 275. Traits, agile movement, skilled in using thunder attacks. Thunder attacks?
Jiang Chen thought of the new skill he had just awakened and smiled softly. But what made him puzzled was that the information of that flying cicada did not scan out. At this moment there was no time to think so much, just kill it together. He completely took over the attack system of Han City, the two machine guns shone with blue light, and kept firing bullets toward these two strange beasts in the sky without stopping. Suin also took out the modified sniper rifle, waiting for the right chance to hit the enemy. The Thunder Beast Qilin's agility as high as 275 was not for show either, the bullets brushed past its side, and very few could hit it. And around it thunder was everywhere, forming a protective net. Many bullets had just flown over when they were hit by the thunder, exploded in the air, and lost their original power. Although that flying cicada was not as fast as the Qilin, its skill of flashing, turning, and moving in the air was even better. Inertia seemed not to exist on its body at all, it could turn and change direction anytime and anywhere. However, what Jiang Chen could not understand was that the thing it focused on avoiding was not the bullets filling the sky, but the Qilin behind it. That is right, that Qilin seemed to be hunting down that cicada. Crackling thunder light kept falling. When gods fight, the people on the road suffer. The thunder light fell onto the vehicle, followed the metal body of the vehicle, and spread onto the owner of the vehicle. Everyone quickly shut the windows tight, while lifting up their feet, shrinking their whole bodies into the leather seats, avoiding touching the metal body of the vehicle. Just when everyone was shaking with fear, only one person was different, and that was Jiang Chen. Instead of stepping back, he stepped forward, and just like that openly walked out from the top of the vehicle. The white thunder light in the sky fell onto his body like a few snowflakes falling down, not causing even the slightest wave. After evolving, Jiang Chen had an extremely powerful body, and with the strong damage reduction effect of the new skill, attribute resistance. This level of thunder attack, to him, was no different from scratching an itch. The crackling sound of thunder rang beside his ears, the electric current rushed across the surface of his body. Not only did it not make him feel pain, instead it made him feel a burst of comfort. This was clearly giving him a massage. There was even faintly the effect of tempering his body. In the end he even took the initiative to walk toward the place where the thunder was thickest, frightening all the people in the convoy behind him badly.
"Boss, has he gone crazy? That is a huge thunder zone. Just now I only touched a little bit, and my soul was almost scared away. All of you shut up. Is the boss's ability something you can understand? Just open your eyes wide and watch." At this time Suin and Luo Xingmian also sent a call to Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen, be careful, the power of that thunder cannot be looked down on.
Hey, Jiang Chen, what are you doing? If you get hurt by the electricity, I am not healing you.
Jiang Chen stretched his muscles and bones, his expression relaxed. Do not worry, this little bit of thunder is only worthy of scratching my itch.
TCH, just keep bragging.
Only Jiang Chen himself knew clearly in his heart, he was not bragging at all. In truth, he wished even more thunder would fall onto his body.
As if answering the thought in Jiang Chen's heart, the cicadere in the sky actually changed direction and rushed straight toward Jiang Chen.
At the same time, it also led the thunder beast Qilin over. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looked carefully at the direction the cicadere was coming from, gathered power, and planned to knock it down with one punch. Who knew the other side suddenly made a strange turn, went around past his side, and instead the Qilin rushed straight toward him. Even denser and thicker thunder struck Jiang Chen's body ahead of time. It looked very frightening, but other than burning the hair on the surface of his body, it did not cause real damage. But the real threat was behind that. The Qilin was not like that cicadere. When it saw someone blocking the road, it had no intention of avoiding him at all. In its understanding, there had only ever been others obediently giving way to it. Only to see its two front hooves lift high, and the thunder gathered into one point on the long horn above its head. Suddenly, he lowered his head and pressed down, the long horns wrapped in lightning about to crash directly into Jiang Chen's chest. Be careful. Inside the car, Luo Xingnian watched, breaking into a cold sweat. Sulin's expression shifted slightly as she leaned out of the car window, the sniper rifle's barrel constantly adjusting to follow the shape of the Kirin.
Zing!
The sky exploded with lightning, and the car was suddenly plunged into darkness. This strike even caused the electrical devices inside the car to temporarily malfunction. Looking back at the Thunder Beast Kirin, its form was now stable in mid-air, as if frozen in time. At this moment, its eyes revealed a deep confusion, as the scene it had expected didn't appear. Instead, its long horns were firmly grasped by a pair of large hands. The hands were charred by the electric current, with arcs of electricity still crackling across their surface. Yet the owner of these hands seemed completely unaffected. The immense strength coming from the hands made it feel as if its horns had been driven into a concrete wall, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the spotted deer, which was circling around Jiang Chen and the Kirin, jumping playfully, seemed to take a sort of malicious pleasure in the Kirin's predicament. Jiang Chen smelled the burnt odor coming from his hands but paid it no mind. Being this close to a lightning attack, even he couldn't come out unscathed. But this minor injury was nothing for his current physical strength. He tightened his grip on the Kirin's long horns, a bold smile blossoming on his face. A thought even arose in his mind to have some fun with this exotic beast, just like a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, Suin seized the opportunity and decisively pulled the trigger. The sniper rifle, after another round of modification by her, had even greater power than before. More importantly, she was aiming at the Kirin's weak point, its eyes. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, a blood flower exploded from one of the Kirin's eyes. In sharp pain, it leaped and struggled more violently. Jang Chen felt an increasingly terrifying force of lightning coursing through his hands, even beginning to sting. He realized that the Kirin was gathering an even more powerful lightning attack, and he knew that this wasn't good. He had to let go. However, he wasn't about to let it off so easily. He gripped the Kirin's long horns tightly, lifted it high, and then slammed it down hard onto the ground. The Kirin's body dragged long scratches across the road, with blood filling the air. It quickly flailed its limbs for a few moments, then flipped over and leaped back up, its long horns now gathering a massive amount of lightning power. It then forcefully tossed its head, and a lightning laser several meters wide shot toward Jiang Chen. The surrounding light grew countless times brighter with this strike, blinding everyone present who couldn't open their eyes. Jiang Chen immediately threw himself to the side, and the lightning laser swept across his back, instantly sending a sharp pain through him. When he got up to check, the Thunder Beast Kirin had already disappeared without a trace. It actually ran away. TCH, all that work for nothing. The pain in his back wasn't much for Jiang Chen, but the fact that the Kirin had escaped made him quite displeased. Just as he was about to return to the car, a figure plopped down in front of him. It was the spotted deer, which had been caught by the lightning laser and injured. Didn't expect a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen gave a strange smile and raised his fist, ready to end it, but unexpectedly, the spotted deer spoke. Wait. Suin and Luo Xingnian also came out, and the three of them gathered around the strange spotted deer. Its wings had been pierced by the lightning, several large holes burned through them, and it had temporarily lost the ability to fly. What exactly are you? Some kind of monster? Luo Xingnian, always blunt, immediately asked without any politeness. I'm like you, a survivor. It spoke in broken sentences, giving the impression that it had just learned human language. Slowly, the sentences began to flow smoothly. Jiang Chen touched his chin, casually looking at the strange creature in front of him. This fallen cicadere was agile in the air, but its frontal combat strength was average, and it posed no real threat to Jiang Chen and the others. Is that so?
You don't look human at all to me.
Jiang Chen bent down, bringing his face close to its dear face, seeing no trace of humanity at all.
Ah.
It's the great god from before, your posture was so handsome.
Please don't hit me, okay?
Jang Chen suddenly stood up, tilting his head slightly back, his expression playful.
What is happening? Why is it flattering him now? Ahem, you say you are a survivor, how can you prove it?
The cicadere lying on the ground was silent for a while, and strangely, Jiang Chen saw hesitation on its face.
Alright, after you see this, you will understand.
Then, to the astonished eyes of Jiang Chen and the others, a blue light screen floated in front of it. It was the system panel familiar to Jiang Chen and the others. It clearly recorded the cicadere's personal ID and various attribute data. Jiang Chen's eyes quickly scanned it, stopping at the last column showing ability rating. Written there, glaringly, were the words, low-level strange beast. Recalling the evolution branch options he had during his own evolution, he understood instantly. This cicadere was not only a survivor, but a survivor who chose the strange beast evolution route. Even judging from the timeline, its evolution speed might be faster than Jiang Chen's.
Simply incredible.
As you can see, I evolved into a strange beast. Then it tilted its head, eyes shining, looking at Jiang Chen with confusion and admiration.
Why are you so strong and still in human form?
Unlike me, I look ugly like this and have to be harassed by those monsters.
Monsters, you mean that one just now?
Yes, that thing tried to chase me.
I didn't want it, but it kept following my behind. You can understand its meaning? Now I can understand the language of many strange beasts.
Hearing this, Luo Xingnian felt a chill, clutching Su Lin's arm tightly.
Sister Su Lin, do you think we will turn into such ghosts in the future? Probably not, look at Jiang Chen, he doesn't.
Su Lin said this, but she wasn't very sure inside. Because she knew, Jiang Chen was not comparable to them, his secrets and trump cards seemed endless. Even after spending time with Jiang Chen, sharing hardships, she still dared not say she truly understood him.
Everyone returned to the car. The cicadere was even more sensible than Jiang Chen expected, signing the mental contract used by the team without blinking.
From its words, Jiang Chen learned many hidden things he had not known before. Unlike Jiang Chen and the others, after arriving in this world, it immediately received instructions from an unknown existence. According to it, that voice floated from the far high sky, seeming like a god. This so-called god always pointed it to the right path, clearly told it where materials and supplies were stored. Even warned it in advance where dangers were. It was like feeding the food directly into its mouth. Its journey could not be called smooth sailing, only unobstructed.
No wonder its evolution speed was much faster than Jiang Chen's.
But that was all, its true combat power was far weaker than Jiang Chen's, otherwise it wouldn't be chased everywhere by a thunder beast Qilin.
Jiang Chen felt its evolution was more like reckless, intentional forced growth. A god? Luo Xingnian murmured, feeling the same way.
In the J Guild, there was a statue worshipping a god. She often could feel K's whispers. That kind of voice was full of magic, and also contained unmatched authority. Over time, it was easy to make people act according to K's words, gradually losing themselves. Until she signed the team member contract with Jiang Chen, her connection with that one completely broke. The feeling of being watched all the time in her heart disappeared, and this let her nerves finally relax. What she did not know was, her every move was actually also under Jiang Chen's control, only Jiang Chen did not act on it deliberately. The feeling of this cicadere now was not much different from Luo Xingnian's. After signing the contract with Jiang Chen, she felt an unprecedented lightness, that voice that constantly pushed her forward, to keep evolving, disappeared. It was as if it had never existed.
Jiang Chen was a little confused, isn't it good to have that one guide you? The cicadere spoke. I had always listened to K, until the last evolution. I turned into this ghostly form.
I could not accept it at all, okay?
Jiang Chen and others nodded one after another, deeply sympathizing with its fate.
And, the cicadere's face changed, showing a bit of fear. K's help to me was not without purpose. I felt it was more like directed training, the purpose was to train one.
I can't put it into words.
Several times when facing danger, I directly lost consciousness, and other things took over my body. Although this helped me survive, I felt more and more that this body did not belong to me. The further I went, the stronger this feeling became. Jiang Chen fell into thought, their understanding of this world was still too little. This game never had fairness from the start, everyone got different vehicles, and started from different positions. Even beings like this cicadere, immediately having divine guidance like an external cheat, Jiang Chen believed this phenomenon was not an exception. Of course, he himself had no right to judge others.
So now you plan to step back? That is not a solution either, right?
Hearing this, the cicadere looked toward a distant direction, speaking only after a long time. Not completely, I learned a secret from other strange beasts, there is phantom grass nearby.
Humans can evolve into strange beasts, and vice versa. Though very few strange beasts want to evolve into humans, I learned such beings do exist. And the most key material is this phantom grass. As long as I eat it, I may return to human form, if. Great gods, if you also need it, I can take you there. Before Jiang Chen could speak, he sensed two eager gazes looking at him. It was Suin and Luo Xingmian. Going further would inevitably require continuous evolution. This mysterious phantom fruit was like an extra guarantee for him, Suin, and the others. He smiled slightly, no longer needing to say more. Lead the way. Chapter 93, The Sky Full of Supply Boxes. By the way, where is your vehicle? Suin noticed. Vehicle? In this form I can't drive, but I can run and fly now, so a vehicle is useless to me. In fact, just as the cicadere said, after Luo Xingmian's treatment, its wings were fully restored. With one flap of its dazzling wings, the whole deer shot into the sky, easily keeping up with the Han City ship's speed. It occasionally flew past the front of the vehicle, going ahead. Jang Chen could see, it was intentionally controlling its flight speed to stay with them. Air resistance was low, and this type of flying strange beast had a huge speed advantage. Looking at its flying posture, it was extremely graceful, wings flapping lightly, steps light, calm, as if dancing in the air. Especially after nightfall, this spotted deer emitted a faint greenish glow all over its body, giving it a feeling of being a creature fallen from the heavens. The following convoy was stunned. What's that in front, a fairy deer? Fairy deer? You really have no experience, that one is just a person like us. Old Lu specifically told us not to shoot and accidentally hurt it. So that's a person transformed? Amazing, when can I turn into something like that? This is nothing. The goddess who was shooting the machine gun on the roof during the day is the real badass, taking on a group of alien beasts without batting an eye. Yeah, I saw that too, I even gave her cover. That lady is Miss Luo, a big shot who can stay in the main vehicle. She's not someone like you women can compare to. We go, as if you have the qualifications to board the main vehicle. Inside the Han City ship. The rhythmic sound of clink clink clank from the blacksmith's hammer echoed, and instead of being noisy, it almost had a hypnotic effect. The equipment upgrade project this time was more troublesome than expected. Jiang Chen, Suin, and Luo Xingmian had a total of 3 sets of equipment, and the workload was indeed not small. Starting from underground, Aunt Chen had been hammering for several days straight. Her hammer was almost smoking from the effort. Fortunately, apart from Jiang Chen's set of equipment needing some extra materials, the rest were almost done with just finishing touches. It was expected that in another day or two, she would finally get a good rest. Jiang Chen thought, after this upgrade is done, his physique and strength might break the 300-point barrier. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. His gaze shifted back to the system panel as he checked the list of rewards Suin had sent him. The 2 flocks of bird-like flying alien beasts they encountered today were mostly first and second tier, with a few third-tier ones mixed in, but in very small numbers. From this devouring, apart from a large amount of meat resources, the rest were first and second tier crystal cores, with a few third-tier ones as well. However, Jiang Chen didn't need these anymore, so he just put them up on the convoy's trading platform. He didn't need them, but others did. This action of his caused quite a stir in a place where he couldn't see. So much so that when another wave of faith energy entered his body, he was still somewhat confused. What bothered Jiang Chen at this moment was that the spotted deer seemed to have some misunderstanding about the word nearby. It was already night, yet they hadn't reached the destination. It seemed like it had been chased too closely by the Qilin before, and now its mind was a little confused. Jiang Chen started doubting whether its directions were reliable. It's not wrong, just up ahead, almost there. Jiang Chen believed it, but before long, the next morning arrived. This is it. Turn right. As Jiang Chen opened his eyes, he immediately heard the excited cry of the spotted deer. Good heavens, when it said almost there, it meant they had to drive all night to reach the destination. This guy must have lost all common sense after transforming into a mutant beast, right? Fortunately, they had been driving along the road the whole time. If it had misled them into driving away from the road for a whole night, that would have been truly heartbreaking. Just as Jiang Chen stopped the vehicle, intending to turn right, the familiar system notification sound rang out. Regional announcement, you are about to enter the Howling Forest area, please prepare yourselves. Reminder, there are currently 9,652,785 survivors in this area, the speed of the black mist has increased to 150 km per hour. Do not retreat, continue forward, and good luck. Even though Jiang Chen had already expected this, he didn't expect that more than 90% of the people had already been eliminated. And among them, many were probably not eliminated in the normal way, but had chosen to stay in places like underground shelters. Can underground buildings survive the black mist's devouring? Jiang Chen guessed they should be able to survive for a time. But they could only hide for a while, not forever.
Supplies would eventually run out, and they probably wouldn't be able to return to the surface to live again. On the other side, the black mist rose to a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, Jiang Chen and the others had already pulled far enough away from the black mist, and now the limit speed of the cold city was also 270 kilometers per hour. As long as they didn't stay in one place for too long, they didn't need to worry about being caught by the black mist. Look! It's supply boxes. Wow! Supply boxes everywhere in the sky. Before Jiang Chen could think, the convoy suddenly erupted with unprecedented excited shouting. He looked up following the sound, and saw dense supply boxes falling from the sky. Looking closer, a huge outline in the high sky vaguely appeared, throwing these supply boxes downward.
Is that a hand? No, not quite right. Sanity minus 150. Ah!
Accompanied by the alert of reduced sanity, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sharp sting in his eyes. He hurriedly closed his eyes, and then a throbbing pain came from his head, as if it was about to explode.
What is happening? What did he just see? Why did his sanity suddenly decrease?
When he finally recovered and opened his eyes to look at the high sky, the strange outline had already disappeared, leaving only white clouds rolling, as if hiding traces of something that had existed. Beyond that, nothing could be seen. But the chilling fear it brought was terrifyingly real. He glanced around, the surroundings were lively, everyone rubbing their hands and focusing on the supply boxes about to fall, ready to snatch them at any moment.
They didn't see it? Jiang Chen, what's wrong?
Why does your face look so pale?
I'm fine, let's go collect those supply boxes too. Jiang Chen didn't think about what had just happened anymore.
He observed where the supply boxes were falling, most landed behind the highway, and from the previous area announcement, the main army had also arrived in this area. And these supply boxes, if he guessed right, should be rewards for survivors resisting the new area. The section of the road they were on had a far lower density of falling supply boxes than the area behind the highway.
But it wasn't without benefits.
At least they didn't have to compete with thousands of survivors. Whatever fell here, Jiang Chen and his group could take. Everyone, spread out and collect the supply boxes, meet back in 1 hour. Jiang Chen activated the vehicle's absorption function, sucking the nearby supply boxes into the vehicle. His gaze was fixed on several giant mushrooms on the horizon. They were too far to see clearly what they were. The only thing he could see was that while supply boxes fell here, several black lines fell onto the giant mushrooms, seeming to transmit something. His instinct told him those things were definitely not ordinary. The aerial deer used its air advantage to intercept and collect some supply boxes that hadn't landed yet. Finally, it brought a whole stack of supply boxes, offering them to Jiang Chen like showing respect.
Jiang Chen ignored it, signaling that Suin could handle them.
His gaze turned to the direction of the phantom grass on his right. He would deal with what was in front first.
Chapter 94, Swamp?
Directly frozen.
The cold city turned right, gradually leaving the highway area.
The further they went, the more dead trees they saw, some even sprouting new branches, a sign of life awakening. The road became more humid, and even the surface seemed soft and squishy.
Jiang Chen felt something was wrong but couldn't say what. Until the vehicle's front dipped, and his body suddenly leaned forward.
The ground collapsed. No, it wasn't just collapsed, the vehicle seemed stuck in quicksand, something supporting from below, but slowly sinking.
Jiang Chen looked ahead, what he thought was normal ground was now wriggling, and something below kept bubbling. Great God! Here is the swamp.
The white-tailed deer ahead issued a warning.
It's the swamp.
After leaving the highway, the area ahead was indeed dangerous, and the vehicle was still slowly sinking. If this continues, the cold city vehicle will be scrapped.
Jiang Chen, quickly retreat. Suin immediately gave his judgment. The cold city vehicle is too heavy. Even in the edge of the swamp, if it keeps moving forward, it might be swallowed by the swamp before anyone can react.
Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he waved his hand lightly. No need. He pressed a blue button, and a strong chill erupted from the warehouse, pouring out through the front vents of the vehicle. This was a new cold air launching device added during the cold city vehicle's latest evolution, perfectly suitable for this moment. As the cold air poured out, it rapidly spread from the front of the cold city vehicle to all directions. The cold city vehicle stopped sinking, and the wriggling swamp ahead also froze, forming a thick layer of ice on the surface. Suddenly, the area ahead transformed into a world of ice and snow.
Wow, it's so cold. In the hall, Luo Xingmian and Ant Shen instinctively pulled their clothes tighter.
They had become numb to Jiang Chen's endless tricks, and now they didn't say much. They just stared at the suddenly changed environment outside, cursing inwardly at how bizarre it was. The cold city vehicle continued forward, leaving a large pit in its wake.
Are you sure it's just ahead?
The white-tailed deer still hadn't recovered from the sudden freezing phenomenon, frozen in the air, forgetting to flap its wings.
Oh, yes, Lord, just ahead.
Jiang Chen could only trust about 3 parts of what it said. This creature had no sense of distance.
Kid Jiang Chen, I sensed it too.
There are indeed precious supplies ahead. Old Lu spoke up voluntarily, adding a layer of credibility to the white-tailed deer's words. The cold city vehicle drove on the ice, which was thick and provided a solid feel beneath the wheels. However, while the swamp surface was frozen, the surrounding withered trees remained unfrozen. As they entered this area, the withered trees became more numerous, their branches mixed with both dead and new leaves, starting to obscure some of their vision. A gust of wind blew through, and the trees rustled, creating an eerie sound. Those with sharp eyes could spot several dark shadows darting through the trees.
Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by this.
With such a vast withered forest, many strange beasts must be hiding inside. But if any dared to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to send them on their way. However, those creatures seemed to have not heard Jiang Chen's warning. The cold air launcher focused on freezing the path ahead, but the ice layer was thinner on the sides. From below the ice layer, continuous thuds could be heard, growing denser and louder, eventually sounding like firecrackers going off. Finally, the ice layer was broken open in the farther sections on both sides of the cold city vehicle, and violent shaking began in the trees.
Be alert!
Old Lu sensed something unusual and quickly warned everyone. The white-tailed deer in the air also noticed something was wrong, flying higher to check what was happening.
Soon, from the 2 sides of the forest, a dozen large monsters charged towards Jiang Chen and his group.
As they got closer, the monsters were revealed to be long and bulky, covered in rough, hard, dark brown scales. Their backs were lined with sharp bony ridges, looking heavy and fierce. Their heads were flat and wide, with long, large mouths full of sharp teeth. It was a group of fierce swamp crocodiles. The most terrifying was what came next. A tall figure had already leapt into the air when the swamp hadn't yet frozen, landing just as the ground beneath it turned to ice.
The timing was perfect.
This was another crocodile, but it stood upright. The creature was several times larger than a normal crocodile, running on 2 legs, with a thick tail swishing behind, sweeping tree trunks and snapping them in half. The force was so immense, it was clearly evident. When its terrifying mouth opened, a row of sharp teeth inside made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, the monsters attacking from 3 sides surrounded Jiang Chen and the others. As the crocodile monsters drew closer, the ice surface began to shake, and the ice shards kept bouncing. Roars echoed from all directions, making one's head ache from the sound. The members of the convoy stood on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, not daring to slacken in the slightest. My God, such a big crocodile, it could probably swallow my little vehicle whole.
What's going on with that crocodile ahead? It looks terrifying.
In contrast to the tense atmosphere outside, the inside of the cold city vehicle remained calm and peaceful. Luo Xingnian approached Jiang Chen from behind and began to massage his shoulders.
Good Jiang Chen, quickly tell me, how do you plan to deal with those monsters? If they dare to disturb my rest, make sure you defeat them without mercy.
Here, apply some pressure.
Jiang Chen enjoyed Luo Xingnian's massage, not to mention the technique was okay, though the force was a bit too light. Still too light? Let me show you my strength.
Luo Xingnian exerted all her strength, but unfortunately, the force barely made Jiang Chen wrinkle his brow. Su Lin smiled and watched them play around, completely unconcerned with the looming crisis outside. Jiang Chen was calm, so there was no need for her to worry. This confidence came from absolute trust in Jiang Chen and the invincible vehicle they were in.
Standing crocodile, 5th tier monster. Physique, 220. Strength, 210. Agility, 185.
Specialty, a monster capable of standing upright, with more varied attack methods compared to other monsters.
Another 5th tier monster, no wonder they dare to provoke me.
Jiang Chen's face remained relaxed as he reviewed the monster's data from the system scan. Even though the monsters surrounding them were roaring loudly, to Jiang Chen, they were nothing more than a bunch of weaklings. Whether they were 4th tier or 5th tier, daring to clash head-on with his cold city vehicle was like hitting a stone with an egg, pure suicide. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he activated the cold city vehicle's attack system. Several large cannons on the side of the cold city vehicle extended, their barrels aimed directly at the incoming monsters.
Chapter 95, Cannon Fire Revealed, Crushing the Beast Horde. Big cannon.
A trembling exclamation erupted, and the members of the convoy, who had been gripping their weapons and were pale-faced, froze in place. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black barrels of the cannons extending from both sides of the cold city vehicle, their pupils shrinking as their faces filled with shock. The hearts that had been hanging in their throats fell back down with a thunderous thud, their tense bodies instantly relaxing, with many collapsing into their seats, gasping for air.
My God! How many killing machines does Brother Chen have hidden in this vehicle?
The crocodile monsters on both sides had not yet realized the severity of the situation and were still charging forward with roars.
Boom, boom.
10 cannons fired simultaneously, their deafening blasts completely drowning out the roars of the crocodile monsters.
Everyone covered their ears, but their eyes were fixed on the path the cannonballs flew. The next second, a series of explosions erupted. Flames and thick smoke shot into the sky, and the violent shockwaves surged outward, the frozen ice breaking apart into countless shards, mixed with mud, broken bones, and scales flying in all directions. The ordinary swamp crocodiles didn't even have time to scream before being blown apart into pieces. Their tough dark brown scales shattered like paper under the cannon fire, and their limbs and flesh were scattered in the air. The massive bodies turned into clouds of blood mist under the barrage. The cannon fire stopped, and the thick smoke slowly dispersed, the sound of the explosions fading away. The monsters' roars all stopped abruptly. The 5-tier standing crocodile at the front, though not hit by the cannon fire, also closed its huge mouth, standing still like an ice sculpture. Is this over? Finally someone broke the silence, voice trembling, full of disbelief and confusion. Everyone in the convoy still covered their ears, long forgetting to lower their hands, mouths wide open, eyes round as they stared at the ruined battlefield ahead, bodies stiff as if frozen. The beast horde that had just roared fiercely and surrounded them was now nothing but broken scales, blood, torn limbs, mixed in cracked ice and mud, without a single trace of life. I didn't see it wrong, right? A young member trembled, pointing at the battlefield, fingers shaking. Such terrifying cannon fire, and the beast horde is just gone? No one answered because everyone was in the same shock. Someone instinctively lowered their hands from their ears, still ringing, yet they didn't notice. A cicadere flew down from the sky, landing on the front of the cold city, hopping and spinning in front of Jiang Chen, expressing its excitement in its special way. Jiang Chen, you had this good thing and didn't tell me. Luoxing Mian got excited, hugged Jiang Chen's neck from behind, and bit his side face hard, leaving a mouthful of saliva. Jiang Chen, there's another one. Suin moved closer to the main driver, pointing at the 5-tier standing crocodile in front, afraid Jiang Chen would miss it. The attitude clearly treated it not as a 5-tier beast, but as a weak, easily bullied little monster. Got it. Show off, old friend. Jang Chen didn't waste words, immediately activating another attack weapon of the cold city. The standing crocodile in front, still scared and about to turn away, was hit by a blinding wide laser, its whole body instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke. And even the ice beneath its feet was cut into a huge trench by the laser. Too careless. Jang Chen slapped his forehead in frustration. The crocodile's size was large compared to normal crocodiles, but it was nothing in front of the cold city's laser. One sweep of the laser and the crocodile was burned almost completely. Fortunately, the rest of the convoy reacted quickly, carrying over some crocodile corpses that hadn't sunk into the swamp yet, avoiding further loss. Jang Chen had the cold city swallow them all. Evolution points plus 3,000, plus 7,000, plus 5,000. Obtain Tier 3 Crystal Cores X4, obtain Tier 4 Crystal Cores X3. This batch of crocodile monsters were Tier 3 and Tier 4, giving Jiang Chen a solid boost in crystal cores, a decent harvest. Obtained evolution materials needed for Suin and Luoxing Mian, stored in the warehouse. Obtained Tier 4 equipment upgrade materials, stored in the warehouse. Obtained dazzling gold skill, radar detection, original skill automatically upgraded. Skill effect, detect targets within 100 kilometers, can be used with missiles. Wow, a full 100 kilometers of detection, combined with Cold City's new missile launcher, is directly a super long-range destructive strike. Now the enemy was wiped out, not knowing who attacked them. The drawback is, this missile is devastating, but Jiang Chen currently only had one in stock. Once used, it's gone, and there's no way to replenish it. It is absolutely a strategic weapon, must be used carefully. However, without the system prompting, Jiang Chen almost forgot about the radar detection skill. He directly activated the radar scan, high energy points appearing one by one on the display. Jiang Chen felt a bit of a headache. The downside of radar detection is that it gives too much information. It is actually hard to tell where the target is, unless the thing is obviously different from other objects. Fortunately, right now, there happens to be such a thing. Radar shows that this thing is about 5 kilometers ahead of Jiang Chen and the others. From the energy density, even if it is not the phantom grass mentioned by the cicadere, at least it is a rare item of high level. Just as Jiang Chen was about to drive the Hancheng forward, suddenly there was a loud crackling sound around. Then a sense of weightlessness came, and Hancheng suddenly fell down, dropping about half a meter. He checked the vehicle's monitor, and realized that the ice beneath Hancheng was full of cracks, about to collapse. Just now the cannon and laser cannon were used joyfully. He almost forgot that they are on ice, and firing also damages the ice while destroying monsters. Jiang Chen quickly increased the cold power output, finally freezing the collapsing ice again. But this made the cold energy almost insufficient. The convoy drove forward some distance, and in front appeared muddy, turbid swamp again. Further ahead, a lonely island suddenly appeared in the huge swamp. Deep inside the island, a green light shot up, then quickly disappeared. The previously silent dead forest suddenly erupted. Piercing screams and deep growls poured from all directions. The beasts hidden in the forest seemed disturbed by something, restless and agitated.
The swamp water churned more violently, dark muddy water continuously hitting the edges of the island. A big fish flipped underwater, splashing large amounts of mud into the air. When the mud fell back into the swamp, human faces floated on the surface, some facing the lonely island, some staring at Jiang Chen and the others. Their long hair stuck together with mud, faces covered in dirty mud and dead leaves, a huge fish tail behind them slapping the water. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Swamp version of mermaids? Disturbing. According to the radar, that high-energy item is on the island. Cold energy was almost used up. The heart of Glacier had supported Jiang Chen and the others to freeze over 10 kilometers of path, an incredible performance. Now it needs time to rebuild cold energy. From here to the island is nearly 2 kilometers. Jiang Chen has to think of another way to get there. He glanced at the dead forest around. Several black shadows like monkeys jumped from treetop to treetop, reaching the island before him. Maybe he could learn from them and climb the trees to get there? Just as the thought flashed, he saw the leaping cicada at the front and instantly smiled. Almost forgot this flying transport, decided it's you. Chapter 96, The Overconfident Tray Ant. Jang Chen sat cross-legged on the flying cicada, making its flight look very hard. Sometimes it would drop, then flap wings strongly to rise again. The scene looked a bit strange. Great God? Little deer, what's wrong? No need to be so polite, just call me Jiang Chen. Although in deer form, Jiang Chen could see it was a little embarrassed now. Seems like it is not very willing to carry him? Jiang Chen did not care, just a bit of thick skin. Okay, Lord Jiang Chen, I feel very honored that you can ride me. The scene instantly became a bit awkward. Jiang Chen was speechless, feeling it was excited. Although carrying Jiang Chen looked hard for the cicada, the flight speed was not slow at all. The air rushed past Jiang Chen's ears, wind blowing hard, making a roaring sound. Many small insects were in the air, at high speed. Hitting the face was okay, hitting the eyes was endless trouble. Worse, the flight was not steady. The left and right swayed, while the up and down position kept shifting. This was a completely different experience from driving on the road, making it hard for Jiang Chen to adjust. Several times, he almost fell off due to losing his balance. However, once he adapted, he became addicted to the feeling of soaring through the air. It was an extreme freedom, a carefree feeling of flying through the vast skies. This was exactly how Jiang Chen felt now. Before he could fully enjoy it, the destination arrived. But even with Jiang Chen on its back, the 2 kilometers were nothing for the flying adept road deer, taking very little time. Jiang Chen jumped off the road deer and saw a dense forest before him. The trees here were shockingly thick, with dark, twisted branches that entwined like countless ghostly claws reaching toward the sky, blocking the sun so much that only a few rays managed to seep through. The air was filled with the smell of decaying leaves and wet soil, making the chest feel heavy. There was no proper path beneath his feet, only thick, rotting fallen leaves. Stepping on them was soft and silent, yet hidden beneath was slippery, muddy ground. The air was alive with the sounds of various insects and birds, along with the rustling noise of something unknown crawling nearby. In contrast to the surrounding deadwood, a flash of bright green appeared deep within the forest, breaking through the tangle of branches and perfectly landing in Jiang Chen's eyes. Without any special guidance, Jiang Chen knew immediately which direction to head. The roe deer landed and turned into a little companion, hopping behind Jiang Chen. After walking just a short distance, Jiang Chen sensed something was off. It felt like something was watching him. As he walked a little further, the feeling stayed in his mind. Something's wrong. What's wrong, Sir Jiang Chen? The roe deer behind him didn't stop in time and bumped into Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen was fine, but the roe deer's head developed a bump. At that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze locked on a piece of dead wood by the roadside. Its main trunk was as thick as a human waist, and the upper half strangely split, with 2 twisted short branches extending outwards on either side, like a person spreading their arms. Below, there were no normal tree roots, but instead a pair of bent legs, firmly rooted in the decaying soil. At first glance, it looked like a huge, emaciated old man. Jiang Chen cautiously took a few more steps forward, and then something strange happened. The dead wood that resembled a human actually started to move quietly behind him. Jiang Chen sneered, "So it's you, this thing following me." He slowly walked toward the dead wood, and at first, it foolishly retreated, trying to keep its distance from Jiang Chen. But as Jiang Chen moved faster, it finally tore off its disguise. Its roots exploded from the soil, shooting up toward the surface. The once slightly bent trunk straightened, and the short branches spread wide, with the branches continuously extending to form 2 giant hands, swiping toward Jiang Chen. This was clearly a tree spirit, and luckily Jiang Chen discovered it early, or who knows what bad intentions it was harboring. Jiang Chen easily dodged its attack, and the creature, using its roots as legs, moved toward him. With each step, the sound was impressive, but its speed was disappointing. After a long time, it finally made its way over. It slammed both of its palms onto the ground, and countless branches shot out from its hands, racing along the ground toward Jiang Chen. The roe deer quickly flew into the air to avoid it, but Jiang Chen didn't dodge. because the tree spirit's attack seemed painfully slow in his eyes. He raised his foot and charged at the tree spirit, each step he took precisely breaking several branches. The pain of the broken branches made the tree spirit wail, sounding like an old man crying, the noise particularly mournful. But to Jiang Chen, these were just empty tricks meant to fool him. He wouldn't soften his heart because of it. He threw a heavy punch. It struck firmly against the trunk of the treeman. With a bang, a large amount of splintered wood sprayed out from the opposite side of the trunk, and then the sound of the tree tearing continued to echo in Jiang Chen's ears. The top half of the treeman's trunk bent downward, and with a final drawn-out scream, it finally collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen's punch was like a heavy cannon, actually breaking the treeman's trunk in half. He wiped the wood chips from his face and was about to approach to check the situation when a thick tree branch quietly extended from behind him and wrapped around his waist. By the time he reacted, his entire body was being violently pulled backward by the branch. He was still flying in the air when countless branches from all directions wrapped around him, like countless pythons, completely surrounding and entangling him. Before long, a huge ball formed from many crisscrossing branches, trapping Jiang Chen tightly inside. The branches on top were still writhing, intending to tighten the branch cage even further, trying to strangle Jiang Chen to death. The airborne spotted deer finally saw the situation clearly. It turned out that there were more treemen around, and while Jiang Chen was engaged with the first treeman, they had quietly approached, now planning to join forces to put Jiang Chen to death. It cautiously landed, skillfully dodging the attacking branches around it, while fiercely kicking the branches on the ball with its hooves, trying to help Jiang Chen escape. However, the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of the branches, and then a sudden bulge formed on the ball. An incredibly violent force from within exploded. Bang crack! The tightly wound branches instantly shattered, the sharp sound of wood fibers tearing echoed in a continuous roar. The entire branch ball was blown apart from the inside like it was hit by a bomb, violently twisting, expanding, and bursting. Boom! Broken wood, snapped branches, and bark fragments shot out in all directions, causing the surrounding tree trunks to crack, and even the spotted deer was blasted off. Jiang Chen's figure stepped out forcefully from the center of the explosion. He clenched his right fist, held it with his left hand, twisted his neck, and his expression showed a bit of displeasure, along with a little anger. Looking at his body, besides the broken branches, there was not a single wound to be seen. A combined attack from several treemen couldn't even break his defense. Now, it's your turn to taste my iron fists. Chapter 97, The Appearance of the Phantom Grass. Seeing this, the treemen scattered with gloomy faces, and if they could speak, it wouldn't be surprising if they begged for mercy right now. Why did they have to provoke Jiang Chen, this death god, instead of anyone else? Jiang Chen took a step forward, and under his full-speed run, the treeman's movement speed looked like snails crawling to him. With a few heavy punches, several careless treemen were easily dealt with by him. However, he also noticed something unusual. From the initial crocodile to the mermaid in the swamp, and now the treemen. The monsters in this area had a surprisingly high degree of humanization. This made him believe that the phantom grass was nearby. The name phantom grass sounded ordinary at first, and Jiang Chen had initially thought of it as a peculiar type of exotic herb. Now, it seemed that it might not be so simple. It seemed that in the area where it grew, many monsters would mutate to exhibit human-like traits. If one were to directly consume it, the legend that beast-like creatures could evolve into humans might actually have some truth to it. Since it was such a strange plant, he certainly couldn't miss it. While thinking, a small figure darted quickly past Jiang Chen, creating a breeze that lifted the corners of his clothes before disappearing into the dense forest. Was that an orc? In just that brief encounter, Jiang Chen recognized some characteristics of the creature. Its limbs were covered in fur. A small, flexible body, and the reason it wasn't a monkey was because he could still see the shine of claws and sharp teeth. But this action, in Jiang Chen's eyes, seemed to carry a hint of provocation. The Sika deer ran over Dd, its eyes shining, full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Master Jiang Chen, you are too amazing. Just a few swipes and those monsters are down. It flattered him again, rubbing its head against Jiang Chen's thigh, looking more like a loyal little dog than a deer. Alright, let's move faster. Jiang Chen quickened his pace, which also greatly increased his chances of being attacked. Poisonous snakes on tree branches, upside-down hanging spiders, flying beasts diving from the air, and even a giant bear rubbing its back against a tree, all appeared. Whenever the Sika deer felt extreme danger, Jiang Chen would swing his palm and easily knock the attacking monsters away, resolving the situation effortlessly. Just when Jiang Chen thought everything was smooth, his foot suddenly slipped, and the fallen leaves on the ground fell with him into a pool. When he focused, he saw many dead exotic beasts floating around, some were just skin and fur, some had most of their bones corroded. Then, a strong sour smell entered his nose, making him squint his eyes tightly. Looking around, the walls were smooth yellow flesh, covered in mucus, and above his head was a circle of round outward flipped bottle mouths. Master Jiang Chen, this is a huge pitcher plant, grab my foot quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but comment, the biodiversity in this ghost place was too rich, even plants had spirits, making it hard to defend against. The cicadere in the air carefully stretched a hoof in, meaning for Jiang Chen to grab it to fly out. No need. Jiang Chen had attribute resistance skills, so the pitcher plant's digestive liquid poison didn't limit him much. As for the slow corrosion, it couldn't work in a short time. To Jiang Chen, it was just a pool of dirty water. He swam to the edge and struck the smooth sticky yellow flesh wall with his elbow. Bang shoo! The thick elastic flesh wall instantly split open a terrible crack, the digestive liquid inside violently swirled, and then sprayed out wildly from the crack. The entire giant pitcher plant body twitched violently, twisted and contracted, with a series of harsh plant fiber tearing sounds. The huge insect trapping structure completely collapsed and exploded. The murky yellow digestive liquid splashed everywhere, corroding the ground leaves with sizzling sounds. Jiang Chen leaped out from the shattered plant debris, spinning several times in the air. Most of the slime flew off with the motion, and when he landed, he was much cleaner. He casually wiped the remaining digestive liquid off his cheek, disgusted, and dusted off his clothes. The cicadere in the air flapped its wings, stunned, shocked again by Jiang Chen's rough style. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed like an ancient ferocious beast, killing gods or Buddhas alike. Jiang Chen looked back and saw he was now beneath a terrain cross-section, the bottle mouth of the pitcher plant just level with the ground above, perfectly camouflaged by the fallen leaves. There was not just one giant pitcher plant. Jiang Chen looked up. This small area was their territory. Poochie! Another pitcher plant was broken open. It was not as grand as Jiang Chen's earlier strike, just a small opening, and a humanoid beast with 4 sharp claws and fangs exposed leapt out from it. Jiang Chen looked closely this time. It was the beastman he had encountered before. At this moment, the ground trembled, and Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound. A tall figure pushed through the surrounding dead trees, dragging a long tail, appearing in front of Jiang Chen's right. Its upright posture, its wide and long mouth, and a row of sharp teeth dripping with dirty saliva. The dark, rock-like scales covered its whole body, each scale gleaming with a cold, metallic shine. Just standing there, it emitted a suffocating, murderous aura. It was the standing crocodile he had encountered earlier. It had seemed insignificant on the cold city ship, but now, encountering it up close, the enormous body of this fifth-tier beast gave an overwhelming sense of oppression. The spotted deer, frightened, perked its ears and instinctively jumped into the air to avoid it. The standing crocodile completely ignored Jiang Chen's presence, its gaze fixed firmly ahead. Ahead was a lush green meadow, with flowers blooming, creating an almost surreal feeling. In the center of the meadow stood a strange plant as tall as a person, radiating a faint white glow. Beneath it, a circle of long green leaves spread outward, while its main stem bore 9 fiery lotus buds, vibrant and beautifully arranged. On this strange plant, Jiang Chen could feel a tremendous surge of energy. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be his target, the illusion grass. The fifth-tier standing crocodile also set its sights on this strange plant, charging forward with incredible speed, taking 3 steps at a time, moving just like a human running. The beastman still observing in the woods could no longer hold back and rushed out, aiming to seize the illusion grass first. However, this exposed its form completely under the sunlight. It had pointed ears, long stiff whiskers on both sides of its cheeks, and sharp, hooked claws on both its hands and feet, exuding a primal wildness. If Luo Xingmian were present, she would recognize this strange beastman as the core member of the J Guild, her 6th sister, Gu Xiao. And in the woods where she had just emerged, a dark shadow hid within. Jiang Chen was about to join the struggle for the plant when the spotted deer quickly landed and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately dismissed the thought, choosing instead to quietly watch the scene unfold. Chapter 98, The Little Deer Transforms. The standing crocodile gained the advantage, rushing to the illusion grass, opening its massive mouth to bite down. Beastman Gu Xiao was panicked. She had originally planned to observe for a while longer, but she didn't expect the creature to be so reckless, opening its mouth to eat without giving her any chance to react. She dropped to all fours, running quickly like a wild cat, trying to stop it. But the standing crocodile completely ignored her, and before she could get close, it suddenly gulped down the entire illusion grass. Gu Xiao stood frozen, her eyes burning with anger. But realizing the situation, she knew that nothing could change what had already happened. Seeing the standing crocodile swing its tail to attack her, she reluctantly retreated into the woods, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and walked out, his steps slow, his expression as calm as if watching a comedy. Having watched everything unfold, he slowly made his way to the center of the area. The standing crocodile sensed the threat from Jiang Chen, howling toward the sky. Its foul breath was blown toward Jiang Chen's face by the wind as it opened its massive mouth and lunged at him. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. The standing crocodile's huge body froze, its limbs twitching uncontrollably, and its eyes suddenly rolled back. Immediately, a large amount of foam poured from its mouth, and its massive body couldn't even struggle. With a loud thud, it crashed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The once ferocious 5th-tier beast, after swallowing the illusion grass for less than 2 minutes, had died from poisoning. Jiang Chen had already expected this, because the Cicadier had told him the related information in advance. At the place where the standing crocodile fell, green grass began to grow wildly, soon completely covering the crocodile's body and dragging it underground.
A new phantom grass sprouted from the original spot, identical to the original one.
9 Buddha flame buds were bright and attractive, looking mouthwateringly delicious, but Jiang Chen knew that beneath the beautiful appearance lay deadly poison. A green light shot from the top of the newly grown phantom grass, rising into the sky and soon disappearing. Though the light flashed and vanished quickly, it was enough to alert many nearby strange beasts to the anomaly here.
Just as Jiang Chen had seen outside before. You think it is prey for anyone to eat, but you do not know it is the true hunter. But its trick had already been completely seen through by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pulled out a dried tree trunk as a weapon and swept it across the central grassland, quickly clearing all the green plants above. In the very center, a clear-cut root appeared before his eyes, with yellow juice still flowing on it. According to the information provided by the Cicadier, the real body of the phantom grass was below. His palm directly turned into a shovel, and after a thorough dig, a long chain of phantom grass roots was completely pulled out. The thing was nodular and bead-like, overall thick and full, with yellow-brown skin, obvious segment lines, and root traces. It looked like a string of carefully polished yellow jade beads, or like plump wild ginger pieces, simple and plain, yet the energy it contained was extremely powerful. Are you sure this thing has no poison? The Cicadier moved lightly, quickly coming beside Jiang Chen. It did not speak directly to explain, but lowered its head sideways and gently bit off a small piece of the phantom grass root from Jiang Chen's hand. After chewing for a while, it swallowed the root piece. A soft green light emanated from its body, enveloping it completely. The originally furry deer face visibly lost its beast shape, lines rapidly reshaping. In a moment, it turned into a delicate, charming, and attractive woman's face, skin fair, eyebrows and eyes curved. Completely different from the previous cute little deer appearance. Even someone as determined as Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at the first sight of this face. One was shocked at the transformation from beast face to human face, the other was that this face was excessively seductive. It was like a succubus in the world. No wonder the previous Qilin beast had chased it relentlessly, it was completely fascinated. But only the head had changed, its body still kept the posture of a deer. With this, is it considered successful? Half successful, as long as I have time to fully digest and absorb what's in my stomach, I should be able to completely become human. It spoke while pacing, the voice full of excitement and joy. The human face now smiled widely, constantly trying to rub against Jiang Chen's thigh. Jiang Chen knew it had not yet recovered from the beast's behavioral pattern. Although the face was quite pretty, the problem was it was on a Cicadier's body, which looked rather shocking. Jiang Chen instinctively moved away, which instead caused it to feel a bit lost. He opened its attribute panel to check, showing the race was still a strange beast, so even after eating the phantom grass root, it could not become human immediately. And the name field he had ignored before showed. Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan? Yes, Master Jang Chen, please give your orders freely. Upon speaking, Jiang Chen noticed her voice had also changed. Sweet and soft, the tone full of obedience, forming a strong contrast with the charming face. Get ready, we are going back. Going back? Leave the things behind before leaving. A harsh voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Chen, hoarse and filled with defiance and malice. He turned around and saw that the orc Gu Xiao had returned. She was less than 1.4 meters tall, hands in her pockets, with her head tilted forward, making her look even smaller, but her expression was full of wildness and arrogance. Behind her was a tall figure. This person had both hands pressed together, fingertips tightly touching, maintaining a prayer-like posture. The person's head was lowered, long white hair hanging in front of her chest, completely covering her face, making it impossible to see her features, though the protruding long mouth revealed her unusual nature. Her body was slightly hunched, trembling slightly, and an aura of cold, violent energy surrounded her, tightening in waves as if she were suppressing some violent force with her will. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his mind. He felt a familiar aura coming from that tall figure, but he couldn't quite place it. Gu Xiao took a step forward, her greedy gaze sweeping over the illusionary root stem in Jiang Chen's hand, then provocatively glancing at Zhang Yuan, who was half human, half deer, standing beside him. She grinned, showing sharp fangs, full of wildness. The person can leave, but the thing in your hand must stay. Jiang Chen immediately saw through their identity as survivors, but anyone daring to covet his possession was simply asking for death. He played with the thick root stem in his hand, his expression calm, not showing the slightest ripple. Is it you, or is it the one behind you? Gu Xiao sneered, withdrawing her hand and raising it in front of her. She bent her fingers, her sharp claws gleaming with a cold, menacing light, warning him. Then, come and take it with your life. Gu Xiao dropped to all fours and charged toward Jiang Chen, intent on attacking without a word. Her sharp claws cut through the air in a terrifying arc, carrying the wind as they aimed for the hand holding the illusionary root stem. Her movements were so fast that only a blur remained. Splat!
In an instant, blood splattered, and a faint scent of blood filled the air.
Jiang Chen sneered, never moving his feet.
His arm only had a few shallow white scratches. Looking at Gu Xiao, blood slowly seeped from the connection between her claws and her palm. Her sudden strike had not only failed to hurt Jiang Chen, but had instead nearly crippled one of her own claws. Jiang Chen watched her bare her teeth, unsure if it was because of the pain from her wound or her attempt to appear fierce.
At that moment, Gu Xiao was deeply terrified inside. She couldn't understand how the human body could be so strong. Her strike felt like scratching at an iron wall.
She had thought Jiang Chen obtained the illusionary root by chance, but now she realized he actually had real strength.
But she didn't believe in evil.
After a sharp, piercing scream, she charged again, circling around Jiang Chen, constantly changing positions, fearing that Jiang Chen might catch her trace. However, Jiang Chen didn't take her seriously at all. After only one exchange, he knew they weren't on the same level.
Finally, Gu Xiao found an opportunity to strike. She launched an attack from behind Jiang Chen, her sharp canine teeth sinking into his neck. She thought it through well. If her claws didn't work, then she would use her sharper fangs.
But when she bit down, it was like biting into a hard stone. Jiang Chen was unharmed, while the shock made her own tooth roots ache. Jiang Chen didn't go easy on her, grabbing her collar and forcefully tossing her to the ground. With a loud bang, Gu Xiao's body crashed into the hard ground, the powerful rebound sending her flying up before she crashed down again. She flipped over, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her aura quickly deflated, but her face still showed defiance. She had just attacked fiercely, like a tiger, but
the result was even less substantial than Jiang Chen's strike.
Jiang Chen raised his foot again and kicked her back to where she originally was.
Ugh!
The tall figure, who had been in a praying posture, let out a low, furious roar when she saw Gu Xiao's miserable condition. She turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, releasing unabashed hostility. Then, a white light surged from her body, enveloping Gu Xiao, and Jiang Chen finally understood that she was using a healing spell.
Under her healing, Gu Xiao's injuries began to heal.
The speed of recovery wasn't too slow, but when compared to Luo Xingmian's healing speed, it was far behind.
Sister, let's go.
The person involved is often confused, while an observer sees things clearly. She could see it clearly from the side that Gu Xiao was completely no match for Jiang Chen, continuing to struggle was pointless. Unlike the fierce demeanor she had when facing Jiang Chen, Gu Xiao spoke to the person before her with an unexpectedly gentle and comforting tone.
Chicho, it's not possible now, you don't have time left.
And the person before her was none other than the seventh leader of the Jiao Guild Gu Zhiqiu. But even Luo Xingmian, if she were present, might not recognize her, because her appearance now was completely different from before. Her figure had grown immensely, and the prominent beast-like long snout made it hard to recognize her former human features. Ever since their guild took back the statue, something strange began happening to Gu Zhiqiu, gradually transforming her into a beast-like form. By now, her beast transformation had reached a critical point. And she herself could barely hold back the deep urge inside to fully embrace her beastly transformation.
Wait here for me. Gu Xiao rose again, without hesitation, charging toward Jiang Chen once more.
This time, she changed her strategy, no longer hoping to defeat Jiang Chen, but instead targeting the illusion grass in Jiang Chen's hand.
Just one piece, only one piece.
With it, Gu Zhiqiu could escape the torment of her beastly form.
That was their goal in coming here.
However, she still underestimated the gap between her and Jiang Chen's strength. This gap was all-encompassing. Even her agility, which she prided herself on, was useless against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was simply too lazy to move, but his agility attribute was by no means low.
She jumped around for a while, but didn't even manage to touch the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes.
In the end, Jiang Chen got a bit annoyed, turning around and punching her, sending her flying once more. Blood once again spurted out, drawing a long trail in the air.
No, no, no.
Gu Zhiqiu made her move for the first time. She quickly stepped forward, causing the ground to gently tremble beneath her.
She accurately caught Gu Xiao, who was about to fall to the ground.
The small Gu Xiao was held in her arms, and the stark contrast in their sizes made it look as though Gu Zhiqiu was holding a baby. She turned again to look at Jiang Chen, and a massive force, carrying endless fury, exploded.
You're going too far.
Her tall figure suddenly trembled violently, and under her pale skin, her bones were crazily deforming. Her neck elongated and twisted, her skull rapidly reshaped, her facial features collapsed, and a pair of twisted, hard sheep horns burst out from the sides of her forehead, tearing through her skin and leaking blood. Her mouth and nose extended forward, forming a grotesque beast's snout. She opened her mouth, exhaling a foul breath, revealing a row of flat, broad, rough, and blunt fangs, dripping with stinking saliva. Finally, her body expanded rapidly, dense, gray-white beast fur sprouting from every pore, covering her original skin. Her limbs became thick and twisted, her fingers fused and lengthened, transforming into sharp, curved claws. Her long dress was torn into rags, hanging off her massive beastly body. She suddenly threw her head back, and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. The surrounding dry old trees cracked and fell one by one, with dust rising into the air. The full transformation into a beast was complete. At this moment, Gu Shiqiu was completely transformed. He had already become a monstrous white ram creature filled with brutality. The ancient beastly nature completely devoured the last bit of humanity in this moment. However, despite its hideous monstrous appearance, there was an eerie elegance and a divine aura to it. Jiang Chen still felt a familiar aura from her. Bai Wuxian? Jiang Chen shook his head. It shouldn't be her, but the source of their powers was strikingly similar. Awa! Jiang Chen didn't have time to think more, as the white ram beast in front of him let out a long, deafening howl. It was not the gentle bleat of a sheep but the hunting warning of a wild beast. She slowly rose to her feet, her form staggering as she was still adapting to this new body. With each step she took, she left behind giant footprints on the ground. Her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, her eyes brimming with ferocity, almost overflowing, and her steps grew faster. Finally, with a mighty thud, she charged toward Jiang Chen, her steps shaking the earth. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he gathered all his strength, advancing rather than retreating, grabbing a thick tree trunk from the ground to collide head-on. So what if I'm beastified? Jiang Chen swung the huge tree trunk and struck the charging white ram beast fiercely. With a single blow, the humanoid white ram beast's body was knocked sideways. It used one hand to prop itself up and grabbed the giant tree trunk with the other, twisting its palm forcefully, instantly shattering it. Then, with its huge claws, it swung to crush Jiang Chen into meat paste. Jiang Chen showed no fear, meeting it head-on with his bare fists in direct combat. His fists collided continuously with the beast's claws, the sound reverberating all around. In the air, Zhang Yuan was stunned, seeing a human body facing such a terrifying beast, yet still managing to hold its ground. Her admiration for Jiang Chen grew continuously in her heart. Gu Xiao lay half on the ground, closely watching the battle. Jiang Chen's strength had once again surpassed her understanding, and she smiled bitterly, laughing at her earlier underestimation. The battle continued, and the white ram beast's strength was even greater than Jiang Chen had expected, managing to hold its ground against him for a short time. If anyone else heard this, they'd call him a complete freak. After a long struggle, the beast's huge claws were twisted and nearly broken by Jiang Chen's blows, while his fists had only scratched the surface. After the final clash, the white ram beast took a step back, creating some distance. Then a white light surged from its body, and the previously damaged claws rapidly healed. Jiang Chen saw this and his suspicions were confirmed. The self-healing ability was identical to Bai Wuxian's, meaning the creature before him was definitely closely tied to the J Guild. He closed the distance, taking advantage of its healing time, bypassing its claws and attacking its side. With one punch, terrifying strength ravaged the white ram beast's body, causing it to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Instinctively, it began to retreat, and the white light continued to heal its injuries. Jiang Chen remained calm. While the beast's strength was impressive, its combat skills were terribly unrefined. Or rather, there were no skills at all, it was purely fighting with instinct, raw and unrefined. It was a waste of all its stats. After their earlier exchanges, Jiang Chen had completely figured out its fighting style. Now, with his next move, every strike was something the beast couldn't anticipate, even using feints. And so, a strange scene unfolded. The seemingly weaker Jiang Chen pushed the enormous white ram beast back repeatedly, with no ability to fight back. If not for its miraculous self-healing ability, it would have already lost by now. However, this self-healing ability was no match for Jiang Chen the monster. Because the previous wounds hadn't been healed yet. The next wave of attacks from Jiang Chen came quickly. It caught the creature off guard, and more bruises and cuts appeared on its body. The worst part was that its stamina was nearly depleted, and it no longer had the strength to heal itself. Jiang Chen's strategy had worked wonders. So what if it could heal? He'd hit it until it couldn't heal anymore. For the final blow, it was swept away by Jiang Chen's whip kick, crashing through several dead trees before it finally stopped. At this point, it still maintained the form of the giant ram beast, but its energy had completely faded. Jiang Chen felt that with just a breath, he could take its life. Although both were survivors, when faced with someone who attacked on a whim, he wouldn't show mercy. No! Gu Xiao saw the giant ram beast falter and rushed in front of it, spreading her arms to shield Jiang Chen. Although Gu Shiqiu had fully turned into a monster now, she was still her dear little sister, even if the other might not recognize her anymore. Jiang Chen slowly approached, each step making Gu Xiao's nerves tense more and more. To her, Jiang Chen was now the most terrifying devil in the world. The fear of death hung over her heart. Instinctively, she wanted to flee, but thinking of Gu Shiqiu behind her, she forced herself to hold her ground, firmly protecting her. Zhang Yuan dropped from the sky, obediently following behind Jiang Chen, and began to flatter him. Lord Jiang Chen, you were so handsome and fierce just now. With you here, no matter how strong the beasts or opponents are, they're nothing. Jiang Chen looked at the two in front of him performing their sisterly drama, feeling somewhat speechless.
Why did it seem like he was the big villain here?
Clearly, it was the other side who tried to attack and steal treasures. He had just defended himself with one strike. However, he still needed to figure out their identities now.
Who are you two, really? Speak quickly. Don't think you can deceive Lord Jiang Chen.
Jiang Yuan chimed in from behind, her tone full of the arrogance of someone riding on another's back. Jiang Chen shot her a glare, and she shut up reluctantly.
We both belong to the J Guild. Jiang Chen had already suspected this, so he wasn't surprised by the answer. What positions do you hold in the J Guild?
Gu Shao hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, we're both core members of the guild. I'm ranked 6th, and she's ranked 7th.
Jiang Chen took another step forward, forcing Gu Shao to take a half step back. Next question, why did you attack me? When asked the critical question, Gu Zhao's heart started to race even faster.
If she answered poorly, both her and Gu Zhiqiu's lives might be erased by Jiang Chen. She didn't think Jiang Chen was the type to show mercy. She licked her dry lips and, after some hesitation, decided to speak the truth. I wanted the thing you were holding earlier. Jiang Chen took out the illusion grass from his pocket and waved it in front of Gu Shao.
This?
Yes. Earlier, Jiang Chen had dug up all the roots and stems of the illusion grass underground, and there were at least a dozen or 20 tubers.
To be honest, he didn't really need this thing right now.
If they had approached him properly at the beginning, with sincerity to trade, he wouldn't have minded giving 1 or 2 pieces in exchange.
Why didn't you just ask for it directly? We're all survivors, fighting and killing isn't good.
Jiang Chen said this, but his face wore a mocking expression, making it impossible to believe that he was serious.
Gu Shao swallowed nervously.
The wildness and arrogance from before had completely vanished without a trace.
Because you don't seem like someone who talks easily. She gathered her courage and continued, so, could you give me one? Any condition, I'll agree. Jiang Chen casually responded, sure, what do you have to offer in exchange? Gu Shao had nothing to offer that could match the illusion grass, not right now.
She thought for a while, and finally made up her mind. I am willing to work like a beast, just to ask you to save her. Jang Chen glanced at the white sheep giant beast behind him, just in time to test the effect of the illusion grass again.
No need to work like a beast. Sign a spiritual contract with me, and you will follow my orders from now on.
He broke off the smallest piece and directly threw it to Gu Shao, who immediately fed it to Gu Zhiqiu.
A magical scene appeared. A burst of light flashed, and the huge white sheep giant beast's body kept shrinking, its animal features gradually disappearing.
When the light faded, a young girl appeared in front of everyone, looking completely confused.
Chapter 101, The White Sheep God fixes its gaze on Jiang Chen.
It seemed that the speed of transformation back to human form was also related to how long the beast transformation lasted. Gu Zhiqiu had just turned into a beast, and the time for transformation was much shorter than Jiang Yuan's, so the recovery speed was also much faster. At this moment, Gu Zhiqiu's height was no longer as tall as before, but rather about the same as an ordinary person.
But her face, it was exactly the same as Gu Zhao's.
Jiang Chen then realized that these two were actually twin sisters.
Who would have thought that, given the exaggerated size difference before?
Jiang Chen looked at Gu Zhiqiu, who had fully restored to human form, and completely put his mind at ease about the illusion grass's effect.
By the way, was there any issue with your guild before?
Gu Shao, who had been relaxed seeing Gu Zhiqiu back in human form, suddenly became tense when Jiang Chen asked this question.
It's fine. The current guild is already rotten. We sneaked out this time and have no intention of going back.
Gu Shao spoke with a tone nearly gritting her teeth, as if she had held a long grudge against the Jomei Guild. Meanwhile, in the Jomei Guild, the white sheep statue, which had been devoutly worshipped, suddenly opened its eyes. It felt that its connection with Gu Zhiqiu had been severed. First, Luo Xingmian was taken away, and now even the backup Gu Zhiqiu was being interfered with. The key point was that it was all the work of the same person, Jang Chen. If it could act on its own, it would probably immediately strike Jang Chen with divine punishment.
Sensing its summons, a figure quickly arrived. It was Bai Wuxian.
Her attitude was respectful as she knelt on one knee, waiting for orders. Lu Jinfeng walked over slowly, accompanied by two others, standing to her sides, Lu Xiaotang, ranked 4th, and Jiang Su, ranked 5th. Lu Xiaotang still looked confused, her mind vacant, as if she was unconcerned with anything, only following Lu Jinfeng. Jiang Su had short hair, wearing a tight short-sleeve shirt on top and faded jeans on the bottom, exuding a very capable aura. She was staring at Bai Wuxian in front of her, her gaze far from friendly.
Lu Jinfeng took a step forward. Third sister, what did the god K say?
Bai Wuxian stood up, her eyes sharp.
The white sheep god is very angry. Jiang Chen, I will go kill him. Her words seemed as though she was speaking about something completely ordinary. She finished speaking and walked past Lu Jinfeng, ready to leave. Jiang Su crossed her arms and directly blocked her path. Hey, the eldest sister hasn't spoken yet. This isn't proper. Jiang Su coldly spoke, unafraid as she met Bai Wuxian's gaze. Lu Jinfeng slowly approached. Third sister, now is a crucial time to seize the stronghold. Second sister isn't here, and the only one we can rely on is you. Do you understand? She spoke with a tone as though giving sincere advice, but with an undercurrent of firmness. Bai Wuxian turned her face away, not looking at her, and casually said, I'll be back soon. Jiang Su didn't step aside. Lu Jinfeng spoke again, so, you're not going to care about the sisters here? Bai Wuxian didn't respond, and Lu Jinfeng sighed and shook her head, feeling that people's hearts were already scattered. She snorted coldly, retreating to advance. Fifth sister, let her go. Jiang Su stepped aside. At this moment, a flicker of hesitation passed across Bai Wuxian's face, yet in the end, he also did not choose to leave. She looked at the giant treehouse outside the car, a pair of arms quietly turned into a pair of fierce beast claws. When she spoke, her tone was filled with murderous intent, quick fight, quick end. After everyone left, Lu Jinfeng sent a message to an ID, second sister, the situation has changed, return quickly. Jang Chen returned to the cold city. Although stopping on the island delayed him a bit, luckily this place's temperature was not as high as the desert, the ice on the road had not fully melted, enough to support the convoy's return. Luo Xingnian was very surprised to see Gu Xiao and Gu Zhiqiu appear, Jiang Chen briefly explained, clearing her doubts. Gu Zhiqiu, just restored to human form, had always looked a little dazed, clearly not fully adjusted from the form transformation. Unexpected to Jiang Chen, her expression changed immediately upon seeing Luo Xingnian. More precisely, these two people actually started arguing. It's you, why are you here? You are not welcome. Luo Xingnian spoke in the posture of a host, directly trying to drive someone away. Who do you think you are? I come if I want to, mind your own business. Gu Zhiqiu was not afraid of her, speaking back immediately. Jiang Chen had thought she would be a polite girl, completely fooled by her previously dazed appearance. It seemed these two had many grudges back when they were in the Zhou Guild. Gu Xiao regained her sloppy, reckless attitude, only lowering her head in front of Jiang Chen, clearly subdued by him. She went over, forcefully separating the two, her movements were so skilled, clearly not the first time facing this situation. Jiang Chen's head hurt from the noise, having no choice but to separate them himself. Luckily, the convoy had an extra vehicle, so it became a temporary ride for Gu Xiao and Gu Zhiqiu. Finally, the interior of Cold City became quiet. Suin and Luo Xingnian stared at the phantom grassroot stems in Jiang Chen's hand, listening to his description, still feeling it was incredible. Take them, one each, keep them well. Jiang Chen never stingy with his most core team members. Suin and the other took the phantom grassroot stems Jiang Chen handed them, feeling the energy flowing inside, sensing a surreal feeling. They carefully stored them, it was best not to use them, but no one could guarantee the future. Having this added a layer of protection. Beast transformation was minor, just ugly to look at on the outside, as long as they passed their own psychological hurdle, it was fine. But if, like Gu Zhiqiu, the beast transformation also made one lose self-awareness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cold City finally returned to the highway, Jiang Chen activated autopilot, fully freeing his hands, leaving the driver's seat. Outside, Zhang Yuan, keeping the form of a deer in flight, saw Jiang Chen was gone and flew to the side, anxiously tapping the car window. Master Jiang Chen, can I come in? No. I want to use the bathroom, please. Once inside Cold City, Zhang Yuan was once again amazed by the vast space and complete facilities, but she quickly immersed herself in praising Jiang Chen. Constantly serving him tea and water aside, every move Jiang Chen made drew her astonished gasps, a real little fangirl. Gu Xiao was like this, Zhang Yuan was like this, these beast-transformed people could be assimilated by animal instincts, holding deep respect for a strong person like Jiang Chen. Along the way, other vehicles began overtaking, all small, speed-type vehicles. They were all driving like they didn't care about their lives, the fragile vehicles could crumble from just a slight scrape. Jiang Chen reclined on the sofa in the hall, posture relaxed. Eyes fixed on the big screen surveillance footage, watching for movements outside. Su Lin and Luo Xingnian sat on either side of him, seemingly playing some kind of battle game, enjoying life more than he did. Eventually, tired of sitting, the two simply lay down, resting their heads on Jiang Chen's thighs while playing. Even the vigilant Su Lin unconsciously relaxed under the extraordinary security of the Han City, forgetting the tension of the apocalypse. Not a trace of end-of-the-world stress remained. The rest of the convoy members were also cheerful, having gained a lot since following Jiang Chen, especially after the flying mutant beast's attack, when each member picked up many good things. Not to mention, not long ago, they had also found a large amount of supply boxes. But the calm inside the vehicle was soon broken. The convoy arrived at a medium-sized treehouse. The whole treehouse looked like a giant bird's nest, built above a patch of jungle. Vines hung down from the edges, allowing people to climb up.
At this moment, someone came out of the treehouse, inviting passing survivors to come in and rest.
Chapter 102, The Treehouse Trade.
Jiang Chen parked and clearly saw who was inviting. There were ordinary humans and tree people, shorter than humans. These tree people were different from the ones Jiang Chen had seen before. They were completely human in shape, but their skin was dry bark, and their hair had turned into branches.
That humans and tree people could live together harmoniously was strange to Jiang Chen.
From the current height of the Han City, he stepped onto the roof and lightly jumped onto the treehouse platform. The vines for climbing were useless to him. It gave the surrounding survivors a small shock. Inside the treehouse, it was filled with dazzling trade goods. Jiang Chen instantly understood why everyone gathered here.
Currently, there were nearly 10 million survivors. Strictly speaking, the number of people here was not large by proportion.
At this time, very few could have reached in front of Jiang Chen. Accurately speaking, only those who had taken the extreme vehicle speed evolution path could make it. Or those like Zhang Yuan, who gave up vehicles and relied on their beast-transformed bodies to travel.
Yes, Jiang Chen's previous guess was true.
About 1/10 of the survivors in this house had shown beast transformations, though far less extreme than Zhang Yuan's complete transformation. Most only had some beast-like features on parts of their bodies. Either sharp fangs, horns on the head, or wings were extremely rare. Jiang Chen found one case here. It made sense, only the strongest survivors could reach this point, far stronger than ordinary people. Of course, the most noticeable were changes in the legs.
Many people's legs became incredibly thick, disproportionate, like some bodybuilders, full of beast-like explosive power.
After asking around, Jiang Chen learned these people were forced. Initially, their vehicles were either mountain bikes or roller shoes, emphasizing low carbon and environmental friendliness. And most of them were college athletes. Others used fuel vehicles, but they relied only on their own legs.
Vehicle evolution was indeed faster than ordinary vehicles, but the limit was too low.
In the end, they still had to walk with their legs, so they joined the glorious evolution and gave up the broken vehicles.
Jiang Chen walked to a tree people stall and confirmed they were not survivors.
They were neutral or friendly mutants, uninterested in hunting humans, but their eyes shone at human supply items. Looking at their trade goods, most were herbs and rare wood materials. Besides being used for healing, many are still materials for evolution.
It can be said they are quite attractive.
Jang Chen was not interested, but Suin and the other team members flocked to it, taking items from their supply boxes to trade, returning fully loaded.
Jiang Chen was a little curious. Would these treants and other strange beasts also be swallowed by the black mist? If so, what is the meaning of their doing this? Do they simply not know the black mist exists, or do they actually have unique ways to avoid it? A bold thought came to Jiang Chen's mind. Should I go into the black mist and see?
Of course, it was just a thought. Life is only once, no need to take that risk. Besides, there is no need for him to risk himself. If there were remote monitoring methods or something, wouldn't it allow a look inside the black mist? After some searching, Jiang Chen actually found an object that met the requirements. It was a boy's stall, holding a handheld console, quietly lowering his head to play, barely lifting an eyelid at Jiang Chen's arrival, showing how bold he was. As soon as Jiang Chen came to the stall, he immediately received a system prompt that his sanity value decreased. Looking closely, he discovered the boy had two antennas growing from his head, not metal, fully made of flesh, with an eyeball at the tip, unnoticed unless up close. At that moment, the two eyeballs on the antennas were staring at Jiang Chen. Suddenly a line opened on the boy's forehead, and a tongue stretched out, speaking.
Only mental supplements, nothing else.
Jiang Chen was stunned, and looking at the boy in front of him, still focused on playing, he realized it was the forehead speaking. With the system prompt about sanity decreasing, Jiang Chen finally understood, this was a rare evolution into something bizarre.
Jiang Chen secretly thought.
Boy, evolving like this, it's easy to have no friends. Is there no one left in the world you care about?
But thinking again, it seemed not wrong.
In fact, other stall owners also naturally stayed away. This area became his exclusive zone. Jiang Chen could not help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. Seeing Jang Chen not reply for a while, the boy explained. Just ice cola, cakes and sweets, stuff like that works. Jiang Chen had eaten all these before. If not bored, he could eat them every day. Because the food in his Hancheng ship had almost infinite shelf life, low shelf life items like cake others could only give up painfully, but he could load them into the ship at once. Not to mention An Chen, a top chef, making fresh ones directly for him.
Jiang Chen raised his hand to signal, and Zhang Yuan came over with little steps dee.
She still kept her sick deer body, with two big bags on her sides, acting as temporary shopping baskets.
Jiang Chen took out some items meeting the boy's requirements, ready to trade, but the boy suddenly made an excited sound. That. I want that.
Jiang Chen turned and saw he wanted a fresh cabbage.
Okay.
Jiang Chen held the cabbage, with a bit of cold still on it. He did not hand it over immediately, instead starting to pick items from the boy's stall.
Data calculation? What can you calculate?
The boy still kept his original posture, only the antenna eyes fixed on the fresh cabbage in Jiang Chen's hand, the forehead opening and closing faster when speaking. Anything, if you can say it, I can calculate it, hurry up, mister. The last word mister almost made Jiang Chen's brain smoke. Although he was just a high school student, he was not that worn out, okay? Quite confident, huh? Then calculate how long until the black fog reaches here? The antenna on the boy's head stiffened, the eyeballs on top spinning wildly, showing that his mind was running fast. A final puff of white smoke sprayed from the front of his open forehead, calculation complete. 5 more days. 5 days was still enough time for Jiang Chen to explore other areas away from the road a few more times. Because he had also discovered that many good things could only be obtained in areas far from the road. As the saying goes, high risk, high reward. Customized device? I want a camera that can monitor remotely. Jiang Chen was attracted by this sign from the beginning. This seemingly inconspicuous boy turned out to be a tech geek. Cabbage, give me these, all of them are yours. Jiang Chen didn't waste words and threw the cabbages to him directly. A mechanical arm stretched from his back to catch them steadily, then tossed a camera to Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen left, he added a piece of advice. I know what you want to do, I've seen it, some things are better not to see. Chapter 103, 5th rank giant sword, full equipment upgrade. Jiang Chen didn't care, good or bad, he had his own judgment, some things had to be confirmed by himself. He found a hidden spot near the treehouse and set up the camera. The footage here would be synchronized in real time to the monitor on the Han City ship. He continued on the road. As soon as Jiang Chen returned to the car, his eyes were drawn to 2 figures. Suin and Luo Xingnian had already changed into new clothes, the fabric smooth, tailoring exquisite, with no extra decoration, radiating a sense of high quality at a glance. Suin wore a deep navy custom uniform short skirt, the cut sharp and neat, the waistline fitting perfectly, making her posture upright and cold. The pleated skirt reached her knees with excellent drape. When she moved, the lines were clean and smooth, less sharpness, more calm elegance, cold yet capable. Luo Xingnian changed into a moonwhite gilded light luxury long princess dress, the fabric with delicate matte softness. The waist design outlined a slim waistline, the fluffy skirt arced delicate and elegant, the hem embroidered with faint patterns, noble yet lively. She lifted the skirt slightly, a proud and satisfied expression between her brows and eyes, like a girl walking out of a delicate painting. Every detail of their clothes revealed quality completely different from ordinary garments. Jiang Chen, puzzled, saw Aunt Chen nearby watching them with a pleased smile. Jiang Chen immediately understood, it was Aunt Chen who upgraded everyone's equipment. He learned that this time the equipment was upgraded all at once to the 4th rank. Jiang Chen also received his own brand new equipment. The armor upgraded to a slim, slightly wide-collared combat jacket, widened shoulders, perfect for showing a strong shape of broad shoulders and narrow waist, combining combat protection and daily wear. It seemed the equipment enhancer had to be not only a craftsman but also a skilled tailor. Item, reinforced jacket. Defense, 40. Durability, 100/100. Rank, 4th. Wearing the jacket was very comfortable, and more importantly, Jiang Chen's physique points surged by 40, his body now gave a sense of indestructibility. This was the terrifying bonus of 4th rank armor, and it was still unadorned. If a crystal core was inlaid, the stats would be even more extreme. Armor ready, but where was the weapon? While Jiang Chen was wondering, he saw Aunt Chen carrying a giant sword, walking toward him with some difficulty. If I remember correctly, my previous weapon was a machete, right? This giant sword was really hard for Jiang Chen to connect with his old machete. Not to mention the quality was vastly different, just the size alone made it impossible to be the same thing, right? I melted the big hammer I found along with your machete, and added some rare metals. I forged a new one for you. Take a look and see how it feels. The old hammer? Jiang Chen immediately thought of the one from the dual-phase guards, no wonder. He took the giant sword that Aunt Chen tossed to him. As soon as his palm grasped the hilt, he felt a heavy and domineering weight fall down. Jiang Chen roughly sensed it, the sword weighed at least 50 pounds or more. The entire sword was a matte dark silver color. The blade was wide and straight, with no unnecessary patterns. Only a deep blood groove was cast along the spine of the sword, extending to the sword tip, with a cold light that was subtle yet sharp. Its length was even more exaggerated, reaching an incredible 2 meters. The sword's edge had been repeatedly forged, and the blade emitted a layer of cold, ghostly light, which made it clear that it could cut through steel like mud. However, the sword's massive weight, along with the shield-like thickness of the blade, made it more suited for smashing rather than cutting people. The hilt was wrapped with anti-slip cloth, giving it a solid and comfortable grip. Even after long swings, it wouldn't slip. Jiang Chen casually swung it, and the air was split by the sword wind with a deep, muffled sound. He almost got dragged forward by the weight of the sword. He almost forgot that this was no longer the small machete from before. The steady grip made him reluctant to put it down. He swung it several more times, slowly getting used to the weight of the giant sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent sound of the sword cutting through the air echoed inside the car. Every swing brought a gust of wind, shaking even the items inside the car. An Chan, Suin, and Luo Xingmian all took several steps back, afraid of being accidentally scratched, their eyes full of awe. Zhang Yuan, beyond just awe, had a face full of admiration overflowing. Good sword. Good sword. This sword was completely worthy of Jiang Chen's current strength, it was exactly to his liking. Item, two-handed giant sword. Attack power, 70. Durability, 100/100. Rank, 5-star. It directly upgraded to 5-star. With 70 attack power added, combined with Jiang Chen's original 255 attack, theoretically, it could unleash up to 325 points of exceptional attack power. It's important to note that later, he could even inlay crystal cores, and this giant sword had 3 crystal core slots. With a swing, he could split any ordinary vehicle in half. Of course, he wasn't the kind of crazy person who would just start slicing other people's cars. As for the ordinary alien beasts, 1 sword per beast would be a cheap deal for them. With a single strike, he could bring down a whole bunch. Jiang Chen, put the sword away for now. Su Lin walked over and patted his shoulder. Only then did Jiang Chen realize the mess he had made around him. He chuckled and nodded, about to put away the giant sword, but then realized a fatal problem. How was he going to carry such a big sword? An Chen saw his confusion and threw over a sword sheath that was only 30 centimeters long. I studied the technology from the compressed water bottle you brought back and developed this compact storage sheath. To be accurate, she and the iron treasure on her shoulder developed it together, but the technology wasn't perfect. It used up a lot of precious metals, which made her feel a little pained. Jiang Chen used the sword sheath to store the giant sword. It felt a little heavy in his hand, but with his current physical condition, he could fully bear the weight. Hanging it on his waist fit perfectly. As he looked up, he saw that the radar displayed a team approaching the Han City ship at an incredibly fast speed. Jiang Chen, trouble's coming. Be careful. It was a warning from Old Lu, making him instantly realize that things weren't simple. Old Lu, do you know them? Not familiar, just a few troublemakers. Just ignore them. At the same time, the sound of metal clanging outside the car echoed, and the system also gave a warning that the car body was under attack. Then a flash of lightning passed by, and the car's lights dimmed for a moment before quickly brightening again. Jiang Chen drew his sword and stepped out. He wanted to see what was really happening outside. Chapter 104, The Werewolf Hunting Squad. Jiang Chen held the great sword and climbed out of the car roof, except for Su Lin who drove, the others followed closely. Once outside, clashing sounds rang around, mixed with strange laughter. From the sound, the battle was fierce. Before he could clearly see the situation, a familiar flash of lightning struck toward him. He lifted his great sword to block, a slight tingling ran along the blade. When the lightning dispersed, the sword was unharmed. Jiang Chen could not care about anything else for now. He looked up, a one-eyed flying beast stared at him. It was the thunder beast Qilin that had escaped before. Blind in one eye, it looked less arrogant than before, more calm, but the violent energy inside it had not decreased at all. Jiang Chen did not expect this creature to dare come back. At this moment, the thunder beast Qilin shifted its gaze to Jiang Chen's side. At Zhang Yuan, seeing her human face, the hair on its back bristled instantly. Clearly, it was furious to the extreme. Zhang Yuan ignored it and deliberately walked closer to Jiang Chen. This action made the Qilin even angrier. Jiang Chen saw this, reached out and patted Zhang Yuan's head. She cooperated and closed her eyes. Behind them, Luo Xingmian looked a little annoyed. No one there took it seriously. Jiang Chen snorted, full of contempt. It was just an animal, unworthy of anger. The Qilin attacked angrily, its long horn and the sharp spikes on its back all released lightning. 5 lightning beams attacked Jiang Chen from different directions, finally converging into one, with tremendous force. Jiang Chen just lightly swung his sword, scattering the lightning. Day. Su Lin fired the Hancheng's machine gun in counterattack. Her control over weapons was much stronger than Jiang Chen, always predicting Qilin's position. Many bullets hit it, making it howl in pain. At the same time, attacks kept coming from below, forcing it to hide, gradually feeling trapped. Finally, it howled and flew away unwillingly. Lord Jiang Chen, it says it is waiting for you ahead. Zhang Yuan translated the harsh words the Qilin shouted before fleeing. Truly a reckless thing, how dare it challenge Lord Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen found it amusing, it actually dared to set a duel, not knowing who gave it the illusion, thinking it could wrestle with him. He had just gotten the treasure sword, it was perfect to use it on this. The fight below continued, and the battlefield gradually moved in front of the Hancheng. Truly a group of reckless people, not afraid that the Hancheng would crash into them. Su Lin controlled the Hancheng, showing no sign of slowing down. But the people ahead did not care at all. Jiang Chen glanced over, it was a group of wolf-headed humanoids, chasing a girl with twin swords. The girl rode her motorcycle calmly, her long hair flowing freely. While speeding, her twin swords danced in her hands, handling attacks from more than 10 werewolves without losing. The werewolves' vehicles were all kinds of strange things.
Motorcycles, skateboards, small flying jets.
It was clear they were survivors. The leader sat in a convertible. He had a wolf head full of scars, even one canine tooth broken, clearly a battle-hardened man. Unlike others who were bare-bodied, gray wolf hair grew on his hands and neck. But when he spoke, it was the deep voice of a big man.
Damn it, the one in the air got away.
Someone next to him said, "Leader, let's catch that girl first."
Don't mention it,
he said, giving the person beside him an elbow.
The person wasn't angry and clutched his chest, laughing loudly.
The leader noticed Jiang Chen was watching them and waved at him.
"Brother, sorry to borrow your way, don't mind."
What Jiang Chen didn't expect was that the other side was quite polite, making it hard for him to get upset. At that moment, the double-sword girl at the front suddenly slowed down, lifting her motorcycle and jumping directly onto the front of the Hanqinghao, causing the attacks from the pursuers to land on the Hanqinghao instead. Then, she kept accelerating and decelerating, constantly shifting positions around the Hanqinghao.
Jang Chen now understood, she was using the Hanqinghao as a shield.
It was a good idea, but Jiang Chen refused to be used by others. Suin, in tune with him, suddenly slowed down and stopped, causing two of the pursuers to fail to brake in time and crash straight into it.
The rest quickly surrounded the double-sword girl in a circle.
However, the girl showed no sign of panic on her face. She let out a long sigh, revealing an extreme expression of impatience. She looked around at the people, as if she were gazing at a group of people about to die. She got off the bike, holding two long swords in her hands, naturally letting them hang on the ground as she assumed a combat stance. Facing the siege of the crowd, she advanced with her sword. The two in front of her were intimidated by her presence, retreating repeatedly. They then realized that she wasn't afraid of them but was in a hurry to get somewhere and didn't want to be bothered by them. Now, they had angered a killing god, and she was about to get serious.
"What are you afraid of? Everyone, attack!"
The leader immediately ordered, and a few people shouted as they charged forward. A flurry of sword flowers danced in the air, and those people quickly had blood spurting from their bodies, retreating.
"Boss, this girl is a bit tough."
Coming to our turf and killing our people, she must pay the price."
"Everyone, attack together."
The dozen or so pursuers swarmed forward. In an instant, sword light flashed, and the girl's figure moved through the battlefield. The two long swords in her hands danced wildly in the air. The road, which had been empty, suddenly had a spherical shape made of swordlight, created by the girl's swordplay. Those inside this sphere were being mercilessly stabbed and slashed by her thousand cuts. As the sword light dissipated, the bodies of the dozen or so people were covered in countless wounds, and with a gust of wind, they all collapsed to the ground. The sword-wielding girl wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face slightly pale.
This deadly move had taken a lot of her energy.
She did not leave immediately but instead looked at Luo Xingnian, who was behind Jiang Chen.
Second sister."
Luo Xingnian shouted excitedly. The person in front of her was none other than the one who had gone out with her earlier, Louis, the second in command of the J Guild.
Louis looked at Luo Xingnian deeply, said nothing more, and quickly rode off.
Just as the Hanqinghao was about to move again, the dozen or so people who had fallen on the road suddenly began to move. One by one, they slowly got up from the ground. Jang Chen noticed that the places they had been injured had grown wolf hair, and after getting up, each one of them was still yelling in pain, blood dripping down from the wolf hair.
But overall, their aura was now more condensed than before.
Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed these strange people had some big secret. He just watched this grand show unfold. At this moment, the leader walked towards them. His target was not Jiang Chen, but the old Lu behind him. He impatiently tapped the car window. "Old Lu, stop playing dead, give me a cigarette." Old Lu reluctantly rolled down the window, snorted and glared, saying, "I don't have any."
"If you want to find our boss, go ahead." "Your boss?"
Following old Lu's gaze, the leader slowly walked towards Jang Chen.
"Slaying the thunder beast Qilin."
Jang Chen jumped off the car by himself, staring into the eyes of the werewolf leader.
"Brother, got a cigarette?"
Jiang Chen waved at the car window, and soon the window slid open. Suin threw out a cigarette. Jiang Chen didn't even look, he threw it directly to the werewolf leader.
"Generous, I like it. You two, drive the car over."
The two werewolves who were called drove the car over and got out directly. "Brother, we don't have much else, but we have plenty of cars."
"This one is yours."
It was a small car, except for some scratches on the surface. Overall condition was still good. But these damages, if put on the Hanqing numbers parking platform, could be fixed quickly. The werewolf leader in front was straightforward. One cigarette for a whole car, this deal was worth it.
Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, he took it directly.
Good for others to use, good for narrow places as a vehicle, he never disliked having more vehicles.
"Quanshan Hui, Su De, meet each other,"
he said, reaching out his hand, his arm full of gray wolf fur, but his palm was a human palm full of calluses. Jiang Chen shook it, a huge force immediately came through his hand, the other was testing his strength. He smiled slightly, increased the strength of his palm a bit, the other's expression immediately changed. Sudi only felt his hand was gripped by iron tongs, pain making him grit his teeth, but in front of everyone he could not lose face, so he slowly withdrew his hand. He misjudged, this young man in front was a complete monster. Before leaving, he gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, showing approval.
Leader, we're not chasing that woman? Chase what? How many lives do you have for her to kill? Go back and report.
Met a monster today, I am in a good mood, take the cigarettes down and share with the brothers.
The Hanchang number kept moving forward.
Along the way, new cars kept overtaking them, giving Jiang Chen for the first time the feeling that the Hanchang number's speed was not enough. The differences in evolution path were slowly showing. But for speed, he would never give up the vehicle's strength and large capacity. He only expressed a temporary thought. But soon, the people ahead regretted it. There is a 5th-level beast, it has gone mad. So unlucky, it paralyzed my car, now I have to stop and fix it. Can someone deal with it? It lets no one pass, too arrogant. Seeing the messages in the channel, Jiang Chen immediately thought of the one-eyed Qilin.
The car kept going, ahead lightning and thunder appeared, lighting the sky in bursts. The road was flooding more and more, if a person stepped down, even the ankle could be underwater.
This was a very watery area, and the highway here was already submerged. Driving forward, cars started turning back, and at the same time, electric currents could be seen moving across the water ahead.
Oh my, it's that castle car.
Up close it looks even crazier.
Is this a car a human can drive?
I don't even dare imagine how good the people inside live. Don't think about that now, run, we'll get hit by electricity again. Yes, big brother's driving the castle, you also stop going forward, wait first. Another burst of wild thunder exploded ahead, the electric current spread across the water. The current shone, swimming across the water like a group of snakes, a magnificent scene. But this amount of electric power, the Hanchang number crushed and absorbed it, it could not stop its advance. Finally, the Hanchang number reached a wide water surface, water and sky joined, sky and clouds reflected in it.
The road ahead was completely submerged, not even the outline recognizable.
In the center of the water stood a creature like a deer but not a deer, like a horse but not a horse, with a long horn on its head, a bright lightning burst from it in all directions.
The calm surface of the water was broken.
Jiang Chen recognized it at a glance, it was the 5th-level strange beast that had harassed them twice, the thunder beast Qilin.
It seemed its confidence came from the terrain here.
It used the conductivity of the water to expand the range of its lightning strike. Such a vast surface of water really left no place to hide. But it had made a mistake all along.
Jiang Chen never thought about dodging.
The Han City vehicle charged straight at it, fierce lightning constantly erupting from its body, all crashing onto the vehicle as if money were no object.
But could the extreme strength of the Han City vehicle be shaken by it?
The lightning only made the lights inside flicker, achieving no further effect. It then shot out streams of electric current, continuously washing over the Han City vehicle, even electrifying the surrounding water until it hissed and turned into steam, smoke rising non-stop. But when the smoke cleared, the Han City vehicle appeared before it, completely unharmed.
The Han City vehicle was so solid that it made it to spare.
Instead, it was forced to fly into the sky to escape, its powerful aura vanished instantly, turning into a clumsy flight.
Too agile, I can't hit it.
Suin said, stopping the vehicle and switching to machine gun attack. The bullets had limited power, they could hit the thunder beast Qilin but hardly cause a fatal wound. And this time the beast was determined to fight Jiang Chen to the end, not running away again.
Unfortunately for it, it met Jiang Chen, who would never go easy on it.
Jiang Chen charged out directly with his huge sword. The Qilin, seeing Jiang Chen come out, could no longer hold back, powering up all its lightning to maximum. The blue-white lightning gradually turned purple, all converging on the long horn above its head, the destructive aura alone making one tremble from afar. But Jiang Chen looked eager, feeling the weight of his giant sword in his hands, fearless.
The Qilin leapt high, then dove straight at Jiang Chen.
It wanted to use all the lightning in its body to strike Jiang Chen down completely. Jiang Chen held the giant sword with both hands, waiting for the right moment to swing it up hard, striking the Qilin's long horn.
Clang sizzle. The giant sword hit the horn, and lightning exploded instantly.
The Qilin stepped back a few paces, then something fell from its head into the water, splashing.
Thud.
Its horn had been cut off by Jiang Chen in one stroke. At this moment, several dark shadows suddenly swept in from the side, curved blades and sharp claws stabbing into its flank. It was Su Lin, Gu Xiao, and Old Lu seizing the opportunity.
Su Lin's original pair of daggers had upgraded to a pair of slender curved blades.
The Qilin, in pain and about to counterattack, saw a giant sword fall from above.
Poochie. Jiang Chen's final stroke cut it in half. The battle came to an end.
After a long time, the other survivors realized the blocking lightning was gone and returned one by one. That fierce beast is dealt with? Of course. It must have been crushed by that fortress vehicle just now, no other car dared approach it. No, I heard people on the scene say Jiang Chen, the big boss, killed it with one sword, barely even trying. Jiang Chen, could it be the one who fought strange beasts alone before? Scary, the boss's strength is terrifying. Damn, I chickened out just now and didn't follow, otherwise I might have joined the boss's convoy. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting on the sofa in the hall. Zhang Yuan was busy beside him, carrying fruit plates and pouring water, even more hardworking than before. To her, Jiang Chen, who had slain the Qilin, was a god. Jiang Chen, however, wanted to see what kind of good thing this fifth-level beast, which had provoked him 3 times, would drop this time. Jiang Chen directly opened the system panel to check. Successfully devoured a 5th-tier exotic beast, Thunder Beast Qilin. Obtained 300 gene of edible meat. Obtained 6th-tier equipment upgrade materials. Obtained evolution materials for teammates Su Lin and Luo Xingyan, automatically stored in warehouse. Friendly reminder, your teammates Su Lin and Luo Xingyan meet the evolution conditions. Su Lin and Luo Xingyan can evolve again? This was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. But they had devoured many exotic beasts along the way, so having enough evolution materials made sense. He just didn't know what form they would evolve into this time. Jiang Chen didn't think too much for now and continued to check the loot from this time. Obtained 5th-tier crystal core, physical type, embedding in weapon adds 25 attack points, embedding in armor adds 25 defense points. Jiang Chen took out the twin-handed greatsword and embedded this precious 5th-tier crystal core directly into it. One of the 3 crystal slots was filled by the crystal core, and the greatsword's attack rose from 70 points to 95 points. Just this sword stats alone were higher than most of the survivors. Truly a divine weapon. But the next loot really gave Jiang Chen a huge surprise. Obtained special forging material, Qilin Longhorn. Description, can be used for forging equipment, forging weapons increases attack and adds lightning attribute attack, forging armor can add lightning attribute defense. Jiang Chen had no use for lightning defense, so he didn't even think, and directly used it to strengthen his greatsword. Obtained rare material, Qilin Blood. Description, a one-time strengthening material that only appears on Qilins with King's aptitude, consuming directly strengthens physique, exotic beasts consuming it can trigger mutation and evolution. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a small bottle of Qilin blood appeared out of thin air, landing in his hand. A strange warmth and undeniable energy radiated from it. The blood was not the imagined red, but a translucent cyan, more like a scientific strengthening drink. Only a massive 5th-tier exotic beast could produce such a small bottle, showing how precious it was. And according to the system, it had to be a Qilin with King's aptitude to drop this material. Beside him, Zhang Yuan stared at the small bottle of Qilin blood, her desire clear in her eyes. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, as if caught eating alone. He wasn't stingy, so he poured a cap of Qilin blood for her, drinking the rest himself. Energy rose from his stomach, spreading through his whole body with the blood. Jiang Chen clearly felt his body being strengthened by this energy. 10 minutes later, the energy finally disappeared. Jiang Chen quickly checked his attribute changes. Name, Jiang Chen. Physique, 255305. Strength, 255265. Agility, 180185. Intelligence, 25 out of 100. Spirit, 65 out of 100. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The attribute increase far exceeded his expectations. Strength and agility rose a little, but physique jumped by 50 points. This Qilin was full of treasures from head to toe. Jiang Chen felt a strong urge to rush to their lair and hunt heavily. Looking at Zhang Yuan, after drinking a cap of Qilin blood, a strong sleepiness hit her, her eyelids so heavy she could barely open them. The lingering alertness from the exotic beast made her sense danger, and she quickly jumped on the sofa, resting her head on Jiang Chen to feel safe and fall asleep. At this moment, Jiang Chen's side was the safest place for her. Jiang Chen watched Zhang Yuan fall asleep deeply, not making a sound to disturb her. At this time, blue arcs of electricity constantly flashed on her body, with the surrounding current sizzling. Her body trembled from time to time. All these strange phenomena showed she was undergoing a transformation, the Qilin blood was strengthening and modifying her body. It wasn't until evening that Zhang Yuan slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Jiang Chen's handsome face, smiling at her, and instantly, she felt a wave of safety. She got up from the bed, feeling the changes in her body. She could tell that her strength and physical condition were slightly stronger than before, but her intuition told her it shouldn't be that simple. The next second, she focused her thoughts, and the thunderous energy inside her surged. A bolt of lightning, as thick as her wrist, shot out from her body and struck the floor of the hall. In an instant, a strong white light flashed through the hall before quickly disappearing. Looking at the floor, she saw a black scorch mark scattered outward where the lightning had struck.
Jiang Chen looked on in slight astonishment. She had actually developed the ability to attack with lightning. Well done, Jiang Chen said, offering a timely compliment.
This made Jiang Yuan so happy that she looked at Jiang Chen with excitement, hoping he'd praise her some more. A smile spread across her face as she nodded her little head like a bird pecking at rice.
Lord Jiang Chen, you're overpraising me.
I'm not that great, it's all thanks to your guidance. Jiang Chen helplessly smiled, his fingertip gently brushing through her hair, still sparking with small electric arcs. Just as he was about to speak, the clear prompt of the system echoed in his mind again. Friendly reminder, team members Suin and Luo Xingmian are currently evolving. Jiang Chen glanced towards the two rooms on either side of his bedroom on the second floor, where faint light and energy were emanating. It seemed that Suin and Luo Xingmian had both started their evolutions in their respective rooms.
Jiang Chen thought back to his own evolution and took out the Ziqian stone.
Now, he realized that the direction of evolution wasn't entirely controllable, and mutations could happen at any moment. Therefore, maintaining stability was a critical factor.
Although the internal environment of the Cold City ship was absolutely safe and reliable, that wasn't enough. System, can this artificial crystal core be embedded into the vehicle? The system fell into silence as it was evaluating. Evaluation complete, it is possible. Embedding process started. Embedding complete.
Embedding the Ziqian stone into the Cold City ship had been a sudden idea of Jiang Chen's, and he never expected it to actually work. Or rather, the artificial crystal core had probably been designed for this very purpose, to shelter people in an area and reduce the effects of mutations. This way, both the interior of the Cold City ship and the surrounding area could benefit from the Ziqian stone's suppressive effect on mutations. With the Ziqian stone to suppress mutations, Jiang Chen could finally feel a bit more at ease.
He began to look forward to seeing how much Su Lin and Luo Xingmian's evolution would improve them.
An hour later, the energy fluctuations from the second floor rooms gradually faded, signaling that Su Lin and Luo Xingmian had completed their evolution.
Come out.
Seeing that the doors hadn't opened yet, Jiang Chen urged them. After a while, the doors slowly opened, and Su Lin and Luo Xingmian walked out with red faces.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh after looking at them.
He couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, which earned him a pair of scornful glares from the two of them. The main reason was that their appearances after evolution made Jiang Chen both amused and helpless.
Chapter 107, Su Lin and Luo Xingmian's new evolution forms.
Both of them still looked human overall, but there were some differences in the details. First, looking at Su Lin, a pair of small, sharp flesh horns had grown on her head, resembling the devil in legends, but with a more righteous and slightly dignified aura. Luo Xingmian, on the other hand, had grown a small tail, which lifted the back of her skirt, making her look quite comical. Unfortunately, it was covered by her long skirt, so Jiang Chen could only temporarily suppress his strong curiosity. Not to mention that he wasn't about to lift a girl's skirt. Even if he did, Luo Xingmian would probably run away before he could succeed.
Seeing Jiang Chen's blatant laughter, the two of them quickly walked downstairs. Jiang Chen. Stop laughing.
Luo Xingmian said, and slapped Jiang Chen hard on the shoulder, but Jiang Chen only felt something brush his shoulder, no power at all. Jiang Chen simply let her be in that powerless rage. But on the other side it was different. Su Lin pinched hard on his waist. This really hurt, making Jiang Chen stop laughing instantly. He sighed in his heart, this woman's strength has grown a lot compared to before.
He opened the panel and directly checked the attribute changes of the two. Name, Su Lin. Constitution, 215/1000.
Strength, 215/1000. Agility, 275/1000.
Intelligence, 30 out of 100, skill limit +3. Spirit, 42 out of 100.
Rationality, 420/420.
Special skills, 3 out of 7.
1. Driving mastery, passive skill, proficient in driving all vehicles, night driving has night vision bonus.
2. Hearing enhancement, passive skill, can capture very tiny sounds, expand the frequency range of audible sounds.
3. Gun modification, passive skill, you have the ability to modify and upgrade guns. Ability rating, faction member, Jiang Chen, the more devout the faith, the stronger the blessings from higher beings, the stronger the abilities you can gain. As Jiang Chen expected, Su Lin's evolution this time was a qualitative leap, all attributes increased sharply. Although not as extreme as Jiang Chen's abnormal body, it was not weak at all, especially the agility, even surpassing Jiang Chen. From the last column, it was clear she chose the faction evolution path. As for why her own name was attached, even Jiang Chen couldn't understand clearly. Only Su Lin herself knew. After choosing the faction evolution path, the system gave multiple higher beings for her to choose from. According to the system, these were all beings she had met before but not noticed. Different forms, strange and varied kinds, but in impression their abilities were extraordinary. However, after seeing them, she would automatically forget. Now even the last impression was slowly fading. Among many options, the only name she truly recognized was Jiang Chen's, and the only one she dared to trust. Although she didn't understand why Jiang Chen's name appeared, she did not hesitate, directly chose it, starting this evolution.
Jang Chen then checked Luo Xingmian's attribute panel. Name, Luo Xingmian.
Constitution, 270/1000, passive bonus. Strength, 25/1000. Agility, 205/1000.
Intelligence, 75 out of 100, skill learning +7. Spirit, 60 out of 100. Rationality, 600/600. Special skills, 6 out of 12. 1. Healing mastery. Active, consume stamina, perform short distance remote healing, or add healing effect to food. Passive, when using medicine or skills to heal, healing effect greatly increases. The higher the intelligence, the stronger the boost. 2. Remote healing, consume stamina and rationality, convert bullets into healing bullets. 3. Group healing, chant 10 seconds, consume rationality to perform wide-range group healing. 4. Rapid recovery, automatically recover self-injury, consume stamina.
5. Constitution strengthening, constitution attribute increases by 50%.
6. Rationality recovery, consume own rationality to restore others' rationality.
Ability rating, faction member priest, Jang Chen, the more devout the faith, the stronger the blessings from higher beings, the stronger the abilities you can gain. If Su Lin's attributes grew in leaps, Luo Xingmian's attributes grew explosively. Especially the constitution reaching 300 points, almost reaching Jiang Chen's attribute. It meant that when she stood, others could not hurt her. Don't be fooled by her soft, weak appearance, it was just an illusion. Once in battle she immediately became an iron body.
Is this so-called faction bonus really that terrifying? Jang Chen even wondered if he chose the wrong path.
Of course, Jiang Chen understood, her exaggerated constitution value was inseparable from her passive skill, constitution strengthening. This single skill gave her a 50% high constitution bonus. Even Jiang Chen felt a little envious. But the cost was that her attack power was still at weakling level, only a mere 25 points, others could not hurt her, and she could not touch them. She was truly an extremely one-sided player. Finally, a new skill was added: rationality recovery. It was still a healing type skill, but this time it restored rationality points.
In today's world, where ways to recover rationality were extremely scarce, this skill was practically divine.
It should be known that this skill could be used in battle, giving a strong layer of protection against enemies who attack the mind in the future.
Jiang Chen looked again at Su Lin and Luo Xingmian, the two beautiful women beside him. You really have to admit, their current posture had a different kind of charm, adding a few more points of cuteness than usual. But Su Lin and the other clearly did not think so. They took out the stems of the illusion grass that Jiang Chen had given them before, hesitated only for a few seconds, and then stuffed them directly into their mouths. The thing smelled of fresh grass, but once bitten, the bitterness of the herb exploded. They forced themselves to swallow, their faces turning green from the bitterness. But as it went down their stomachs, a glow quickly appeared on their bodies. Then they saw the non-human features on their bodies slowly disappear. The little horns on Su Lin's head gradually sank into her skull, finally vanishing without a trace. The skirt behind Luo Xingmian's but gradually dropped, returning to its original shape.
Their special appearances were only a fleeting moment, making Jiang Chen silently sigh in regret. If he had known, he would have looked a little longer. Next time, who knows if he would see it. Just as he thought this little evolution episode was about to end, a sudden rapid breathing came from both sides. Su Lin and Luo Xingmian's cheeks were flushed red, staring straight at him. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt like two hungry wolves were watching him, an inexplicable chill running through him. Luckily, the next second, the two hurried back to their rooms, slamming the doors shut heavily. Jiang Chen felt puzzled. He returned to his own room, intending to try the illusion grass stem to see what was strange about it. Chapter 108, Side Effects of the Illusion Grass. The stem of the illusion grass entered his mouth. Jiang Chen chewed a few times, tasting only the bitter herbal flavor, nothing unusual. Even after swallowing, a pure energy spread, nourishing his limbs and bones, and his constitution increased by 10 points. It should be known that this was only from a small piece. Jiang Chen remembered the description of the illusion grass, which could enhance blood and qi. Indeed, it lived up to its name. He simply ate another piece, but the expected attribute increased sound did not appear. It seemed the human body had tolerance to this thing, the enhancement effect could not stack endlessly. However, he judged that taking the illusion grass stem should have no side effects. He was somewhat concerned about Su Lin and Luo Xingmian's strange behavior earlier, deciding it was better to check on them. Just as he walked out, unusual sounds came from Luo Xingmian's room. He went over and knocked. After a while, the door was opened. Luo Xingmian's cheeks were even redder than before, her face like a ripe apple. Her steps wobbled, she could not stand steadily, and opening the door, she fell directly into Jiang Chen's arms.
Are you okay?
Jiang Chen quickly helped her up.
Jiang Chen, I want to.
Luo Xingmian said, her hands starting to touch his face randomly. Seeing her unable to speak clearly, Jiang Chen realized something was wrong and was about to say something. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a pair of cherry lips directly kissed him. Feeling the warmth on his lips, his mind instantly went blank. At that moment, surges of strong medicine power came from his belly, making his heart beat faster and his blood rush all over. In his heart, he thought, oh no. Only then did he understand, the power of the phantom grass was too strong, too much healing had other effects. This kiss from Luo Xingmian was too sweet, full of a strange emotion. And with the interference of the phantom grass's power, Jiang Chen's mind became blurry, and he could not control the heat and excitement rising from his heart. His Adam's apple moved sharply, he gently held Luo Xingmian's floating waist, keeping her steadily in his arms, and bowed his head to respond to the sudden kiss. The door closed again, blocking all sounds from outside. No one knew what was happening inside, only waves of sweet and intimate scent slowly coming out. At this time, another door opened, Suin also came out. Her expression was also uncomfortable, she had sent Jiang Chen several messages without response and thought to come find him directly. Just about to knock on Jiang Chen's door, she heard sounds from next door in Luo Xingmian's room, and her already red face blushed even hotter. She pressed her lips lightly, fingers paused on the door handle. In the end, reason won, she gave up the impulse to open the door and returned to her room. At dawn, Luo Xingmian woke up nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, the rosy color on her face not fully faded. She hit Jiang Chen's chest hard and said angrily, "Big bad guy, it hurt me so much, tell me, did you give us that thing on purpose?" Jiang Chen felt the soft body in his arms, really wanting to stay and not get up.
Think whatever you want, this was an accident. Humph. I don't believe it.
Luo Xingmian tried to get up, but Jiang Chen pulled her back, and they stayed close for a while before getting up to eat. As Jiang Chen sat down, he felt Su Lin's slightly annoyed gaze beside him. Then Su Lin's voice with a hint of dissatisfaction came to his ear, "Next week, you must come to my room." Jiang Chen smiled lightly, said nothing, he thought it was something serious. He looked at Zhang Yuan, who had not fully transformed, feeling a little puzzled.
Zhang Yuan and Gu Zhiqiu also ate the phantom grass, why were they fine?
But soon he understood, the power of the phantom grass was mostly spent helping them transform, so nothing happened afterward. But for him, Su Lin, and Luo Xingmian, it was different. They were already human, most of the phantom grass's power strengthened their blood and energy. That was why this misunderstanding happened.
Meanwhile, in a forest more than 50 kilometers from the highway,
many survivors received the news and began gathering there. Before them was a treehouse so huge it was beyond imagination. It was 30 meters above the ground. Looking up, it seemed like a palace floating in the air, ethereal and magnificent. The treehouse was built around a giant central tree as the main pillar, its branches stretching and spreading, naturally supporting the solid base. Around the giant tree, dense small trees surrounded it, their branches tangled, lifting this huge structure together, firmly rooted in the ground. Around the treehouse, countless thin dry branches hung down like curtains, swaying gently in the wind, covering most of the house's outline. From afar, the whole treehouse with the interwoven trees below looked like a giant mushroom sprouting from the ground. Bulky but delicate, in the desolate dead forest it seemed especially striking and full of fantasy. Some tried to climb up, but halfway, the branches broke in the middle. That person fell from the air from high above. When he got up again, he limped back to his convoy, immediately abandoning the thought of climbing up. The onlookers watched in fear, whispering and murmuring continuously in the forest.
"What is up there? Hey, do you know?"
"I don't know, I just followed when I saw others coming." "I say, such a high place, it must be where immortals live, otherwise why would so many people gather here?"
"Nonsense.
I heard that up there are piles of supplies like mountains.
But we can't even climb up, we can't just stare at it and get nothing. Who said it's impossible to climb? Someone up before, that last person just wasn't skilled enough."
While everyone was talking, a few small dark spots appeared from the treetop house above, and those with binoculars saw their appearance clearly. They were a group of mushroom people, taller than ordinary adults by half a body, with gray-brown caps on their heads, edges curled and scorched, covered in dark purple fine wrinkles. Their bodies were short and thick stalks, with a strange oily shine on the surface, and their limbs were short and strong. They had no clear facial features, only two small black dots in the hollow under their caps, serving as eyes. They took out objects like firework tubes, twisted them, and a signal flare shot into the sky, exploding into colorful smoke. Many people were attracted by this action and hurried over. Several small and medium convoys arrived one after another, some dominant convoys even started clearing the area.
"Captain, everything is ready." "Good, we will launch the final attack in half an hour."
At this moment, a convoy made entirely of women also arrived. Two figures went ahead to open the way, their strong aura forced people to step aside.
"Captain, the J Guild is also here." "Damn it, delay the action, let's see the situation first." Chapter 109, Survivors Fight the Mushroom People. The cold city was moving along the road. Little Jiang Chen, on the left side, the stuff there is not simple.
Old Lu suddenly shouted a warning, his voice trembling slightly. Jang Chen felt curious, he knew old Lu could sense rare materials.
But what kind of thing could excite even a sly old fox like him?
Aunt Chen in the hall also stopped what she was doing and shouted at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen, valuable metal detected.
The iron treasure on her shoulder glowed, looking toward the direction old Lu had just pointed.
They gathered together. Jiang Chen began to take it seriously.
He checked the radar display, tens of kilometers to the left rear, there was indeed a place with concentrated energy. Normally, he would ignore such distant places.
But this time, it was different, worth going. He turned the steering wheel fully, heading left toward the target.
Zhang Yuan flew outside, reporting the latest situation ahead from time to time.
Lord Jiang Chen, there is residual smoke in the air.
Jiang Chen had already noticed, from the smoke's fading, it had been launched into the air for some time.
Lord Jiang Chen, there is a forest ahead.
Jiang Chen looked up, the forest stretched in a long line, with no end in sight to the left or right.
The spacing between trees was not narrow, ordinary vehicles could pass.
But for Cold City, such spacing was far from enough.
Vroom vroom vroom.
The attack drill started, the trees in the middle were crushed easily, and the sides that the drill couldn't reach were flattened by Cold City's sturdy body.
Ah! Lord Jiang Chen's vehicle is so cool. And so am I. Zhang Yuan switched to praising mode again.
At first, Jiang Chen felt quite embarrassed. After adapting, it turned out to be quite useful. The teammates behind started to discuss among themselves.
Wow, our leader's vehicle is really fierce. Invincible. That's nothing. You haven't seen the laser cannon, it can split this forest apart in one shot. Hey, don't get distracted, keep close, don't fall behind.
Although the Cold City could carve a path through, its speed was slowed by these dead woods. Half an hour passed, and they still hadn't reached the destination. Lord Jiang Chen, there's a treehouse in the sky, such a huge treehouse. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze from the forest ahead to the sky above the trees. In the distance hung a giant treehouse, from his angle, it looked a bit like a huge flying saucer, and also like a giant mushroom. It reminded him of those huge mushrooms on the horizon. Earlier, when supply boxes fell from the sky, he could see clearly, later they became hazy and unclear. Now, whether he could see them depended purely on luck. As they drove further, gradually, he could see things falling down from the treehouse. The distance was too far, he could only make out small black dots. The dead forest around became sparser, allowing the Cold City to speed up. Finally, they arrived near the treehouse.
Jiang Chen could only describe the treehouse before him as magnificent.
The huge base of the treehouse blocked the sky, leaving not a single ray of light. As soon as they approached, a shadowy darkness enveloped them. Looking up, only endless stretching branches could be seen, holding the massive treehouse, and overwhelming pressure hit them.
Noisy shouts rang in Jiang Chen's ears.
He scanned around, and saw many vehicles parked nearby. The surviving people there were fighting against strangely shaped mushroom men. Those mushroom men had chubby bodies, seemed harmless, but a single punch carried immense strength. Usually, 2 or 3 survivors would attack one mushroom man, avoiding direct confrontation, with the front one distracting while the back one sneaked a hit. Many were beaten and fled in panic, running toward Jiang Chen and his group. Behind them, a few mushroom men were in relentless pursuit. Jiang Chen quickly assessed the situation. Although the survivors outnumbered them, the mushroom men were stronger individually, already gaining a clear advantage. So many mushroom beasts, all could be his materials and evolution points.
He immediately commanded. Everyone, launch a full attack.
In an instant, all kinds of gunfire erupted.
The Cold City was temporarily controlled by Suin.
Under her operation, the Cold City adjusted direction constantly in place, waiting for the best chance to strike. Where there were no survivors, the cannon was used to blast the mushroom monsters efficiently. Where survivors were present, machine guns swept accurately. Some people, hearing gunfire aimed at them, closed their eyes, crouching and covering their heads in fear. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves alive, and the mushroom men before them had been turned into sieves. Other teammates, like Old Lu, Old Yen, and Gu Xiao who were stronger, grabbed weapons and entered close combat mode. Other teammates either used guns or, if lucky, handheld rocket launchers, launching ranged attacks, none of them idle. The most extreme was Jiang Chen, holding a huge sword, rushing into the fiercest battlefield. With every swing and chop, a few mushroom men fell down. The giant sword he wielded stirred up a fierce wind, not only scaring the mushroom men, even the other human survivors were terrified. Everyone stepped back to avoid being brushed or hit, it was no joke. In the end, Jiang Chen alone faced the most monsters.
What the hell? Who is that beast? Taking on a whole group by himself?
As he marveled, Jiang Chen slashed with his sword again, cutting down 2 more mushroom people that had surrounded him.
Big boss, absolutely a big boss.
The surrounding survivors were completely stunned, their weapons clanging to the ground without them even noticing, their astonished shouts quickly drowning out the sound of gunfire and explosions.
That huge sword is swung so smoothly, is this strength even human? Look! He just took down another wave. Did you see that? He actually took a punch from that monster head-on.
I swear I just saw a god come down to earth.
Damn it, I'm not a coward.
Don't stop me, I'm going to kill them just like the big boss, going in and out 7 times. Encouraged by Jiang Chen's fierce performance and the last person's words, the group regained their fighting spirit and rejoined the battle.
Lo Xingyan, seeing that everyone else was contributing, didn't want to be left out.
After chanting a spell, she activated the group healing spell. Jiang Chen, Old Lu, Gu Xiao, and other members of the convoy were all healed, and the other survivors on the scene also benefited, greatly improving their conditions.
Lo Xingyan's group healing spell became the final straw that broke the mushroom people's ranks.
To be precise, ever since Jiang Chen and his team joined the battle, the tide had already started turning in their favor.
Now, less than 10 minutes later, the mushroom people had been completely wiped out. What kind of divine convoy is this? It's terrifying.
That's the castle car.
I've heard their legend. So strong. So fierce. One convoy could probably take on 10 of us.
At this moment, Jiang Chen looked up at the treehouse. Since earlier, mushroom people and survivors had been falling from the sky one after another, with dull thuds echoing constantly. The battle up there was even more brutal than the one on the ground. However, Jiang Chen sneered, walking toward the side of the cold city car.
He wasn't planning to obediently get in. Old Lu, I killed 2 of them this time, can you speak a few good words for me to Big Brother Jiang? Go, I killed 3, and no one said anything.
You only picked up the scraps, how can that compare to me? With all the mushroom people cleared out, everyone was cleaning up the battlefield while chatting. The group, who had just been working together seamlessly in the battle, now, at the moment the fight ended, all tacitly started to scramble for resources. Every single mushroom person here was a third-tier mutated beast, and valuable resources could be obtained from each one. No one was willing to give in, whoever grabbed it first, it was theirs. In fact, since each mushroom person weighed a ton, not only did you have to grab it, but you had to have the strength to move it. As a result, everyone still had to cooperate to move the loot. But no matter how fiercely everyone fought, when compared to Jiang Chen's efficiency, it seemed insignificant. The cold city car passed through, devouring the mushroom people near its body, with other members of the convoy helping to collect. Their efficiency directly crushed all the other convoys and individuals present. Others had no objections, because the vast majority of the mushroom people had been taken down by Jiang Chen and his team, and they were just collecting their own spoils of war. Let's not mention that without Jiang Chen and his team, many of them might have already perished in this chaotic battle. Suin began to tally the spoils and distribute the resources to the participants, already showing some signs of becoming the chief steward.
Jang Chen took the driver's seat of the cold city car.
The number of survivors falling from the sky decreased more and more, until eventually only the mushroom people would occasionally fall. Each time they fell, it would cause a scramble among the people below.
Jang Chen kept his attention on the situation above.
Although he couldn't see what was happening inside the treehouse, Jiang Chen could vaguely feel several strong auras clashing within. Especially those 2 auras, which were similar to the other mushroom people's auras, but they were so much stronger, completely on a different level. At this moment, he couldn't tell who was superior.
Has the human faction above achieved a phase victory and is now sweeping the remaining battlefield, or have they been defeated, with only a few left fighting desperately?
In any case, no matter what the situation is, the forces above have an absolute home field advantage, and if he rashly moves forward, he will definitely fall into a passive position.
Since that's the case,
Jiang Chen slowly turned the cold city vehicle around, gradually pointing the front of the vehicle at the giant tree supporting the treehouse. He didn't believe that the tree, which could raise so many harmful mushroom beasts, was anything good.
At this moment, Zhang Yuan at the front of the vehicle shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone, move aside. Move aside. Don't interfere with Lord Jiang Chen's performance."
Upon hearing the warning, everyone quickly moved aside, their faces full of fear and confusion, staring at the cold city vehicle, which was ridiculously large.
It's that castle-like giant vehicle, what are they trying to do? Look at the direction of the vehicle's front, it seems like they are going to attack that big tree. The crowd murmured in disgust, even forgetting to pick up the fallen mushroom people. Support the big boss in destroying their lair. These monsters tricked us here, and whenever they disagree, they come down and beat us up. Let's get them. However, some people were skeptical.
Well, I trust the boss's strength, but this tree is so thick and looks so strange, it doesn't seem like something that can be destroyed, right? Others didn't speak, but most of them agreed with his view in their hearts. However, the next moment, a massive amount of energy gathered at the top of the cold city vehicle, and then a wide white laser shot out from the top. The withered trees along the way were instantly cleared, and the laser almost effortlessly hit the trunk of the giant tree. The trunk of the giant tree began to sizzle and smoke, and the laser moved sideways, smoothly cutting through the giant tree like slicing butter.
Cut through it? What kind of terrifying weapon is this? A laser cannon? This is insane. The person who said it wouldn't work, come out. I've been telling you guys to trust the boss, and it's that simple. Yeah, come out now. Hey, a bunch of backseat drivers, I advise you not to go too far.
Zhang Yuan, afraid of being accidentally injured by the laser cannon, had already returned inside the cold city vehicle. She was eagerly watching Jiang Chen with shining eyes, extremely excited.
Lord Jiang Chen, what should we do? I'll fall in love with you with such a handsome move. It's not so surprising, watch me.
Just as Jiang Chen was about to control the laser cannon to directly cut the giant tree in half, he received a notification that the laser cannon's power had been exhausted. At this moment, the giant tree's trunk had been cut through about 4/5 of the way, and a huge gap appeared on it. However, what appeared in people's view was not the massive tree rings they had imagined. Instead, under the wrap of a ring of wooden bark, the innermost part was a slightly bulging rounded cutting surface. It looked just like the mushroom people's stems after being slashed by Jiang Chen's huge sword.
Look! There's definitely something strange inside that tree. Could that be the monster's lair where the mushroom creatures are produced? Before everyone could think further, a violent roar came from the treehouse. Then, more intense sounds of fighting came down. Creak! Creak! At this moment, a loud crashing sound of the tree trunk cracking echoed in their ears. No, the treehouse is going to fall, run. After the giant tree was attacked by the laser cannon, the trunk was left with only a thin layer compared to before. At this point, it could no longer support the weight of the treehouse and began to slowly tilt down. Everyone quickly drove their vehicles and scattered to escape. Boom! At the moment the treehouse collapsed, it crushed countless withered trees, kicking up a sky of dust, and the entire ground trembled. The lucky survivors hid in the distance. He looked at the sky-darkening smoke with lingering fear, his legs still trembling uncontrollably. The treehouse on the ground was much larger than it appeared from the air, its overall scale comparable to an industrial park. However, Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn to a few figures still fighting in the smoke. There were two towering mushroom people, their size far larger than typical mushroom people. Fighting against them were two humans, far smaller in stature than the towering mushroom people. But unexpectedly, it was the two large mushroom people who were being pushed back with each blow. As the smoke settled back to the ground, the scene slowly became clear, and the battle atop the treehouse came to an end. One of the mushroom people was covered in countless sword marks, and with the sound of a sword being sheathed, its body was suddenly sliced into countless pieces. The other mushroom person had a crack appear on its mushroom cap, the crack expanding as a pair of thick beast claws emerged from within, and with a violent force, it was torn in half. On the ground of the treehouse, many survivors lay, most of them wounded, too weak to stand up. A burst of white light shone, and the wounds of dozens of survivors quickly healed as they stood up together. Without exception, all of them were female survivors. It's the J Guild. They stood until the end. And those two, they are the J Guild's top fighters. It seemed to answer the exclamations of the crowd. White Wuxian, whose hands had transformed into beast claws, and Lu Yi, holding twin swords, stood at the two front sides. The two of them had an imposing presence, neither of them superior to the other. Lu Jinfeng's figure slowly emerged from the treehouse, holding a white sheep statue in her hands, her expression solemn and dignified, radiating an aura of silent power. Jiang Su and Lu Xiaotang followed on either side of her, with the dozens of female survivors who had just stood up behind them. She directly ignored everyone else, her eyes focused solely on Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang Chen, we finally meet. Jiang Chen looked at the woman in front of him who had called his name. Combining that with her position, he immediately guessed her identity. In response, Jiang Chen stepped forward and looked her in the eyes with a scrutinizing gaze. You are the president of the J Guild, Lu Jinfeng? Lu Jinfeng smiled faintly, indeed. What do you need from me? Mr. Jiang Chen, I appreciate you taking care of my sisters during this time. Now, it's time for them to return. What do you think? As she spoke, a dazzling white light shot out from the white sheep statue she held, soaring into the air before landing directly on the cold city ship and a nearby small car. You three, are you not coming out? Gu Xiao and Gu Zhiqiu directly walked over, their eyes fixed firmly on the white sheep statue, filled with vigilance, showing no intention of approaching. Luo Xingmian also nervously emerged from the car, lowering her head as she walked beside Jiang Chen and stopped. She then wrapped her arm around Jiang Chen's, looking up into his eyes, her gaze full of hope and uncertainty. She wanted to stay with Jiang Chen. But would Jiang Chen fight the entire J Guild for her? At this moment, she desperately sought an answer. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly to meet her gaze, smiling as he patted her head, offering her a reassuring look. This made her feel an immense sense of relief, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen then turned his attention back to Lu Jinfeng. President Liu, it seems they have made their choice.
His tone was calm but reassuring to hear.
Stop talking nonsense.
Before Lu Jinfeng could respond, a furious voice exploded, and a figure leaped from the side, landing directly in front of Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen focused his gaze, and it was the same white Wuxian he had fought before. At this moment, her arms had already transformed into the ferocious front limbs of a beast. The long white hair rustled violently in the wind. Her 5 fingers turned into translucent white sharp claws, and as she clenched, the veins on her arms bulged. Her fierce aura could easily tear a person open with just one swipe of her claw. She then spoke, Luo Xingnian, Gu Shiqiu, all of you, come here. Her voice was like a beast's roar, neither fully human nor fully beast, deafeningly loud. With her shout, the white ram statue suddenly shone brightly. Then, 2 white threads of light formed and shot directly at Luo Xingnian and Gu Shiqiu. The speed was so fast, no one could even react. It intended to directly bind them and drag them over. At the critical moment, a force erupted from both Luo Xingnian and Gu Shiqiu, blocking the white threads without reason. That force had the same origin as Jiang Chen and Han Chengho, making Jiang Chen feel his team control skill flicker, then everything returned to calm. The white ram statue actually wanted to forcibly change Luo Xingnian and Gu Shiqiu's allegiance. But it did not expect that these two had already signed a spiritual contract with Jiang Chen as team members. Now under Jang Chen's command, it could not take them by force, and Jiang Chen would never agree. One plan failed, the white ram deity erupted again with white light, transmitting all its power into Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian's strength and aura visibly increased, and finally she exhaled deeply with joy written on her face. The next second, she vanished from the spot. Clang! A huge metal vibration sounded, Bai Wuxian punched directly at Jiang Chen's face. Her speed was so fast that no one around could see her movements, as if she teleported in front of Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was no ordinary man, he immediately blocked with his sword. The force from the sword made him look at Bai Wuxian with new respect. At this moment, her strength was several times stronger than the first time she fought Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt a chill, the strange statue's power from close range was much stronger than from afar. Bai Wuxian missed her strike and immediately changed to a grab, her thick beast claws aimed at Luo Xingnian beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly shielded her behind him and kicked Bai Wuxian in the stomach. Bai Wuxian had to retract her claws to block, and Jiang Chen's kick sent her flying several meters back, landing next to Lu Jinfeng. Jiang Chen turned to calm Luo Xingnian, go back to the car and wait for me. Luo Xingnian nodded heavily, then ran back to Han Chengho immediately. Seeing this, Bai Wuxian wanted to chase, but suddenly several cannon blasts rang out. Boom boom boom. Suin, seeing the situation torn, no longer held back, decisively fired the Han Chengho cannons while the Jiumei Guild and Jiang Chen still kept some distance. After several blasts, the Jiumei Guild reappeared in front of everyone, and judging by their condition, they were completely unharmed. Jiang Chen was confused when he saw a transparent barrier shatter in front of the Jiumei Guild, and the white ram statue in Lu Jinfeng's hands dimmed a little. It seemed the strange statue had protected them. Everyone, spread out and attack. Lu Jinfeng immediately ordered, and the Jiumei Guild quickly mounted their vehicles, moving while attacking. This made it hard for Su Lin to aim the cannons anymore. At this moment, Louis drew his twin swords and approached Lu Jinfeng to ask, Big sister, what do we do next? Go together and take those two back. Understood. Louis released all her strength without holding back. Judging by the aura, she was just slightly weaker than Bai Wuxian. But remember, she had not gained the power boost from the white ram statue. Bai Wuxian had already resumed fighting Jiang Chen, and seeing this, Louis was about to join to fight Jiang Chen together. In the next moment, a shadow directly blocked her path. The person held 2 reinforced curved blades, it was Su Lin, who had come to support Jiang Chen. For a moment, Jiang Chen's convoy and the Jiumei Guild's convoy clashed into a chaotic battle. Jiang Chen checked his latest attributes. Name, Jiang Chen. Constitution, 315, plus 40, / 1000. Strength, 265, plus 95, / 1000. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 25 out of 100. Spirit, 65 out of 100. Rationality, 650 / 650. With the boost from his equipment, his constitution and attack had surpassed 350 points. The incredibly high attribute values gave him endless confidence. Bai Wuxian's attacks grew stronger and more violent, like a mad beast. But at this moment, with his greatsword in hand, Jiang Chen felt an endless surge of battle intent deep within his heart. You are strong, but I am stronger. You want to fight? Then let's fight until the end. Chapter 112, Full-Scale War. The battlefield was chaotic at this moment. The scattered members of the Jiumei Guild mounted their vehicles, constantly moving across the battlefield, waiting for the right moment to strike. They couldn't deal with Jiang Chen and his Cold City vehicle, so they targeted the convoy following Cold City instead.
They thought they had picked an easy target, but little did they know, the opponent's weapons and equipment were even more advanced than theirs, and with the Cold City vehicle as cover, they were stuck in a deadlock. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Bai Wuxian were still locked in a fierce battle. As Jiang Chen gradually adapted to Bai Wuxian's speed, the balance of the fight began to shift. To be fair, Bai Wuxian was the strongest survivor Jiang Chen had encountered so far. The fact that they had fought for so many rounds proved her strength, with no weaknesses in her constitution, strength, or speed.
Unfortunately, she met Jiang Chen. Even with the power of the Ares idol, her overall strength was still no match for Jiang Chen. Clang! Clang! Clang!
Bai Wuxian gripped the massive beast claw, launching a series of attacks, but Jiang Chen easily blocked them with his greatsword. Gradually, Jiang Chen shifted from defense to offense. He swung his greatsword, each strike powerful enough to split mountains and break rocks.
Even Bai Wuxian didn't dare to take them head-on.
Her face grew more ferocious, about to explode in anger, but she was helpless against Jiang Chen's fierce attacks, forced into passive evasion. That fierce nature had to be suppressed.
Bang!
A loud crash rang out. Bai Wuxian failed to dodge in time, and the sword's blade struck her, sending her flying. She knelt on one knee, her claws digging into the ground, leaving long trails as she quickly stopped her retreating movement. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't care, licking the blood off her lip with her tongue. Then white light surged from her body, healing her injuries rapidly.
Jiang Chen had seen this self-healing ability before, so it wasn't surprising to him. If she thought she could wear him down this way, she was gravely mistaken.
In terms of endurance, Jiang Chen was never afraid of anyone. Bai Wuxian shot forward again, like a cannonball, charging toward Jiang Chen. After another round of combat, she soon bore more wounds. But what truly frustrated her was that Jiang Chen's stamina seemed endless. For someone like him, whose attacks with a massive sword carried so much power, every strike could be an ultimate move in the hands of others. But for Jiang Chen, these were nothing more than basic, routine attacks. Not only that, he could use these attacks continuously, one after another, with no need for a special charge-up phase. Using a finishing blow as a normal attack, one after another, endlessly. Bai Wuxian's face became grim, her mind, boosted by divine power, was forced to calm down and think of a strategy.
Sadly, she couldn't come up with any effective countermeasures. Swoosh! Once again, she was hit.
This time, the greatsword slashed across her thigh, and blood spread instantly. Her mind had just calmed down, but the pain in her body and the rush of blood instantly ignited her anger, her beastly nature flaring up.
Aga!
All 10 of her claws spread, letting out a wild roar full of ferocity, then she charged at Jiang Chen with the most violent claw attacks.
Clang 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 clang.
The harsh metallic clash rang out continuously, Bai Wuxian's claw shadows like a mad storm, tearing at the defenses in front of Jiang Chen with frenzy. The wild and chaotic attacks had no pattern, but with the extreme speed granted by the Ares statue, they formed an impenetrable net, even ripping the air with a sharp shriek. But Jiang Chen only squinted slightly, his hand steady on the greatsword like a mountain, each block timed perfectly at the moment of her strongest strike. Bai Wuxian's assault, facing his absolute power and skill, was nothing more than the false bravado of a trapped beast.
Jiang Chen waited calmly, using the simplest defensive moves to endure her flaring attack.
For the first time, Bai Wuxian felt powerless in her heart. Jiang Chen in front of her was like a thick wall she could not break.
She admitted she had underestimated this person before.
Third sister, I will help you. Jiang Su next to Lu Jinfeng saw Bai Wuxian gradually losing to Jiang Chen, and stepped in to assist. The Ares statue shot a beam of light into her body, strengthening her power as well. On the other side, Suin faced Louis with much less ease. His 2 long swords moved with perfect skill, sword winds sharp like snake fangs, slashing, sweeping, stabbing, moves endlessly changing.
Every strike aimed at Su Lin's vital points.
Louis moved unpredictably, using the environment to hide and constantly change positions, one sword fast, one slow, one hard, one soft, forming an unbroken sword net, forcing Su Lin to retreat again and again. Su Lin barely blocked with her 2 curved blades, her arms cut in several places by the sword winds. Though agile, against Lu Yi's years of sword mastery, she fell behind, relying only on nimble steps to survive, her breathing growing rapid. Only by catching him as he finished an attack and shooting her gun could she barely wound him. But it was only tiny scratches. In terms of agility, Louis was just as unmatched as she was.
Bang bang bang.
Su Lin fired continuous shots, all bullets flying toward Louis. But his twin swords formed a rapid silver curtain, bullets bounced off, sparks flying, not even touching the edge of her clothes. A mocking smile curved Louis's lips, his body suddenly dropped low and surged forward, the twin swords like deadly streaks, aiming for Su Lin's lower body. Su Lin sensed danger, spun into the air, her curved blade slashing to block, clang. The heavy force numbed her hand, the blades almost slipping. The person in front of her was strong, beyond what she expected.
Long and strong, Louis's twin swords were deadly and powerful.
The swords in his hand spun like flowers, growing faster and faster, like high-speed fans. Another clash of curved blades and long swords, sparks and blood flew together. Su Lin's forearms were cut by several more sword wounds.
Sister Su Lin. On the Han City ship, Luo Xingnian could no longer sit still.
Her fingers clenched the hem of her dress, her eyes full of struggle. On one side was her second sister from her old guild, who had cared for her well. On the other side was her current good sister, who treated her just as well.
She did not want anyone to be hurt on either side.
Helping either side caused her painful inner struggle. But seeing Su Lin get hurt again, she could no longer stay idle, finally making her choice. A single energy shot flew into Su Lin's body, stopping the bleeding quickly, healing most of her wounds.
Louis glanced at Luo Xingnian, anger rising faintly in his eyes. The strength of the sword strike unintentionally intensified a bit.
Then her body spun vertically like a windmill, using inertia to slash towards Su Lin, one after another. The sudden increase in force caught Su Lin off guard, and the two curved swords were about to fly out of his hands. In the nick of time, a smoke gun intercepted Lui's dual sword attack. The voice of old Lu, full of teasing, rang out.
Granddaughter, don't you know to greet your old grandpa when you see him? Chapter 113, Divine Strength Wanes. Old Lu?
Su Lin was completely caught off guard by old Lu's sudden appearance. This old fox was usually extremely cautious with his life, so it was rare for him to risk coming out. Su Lin glanced at Jiang Chen on the other side of the battlefield, unsure if he had a hand in this.
She's your granddaughter?
Su Lin, don't worry about that now, come help.
I can't hold off this girl.
As he spoke, another crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Old Lu was forced to retreat repeatedly from Lui's attacks, with the opponent showing no signs of holding back. However, the smoke gun he wielded was so dense that, though it seemed messy, every swing precisely hit the pressure points of the two swords, relieving much of the force. Lui's expression darkened, and her dual sword suddenly sped up, flashing with cold light. She flicked her wrist, and her long sword shot out like a venomous snake, aiming straight at old Lu's wrists and ankles, turning her attack deadly and vicious. Old Lu let out a strange cry, blocking with his smoke gun, but his feet remained steady, dodging nimbly while retreating. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of bones, and intense pain shot through old Lu's waist, causing his face to contort in agony, and his movements slowed for a moment.
Su Lin hurried forward, joining him to face the enemy. With Su Lin's addition, old Lu's pressure was greatly reduced. Together, they managed to neutralize all of Lui's attacks. Lui gritted her teeth in anger, her dual sword swinging even more violently, but no matter how fierce her assault was, the mutual defense and offense of the duo could not be broken.
Old Lu, clutching his aching side, knowing Lui's true strength, did not dare relax. Be careful, this fool won't hesitate to harm even her own kin. Lui was provoked by his words, and her eyes nearly shot out fire. Su Lin, however, seized the moment Lui was distracted, sliding the curved sword past her long sword, the cold light flashing straight for her neck. Lui, furious and panicked, hurriedly dodged, but her shoulder was still slashed with a deep wound, exposing the bone. The smell of blood filled the air, and murder surged in her eyes, but she could no longer suppress her retreating momentum. She crossed her dual swords in front of her chest, and all the outwardly aggressive energy she had gathered was drawn back into her body. Around her, even the wind stopped. Old Lu's pupils suddenly contracted, not good.
Run!
At that moment, Lui mumbled something under her breath, her voice low, but clear enough for both Su Lin and old Lu to hear. Double sword slay all. As the words left her mouth, the stagnant air around her exploded with a bang. Her figure turned into countless sword shadows, sharp as needles. These shadows enveloped the entire battlefield, her final hidden killing move, Thousand Cuts. The razor-sharp sword chi tore through the air, emitting a shrill whistle, the rocks on the ground instantly ground to powder, and even the surrounding light was shattered by the dense sword shadows. Just as Su Lin tried to move, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The sound of countless sharp swords slicing through the air exploded in her ears, like a series of demon whispers.
Soon, wounds began to appear on her legs, shoulders, and even her face. In an instant, she was unable to move at all. What a terrifying move.
Once trapped in it, you were completely at the mercy of the attack, with no chance of survival. Su Lin's heart shook violently, panic seizing her, but she could not move a single inch, the sword chi like a solid cage trapping her inside, rendering her helpless. At the critical moment, she was pushed away from behind, leaving the range of flashing knives and swords.
A loud clang 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 rang out.
She turned her head and saw that old Lu had a folding iron pot on his back, standing exactly where she had just been, enduring countless sword shadows. The attacks finally stopped, and old Lu fell to the ground with a thud. On the cart, Luo Xingnian's eyes turned red instantly, recklessly casting healing spells on Su Lin and old Lu until she was exhausted and nearly fainted. Just as Su Lin thought old Lu's soul had gone to the west, he suddenly flipped forward and stood up. He touched his head and body and breathed a long sigh. It's fine, this girl seems to have some measure in her strike. Looking again at Lui on the field, now half crouched on the ground, pale, gasping heavily. After this move, she was completely exhausted, facing Suin and old Lu coming at her. She could only give up resisting. But her eyes looked at Luo Xingnian with some grievance, her meaning very clear: if she hadn't interfered, this battle would have been her victory. On the other side, after Jiang Su entered the fight, the situation hadn't changed much. Jang Chen fought two at once without falling behind, instead completely suppressing Bai Wuxian and Jiang Su. Bai Wuxian's beast claws swept out fiercely, each strike cracking and sinking the ground, his beastly body as hard as steel, combined with Jiang Su's tricky leg attacks, enough to sweep any survivor base. But Jiang Chen's greatsword moved like thunder, golden force sweeping out, every collision cracking Bai Wuxian's tiger mouth, fractures spreading along the claws. As Jiang Su's legs touched Jiang Chen's body, they were forced back by his powerful strength. It was as if the one being hit wasn't Jiang Chen, but herself, unable to hold even a bit of control. Shayla. The greatsword slashed horizontally, Bai Wuxian's beast arm cut open a deep wound down to the bone, beast blood gushing out. She let out a sharp roar, her beast aura fluctuating violently. Other ordinary members of the Jomei Guild also began losing the upper hand in battle. Although they had the healing power of the Ares statue, the equipment gap was too large. As they kept getting injured and healed repeatedly, the healing power they could get from the Ares statue became less and less. No power can truly be infinite, and neither can the Ares statues. Its glow was already much dimmer than at the beginning, and it seemed unwilling to give to ordinary guild members. It turned fully to provide strength and healing to Bai Wuxian. Jiang Chen also realized that this Ares god was purely supportive. Without someone receiving its power to act for it, it had no way to intervene. Whether it was always like this, or because the remaining divine power was too weak, it could only rely on others' actions. However, its power had clearly already been mostly consumed. Lu Jinfeng looked at the wounded guild members, and at Bai Wuxian and Jiang Su being driven into a corner by Jiang Chen, feeling anxious. She put down the statue and sincerely kowtowed, "Please, God, help." Yet where others could not see, a hint of calculation flashed in her eyes. The Ares statue responded to her prayer, a light stronger than ever shot into the sky, then all fell onto Bai Wuxian. No other guild member, no matter how badly hurt, received even a bit. With the help of this light, Bai Wuxian quickly returned to peak state. She knew ordinary methods could no longer harm Jiang Chen effectively. This time she planned to directly use her strongest killing move. A mighty force surged from her body, and the surrounding dust stirred and flew through the air as if caught in an invisible storm. Bai Wuxian's gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Chen, her mouth silently chanting a mysterious and obscure incantation. In the end, it all converged into two words: summon the gods. As soon as Bai Wuxian's words fell, the other members of the Nine Rings Guild stopped moving. They clasped their hands together in front of their chests and bowed their heads, softly singing a mysterious hymn. The song filled the battlefield, echoing in the air. A giant white circular magic formation appeared in the sky, and a holy yet blinding white light descended from the formation. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the statue of the white ram god was continually channeling divine power into the sky. The magic formation grew clearer, but the light from the statue slowly began to fade. At this moment, Bai Wuxian stood bathed in the white light. She tilted her head back, her silver white hair flying wildly in the holy light. Yet her face remained calm and relaxed, like a newborn child, peacefully asleep. The crowd was stunned by the sudden scene before them. For a moment, they forgot what they were supposed to do, standing frozen in place. As the white light gradually faded, the other members of the Nine Rings Guild collapsed to the ground, as if drained of all energy. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp sound came from Bai Wuxian's body, as though something was breaking out of its shell. Then, with a sudden explosion, a loud sound rang out. Whoosh! Bai Wuxian's massive beast-like arms exploded with a gush of blood. The cracking sound grew louder, and one by one, white bones began to protrude from her arms, piercing through the flesh and gleaming with a cold, ominous light. Her arms quickly transformed into a grotesque form, covered in sharp bones. At each joint, a pointed bone spike jutted out, each one pale and emitting a dreadful light. Thick blood dripped from the spikes, splattering on the ground with a thud sound. The air was immediately filled with the heavy scent of blood. And it didn't stop there. The spikes all collapsed, one on top of another, tightly following the curve of her arms, eventually forming a huge bone armor that wrapped around her arms. When she moved her arms slightly, a soft click of bone scraping against bone could be heard. The sight of her bone-covered arms alone was enough to strike fear into anyone who looked at them. Without a doubt, the destructive power and defensive strength of those arms were beyond imagination. The crowd's gaze shifted upward, only to find that, at some point, two long, curved horns had sprouted from Bai Wuxian's forehead. At this moment, her entire aura changed. She tilted her head slightly, a faint, sinister smile playing on her lips, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Just a glance into her eyes sent chills down people's spines. What kind of monster is that? Why do I feel compelled to worship it? Such an overwhelming presence, it suffocates me. Some people instinctively wanted to flee, but they found that their legs refused to obey, as if rooted to the ground, motionless. What was even more terrifying was that, after merely staring at Bai Wuxian for a few seconds, some people received a prompt that their sanity had decreased. An overwhelming thought flashed through their minds. The might of the gods cannot be offended, one should not look directly at it. Can anyone really oppose such an existence? Don't come any closer. Move, legs, move. Bai Wuxian, with her massive bone-covered arms, slowly walked toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only felt an invisible pressure rush at him. The air around him seemed to condense into a solid form, making it difficult to breathe and almost forcing him to bend his knees under the pressure. But he merely chuckled lightly, tightening his muscles, effectively neutralizing most of the pressure. At this moment, Bai Wuxian had already reached him, her gaze as cold as if she were looking at an ant, making Jiang Chen instinctively uncomfortable. A trace of anger flared in his heart. Ignorant ant, repeatedly ruining my plans, you must be punished. The tone in her voice was not that of speaking to an opponent. But it was a one-sided judgment. This phrase fell into Jiang Chen's ears, immediately making his heart tremble. This strange tone of speech made Jiang Chen realize that within Bai Wuxian's current body, it was probably already another existence. But he was not someone who would be easily manipulated. No matter how much you pretend to be a god or a ghost, I'll fight first and speak later. Ha! For the first time, Jiang Chen used all his strength, shouting in anger as he swung his giant sword with force, slashing towards Bai Wuxian. The giant sword carried immense power, which should have been an invincible attack that surged forward without hesitation, but in the air, it was directly blocked by someone. Clang! A loud sound erupted, sparks flying from the impact, followed by fragments shooting out, cutting across Jiang Chen's cheek, a thin line of blood slowly oozing out. He looked up and saw Bai Wuxian raising an arm, steadily blocking his strike. The bone arm only showed a barely noticeable shallow mark, but Jiang Chen's giant sword, after this strike, actually had a small notch. It had dulled. This fifth-tier divine weapon, heavy in the blade and sharp at the edge, had fallen short when it collided with the bone arm. Just as Jiang Chen was about to swing the sword again, Bai Wuxian's bone fist arrived first. This punch carried terrifying force, and Jiang Chen quickly blocked with his sword. This block was not easy. Jiang Chen was sent flying like being hit by a truck, flying tens of meters backward. The giant sword's body even showed a shallow dent, and the tremendous sound from the block nearly deafened Jiang Chen's ears. Lord Jiang Chen. Jiang Yuan flew into the air, trying to catch Jiang Chen, but instead, she was knocked back repeatedly by him, becoming his human shield, crashing through several dead trees in his place. Jiang Chen. When Luo Xingnian saw this scene, her heart immediately clenched, and she cried out loudly, her eyes turning red in an instant. She wanted to cast a healing spell to assist him, but due to having exhausted her energy earlier healing Suin and old Lu, she could barely stand, her will strong but powerless. Don't come. Suin, who had just gone through a fierce battle, was also in poor condition, but still, he couldn't help but try to rush towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen stopped him with a shout. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt like a storm was brewing in his stomach. He hadn't expected Bai Wuxian's strike to be so terrifying. The moment he blocked it, his body endured an immense shock. He blocked it, but it felt as if he hadn't. He suddenly felt his nose was damp, and when he touched it, blood was flowing from his nostrils. Lord Jiang Chen, can you get up? Feeling the softness behind him, Jiang Chen quickly rose. Luckily, Jiang Yuan had cushioned the fall for him, or his injuries would have been worse. Jiang Chen looked at the weakened Jiang Yuan on the ground, and just as he was about to help her up, a sound of air being torn came from behind. He immediately shoved Jiang Yuan aside, turning and swinging his sword to block Bai Wuxian's heavy punch coming at him again. Bang! Jiang Chen, along with his sword, was sent flying back by the punch, tumbling several dozen steps. He quickly planted his giant sword into the ground to stabilize himself. Bai Wuxian had no intention of giving him a chance to rest. With a strong push from both feet, leaving 2 deep indentations, she charged toward Jiang Chen again. She threw one punch after another, with each collision of her fist and the giant sword echoing louder than the last. Each time they clashed, Jiang Chen was knocked back several meters, his steel giant sword deformed by the impact. Under the immense force, Jiang Chen felt like his internal organs were about to rupture, and several times, he spat out blood. Everyone watched in shock, their hearts filled with fear. This level of battle was beyond what they could intervene in, and all they could do was silently cheer Jiang Chen on in their hearts. Lu Jinfeng, holding the white sheep idol, coldly observed, her expression impossible to read, neither joy nor sorrow. But Jiang Chen noticed that the white sheep idol in her hands had already dimmed, almost on the verge of extinguishing. Despite the pain twisting her face from the injury, a confident smile was now curling on her lips. Looks like this should be your last bit of strength, right? You have the Ares god, I have the car god, so let's see who's better. With a flash of thought, a massive surge of energy transferred from the cold city ship to his body. The sudden eruption of power startled Bai Wuxian, who had been calmly attacking all along. He quickly retreated, wary, and observed. But Jiang Chen's power had already been fully charged. His ultimate move, vehicle synchronization, was activated.
Chapter 115, Jiang Chen wins with one move. 5 seconds. This was the duration of Jiang Chen's vehicle synchronization, but for him, this was enough. He gripped the giant sword with both hands and held it sideways, its tip resting on the ground. Power surged wildly inside him, as though an engine was roaring in his body. He moved, his figure vanishing from the spot, and the next second, he appeared right in front of Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian was locked onto by this overwhelming aura. His eyes darted around, as if searching for a way to evade, or perhaps struggling to understand the sudden explosion of Jiang Chen's power. Before Jiang Chen even reached him, the powerful gust of wind had already struck, blowing Bai Wuxian's long hair backward, and his body instinctively leaned back. No way to dodge. She immediately realized that trying to avoid it would only expose her weaknesses, leading to certain death. She steeled herself, gathering all her strength into her fists, and struck forward. Boom! At the moment of impact, the shockwave sent a tremendous blast across the battlefield. Everyone present was hit by the sheer force and flew backward, eventually landing on the ground with a thud. What terrifying power! What kind of technique is this? Some people clutched their aching chests, horrified. Their vision blurred by the violent shockwave, all they could hear were deafening sounds of metal shattering and bones cracking. Who won? The crowd stood up, not even having time to brush off the dust, their eyes fixed eagerly on the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Bai Wuxian brushed past each other. Both maintained their attack postures, frozen in place. Then Jiang Chen slowly stood up straight, hoisting the giant sword onto his shoulder, and turned to look at Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian's face was filled with shock, her expression one of disbelief. How could this be? How could your power possibly? Thud. Before she could finish her sentence, one of her arms snapped off at the shoulder, falling straight to the ground. Jiang Chen had forcefully severed her arm. No blood poured from the wound, but instead, there was a hollow hole revealing a dark, internal space. Jiang Chen now noticed that not only were her arms covered in bone armor, but her entire body was covered in tough bone armor. In fact, she was almost entirely made of bone. The break was not clean. The edge of the severed limb was jagged, with saw-like teeth, and cracks spread across the bone, bits of it occasionally falling off. The sharpness of the giant sword wasn't enough to cut through her arm, but Jiang Chen's immense strength could directly tear it apart. White light began to glow from Bai Wuxian's body, and the bone fragments at the break started to show signs of healing. She had activated her self-healing ability. However, with her body so heavily reinforced and such a severe injury, this feeble healing power was like a drop in the ocean. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Wuxian's remaining arm pressed against her chest as she coughed a few times. The loss of her arm was just a surface wound, the internal impact was far more deadly. And the aftermath kept coming, wave after wave, making her endure the most intense pain. She bent slightly, her body swaying as though she might fall at any moment. One. Did Big Brother Jiang Chen win? The onlookers suddenly erupted into deafening cheers. Oh my god. This feels like a dream. What kind of battle did I just witness? Ha! What J Guild, what ace fighters? Didn't they just fall to our big brother? The crowd, who had been oppressed by Bai Wuxian's aura for so long, finally felt the pressure lift. All of it turned into triumphant shouts. Lord Jiang Chen, you are truly amazing. Zhang Yuan dragged her heavy body and, at this moment, couldn't wait to come over and congratulate Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen ignored the voices of those around him, his gaze remained fixed on Bai Wuxian. After the full burst of the vehicle synchronization skill, his body fell into a brief recovery period of weakness, but he was not worried, because he knew the other party's situation was even worse. Bai Wuxian swayed left and right like a roly-poly toy, her broken body shaking for a while before finally stabilizing. She was still bent over, head lowered, struggling to make a sound from her mouth. No, forgive. She turned her head to look at the white sheep statue, reaching out as if trying to grab something. The white sheep statue sensed her summons, the last bit of white light shot out from its body and entered hers. Not enough, still not enough. With the white light entering her, Bai Wuxian's complexion improved slightly, and new bone fragments quickly grew at the broken ends, but it was still far from being fully healed or regrowing her severed arm. She waved her hand again, and Jiang Su's body suddenly stiffened. The white light that the white sheep statue had previously injected into her body was pulled out, now being absorbed back into Bai Wuxian's body. She regained some strength once more. But it was still not enough. She looked at the few barely standing ordinary members of the J Guild, her eyes devoid of any emotion. But before she could make any move, a strong and ominous premonition surged within her heart. She suddenly turned her head to look at the white sheep statue, only to see Lu Jinfeng's face twisted with fierce intent, her lips curling into a wild smile. Then, she saw Lu Jinfeng lift the statue high and slam it down onto the ground. Bang! With such forceful impact, the statue didn't shatter immediately, but instead bounced high into the air, rolling around, before landing and spinning rapidly on the ground until it was finally stopped by a foot from Lu Jinfeng.
At this point, several vicious cracks appeared on the statue, and light began to shine through them. Seeing that the statue had not shattered, Lu Jinfeng was already prepared. She pulled out a metal hammer from somewhere, lifting it high above her head with both hands.
What does it matter if it's a god? Today, I will slay the god.
Her words were filled with long-suppressed anger and longing. She glanced at Lu Xiaotang, who was huddled in the corner, and at the injured members of the J Guild. The fear in her heart was replaced by resolve as she spoke and swung the hammer down toward the statue beneath her feet. Bai Wuxian's eyes nearly bulged out with rage as she saw the statue being shattered, the fire in her eyes about to erupt.
"Aunt, how dare you?"
She could no longer care about anything else, dragging her injured body to rush toward Lu Jinfeng to stop her.
A figure suddenly darted out, knocking her aside. It was Jiang Su, who had just had his divine power drained. In a flash, Lu Jinfeng, seizing the opportunity while Bai Wuxian was distracted by Jiang Su, brought the hammer down straight. Crack! The statue shattered into pieces, fragments flying everywhere. The object inside was now fully exposed. It was a ball of energy made of white light, and as soon as it emerged, a mental shockwave spread out like ripples in water. Everyone felt a sudden dizziness, followed by a prompt indicating a decrease in their sanity.
At this moment, Lu Jinfeng looked down at the energy ball with fiery eyes, quickly grabbing it with her hands, her face filled with madness. She opened her mouth wide, seemingly intent on swallowing it directly. Bai Wuxian saw the statue destroyed and quickly got up, just about to rush forward when she suddenly felt dizzy. She clasped her head, tightly closing her eyes, her expression full of pain. When she opened her eyes again, they had regained clarity. At the crucial moment, the original consciousness of Bai Wuxian had awoken. But she didn't stop her actions. The gaze she cast upon the white energy ball was no longer filled with devotion, but with unabashed greed. She unleashed all her body's potential, moving faster than lightning.
Just as Lu Jinfeng was about to swallow the energy ball, snatched it away. Chapter 116, Taming the J Guild Convoy.
To be precise, Bai Wuxian only grabbed half, the other half had already been swallowed by Lu Jinfeng. As Bai Wuxian eagerly swallowed the other half of the energy orb, the divine energy hidden in the Ares statue was completely consumed by the two of them. Everyone in the J Guild felt a sudden clarity in their minds, the previous sense of being controlled vanished, and now, when they looked at each other, they saw a trace of confusion on each other's faces. The bone armor on Bai Wuxian slowly faded, returning her to her original human form, and her broken arm grew back. Only the overwhelming aura was gone, replaced by a more restrained power quietly growing within her.
What's happening? Why did they suddenly start fighting on their own?
Jang Chen's people were confused by this sudden change.
Who cares?
With Boss Jiang here, nothing they do can shake us. Bai Wuxian and Lu Jinfeng reunited, the same source power flowed between them, and sparks flew in the air when their eyes met.
Big sister, isn't what you're doing unfair? Lu Jinfeng flicked her hair, regaining her usual graceful and composed demeanor. I only do it for the guild, but you, third sister, aren't you usually the one who listens to that person? Now, you stopped pretending?
Bai Wuxian sneered, I worked hard to do so many things for it, it's what I deserve, so why do you? Third sister, Lu Jinfeng interrupted her words, winner takes all, this world has no why.
Ha, you don't think you're the final winner, do you? Enough, now is not the time for that.
Bai Wuxian repeatedly defied her in words, making her feel a flash of anger. Then, she turned to Jiang Chen, her face full of confidence, a courage brought by her new power. She took a few steps forward and met Jiang Chen's gaze across the space.
Had enough of watching the show, Mr. Jiang Chen?
Jiang Chen looked at her with interest, the skill of vehicle synchronization had long disappeared, and the power of the statue had also been completely consumed. Even with Lu Jinfeng swallowing that mysterious divine energy, recovering her power wouldn't happen instantly.
And when it came to fighting at normal strength, when had Jiang Chen ever been afraid?
Now he wanted to see what tricks this woman was hiding in her stomach.
You seem very confident? Lu Jinfeng didn't answer, instead asking back, I have a proposal, I wonder if you are interested? Oh? Say it. We stop fighting here, split the things in the treehouse 50-50, and don't interfere with each other, how about that? Jiang Chen laughed and shook his head, no, I want everything in here. Lu Jinfeng's smile immediately disappeared, replaced with a serious expression, why fight to the death? I believe your power now is almost used up, right?
Jiang Chen said nothing, just waved a finger forward, then the sound of mechanical movement was heard. When Jiang Chen moved aside, Lu Jinfeng's face stiffened, she saw the big guns of the Hancheng ship all aimed at her.
Guns?
Lu Jinfeng was stunned, without the protection of the Ares statue, she didn't know if she could survive the bombardment, she didn't dare to risk it.
More importantly, the other convoy members certainly couldn't withstand it.
What she didn't know was that even without the guns, Jiang Chen would have little trouble handling her. After all, the power she had just gained still needed time to recover. Bai Wuxian also came forward, mockingly patting her shoulder. Big sister, a wise person knows when to give in. Lu Jinfeng looked at the cold gun barrels, then at Jiang Chen's aura, one she now greatly feared. And Lu Yi, who didn't know when she had been caught, finally shook her head helplessly. She slowly raised her left hand, and facing Jiang Chen, said a little shamefully, "We surrender." Jiang Chen gladly accepted their surrender, and under his strict requirement, every member of the J Guild convoy signed a spiritual contract with him. From then on, their life and death were at the whim of Jiang Chen. They must not harbor any rebellious thoughts and must obey Jiang Chen's orders 100%. From that moment, the J Guild convoy became Jiang Chen's second affiliated convoy. The first was naturally the old Lu Tu convoy that he had taken in earliest. Their status now had risen greatly, and the J convoy members had to show respect when they saw them. Everyone praised old Lu Tu's farsightedness. Of course, the most admired was the real leader of the convoy, Jiang Chen. Lu Jinfeng regretted signing the members' contracts the moment she finished. Proud as she was, she had never been so humble, but the deed was done, and the move could not be undone. It was Luoxing Mian who could now openly comfort her. "Ah, big sister. Jiang Chen is a good person, you can rest easy, he will not make things hard for you." Then she remembered the matter of switching people and, feeling uneasy, ran to Jiang Chen to warn him. "Stinky Jiang Chen, I warn you, you must not have any thoughts about my big sister or the others, or I will not forgive you." Then she added, "Even by accident, it's not allowed." After saying this, she blushed and lowered her head, murmuring quietly, "After all, you already have me, and Sister Suin." "Oh." Jiang Chen replied absent-mindedly, not really hearing what she said. Under his command, all convoy members were moving things outside the treehouse, the place full of laughter, the tense atmosphere from before the battle completely gone. The storage of supplies inside the treehouse was astonishing. Even just the most ordinary supplies at the outer area, people moved for hours and still hadn't finished. Those supplies were heavy, yet not a single person complained. Instead, everyone rushed to help. Soon, every vehicle was full of supplies, and the rest were moved into the Han Shanghao. Just throwing supplies beside Han Shanghao made them get sucked automatically inside. Many people were used to it, only the newly joined Jiomei convoy girls still found it incredible, their minds full of question marks. At this time, Su Lin came over holding a list and handed it to Jiang Chen. "These are the newly joined convoy members, take a look." Jiang Chen glanced simply. The newly joined Jiomei convoy had more than 50 members, while old Lu Tu's convoy increased to over 60 members. "Jiang Chen, those people had some relations with me before, they want to join my small squad, look." "No problem." He naturally had no objection, those people could be managed by old Lu Tu. As for the Jiomei convoy, Lu Jinfeng managed them, no need for him to worry. If needed, there was Su Lin, who was now the general manager of the whole convoy. What Jiang Chen really cared about now were the precious supplies in the innermost part of the treehouse. Seeing that everyone else's vehicles were almost full, under his control, Han Shanghao entered the treehouse and began devouring without restraint. Those narrow corners where the vehicle could not reach were carried out by convoy members to be devoured. Han Shanghao eventually swallowed all the supplies in the treehouse completely, without any waste. Jiang Chen looked at the long list of supplies sent by the system, especially the precious items, and couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth in a high smile. Chapter 117, Harvest of Three Great Treasures. Food supplies, 5,000 boxes. Drinking water supplies, 6,000 boxes. Daily necessities supplies, 3,000 boxes. Weapons and equipment supplies, 2,000 boxes. Ammunition supplies, 4,000 boxes. Repair tool supplies, 1,000 boxes. The types of supplies were dazzling, almost all stored in supply boxes. Opening a supply crate is like opening a mystery box. But there are exceptions. For example, those special vehicle upgrade parts. Engines, off-road tires, alloy armor plates, even offensive vehicle-mounted cannons. Because of their large size and inconvenience for packing, they are directly stacked in the corner, arranged neatly. The quantity is so large that it's enough to upgrade nearly 60 vehicles of Jiang Chen's two small squads, consuming only a small portion. Whether it's a large amount of vehicle replacement parts or piles of supply boxes, this scale is definitely not for one person or a small team. These supplies are enough to arm an army or sustain a small town. Fortunately, the Cold City ship's warehouse has nearly unlimited capacity, so Jiang Chen can take all the supplies. After the regular supplies, a long list of precious enhancement materials appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes, making him more and more excited as he looked. Steel heart, 2 tons. Meteorite iron, 10 tons. Obsidian, 5 tons. Amber, 1 ton. Natural diamonds, 1.5 tons. Jiang Chen took a few of them and felt their texture and the soft glow around them, momentarily losing focus. These are all high-grade materials. An Chen only took a few of them, yet they evolved again, and now she can forge up to level 7 equipment. Now, with this batch of materials, it's enough for Jiang Chen and his team to squander freely. They only lack some necessary exotic beast materials, and their equipment can reach a whole new level. What Jiang Chen found most difficult to understand were the 3 small items hidden deep inside the treehouse.
They even had their own special lockboxes. The boxes were wrapped in wine red velvet with dark patterns, the color deep and restrained, the velvet surface fine almost to a soft glow. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, in stark contrast to the rough materials around it. One could immediately tell that what was sealed inside was no ordinary item. After searching through the pile, Jiang Chen finally found the key to unlock them. They were buried in a pile of miscellaneous items, which was a drawback of the RV's consumption. No one had sorted the materials that accurately. Click. The first box opened with a sound. Inside, there quietly lay a beast egg. The shell was a warm dark gold, with a faint flow of light running across it. It wasn't a glaring bright gold, but more like ancient jade, subtle and heavy. The surface of the egg was covered with fine natural veins, like leaf veins. When Jiang Chen lightly touched it, he could feel the weak but steady pulse of life. The egg was not large, but surprisingly heavy. It seemed small but was incredibly dense. There was no violent aura, no oppressive feeling. Instead, it exuded an ancient, peaceful, almost sacred quality. System, scan it. Item, candle dragon egg. Tier, 9th grade. 9th grade? He clearly recognized these two words, but when combined, Jiang Chen couldn't fully understand. The strongest exotic beast he had encountered so far was only 5th grade, so how terrifying must the power of a 9th grade one be? Jiang Chen couldn't even imagine it now. At this level, it couldn't be called an exotic beast anymore, it should be called a divine beast. But since this thing was now in his hands, it was his. Before he could even rejoice, the system's next few lines of text poured cold water on him. Durability, 0.5/100. Condition, aged, fragile, due to improper long-term storage, 99% of the life force inside has been lost. No chance of hatching. It's recommended to fry it for eating. The system joked for the first time in a long while, seemingly not holding the egg's contents in high regard. Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to respond to the system. He cursed, trash. He was about to take the beast egg to Aunt Chan and give everyone a special meal tonight. What's wrong? Suin happened to walk into the warehouse and, upon hearing Jiang Chen's plan, quickly snatched the egg away. It's such a waste to eat it. After all, it's a rare 9th grade item. Why not keep it as a collectible? She then carefully placed the beast egg in a safe spot, and only then did she feel at ease and join Jiang Chen in checking out the other things inside the boxes. However, when they weren't paying attention, under the cold nourishment of the heart of the ice river, the life force of the strange beast egg stopped draining, and there were even faint signs of recovery. Crack! Another treasure chest was opened, and the surrounding dampness immediately intensified, with the entire atmosphere lowering significantly. Jiang Chen and Suin both felt a cloud of gloom settle in their hearts, an indescribable feeling of oppression. What is this thing that can directly affect their spirits? They waited for the chest to open completely, and a twisted purple, intestine-like object appeared before Jiang Chen. This thing wasn't just ordinary flesh and blood, it seemed more like some kind of semi-material, semi-energy existence. It was cold and slippery to the touch and faintly emitted a weak glow. Item, ancient god umbilical cord. Tier, unknown. Description, a relic of the Great Ones, its appearance signifies the birth of a newborn. Effect, consuming it directly will greatly increase mental power, allowing one to see hidden creatures, but there may be other effects as well. It is recommended to keep it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown as he stared at the object, his heart pounding wildly. The system hadn't analyzed its tier, but considering it could be placed next to the candle dragon egg, he knew it wouldn't be anything ordinary. More importantly, it had a clear effect description, it could greatly increase mental power and help open spiritual vision. Jiang Chen really wanted to swallow it directly to see what the actual effect would be. But since the system suggested he keep it, after some internal struggle, he decided to follow the system's advice. Despite obtaining 2 divine-grade items, he couldn't use either of them, which made Jiang Chen feel a bit frustrated. Luckily, there was a 3rd treasure chest. He stopped thinking too much and opened it directly. Jiang Chen felt a burst of dazzling light flash by, then slowly dimmed until his eyes could adjust to the sudden brightness. Skill? This time, 2 balls of light appeared in front of him, one large and one small. He immediately recognized the smaller light ball. It was a personal skill that had a very low chance of being obtained after hunting strange beasts or could be obtained through evolution by pure luck. But what caught his attention more was the large light ball, which bore some resemblance to the divine essence that had burst out when Lu Jinfeng smashed the white sheep statue, but the energy was purer and deeper. System, scan these 2 objects. The scan results came out quickly. Item, divine essence purity. Tier, 8th. Description, even gods can fall. When their power is preserved after death, it transforms into divine essence. Ordinary people can absorb it to gain some of their divine powers. If the divine consciousness completely dissipates, it will turn into pure divine essence. Ordinary people absorbing it and nurturing it may develop their own divine abilities. Effect: absorption will correct personal evolutionary path and comprehensively enhance both physical and mental abilities. Finally, a usable item. Jiang Chen immediately swallowed the large light ball. Chapter 118, Skills fully upgraded, Reputation soars. Jiang Chen felt a ball of energy in his stomach, strengthening both his body and his invisible spirit. As this energy spread throughout his body, he felt every cell in his body enjoying such comfort that he almost moaned. Once the strengthening was complete, the ball of energy did not disappear but instead took root and began to sprout within him. It was like another framework outside his bones, supporting his body, like steel bars inside concrete, hidden but undeniably strengthening his physical strength. Suin noticed Jiang Chen's change and tilted her head in confusion, but then she seemed to understand and didn't ask any further questions. She just quietly waited at the side. Jiang Chen eagerly checked his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Chen. Constitution: 378, plus 40/1000, equipment bonus. Strength: 318, plus 95/1000, equipment bonus. Agility: 216. Intelligence: 30 out of 100, skill cap plus 3. Mental: 78 out of 100. Sanity: 780/780. His physique, strength, agility, even intelligence and mental state had all been comprehensively improved. This sudden surge of power made him overjoyed. The feeling of such a massive boost in strength was truly intoxicating. As his gaze shifted down to the skill section, he immediately understood the source of this change. New special skill, Divine Body, current skills, 6, skill cap, 13. Skill description: all attributes increased by 20%, Divine Origin enhanced, skill effects enhanced, Divine Origin is lost, this skill disappears. A 20% increase in all attributes, and it can grow. This skill was truly a bit overpowered. Sure enough, nothing kept in treasure chests was simple, and this really strengthened him. Finally, Jiang Chen felt that this mission was worthwhile. There was also a small skill, and Jiang Chen, too lazy to scan it, directly absorbed it. Soon, the description of the skill appeared on the blue light screen in front of him. New skill, Lord, current skills, 7, skill cap, 13. Skill description: those who follow you will gain power boosts. The stronger you are, the stronger the boosts they get. You can choose not to grant someone the boost. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. This was a team-type enhancement skill, and to be honest, it was a precious skill. As long as the leader's power increases, other members will also be enhanced, and the overall team's strength will increase by a level. Unfortunately, this skill seemed to not provide any enhancement to Jiang Chen himself, which made him a little disappointed. On the side, Suin, still not understanding the changes in Jiang Chen, suddenly felt a new energy rise within her, boosting her power slightly. She was stunned for a moment, then finally remembered why she came, coughed twice to catch Jiang Chen's attention, and then took out a bucket of third-tier crystal cores. These are from the third-tier mushroom creatures we defeated. Her reminder made Jiang Chen recall the previous consumption of a large batch of third-tier mushroom beast creatures. He quickly opened the harvest list to check, skipping the ordinary loot, and immediately saw the skills obtained. Obtained evolution points, 120,000, current evolution progress, 150,000/500,000. Obtained 65 third-tier crystal cores. Obtained vehicle skill, solar energy, golden glare. The entire body of the vehicle can absorb solar energy and convert it into electricity with high efficiency. Obtained vehicle skill, vegetable supply, golden glare. The interior of the vehicle can freely designate areas as vegetable gardens, with fresh vegetables growing automatically every day. Obtained vehicle skill, regenerative water source, golden glare. The water tank is upgraded to a compression water tank, generating up to 50,000 liters of purified water daily. Wow, 3 vehicle skills upgraded all at once. And a huge amount of evolution points were earned. This trip was truly a big win. Not only did Jiang Chen gain a lot, but the two small teams led by Old Lu and Lu Jinfeng also received a large amount of supplies. This also made Lu Jinfeng feel a little better. She hadn't fully transitioned from her previous role as a convoy leader, and the pressure around her was low. Coupled with her natural noble and dignified aura, others were somewhat hesitant to approach her. Only Luo Xingnian shamelessly stuck to her, making it clear that the two of them had a close relationship. Old Lu shot her a look of disdain. "Little sister, you don't know how blessed you are. You'll understand later. Jiang Chen, this kid, is reliable." What Jiang Chen didn't know was that some who witnessed the battle between him and the Jiao Mei team spread the news, causing his name to spread like wildfire. "You say the Jiao Mei Guild was defeated by a mysterious convoy? No way. Yeah, that rumor is just too ridiculous, right?" The first person to express disbelief was me. When many people first heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. The strength of the Jiao Mei Guild is well known. How could a convoy that appeared out of nowhere possibly defeat them? However, as the news spread, from 1 person to 10, 10 to 100, the entire area's chat channels started discussing the matter, and these people had no choice but to accept this jaw-dropping reality. This is too magical. What kind of convoy is it? How come we've never heard of them before? You haven't seen it. I was there at the time. That vehicle was as big as a castle, and the person's name is Jiang Chen. He single-handedly fought a group of third-tier beasts. Cutting them down was like slicing vegetables. My god, it's him. No wonder the name sounds familiar, but with so many experts in the J Guild, he actually took them down alone? Not just took them down, I heard that in the end, they all surrendered and directly became his subsidiary convoy. This is insane. The J Guild is a top-tier force. How could they just be conquered like this? How strong is this person? At this moment, on a certain road, several cars roared past, merging with a massive convoy of over 1,000 cars ahead. The Furious God Guild convoy, known for taking everything that came their way. Because they made this slogan, more and more people chose to join them, and they had clearly become the largest convoy in scale. Their lead vehicle was a modified train, with 1 locomotive and 3 carriages, almost 100 meters long, capable of driving on the road. The 2 carriages at the back were packed with people, and even the roof was full. Only the first carriage appeared relatively empty, and that was a domain only accessible to the core members of the convoy. The returning members, such as Su De, had just completed their mission. They had been sent to kill Louis, but unfortunately, they couldn't defeat him, so they had to return and report. At this moment, Su Da's wolf fur had disappeared, and he leapt from the convertible car, directly jumping through the window into the first carriage of the train. As soon as he entered, he heard others discussing Jiang Chen, and after understanding the situation, his face was full of expectation. Jiang Chen, I really didn't mistake you. While everyone was talking, a woman's scream suddenly rang out at an inopportune moment. Louis! I must avenge my lover's death. This woman was none other than Sima Yan, who was ranked 8th in the J Guild before she defected. She had previously been responsible for managing the guild's supplies. After learning that her boyfriend was in the Furious God Guild, she made a ruthless decision to take a large amount of supplies and defect to join them. This action directly enraged Louis, who went after her to kill her. Louis made 3 trips, entering and exiting the Furious God Guild's convoy like it was nothing. Just when he was about to kill Sima Yan, her boyfriend stepped forward, taking the fatal blow for her, allowing them to escape danger. Sima Yan, the guild only agreed to help you once. This matter ends here. The one-eyed guild boss spoke, his face bearing a large scar, looking particularly terrifying. Looking at the other members, their faces and bodies were all marked with scars of different degrees. The people of the Furious God Guild took pride in the scars on their bodies. Sima Yan slammed the table angrily and left the scene. At this moment, in another large convoy, the discussion about Jiang Chen was unfolding in a completely different manner. Chapter 119, Zhang Yuan's Complete Transformation. In the Military God Alliance, inside a military command vehicle. Lin Zhenjiang sat motionless, perfectly still. His battle uniform, which had been washed until it was slightly faded, looked sharp with his epaulets. His back was straight as a rifle, and his expression exuded the coldness and stability of someone who had been through many battles. He was silent, but his presence alone carried an intimidating aura. Around him, the sounds of land tanks, rocket artillery, and troop carriers rumbled, the tracks crushing the ruined road beneath. A dull and heavy tremor shook the ground. Above, military helicopters hovered low, their rotor blades tearing the air, a loud thud-thud-thud almost drowning out every sound from the ground. The convoy was entirely made up of military vehicles, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery carriers, and anti-aircraft vehicles lined up neatly, forming a flood of steel. In terms of the number of vehicles and people, they could not match the Wild God Guild controlling a single highway, but in overall combat power, the Military God Alliance convoy was recognized as the strongest in the wasteland. Occasionally, the walkie-talkie beside him crackled, with people reporting the convoy's real-time status and surrounding changes in short, clear words. A young soldier hurried over, holding the latest information he had gathered, his expression serious, lowering his voice to report. Boss, the news is true, the 9 Rose Guild is really gone. Lin Zhenjiang lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze calm but carrying a detached understanding of life and death. Is that so? Then it's good that those who worship evil ways were wiped out. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the sound low and strong, without an ounce of pity. In this end world, only human technology, weapons, and discipline are the strongest and most reliable. While he spoke, nearby cannons suddenly fired, blasting several obstructing 4th-tier beasts to death. After the cannon fire, he stood and looked out the window, speaking with deep meaning. Humans can make their own gods. Here we have only one god, the god of war, the god of discipline. Boss, the 9 Rose Guild is gone, but there's news that their original team all joined another convoy. Lin Zhenjiang finally turned to look at him, a trace of interest appearing on his face. Go on. The leader of that convoy is called Jiang Chen. He led the team to defeat the 9 Rose Guild convoy and absorbed all of them. A smirk curled on Lin Zhenjiang's lips. Interesting, there are still such clever people.
And, the young soldier paused, then continued, Suin, who we have been searching for, witnesses say, is also in that convoy. Lin Zhenjiang frowned slightly, clenching his fist before slowly relaxing it. Suin was the most talented among the young generation he had trained. Whether in close combat, tactical coordination, or handling new military equipment and precise instruments, she almost never forgot what she saw and learned immediately, with comprehension far beyond her peers. Even in personnel management and overall coordination, she showed calmness and talent beyond her age. Her overall strength was far ahead of all other young members. He had high hopes for Suin, already seeing her as the designated successor. Even the military god alliance convoy he had built with all his effort, he planned to hand it over entirely to her once she was fully matured. They want to die. How dare they imprison people from my military god alliance? Lin Zhenjiang's gaze sharpened, an invisible pressure sweeping through the cabin, causing the reporting young soldier to break out in cold sweat. But he resisted the pressure and spoke with difficulty. Boss, Suin doesn't seem to be imprisoned. People at the scene said she has a good relationship with that Jiang Chen. Lin Zhenjiang snorted coldly, the frown on his brow easing slightly. Humph, they wouldn't dare. Wait, what did you just say? I said. Suin seems to have a close relationship with that Jang Chen. Lin Zhenjiang waved his hand, impossible, absolutely impossible. That girl Suin would never think about personal love, her vision is very high, ordinary people cannot enter her sight. He paused, a trace of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Forget it, soon all highways will converge into one. We will meet soon. Another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Luo Xingnian kept going to the Nine Rose convoy, busy catching up with Lu Jinfeng and the others. Jang Chen was completely dominated by Suin, invited every night to his room to discuss important matters. He only then realized that when this woman said she wanted 7 consecutive days, she really meant it. So terrifying, though Suin seemed cold on the outside, she had already tasted it, her desire far stronger than ordinary people. Even the formidable Jiang Chen was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Master Jiang Chen, are you alright? You look a little tired. I'm fine. Jiang Chen responded instinctively, and when he turned, he saw a woman holding a cup of water beside him, her figure graceful and curves eye-catching. She wore white shorts and a light gray top, which did not look plain at all, but tightly fit her delicate body, outlining full and exquisite lines, full of hidden temptation. Her brows and eyes were gentle and charming, her gaze flowing lightly, carrying a hint of alluring charm. And now those eyes were staring at Jiang Chen like obsessed, filled with endless passion and extreme restraint. Wait. Who are you again? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, he immediately realized the problem. Such a tempting face, if not Jiang Yuan, then who? Today she had a complicated hairstyle and appeared in human form, making Jiang Chen unable to recognize her at once. Master Jiang Chen, I am Jiang Yuan, take a closer look. Saying this, she transformed again, becoming a spotted deer with wings, this time even her head was a lively deer head. She could not only turn into human form, but also switch back to beast form at any time. Jiang Chen watched, repeatedly gasping, as if witnessing a magical performance. You, successfully transformed? Can you turn back? Yes, Master Jiang Chen, all thanks to you. She transformed back to human, thoughtfully handing Jiang Chen a cup of water. Jiang Chen felt a subtle fragrance surrounding her, like a freshly brewed low-alcohol fruit wine, clear at first smell, but full of alluring aftertaste that pierced deep into the bones. He instinctively took the cup, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over. The white shorts could not hide her long straight jade-like legs, her skin shining in the sunlight streaming through the window. The light gray top had one button deliberately loose, revealing a delicate collarbone, rising and falling slightly with her breath. Master Jiang Chen? Please drink tea. Jiang Yuan slightly lowered her head, leaning a little closer. In that moment, her voice was soft like honey melting, with a hint of innocent wonder mixed with seductive charm, the end of her words lightly rising, making hearts tremble. Damn it! Jiang Chen pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to stay awake. Before, when Jiang Yuan was in deer form, he felt nothing, but now that she returned to human, her entire body radiated irresistible charm. This was no spotted deer, this was clearly a seducing fox spirit. As Jiang Yuan fully transformed, in the sky where thunder clashed, a terrifying existence suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze piercing the clouds, locking onto Jiang Chen's location, slowly moving. When it moved, the ground shook and mountains trembled. Chapter 120, The Current State of the Absorbed Zhou Guild. After driving for 10 continuous hours, the convoy finally stopped to rest for a while. Now the Zhou Guild, no longer under the secret control of the Ares god, swept away the previous oppressive atmosphere, returning to the warm, family-like feeling from its founding days. In a cruel apocalypse, with black fog pressing in unknown beasts attacking at any moment, having a safe place and a group of weak people protecting each other was truly precious. Not to mention having a strong protector like Jang Chen, and the Han City vehicle in front giving full sense of security. Previously the convoy had officially disappeared, but now it seemed even better.
Of course, there were exceptions. The conflict between Lu Jinfeng and Bai Wuxian existed from the beginning. At first, Lu Jinfeng only became the guild leader because of the support from Lu Yi and others, while Bai Wuxian had long coveted this position. Now, both of them had half of the Ares god's essence in their bodies, and Bai Wuxian's desire to fight for the top spot stirred again. She respected Jiang Chen for defeating her head-on, but she had never respected Lu Jinfeng. In her eyes, all the social manners and management skills meant nothing, only the strongest had the right to ascend the throne. Even if that was just the position of a squad leader under Jiang Chen. Another pair who did not get along were Luo Xingmian and Gu Zhiqiu. More precisely, they liked to argue, and everyone else treated it as entertainment, which actually made the atmosphere lively, but it was impossible to expect them to really fight. The only headache was Gu Xiao, who had to go over every time their arguments escalated, acting like a referee and firefighter on standby. Fortunately, Luo Xingmian was basically the group's favorite, and someone would soon pull her away to ask questions, so she couldn't argue with Gu Zhiqiu for long. Meanwhile, many people craned their necks secretly to look inside the Han City ship, hoping to see Jiang Chen and several veteran members again. The only one absent was Lu Yi, who was reluctantly called over by old Lu. These grandfather and granddaughter had just been fighting fiercely, and now they sat together mysteriously, exchanging unknown words. But all this excitement had nothing to do with Lu Xiaotang. She sat quietly in a corner reading a book, tilting her head to think about the contents, fully immersed in her own world. Clack clack clack. The sharp sound of hard shoe soles hitting the steel floor rang out. Jiang Chen turned to see Luo Xingmian had returned. Jiang Chen, the sister said, "Hey, Sister Su Lin? Why are you?" Luo Xingmian wanted to say that Su Lin's aura had changed, becoming more mature and charming. But she thought it was probably just her illusion and finally didn't dare to ask. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked. "Oh, the sisters said they want to invite you to a meal, so everyone can get to know you better." As people from the Zhoumei Guild chose to submit to Jiang Chen, they were now very curious about the new leader. Every time Luo Xingmian went over, the most asked questions were about how Jiang Chen was doing. She, knowing Jiang Chen well, showed off in front of the sisters and gained a lot of face. Later, too many people asked questions, so Lu Jinfeng suggested everyone have a gathering as an ice-breaking event. "Not going." Jiang Chen answered decisively. Luo Xingmian pouted, "If you don't go, fine. Then let them come over, okay?" "No way." Jiang Chen didn't even think and casually replied. "TCH, stingy." But Luo Xingmian, looking upset, actually laughed secretly as she turned her head. Seeing Jiang Chen and Su Lin, and noticing her puffy eyes and dark circles, he knew she had been partying hard the past 2 days. And indeed she had. The joy of reunion and the sisters' praise had kept her excited all along, until now she finally returned. Seeing Jiang Chen and Su Lin gave her a special sense of safety, and then a strong sleepiness hit her. Without asking, she grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, sat down on the soft sofa, and used his hand as a pillow, drifting into deep sleep, appearing peaceful and content. Outside, unknowingly, a group of strange beasts had gathered. Jiang Chen and the others had stayed here for a while, and nearby beasts with keen noses came over attracted by the smell. Boom boom boom. The Han City ship fired its cannons directly, turning many beasts into fragments, but still many beasts avoided the bombardment. Roaring, it rushed towards them. Before Jiang Chen could make a move, old Lu and Lu Jinfeng, leading 2 small teams, launched their own attacks to counter the enemies. Bai Wuxian and Lu Yi took the lead, instantly turning the area where the alien beasts gathered into their slaughterhouse. These two were like battlefield harvesters, with ordinary alien beasts unable to block even a single move from them. Wherever their claws and swords passed, the alien beasts fell to the ground, dead. Not only did they show no cooperation, but they secretly competed, growing even fiercer in their attacks, each secretly trying to kill more alien beasts than the other. Their gazes clashed with a fierce will to win, as if they viewed this alien beast encirclement as a competition to see who would kill more. The surrounding team members were already used to it, each doing their part in their respective roles, and the cooperation grew more and more seamless. Old Lu's side didn't have such high-level combat abilities, but they didn't slack off either. Those with guns shot, and those with better physical qualities directly charged into the fray. Lu Jinfeng had awakened healing abilities, and with Gu Zhiqiu, they provided constant support for healing on the battlefield. In less than half an hour, this massive wave of alien beasts was completely cleared. Jiang Chen hadn't moved a single time during the entire process, letting him lazily take a break for once. Luo Xingmian was still sleeping soundly, undisturbed by all the commotion outside. It seemed like she was truly exhausted. After the battle ended, everyone began dismantling the slain alien beasts, cutting meat, skinning them, and gathering enhancement materials, each one busy with their own tasks. All the items gathered were kept by the individual for 2/3, with 1/3 handed over to the main team led by Jiang Chen. If they were willing to hand over more, they could earn Han coins, which could be used to exchange for precious supplies on the Han City ship, or traded among each other. This served as a sort of currency within Jiang Chen's convoy. This entire system was designed by Su Lin, and Jiang Chen scratched his head after seeing it.
Figuring out what was worth how many Han coins and how to calculate the losses was complicated, but he silently gave Suin a thumbs up. In fact, Suin enjoyed it thoroughly, while Jiang Chen found it troublesome. What gave him a headache was fun for her. Jiang Chen usually adopted a hands-off attitude, but she was more like the convoy's manager in practical matters, though Jiang Chen still held absolute control in terms of leadership. Just as everyone was finishing counting the spoils and preparing to wrap things up, the sky suddenly darkened. The clear day was instantly covered with clouds. Another group of alien beasts came running from afar, and the number was so great that it formed a beast tide. The group thought they were about to face another wave of alien beasts and prepared for battle, but surprisingly, this beast tide completely ignored them and fled towards the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. It wasn't the continuous, high-frequency tremors of an earthquake, but rather a single, powerful jolt, as if a giant object had crashed nearby. The Han City ship and other vehicles were thrown high into the air before crashing heavily back onto the ground, and the windows shattered into pieces.
What happened? The previously sleeping Luo Xingnian was woken up by the noise, instinctively clutching Jiang Chen's arm.
At this moment, Jang Chen was tightly focused on the massive thunderstorm that had suddenly appeared in front of him, and on the radar, a high-energy reaction point marked in red, sending a shiver of alertness through him.
Something terrifying was coming. Chapter 121, Night Stage Sky-Reaching Deer.
Ahead, the sky thundered and lightning flashed incessantly, the flashing lightning paired with the overcast sky, giving the sensation that a catastrophic natural disaster was about to descend.
Boom, rumble, rumble.
The explosive sound that echoed through the heavens and earth seemed as though an ancient thunder god was swinging a giant hammer deep within the clouds. Every time it struck, it shook the earth to its core. What had been just a dim cloud was now torn apart by jagged gaps of terrifying lightning. This wasn't ordinary lightning, it was a purple-golden thunderbolt, sprawling across the sky like a massive spiderweb. Every time it flickered, the entire sky seemed to crack open. The sky and earth turned as white as death, reflecting the retreating beasts, making their backs seem even smaller. Crack! A colossal thunderbolt, cutting through the heavens and earth, suddenly struck the ground 100 meters ahead of the caravan. The huge fireball exploded, and the scorching heat wave could be felt even through several car bodies. The soil and rubble were instantly vaporized, and a massive pit, several meters deep, appeared. The edges were still sizzling with black smoke.
Lord Jiang Chen.
Zhang Yuan sensed something and came out of the room, seeking refuge by Jiang Chen's side. She had just fully transformed, and her beast instincts were far sharper than ordinary people's, making her deeply wary of this terrifying aura, almost as if it came from her very soul.
Moreover, there was a familiar aura ahead. Jiang Chen followed her gaze and looked ahead.
Inside the massive barrier of thunder, a huge figure was moving toward them. Its movements seemed slow, but they were as heavy as 10,000 Jun, and with every step it took, the lightning in the entire sky churned violently, shaking the ground.
It was as though even the earth was bowing before it.
And with each step, it covered a distance of 1,000 meters. Before long, it arrived less than a few hundred meters in front of the Han City ship. When its hoof landed, the hard road shattered with a thunderous roar, collapsing into a bottomless pit. The road at both ends was also pressed into a slope, cracked and sliding toward the pit. As it stopped, the tremors that had swept the heavens and earth slowly subsided.
But the pressure in the sky and earth didn't lessen.
Instead, it pressed down like a solid force, making many people in the caravan turn pale, their legs shaking, barely able to stand.
Quick! Everyone, back to the cars!
Old Lu and Lu Jinfeng hurriedly directed everyone back to the cars.
Even a single strike from this terrifying lightning could instantly take their lives.
Fortunately, the lightning gradually calmed down, no longer striking wildly, but now swirling like a curtain, enveloping the huge figure in the center. As the purple-gold lightning flowed, the creature's true form was finally revealed. It was a giant deer, unimaginably huge. Its forelegs were like pillars holding up the heavens, towering into the clouds. The body was hidden by the dark clouds above, with only half of it visible. From the patterns on its body, it was clear this was no ordinary deer. As for its head, it seemed to reach up to an unknown height in the sky.
What is this thing? This size is too exaggerated. Someone in the team couldn't help but shout out in a trembling voice.
Not only the ordinary team members, even the well-experienced old Lu and Lu Jinfeng looked extremely grim, their hearts heavy.
Just standing there, it feels like the sky is going to collapse.
So big, too big, to the point of despair. At this moment, everyone inside the Han City ship felt like they were facing an enemy, all gathering around Jiang Chen. This terrifying giant deer before them, even the Han City ship, which was as large as a fortress, seemed so small in comparison, let alone them inside the vehicle. This giant deer was completely different from the other monsters they had encountered. Just one look made people shiver with fear, wanting to escape. It was a primal fear that came from the depths of their genes.
Level 9 tier?
Suin remained calm enough to immediately think of scanning the giant deer's information. However, the words 9th tier plunged everyone into even greater panic.
Jiang Chen also attempted to check the system scan information. Monster information scan complete. Sky-piercing deer, 9th tier beast.
Characteristics: legendary beast, said to have a head that reaches the heavens, and by climbing its body, one can reach the world above the sky. Specific attributes: unknown full form, unable to obtain. It really is a 9th tier beast. Jiang Chen swallowed hard. No matter how powerful he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could challenge a 9th tier beast. He didn't have the qualifications to directly confront such an existence just by looking at it. The strongest opponents they had encountered before were only weak pseudo-gods like the ram god, who clung to life, but before the sky-reaching deer, even the ram god seemed insignificant, like ants.
9th tier, it's really the 9th tier. We're done for, completely done for.
No matter how strong the main team's vehicle is, it can't block such a monster. Desperate whispers spread among the crowd, everyone's face ashen, and the courage they had to survive in the apocalypse was crushed under this overwhelming gap in power.
The sky-reaching deer ahead hadn't even done anything yet, but under its immense pressure, the crowd's sanity started to collapse rapidly. Everyone, quiet down.
Old Lu, being a person of great experience, quickly adjusted his emotions and sternly suppressed the panic of the crowd.
Jiang Chen also reacted, sending a message through the team channel: "Stop where you are, don't move, no one is allowed to run away or attack on their own." The gap in strength was too large. Any rash escape or attack would only provoke the opponent.
Staying still might seem cowardly, but it was the best choice right now.
He wasn't a stubborn person, a true man knows when to bow and when to rise. If it was absolutely necessary, they could still fight to the death.
He thought this in his heart, his eyes turning to the missile launch button that had never been used. With his command, the panicked emotions of the crowd slightly settled down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, nearly 100 bolts of lightning flashed and stood still above the cold city ship. Jiang Chen focused and saw that they were actually nearly 100 Thunder Beast Kirins, some of them even had wings. He scanned them and saw that the lowest was at the 4th tier, and the highest few had even reached the 6th tier. Lightning crackled down from their bodies, hitting the tops of the vehicles with a loud crackling sound. Their gazes searched around, and eventually, without exception, all their eyes lingered on Zhang Yuan for a moment. Zhang Yuan was startled, they were coming for her. Fortunately, after she fully transformed into her human form, the aura of the divine being that had guided her evolution, which had been left on her, had completely disappeared not long ago. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's spiritual contract aura covering her, it was even more impossible for them to find her based on the previous aura. The group of Thunder Beast Kirins eventually shifted their gaze away from Zhang Yuan, scanning the surroundings again. Anyone who was stared at by them felt as if they were being watched by a group of death gods, holding their breath and not daring to even exhale. This pressure was enough to make it hard to breathe. In the end, they didn't attack but chose to leave quickly. "Master Jiang Chen, I sensed it. That being is above the clouds." Zhang Yuan was trembling involuntarily, both her body and voice shaking. As for the being she was referring to, Jiang Chen knew it was the mysterious entity that had guided her evolution at the beginning. As for whether it was pointing to the immeasurable sky-reaching deer or some unknown being above it, Jiang Chen had no way of knowing. His strategy had worked, the Thunder Beast Kirins didn't know what they were looking for and left on their own in the end. And the direction they left in was towards the sky-reaching deer. Everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty and breathed a long sigh of relief. Jiang Chen then realized that the thunder surrounding the sky-reaching deer was actually from this group of Thunder Beast Kirins. This group of Kirins surrounded the sky-reaching deer, some floating in the air, others standing directly on its massive body, as if they were its living armor. Countless figures, stacked one after another, stretching as far as the eye could see. Conservatively estimating, there were at least several thousand, perhaps even tens of thousands. This also completely confirmed the previous rumors: climbing up the deer to reach the sky was nothing but a fantasy. In the face of such a massive scale that could block out the sun, forget about climbing. Just looking at it made the scalp tingle. Moo! A huge roar came from the sky, the sound wave pushing the clouds into a rapid churn, and by the time it reached Jiang Chen, it sent a large number of vehicles flying backward. Even the Han City vehicle in P gear was pushed back hundreds of meters. This should be the roar of the heavenly deer, and just a distant roar alone was terrifying in power. After everyone in the car steadied themselves, Zhang Yuan understood its roar, her eyes shining brightly. "Lord Jiang Chen, it's leaving." Jiang Chen felt a release of tension. The oppressive force of this 9th tier beast had been too terrifying, the huge gap in strength had kept him on edge. However, just then, a huge rumble suddenly came from the sky, followed by a massive commercial airplane flying right above their heads. Before Jiang Chen and the others could be shocked by the appearance of the plane, its flight path instantly made them feel a sense of impending doom. Because it was heading straight toward the thundercloud sky where the heavenly deer was located. Damn it! Chapter 122, The Reckless Airplane. Help, I can't stop. No, we don't want to die. The cries for help from the nearby chat channel tightened Jiang Chen's heart. The airplane that suddenly appeared from behind was now flying straight toward the heavenly deer. It was obvious the pilot was trying his best to slow down, but it was too close, and there was no time to react.
Hurry, emergency landing.
Suin slammed both hands on the dashboard, almost shouting.
No, it's too late.
A response immediately came from the chat channel, filled with despair.
Damn. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse.
Just when the unwanted guest seemed to be leaving, they never expected this sudden turn of events. If the 9th tier heavenly deer got angry, not to mention its terrifying power, just the tens of thousands of thunderbeast Kirins attached to it could swallow them whole, leaving not a single bone behind.
Everyone,
follow my command, prepare to evacuate. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats as the engines of the vehicles roared to life, ready to flee at the fastest speed at Jiang Chen's command. At this moment, Jang Chen had a serious expression, his hand already on the missile launch button. Suin shook her head at him, and Jiang Chen understood her meaning. Though the missile had great power, it would be hard to cause effective damage to such a massive creature. The tension in the air reached its peak. As they watched the passenger plane heading straight toward the heavenly deer, over a dozen thunderbeast Kirins immediately spread their hooves and charged out, unleashing over 10 thick bolts of lightning that struck the airplane's body. The plane was instantly engulfed in lightning, smoke pouring from its fuselage as it spiraled uncontrollably in the air. But as the spinning plane crashed downward, Jiang Chen and the others suddenly realized that the front had long since become empty. The heavenly deer had already left, and throughout the entire event, it had never once glanced at the reckless airplane, completely ignoring this insignificant disturbance. Its form was hidden in the air, invisible to the naked eye, but the storm of lightning surrounding it constantly revealed its position. The lightning storm stretched from the earth to the sky, flashing in an instant before appearing farther away from Jiang Chen and his group. Each appearance was accompanied by a loud boom and shaking of the ground, as if a massive iron ball had fallen from the sky.
As the storm moved farther away, the vibrations on the ground weakened, eventually disappearing into the horizon.
The dark clouds above their heads gradually dispersed, and sunlight shone brightly upon the earth once again. The previously cold and damp dead trees, which had looked so bleak under the thunderclouds, now appeared bathed in warm sunlight. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief, slumping in the driver's seat, their backs drenched in cold sweat.
Phew. Lord Jiang Chen, thanks to you.
That was really too dangerous.
Zhang Yuan reluctantly moved away from Jiang Chen, who she had been leaning against.
Without a doubt, she was the most nervous one just now, as the sky deer might have been targeting her. Because of this, her top was soaked with sweat, and in this state, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She quickly jogged back to her room to change clothes.
Jiang Chen, the plane.
It was only after Su Lin's reminder that Jiang Chen remembered the civil airliner that almost caused a problem earlier. Previously, he had seen someone mention the idea in the regional chat channel, but to evolve it into a civil airliner would require an enormous amount of resources. At the time, he just thought it was a joke.
He never expected that someone would actually make it happen.
The ability to fly in the air directly controls the air superiority, something even the current Cold City ship hadn't achieved.
Is anyone there? Help! Our plane crashed, is anyone nearby?
Please help us. Multiple distress calls appeared on the nearby chat channel.
Jiang Chen looked ahead and saw a gray-black column of smoke rising straight into the sky.
It seemed that was the location where the plane had crashed.
Jiang Chen immediately drove over to check, while the others stayed behind.
At this time, the other vehicles in Jiang Chen's convoy had almost been totaled due to the unexpected visit from the sky deer. Fortunately, the Cold City ship stored a large amount of repair materials, which could be used for their repairs. If they were willing to pay a large number of cold coins, they could directly use the automated repair service at the Cold City ship's outer parking area, but the slots were limited, and it was much more expensive than repairing it themselves.
Many people still kept their cost-conscious mindset. If they could save a bit, they would.
Most chose to exchange parts and repair the vehicles themselves. Of course, there were also those who wanted to bargain.
Sister Su, can you make these parts cheaper? Look at my...
Someone spoke through the team channel, hoping that Su Lin, the head of the convoy, would give a discount.
No.
Su Lin directly rejected their request, and through the car window, she gave everyone a cold, bone-chilling glare, scaring them into quickly closing their mouths.
Her gentle side was only shown to Jiang Chen.
At this moment, Jiang Chen arrived at the location of the crashed plane. The plane was emitting smoke, but the people inside had already gotten out and were using the water they had to put out the fire. Fortunately, the plane itself had some fire-resistant features, and it didn't catch fire or explode immediately upon crashing. The fire was almost extinguished by now. However, due to the high-altitude fall, the plane's structure had shattered into pieces, nearly rendering it useless. A total of over 20 people came out from inside, both men and women, wearing various military uniforms, which struck Jiang Chen as somewhat unusual.
Hello, this survivor, could you give us a ride?
As you can see, our plane has crashed.
One of them spoke up.
From the uniform, it seemed to be the pilot of the crashed plane.
Jiang Chen looked at the plane behind him again.
This plane was nearly half the size of the Cold City ship. Not only could it carry people, but its cargo capacity was also quite impressive. More importantly, it could fly, making it a rare and excellent vehicle in the apocalypse. The resources spent to evolve it to this extent were immense.
Seeing it now, destroyed, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful.
Jang Chen's gaze swept over the group of people in front of him, military uniforms, tired faces, but upright postures. Their expressions showed no hint of panic, and he did not immediately agree to their request. This group of people clearly had organization and discipline, making them more threatening than the usual disorganized groups.
Letting them board hastily wasn't the wisest choice. Moreover, with so many people, though it was possible to squeeze them into the other vehicles in the convoy, what if something went wrong? A rebellion would certainly cause Jiang Chen a great deal of trouble.
Senior Suin, it's really you. While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the pilot suddenly waved excitedly at him from behind. He turned his head and saw Suin walking towards him. At this moment, Suin looked confused and directly walked to Jang Chen's side, handing him the latest list of consumed materials for the convoy members. Only then did she slowly raise her head to look at the pilot who had greeted her, her calm expression sharply contrasting with the pilot's excitement.
Who are you? I'm Zhou Ji. We graduated from the same military academy. Okay, you may not remember me, but the instructor often mentioned you in front of us. You are our role model.
Suin lowered her head and gently touched her brow bone, seriously thinking for a moment.
Sorry, I really don't remember.
When she was in the military academy, she was focused solely on studying and training, and was rather indifferent to others. Even if she interacted with them, it was just a formal attitude. The key was that she treated everyone equally, so she didn't make a special effort to remember someone's name. In her eyes, everyone was the same.
Ahem.
Seeing that Zhou Ji was dragging the conversation further, Jiang Chen coughed a few times, interrupting their exchange. Suin shrugged at him and showed a slightly confused expression.
Alright, let's talk business.
As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, he firmly took control of the conversation.
Business? Oh, right, can you give us a ride? Your vehicle, wow.
Zhou Ji finally noticed the Han City ship parked not far away. Its model and size completely shattered his worldview. The commercial airplane he was piloting was already a giant, but Jiang Chen's vehicle was even more exaggerated, and sturdier as well.
This had far exceeded the concept of traditional vehicles.
But he quickly switched to excitement.
A vehicle this big, giving them a ride, wouldn't that be an easy task? Awesome, Senior Suin, can your vehicle give us a ride?
Suin didn't answer him but instead pointed at Jiang Chen with her eyes. The meaning was clear, this decision had to be made by Jiang Chen.
Zhou Ji looked at Jiang Chen in surprise.
In his understanding, Suin should be the leader of the convoy, while Jiang Chen, this unknown person, should be assisting her. He had been busy upgrading his vehicle to a commercial airplane, and had no time to understand what was happening on the road. If he had known about Jiang Chen's achievements, he wouldn't have thought like this.
This matter is out of the question.
Jiang Chen spoke coldly, giving no room for negotiation.
Wait, your vehicle is so big, what's wrong with giving us a ride? Zhou Ji was taken aback by Jiang Chen's tone, and his face immediately darkened.
The way the goddess he admired treated him and Jiang Chen was completely different, which had already made him uncomfortable. Now, Jiang Chen's attitude was so strong, his temper flared up instantly.
Zhou Ji, step back. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, an older middle-aged officer came forward.
He was covered in dirt, his military uniform soaked with water, clearly having put in a lot of effort in an urgent firefighting operation.
Zhou Ji, with a face full of anger, stepped back.
It seemed that this plain-looking middle-aged officer was the leader of the more than 20-person team.
This young man, my subordinate, doesn't know better, please don't take it to heart. We are from the Divine Army Alliance, could you please do us a favor? After speaking, he pretended to be casual, but his eyes secretly flashed with a glint, quietly observing Jiang Chen's reaction. To his surprise, Jiang Chen's response was flat, showing no concern, which made him realize that the name Divine Army Alliance didn't carry much weight in front of this person. This didn't upset him, instead, he thought more highly of Jiang Chen in his heart. I don't want to repeat the same thing a second time.
The matter of boarding the vehicle is off the table, but I can help in other areas depending on the situation. Jiang Chen said as he casually glanced at the wreckage of the passenger plane behind him. But with this, it's going to be difficult for us to handle.
Jiang Chen sneered, difficult? Then don't handle it. It's your problem, not mine.
After speaking, he turned to leave.
Hey! Wait!
Jiang Chen and Suin exchanged a glance, both showing a mischievous smile before turning around.
The middle-aged officer no longer insisted on his previous request, and quickly sent out a special voice message. This is Squad 7, we are stranded near the XX coordinates.
Please, the nearest other squad, change course to come to our rescue. Please, the nearest other squad, change course to come to our rescue.
He then turned to Jiang Chen and made his request. Little brother, we need a lot of signal flares, do you have any?
Also, during the signal flare launch, there might be mutant beasts attracted to us.
Our squad is not good at fighting, so we'll need your protection.
After saying this, he looked at the Han Sheng ship, his eyes locking onto the large cannons there.
Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and readily agreed.
No problem, but I'll only wait for you for 3 hours, and as an exchange, I want that passenger plane at the back. The middle-aged officer had initially expected Jiang Chen to ask for something outrageous and prepared for some bargaining, but to his surprise, Jiang Chen wanted that nearly scrapped passenger plane. A perfectly intact passenger plane would be valuable, but a battle-damaged one, well, the only useful parts would be the ones that hadn't been too badly damaged. It would take a long time to fix it, and they definitely couldn't afford that.
Deal.
He almost blurted out the words, afraid Jiang Chen might change his mind. What he didn't know was that Jiang Chen had plenty of spare parts to fix the passenger plane. As for time, he could just store it in a warehouse and fix it slowly. Time was something he had plenty of. So, the middle-aged officer felt like he got a free rescue support, while Jiang Chen got a passenger plane for a very low cost. Both sides felt like they had made a great deal. The signal flares began to shoot into the sky, providing clear location information to those coming to rescue them. During this time, a few mutant beasts were drawn in, but Jiang Chen and Suin easily drove them away. 2 hours later, a rumbling sound came from behind. The people, who had started to feel drowsy, instantly became alert. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the ones coming to rescue them were also passenger planes. No, to be more precise, there were 3 of them. This made Jiang Chen think for a moment, but he quickly figured it out. Just like the treehouse resource point he had just seized, there were definitely more than one. Other convoys probably had also obtained massive resources like he did. Using those resources to evolve a few passenger planes was not that difficult, it just took time. No wonder there were suddenly 3 passenger planes appearing in his line of sight. However, 2 of them just flew off, and the remaining one slowly descended. The middle-aged officer quickly walked forward to greet them. This passenger plane was the one that had come to rescue them. What about those 2 passenger planes? Oh, we encountered them on the way here. They're all from the Mad God Society. The boss is urging us, hurry and get on the plane. Before leaving, the middle-aged officer specially thanked Jiang Chen and symbolically asked Suin if she wanted to return with them. Suin only felt confused and immediately declined without hesitation. The boss is looking for me? No need. My convoy is good now, and I have no plans to change it. The middle-aged officer didn't say much more. He just gave both her and Jiang Chen a meaningful look before turning and boarding the plane, sending a message at the same time. Boss, I met that Suin you mentioned, but I think the person next to her is even more noteworthy. Chapter 124, Lu Jinfeng's Reminder. The passenger plane wreckage was now in Jiang Chen's hands, and its ownership had been transferred to him. Jiang Chen did not acquire any driving knowledge, nor did he gain the corresponding repair and modification skills, and as for the devouring ability, forget about it entirely. The good news is, his vehicle could automatically repair itself inside the Cold City ship, only the speed was not as absurd as direct devouring repairs. Strictly speaking, all fleet members' vehicles were Jiang Chen's subsidiary vehicles, he could use them freely, only he did not have the bad taste to take what belonged to others, nor was there any need. Another piece of good news, he did not know how to fly a plane, but Suin did, her driving mastery skill allowed her to pilot any vehicle. As for her own vehicle, it had long been abandoned and scrapped on the road, so once this plane was repaired, it could just be used by her, and if necessary, could become a great help to Jiang Chen. The fleet bypassed the collapsed section caused by the towering deer and continued forward. Zhang Yuan changed into a secretary uniform, the neatly fitted white shirt clung tightly to her body, highlighting her delicate figure, and as she walked over, she held a huge sword in her hands, its surface flashing with lightning. Master Jiang Chen, your great sword has been repaired, Anchen said. She also fused the Qilin longhorn into it. Jiang Chen took the great sword with one hand, it still felt familiar to grip, electric arcs danced along the blade and hilt, an ordinary person would be shocked into grimacing and immediately drop it, but Jiang Chen had no such problem. This level of electric therapy only made him feel a tingling, not harming him, but actually helped stimulate cell activity. It was practically a greatsword tailor-made for him. Item, two-handed greatsword. Attack power, 125. Thunder attribute attack power, 40. Embedded crystal cores, March 3rd. 5th grade physical crystal core, plus 25 attack power. 3rd grade physical crystal core, plus 15 attack power. 3rd grade physical crystal core, plus 15 attack power. Durability, 100/100. Grade, 5th. After glancing at the greatsword's attribute panel, Jiang Chen put it away with satisfaction. Alright, you go do your work. Jiang Yuan did not leave. She tilted her face up, her exquisite beauty paired with a devoted gaze, and the uniform made her body even more enticing, just standing there, making it very hard for Jiang Chen not to be distracted. Having just experienced the towering deer incident, she respected and relied on Jiang Chen even more, her eyes almost overflowing with admiration, like a loyal little fan, a sharp contrast with her alluring appearance.
If you use this to test an old hand? Then you win.
No, Master Jiang Chen, your matters are the most important, please command Jiang Yuan as you wish. Just the right amount of coaxing made Jiang Chen, a bit of a straight man, soften inside, calling her a little demon.
Jiang Chen.
A lazy voice sounded. Luo Xingnian yawned, coming down from the second floor. She glanced at Jiang Yuan clinging to Jiang Chen, a trace of indifference flashed in her eyes, lips slightly pursed, said nothing, just walked straight in front of Jiang Chen and casually leaned on the table edge. Big sister is looking for you, said there's an important matter to discuss, quite urgent. As soon as the words fell, the cold city ship's cabin door was knocked on, not light nor heavy, with steady rhythm, showing a sense of propriety. Luo Xingnian turned, opened the door, and welcomed Lu Jinfeng inside. Lu Jinfeng wore a proper dress, still carrying the chill of the outside world, and the moment she stepped inside the cold city ship, her gaze quietly swept the spacious and orderly interior, eyes quickly flashing with surprise, but immediately restrained, her face still calm and composed, without any show of envy or flattery.
She slightly nodded, bowed to Jiang Chen respectfully but not humbly. Mr. Jiang Chen, sorry to disturb you, there is an important matter concerning the fleet's future route that needs to be discussed with you in detail.
Jiang Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the table.
With a calm and composed expression, Yun Danfeng said, what is it? Tell me.
Luo Xingnian propped herself up with sleepy eyes, listening half-heartedly. The heavy drowsiness made her eyes hard to open, and her small head drooped heavily. She then groggily lifted it again, her eyelids half-closing with her lashes sticking together, her body swaying weakly, on the verge of falling asleep sitting up. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, immediately poured a cup of rich coffee for the three of them. Lu Jinfeng organized her words and slowly spoke. According to the information we've gathered earlier, going further ahead, all the roads will converge into a grand highway, where all survivors will gather. Among them, there will be both good and bad, and we need to prepare in advance. Jiang Chen rested his chin on one hand, using his thumb to rub the corner of his mouth, showing great interest in the information Lu Jinfeng had provided.
What should we pay attention to?
There's nothing else to worry about, but there are two large convoys we need to pay special attention to.
Which two?
The Mad God Association and the Military God Alliance. Jiang Chen had heard of these two convoys before, and not long ago, he had interacted with their people. He leaned closer to Lu Jinfeng, lowering his voice unconsciously. How much do you know about them? Lu Jinfeng sensed the lowered tone in Jiang Chen's voice, and her expression grew serious. She lowered her voice and began speaking slowly. The Mad God Association claims to have over 1,000 vehicles and more than 10,000 members.
It is the largest known convoy, and it is said that even some wild beast groups will avoid them. Moreover, this number is still growing.
Inside, there are nothing but outlaws, people from all walks of life, from all classes, with an extremely complex makeup. They tend to act on impulse, but they value brotherhood and loyalty above all.
Jiang Chen nodded occasionally as he listened.
He rarely took the initiative to learn about other convoys, and Lu Jinfeng had helped him catch up on this aspect of knowledge. Lu Jinfeng, maintaining the poise of a noblewoman, elegantly took a small sip of coffee before continuing to elaborate. Also, they have a deity they revere. Thanks to the protection of that deity, members of the Mad God Association can turn their injuries into strength. The more wounded they are, the stronger they become.
So, you mean if we face them, we should aim for a single fatal blow? Exactly.
If the White Sheep God governs healing, then the deity worshipped by the Mad God Association is the complete opposite.
It governs injury.
Members of the Mad God Association are like wild, untamable beasts. The more scars they bear, the fiercer they become.
What about the other convoy?
The other convoy is called the Military God Alliance. They are, in a sense, the complete opposite of the Mad God Association. Lu Jinfeng's expression remained full of caution as she spoke of the Military God Alliance.
Ah, big sister, bad guys, are you done? I want to go back to sleep.
Luo Xingnian suddenly murmured, getting up with her eyes closed, and walked back upstairs. This brief interruption caused Lu Jinfeng's serious expression to relax a little.
After watching Luo Xingnian return to her room, she continued to speak. Chapter 125, The Next Target.
Unlike the Mad God Association, it is said that they only recruit survivors with a military background and place great emphasis on discipline.
There are about 500 of them.
While their numbers are far fewer than the Mad God Association, their equipment is extremely well equipped, especially their military vehicles, and their overall strength is on par with the Mad God Association. The most special thing is that they despise those who worship deities, and they view the evolution of non-human bodies as heresy.
This is another convoy we need to pay close attention to.
Lu Jinfeng summed it all up. In short, we must avoid any conflicts with them as much as possible. Through her explanation, Jiang Chen now had a general understanding of the two convoys' main characteristics. This also indicated that she was starting to think about this convoy. After all, their future was closely tied to her and the original members of the Nine Rose Guild. Then how did your previous convoy compare to theirs? Jiang Chen originally meant to lighten the mood, but his words, when heard by Lu Jinfeng, carried a hint of mockery. Lu Jinfeng gave a bitter smile. No chance at all. But if it had been at the treehouse before. She didn't continue, for if Jiang Chen hadn't appeared suddenly, they could have claimed all the supplies in the treehouse, and the convoy's strength could have leveled up. Seeming to save face, she voluntarily revealed more information. However, even if these two convoys have more people, compared to all survivors, they are just a drop in the ocean. Those seemingly insignificant small convoys may also hide real experts. Of course, the most terrifying are those hidden monsters. In front of them, human power always seems too tiny. Jiang Chen was deeply moved by her last warning. The appearance of the Tongtian deer gave him his first clear realization of his own lack of power. The feeling that life and death rested on someone else's whim left him shivering even now. His power was not enough, only by getting stronger could he gain more control. Lu Jinfeng's intelligence was very valuable, and Jiang Chen gave her plenty of supplies in return. After sending her off, Jiang Chen began thinking about future development strategies. If Lu Jinfeng spoke the truth, contact with other convoys and survivors would become more frequent, and how to interact would be a problem he had to consider carefully. Peaceful coexistence, active plunder, or keeping distance and refusing contact? Jiang Chen thought clearly in the end, let things go naturally. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, no matter how far, they must be punished. But the most pressing enemies now were still the powerful beasts, even the elusive strange ones. If what the strange boy said was true, he still had about 4 days for exploration. Staying in one place longer than 4 days would let the black fog catch up. The convoy now had abundant supplies, no need to worry about that. What he really lacked were evolution points. Only if the Han city could evolve again could his power greatly increase. Other convoys or beasts didn't matter, only with enough personal power could he respond calmly and survive better in this unpredictable apocalypse. He first thought of the treehouse he had encountered before, a wide smile spreading across his face. That treehouse, full of beasts, seemed like a demon cave to others, but to him it was the perfect monster grinding spot. Not to mention the possibility of obtaining godly energy, a miraculous item. Completely a hidden paradise. Thinking this, he looked toward the horizon, where the huge mushroom appeared again. But Jiang Chen felt something was wrong. Several days had passed, and Han City didn't know how far it had moved. Logically, as the distance shortened, the giant mushroom should have looked much bigger than at first sight. Yet in reality, it seemed completely unchanged. This was obviously illogical. He decided not to ponder this unsolvable question for now and checked the radar for any high energy points like the previous treehouse. The result disappointed him. He also asked old Lu and Aunt Chen, but they sensed no rare supplies in this area. It seemed either this region was lacking supplies, or other convoys had already gotten there first. After all, even civilian planes were starting to appear, so it wasn't impossible. Just when he felt at a loss, Zhang Yuan stepped up to help him. Lord Jiang Chen, I will ask the nearby beasts if they have news about this. As soon as Jiang Chen nodded, she excitedly transformed into a small flying deer and leaped into the sky. That eager expression, as if helping Jiang Chen was the greatest honor. Her wings fluttered as fast as a bee's, her figure turning into a streak of light that vanished in a flash, which gave Jiang Chen a whole new understanding of her full-speed flight. Jiang Chen, do you want me to? Suin, connected with Jiang Chen's thoughts, understood his current concerns and came up with an idea. Jiang Chen had already considered this option, but the flight speed of the passenger aircraft far exceeded that of the Hanchang ship. In case of a desperate crisis, they could still use this aircraft to escape from the sky. Although Jiang Chen would not let such a situation happen, being prepared for more was always better. No need, we still have plenty of time. You flying that passenger plane will be more helpful for us in the future. Zhang Yuan had been gone for several hours, and it was already late into the night, but she still hadn't returned. She wouldn't have gotten into trouble, right? Though Luo Xingnian usually had a slight concern about Zhang Yuan, at this moment, she sincerely began to worry about her. Jiang Chen, too, felt anxious inside. Based on Zhang Yuan's speed, in just a few hours, she could have flown many kilometers away. If anything happened, even if he wanted to go support her, it would be too late. These past few days, with Zhang Yuan always nearby, he had gotten used to her presence. Now, with her absence, Jiang Chen felt a bit out of place. Another hour passed, and just as Jiang Chen was about to step outside to check, he opened the car door and ran into Zhang Yuan, who was about to knock. She still appeared as a little flying deer, but her wings were hanging limply, a sign of exhaustion from overexertion. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, she immediately transformed back into human form. Despite her tired body, her voice was full of excitement.
Lord Jiang Chen. I found a place where two groups of strange beasts are having a battle, which perfectly fits your requirements. Alright, come inside first. Suin and Luo Xingmian also came over to help, supporting her into the car. One of them wiped Zhang Yuan's face, while the other fed her some food. This made Zhang Yuan's tiredness ease significantly. The atmosphere between the three women was harmonious, making Jiang Chen feel like the extra person. But he also breathed a sigh of relief, silently lamenting that Zhang Yuan was too eager. He had originally only hoped she would gather information and didn't expect her to bring back results. He would need to have a serious talk with her in the future to avoid unnecessary dangers. However, now, his curiosity about the place Zhang Yuan found had grown quite a bit. Chapter 126, The Blue Butterfly Ferry Leads the Way. After a night's rest, under Zhang Yuan's guidance, the Hanchang ship changed direction and continued forward. As Jiang Chen had expected, the place was also far from the highway. Though the road below occasionally had strange beasts attacking, it was generally still relatively safe. Once they deviated from the road, the probability of encountering strange beasts multiplied, both a danger and an opportunity. Whoosh! As they continued deeper, many of the withered trees fell, and soon, they couldn't be seen anymore. On the contrary, the water on the road began to increase, and as the convoy drove by, splashes of water rose up. Zhang Yuan transformed into a little flying deer, steadily leading the way, her form light and determined. But the people behind started to feel uneasy. Are you sure this is the right direction? Su Lin, who was driving, confirmed again. It's definitely right, look. Following her direction, both Su Lin and Jiang Chen looked ahead and saw trails of faint blue glowing light stretching ahead. The lights were dotted with tiny particles, like stardust, resembling colorful ribbons fluttering in the wind, guiding the way forward. Continuing to follow the glowing path, gradually, blue butterflies started to appear, fluttering in the air. Only the size of a palm, the edges of their butterfly wings shimmered with a metallic cold light, leaving a trail of blue glow wherever they flew. The guiding light trail that Jiang Chen and the others had seen before was exactly what they had left behind. Jiang Chen grew cautious, wondering why they were attracting passersby here. The number of butterflies kept increasing. At first, it was just a few scattered points of blue light, then it formed a continuous sheet, both in the air and on the ground, like a blue ocean. It looked like the fairyland from Legends, an extremely dreamy and magnificent scene. And the place they were at just happened to be where the water line stopped. More precisely, they had built a dam on one side, though only half a meter high, it was enough to stop the water from spreading. This was clearly a group of intelligent, organized strange beasts. Despite their small size, just knowing how to cooperate made them extremely troublesome. The convoy stopped to observe the situation, and Jiang Chen immediately activated scanning. Monster information scan complete. Blue butterfly spirit, 3rd tier strange beast. Physique, 50. Spirit, 20. Strength, 50. Agility, 70. Trait, group living strange beast, individual ability average, generally does not attack humans. What Jiang Chen did not expect was that these palm-sized butterflies were actually 3rd tier strange beasts, and they even had spirit attributes. He observed carefully and saw that under the blue wings were tiny humanoids, with eyes, noses, limbs, all human features. On their heads were 2 antennae, looking very similar to the elves from rumors. Jiang Chen, look over there. Su Lin reminded him, and Jiang Chen turned left, seeing a human building, a department store, supposed to be a supply point for survivors along the highway, but somehow it had ended up here. Even more surprising, the department store was slowly collapsing, and looking around, they saw numerous blue butterfly spirits digging under it, gradually sending it underground. This rare scene fascinated them until the store completely sank, then they realized now was not the time to watch. At that moment, the blue butterfly spirits noticed them, stopped their actions, and surrounded them. The overwhelming tide of blue butterfly spirits flowed slowly toward Jiang Chen and his group, with more falling from the sky to join and strengthen the wave. By the time they reached the group, they had formed a blue wall several meters high, pointing and chattering like a flock of sparrows buzzing in the ears, causing annoyance. Facing such a surrounding group, the team felt fear but did not act rashly, waiting for orders. Jiang Chen stood on the car roof, drawing the newly repaired greatsword, the lightning jumping on it causing the butterflies to make an even louder sound. He was ready to fight, yet the opposing group took no action, just observing like a rare species. Jiang Chen decided not to hesitate, if so, he would strike first. Just as he instructed Su Lin to prepare for cannon fire, the butterfly group suddenly parted, and from the back stepped a figure as tall as an adult human. Her body glowed with deep blue light, the upper half delicate and human-like, skin shimmering blue, her eyes and eyebrows exquisitely almost eerie, with 2 thin antennae lightly trembling atop her head. From her back unfolded 4 enormous wings, thin as cicada wings. The wing patterns shimmer with dazzling fluorescence, and with every gentle flutter, tiny specks of light dust are scattered. A faint mental energy wave surrounded her, and her aura was noble and cold. Unlike the small size of regular blue butterfly elves, it was immediately clear this was the queen of the blue butterfly elves who ruled over the entire tribe.
From beside her, another figure, standing at the same height as an adult human, slowly stepped forward.
It was an elderly blue butterfly elf, thin and withered.
Its skin was wrinkled like dry wood, its antennae slightly white at the tips, and the wings on its back had faded a lot but appeared even more weighty. It leaned on a wooden cane wrapped in faint blue fluorescence, moving slowly and steadily, emitting an aging yet profound mental wave, completely different from the queen's.
It was obvious this was an elder of the tribe.
As these two stepped forward, the other blue butterfly elves quieted down, but the atmosphere in the area grew even more solemn. Jiang Chen watched these two cautiously, and before he could issue another order to attack, the blue butterfly elf elder smiled and walked over to him, stopping in front of the cold city vehicle, grinning and looking up at him.
At hashtag and you and hashtag you and hashtag.
The blue butterfly elf elder began, seeming to want to communicate with Jiang Chen, still looking very enthusiastic, but Jiang Chen could not understand a single word, making the scene feel quite bizarre.
Asterisk and percent you and hashtag percent.
The elf queen also came over and said something in the same language that Jiang Chen couldn't understand.
What are they saying? Fortunately, Jiang Yuan could understand some of the language of the other beasts, so he asked her to try translating. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment, somewhat uncertain, and then stepped forward to converse with the two. She returned and reported to Jiang Chen. They say, finally, a human has come. They want to invite us to go down and sit with them. Chapter 127, The Underground Town. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, stroking his chin as he began to contemplate. This group of blue butterfly elves didn't seem to have any malicious intent.
He recalled the scene just now, when the entire department store was dragged down.
He was quite interested in their underground dwellings.
He also estimated the strength difference between the two sides. Most of the blue butterfly elves were at the third-tier level, and even the two adult-sized elf queen and elder didn't seem to pose much threat to him.
In that case, let's go down and have a look.
Suin, Luo Xingnian, and other stronger individuals followed him down, while the others stayed behind to guard the vehicle. To everyone's surprise, the entrance down had been equipped with special stairs, clearly designed for human use, since the elves themselves had wings and didn't need them. Once they descended, the scene before Jiang Chen and the others caused a momentary daze. Before them unfolded a massive circular space, transformed from a giant cave. The ceiling, more than 10 meters high, was embedded with countless glowing moss, illuminating the underground world in a soft blue hue like a sea of stars. The smooth polished rock walls and the cement floor beneath them revealed that this was a human-made underground shelter. However, the cement floor was cracked, showing that this shelter had existed for quite some time. The original inhabitants were long gone, and now, it had become a nest for the current group of blue butterfly elves. Inside, there were more blue butterfly elves than Jiang Chen had seen above ground, most of them resting inside the shelter on ordinary single beds, with dozens of elves lying on each one. Many elves maintained a vigilant posture, occasionally looking up, as if on guard against something. But upon seeing Jiang Chen and his group enter, without exception, they all looked at them with curious eyes, secretly observing.
The shelter also had a bar, restaurant, and other areas, each managed by at least one adult-sized elf. Jiang Chen once again witnessed the discipline of these elves. They all ate together in the restaurant. It was still a big communal meal, and when they saw Jiang Chen and the others, they only looked at them for a moment without doing anything out of line, unlike the wild beasts outside. This shelter was the central building of this area, and the scene outside after leaving the shelter surprised him even more. The department store that had been dragged down earlier was quietly standing at the edge of the shelter, and now a group of elves had entered to organize the items inside. In addition, there were schools, residential houses, bookstores, etc., but the buildings all looked quite old, not as new as the department store. Looking at the outskirts of this area, it was almost like a human living zone, and from many places, traces of human life could still be seen. For example, the doodles on the school blackboard, rotting clothes left in the residential houses, and the steel car frames parked by the roadside, etc. This underground world, rather than being a lair for the blue butterfly elves, could be better described as a small human town. It was truly mind-boggling. After a round of sightseeing, the elf queen also explained their intentions. She said that they have a mission to guide and help passing humans here. Jiang Yuan still acted as the translator and pointed at the road beneath their feet. Jiang Chen immediately noticed this ridiculously wide road. The unique stripes on it, he recognized them at a glance. This road was made from the same mold as the road above, specifically for survivors to escape and move forward. But since I can remember, I've never seen a human pass by here. According to the elders of our tribe, it has probably been over 100 years, maybe even longer, since a human passed through here. Jiang Chen quietly listened, and he could roughly guess the reason. It was likely because the road had long been diverted, and this supply point had naturally been abandoned. However, there were still dedicated personnel managing the supply point, which was something he had not seen before. Most of the supply points he had encountered were invaded by wild beasts, which attacked on sight, let alone offering help. So, does that mean humans used to pass through here? According to the oral traditions passed down in our tribe, yes. The Elf Queen's affirmative answer confirmed Jiang Chen's initial guess to some extent. Combining the underground factories and shelters he had encountered before, he could basically be certain that they were not the first group of people to participate in the highway survival game, and it had probably been quite some time since the last group passed by. What made him feel more mentally unbalanced was that the previous survivors' conditions were probably much better than theirs. Not only were they able to build shelters, but the supply points and resources along the way were probably much richer than what they had now. For example, in this area, the previous people had supply points along the way, but now they needed to venture off the road to find resources. Not to mention, there were beings like the elves offering guidance. Of course, all of this was just Jiang Chen's personal guess, and the Elf Queen before him might not be telling the truth. Thinking of this, Jang Chen spoke again. So, what do you want us to do by guiding us here? Oh, this place can provide you with a few days' rest, and if you need any supplies, you can exchange with us. After saying this, she pointed to a group of shops outside the shelter, where various items that survivors might need were available. Sister Suin, let's go see the makeup counter, and also the bookstore. Hurry, let's go. Luo Xingmian was still carefree, with no guard in her heart. Upon seeing so many shops, she immediately grabbed Su Lin and went shopping. But the people on the street were not pedestrians, but blue butterfly elves with glowing wings. Old Lu, White No Spirit, Louis, and others also did not want to miss this chance, and after getting Jiang Chen's approval, they scattered to take the treasures they wanted. Only Jiang Chen was not very interested in these things. You are their leader, right? I will give you something, hoping it can help you in your journey ahead. Zhan Yuan did not leave, still diligently acting as the translator. Then, under the lead of the Elf Queen, Jiang Chen arrived at another open area. Before entering, he smelled the fresh scent of grass and trees, and once inside, his skin felt a warm sensation. At the same time, the surrounding light clearly became brighter. He immediately recognized this kind of light. It was the glowing dandelions he had seen in another refuge before. What appeared before him was a vast vegetable field. Not relying on the cold of the ice river heart, but truly creating a vegetable field in the apocalypse. This was a bit beyond his understanding. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from above, and a small stone fell down. The Elf Queen frowned slightly, then relaxed, smiling as she handed several vegetable seedlings to Jiang Chen, her face full of sincerity. These are for you, and these vegetables, if you need them, you can also take some, but if you take more, you need to trade something in return. Jiang Chen looked at the fresh seedlings in the pot, a trace of surprise passing through his eyes, and he could not help asking, how did you do this? The Elf Queen pointed in a direction, where there was a temple, just about to explain, when the elves below hurried up to report anxiously. Then she bowed to Jiang Chen and quickly left. What happened to her? Zhan Yuan answered respectfully. She said there was an enemy attack. She went out to check. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground carried the sounds of beasts fighting. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, Jiang Chen immediately took Zhang Yuan with him to go check the situation. Chapter 128 Air and Land Battle. As Jiang Chen came out from underground, a dirty water column splashed from above onto him. Zhang Yuan stepped forward, a bolt of lightning shot out, the water column hissed, then turned into smoke and disappeared, leaving only a few drops on Jiang Chen. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. Jiang Chen looked back, and the underground entrance was blocked by a giant stone slab, indicating the refuge had entered a sealed state. The response was so fast, it seemed this was not the first time they had encountered this situation. He took a few steps and arrived at the edge of the battlefield. In the sky were blue elves, at least half of them had been deployed. They were like a giant net covering the sky and earth, turning the originally gray sky into glowing blue, with glittering golden scales continuously falling. Each one looked tense, actively fighting under the lead of the Elf Queen and several elder elves. And their opponent. Jiang Chen looked at the flooded area ahead. The water level had risen a lot, almost covering the low embankment. Looking further, the originally calm water suddenly bubbled, then like a fountain, shot up into taller and taller water columns. The water columns quickly took shape, finally becoming a semi-transparent lion. The water lion had no mane around its neck, only dense water-like tentacles, moving without wind, constantly waving. Monster information scan complete. Water lion, 4th tier beast. Constitution, 120. Spirit, 10. Strength, 110. Agility, 100. Ability, can merge into water, move with water currents, and launch water-based attacks. One by one, water lions emerged from the water, quickly forming a whole group of semi-transparent lions. Jiang Chen looked around. Wherever there was water, water lions emerged, each nearly 2 meters high, forming a standoff with the elves in the sky. The scene was extremely tense. The great battle is about to erupt. Jiang Chen stood aside, watching, unnoticed by either side. Several water lions swiped their claws at the air, then turned their heads to roar a few times, signaling the blue butterfly spirits to come down and fight them. The spirits, of course, would not be foolish. The sky was their advantage, but if they didn't come down, they wouldn't have to worry about their weapons.
They immediately began throwing various items down, from soil to stones, from tree branches to spears, everything you could imagine.
In an instant, these projectiles rained down like arrows. Splash! Splash!
The projectiles hit the ground, splashing countless droplets of water.
Some heavier items struck and even sent a tall column of water soaring.
Even Jiang Chen, who was watching the spectacle from the side, got splashed with water. He simply wiped his face and kept his attention fixed on the battlefield ahead.
After one round of throws, many water lions were struck, shaking their heads, roaring angrily at the sky. For the ones hit harder, there were even dents on their bodies. No blood flowed, but their once majestic lion forms became incomplete.
Some of them were more severely hit and turned into puddles of water, disappearing into nothing. The throwing continued, while on the other side, a group of spirits was carrying stones from a distance to replenish their ammunition.
However, the water lions below were not without countermeasures.
They crouched low, tilting their bodies backward, and one strong tail entered the water, then they opened their large mouths.
Hiss!
A stream of water shot out from their mouths toward the sky with such force that it tore a hole in the blue canopy formed by the blue butterfly spirits.
Streams of water shot out from below, quickly scattering the spirits' formation into disarray. Where the water streams hit, the spirits scattered, retreating as quickly as they could.
Those who didn't retreat in time were hit by the water, falling straight down like birds shot by bullets, crushed into pieces by the water lion's paws. The ones in better condition didn't fall immediately, but their bodies felt as if they weighed thousands of pounds, no longer able to stay airborne. They quickly found a safe place to land.
Several spirits even collided with Jiang Chen.
He gently placed them back on the ground and continued watching the battle of the strange beasts, his giant sword already summoned, ready to join the fray at any moment. At this moment, the water lions on the ground continued spraying streams of water upwards, while the spirits in the air kept throwing various heavy objects down.
The scene looked like an intense battle between an army on the ground and an air force. Ultimately, the water lions' attacks were stronger, and the spirits' casualties kept mounting. At this point, the spirit queen let out a long, sharp whistle. The spirits heard the command and quickly scattered in all directions, soon retreating from a huge circular area. At the center of the area, only the spirit queen and several elders remained. They each exhaled a ball of intense fire from their mouths. In an instant, the flames spread to the ground at light speed, following the phosphorus powder drifting through the air. A giant fireball rapidly formed in the sky, then exploded. The phosphorus powder exploded. Boom! Jiang Chen only saw a fireball expanding quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. He quickly thrust his giant sword into the ground to shield himself. The explosion shockwave blew him backward, but thankfully, he held onto the sword firmly, so he wasn't blown away. The ringing in his ears lasted for a long time, and Jiang Chen only regained his bearings after the lingering force of the explosion faded. Looking at the water lions before him, there was only a ripple left where the explosion had occurred. 80% of the water lions had been directly destroyed. The once densely packed formation of lions now had a giant circular gap in the center.
A few water lions on the outskirts shuddered, then exploded, turning into puddles of clear water.
The last remaining water lions, despite the attack, did not retreat in fear.
Instead, they filled in the gaps of their formation and roared, continuing to launch their water flow attacks. The elves, who had previously scattered, gathered again and dropped phosphorus powder. However, this time, the density of the phosphorus powder was clearly not as strong as before, and now the density was not enough to trigger a second explosion. In the distance, the water surface wobbled, a wave surged, and another batch of water lions emerged. These were the water lions from a distance that had come to take their place.
This wasn't over.
In the center of the lion herd, a water column rose, followed by one water lion after another appearing in that position. They stacked on top of each other, one lion stepping on another's back, shortening the distance to the flying blue butterfly elves. The elves quickly adjusted their tactics, concentrating and throwing heavy objects down towards this position. But the water lions climbed too quickly, and other water lions on the ground sprayed water to cover them, making the elves' obstruction attempts fail.
The topmost water lions opened their mouths wide and sprayed water.
As the water swept through the air, many blue butterfly elves fell down with a whoosh sound. During this time, several water columns successfully formed, forcing the elf group to scatter and flee. The battle situation turned into a one-sided pursuit, with water lions launching long-range water flow attacks. Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed, and a water column paused for a moment, then wobbled and fell to the ground. Jang Chen chuckled lightly, lifting his giant sword and leaping into the air, then landing heavily in the middle of the lion herd. Zhang Yuan transformed into a little flying deer and followed closely, still surrounded by lingering lightning. Jiang Chen held the giant sword horizontally, pointing directly at the water lion herd.
Now, they would take over this battle. Chapter 129, Thunder Clears the Field.
A thunderstorm shot out from above Zhang Yuan's head again, striking another water column.
It quickly caused the water column to collapse layer by layer, finally toppling to the ground. Jiang Chen watched in surprise as the fierce water lions, unexpectedly vulnerable to weak electricity. Even Jiang Yuan, who was not known for combat prowess, could easily control them. Not willing to fall behind, Jiang Chen swung his giant sword, slicing through the nearest water lions and turning them into splashes on the ground. The water lions that had fallen from the water column, weakened by the electric shock, abandoned their pursuit of the elves and instead turned their attention to Jiang Chen and Jiang Yuan, who had appeared midway. In the end, they, along with the remaining water lions, charged at Jiang Chen. The water lions came from all directions, creating an overwhelming force that blocked all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. When they were about 10 meters away, they leapt into the air, then dove towards Jiang Chen. The fleeing blue butterfly elves noticed the lack of movement behind them and turned in confusion, only to see the lion herd pouncing towards Jiang Chen from all directions. It's that human.
Seeing this, the elf queen immediately rushed to rescue him, but was stopped firmly by several nearby elders. The elf elders shook their heads at her, then turned to leave. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. Facing the charging lion herd, both Jiang Chen and Jiang Yuan remained calm. Jiang Yuan was the first to move, flying into the sky, then condensing the power of thunder. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, with countless lightning snakes spreading across the water's surface. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, spun in place, swinging his giant sword, sending waves of lightning energy and sword chi radiating through the air. This formed wave after wave of shockwaves and lightning rings, passing through the pouncing water lions' bodies, causing them to freeze mid-air, as if time itself had stopped.
Boom 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 boom.
One after another, the water lions' bodies exploded, like water balloons popping, in rapid succession, faster and faster. Finally, they all turned into clear water and fell back into the water.
Jiang Chen stopped his movement.
With a confident smile on his lips, he slung the massive sword back onto his shoulder. The group of elves beside him stood stunned, not expecting this crisis to be resolved in such a manner.
Does this human really need our help?
The elf queen shook her head, for the first time doubting the records passed down within her clan.
Lord Jiang Chen, there are still 2 left over there. Jiang Yuan flew high and saw far, quickly spotting 2 water lions in the distance, preparing to escape.
Without a word, Jiang Chen charged forward, sword in hand. The 2 water lions sensed danger, turned around, and each shot a stream of water towards Jiang Chen. The power of the water streams was nothing Jiang Chen worried about, he let them hit him directly, only causing his steps to slow slightly. After the water impact, as he tried to speed up to give chase, he suddenly felt his foot sink, followed by a stumble, almost falling. He felt moisture seeping into his body, making his movements a bit more difficult.
What's going on?
He quickly checked his status panel and found that his agility had decreased by about 1/6, and his body felt slightly heavier.
He hadn't adapted to the change in his physical attributes yet, which caused the somewhat comical scene just now. It's from those 2 water streams.
He immediately realized what was wrong, remembering the system's description of the water lion's water attribute attack. It seemed this was the effect of the water attribute attack. In addition to the usual impact, it also caused the body to become heavy, reducing agility. Fortunately, he had attribute resistance skills, so the effect of the water attribute attack was reduced by more than half.
The elf queen and several elders descended from the air, exhaling fire to dry his body.
Soon, he returned to his normal state.
The 2 water lions had already escaped, but Jiang Chen didn't care.
He turned back to look at the battlefield. The bodies of the fallen water lions had turned into puddles of clear water. It seemed like nothing was left, but upon closer inspection, he saw that where they had fallen, a transparent crystal flower had bloomed. Especially as the last 2 water lions escaped, the water level slowly receded, and those crystal flowers reflected dazzling light in the sunlight, making it hard to ignore.
Lord Jiang Chen, please catch this. Jiang Yuan picked one of the flowers and offered it to Jiang Chen.
Jang Chen took it in his hand and saw that the crystal flower was translucent, its surface cut into multiple irregular polyhedrons. Its hardness was low, a strong squeeze would crush it. It was the first time he'd seen such a drop item, and he found it quite fascinating. This is crystal iron, something dropped by foreign beasts, and no one knows how to use it.
The elf queen explained, with Jiang Yuan translating. Foreign beasts? There are native and foreign beasts?
Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled.
Of course. Native beasts don't vanish upon death, but those foreign beasts that sneak across, their bodies can't remain after death.
They turn into various useless things, making it difficult to research.
They are just a group of moving trash. An elder elf added. Just like these water lions. These crystal irons will automatically dissipate over time. If you need them, you can take them all, we won't have any use for them. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen didn't hold back.
These items were useless to others, but with his devouring system, they were perfect for him. Piloting the cold city ship, he quickly devoured all the crystal iron on the ground. Except for a few he kept as a collection, the rest were all converted into evolution points. Successfully devoured, gained 70,000 evolution points, current evolution progress 220,000/500,000. This round gave him a direct 100,000 evolution points, and the best part was that he barely exerted any effort. It felt almost like picking up a gift for free. However, Jiang Chen agreed with what the Elf Queen said. Compared to other beasts, these water lions were indeed a bit of trash. The other 4-level strange beasts, the evolution points they give are definitely more than 100,000. And they also drop 4-level crystal cores, enhancement and evolution materials, even precious skills. But devouring the crystal iron left by these water lions really gives nothing except evolution points. Thank you for your hard work, this time it's all thanks to you. Quickly follow us back to rest, we must treat you well. Jiang Chen remembered that Suin and Luo Xingnian were still in the underground shelter, and nodded. However, this elf group knows quite a lot, especially about the secrets of this world. He was becoming more and more interested in them. He needed to find an opportunity to get more information from them. Chapter 130 Celebration Feast. Guests, please enjoy yourselves fully. Returning to the underground shelter, Jiang Chen received the highest level of reception. All kinds of good wines and dishes were brought up, especially the dishes made extremely delicious, making people praise endlessly. Su Lin and the others also benefited. She and Luo Xingnian sat on either side of Jiang Chen. Zhang Yuan still stood carefully behind Jiang Chen, ready to provide translation services, along with handing tissues and shoulder massages. Jiang Chen, where did you just go? Luo Xingnian asked coquettishly. She and Su Lin had been wandering when they found half of the elves missing, and then saw the exit blocked. She wanted to find Jiang Chen but couldn't, then realized something had happened. Jiang Chen patted her head, smiling calmly. Nothing, just went out to handle a small trouble. The Elf Queen added, Mr. Jiang Chen, you are too modest, this time you solved a great crisis for us, not just a small trouble. Jiang Chen lifted a cup of pure rice wine and drank it all at once, saying nothing. What? What exactly happened? Luo Xingnian shook Jiang Chen's arm, acting like he couldn't eat properly if he didn't tell her. Let me tell you. The Elf Queen began narrating, telling the story of the battle with the water lion group outside, highlighting how Jiang Chen annihilated the water lions. She praised Jiang Chen to the sky. Someone not knowing might think she was a second Jiang Yuan, making Jiang Chen a bit embarrassed. Of course, Lord Jiang Chen was just that mighty. After translating, Jiang Yuan casually added in agreement. A group of 4-level strange beasts. Lu Jinfeng listened, calmly contacting the sisters above, telling them to drive the car further away. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's strength became even more incomprehensible to her. Bai Wuxian and Lu Yi, however, were filled with fighting spirit, regretful to have missed such a battle feast. By the way, what are those water lions? Jiang Chen quickly changed the topic. He wasn't used to being the focus of discussion, though this was not the first time. They appeared along with these geniuses. Their goal was to attack our underground fortress. The Elf Queen shuddered as she spoke of the water lions. Because your resources here are rich? The Elf Queen nodded. Probably, in the past other strange beast groups invaded, but most were repelled without follow-up. This group of water lions is different. Not only are they numerous, but they come wave after wave, very stubborn, their goal clear, they are coming for us. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. These geniuses appear, yet persist in attacking supply points. Could it be related to our appearance? That is unknown. Jiang Chen continued asking, how long have you been living here? The Elf Queen didn't answer directly, but confirmed with the elders beside her, then spoke uncertainly, probably, for a few hundred years. Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised. This group of elves had lived so long, counted as natives of this place. No wonder they call the water lion a foreign beast. Aren't you afraid the black mist will come? Luo Xingnian was really curious and joined the discussion. When the Elf Queen heard the words black mist, her face showed a hint of fear. She exchanged glances with several elder elves. They discussed in a low voice but did not answer directly. Instead, they asked in return, are you sure the black mist is coming? Yes, it will take about 4 more days to reach here. The Elf Queen was greatly shocked upon hearing this. She whispered to one of the elder elves, who immediately left the table without finishing his meal. You still haven't answered my question. Luo Xingnian insisted, acting as a mouthpiece for Jiang Chen. The Elf Queen put on a smile again, nodded politely to her, and then spoke, of course, we are afraid. According to our tribe's records, this is the world-ending disaster. Jiang Chen pressed on, will you also be swallowed by the black mist? Yes. According to the records, a large number of elves were swallowed by the black mist. It is an absolutely unavoidable natural disaster. Jiang Chen showed a look of as expected and asked, so, both humans and foreign beasts will be swallowed? No, many foreign beasts are repelled by the black mist and will not be swallowed. Our tribe speculates that only foreign beasts with ties to humans will be swallowed. It seems this disaster is specifically targeting humans. And also, the timing of its appearance. The Elf Queen looked at Jiang Chen and the others as she spoke.
Are you saying that this black mist was brought here by us? Jiang Chen caught her implication and directly pointed it out. This is not your fault. The black mist seems to want to wipe out humanity, and you are also victims. The Elf Queen did not mean to blame them. It was clear that their tribe was truly on the human side. Then why don't you leave? Luo Xingmian asked, confused, unable to hold back. The Elf Queen smiled and shook her head. Our mission is to stay here, and as long as we stay underground, we'll be fine. For safety's sake, we will dig deeper in the next few days. After the black mist, we won't be able to go outside for several years, so we need to stock up on food in advance. Don't worry about us. We have vegetable gardens that can continuously grow food. The food we've already stored is also more than enough to handle this crisis. You have vegetable gardens? Lu Jinfen said, her curiosity piqued. Having something like that in the apocalypse would be cheating. She had seen a small vegetable garden inside Jiang Chen's car, but she wouldn't dare to think about his things. And because of the team contract, she couldn't have such thoughts anyway. Ahem. Old Lu coughed twice, reminding her not to act rashly. Jiang Chen saw it but didn't mind. All the team members were under his control. Without his permission, no one would stir up trouble. The Elf Queen clearly misunderstood, laughing and explaining, sorry, according to the rules, you can only rest here for a few days. It's not allowed to settle here long term. At this point, 2 blue butterfly elves flew over to report something to the Elf Queen. Upon hearing it, a look of delight appeared on her face as she turned to Jiang Chen and said, Today is a good day. Another group of humans has arrived. I wonder if they are your companions. Companions? Jiang Chen didn't have any team members come down from above, so it definitely wasn't from their side. Is there someone? We're here to take on a mission, please send someone we can talk to. A loud voice rang out from the shelter's hall. Jiang Chen immediately realized that other survivors had found this place as well. Chapter 131, The Task for the Survivors. An elf elder, under the Elf Queen's instructions, went to greet the newly arrived survivors. Compared to them, Jiang Chen and his team were the esteemed guests of the elves, so the Elf Queen didn't leave her seat. She stayed with Jiang Chen and his group until they finished their celebratory feast before preparing to leave. Mr. Jiang Chen, would you like to come with me to take a look? Jiang Chen was already thinking along those lines and gladly agreed. When is the Elf Queen coming? Can you give us a definite answer? Our time is precious. Sorry, distinguished human guests, Her Majesty the Queen will be here shortly. From a distance, Jiang Chen heard the sounds of arguing, with both sides speaking in the elf language, one side being the survivors. Following the footsteps of the Elf Queen, Jiang Chen slowly approached. It was only then that he saw the full appearance of the survivor team. There were about 20 of them, all wearing matching uniforms, resembling military uniforms but closer to specially made combat gear, with various guns strapped to their waists. They carried an intimidating aura, a faint murderous intent leaking out, and judging by their expressions, they seemed ready to start a fight at the slightest provocation. But strangely, they were all very disciplined, only venting their frustration verbally, not making any move like drawing guns. Jiang Chen immediately deduced that this was a well-trained combat team. Your Majesty, you're finally here. They say they want to take on a mission in exchange for resources, and shamelessly demanded our treasures. The Elf Queen smiled lightly upon hearing this, displaying the composure of someone in a higher position, not angered by the statement. She took a step forward and locked eyes with the leader of the team, with no hostility in her gaze. The leader of the team, looking barely in his 20s, had a neat crew cut, with some dust on his forehead. His eyes were startlingly bright, full of the youthful sharpness and vigor unique to his age. Jiang Chen pretended not to care, stepping back a few paces to reduce his presence, while letting Jiang Yuan lower her voice to translate the conversation between the two in real time. Are you sure you want to take the mission? The Elf Queen spoke first. A female team member next to the leader translated the Queen's words for him, likely because she had awakened the ability to communicate with other beasts. Yes, I understand the rules. I'll help you, and in return, you give me resources. A trace of surprise crossed the Elf Queen's face. It was indeed a rule. However, since no humans had come for so long, many of the elves had forgotten about it. Alright, we'll follow the rules. We are currently being harassed by a group of water lions. If you can go hunt them down, we will offer corresponding rewards based on the number you defeat. What level are these water lions? Level 4 beasts. Level 4 beasts? The team leader hesitated for a moment, then turned to discuss with his team members. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the reputation of the level 4 beasts didn't scare them off. It seemed that this team was quite powerful. After a long while, the discussion quieted, and the team leader turned back to face the Elf Queen, answering crisply, "No problem, we'll take the mission." The Elf Queen maintained her graceful smile. Then, what resources would you guests like to exchange for?
The team leader directly pulled out a list, glanced at it, and said, vegetables and communication equipment, especially walkie-talkies, the more the better. He paused before continuing, and your treasures.
No way. If you take the treasures, what will we do?
The elf elder who had been responsible for reception immediately snorted and blared, looking furious.
The elf queen pressed him down, don't be rude. They are just following the rules, don't be impulsive.
After saying this, she glanced towards the direction of the temple, her expression becoming solemn. The treasures belong to those who are capable. It can be exchanged, but I need you to slay the king of the water lions as a trade.
No problem.
The team leader agreed without hesitation.
Captain, we don't have much time left, we need to catch up with the main force.
A team member reminded him.
It's fine, I know what I'm doing.
After saying that, he quickly turned to lead the team back to the surface to carry out the mission. As he turned, a team member grabbed his arm.
Captain. Is that senior sister Suin?
It just so happened that Suin and Luo Xingmian came to find Jiang Chen, and they were seen by the members of this small team. The team leader immediately recognized Sulin's familiar figure, his eyes widening, completely not expecting to see her here.
He quickly walked a few steps to Suin, speaking excitedly, his voice full of disbelief. Senior sister Suin, it really is you.
Suin looked at him in puzzlement, then glanced at the few others who had also excitedly surrounded her, and some memories in her mind began to become clear.
You are Xiao Zhao? And you all are the ones from back then.
Several people in this small team she remembered. It was a team she had led on training missions a few years ago, now completely changed, so she did not recognize them at first. The leader was called Zhao Changkong, who used to be an ordinary cadet, and unexpectedly has now grown into a team leader.
You know them? Jang Chen felt a little surprised. I know a few, we did missions together back in military school. As Sulin's words fell, the small team erupted in excitement. Amazing, senior sister Suin.
Didn't expect to meet you here, a dark-skinned, muscular team member shouted, his face red with excitement.
Yes, yes.
Back then you were our idol, another young member with goggles echoed, his tone full of nostalgia.
Zhao Changkong stepped forward, his voice even breaking with emotion. Senior sister Suin, I thought I would never see you again, look, I can lead the team now.
Suin looked at the few in front of her with some satisfaction, unable to help recalling the training times in military school, though now everything has changed. Jiang Chen came over and patted her shoulder. She turned to look at him, her expression relaxed, giving a gentle smile.
Fortunately, now she has Jiang Chen. By the way, senior sister Suin, do you want to come back with us? Our convoy has grown very well now. Your convoy now is? It's the Military God Alliance. You know the leader, he's our old instructor.
Suin frowned slightly, smiling in response, without stepping forward. Then I am at ease, you go first, I have my own convoy now.
Zhao Changkong wanted to argue further, why?
Senior sister Suin, with your talent, you shouldn't stay in such a small convoy wasting your gift, maybe you should.
No need.
Suin directly interrupted him, her face slightly red, holding up Jiang Chen's hand. I have someone very important here.
Oh.
Several familiar team members immediately understood, they cheered, making her feel as if she returned to the youthful school days, her face turning even redder. Luo Xingmian saw this and directly grabbed Sulin's other hand. Senior sister Suin, don't forget me too.
Yes, yes, yes. Suin responded to her indulgently.
Seeing this, Zhao Changkong no longer insisted, although he did not fully understand, feeling Sulin's choice was a bit rash, he still sincerely clapped and gave his blessing. Zhao Changkong then led the team straight out, now he had learned to put the mission first. After they left, Jang Chen turned to look at the elf queen, his face full of strong interest.
The mission you just mentioned, can I take it? Chapter 132, The Trump Card Strikes.
Of course you can, just.
The elf queen paused. That water lion king I only saw from afar, though it seems injured, its strength is unfathomable, unless absolutely necessary, it's better not to provoke it. If you insist on going, I can arrange someone to guide you. Jiang Chen nodded, then I will trouble you.
Jiang Chen's main purpose was to get evolution points to evolve the Hanshang again, preparing for the upcoming big highway merger challenge.
Whether he could complete the mission was secondary. What he wanted was to quickly hunt those strange beasts.
Jiang Chen and his group, guided by several blue butterfly spirits, came out of the underground, just in time to see the small team from earlier about to depart. They saw their vehicles, 5 military tanks and 2 fighter planes, followed by a huge troop transport, with a large number 4 showing they were the 4th combat team of the Army God Alliance. Jiang Chen looked and gained a clearer understanding of the Army God Alliance's strength. Just as Lu Jinfeng had said, their equipment was much more refined than that of other survivor teams. Though all were military combat vehicles, their speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, the 4th team vanished. Jiang Chen and the others also got into their vehicles, guided by the blue butterfly spirits, heading to fight the water lion pack. The deeper they drove, the deeper the water became, splashing onto the nearby vehicles, as if getting a free car wash. The most exaggerated was Jiang Chen's Hanchang. This huge monster sprayed water several meters high, showing its absolute dominance. If other vehicles ran next to it, they would probably be flipped over by the water. Other members all drove a bit farther away, keeping a proper distance from it. "There is flowing water," someone in the convoy shouted. Jiang Chen looked up and indeed saw the water ahead slowly moving. The farther they drove, the faster the current became. Whoosh, boom. Suddenly, a fighter plane passed over the convoy, dropping a high explosive bomb ahead. After the piercing sound of the air braking, a violent explosion roared, flames instantly breaking through the water, and a huge water column shot up. The muddy water, mixed with debris, scattered everywhere, and the puddles within several meters were steamed into thick white mist by the heat wave. Before the mist cleared, consecutive cannon shots rang out, explosions deafening. Jang Chen scanned the radar and saw a large number of beasts gathered ahead. It had to be the gathering place of the water lions. He immediately ordered a stop, to avoid the impact of the front artillery. When the bombardment lessened, he finally saw clearly. In the distance, the water lion pack stretched in a line, so many that from afar it looked like a giant rolling wave. 5 tanks blocked them, firing wave after wave of artillery. Each shell hit, a few water lions turned into sparks, the shockwave knocking down nearby lions. The charge speed of the water lion pack slowed because of this. The 2 fighter planes circled constantly, dropping bombs into the lion pack from time to time, each hit quickly reducing their numbers. At this moment, it looked like a modern battlefield. Without doubt, it was the Army God Alliance's 4th combat team fighting the water lion pack. Their land tanks and air fighters worked closely, and with the combination, they could quickly hunt the beasts. But the weakness was clear: they relied too much on ammunition. The gradually slowing artillery also showed this. After just a few rounds, the tanks ran out of shells. The team underestimated the number of water lions. Now facing the continuous charge, they had to retreat. The tanks stayed close, less than a fist apart, supporting each other, to prevent being picked off one by one. Before the lion pack arrived, their water attack already struck first. A dozen water lions lay on top of another group of lions, creating a water attack platform. The lower lions moved their tails in the water, while the upper ones inserted their tails into the bodies of the ones below to pump water. They lowered their bodies and opened their mouths wide. A dozen high-pressure water streams shot at the tank convoy. The water hit with such force, making the tank bodies clang and shake. Even more terrifying, several streams of water were heading straight for the last transport vehicle. As the water was about to sweep over the transport vehicle, a man and a woman leaped out of the car. Both of them raised their hands in front, forming an invisible barrier. The incoming water was completely blocked by the barrier, temporarily protecting the people inside the vehicle. However, both of them looked a bit weak, as using the barrier skill to block such an attack was not an easy task for them. In the blink of an eye, the group of water lions had already charged to the front of the vehicle. The last shell from the tank was fired, momentarily slowing them down, but the lions leapt forward once again. The people inside the vehicle could only place their hopes on the strength of the tank's body, praying it would hold up long enough for them to successfully retreat. At that moment, a dazzling lightning bolt struck, hitting the closest lion pack to the tank. The lightning sent the lions to the ground twitching, and the ones behind them trampled over them. Jiang Yuan transformed into a small flying deer, soaring into the sky, with lightning flashing above her head. The lightning bolt that struck just now was her doing. The members of the 4th Combat Squad, seeing this, gasped. Before they could even figure out what had happened, another blinding, wide laser beam struck the rear of their vehicle, just a few centimeters away. Then, that amazing white laser swept horizontally towards the water lions. This was Jiang Chen launching the Cold City No. 1's laser attack. In order to chase after the few tank vehicles, the water lion group had stretched out into a long line. Jiang Chen silently thanked the small squad for gathering the monsters together, as this long line of water lions was perfect for a laser blast to take them all out. The white laser sliced through the air like a blade cutting through the world, howling as it skimmed across the ground. Wherever the glaring beam passed, the water surface instantly turned into white mist, and countless water lions' bodies were pierced by the laser. Their semi-transparent forms dissolved into droplets of water under the intense light, with no time to struggle. The once tightly packed water lion group, relentlessly chasing after the vehicles, was completely wiped out by this one laser. Holy! Zhao Changkong, inside the transport vehicle, suddenly looked up, seeing through the cockpit's gap where the laser came from, and froze. That laser was clearly fired from the cannon on the top of Cold City No. 1. That seems to be Senior Su Lin's vehicle. That giant thing is a vehicle? I thought it was some kind of building when I saw it outside just now. Wait, what are they going to do? In the eyes of this small squad, after the laser cannon swept through, members of Jiang Chen's team got out of their vehicles and rushed directly toward the remaining scattered water lions on the field. The members of the 4th Combat Squad were left speechless, their mouths wide open.
Are they really going to use their own strength to directly fight the mutant beasts? This is insane. Chapter 133, The Source of the Water Flow. Suin crouched on top of Cold City Number 1. Her sniper rifle, which she had modified many times, now had a barrel as wide as a bull. As she pulled the trigger, a bullet, the size of the barrel, shot out at incredible speed, hitting the head of a water lion and killing it instantly. The sound of her gunshot was like the rallying cry for a charge. In that instant, Jiang Chen, wielding a giant lightning sword, Louis, swinging twin swords, Wushen, with his arms transformed into beast-like limbs, and many other squad members, all shouted and charged toward the remaining water lions on the field. Wushen and Louis were competing with each other, slaughtering the water lions with speed and ferocity. Even Jiang Chen thought they deserved an Employee of the Month award. Zhang Yuan once again gathered lightning and struck down. A single water lion took the full force of her electric attack and was killed on the spot. Bang! 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 Lu Jinfeng commanded the Jiomei subteam to begin their artillery fire. After the last treehouse was reinforced and modified, many of the vehicles in the Jiomei subteam had evolved to include artillery capabilities. However, their firepower couldn't compare to professional tanks. The Cold City cannon is still no match for the exaggerated cannons of the Cold City. Jiang Chen seemed much more at ease. After approaching one of the water lions, he casually swung his giant sword, and its life was taken in an instant. The military god alliance squad behind them was completely dumbfounded. The combat power displayed by these people was just absurd. The water lion group that had made them flee in panic was wiped out effortlessly by Jiang Chen and his group with just a few moves. The difference between the two was not small. The battle came fast and went fast. In no time, all the water lions on the battlefield were cleared by Jiang Chen and his team. The military god alliance squad breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to express their gratitude. Zhao Changkong smiled wryly and said, "Sister Suin, now I understand why you're willing to stay with this convoy. I was too hasty before, and I apologize to you all." The small squad bowed together to Jiang Chen and his team. But after standing up, many of them cast a glance at Zhang Yuan and Wushen, their faces clearly showing displeasure. Sister Suin, Zhao Changkong hesitated for a moment, then decided to step forward, one hand shielding the side, lowering his voice to advise, "Humans and beasts are different. You'd better stay away from those two." After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Yuan, transformed into a little flying deer, and Wushen, whose arms had turned beastly, his face unable to hide his disgust. Suin felt confused. "Sorry, I don't think it's necessary." "You're being foolish, Sister Suin." Some other squad members saw that Suin was ignoring their advice, and they became anxious. Zhang Yuan, sensing the unfriendly gazes around her, directly went to Jiang Chen for comfort and safety. Jiang Chen gently touched her little deer horns as a sign of reassurance. Zhao Changkong's face twitched as he watched, but he dared not overstep with Jiang Chen. He could only endure and continue advising. "You're the leader of this convoy, right? Thank you for your help earlier, but you might not know, but people who have beastified have already strayed from the original path of being human. Sooner or later, they will lose their sanity and become killing machines. Keeping such people in the convoy will bring endless trouble." Jiang Chen, holding his giant sword with arcs of electricity dancing on it, made others feel a sense of fear. The other hand still didn't leave Zhang Yuan's deer horns as he lightly laughed and replied, "So what?" Zhao Changkong, though wary of Jiang Chen's strength, showed an expression of frustration, as if to say, "I told you so." Finally, he mustered his courage, pointed at Zhang Yuan and Wushen, and said, "I advise you to expel them from the convoy. It's for the good of the whole convoy." Zhang Yuan was so angry she was almost about to yell, but she still tried to maintain her composure in front of Jiang Chen. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I just help you all out of trouble?" Zhao Changkong snorted coldly, "One thing has nothing to do with the other. People like you will become a disaster sooner or later." "Exactly. Exactly." The military god alliance squad echoed in unison. Wushen, seeing someone pointing at him, cracked his neck, the sound of bones and joints stretching echoed. Then he walked up to the group. His huge beast claw clenched into a fist larger than a wok, and with the burst of his aura, many people quickly stepped back in fear. Jiang Chen now understood. This group of people minded having non-human members in his convoy. But what did that have to do with them? When did it become their business to interfere with his matters? Jiang Chen pushed Wushen aside and, facing the military god alliance squad, coldly spoke. "You should leave now. If you don't, you won't be leaving at all." His voice was not loud, but it was firm and clear. The threat in his words sent a chill down the spines of the military god alliance squad. Zhao Changkong, faced with this situation, broke out in a cold sweat. He knew this was not the time to argue any further, so he stopped talking. As they were leaving, he glanced at Suin one last time, his brow furrowed deeply, trying to warn her with his eyes. But unexpectedly, Suin walked up to Jiang Chen's side.
Suddenly, two small horns appeared on her head. Zhao Changkong and the others stared as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes almost popping out in disbelief.
Senior Su Lin, when did you?
Luo Xingnian also walked over, and Jiang Chen noticed that her skirt was slowly puffing up behind her. The two of them silently showed their stance in this way. Su Lin had thought it through clearly, appearance was secondary, and one should not judge by looks. As long as a person's heart hadn't fallen, they were a good person. Besides, many people actually had no choice at all. The members of the God of War League team wisely left, and it seemed they were heading back to the Elven tribe to submit their mission. Jiang Chen then suddenly realized he felt like he had been kept in the dark the whole time. It turned out that Su Lin and Luo Xingnian, just like Zhang Yuan, could freely switch between two forms. But these two had kept it hidden too well. He decided to deal with this matter later, slowly sorting it out. Now, he turned his attention to the scattered crystal iron on the ground. It was time to collect his spoils. Before long, the crystal iron on the ground was completely absorbed by the Cold City ship, and the system notifications rang out one after another. Absorbing crystal iron, gaining 100,000 evolution points. Current Cold City ship evolution progress, 300000/500000. With just 130,000 more evolution points, the next round of evolution could be achieved. The water was still flowing backwards, and the entire area gradually returned to its previous silence, with only the water surface occasionally disturbed by a gentle breeze, creating light ripples. Jiang Chen stood in place, scanning his surroundings before he calmly gave the order, "Continue forward." With his command, the Cold City ship started first, its massive body slowly moving over a shallow bank, the wheels rolling over the water, making a muffled sound. Other vehicles followed suit, and the convoy slowly advanced against the flow of water. It wasn't long before a huge sound of flowing water whooshed from ahead, and the convoy finally found the source of the water.
Jiang Chen got out of the vehicle to investigate.
It was a giant hole with a diameter of more than 20 meters. Looking down, all he could see was pitch darkness, deep and bottomless, making one unconsciously want to jump down.
The trickling water was flowing outwards, right from the edge of this hole. Chapter 134, Forcing Out the Lion Pack.
The fourth combat team of the God of War League, who had left, did not immediately return to the Elven tribe's underground shelter, but instead tracked a group of small mutant beasts along the way. After a tough hunt with firearms, one of the team members placed his hand above the bodies of several mutant beasts, and a flash of light passed over them, turning the bodies into new artillery shells. This was his awakened ability, which allowed him to turn other resources into shells. He used this ability to convert all the mutant beast bodies into different types of shells, supplying both the tanks and fighter jets. The mutant beast bodies had all disappeared, and the man was so tired he could barely lift his hand.
However, with his help, the team's vehicle ammunition had been replenished to some extent. Although it wasn't completely filled, at least when encountering stronger mutant beasts, they wouldn't be completely helpless. With this, they had enough confidence to return and claim their reward for the mission of hunting the water lions from the Elven tribe. "Captain Zhao, we still haven't seen the Water Lion King, should we just give up?" The man said, somewhat unwilling, and the others had a gloomy expression. This failure was a blow to them. Zhao Changkong comforted them. "It's fine, I'll report to the headquarters. We came here just to test it out. If that thing doesn't have a settlement point, it's useless even if we catch it. Besides, if the regular individuals are this troublesome, the king-level individuals are simply impossible to defeat. This mission was never meant to be completed, so no one should blame themselves. Remember, our most important task this time is to bring back supplies and communication equipment. As long as we do this well, that's enough." The crowd felt a bit better after hearing this, but some still held different opinions. "But, I saw that the convoy just now didn't seem to have any intention of retreating. Do you think they can complete that king's mission?"
Zhao Changkong was momentarily stunned. He instinctively didn't want to bring up Jiang Chen's convoy, but he had to admit, they were indeed stronger than them. "Are we just going to watch them take the reward?" someone else said with frustration. Zhao Changkong became angry when he heard this, slamming his hand on the side of the vehicle and saying, "Shut up! Have you forgotten what the boss taught us? In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is envy. Just focus on what we need to do. If they really manage to hunt the Water Lion King, killing us will be even easier for them." "Yes, Captain Zhao. I'm sorry, I was being foolish." This small team finally returned to the elf tribe's base. According to the number of water lions they had hunted, the elf tribe provided them with the corresponding supplies. From their words, it was clear that Jiang Chen's group really intended to hunt the Water Lion King. After some thought, the elf queen decided to lead a portion of her people to provide support. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the others stood before a bottomless pit, unsure of what action to take. The roars of fierce beasts echoed from below, and this place was most likely the lair of the water lions. It was impossible to go down, such a deep pit would only crush them to pieces if they fell. Just when everyone was at a loss, Suin suggested throwing a bomb down. Without hesitation, she grabbed a timed bomb, set it for 5 minutes, and immediately threw it down the pit. As the bomb fell, there was no echo at all, indicating how deep the hole was. When the 5 minutes were up, a faint explosion could be heard. Then, only the sound of flowing water remained, and there was no other movement.
Throw more. Jiang Chen refused to believe that he couldn't force whatever was down there to surface. Suin immediately grabbed a pile of bombs and threw them all into the hole. When the timer went off, there was finally a clear explosion underground, and even the ground shook slightly. The flow of water at the pit entrance suddenly sped up, and the water level nearby began to rise.
Jang Chen immediately noticed this anomaly and gave an order. Everyone, fall back, get in the vehicles. Everyone quickly boarded the vehicles. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, the water lions below were angered and began to surge up. The first water lion had barely formed before Jiang Chen, who had been waiting at the spot, cleaved it with a single strike. Several more water lions emerged from different pit entrances, and just as their heads popped up, they were blasted to pieces by the surrounding convoy with cannons and bombs. This time, the ammunition was provided by Jiang Chen, and everyone used it without holding back. The convoy was now directly blocking the entrance, waiting for the monsters to show themselves, killing one as soon as it appeared. Many of them had never dreamed that hunting a Tier 4 mutant beast could be so easy. Crystal iron, shaped like flowers, began to form at the edges of the pit entrance. As the number of water lions killed increased, the crystal iron stacked higher and thicker. Even the continuously flowing water had been blocked by the crystal iron, making it difficult for the water to flow smoothly.
Jiang Chen looked at the ring of crystal iron and felt an immense sense of satisfaction.
This pit had become his automatic monster farming point. Whenever a monster showed its head, it was instantly killed, effortlessly.
Just as everyone thought everything was going smoothly, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The water lions that had been pouring out were no longer seen. Something's coming up. Suin's ears twitched, and she had already heard the movement below. Jiang Chen also sensed something was wrong. Everyone, fall back, keep your distance.
No sooner had he spoken than the water level at the entrance of the pit began to rise rapidly. The water that had previously been spilling slowly now surged up as if being pushed by an invisible force. The entire giant pit was quickly filled with rushing water, and the water surface was rising at an alarming speed.
Rolling towards the direction of the convoy. SSS.
A thick jet of water shot up from the cave entrance, suddenly exploding in midair, with water splashing down like a torrential rain. And the large chunks of water that fell to the ground turned into water lions. Soon, several circles of water lions stood at the cave entrance, having broken through the encirclement set up by Jiang Chen and his team in this way. Luckily, the convoy had scattered in time and avoided being trampled by them.
Boom boom boom.
Without Jiang Chen giving further instructions, the two small squads, under the leadership of Old Lu and Lu Jinfeng, began a new round of artillery bombardment. One water lion after another quickly fell, but more water lions surged up from above, and the number of kills was not fast enough to match the rate at which they replenished.
The water lions that were not eliminated in time began to attack the convoy. Jiang Chen sneered.
They were cornered, panicked, and had stopped caring about anything.
They planned to fight back with reckless abandon, not fearing death.
The last water column shot out from the cave entrance, falling to the ground and once again transforming into numerous water lions. Jiang Chen looked at the massive, impenetrable swarm of water lions in front of him, realizing that they had mobilized everything.
But it wasn't over.
A massive golden figure followed the last water column out of the cave and floated in midair.
It was a huge lion, its entire body golden, with a pair of wings. The Water Lion King had finally appeared. Chapter 135, Everything Frozen. Monster Information Scan complete. Water Lion King, 5th level beast. Constitution, 300. Strength, 250. Agility, 250.
Traits: the king of the water lions. While it is present, all ordinary water lions will be enhanced. The Water Lion King in the air seemed to be coated in a layer of gold, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Its size was twice that of an ordinary water lion, and the most striking feature was the pair of feathered, meaty wings that spanned 10 meters. Every time it flapped its wings, the wind whipped up from the ground. Its tail was bitten off by something, and one of its back legs was missing a large chunk.
These fierce wounds showed it was a seasoned warrior, further adding to its intimidating aura.
As it let out a roar to the sky, invisible waves of light spread out, and the many water lions received a power boost. Their bodies became more solid, and silver light shimmered on their surfaces. The Water Lion King weaved through the air, and under its command, the water lion swarm began to charge with more precision, targeting the weaker points in the encirclement line. The convoy's artillery continued to fire, with shells smashing into the water lions in the front. Each shot still managed to take down one or two, but that was all. The silver light on the water lions' bodies enhanced their defenses, limiting the destructive power of the shells, allowing the water lions to charge more recklessly. The only exception was the artillery from the Han City ship. With 5 cannons firing at once, their power far exceeded ordinary shells. Each shell that landed created a large open space and splashed a lot of water, as if a giant rock had been thrown into a puddle, directly hitting the bottom. The water waves that surged up knocked down large groups of nearby water lions, greatly disrupting them. The Water Lion King circling in the air also noticed this scene and immediately regarded Han City as its biggest enemy. It flapped its wings and quickly soared through the air, reaching Han City in the blink of an eye. Facing the machine gunfire from the roof, it crossed its wings in front of it, hiding its entire body behind the golden wings. The bullets hit the golden wings, all bouncing off without causing any substantial harm. When the sound of the machine gunfire ceased, it quickly unfolded its golden wings, revealing its true form behind. The Water Lion King now tilted its head, with its neck stiff and shaking as it moved, while golden saliva oozed from its mouth. Then it pressed its whole body downward, shooting a dazzling golden stream of water straight at the Hanchang. The water hit the body of Hanchang with a bang-bang sound, as if it were not water, but countless metal bullets forming a raging torrent. Such a powerful stream, if it hit a person, would leave nothing behind, but against the solid body of Hanchang, it was only washing the dust off its surface. When the golden water strike ended, Hanchang was completely unharmed. On the other hand, the cars nearby were hit by splashing water, their bodies punctured with several holes, quickly accelerating to escape, fearing further impact. The Water Lion King in the air saw its full force attack easily blocked and could not understand it, tilting its head to fly closer, carefully observing Hanchang's body, now polished smoother by its water strike. Its expression seemed to say, "Why is this thing so hard?" However, the ordinary water lions caused serious trouble for the others. Their number was too great, their defense increased, and some of the front water lions even began to launch water strikes. The siege line broke, and everyone had no time to fight back, instead driving backward at full speed. Only Bai Wuxian and Louis could move freely among the water lions, fighting fiercely to give others more time to retreat. Jiang Chen watched the situation calmly, because he had already prepared a backup plan. Under his command, Suin decisively activated Hanchang's cold air launcher. Terrifying cold air gushed from the front launcher, spreading outward, the biting chill sweeping the area, turning floating water vapor into frost instantly. This cold was not thin wind, but thick, ghostly white fog. Where it passed, the ground, puddles, and stones were covered with thick frost, quickly forming hard ice, and the surrounding temperature dropped below freezing. The front water lions were hit first, their limbs frozen before they could move, semi-transparent bodies quickly encased in ice shells. The once raging water froze instantly, high-pressure streams mid-air turned into crystal ice pillars, dropping straight down. In an instant, large numbers of water lions were completely frozen, each frozen in attacking, roaring poses, turned into lifelike ice sculptures, trapped in thick ice, unable to move. The once charging lion group froze in place, their momentum stopped, unable to approach the convoy. The following water lions were blocked by their frozen companions. In panic they tried to turn back, but cold spread, freezing their legs, and ice crept up their bodies, turning them into part of the ice layer. The large waters were frozen solid, the sparkling puddles became flat ice, and within a kilometer around Hanchang, everything turned into an icebound zone, all ordinary water lions trapped beneath, completely powerless. Jiang Chen and Suin looked at the scene, smiling at each other, their smile showing both mischief from a successful plan and calm control of the situation. From the start, he had intended to lure all the water lions out and capture them in one strike. These water lions, made of water, were not only afraid of lightning but also of cold. It proved that his plan was a complete success. The others stopped retreating, driving their cars back to regroup. They looked at the dense ice sculptures of water lions before them. The scene was extremely shocking, giving people an unreal feeling. The terrifying beast group that had just been noisy, trying to kill them, instantly turned into motionless ice sculptures, and the surroundings fell completely silent. A few people braved getting off the car, picked up their weapons, and struck hard on the head of one frozen water lion. With a series of blows, the water lion's head shattered into countless ice pieces. Then the whole body of that water lion exploded into ice pieces, breaking into countless shards, leaving only a piece of crystal iron in place. It was eliminated so simply. Bai Wuxian and Louis frowned, pulled their frozen feet from the ground, kicking apart the ice blocks of water lions blocking the way, and returned to the convoy. The Water Lion King in the air escaped, roaring continuously, trying to wake its subordinates. Seeing no response, it angrily dived, smashing several water lion ice sculptures directly. Suin started the Hanchang, while Jang Chen sat in the co-driver's seat, excitedly watching. Now, they were going to harvest this batch of water lions. Chapter 136, Shooting Down the Water Lion King. Jang Chen looked at the endless, motionless water lion ice sculptures before him and raised an eyebrow. Although these beasts were completely frozen, becoming living targets to be slaughtered, letting the team attack them one by one would be too inefficient. He had a better idea, to use the most primitive and direct method to complete the harvest, driving the Hanchang to crash and crush them.
Suin started the Hanchang, and he quietly watched from the co-driver's seat. The next moment, the massive engine of the Hanchang roared deafeningly, a low rumble like a giant beast awakening, shaking the ice beneath slightly. The heavy alloy wheels slowly turned, cutting deep lines into the smooth ice surface, then the speed increased, carrying unstoppable momentum, rushing straight toward the water lion ice sculptures. The huge body carried immense force, like a moving steel mountain, without holding back, violently smashing into the front row of ice sculptures. Crack! Crack! The crisp, piercing breaking sounds mixed with heavy impact. The front dozens of water lion ice sculptures shattered instantly. Glittering ice shards mixed with the collapsing water lion's clear water, flying crazily in all directions, like a storm of ice rain, reflecting dazzling light under the sun, then falling everywhere. The Hanchang did not slow down, charging straight through, crushing all in its path. Wherever it went, rows of ice sculptures collapsed, whether in attack pose or roaring stance, all were crushed into fine ice shards by the alloy wheels, leaving not even a complete fragment. The originally smooth ice surface was full of cracks and pits, flowing water ran through the ice gaps, and the ground was filled with crystal iron revealed from the broken ice, piling up densely, shining enticingly. Without extra movement, the Hanchang cut through the frozen lion group like harvesting wheat. No ice sculpture remained intact. The bus driven by Lu Jinfeng was the main vehicle of the original J Guild convoy, reinforced many times, its body extremely strong. At this moment, she copied the method, also crashing and crushing the motionless ice sculptures, greatly helping Jiang Chen improve efficiency. Others also moved, though some were carried away by the atmosphere, getting a little reckless. Driving small vehicles, they had enough agility but not enough strength, crashing into ice sculptures. The sculptures broke, but the car hoods collapsed too, so they had to get off and break the ice with weapons. Meanwhile, the golden water lion king in the air was not giving up, charging in front of the Hanchang several times, trying to stop it from advancing. The mantis trying to stop the chariot was nothing more than a futile struggle. Not only did it fail to halt the Han City ship for even a second, but every time it charged down, it was met with the intense firepower of the convoy. No matter how strong its body was, after several rounds, it was covered with fresh injuries. The worst hit came when it was directly struck by the Han City ship, sending its golden body flying, cracking with a dark fissure, and slowly, golden blood began to ooze from it. After this, it dared not come down again. Instead of leaving the sky, it hovered, searching for the right moment to dive down and launch a sneak attack. Jiang Chen, though wanting to kill it, was limited by a lack of proper anti-air capabilities, so he had to ignore it for the moment and focus on harvesting the frozen water lions below. In just a few short minutes, the once expansive water lion ice sculpture group, stretching for over 1,000 meters, was completely shattered into pieces. The harvest was finished. The convoy members stood stunned for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers, waving their arms, their faces filled with excitement. Wow! This is so satisfying. As expected of the Han City ship, it's so powerful. These ice sculptures are like paper in front of it. Some of the more confident ones started taunting the Water Lion King in the air. That Water Lion King was so arrogant when it first appeared, but now it doesn't even dare come down. Jang Chen checked the spoils of this battle. Swallowed crystal iron, gained 150,000 evolution points. Current evolution progress of Han City ship, 470,000/500,000. It was still 30,000 points short. Jiang Chen looked at the Water Lion King, battered and bruised in the sky, and a wicked smile spread across his face. The reason he let it hop around earlier was simply because he didn't have the time to deal with it. Now it was time to take action. The missing evolution points could be easily filled by it. He gave Jiang Yuan a look, and she understood immediately, transforming into a little flying deer and soaring off. The convoy then concentrated their firepower, launching a furious attack on the Water Lion King in the sky. The Water Lion King dodged left and right, constantly shifting positions, but its stamina was draining with every move, and its injuries prevented it from fighting for long. Bang! Suin seized the perfect moment to fire a shot. Her sniper rifle, having undergone numerous modifications, could no longer be called a sniper rifle but was more like a precise targeting rocket launcher. With greater power and more concentrated force, the Water Lion King's wing was hit, instantly forming a large hole. After this strike, its flying ability was greatly restricted, its body twisted and uncoordinated as it tried to fly. At this point, it finally sensed the threat of death and, without hesitation, dived straight down, aiming for the giant hole on the ground. From the depths of the hole came all sorts of chaotic sounds, mixed with the roars of unknown beasts. Clearly, the depths of the hole still harbored a large number of monsters. The bomb dropped earlier had disturbed not only the water lions that had already surfaced but also creatures deeper down. Below the hole, without a doubt, was the lair of many monsters. The roars from below grew louder, sending a chill down Jiang Chen's spine, and he felt as though some creature might emerge at any moment. Though the Water Lion King in the sky had a famous reputation, Jiang Chen scoffed at its performance. What truly terrified him was the unknown, whatever might emerge from the depths. This bottomless pit was too strange. Either it needed to be sealed off quickly, or they had to get far away as fast as possible.
Jiang Chen realized that he had to end this quickly, and he could not let the Water Lion King escape.
Whether it was going back to recuperate or returning to bring reinforcements, neither was an outcome Jiang Chen wanted to see.
However, with the Water Lion King approaching the hole, Jiang Chen was not worried. Zhang Yuan, in her form of a little flying deer, had already appeared beside the Water Lion King. Just as the Water Lion King was about to dive into the hole, Zhang Yuan struck.
A lightning pillar came down without warning.
The Water Lion King, already weakened from its injuries, was struck by the lightning pillar. In an instant it froze stiff, then its body smoked as it fell downward. After hitting the ground, the Water Lion King still slid on the ice because of inertia, and was fiercely nailed onto the ice by Jiang Chen with a giant sword that had waited for long. At this moment it was only a few meters away from the cave entrance, but this distance was a length it could never reach in its whole life. Jiang Chen pulled out the giant sword and was about to finish it. Suddenly the ground shook and the mountain trembled, and from the bottomless pit behind came a huge sound of breaking through the air.
"Be careful!" someone in the distance shouted loudly to warn.
Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The thing he feared in his heart really happened. There were other monsters coming out of that cave.